Chapter 1: Departure from the Village. As night descended, the summer evening unveiled a resplendent sky adorned with stars, while the moon hung high in the heavens. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon the trees, as if draping them in a shimmering veil of silver. It blanketed the ground, bestowing a lustrous sheen upon the earth. In the lush green fields, the symphony of cicadas, frogs, and insects occasionally filled the air. At the foot of Gourd Mountain lay a modest village, comprising just over 100 households. After a day of toil, the villagers had retreated early into the embrace of slumber. Yet, one humble thatched cottage remained aglow with light. Inside, the furnishings were sparse and worn, bearing the marks of time. Seated upon a wooden bed was a middle-aged woman, diligently folding clothes while murmuring softly to a young boy beside her. The boy, around 8 or 9 years old, possessed a sun-kissed complexion and a slender frame. However, his bright, expressive eyes betrayed a keen intelligence, and his countenance was rather pleasing, clad in a tattered gray garment. Beside him sat a robust, middle-aged man, presumably the boy's father, adorned with a scruffy beard and an earnest expression, engaging in casual conversation with the boy. On the bed, a little girl lay soundly asleep. Undisturbed by the chatter, she appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, with a fair complexion and long eyelashes that lent her an adorable charm, a trickle of drool escaping the corner of her mouth. "Xiaofan, your elder brother will return tomorrow. He has come back to take you to the city, and you must strive to learn a skill. Your brother has gone to great lengths to secure this opportunity for you," the middle-aged woman said, wiping away tears. The father then lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at the boy, saying, "If you encounter any troubles out there, seek your brother. With your parents absent, he will be your only guardian." After speaking, the man lowered his head again, releasing a heavy sigh. "I understand, father and mother," the boy replied, his expression tinged with melancholy, reflecting his reluctance to part from home and his beloved parents. The boy's name was Wu Fan, affectionately referred to as Xiao Fan by the villagers. He was known for his intelligence and was well liked within the small community, which was predominantly comprised of families sharing the Wu surname. Hence it was called Wu family. Village. The villagers primarily made their living through farming. Over 500 miles away stood a grand city named Qingshan City, a bustling metropolis filled with power and influence, where the affluent resided. The villagers often gazed upon those fortunate enough to live in the city with envy, for any family with a member able to work in the city held a certain prestige that Wu Fan's elder brother is named Wu Hao, who works at a sizable blacksmith shop in the city. That Wu Fan's journey to the city was made possible through his brother's assistance to their employer. Upon hearing the news, their parents were particularly elated, as both of their sons would soon be working in the city, a significant blessing for the family. However, Wu Fan's father and mother felt a twinge of sadness at the thought of their youngest, merely 8 years old, leaving them. Yet, for the sake of Wu Fan's future and the hope of a better life, they reluctantly accepted this separation. At the tender age of 8, he should have begun his education, yet their village lacked even a single teacher. Wu Fan lay on his bed, gazing at his younger sister. He pondered when he might return home. He cherished his sister dearly. Her name was Wu Xiaoyu, and she was 5 years old. Upon learning that her brother would be leaving for the city, she had been weeping and pleading for him not to go. In his young heart, Wu Fan felt a mix of excitement and sorrow regarding this departure. After all, he was just a child who had never been apart from his parents. Feelings of sadness and reluctance were inevitable, yet he also yearned for the vibrant life of the city. He fixated on his sister, and gradually, the weariness of the day overtook him, leading him into the realm of dreams. The following day, Wu Fan arrived early at the village entrance to await his brother. As noon approached, a horse-drawn carriage appeared in the distance, carrying a robust young man, likely 17 or 18 years old. He was exceptionally tall, with a dark complexion, dressed in a flowing black robe, and wearing a broad smile as he gazed at Wu Fan. Upon closer inspection, Wu Fan realized it was indeed his brother. He sprinted toward the carriage, shouting, "Big brother!" Wu Hao waved enthusiastically, and soon, Wu Fan reached the carriage. Wu Hao jumped down and affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, you've grown so much in these 2 years." Wu Fan looked up at his brother's sun-kissed face and replied, "Big brother, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you to take me to the city. I've heard it's beautiful. Is that true?" Wu Hao laughed heartily, of course. In the city, people wear garments made of silk and satin, and the houses are elegant pavilions and towers. You'll see for yourself when we reach Qingshan City. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the bustling metropolis and its towering structures. While lost in thought, Wu Hao lifted him effortlessly and tossed him into the carriage. Laughing, "Stop daydreaming. In a few days you'll be entering the city with me, and there will be plenty for you to see." With that, the brothers shared laughter as they made their way home. A quarter of an hour later, at Wu Fan's home, their mother scrutinized Wu Hao's appearance before smiling and saying, "You've grown quite a bit in these 2 years. You're even taller than your father now." A nearby middle-aged man chuckled heartily at this remark, declaring, "That means our son is now a grown man." 5-year-old Wu Xiaoyu hid timidly behind her mother, aware that this was her elder brother, yet feeling a sense of unfamiliarity towards the robust young man before her. The last time she had seen her brother, she was merely 3 years old. Wu Mu grasped Wu Hao's palm, which was as large as a fan, and inquired, "How have you fared in the city, my son? How has your craftsmanship progressed?" "Fear not, mother," Wu Hao replied, his eyes gleaming with pride. "I'm doing well. I have officially completed my training and begun crafting weapons. I now earn a monthly wage." As he spoke, he produced several pieces of silver from his bosom and offered them to Wu Mu. After some modest refusals, Wu Mu eventually accepted the silver, seeing her son's insistence. Wu Fu wore a contented smile, knowing that after years of nurturing, his son could finally alleviate some of the family's burdens. That day, the Wu family was enveloped in the joyous sounds of reunion, the laughter echoing through their home, oblivious to the uncertainty of when they might gather again. 3 days later, the morning brought a throng of villagers to bid farewell. Among them were several childhood friends of Wu Fan, who reluctantly said their goodbyes. Wu Hao led the horse, turning to his parents to say, "Father and mother, you may head back now. Do not see us off any further. I will take good care of Xiao Fan." Rest assured, with reddened eyes, Wu Fan echoed, "Father, mother, please return. I will come home to see you whenever I can." As Wu Mu watched the carriage recede into the distance, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Wu Fu turned to her and said softly, "Dear wife, let us return. The children are grown now. It is a good thing for them to leave this small village." With a sigh, he turned and began the journey back. Sitting in the carriage, Wu Fan gazed at his fading parents and sister, along with the many villagers waving goodbye. In that moment, tears could not be contained, spilling forth from his eyes. Little did Wu Fan anticipate that this departure would usher in transformative changes, propelling him onto a path of immortal cultivation. Chapter 2. Qingshan City. The Great Xia Kingdom is divided into 9 provinces, each of which boasts numerous grand cities. Among them, Qingshan City stands as one of the significant urban centers in Qingzhou. 3 days' journey from Qingshan City, in a small town, a modest and serves as the setting where Wu Fan is sharing a meager meal with his elder brother. As he gnaws on his rations, Wu Fan listens attentively to his brother's earnest discourse. "Wu Fan," Wu Hao begins with a smile, "this time, I am taking you to the city to work as an apprentice in a pharmacy. My employer is a close friend of the pharmacy's proprietor, and it is through his assistance that I secured this opportunity for you. You must cherish it and dedicate yourself to learning." Wu Fan, fully aware of the rarity of such an opportunity, nods vigorously in agreement. Wu Hao continues, "Although the city is bustling and you may earn considerable silver in the future, remember that we, as ordinary folk, hold little status there. The merchants and those in power often regard us as insignificant. Always keep this in mind and avoid offending them at all costs. They can extinguish our lives with but a flick of their fingers, and no one would dare to stand up for us. Our deaths would be in vain." Hearing these words, Wu Fan's heart fills with trepidation and his countenance darkens. Wu Hao presses on. Within and beyond Qingshan City, there are numerous gangs, as well as robbers and bandits. Wu Fan, remember to stay as far away from them as possible. They are skilled in martial arts and regard human life as inconsequential. Even the officials dare not breathe a word in their presence. Wu Fan understands that his brother is imparting crucial survival wisdom for city life, and he quietly commits Wu Hao's words to memory. Since childhood, he has listened to the village elders speak of those who possess martial prowess, individuals capable of leaping across rooftops, and those with profound inner strength who can unleash a mere gust of energy to invisibly harm their foes. Such masters could easily overpower a dozen ordinary individuals. Wu Fan has long admired these warriors and often fantasizes about becoming one of them someday. Observing the fearful expression on his brother's face, Wu Hao realizes that his words have frightened him. He reassures him, "Do not worry, Wu Fan. As long as you refrain from wandering aimlessly and remain in the pharmacy, you will be quite safe. In fact, what you do not know is that the pharmacy you will be working at is affiliated with a gang known as the Medicine Gang, which wields considerable influence in and around Qingshan City, even earning a reputation as a first-rate organization in nearby cities. They primarily engage in the herbal trade, so you need not fret over safety while at the pharmacy." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's anxious expression finally softens, and a smile breaks across his face as he begins to grasp the security afforded by the gang's backing at the pharmacy. On the afternoon of the third day, a horse-drawn carriage slowly approached the road outside Qingshan City. Wu Fan gazed in awe at the towering city walls and the imposing 10-meter-high city gate, feeling both astonished and exhilarated. He had never before encountered such a grand gate or magnificent walls. As he reached the entrance, he noticed a dozen armored soldiers meticulously inspecting each passing vehicle and pedestrian, allowing only those who had been checked to proceed. Upon passing through the gate, Wu Fan walked along the stone-paved road, taking in the splendid buildings lining the streets and the bustling crowds, accompanied by the lively sounds of vendors hawking their goods. Overwhelmed by the vivid sights and sounds, Wu Hao observed his younger brother's wide eyes darting from one thing to another, unable to suppress a chuckle. Wu Fan, caught off guard, blushed deeply. Wu Hao first led his brother to his blacksmith shop, returning the carriage to the establishment while reminding Wu Fan to remember its location. After enjoying a bowl of noodles at a nearby stall, Wu Hao took Wu Fan by the hand, guiding him eastward. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at a 3-story building, where a large sign adorned with the golden characters Hui Chuntang welcomed them. The shop was bustling with activity as numerous patrons came and went. As they entered, they noticed several young attendants busily attending to customers. One boy, around 15 or 16 years of age, approached them and exclaimed, "Wu Hao, you've arrived. Are you looking for the shopkeeper?" Wu Hao smiled at him and replied, "Thank you, young brother. Please wait a moment. I'll go fetch the shopkeeper," the young attendant said, turning to head towards the inner chambers. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be around 60, emerged. He was slightly plump, with small eyes and silvery hair, dressed in a simple blue garment, exuding a natural aura of warmth and friendliness. Upon seeing the old man, Wu Hao's spirits lifted, and he quickly pulled Wu Fan over, clasping his hands in salute before bowing. "Greetings, Lu Lao." The elder nodded with a smile, then turned to scrutinize Wu Fan with keen interest. "Wu Hao, is this your younger brother? He certainly seems like a fine young lad." Wu Hao, beaming with pride, responded, "Lu Lao, you flatter him. He is still quite young and may cause you some trouble in the future." The elder laughed heartily. "Since your master personally came to ask for my assistance, I cannot possibly refuse. Rest assured, I will take good care of your brother. I find him quite endearing." Upon hearing this, Wu Hao exhaled in relief and called out to Wu Fan, "Xiao Fan, come over and greet Lu Lao." Wu Fan obediently approached the elder, bowing deeply. Wu Fan greets Lu Lao. Afterward, he discreetly glanced up at the elder, his expression slightly awkward. Noticing Wu Fan's bashful demeanor, Lu Lao's smile widened even further. "Rise, young one. From now on, you shall follow me and learn well. One day, you shall achieve great things." Wu Fan quickly bent down again and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder Lu. I will strive to study diligently." The elder acknowledged him with a hum and remarked, "This young lad is indeed teachable." Subsequently, the elder turned to Wu Hao and said, "You should head back now. I will take Xiao Fan to his residence. You both must be quite weary after your long journey. Do visit your brother when you have the time." Wu Hao bowed once more to Elder Lu before rising and saying, "Thank you, Elder Lu." He then glanced at his younger brother and added, "Eldest brother is leaving now. You must listen to Elder Lu while I'm away. He is a renowned physician in Qingshan City, so make sure to learn from him." Wu Fan nodded in response, saying, "I understand, eldest brother. You must come to see me often when you have the time, okay?" Wu Hao affectionately ruffled his brother's hair and replied, "I will," before turning to depart. Chapter 3. Song Fei. After Wu Hao departed, Wu Fan found himself increasingly uneasy. At merely 8 years of age, he felt a pang of fear when confronted with this unfamiliar environment and the strangers within it. Lu Lao seemed to perceive Wu Fan's trepidation and approached him, gently taking his small hand in his own, his face adorned with a kind smile. "Little Fan, come with me. I shall take you to find your lodgings." Wu Fan obediently nodded and followed the elder outside. As they ventured deeper into the apothecary, they came upon a rear entrance, which led to a vast courtyard filled with flowers, grasses, and trees, where a small stream meandered through, occasionally revealing glimpses of fish darting beneath the surface. At the far end of the courtyard, rows of houses stood proudly, interspersed with a few multi-storied pavilions. The elder gestured towards the pavilions, saying, "Little Fan, some of those pavilions serve as storerooms, others as a library, and some are dedicated to processing herbs. The smaller houses over here will be our residence." Having spoken, the elder led Wu Fan to the cluster of modest dwellings, selecting one for their abode. "This shall be your room from now on," he declared, pointing to the chosen house. Wu Fan eagerly nodded in agreement. As he gazed upon the dwelling that would be his home for the foreseeable future, the melancholy that had settled in his heart following his brother's departure dissipated. He had never resided in such a charming house, its red exterior and gray roof, accompanied by a quaint courtyard, were a far cry from the thatched hut he called home. The sheer beauty of his surroundings filled him with joy. Upon entering the room with Lu Lao, he was immediately greeted by a round red table adorned with intricate carvings, surrounded by several stools. On either side stood rows of wardrobes crafted from rosewood, and further inside lay a large, inviting bed atop a floor paved with blue stone. "Little Fan, if you head right out the door and walk 100 steps or so, you'll find the dining area. When you're hungry, you can go there for a meal. You must be tired today. Tidy up and rest well," the elder advised before casting a final glance at Wu Fan and turning to leave. Wu Fan hurriedly accompanied Lu Lao to the door, bowing respectfully as he expressed, "Thank you, Lu Lao. Please take care." The elder paused to pat Wu Fan's head affectionately, smiled, and then departed. Once inside, Wu Fan busied himself exploring the room, marveling at every detail. Approaching the bed, he removed his shoes and leaped onto the soft, comfortable mattress. As he lay back, gazing at the ceiling, memories of his parents bidding him farewell, his little sister's beaming face as she twirled around him, and the familiar figures from his village flooded his mind. Before he realized it, he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Wu Fan awoke early. After freshening up, he made his way to the dining hall, where a sumptuous spread awaited: congee, steamed buns, and various side dishes. In his previous life at home, he rarely enjoyed white buns, yet here they were merely commonplace fare. Wu Fan felt a swell of anticipation for his new life. After finishing his meal, he returned to his quarters, awaiting Lu Lao's arrival. An hour later, Lu Lao strolled in at a leisurely pace, holding a new set of garments in his hands. He glanced at Wu Fan with a smile and said, "Xiao Fan, this is a new outfit I have prepared for you. I wonder if it fits well. Please try it on." "Thank you, Lu Lao." Wu Fan eagerly accepted the clothing and quickly donned it. The attire fit him perfectly. He admired the beautiful azure long shirt, a stark contrast to his previous patched garments. Finally, he had new clothes, and a smile blossomed on his face. At heart, Wu Fan was merely an 8-year-old child, and for him, having good food, a comfortable home, and nice clothes constituted the greatest happiness. Noticing how well the outfit suited Wu Fan, Lu Lao nodded approvingly with a beaming smile. "Xiao Fan, shortly, I will introduce you to a little companion who will join us in our studies," the elder remarked with a twinkle in his eye. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon became elated. The prospect of having another child to study with filled him with joy. He would no longer have to face his studies in solitude. Curiosity bubbled within him as he anticipated meeting his new companion. "Understood, Lu Lao," he replied obediently, excitement evident in his tone. Lu Lao led Wu Fan outside, and after a short walk of 5 or 6 minutes, they paused beside a building. The elder then called into the room, "Song Fei, come out quickly. I have a little friend to introduce to you." "Coming, coming." A child's voice echoed from within, revealing its youthful timbre. Moments later, a young boy emerged, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, much like Wu Fan in age. He too wore an azure long shirt, but he was slightly more robust than Wu Fan. With short hair and a fair complexion adorned with 2 charming dimples when he smiled, he was indeed quite adorable. The boy's eyes were fixed curiously on Wu Fan, darting back and forth. Lu Lao, standing beside them, said, Song Fei, this is Xiao Fan. You are the same age, with Xiao Fan being 2 months your senior. You two must get along well from now on. Song Fei responded, then mischievously winked at Wu Fan, cheerfully introducing himself. Hello, Xiao Fan Go, I am Song Fei. Hello, Xiao Fei, Wu Fan replied, captivated by the boy's delightful visage, his eyes sparkling with warmth. The elder observed their interaction with a smile, then said, All right, let us proceed to the study hall. From today onward, I shall teach you both to read and write, and in due course, we will delve into the identification of herbs and the study of pharmacology. Remember, diligent study is paramount. The two boys nodded in unison, their compliance evident. Lu Lao guided them to a tall, expansive building, which Wu Fan recognized as the study hall the elder had mentioned. It was a grand structure with 3 stories. Upon entering the first floor, the elder seated himself on a stool and gestured towards the bookshelves surrounding them. The books on this floor contain foundational knowledge. You will begin your studies here. Starting today, after breakfast each morning, you are to wait for me here. Do you understand? 2 young boys, upon entering the first floor, began to gaze around with great curiosity. The shelves were brimming with books, so numerous that it was almost impossible to discern their exact quantity. In the midst of the shelves stood a large round table, beside which an elderly man was seated. Upon hearing the old man's inquiry, the 2 boys simultaneously bowed and clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, replying, We heard you, Elder Lu. The elder responded with a nod and a smile. Today, I shall teach you to read, he announced. Come closer to me. With that, the 2, Wu Fan and Song Fei, embarked on a long journey of learning. Chapter 4. The fire of determination. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for years have passed. The 2 young ones are now 12 years old, each standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. Throughout these 4 years, Wu Fan and Song Fei have become inseparable friends, delighting in each other's company daily. Both have diligently pursued their studies, guided wholeheartedly by the venerable Lu Lao. On one particular morning, as Wu Fan lay asleep, he was suddenly roused by Song Fei's enthusiastic calls. Xiao Fan Go, wake up quickly. We must hurry to breakfast. Do not forget that Master is taking us to the scripture pavilion today to select our martial arts techniques. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan sprang from his bed, swiftly donning his clothes while exclaiming, I know, Xiao Fei. I'll be right out. His excitement was palpable, for he had long awaited this day. 3 years prior, the elder had recognized the intelligence of the 2 boys and their aptitude for learning. Although Song Fei had a playful nature, he remained earnest in his studies, while Wu Fan won the elder's favor with his keen intellect and swift comprehension. The elder, appreciating their talents, decided to take them as his closed-door disciples. Just yesterday, the elder had informed them, You are both 12 now. It is time to learn martial arts. Although we run a medicine shop, martial arts are essential, as we will often venture into the mountains for herbs, where we may encounter wild beasts or even bandits. Acquiring martial arts skills will provide you with a measure of protection. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan had leaped with joy, his excitement keeping him awake long into the night. He had always admired those skilled in martial arts and dreamed of one day becoming such a person, envisioning himself leaping across rooftops, commanding respect from all who saw him. Xiao Fan Go, are you ready yet? Hurry up, came Song Fei's impatient shout from outside. I'm coming. Wu Fan quickly finished dressing, hastily washed up, and dashed outside. The 2 boys exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, linking arms as they made their way to breakfast, their joy evident. An hour later, at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, Lu Lao turned to the 2 boys and said, Remember, each of you may choose only one internal cultivation technique. I will explain the advantages and disadvantages of each. You may also select 2 martial arts manuals. Do you understand? Wu Fan and Song Fei nodded in agreement. Upon entering the pavilion, an elderly man approached them. He was tall, appearing to be in his 50s, with thick brows and wide eyes. His temples slightly bulging, a clear sign of someone who had mastered internal cultivation. Wu Fan recognized this man as the guardian of the pavilion. As the elder approached, he clasped his hands in respect towards Lu Lao, saying, Lu Lao, you have arrived. Lu Lao responded with a smile, Zhang Lao, I appreciate your assistance. I have brought my 2 disciples to select some martial arts techniques. The elder with thick brows replied promptly, No trouble at all, Lu Lao. Please, come inside. Go ahead and choose, Wu Fan and Song Fei, Lu Lao said, turning to the two. Wu Fan and Song Fei immediately clasped their fists in response and eagerly proceeded to select their martial arts techniques. Wu Fan approached the left bookshelf, which contained a modest collection of titles, merely a dozen or so. He understood well the rarity of such techniques. The average person would never encounter a single one in their lifetime. To see so many in one place was indeed remarkable, reflecting the substantial heritage of this medicinal sect. He casually picked up a tome inscribed with the title Jia Mu Gui Jinju. Upon opening it, he found it to be akin to the Golden Bell Shield, a protective technique. According to the text, mastering it would allow one to manifest a protective aura that could resist blades and weapons, a truly formidable skill. Returning the book to its place, he selected another, titled Long Hu Shunli Gong. This technique promised immense physical power, akin to that of dragons and tigers, captivating Wu Fan's interest. However, after some contemplation, he decided to set it aside for further exploration. Next, he retrieved a third volume, labeled Hun Yuan Pai Li Gong. Mastery of this technique would enable one to unleash their energy to the extent of shattering a large tree with a single strike, a testament to its extraordinary might. Wu Fan perused the remaining titles, Yu Nu Tiao He Gong, Dali Jin Gang Gong, Ziyang Gong, Chunyang Jing, Hua Shuizhen Jing, and more. Each seemed potent, yet he found himself at a loss for choice. Just then, his gaze drifted to the top shelf, where a book was tucked away in a corner. Barely visible, curiosity piqued. He wondered why it had been relegated to such an inconspicuous spot. Rising on his toes, he retrieved the tome, which was crafted from some unknown beast's hide, sturdy and heavier than the others. The title Huofeng Ju was emblazoned across the cover. Unlike the other texts, this one detailed a markedly different energy cultivation pathway, without revealing what benefits one might gain from its practice. It comprised 12 levels, and whether one could cultivate it depended on their physical constitution. Some could, while others could not. Finding the book peculiar, Wu Fan considered returning it when Lu Lao approached. Glancing at the volume in Wu Fan's hands, he remarked, "This technique has been stored here for decades. It is said to have been discovered in a rival's scripture repository during a raid. The Guardians claimed it was a treasured heirloom of their lineage. A technique of utmost importance, and not everyone is destined to cultivate it. It requires a certain affinity." As Wu Fan listened to Lu Lao's words, he found them to resonate with the knowledge he had acquired from his readings. The texts had similarly indicated that this particular martial art required an individual's innate constitution. Not everyone was deemed capable of mastering it. Despite all being martial arts, what dictated the necessity for such distinctions in physical attributes? Lu Lao continued, recounting that centuries ago, an ancestor from their lineage had practiced this very technique and ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts. At that time, the most formidable masters of the entire Qingzhou could not withstand even 3 of this individual's strikes. Chapter 5. The Clear Wind Sword Technique. Upon hearing these words, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the immense power it would bestow upon him if he were to master it. Lu Lao, observing the expression on Wu Fan's face, discerned his thoughts and continued, "At that time, the members of the sect believed they had stumbled upon a treasure and hurriedly brought the technique back to their leader. When the leader heard about it, he laughed heartily. However, after dedicating over a decade to practicing the technique, he ultimately achieved nothing, wasting 10 precious years. In his despair, he placed the technique in the scripture repository for the sect members to practice. Many members, undeterred by past failures, chose to study the technique, yet none succeeded. It was then that everyone realized the truth in what the guardian of the repository had said. Eventually, this technique found its way into our apothecary." Hearing this, Wu Fan lowered his gaze to the book in his hands, his expression shifting between hope and doubt. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely declared, "Master, I have decided to practice this technique." Lu Lao shook his head with a hint of resignation and replied, "Xiao Fan, are you certain? Many before you harbored similar hopes, believing they would succeed, yet they merely squandered their time." Wu Fan tightened his grip on the book, then suddenly lifted his head, meeting Lu Lao's gaze with unwavering determination. "Master, I am certain. I wish to give it a try." "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you. Should you ever find yourself unable to continue, do not hesitate to tell me, and I will guide you in selecting another technique." Lu Lao, recognizing the resoluteness in his beloved disciple, ceased his attempts to persuade him otherwise. At that moment, Song Fei approached and, after bowing to Lu Lao, announced, "Master, I have selected 2 martial arts manuals and am now ready to choose an internal cultivation technique." Lu Lao glanced at the 2 books in Song Fei's hands and inquired, "What manuals have you chosen?" "Skyward Step and Thunderpalm. I believe one focuses on evasion while the other emphasizes offense, making them a suitable pair," Song Fei replied. Lu Lao nodded in approval. "Indeed, you have made wise selections. You must dedicate yourself to diligent practice. Do not allow yourself to become complacent." "Understood, Master," Song Fei responded promptly. Wu Fan, standing nearby, winked at Song Fei and said, "Xiao Fei, congratulations. Have you completed your selection of internal techniques?" "Not yet. I will now go to choose my martial arts manuals," Wu Fan said as he made his way towards the shelf filled with martial arts books. The collection here was noticeably more extensive than that of the internal techniques, boasting over 20 volumes. This was hardly surprising. It is universally acknowledged that martial arts techniques are easier to find while internal cultivation methods are rare. Even if one excels in martial arts techniques, lacking the support of internal energy renders them ineffectual against a skilled practitioner. Should an individual solely cultivate martial arts techniques without internal methods, even if they master the techniques to perfection, they would find themselves at a disadvantage against someone with profound internal energy, who could easily unleash a gust of energy that would leave them gasping for breath. It is imperative to carefully select one's internal cultivation techniques, for a significant portion of each day will be dedicated to breath control and refinement. Ultimately, internal strength forms the foundation of a martial artist's prowess. One need only select a few martial arts that resonate with them and diligently practice. Wu Fan retrieved a manual, glancing at its title, Footsteps in the Snow. Evidently, it detailed a light-footed technique, stating that mastery could lead one to achieve the state of moving silently upon snow, ideal for tracking or thievery. However, Wu Fan found little interest in this particular skill. He then perused another tome, titled Iron Sand Palm. This treatise explained that, upon reaching full mastery, one could even catch a blade with bare hands, and without using internal energy, effortlessly shatter a small tree with a single strike. Nevertheless, mastering the iron sand palm demanded great perseverance, requiring daily practice on hot sand, a commitment that spanned years. The 3rd volume was titled Furious Dragon Retreat, a leg technique, while the 4th, Blazing Mountain Fist, was equally formidable. Wu Fan continued to examine the collection, encountering titles such as Moonslaying Blade Technique, Tiger Tooth Divine Fist, Drunken Immortal Sword Technique, Skyward Axe Technique, 18 Styles of Gunplay, Setting Sun Finger, and 2 Instrument Step. Upon completing his review, he selected 2 manuals. The first, Clear Wind Sword Technique, reputed to have been the signature skill of an unparalleled master. Mastery required not only tenacity, but also proficiency in light-footedness to fully unleash its potential. In combat, opponents would find it nearly impossible to anticipate the next strike, leaving them perplexed regarding the wielder's position and timing. An ethereal swordplay indeed. The second manual, Flying Swallow Step, complemented the Clear Wind Sword Technique. Wu Fan chose this light-footed skill because, when mastered, it allows one to leap 3 to 4 zhong in a single bound, facilitating fluid movement in battle. Even in retreat, one would be swifter than most. Thus, Wu Fan ultimately selected this technique. Having made his choices, he turned towards Elder Lu, who was approached by Song Fei, who had also finalized his internal cultivation technique. Elder Lu, upon seeing them advance, inquired, "Have you both made your selections?" Song Fei, beaming, replied, "I have chosen, Master. My internal technique is Dragon and Tiger Divine Strength." Elder Lu glanced at Song Fei, smiling, "Excellent choice. This internal technique, upon full mastery, will endow you with immense strength. You've always had a robust physique, making this practice highly suitable for you." Afterward, he turned to Wu Fan, asking, "And you, little Fan?" Wu Fan, with a joyful expression, responded, "Master, I have chosen Clear Wind Sword Technique in Flying Swallow Step." Upon hearing this, the elder burst into hearty laughter and exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. You have chosen wisely with these 2 manuals." Lu's repetition of excellence served to underscore his delight, affirming that Wu Fan had indeed made the right selections. "Very well. Since you have both completed your choices, let us return." Remember to practice diligently, and feel free to approach me with any questions you may have. Now, let us be on our way." With that, Lu turned and began to walk out, followed closely by Wu and Song. Chapter 6. The Forging House. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Fan retrieved several books, contemplating his future training schedule. He resolved to practice swordsmanship and lightness of foot each morning, dedicate his afternoons to studying medicine and reading under his master's guidance, and focus on internal cultivation in the evenings. A glance at the Qing Feng sword technique prompted him to rise and venture outside. Calculating the time, he realized it had been 2 months since his elder brother last visited. Thus, he decided to pay him a visit and request a sword, as practicing without one would be impractical. The Forging House, where Wu Hao worked, was among the most distinguished establishments in Qingshan City. Its wares were notably more expensive than those from other blacksmiths, yet the quality of the items produced was exceptional. The shop exclusively offered weapons such as swords, spears, halberds, and bows, eschewing agricultural tools. Even the standard armaments supplied to the city guards were crafted at the Forging House, including sabers and armor. Behind the shop lay an expansive forge, where the weapons sold were meticulously crafted. The sound of clanging metal could be heard from afar, emanating from a workshop bustling with approximately 30 to 40 robust blacksmiths, each towering in stature. Among them was a young man in his 20s, bare-chested with dark skin, prominent brows, and a thick beard. Gripping a hefty iron hammer, he labored diligently on a glowing long sword. Perhaps fatigued, he set down the hammer and wiped the sweat from his brow with his arm before moving to a water trough, where he quenched his thirst with a wooden ladle. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "Brother Wu Hao, your younger brother has come to see you." Instantly, Wu Hao tossed the ladle back into the trough, turned, and dashed toward the entrance, shouting, "Got it. I'll be right there." During the past 4 years, Wu Hao had initially visited his brother every few days. However, as time passed and Wu Fan matured, he became more comfortable among the people at the apothecary, and his master grew fond of him. Consequently, Wu Hao's visits became less frequent. In the courtyard of the Forging House stood a small pavilion, where Wu Fan conversed with a young man before him. "Brother Fan, you should return to your duties. I can wait for my brother here," he urged. "Very well, Xiao Fan, I shall take my leave. The shop is quite busy, but I will come to visit you when I have the time," the young man replied with a smile before departing. Just then, Wu Hao approached from a distance, laughing heartily as he called out, "Xiao Fan, what brings you here? You rarely came to see me before." Upon seeing his elder brother, Wu Fan's face lit up with joy, and he hurried to greet him, exclaiming, "Brother, it has been 2 months since your last visit. Naturally, I missed you." Wu Hao let out a hearty laugh and replied, "I have been quite busy lately. The government has commissioned a batch of weapons, and the shop is required to fulfill the order within 6 months, which is why I haven't been able to come see you. Brother, I have splendid news to share. Today, my master has allowed me to begin my martial arts training." Wu Fan exclaimed with exuberance. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao's face lit up with delight as he responded, "What a remarkable blessing. It is truly a stroke of fortune to be able to apprentice under Master Lu. Learning martial arts is a dream coveted by countless individuals, and even within your pharmacy, not everyone has the privilege to learn. I envy you, dear brother. I lack your good fortune and may very well be destined to live a life devoid of martial prowess." As Wu Hao teased his younger brother with a hint of jealousy, his heart brimmed with genuine happiness for Wu Fan. "I understand, brother. I will cherish this opportunity and dedicate myself to my training. By the way, I have chosen a sword technique and would like you to gift me a sword." Wu Fan shyly smiled at Wu Hao. Realizing the true purpose of his brother's visit, Wu Hao burst into laughter, saying, "I knew it. You wouldn't come here without a reason. Fear not, dear brother. I shall ensure you receive a fine sword. Rest assured, little Fan." After chatting for a while, Wu Fan returned to his residence, with Wu Hao promising to bring him the sword in half a month, as he intended to craft it from the finest iron. Wu Fan felt a swell of gratitude, aware that his elder brother would be working diligently to forge the sword through the night. With time on his hands, Wu Fan decided to practice the fire-burning technique, eager to discover if he could truly cultivate it. He hoped to avoid the fate of others who, after years of effort, achieved little to no progress. Such a scenario would be utterly disheartening. Opening the book, he read through the first layer of mental formulas several times before commencing his training according to the prescribed flow of energy. 3 days later, Wu Fan stared at the book with a pallid expression, Despite 3 days of endeavor, he had seen no results. He had failed to cultivate even a fraction of inner strength. Just yesterday, Song Fei had boisterously informed him that he had successfully cultivated inner energy, which only deepened Wu Fan's frustration. Could it be that he was truly unsuited for this method? Nevertheless, he refused to succumb to despair and resolved to persist in his training, unwilling to relinquish such a formidable technique. Thus, half a month swiftly passed. Yet Wu Fan remained unable to harness inner strength. On this day, Wu Hao arrived, bearing a long sword. As he entered the room, Wu Fan was instantly captivated by the weapon in his brother's grasp. The sword measured approximately 2 feet and 6 inches in length, its silver hue refracting dazzling light in the sunlight, and the hilt bore an intricate design resembling the visage of a fearsome beast. Observing his brother's wide-eyed wonder, Wu Hao chuckled heartily. "Little Fan, behold the long sword I have crafted for you. Do you like it? I adore it. It is stunningly beautiful." "Thank you, brother," Wu Fan exclaimed as he dashed to Wu Hao's side, eagerly seizing the sword, and began to caress it lovingly, unable to tear his gaze away. Wu Hao gazed at his younger brother's joyful expression, feeling an indescribable sense of happiness within himself. To forge this long sword for his brother, he had expended all his hard-earned savings to purchase this exquisite iron and toiled for half a month to complete the sword. Yet, the moment he saw the smile on his brother's face, he felt every effort was worthwhile. Observing his brother's continuous admiration of the long sword, he chuckled. "Xiao Fan, this sword is crafted with utmost care, using only the finest iron. Even the best sabers wielded by officials cannot compare to your longsword." Wu Fan, noticing the slight dark circles under his elder brother's eyes, understood that Wu Hao had put in considerable effort for him during this time, and he felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, brother. I shall carry this sword with me from now on," he replied earnestly. Wu Hao smiled and tossed over a sword sheath with his other hand, saying, "This sheath is also made from fine ironwood. Do you like it?" Wu Fan received the sheath and examined it closely. It was black and adorned with intricate, beautiful patterns, clearly a product of his brother's thoughtfulness. He sheathed the long sword and hung it at his waist. Looking at his reflection, he felt a surge of confidence and valor. Turning to Wu Hao, he grinned. "I love it. I truly appreciate your effort, brother. You are amazing. Haha. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The shop requires my attention. I will visit you again when I have the time," Wu Hao said before turning to exit. Wu Fan followed closely behind, seeing his brother to the door. Once back inside, Wu Fan continued to admire the long sword for a while before resuming his training. Chapter 7. Sparring. Thus, every morning, Wu Fan diligently practiced the Qing Feng sword technique and Fian step, while dedicating his afternoons to studying alchemy and reading under the guidance of his master. Each evening, he returned to refine the Hua Fenju. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. One evening, in a fit of frustration, Wu Fan flung the Hua Fenju book onto his bed and lay back, staring at the ceiling, his face a mask of despair as he contemplated his thoughts. Despite notable advancements in both swordsmanship and lightness of step over these 3 months, he remained utterly baffled by the Hua Fenju, having failed to cultivate even a trace of inner strength. Doubts crept into his heart regarding his earlier determination, leading him to ponder, was he, like others, fated to be incompatible with this technique? In contrast, Song Fei was nearing mastery of the first level of Longhu divine power, now capable of effortlessly lifting a 50-pound stone with a single hand, which left Wu Fan filled with envy. Reclining on his soft and comfortable bed, he deliberated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to practice for 1 more month. If he still could not cultivate inner power, he would seek his master's guidance to select a different technique. He resolved not to waste years on a method that proved unyielding. Having initially pursued it due to its reputed prowess, hoping to adopt a trial-and-error approach. If he succeeded, it would be splendid. If not, he would resolutely abandon it, refusing to let it squander his precious time. "I shall retire early tonight and rise at dawn to attempt a morning practice. I have only trained in the evenings thus far. I wonder how morning practice will fare," Wu Fan murmured softly to himself. At the break of dawn the next day, long before the sun had risen, Wu Fan had already risen to begin his practice. Immersed in his training, he remained unaware that as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, colorful specks of light, invisible to the naked eye, began to drift towards him, gradually entering his body. These luminous points varied in hue, red, black, green, gold, and yellow, though the red points were significantly more abundant. Wu Fan felt none of this. His eyes remained tightly shut as he focused intently on his cultivation. It was not until midday that Wu Fan stirred from his meditative state. Upon awakening, he felt an unparalleled lightness coursing through him, his mind clear and alert. After 6 or 7 hours of practice, he experienced no trace of fatigue. Indeed, he sensed a slight increase in his strength. After more than 3 months, a smile finally graced Wu Fan's lips. Hard work bore fruit, and he had succeeded, confirming that he was indeed capable of mastering this technique. Little did he realize that his method of cultivation diverged significantly from others. While they cultivated inner strength from within, he absorbed external spiritual energy, refining it into spiritual power within his body, a distinction of profound magnitude. Unbeknownst to him, the Huafanju he practiced was not merely an inner cultivation technique, but rather a form of celestial cultivation. With the knowledge that he could indeed cultivate this technique, Wu Fan dedicated himself even more fervently to his practice in the days that followed. As time flowed onward, for more years passed in a flash. Wu Fan has spent another 4 years in rigorous training, and he is now 16 years old. During this period, he has diligently cultivated the fire-burning technique, reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd level, just 1 step away from the 3rd. Meanwhile, both the gentle breeze sword technique and the flying swallow steps have also been cultivated to a small degree of mastery. On this particular evening, 2 figures were seen leaping and darting about in the courtyard, their movements vigorous and dynamic, engaging in a spirited exchange. A youthful voice called out, "Xiao Fan, watch my palm," to which another voice replied, "Xiao Fei, bring it on." One of the youths was robust and imposing, standing at a height of approximately 6 feet. Clad in a long blue robe, he had thick brows, large eyes, and a charming smile adorned with dimples. Opposite him stood a slightly shorter youth, exuding a more scholarly demeanor. His fair complexion, bright eyes, and thin lips curled into a gentle smile, complemented by long hair tied back with a ribbon. He, too, wore a blue robe and wielded a gleaming silver sword. The robust youth declared, "Xiao Fan, I'm getting serious now. Prepare yourself." He swung his palm towards his opponent with great force, the gust of wind rushing towards the youth's head. The latter smiled faintly, sidestepping the blow with ease. He lifted his sword, twirling it gracefully like a flash of lightning, aiming directly at the heart of the sturdy youth. Surprised by the ease with which his opponent evaded his strike, the robust youth felt a jolt of alarm. As the sword came rushing towards him, he quickly stepped to the right, intending to dodge the lethal thrust aimed at his heart and counter with a palm strike to his opponent's head. However, the other youth seemed to anticipate this move, appearing like a phantom directly in front of him. Ultimately, he could not escape the sword's point, which halted precisely at his heart. With a playful smile, the youth said, "Xiao Fei, you've lost again." The robust youth slumped down, dejected, and sighed, "Xiao Fan, I can't beat you anymore. Just 2 years ago, you were no match for me. Now, I can't even withstand 10 of your moves. I never imagined you would progress so remarkably. I haven't won against you once in the past 2 years." These two, of course, were Wu Fan and Song Fei. Over the course of 4 years, they had undergone significant transformations, no longer the children they once were. Since Wu Fan had mastered the 2nd level of the fire-burning technique, he experienced a profound metamorphosis, with marked improvements in both reaction speed and strength, as well as heightened auditory and visual acuity. Wu Fan approached and pulled Song Fei to his feet, smiling as he said, "Come now, don't be so disheartened. Have you forgotten how you used to thrash me?" Dusting himself off, Song Fei gritted his teeth and retorted, "Just you wait, Xiao Fan. I will surpass you. I refuse to be bullied like this forever." With that, he playfully kicked Wu Fan's backside. Wu Fan did not attempt to evade. After enduring a kick from Song Fei, he feigned injury and collapsed onto the ground. Subsequently, he pointed at Song Fei and lamented, "Look, you have indeed struck me. Oh dear, my dairy." Song Fei shot Wu Fan a glare before bursting into laughter and helping him to his feet. The two then strolled into the house, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Chapter 8. Rank in Wu Fan's abode. 2 individuals sat across from each other at the table. After placing his long sword upon the surface, Wu Fan inquired, "Xiao Fei, Master mentioned that in a few days we shall accompany the herb-gathering team into the mountains. How prepared are you?" Song Fei poured himself a cup of water from the jug on the table and, after quenching his thirst with great enthusiasm, replied, "There is nothing much to prepare. I have gathered all the necessary herbs. When we set off, I will simply pack some food." After sipping his own cup of water, Wu Fan added, "We should bring extra healing potions and antidote pills. It is said that the mountains are rife with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts." Nodding in agreement, Song Fei smiled and remarked, "Brother Fan, Master said our herb-gathering expedition would last about half a month. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. After all these years, we finally have a chance to venture out." "Indeed," Wu Fan responded, "Master has long stated that upon reaching the age of 16, we would begin our duties at the apothecary. This marks our formal initiation. There is little left for Master to teach us, and from now on, we must rely on our own experiences to accumulate knowledge." "Brother Fan," Song Fei continued with animated gestures, "I heard from Brother Zhang at the apothecary that regardless of how many herbs we each gather upon our return, the shop will distribute 2/10 of the market value to us, keeping 8/10 for themselves. He mentioned that with just one trip to the mountains, we could earn at least 5 taels of silver, and if fortune smiles upon us with rare herbs or aged specimens, we could strike it rich." "Indeed," Wu Fan echoed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Although our basic needs have been secured over the years, this will be our first opportunity to earn silver. Once we have some wealth, we can purchase whatever we desire. I aspire to earn enough to buy a small courtyard in Qingshan City, and then I will invite my parents to live with me. I wonder how my dear sister has changed in my absence." Song Fei, grinning widely, chimed in, "I have also heard that other apothecaries are sending their own herb-gathering teams along with us, and we have jointly hired a team from an escort agency for our protection. The leader of this escort is said to be a first-rate expert, accompanied by 3 second-rate experts and over 20 third-rate experts to ensure our safety." Wu Fan was aware that within the martial world, practitioners are classified into various ranks. Undoubtedly, the most formidable are the top-tier masters. It is said that the leader of the medicine gang is such an exceptional master, akin to a divine being, and he is the sole top-tier expert within the gang. The influence of the medicine gang spans the entirety of Qingzhou, with business operations in nearly every major city across the region. In the vicinity of Qingshan City alone, there are over a dozen major cities within a vast expanse, making it a first-rate faction. Few gangs dare to oppose the medicine gang, primarily due to the presence of this unparalleled master. Beneath the top-tier masters are the first-rate experts, individuals of such caliber that their mere stamp can cause tremors. They typically serve as the pillars of smaller factions and are often elusive figures, seldom seen in public. Beneath the realm of first-rate masters lies that of the near first-rate, and it is said that among the team entering the mountains this time, there is indeed a near first-rate master, a formidable presence to be sure. Such masters are typically unattainable, and Wu Fan's mentor, the esteemed Lu Lao, is also a near first-rate master, albeit unable to venture into the mountains due to his responsibilities at the pharmacy. In truth, Wu Fan has never witnessed his master's prowess in action. Below the near first-rate are the second-rate masters. A few years prior, Lu Lao had taken Wu Fan and Song Fei to the scripture pavilion to select martial arts techniques, where they encountered an elderly guardian who was a second-rate master. Such masters can often be hired for a sum of silver. It is said they earn 20 to 30 taels for a single mission, equivalent to the annual expenses of an ordinary family in the city. Descending further, we arrive at the third-rate masters, a category to which Song Fei currently just belongs. As for Wu Fan, he remains uncertain of his own standing, for the martial arts he practices are rather unique. Since his advancement to the second tier, he has found it difficult to gauge the extent of his strength. He knows that during a recent spar with Song Fei, he had only displayed a fraction, merely 20%, of his true capabilities. In the presence of his master, he typically showcases a similar proportion. Wu Fan speculates that he may now be classified as a near first-rate master, or perhaps even a first-rate master. After engaging in light conversation, Song Fei retired to his room for the night. Once alone, Wu Fan seated himself cross-legged upon his bed, placing his hands upon his knees, and entered a meditative state. Ever since he reached the second tier, he discovered that no matter how fatigued he felt during the day, a few hours of cultivation allowed him to restore his energy. Rendering sleep unnecessary, he merely needed to meditate daily, a truly remarkable phenomenon. The following day, as noon approached, Wu Fan concluded his meditation, slowly opening his eyes. His expression somewhat grim and tinged with frustration. He reflected, I have lingered at the pinnacle of the second tier for 3 months now without breaking through to the third tier. I wonder what the cause could be. Such a situation has never occurred before. It seems that mere relentless practice will not facilitate my breakthrough. Having faced this bottleneck for 3 months, Wu Fan felt at a loss for how to proceed. He had previously sought guidance from his master, but Lu Lao admitted his lack of knowledge regarding this particular technique, leaving Wu Fan in a state of distress. Was he destined to remain trapped at the second tier indefinitely? With no other recourse, Wu Fan decided to set this matter aside for the moment, focusing instead on preparing supplies for his expedition into the mountains. Foremost among his preparations was the need for healing ointments and antidotes, as the wilderness is rife with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Thus, stocking up on medicinal supplies was a prudent measure, one made easier by his years of study under Lu Lao. Moreover, he must not forget to bring the long sword gifted to him by Wu Hao, for the mountains are home to many wild beasts, and it is said that even near first-rate masters may find themselves at a disadvantage against certain feral creatures. To compound matters, he could potentially encounter bandits. Although he had hired a security service, it would be wise to carry his sword for self-defense. Moreover, it is essential to carry some gauze for dressing wounds, as well as ropes, which are indispensable when foraging for herbs on steep cliffs. A bamboo basket, a spade, a flint, a water bottle, and some provisions are also necessary. Should food supplies dwindle, one can hunt for game, as the mountains abound with wild chickens and hares. Once Wu Fan has gathered all the requisite items, he will be ready to join the herbal gathering team in their expedition into the mountains. Chapter 9. Preparing to enter the mountains on the morning of the third day. In the living room of a modest abode, an elderly gentleman dressed in a gray robe occupied the central seat. Flanking him stood 2 young men, both adorned in azure long garments and carrying bamboo baskets upon their backs, attentively absorbing the words of their mentor, Master Lu. Master Lu addressed them, stating, "Your participation in the medicinal herb gathering expedition is a form of training for both of you. Once you enter the mountains, it is imperative to remain ever vigilant, as the wilderness is rife with ferocious beasts. Even seasoned practitioners of considerable prowess may find themselves challenged by certain creatures. Therefore, for your own safety, do not stray too far from the gathering party." In response to their master's admonition, Wu Fan and Song Fei bowed respectfully, clasping their fists in gratitude as they replied, "We shall heed your teachings, Master." Observing his disciples, a gentle smile graced Master Lu's face. Over the years, he had invested much in their training, proving himself to be a commendable mentor. His vast knowledge was freely imparted to them, and perhaps due to his advancing age or the absence of children of his own, he regarded his disciples with a paternal affection. Lifting a cup of tea from the table, he took a sip and continued, "You may have heard that the escort team hired by several apothecaries is led by a practitioner of notable skill. As long as you remain within his vicinity, he will ensure your safety. This adept is actually a close friend of mine, and I sought his assistance alongside another apothecary master to secure his involvement." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan and Song Fei exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized that their safety had been a priority for their master. Gratitude welled within them as they contemplated his efforts on their behalf. Like our own rejuvenation hall, the Baiyao Zhai has dispatched a contingent of over 20 individuals into the mountains. Other smaller apothecaries vary in numbers, with some sending only a handful and others sending a dozen or so. Notably, Baiyao Zhai will have a young woman accompanying them. She is a direct descendant of the Baiyao Zhai's proprietor. Given that Baiyao Zhai possesses strength comparable to our own rejuvenation hall, it is advisable for you to avoid any conflict with them. Do you both understand?" Wu Fan and Song Fei nodded vigorously in affirmation, responding, "We comprehend, Master." A hint of satisfaction appeared on Master Lu's face as he continued, "You are already aware that each apothecary is structured around 3 core systems: herb gathering, potion crafting, and sales. In regard to the tasks of concocting and selling medicine, they are undoubtedly far more secure and stable compared to the gathering of herbs. They do not need to worry about the threats posed by venomous creatures or wild beasts. However, they are almost devoid of holidays, and their earnings are relatively modest. In contrast, those who venture into the mountains, despite facing risks, are rewarded with a month of respite after each mission, and if they gather sufficient herbs, their earnings are enviable. Therefore, since I have decided to take you under my wing and teach you martial arts, I can only assign you to the herb gathering team. It is only through experiencing certain dangers that you will grow more swiftly, and in the future, you may aspire to join the ranks of the elite. The words of the master resonated with Wu Fan and Song Fei. They understood that a martial artist's skills are difficult to enhance without undergoing life-and-death battles and taking risks. After the elder finished speaking, he rose and walked over to Wu Fan and Song Fei, continuing onward without pause while saying, "Follow me. It is almost time. We shall head to the escort agency for our gathering." Wu and Song promptly acquiesced and followed their master outside. In the courtyard of the apothecary, around 20 robust men conversed animatedly, their laughter echoing now and then. One burly man, around 40, with a full beard, jovially exclaimed, "Brothers, this time when we venture into the mountains, let us ensure that the people from Baiyao Zhai do not outshine us. Let us collaborate as we have in the past, and return laden with spoils. Once we receive our rewards, I propose we celebrate at Baiwa Tower." That young lady from last time was truly enchanting. As soon as he finished, the others burst into hearty laughter. Among them, a lanky man in his 30s, with small eyes and a dagger in hand, chuckled, "Hulauda, you must have spent quite a fortune on that woman last time, eh? I wonder what charm she possesses that keeps you so enthralled." The moment he spoke, another wave of laughter erupted. "Su Laudi, you know nothing. You have yet to comprehend the allure of that young lady. Heh, when you have the chance, go meet her yourself, and you shall understand." Hulauda replied with a grin, showing no sign of embarrassment. At that moment, an elder approached from a distance, accompanied by two young men. Upon seeing them, the crowd quickly rose to greet them. Hulauda stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the elder, saying "Lulao." The others followed suit, offering their greetings. Lulao raised his right hand and replied, "Rise. Are you all prepared?" In unison, they responded, "We are ready." "Very well, then let us set out. I hope that each of you returns with a bountiful harvest," Lulao declared before turning to leave. The group quickly followed suit. On their journey to the escort agency, they engaged in light-hearted chatter, with Hulauda asking, Xiao Fei, are you afraid on your first venture into the mountains?" Hudaki, affectionately known as Big Hu, may appear to be a jovial giant with a penchant for humor, yet those who recognize his true prowess do not dare to underestimate him. He is indeed a genuine second-tier master. Big Hu has watched over Wu Fan and Song Fei since their youth, treating them as beloved nephews. Standing on either side of him, Wu Fan and Song Fei clasp his arms, with Wu Fan smiling up at Big Hu and saying, "Uncle Hu, I'm not afraid. In fact, I'm rather eager to venture into the mountains." Song Fei enthusiastically nodded in agreement. At that moment, a burly man, addressed by Big Hu as Brother Su, approached and remarked, Xiao Fei, this time we shall journey to the Yendang Mountains. We have the company of a quasi-first-tier master, which means we will not be exploring the usual small hills. It is said that the Yendang Mountains are quite perilous, with few daring to enter. Our expedition will likely confine us to the periphery in search of herbs, but even the outskirts are not to be compared with ordinary mountains. And finding herbs should prove relatively simple. This Brother Su, named Su Kuan, is also a novice second-tier master, and Wu Fan and Song Fei share a close bond with him. Ruffling Wu Fan's hair, Su Kuan continued, "This time, your main purpose is to gain experience. Be sure to avoid acting impulsively and do not stray too far from us. Do you understand?" Wu Fan and Song Fei nodded vigorously in affirmation. Chapter 10. Entering the mountains at the entrance of a sprawling estate covering several acres, nearly 100 individuals stood in a dense crowd. The Black Wolf Escort Agency, a formidable force near Qingshan City, was said to be home to two semi-first-rate masters. The leader of this expedition, a semi-first-rate master named Gao Qingbin, was around 50 years of age and stood approximately 1.7 meters tall. Despite his modest stature, he was a renowned figure in the martial world, reputed for his divine swordsmanship. It was said that even other semi-first-rate masters who sought to spar with him would find themselves defeated within 20 exchanges of blows. Although all were semi-first-rate masters, there existed a hierarchy among them. Despite similar internal energy cultivation, there were significant disparities in martial techniques. Among the throng, 6 or 7 teams were discernible, with 2 teams being the most prominent. One team donned unified black combat attire, emblazoned with a wolf's head on their chests, exuding an air of valor and ferocity, each armed with standard long swords. Leading this contingent was a short man in his 50s, sporting a tuft of beard and possessing an imposing demeanor that instilled a sense of pressure upon his presence. He was none other than Gao Qingbin of the Black Wolf Escort Agency. The other team was clad entirely in white robes, with the words Hui Chuntang inscribed on their cuffs. At the forefront stood an elderly gentleman of around 60, his hair streaked with gray and a kind expression gracing his face. This venerable man was Meng Hetong, the proprietor of Hui Chuntang, affectionately referred to as Old Meng by those who knew him, and he too was a semi-first-rate master. Flanking Old Meng were two young maidens, both around 16 or 17 years of age. One of the girls, embracing the old man's arm, clearly cherished him, while he occasionally cast a doting glance in her direction. This young maiden was Meng Kai-dai, the very woman mentioned by Wu Fan's master. Although still youthful, she was a rare beauty. Her long black hair secured with a butterfly-patterned ribbon. Her delicate face, akin to white jade, was adorned with enchanting eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, glistening like a serene pool. Dressed in a white gauzy gown, her every glance and smile radiated the purity and charm of youth. At that moment, she was conversing with the girl beside her. Xiaoru, why haven't the people from Hui Chuntang arrived yet? We've been waiting for nearly half an hour. It's truly exasperating, Meng Kai-dai inquired impatiently. The girl glanced up at the sky and then turned to Meng Kai-dai, replying, Miss, the people from Hui Chuntang should be arriving shortly. The agreed-upon time is indeed this hour. As they spoke, a contingent of individuals appeared at the end of the street, all clad in matching green robes, with the words Hui Chuntang emblazoned on their sleeves. Upon witnessing the arrival of Hui Chuntang's members, the entire crowd shifted their attention towards them. Lu Tianhua, you've finally arrived. You are quite late. Gao Qingbin from the Black Wolf Escort Agency called out with a hearty laugh directed at Lu Lao. Haha, brother Gao. My apologies. I had some matters to discuss with my disciples, which delayed me, Lu Lao responded, also laughing heartily. At this moment, Old Meng chuckled and remarked, We have only just arrived. Old Lu is not late at all. To his surprise, Old Meng had also come this time. Old Lu turned to Meng Hetong and smiled. Alas, my dear Tsaidi has been crying and begging to enter the mountains. This old fellow's words seem to have lost their efficacy, no matter how I persuade her. She pays no heed. What can a young girl hope to achieve amidst such commotion? There is nothing to be done but to accompany her. Old Meng glanced at Meng Tsaidi and then sighed with a bitter smile. All right, you two should converse on your way back. We are about to set off. It is time for you to return. Gao Qingbin feigned impatience as he chuckled. Haha, very well then, I shall take my leave. These two are my disciples, and it is their first venture into the mountains. I must trouble you, Old Gao, Old Lu said, pulling Wu Fan and Song Fei to his side before looking towards Gao Qingbin. Rest assured, brother Lu, though the Yinding Mountains are perilous, I shall do my utmost to protect them as long as they do not stray, Gao Qingbin replied. Without waiting for Old Lu's response, Gao Qingbin bellowed to commence the journey, turning to lead the large contingent ahead, with over 100 people following in his wake. Master, we are leaving. You should return as well, Wu Fan said, glancing at Old Lu. Go on, be careful, Old Lu said, patting Wu Fan and Song Fei on their shoulders. After a moment's hesitation, he cast a lingering glance at them before turning towards the medicine shop. The Yinding Mountains lie approximately 100 miles from Qingshan City. As the sun began to set, dozens of carriages approached the mountain's base, belonging to Wu Fan and his herbal gathering team. Upon reaching the foot of the mountains, Gao Qingbin instructed everyone to set up camp for the night and to enter the mountains early the next day. Wu Fan gazed at the towering mountains in the distance, fixating on the colossal trees and the dense forest, while the intermittent roars of beasts and the calls of birds filled the air. He felt a sense of oppression in his heart. At that moment, Hu Dakue and Su Kuan approached, noticing Wu Fan's rapt attention on the mountains. They understood that Wu Fan, witnessing this scene for the first time, was understandably curious and awestruck, reminiscent of their own expressions upon first encountering the wild beasts of this primal landscape. Xiao Fan, Xiao Fei, hurry and get some rest. You will need your strength for tomorrow's journey into the mountains, Hu Dakue said with a smile as he joined them. Haha, indeed, don't linger. There will be plenty to see once we enter the mountains tomorrow, Su Kuan added. Understood, Wu Fan and Song Fei replied sheepishly, then swiftly retreated inside the carriage to sleep. On the following morning, at the foot of the Yinding Mountains, Gao Qingbin surveyed the multitude of individuals gathered below him and proclaimed, within these mountains, venomous creatures and ferocious beasts abound. As you venture into the mountains, you are permitted only to explore the periphery. Under no circumstances should you delve into the deeper recesses, for there dwell formidable beasts that would send even me fleeing in terror. While it is necessary to separate in your search for medicinal herbs, do not stray too far from one another. Should you find yourselves in peril, raise your voices in cries for help. Our escort agency will respond immediately. Furthermore, you must return here before sunset. No one is permitted to remain overnight in the mountains. That is all I have to say. Now, let us commence our journey. As Gao Qingbin's words echoed in the air, the crowd of over 100 dispersed in unison, ascending the mountain with fervor. Hudakaway, observing the 20 or so individuals behind him, remarked, "Let us also set forth, but remember to keep close together and avoid venturing too deeply into the mountains." With that, he led the group onward, racing towards the majestic heights. Chapter 11. The encounter in a forest at the outskirts of the mountains. A young man, wearing a smile, unearthed a green medicinal herb with 5 leaves from the crevices of a stone. He mused softly to himself, "I never expected to find such an abundance of herbs at the mountain's periphery. Within less than half a day of entering, I have already gathered 7 precious herbs." He gazed down at the plant, his eyes glimmering with delight. This young man, of course, was Wu Fan. From a tender age, he had accompanied Master Lu to learn the art of herb identification and pharmacology, delving into countless tomes that could bury him in knowledge. Wu Fan was well aware that this was a clear body herb, renowned for its detoxifying properties, fetching a price of 5 taels of silver at the apothecary, and deemed indispensable for crafting detoxification pills. After carefully placing the herb into his bamboo basket, he continued onward. An hour later, Wu Fan's brow furrowed as he beheld a small tree atop a pile of rubble, adorned with a dozen fist-sized greenish fruits. These fruits, known as cold void fruits, possess remarkable healing properties for ailments related to coldness and weakness, particularly for the limbs. His concern stemmed from the multitude of spotted venomous snakes coiled around the stone pile beneath the tree. A bite from such a serpent was no trifling matter. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder from his basket and scattered it around the stone heap. A quarter of an hour later, he marveled as the snakes lay motionless, as if in a deep slumber. Feeling the timing was right, Wu Fan flashed a smile and rushed forward, swiftly collecting all the fruits. Without a moment's pause, he turned and departed, muttering to himself, "This powder should keep those spotted snakes asleep for about an hour." 5 hours later, Wu Fan found himself in a standoff with a wild wolf, which boasted long, gray-brown fur and glared at him with sharp fangs dripping with foul saliva. Just then, the wolf lunged at him with fierce intent. Wu Fan emitted a cold snort, propelled himself off the ground, and evaded the wolf's assault. In a seamless motion, he countered with a thrust of his sword towards the creature's head. The wolf, caught off guard, had no time to react. With a sickening sound, Wu Fan's sword pierced through the wolf's skull, leaving behind a gruesome spray of red and white. The wolf, in its final moments, could hardly fathom the prowess of this young man, who had dispatched it in a single, deft maneuver. Wu Fan withdrew his sword from the wolf's head, casually wiped it on the grass, and turned to leave. "With just 2 hours until darkness falls, it is time for me to return. Today has been fortuitous. I have harvested over 20 herbs and a dozen cold void fruits. A bountiful yield indeed," he reflected softly, glancing at the sky. Thus, 5 consecutive days passed, with each dawn bringing him into the mountains and each evening returning him home, his harvests ever plentiful. As dawn broke once more, Wu Fan and Song Fei had just finished their breakfast when Song Fei burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, our recent harvest has been quite fruitful. Although I haven't gathered as many herbs as you, after deducting the shop's share, I've calculated that I'll still earn 5 taels of silver. At this rate, when we return, I should be able to make at least 15 taels." Wu Fan chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, I never anticipated that the Yendang Mountains would yield such an abundance of herbs. I've heard from our team that their harvests have also been impressive. It seems that in recent years, there has been no collection as bountiful as this one." "That is to be expected," Song Fei replied. "Previously, they ventured into lesser mountains, which have often been picked over. Of course, the herbs would dwindle, unlike the Yendang Mountains, where few dare to tread, except for those with considerable skill who might venture into the outskirts. Had it not been for Gao Qingbin, a near first-rate expert accompanying our team, we likely wouldn't have made this trip." "True enough," Wu Fan conceded. While the herbs here are indeed plentiful, the danger is palpable. I've heard that 5 individuals from other shops have already fallen prey to ferocious beasts. By the time the escort team arrived, it was too late. Wu Fan's eyes reflected a sense of regret. Who can blame them? They were foolish not to heed the warnings. It was advised to gather herbs from the periphery. Yet they insisted on delving deeper into the mountains, seeking more, and their demise was a consequence of their greed. Song Fei rolled his eyes, showing no sympathy for those who perished. Wu Fan donned his bamboo basket and secured his sword at his waist, stating, "Certainly. The periphery cannot compare to the depths in terms of herbal bounty." Their insatiable desire for wealth clouded their judgment. It is said that the deeper one goes, the more abundant the herbs, including those rare, aged varieties. After speaking, Wu Fan glanced at Song Fei before striding towards the mountain, calling out, "Let us go. It's time to gather herbs." With a smile, Song Fei hurriedly strapped on his bamboo basket and followed closely behind Wu Fan. Within the dense forest, as Wu Fan searched for herbs, he suddenly heard the distant roar of a beast, accompanied by human cries and the sound of trees crashing to the ground. Realizing someone was in peril, and that the individuals nearby were likely from their own herbal shop, he dashed towards the commotion. Upon arrival, he beheld a massive black bear, towering over 10 feet tall, its immense strength evident as it effortlessly shattered trees with a swipe. Not far from the bear, a figure staggered to its feet and, in a panic, sprinted toward Wu Fan. The bear, relentless, charged after him. As Wu Fan recognized the man's face, he realized it was Chun Peng, a 30-something team member with whom he had a good rapport. As Chun Peng fled, he glanced ahead and, spotting Wu Fan, shouted in terror, "Xiao Fan, run. This bear is formidable. We stand no chance against it. Not even a second-rate expert could prevail. Hurry, make your way to Gao Qingbin." Chun Peng was acutely aware that Wu Fan was the favored disciple of Master Lu. He did not wish for Wu Fan to suffer harm because of him. Otherwise, he would have no way to explain it to Master Lu upon his return. However, he was already sprinting in that direction, and the brown bear had followed closely behind. Changing course was no longer an option. As he ran, Chun Peng suddenly stumbled over a stone, sending a jolt of terror through him. In a frantic glance backward, he saw the bear had closed in, and he knew his life was in grave danger. At that moment, Wu Fan appeared, standing defiantly before him, gripping his long sword with the tip aimed at the bear. Yet, the creature showed no concern for who stood against it. To the bear, Wu Fan was merely another potential meal. The bear, perceiving a challenge, let out a furious roar and charged at Wu Fan. Although Wu Fan was unafraid, he understood the immense strength of the bear. A single blow could prove devastating. With remarkable agility, he executed the flying swallow step, swiftly positioning himself to the bear's right. He thrust his sword toward the bear's neck, but alas, as the blade penetrated an inch deep, it felt as though it had struck solid iron, resisting further entry. The bear, enraged by the pain, roared again and swatted the sword away with a powerful paw. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fan propelled himself backward, landing gracefully on his feet. With a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the air like a majestic eagle. Simultaneously, he unleashed the clear wind sword technique, channeling his profound inner strength into the sword. The blade gleamed with a faint white light, exuding a sharpness capable of slicing through iron. Wu Fan, sword in hand, descended with incredible speed, aiming directly for the bear's head. In an instant, the sword pierced through the bear's skull with a swift, decisive thrust. The bear staggered before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chun Peng, witnessing the entire spectacle of Wu Fan vanquishing the bear, stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard in disbelief. Wu Fan withdrew his sword from the bear's head and approached Chun Peng with genuine concern. "Uncle Chun, are you all right?" "And no, I'm fine," Chun Peng stammered, still reeling from the shock. Just then, a group led by Hu Laoda rushed over, including Gao Qingbin, a near top-tier expert. They had not arrived late. Rather, Wu Fan had dispatched the bear with astonishing speed, the entire encounter lasting scarcely a dozen breaths. Upon reaching the scene, they were met with a tableau that left them utterly speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 12. Dreaming of colorful butterflies. Xiao Fan. "Chun Peng, are you all right?" Hu Laoda inquired, snapping back to reality. Chun Peng, having regained his composure upon noticing the crowd, stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. He exclaimed, "I'm fine, really. It was all thanks to Xiao Fan. Had it not been for him, my life would have been forfeit today." As he spoke, a look of gratitude was cast in Wu Fan's direction. The others turned their gazes toward Wu Fan, who felt a flush of embarrassment wash over his face, uncertain of how to respond to such attention. At that moment, Gao Changbin interjected. "I hurried over upon hearing the commotion from afar, but I arrived just in time to see the battle conclude. That brown bear is no easy foe. Even if I wished to slay it myself, it would not be a simple task. Its hide is tough, and its flesh is hard as iron. Only those with profound inner strength could hope to penetrate its defenses." After saying this, he regarded Wu Fan with an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the crowd once again turned their attention to Wu Fan. Realizing he had to say something, he recounted, in the heat of the moment, when the brown bear lunged at Uncle Chun. "I channeled all my inner strength into my sword and struck at its head. Surprisingly, I managed to slay it." He wore an expression of feigned innocence. Wu Fan was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities, fearing that he would be regarded as a monster. Gao Changbin approached him, lowering his voice. "Young one, you are quite remarkable. Lu Laoj has taken on a worthy apprentice." With that, he chuckled heartily and walked away. "All right, since all is well, let's disperse and attend to our own matters," Gao Changbin called out. At that moment, Hu Laodai added, "A few of you, come and help carry this brown bear down the mountain." He then approached Wu Fan, studying him intently. "Xiao Fan, are you unhurt?" "I'm fine, Uncle Hu. I wasn't injured," Wu Fan replied, somewhat bashfully. Song Fei sauntered over, grinning broadly. "Big brother Xiao Fan, you are incredible. You dispatched such a large brown bear with a single strike. I truly admire you." Wu Fan playfully punched Song Fei's chest, laughing. "Don't listen to them. That bear wasn't all that formidable. You could have taken it down just as easily." "Really? Is that true?" Song Fei asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wu Fan, disinterested in the conversation, turned and walked away. Thus, 5 days passed. On this particular day, in a secluded valley, Wu Fan reached down to pluck a medicinal herb from the ground, then glanced up at a patterned leopard lying in a pool of its own blood a short distance away. That was a close call. Ever since I advanced to the second level of the fire-burning technique, not only have my vision and hearing reached new heights, but had I not been so vigilant, I could have been in real danger. I must remain cautious. I let my guard down, not expecting the leopard to be so swift and silent in its approach. Wu Fan murmured to himself. Wu Fan cast a glance ahead, resolutely deciding to venture deeper into the woods. Having already foraged the nearby herbs, he felt confident in his martial prowess, believing that no untoward incident would befall him. He hoisted the bamboo basket onto his back and proceeded onward. In the heart of the forest, 2 young maidens and a robust middle-aged man ambled along. One of the maidens voiced her concern. "Miss, perhaps we should refrain from going further? Our grandfather specifically instructed us to gather herbs only from the periphery, as the depths are far too perilous." The other maiden, lively and charming, smiled sweetly, her laughter reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "What is there to fear? We have ventured this far without encountering any danger. Besides, we have a second-rate master accompanying us." She turned her gaze back to the middle-aged man and added, "Isn't that right, uncle?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled wryly and replied, "Kai-Dai, Xiao Ru is correct. The depths are fraught with danger. Moreover, your purpose here is merely to hone your skills, not to gather an abundance of herbs." "Oh, I refuse to listen. I must collect herbs here. The outskirts have already been nearly stripped bare, and I can hardly gather a handful in a day." Meng Kai-Dai pouted, her tone insistent. The middle-aged man was about to offer further counsel when a sudden hissing sound pierced the air. His expression changed, and he turned towards the noise, only to behold a massive black-spotted python emerging before them. The serpent was 7 or 8 zhang long and as thick as a barrel, sending chills down his spine. He shouted, "Kai-Dai, run!" With that, he positioned himself protectively in front of the 2 maidens. Upon seeing the monstrous serpent, Meng Kai-Dai and Xiao Ru turned pale with fright. Kai-Dai swiftly turned to flee, while Xiao Ru called out, "Miss, run. Don't look back. I'll assist Uncle. You should flee too. Your martial skills are not as formidable as mine. Uncle is a second-rate master and should be fine," Meng Kai-Dai reasoned, though even she felt the hollowness of her words, as the python loomed large. As her words faded, Meng Kai-Dai witnessed a scene that would haunt her forever. The middle-aged man was struck by the python's tail, his body soaring through the air, the sound of cracking bones echoing in her ears. Before his lifeless form could touch the ground, the serpent stretched its head forward, opened its enormous maw, and devoured him whole. This ghastly sight paralyzed Meng Kai-dai with terror, rendering her unable to move as she stood frozen in place. At that moment, Xiaoru shouted frantically, "Miss, run! Hurry!" Alas, it was too late to escape. The python surged forward with astonishing speed, targeting Meng Kai-dai directly, its gaping jaws wide open. She could already smell the foul stench emanating from within its mouth. The young girl named Xiaoru initially intended to leap forward to shield Meng Caidi, but it was already too late. Meng Caidi was acutely aware that her life was on the brink of extinction, yet she felt she had not yet lived enough. She was reluctant to succumb to death, so young and filled with regret for ignoring her uncle's counsel, stubbornly venturing into this perilous depth to gather herbs. Her eyes brimmed with despair, tears cascading down her cheeks. In that moment, as she perceived the gaping maw of the beast less than a foot away, a glimmer of silver flashed before her eyes. Almost immediately, she heard the thud of something heavy striking the ground. Slowly, she lowered her gaze, only to behold the head of the colossal serpent lying motionless at her feet, severed from its body, blood gushing from the wound. Meng Caidi stared in shock at the scene before her, tears continuing to flow. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her composure and turned to face the direction ahead. There, standing about 10 feet away, was a young man, smiling gently at her, remarkably handsome, wielding a long sword from which blood was still dripping. This tableau seemed to freeze in her mind, an indelible image. At that moment, she heard a voice. "Miss, are you all right?" "Ah, I'm fine, really, thank you so much for saving me," Meng Caidi replied, as if awakening from a dream. "That's a relief. You should return quickly. This place is far too dangerous. It would be wiser to gather herbs on the periphery," the young man advised before preparing to depart. "Wait, may I ask your name?" Meng Caidi called out as she noticed him turning away. "Wu Fan," he replied, not pausing for her response as he turned and walked away. Meng Caidi stood frozen, watching his figure gradually fade into the distance, unable to move for a long while. Eventually, Xiaoru could no longer contain herself. "Miss, stop staring. He has already left. We must hurry away. It is too perilous here." "Yes, let us go. We shall leave at once," she concurred, turning back. After walking for a while, she glanced back in the direction where the young man had vanished, softly murmuring the name Wu Fan. Chapter 0. The Cave. 3 hours later, Wu Fan discovered several medicinal herbs. He lifted his gaze to the sky, which was shrouded in dark clouds. It seemed that rain was imminent. "I must return," he murmured to himself. At that moment, a thunderous crack resounded through the heavens, and torrential rain began to pour. The deluge lashed against his face, making it difficult for Wu Fan to open his eyes. Squinting, he focused on a direction and hastened toward it. As the rain intensified, visibility diminished considerably. After walking for 2 hours, he realized he had lost his way. The sky was entirely overcast, obscuring the sun, making it impossible to discern his bearings. He called out several times, hoping to attract someone's attention, but received no response. With no other choice, Wu Fan selected a direction and continued onward. After another 2 hours, he stumbled upon a vast canyon, with a steep precipice beneath his feet. He understood he had taken a wrong turn, for there had been no canyon on his way in. Just as he contemplated retracing his steps, he noticed a medicinal herb growing in a crevice at the base of the cliff. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a rare Qinglan grass, and judging by the number of leaves, it had likely been growing for 50 or 60 years. This discovery thrilled Wu Fan, having ventured into the mountains for 11 days. He had never encountered such an ancient herb, especially one as precious as Qinglan grass. The value of this single plant surpassed all the herbs he had gathered in the past 5 days. Though elated, Wu Fan could not harvest it yet, as it grew perilously on the cliff's edge. After contemplating, he decided to wait until the rain ceased. 2 hours later, the rain finally began to diminish, only to be replaced by a thick mist that enveloped the area. The fog was so dense that even with Wu Fan's keen eyesight, he could see no further than 5 paces ahead. Frustrated, he resolved to proceed without delay, intent on collecting the herb and finding his way back before darkness fell. He retrieved a length of rope from his bamboo basket, secured one end to a sturdy tree near the cliff, and tossed the other end over the edge. Grasping the rope, Wu Fan began to descend slowly. After descending approximately 10 paces, he finally reached the coveted herb. With joy, he reached out and carefully uprooted the plant, placing it into his bamboo basket. Just as he prepared to climb back up, he suddenly heard a bird's cry. A large shadow hurtled toward him through the fog. The mist was so thick that he could not discern its form until it drew closer. To his dismay, he recognized it as a massive eagle, its gray feathers glistening in the dim light, and it was easily the size of a person. Realizing he was in peril, Wu Fan knew he could not defend himself while gripping the rope. There was no time to devise a plan, as the eagle was nearly upon him. With his left hand, he drew his sword from his waist and swung it at the approaching creature. The blade sliced through the eagle's wing, causing blood to cascade down. The eagle, wounded and in pain, veered away and took flight. Wu Fan exhaled deeply and murmured, "Finally, it has flown away. I never anticipated it would be so effortless to drive it off. Surely, I should be safe now. I ought to climb back up quickly." He sheathed his sword at his waist, and just as he prepared to ascend, he heard the rushing sound of wind once more. The great eagle had returned, but this time, it was not aiming for him. Instead, it soared directly towards Wu Fan's head. With a resounding thud, Wu Fan felt the rope slacken slightly, and he began to descend a little. Realizing that the eagle was gnawing at his rope, Wu Fan had no time to ponder. He grasped the rope and pulled himself upward with all his might, but it was too late. Another loud crack echoed, and the rope snapped, sending him plummeting down the cliffside. As he fell, Wu Fan desperately reached for the protruding rocks, but each attempt was in vain, resulting in lacerations on his hands, blood seeping profusely from the wounds. Gazing downward, he found only a thick mist, obscuring any view of the depth below or anything he could grasp. A chill of despair gripped his heart. Was he destined to perish today? Surely, it was not worth losing his life over a mere herb. If he were to be devoured by a ferocious beast, it would at least indicate his martial inadequacies, his reckless arrogance leading him into such peril. Yet, he had been ensnared by a great eagle, ultimately facing a demise from a fall. As he descended further, a heavy thud resounded as he landed on a massive boulder. Wu Fan felt as though his entire body was aching, his bones threatening to dislocate, rendering him unable to rise. After a while, he cautiously attempted to stand. Moving his limbs, although the pain lingered, he was relieved to find that none of his bones were broken. Glancing around, he realized he had not fallen to the base of the cliff, but rather onto a protruding rock. Peering down, he sought to gauge the distance to the ground, but the thick mist obscured his view. With no other option, he lay back down, the pain from the fall necessitating a moment of rest. An hour later, Wu Fan sensed a reduction in his discomfort and gradually stood. Turning to the cliff behind him, he noticed a small opening. The entrance was just large enough for a person to slip through. Drawing his sword, he cautiously approached the cave. As he stepped inside, he was astounded to discover a hidden paradise, a vast natural cavern. He looked up to see the ceiling adorned with stalactites, which reflected a faint, ethereal glow, illuminating the cave. Slowly, Wu Fan ventured deeper into the cavern, which was expansive, though its full extent was indiscernible at that moment. After walking for a while, he halted, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape, his expression bordering on the exaggerated. Moments later, the astonishment on his face transformed into unrestrained joy, and he felt an overwhelming urge to shout in exhilaration. Wu Fan gazed intently ahead, scarcely able to believe his eyes. For before him lay a ground abundant with rare medicinal herbs, some of which appeared to be centuries old. Overwhelmed with joy, he rushed forward, marveling at the plethora of herbs scattered about, many of which he did not even recognize. Despite years of studying texts on herbal medicine, he found himself unable to identify these specimens, a testament to their extraordinary rarity and value. Chapter 14: The Mysterious Pearl. Gazing at the vast expanse of herbs before him, he found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by their sheer abundance, which spanned approximately 3 to 4 acres. What was to be done? How could he possibly transport such an immense quantity of herbs back? A bamboo basket would be utterly insufficient. Even with 100 of them, it would still be impractical. Wu Fan murmured softly to himself. His expression gradually darkened, as the sensation of guarding a treasure trove, yet being unable to claim it, was truly excruciating. Acknowledging the impossibility of carrying the herbs away, he resolved not to dwell on it. After some contemplation, he decided it would be wiser to locate the path back. Once he returned to the cliff, He would memorize the location and mark his way, planning to return later with a group to harvest the herbs. With a plan forming in his mind, Wu Fan began to search for an exit from the cave. Upon reaching a cluster of small trees, he noticed they bore various fruits, each tree yielding a different type and color. Unable to identify them, he observed that the fruits seemed to emanate an enchanting aura, glowing softly. However, Wu Fan refrained from tasting them, aware that consuming unfamiliar wild fruits could be perilous. Continuing his journey, he halted at a small pond, roughly 2 zhang in size. Leaning down, he pressed his head close to the surface and began to drink eagerly. After quenching his thirst, he tended to the wounds on his body. Remnants of his fall from the cliff left numerous cuts, the deepest one gaping on his right palm, a result of his desperate attempts to grasp onto the rocks during his descent. The blood continued to flow from the injury. Having cleansed his wounds, Wu Fan prepared to rise when he noticed a faint glow emanating from the pond. Intrigued, he submerged himself to investigate the source of the light. As he approached, he discovered a small, emerald-green pearl nestled at the bottom, about the size of his thumb, radiating a gentle luminescence. He grasped the pearl and resurfaced. Opening his palm, he scrutinized the orb, realizing that aside from its luminescence, it bore no remarkable features. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he held the pearl, it began to slowly siphon his blood. After toying with the pearl for a brief moment, he intended to resume his search for the path back. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. The pearl erupted in brilliant light. To his astonishment, it burrowed into the wound on his palm. Instantly, Wu Fan was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his innards. Writhing on the ground, he emitted heart-wrenching cries of anguish. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, perhaps an hour, or maybe even a day, the agonizing pain gradually subsided. Wu Fan struggled to sit upright, recalling the harrowing experience he'd just endured. The torment had been excruciating, and he fervently wished never to encounter such suffering again. He opened his palm to inspect the spot where the mysterious orb had penetrated, only to discover that the wound had vanished without a trace, not even a scar remaining. A glance at his other injuries revealed a miraculous disappearance as well. Yet his body felt unpleasantly sticky, coated in a viscous, dark substance that seemed to seep from his skin, eliciting a sense of nausea and a foul odor. Wu Fan turned back to the pool to cleanse himself, scrubbing vigorously until his skin gleamed with clarity. A strange expression crossed his face as he marveled at the extraordinary quality of his skin, pondering whether even a maiden's complexion could rival it. What on earth had transpired? What was the nature of that orb? Where had it gone? And why had his wounds vanished so inexplicably? Wu Fan spoke to himself, grappling with the confusion, yet ultimately decided to abandon his musings and continue seeking an escape. Approaching the bamboo basket, he hoisted it onto his back. Upon lifting his gaze, he was astonished to find his vision extended further than before, his hearing remarkably acute. He promptly settled into a meditative position to assess his cultivation. To his astonishment, the bottleneck he had long been unable to breach had finally shattered. He had ascended to the 3rd level of the fire-devouring technique. A joyful smile spread across Wu Fan's face, filled with elation as he felt that all his trials had been worthwhile. He also realized the nature of the thick, dark substance. It was a byproduct of the fire-devouring technique, purging his body of impurities following his breakthrough. Closing his eyes, Wu Fan discovered that upon reaching the 3rd level, he could now perceive the inner workings of his body. He clearly saw the meridians and the internal energy flowing steadily toward his dantian. He scrutinized every corner of his being, hoping to locate the peculiar orb, but despite his thorough search, it eluded him. Doubting his luck, he ventured into his mind's eye. To his surprise, he found himself in a pristine white space, transformed into a radiant orb of light, devoid of a physical form or limbs, merely a luminous sphere. Wu Fan stood bewildered, questioning the nature of this realm and how he had become an orb of light. Was this his consciousness? He mused silently, lamenting that no one could provide an answer. The events of the day had been exceedingly strange, and as he grappled with the bewildering circumstances, he resolved to set aside his thoughts and embrace the mystery. He guided the luminous orb forward, and not far away, he finally discovered the emerald green bead. Wu Fan immediately soared toward the bead. As he approached, he noticed that the bead remained motionless in its place. Wu Fan circled the bead once, then gradually drew nearer. Just as he made contact with the bead, An unexpected occurrence transpired. The emerald green bead suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Wu Fan realized that his small orb could not move. He desperately attempted to distance himself from the bead, but he found himself immobilized, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis. At the very moment the orb touched the emerald green bead, in the external cavern, Wu Fan remained seated in a meditative posture. Suddenly, a white light burst forth from within him. Initially, the white light was faint, but as time passed, it grew increasingly intense. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the blinding radiance rendered Wu Fan invisible. At that moment, the white light abruptly vanished, and with it, Wu Fan also disappeared, leaving only the emerald green bead behind. Gradually, the bead became transparent, ultimately fading away completely, as if it had concealed itself from sight. Chapter 15. The mysterious space. Wu Fan slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself in a courtyard. He was momentarily taken aback. Was I not in a cave? How did I end up here? And where exactly is this place? Am I merely dreaming? Wu Fan pondered aloud. He rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. On one side of the courtyard stood a massive stone tablet, towering nearly 30 feet high and 10 feet wide, yet it bore no inscriptions, completely blank. On the opposite side, there was a small well, modest in size, about 3 feet wide and 5 feet deep. Within the courtyard, there was also a thatched cottage. Wu Fan approached the front of the cottage, opened the door, and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious hall, measuring roughly 30 feet in size, with a ceiling that reached about 30 feet high. The room felt vast and empty, devoid of furnishings. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all a smooth, grayish-white, constructed from an unknown mineral. What struck Wu Fan as peculiar was the absence of windows and lighting, yet the room was illuminated. Even more bewildering was the fact that, from the courtyard, the thatched cottage had appeared small, but this hall was astonishingly large. Wu Fan could not comprehend the mystery of it all. On either side of the hall, and at the front, there were 2 doors, suggesting the existence of 6 additional rooms. Wu Fan chose the one on the left and entered. To his confirmation, it was indeed another room, equally empty. He proceeded to explore all 4 rooms on either side, discovering them to be identical in their barrenness. Only 2 rooms remained, and Wu Fan selected one to enter. Upon crossing the threshold, he was astounded. This was no ordinary room but an immense space, spanning several miles in every direction, with a ceiling that seemed to vanish into infinity. Wu Fan was utterly overwhelmed by its vastness. He exited and ventured into the last room, which, at last, differed from the others. This chamber contained objects, though it still retained substantial space, measuring over 10 feet in length and width. The interior was lined with rows of purplish-brown wooden cabinets, reminiscent of those in Wu Fan's apothecary, adorned with an abundance of small drawers. He approached one and casually pulled open a drawer, only to find it empty. He continued to inspect each drawer, discovering them all devoid of contents. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Wu Fan decided to leave, but then noticed a smaller cabinet nestled in the far corner. This cabinet was notably diminutive, with fewer drawers than the others. Curious, he approached it, intending to pull out a drawer for inspection, but to his surprise, he could not budge it. He tried another drawer, only to meet the same resistance. After attempting all the drawers, each one remained steadfastly shut, regardless of the force he applied. With a resigned shake of his head, Wu Fan stepped outside. Back in the courtyard, he looked beyond the gate to behold a small expanse, approximately 5 acres of black earth, its edges shrouded in a grayish mist, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Wu Fan walked across the land to the edge and touched the grayish barrier with his hand. It felt as solid as a wall, unyielding to his touch. He drew his long sword and struck at the barrier, producing a resounding clang, yet the barrier remained unscathed. After several attempts, the outcome was invariably the same. Thus, Wu Fan began to circle the small space, occasionally swinging his sword against the gray barrier, but to no avail. It simply would not yield. Left with no alternatives, Wu Fan returned to the courtyard and sat beside the well, pondering how he might escape this confined space. After much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse. Despair washed over him as he thought, am I to be trapped here forever? Why are the events of today so peculiar? He took some provisions from the bamboo basket and ate a small portion, then leaned over to sip from the well. Shortly after quenching his thirst, he noticed a warmth spreading through his body, and soon, A layer of dark impurities appeared on his skin, albeit in lesser quantity than before. After moving about a bit, he felt an unexpected lightness, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Wu Fan gazed at the well, suspecting that the water contained some mystical quality, capable of cleansing impurities from the body, much like what he had experienced during his previous breakthrough to the third level. It seemed that he had few impurities left to expel, hence the minimal residue this time. A smile crept across his face. He recognized the well as a potential treasure. Bored and with little to occupy his time, Wu Fan glanced at the bamboo basket, realizing the rations were dwindling, and he could not sustain himself for many days before succumbing to starvation. Fortunately, with nothing better to do, he took the herbs he had gathered and planted them in the soil outside, watering them with water drawn from the well. Once he had finished his labor, he found himself once again without tasks to engage in. Lying in the courtyard, Wu Fan reflected on the years gone by, thinking of his aging parents, his beloved sister, the joyful expressions of his elder brother, his master's teachings, and the playful moments shared with Song Fei. Lost in these memories, he eventually drifted into slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the courtyard remained unchanged, the land still lay beneath him, and the surrounding space was shrouded in the same grayish haze. Wu Fan realized he was not dreaming. He was indeed ensnared within this space. Yet, something felt amiss. He observed the herbs he had planted the previous day, which had seemed on the verge of death when he watered them, now thrived with vitality, flourishing before his eyes. Among them was a particular herb known as Qian Tsing Chao, which, upon each year of growth, bore an additional ring of golden markings on its stem. Just yesterday, it had displayed 5 golden rings, indicating it was only 5 years old. How could it be, after merely one day, that it now boasted 6 golden rings? Wu Fan was perplexed by the situation. It seemed utterly impossible that he had slept for an entire year. He began to entertain the notion that this land possessed some peculiar qualities, or perhaps the well water was enchanted. It struck him that the soil or the water might have the ability to expedite the growth of medicinal herbs. With this thought, Wu Fan felt a surge of excitement. If he could return to the cave and once again access this small space, he could transplant all the herbs from the cave into this fertile land. Once he returned to Qingshan City, he would amass a fortune. Furthermore, he could collect seeds of various herbs to cultivate here, ensuring a continuous supply of medicinal plants for sale. And with the added benefit of accelerated growth, it would mean that he would not have to wait long for mature herbs in the future. A smile spread across Wu Fan's face as he pondered these possibilities. However, he quickly reminded himself that he could not remain trapped here. He needed to devise a way to escape. With determination, Wu Fan resumed his search for an exit within this small space, even returning to the thatched hut to conduct another thorough examination, yet to no avail. Disheartened, he sat down on the ground, meticulously recalling how he had entered and how he might exit. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked in his mind. He remembered that when he had delved into his consciousness the previous day, he had transformed into a small orb of light. Upon contact with the emerald green orb, he had been immobilized and subsequently transported here. Resolute, he decided to attempt it once more. Seating himself cross-legged, Wu Fan closed his eyes. As he morphed back into a small orb of light, he realized he was enveloped in a layer of green luminescence, yet he found himself capable of movement. With newfound vigor, he soared upwards and broke free from the green light, returning to the hazy white space. Glancing down, he observed that the emerald orb remained still and undisturbed. Simultaneously, in the cave outside, where Wu Fan had vanished, a brilliant white light erupted, within which his silhouette flickered in and out of view. Abruptly, the white light vanished, leaving Wu Fan seated in stillness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips that gradually broadened. "Haha, I am back," Wu Fan exclaimed with exuberance. Chapter 16. Return. Wu Fan rose and surveyed the enchanting scenery within the cave, his gaze drawn to the clusters of medicinal herbs that adorned the ground, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. At last, he had emerged. He believed he could once again enter that mysterious realm. If his analysis held true, that emerald-hued orb must be an extraordinary treasure, and the passage to that space likely resided within its depths. After gathering some herbs, he would venture in once more to confirm his theories, he murmured to himself. Without delay, he set to work, retrieving a shovel from his bamboo basket and approaching the herbs to begin his harvest. Before long, the basket brimmed with his collection. He then ventured far from the spot where he had previously entered the space, eager to experiment if this realm would follow him. Closing his eyes, he delved once more into his mind, transforming into a small luminous sphere. The sphere glided towards the emerald orb and collided with it, triggering a familiar scene where he found himself immobilized, a mere spectator as the orb radiated a brilliant light. Simultaneously, in the cave, Wu Fan's body began to emit a radiant glow, intensifying until, after a quarter of an hour, the light abruptly vanished along with Wu Fan himself, leaving behind the emerald orb, which too gradually faded from sight. Upon reopening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, Wu Fan erupted into wild laughter. He had indeed returned to this small space. Thus began his endeavor of harvesting and planting. He frequently traversed between the realm and the cave, immersed in his tasks with unbridled joy. 5 days later, the provisions in Wu Fan's bamboo basket were nearly depleted, yet he had only managed to transplant over half of the herbs. In a moment of desperation, he approached a few small trees, plucked a green fruit, and took a bite. After a short while, realizing he felt no adverse effects, he decided to rest in the thatched hut within the space whenever fatigue overtook him, quenched his thirst with well water, and satisfied his hunger with a handful of fruits. However, he discovered 2 significant things. First, each entry into the space took approximately 15 minutes, while exiting was almost instantaneous. Secondly, the well water possessed the remarkable ability to accelerate the growth of the herbs overnight. A mere sprinkling would mature them by a year's worth of herbal age after a day's time. Nonetheless, the well's water supply was limited. After utilizing a substantial portion over the previous 2 days, he became cautious, having observed that the water replenished itself exceedingly slowly, so slowly, in fact, that it was nearly imperceptible to the eye. Numerous small openings at the bottom of the well allowed the water to seep forth gradually. Based on his calculations regarding the well's slow output, Wu Fan realized that to continually mature herbs in the future, he could only accelerate the growth of about 10 plants each day. It seemed he would have to select only the most precious herbs for this process. 8 days later, Wu Fan completed the transplantation of all herbs, leaving only 5 fruit trees remaining. Wu Fan contemplated for a moment before he resolutely used a shovel to excavate all the soil from the base of the tree roots. Grasping the young sapling, he entered the space and planted the fruit tree in the soil near the courtyard. Once the entire transplantation was completed, Wu Fan began to ponder how he might return. It had been nearly 10 days since he ventured into the cave, and the medicinal herb gathering team should have returned to Qingshan City about 5 or 6 days ago. He wondered if Xiao Fei and Uncle Hu were still searching for him. They would surely suspect that he had met with misfortune. Would Xiao Fei be shedding tears for him? Wu Fan chuckled softly to himself. Exiting the cave, he returned to the massive rock where he had fallen. The mist had dissipated, allowing him to observe his surroundings. Before him lay the vast canyon, and as he looked down, he estimated that it was still about 50 zhang to the canyon floor. Although he possessed lightness of foot, a direct leap without a point of leverage would undoubtedly result in his demise. Scanning the sheer cliffs on either side, he noticed a tree growing about 10 zhang down on the right cliff, with vines hanging approximately 20 zhang below it. After calculating the distance, he felt confident that he could reach the canyon floor. Since his breakthrough to the 3rd level of the fire-burning technique, his strength had significantly increased. Wu Fan surmised that he could contend with top-tier experts, though whether he could prevail remained uncertain. Channeling his internal energy, he executed the swift swallow step, leaping onto the small tree. He then slid down the vines, but when he was still 20 zhang above the ground, he found there were no vines left to grasp. Disregarding the risk, he leaped downwards, using his feet against the cliff for one final push before finally landing on the ground. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust and set off in the chosen direction. Uncle Hu, do you think Xiao Fan might have met with an accident? He has been missing for 4 days, and the herb gathering team is set to return tomorrow. We have scoured nearly all the outer regions of the mountains, but have found no trace of him, Song Fei asked, his eyes red with worry. Who knows? Xiao Fan is quite skilled. He should be fine. Try not to worry too much, Xiao Fei. Let us take a break before continuing our search, Hu Dakuai replied, somewhat self-deceptively. At that moment, Su Kuan, Chun Peng, and others approached. Su Kuan spoke up, Boss Hu, we have thoroughly searched the valley over there and still found no sign of Xiao Fan. With bloodshot eyes, Chun Peng shouted, if we can't find him, we must keep searching whether it takes a month or a year. I, Chen Peng, must see him alive or his body if he is dead. Standing beside Chen Peng was a short, middle-aged man who interjected, Brother Chen, please remain calm. I understand your concern for Xiao Fan. He saved you a few days ago. We have all watched him grow up, and we share your worries. However, we have searched all the likely places. If we wish to continue searching, we will have to venture deeper, which is far more perilous. The short man ceased speaking at this point. I care not for those matters. Even deep within the mountains, I must venture forth to seek. You may choose to accompany me or not, yet I shall pursue this quest alone, even if it leads to my demise. Chen Peng declared resolutely. Enough of the clamor. What Brother Fan articulated earlier holds true. The depths are far too perilous. We ought to contemplate alternative strategies rather than recklessly marching to our doom. Who? The elder interjected, casting a glance at the two. At that moment, Su Kuan added, the personnel from Gao Qingbin's escort agency are also aiding in the search, though it seems their efforts are lackluster. Conversely, the folks from Baiyao Zhai are fervently engaged, particularly that young girl named Kai Dai. I've witnessed her nearly brought to tears on several occasions, as it is said that Xiao Fan once saved her. Ah, enough. Let us disperse and continue our search. If we fail to locate the missing, how shall we explain our failure to Elder Lu? Who? The elder sighed and spoke. Just then, several figures approached from a distance, all members of the Huichuntang. One among them shouted, we found him. Xiao Fan has been located. Upon hearing this exclamation, the crowd turned in unison, and in the distance, 5 individuals emerged, one of whom appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with fair skin and striking features. This individual was none other than Wu Fan. Chapter 17. The Harvest. Chapter 18. Harvest. The narrative reverts to earlier times. After Wu Fan emerged from the cave, he traversed the valley floor for half a day before discovering the path upward. Without delay, he made his way back, navigating with relative ease as long as the weather remained clear of heavy rain and fog. Thus, 3 hours later, he returned to the periphery. As Wu Fan hurriedly retraced his steps, he suddenly heard someone in the distance calling his name. The voice was familiar, and he surmised it must be the people from the Huichuntang searching for him. He immediately ran toward the sound, shouting, I'm here. I'm here. Before long, for figures appeared in the distance, and upon spotting Wu Fan, they burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha, it's really Xiao Fan. Thank goodness he is all right. As they approached, Wu Fan bashfully inquired, Uncle Li, Uncle Wong, what brings you here? His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, for he knew his question was somewhat redundant. Yet he struggled to find the right words. Little rascal, we came to find you. You've been missing for 4 days. Do you have any idea how worried everyone has been? And did you know the herbal gathering team is returning to the city tomorrow? Is that why you finally decided to come back? A bearded man chastised him. Wu Fan was taken aback by this revelation. For days? I've been gone for nearly 10. He thought, bewildered. A realization dawned upon him. The flow of time in the mysterious realm differed from that of the outside world. He quickly calculated the time spent gathering herbs in the cave, the duration of cultivating them in the space, and the hours spent resting in the thatched hut. Ultimately, he surmised that 10 days in the mysterious space equated to merely 1 day outside. Stunned, he considered the implications. Could it mean that if he planted herb seeds within that space, a year in the outside world would yield a decade's worth of matured herbs? Coupled with that well water, acquiring high-grade herbs would be exceedingly simple in the future. His heart raced with excitement at this prospect. At that moment, another robust man interjected. Old Li, stop scolding Xiao Fan. He is back now. And look, you've made him speechless. Wu Fan snapped out of his reverie and quickly apologized. Uncle Li, I'm sorry for worrying everyone. Hearing this, Uncle Li's expression softened a bit as he replied, all right, let us hurry back. Everyone has been looking for you. You mustn't wander off carelessly in the future. With that, he turned and began to walk away. Thus, the 5 of them made their way back, leading to the earlier scene. Soon, Hu Laoda, Song Fei, Su Kuan, Chen Peng, and several others rushed toward them. Brother Xiao Fan, where have you been? Do you have any idea how anxious I've been these past few days? Song Fei exclaimed as he dashed over and embraced Wu Fan. Indeed, where have you been? What have you encountered? Ah, Xiao Fan, what have you been doing? Why did you return only now? Xiao Fan, this is indeed your fault. You have caused everyone to worry excessively. As Wu Fan observed the lively chatter among the group, he felt a subtle warmth in his heart, though his face bore a wry smile. Enough, Everyone, let Xiao Fan speak for himself, Hu Laoda interjected. Finally, Wu Fan seized the opportunity to address everyone, saying, that day, it rained heavily, and I lost my way, eventually tumbling into a ravine. I only returned today. At that moment, Chun Peng approached, grasping Wu Fan's arm, and said, it's good that you're back. Thankfully, nothing unfortunate happened. Now that you're here, I can rest easy. Well, since Xiao Fan has returned, let us descend the mountain. We shall return to the city tomorrow, Hu Laoda declared before turning to leave. The rest followed suit, making their way down the mountain. That evening, within the caravan at the foot of the mountain, Wu Fan reclined on a cart, reflecting on the surreal experiences of the past few days. Although he had endured some hardships, every moment was worth it. Not only had he acquired a wondrous space, but he had also collected an abundance of rare herbs. Additionally, he had managed to elevate his fire-burning technique to the 3rd level. With this thought, a smile graced Wu Fan's lips. Since Wu Fan's return to the caravan, members of the Rejuvenation Hall had approached him one by one, inquiring about his adventures. After dismissing them all, Gao Chengbin arrived, learned the situation, and then departed. A girl named Meng Kai-dai came by as well. Her face flushed, she asked about his experiences before hurriedly leaving. On the following morning, the caravan slowly made its way towards Qingshan City. During this excursion into the mountains, 7 lives were tragically lost. Fortunately, the Rejuvenation Hall suffered no casualties. By evening, the caravan arrived at Qingshan City, where everyone submitted their harvested herbs before returning to their lodgings. They were granted a month of respite, and Wu Fan, feigning nonchalance, exchanged some ordinary herbs for 15 taels of silver. After his master had questioned him, he retreated to his room, lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He thought to himself, with a month of leisure ahead, apart from cultivating, he would also sell some herbs from his space. He needed silver to purchase a house in the city and then return to Wujia village to bring his parents and younger sister back. It had been many years since he had last seen them. He wondered how they were faring. During that month, Wu Fan ventured out multiple times to sell herbs, distributing them among various apothecaries to avoid suspicion. He sold only ordinary herbs from his space, accumulating 500 taels of silver, enough to procure a respectable residence in the city. Subsequently, he approached his elder brother, sharing his intentions and handing over the 500 taels for Wu Hao to assist him in purchasing a house. Wu Hao stared at the silver in astonishment, but ultimately accepted it, assuring his brother that he would see the matter through. Wu Fan dedicated his days to cultivation. Now within his space, where the passage of time flowed tenfold compared to the outside world, allowing him to maximize his training efficiency. A month later, Wu Fan once again ventured into the mountains with the herbal gathering team. Despite his newfound wealth, the responsibilities of the apothecary remained paramount, and the wilderness, rife with ferocious beasts, provided an opportunity for him to hone his combat skills. Time passed swiftly. Aside from foraging for herbs in the mountains, Wu Fan devoted himself to rigorous training in his spatial realm. Thus, a year slipped by. One morning, a voice called out to him, "Little brother Fan, the lovely Kai Dai is looking for you." It was Song Fei, rushing towards Wu Fan's abode. Wu Fan stepped outside and replied, "Song Fei, could you kindly inform Kai Dai that I am preoccupied and unable to meet her?" Sighing, Song Fei retorted, "I simply cannot comprehend you. How can you constantly distance yourself from such a beautiful girl?" Wu Fan shot him a glare and warned, "Do you believe I won't give you a good thrashing?" All right, I shall go. No need to be angry," Song Fei said, and promptly dashed away. Chapter 18. Returning to the village. Upon returning to his abode, Wu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed and soon entered a state of cultivation. Throughout the past year, apart from foraging for herbs in the mountains, Wu Fan dedicated himself to his practice. However, he only ventured into his inner space during the night, emerging by dawn. While this arrangement consumed considerable time, he was compelled to maintain his secrecy. After all, one night in the external world equated to 4 or 5 days within his space. When he calculated the duration, he realized that he had indeed amassed substantial hours of training. Nevertheless, ever since attaining the 3rd level of the fire-burning technique, his progress had noticeably decelerated. After a year, he had barely reached the 4th stage. Despite this being merely the 4th tier, Wu Fan was confident that even the most skilled opponents would not stand a chance against him. During this year, a young lady named Meng Kai-dai frequently sought out Wu Fan. Though he was no longer a child and was acutely aware of her affections, he harbored no such intentions. His entire focus was on his cultivation. Initially, he would meet with Kai Dai occasionally, but as time passed, he deliberately chose to avoid her. Half a year prior, Wu Hao had visited him, sharing the news that he had found a splendid estate. The two brothers inspected it together and were quite pleased, ultimately purchasing it for over 400 taels of silver. Wu Fan believed it necessary to renovate the place, and thus entrusted Wu Hao with an additional 200 taels to oversee the arrangements. Just yesterday, Wu Hao returned to inform Wu Fan that the renovations were nearly complete and that he intended to fetch their parents the following day. Wu Fan readily agreed. The next morning, the brothers set off in a horse-drawn carriage, departing Qingshan City. "Brother, it has been 10 years since I last returned home. I wonder how our parents are faring," Wu Fan remarked, gazing at his elder brother with a wistful expression. "I visited 2 years ago. They are well, though they have aged considerably. Our sister has grown into a young lady and has inquired about you often. It is evident that she remains quite fond of you," Wu Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan burst into hearty laughter, fully aware of his sister's affection for him since childhood. A decade had flown by, and he too felt a profound longing for her. 10 days later, at Wu family village, in Wu Fan's home, the once youthful matron had aged significantly. Her formerly lustrous black hair was now interspersed with strands of white. Yet, her attire was markedly more respectable than before. As she prepared a sumptuous meal, it was clear that her efforts bore fruit. Each visit from her eldest son had brought silver, improving their living conditions considerably over the years. The family's garments now surpassed those of their neighbors in the village, no longer tattered and patched, but rather neat and presentable. Beside the woman stood a graceful young girl of around 14 or 15, who occasionally leapt about, animatedly conversing with her. Following her words, she burst into a fit of giggles. The girl was strikingly beautiful, adorned in a flowing white dress, exuding the charm of a lively sprite. Her fair face was framed by long eyelashes that fluttered like delicate brushes, and her large, bright eyes sparkled like black jewels, captivating all who beheld her. With a finely shaped mouth that revealed a hint of innocent youth, the corners of her lips curved upward like a charming little hook. "Mother, my elder brother sent word that he and second brother will return today. I am so thrilled. It has been 10 years since I last saw second brother, and I can barely recall what he looks like," the girl exclaimed, her elation evident as she bounced around. I know, you've mentioned it several times today. It's quite tiresome," the woman replied impatiently, casting a weary glance at the girl. The girl stuck out her tongue and stepped outside, where an elderly man was chopping wood in the yard. This man, of course, was Wu Fan's father, though he had lost the robust physique of his youth. Time had taken its toll, bending his once straight stature. Dressed in a long black robe, his hair was a mix of black and white, yet neatly arranged. Despite his labor, a smile never left his face, for he anticipated the return of his 2 sons, bringing him more joy than anyone else. "Father, you should stop chopping wood and hurry outside to see if elder brother and second brother have returned," the girl urged, having already prompted her father for the 3rd time within the hour. "All right, I will," he relented, setting down his axe and preparing to head out. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of 2 figures. "Father, mother, little sister, we're back." Wu Fan's voice rang out, trembling with emotion, a testament to his excitement. Upon hearing his voice, Wu Fan's father slowly turned to look, while the girl fell silent, her eyes fixed intently on her 2 brothers. At that moment, their mother rushed out from the house, her eyes instantly reddening at the sight of her sons. Wu Fan surveyed the familiar yard and took in the aged countenance of his parents before turning to his sister, his eyes gradually filling with tears. "Just being back is enough. My son has grown so much and has become quite handsome." Their mother wept as she embraced Wu Fan, her tears flowing freely. Wu Fan's father said nothing, merely walking over to pat Wu Fan's shoulder. However, as he turned, Wu Fan clearly saw the tears streaming down his father's face. At that moment, Wu Fan could no longer suppress his longing for his parents, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. The mother and son held each other in a heartfelt embrace for a long while before finally parting. "Xiao Yu, weren't you always clamoring to see your second brother? Why don't you come over?" Wu Fan's father turned to the girl, addressing her with a gentle smile. Wu Fan's eyes were red, yet he smiled as he gazed at his sister before him, extending his hand that cradled a small box. "Second brother has bought you a gift," he announced. "Are you truly my second brother? You seem so different from before." Your skin is so radiant and fair, the young girl replied shyly as she approached him. Wu Fan let out a hearty laugh, shoving the wooden box into his sister's embrace. Of course, I am your second brother. As she opened the box to reveal a butterfly hairpin, her face lit up with joy. Taking a step closer, she wrapped her arms around Wu Fan's arm, her large eyes sparkling as she looked up at him. Thank you, second brother. At that moment, Wu Hao also approached, offering his sister another wooden box while laughing heartily. Don't forget about me. I have a gift for you as well. The young girl beamed with delight, and laughter resonated among their parents too, culminating in a warm atmosphere of familial joy. Half a month later, the family arrived in Qingshan City. The sister observed everything around her with the same wonder as Wu Fan had during his first visit. Their parents and sister gazed at their family mansion, smiles never leaving their faces. Wu Fan bestowed upon his parents 500 taels of silver, ensuring that all matters were arranged satisfactorily before he prepared to venture into the mountains once more. Chapter 19. The Medicine Guild. 2 months later. 500 miles from Qingshan City lies a grand city known as Fanyang City, which surpasses Qingshan in both size and prosperity. 20 miles outside the city stands a magnificent estate. From a distance, its grandeur and solemnity are striking, with rows of pavilions and towers rising within the estate. In a resplendent hall, an elderly man with white hair sits in a position of authority. His square face and broad mouth, complemented by his white beard and eyebrows, exude an overwhelming presence befitting one who has long occupied a position of power. Below him stands a middle-aged scholar, who is presently bowing to report to the elder. Guildmaster, the Tianling gang is poised to attack us shortly. We must prepare ourselves. It is evident that they have allied with over 10 smaller factions, clearly aiming to eliminate our medicine guild in one fell swoop. The scholar states with a bow. This is outrageous. They are being utterly unreasonable. It was the Tianling gang that encroached upon our territory. I have refrained from seeking retribution, yet they dare to annihilate us. Do they truly believe I, Yang Wentian, am to be trifled with? The elder exclaims, his eyes widening in indignation. Guildmaster, it is not merely over the territory at the borders. The Tianling gang would not go to such lengths for that. Their ostentatious military mobilization suggests they have grander ambitions, the scholar elaborates. Mr. Shun, your reasoning is sound. You are my strategist. What do you believe the Tianling gang aims to achieve this time? The elder inquires thoughtfully, gazing intently at the scholar. I cannot say for certain. I dispatched someone to investigate, but no suspicious activities have been uncovered thus far. I do know that the Tianling gang's leader, Lang Dapio, has been closely allied with Hui Yun gang's leader, Fan Qingdong. Over the past 2 years, the scholar reflects before responding. What did you just say? Lang Dapio and Fan Qingdong are closely allied. This poses a significant problem. If the Tianling gang were merely collaborating with those smaller factions, I would not fear them. However, Hui Yun gang is also a top-tier faction, and both Fan Qingdong and Lang Dapio are exceptional masters. What are we to do? The elder laments, a troubled expression crossing his face. For the time being, we must navigate this situation step by step. Seeking assistance from other factions now would be too late, and I suspect they would not wish to wade into this muddy water, the middle-aged scholar says, his brow furrowed in concern. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to proceed as we are. Mr. Shun, go convey my message to the nearby cities and all subordinate forces of the Medicine Guild. All masters of 3rd rank or higher must hasten to fortify our defenses. The elder commands, standing abruptly. Understood. I shall attend to this immediately, the scholar replies, bowing respectfully before departing. 7 days later, in Qingshan City, at the Huichun Hall Pharmacy, Wu Fan is in the midst of his training when he hears Song Fei calling from outside. Little Fan, come quickly. Master wants us to go see him. Understood. I'll be right out, Wu Fan replies, reluctantly ending his practice, curiosity piquing within him about what could have transpired. As this is not the usual time for a mountain excursion, and Master would not typically summon him. In the hall, Elder Lu sits at the head of the table, with Wu Fan and Song Fei standing respectfully by his side. The reason for summoning you all here is of great significance. You must return to your residences immediately to prepare, as we are embarking on a long journey to Fanyang City. The details are urgent, and I shall disclose them to you en route. For now, return and regroup at the main gate once you are ready. After hastily articulating his instructions, old Lu turned and departed. Wu Fan and Song Fei exchanged glances, a look of bewilderment evident in their eyes, their minds swirling with questions about what could possibly cause their master such distress. Without further ado, they hurriedly made their way outside. An hour later, over 50 individuals had gathered at the main gate, including notable figures such as Old Hu, Su Kuan, and Shin Peng. Suddenly, Old Lu's commanding voice rang out. "Let us depart." The group mounted their horses in unison, galloping forth towards the city with great fervor. 3 days later, outside Fanyang City, at the headquarters of the Medicine Guild, over 30 individuals stood in the hall. The guild leader, Yang Wentian, occupied the principal seat, observing the quarrelsome members below with a furrowed brow. "Enough! Silence!" he commanded, and the bickering ceased instantly, all eyes turning towards their leader, enveloping the hall in an immediate hush. "Mr. Shun, please share your insights," Yang Wentian addressed the middle-aged scholar. "Guild leader, our medicine guild is currently surrounded by the Tianlang gang in alliance with several other factions. Their forces number approximately 1,200, while we have only 700 gathered here. The situation is dire. We beseech your guidance," Mr. Shun replied with a respectful bow. "Have we seen any representatives from the Huoyun gang?" Yang Wentian inquired, his gaze fixed on Mr. Shun. "None have been reported thus far," Mr. Shun continued. Upon hearing this, Yang Wentian felt a wave of relief wash over him. His countenance softened. "As long as the Huoyun gang does not intervene, our current numbers, coupled with the advantageous terrain and our traps, should allow us to withstand the assault for a while. We must buy time until reinforcements arrive," he sighed. "Indeed, that is our only course of action," Mr. Shin concluded, standing in silence with his eyes closed. Yang Wentian surveyed the 30 or so individuals below and spoke. "You shall lead your subordinates to stand by. When the enemy attacks, I will confront the leader of the Tianlang gang personally. Your task is to hold your positions and prevent any breaches in our defenses." The gathered individuals nodded in unison, affirming their commitment. An hour later, at the foot of the mountain surrounding the Medicine Guild's headquarters, a dense throng of figures was visible ahead, clad in various attires and wielding weapons, all intently gazing towards the manor. Close to the manor, several hundred individuals stood with weapons in hand, glaring defiantly at the crowd below. In that moment, the throng parted, revealing a few figures, among whom was Yang Wentian himself. He looked down at the gathered masses and called out, "Wolf de Biao, what brings you here today?" "Ah, old Yang, you have finally emerged. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely have my eyes set on your territory. Might you be willing to part with it?" Laughter echoed from the foot of the mountain, belonging to none other than the notorious leader of the Tianlang gang, Wolf Dapio himself. "What part of the boundary piques your interest? We could sit down and discuss matters amicably, rather than making such a grand spectacle of it," Yang Wentian inquired, furrowing his brow. At that moment, the crowd below parted to reveal a robust, imposing middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and stout, with slanted eyes, a face adorned with a thick beard, and a 3-inch-long scar etched across his cheek. He grasped a large blade and gazed upward at Yang Wentian. Chapter 20. The bloodshed. The formidable Wolf Dapio curled the corner of his mouth, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he spoke. "Old Yang, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? What I desire is your entire territory. You are but a dreamer. Do you not fear the winds might snatch away your tongue? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Do you presume that with these few followers, you can extinguish my medicine gang? Our legacy has endured for centuries, and it is not for one like you to extinguish. Moreover, do you not worry that in our mutual destruction, others might seize the opportunity? I advise you to hastily withdraw with your men." Yang Wentian, his face ashen with fury, retorted in exasperation. "Haha, old Yang, there is no need for your threats. I am not a mere child of 3 to be intimidated by you. If you fear mutual annihilation, then take your entire band and retreat from Qingzhou. I shall withdraw my troops in kind. How does that sound to you, old Yang?" Wolf Dapio bellowed with laughter. At that moment, Wolf Dapio appeared entirely unfazed, as if he had already secured Yang Wentian's downfall, leaving one to wonder what cards he still held. "How outrageous! You have crossed the line. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us engage in battle," Yang Wentian declared, flinging his sleeves in anger as he turned away. At this juncture, a small leader emerged from the ranks of the medicine gang, his voice booming with authority. "Archers, prepare." With a rush, 50 to 60 archers stepped forward, each with bow drawn, their arrows aimed at the crowd below. Wolf Dapio, his expression darkening, coldly snorted, "You refuse to drink the wine offered, and instead choose the bitter cup. Brothers, charge." As his command echoed, the dense throng surged upward with a roar. Simultaneously, the leader of the medicine gang bellowed with fierce resolve, "Loosen your arrows." The 50 archers promptly released their arrows, and chaos ensued below as casualties mounted among the ranks of the wolf gang, who began to retreat in disarray. Seeing his forces suffer grievous losses, Wolf Dapio's countenance turned a ghastly shade of green. He barked orders to those around him. "You there, command the Black Snake gang to raise their shields and charge forward. Should they dare to hesitate, let them face the consequences." "Yes, my lord," the subordinate replied, hastily departing. Before long, over 100 men brandishing shields surged forth. And although they too suffered devastating losses, they pressed on until they reached the front. At that moment, the ground beneath the foremost 30 men shifted ominously, and suddenly, the earth gave way, plunging them into a deep pit filled with spikes over a foot long, leading to their gruesome demise. Wolf Dapio, his face twisted with malice, shouted, "Send up another 200 men." Thus, after the wolf gang incurred nearly 300 casualties, they finally ascended to the mountaintop. The two factions collided violently, and in an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the cacophony of battle cries, transforming vibrant lives into lifeless corpses. At that moment, more than 50 individuals arrived from the foot of the mountain, gazing up at the battle unfolding above, uncertain of their next course of action. Their eyes eventually turned towards an elderly man among them. These were Wu Fan and his companions, who had traveled tirelessly for several days. Yet they had arrived too late to join forces with the medicine gang. An attempt to rush in now would surely result in being surrounded by the enemy's rear guard. Thus, they all looked to Elder Lu, awaiting his command. "I am aware that there lies a grove on the back mountain of the manor. We can circumvent through there and find an opportunity to strike," Elder Lu proposed after a moment of contemplation. He then led the way towards the rear mountain, followed closely by the others. Half an hour later, at the back of the manor, over 20 members of the Skywolf gang were stationed. Among them a diminutive middle-aged man with a pointed chin addressing his comrades. "I implore you not to be so anxious. The leader has stationed us here to prevent any aid from reaching the medicine gang. But consider this, the medicine gang is already trapped like fish in a barrel, destined to be annihilated. Who would dare come to their rescue? It is prudent to remain cautious. Do not forget that there are still some of their subordinate forces yet to arrive," one replied. Just then, a flash of swordlight descended from above. The small man widened his eyes, feeling as if he were soaring through the air, only to crash back down to the ground. He saw a figure before him, someone he felt was familiar but could not place at that moment. When he looked up, he was horrified to see the figure lacked a head, blood spurting from the severed neck. The figure then collapsed before him, and it suddenly dawned on him. That was his own body. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he longed for sleep, as darkness enveloped his vision. Elder Lu cast a glance at the severed head he had just cleaved, then kicked it away with disdain, bellowing, "Kill them!" Suddenly, over 50 individuals surged forth from the grove, encircling the more than 20 members of the Skywolf gang. The latter trembled in fear, one of them shouting, "We are dead either way. Brothers, let us fight." He charged bravely into the fray. Moments later, Wu Fan surveyed the scene before him. The bodies of over 20 fallen foes strewn across the ground, his stomach churning with unease, for this was his first experience with taking a life. He had just slain 2 men, and to claim he felt no fear would be a lie. At that moment, Elder Lu approached and placed a reassuring hand on Wu Fan's shoulder. "Do not be afraid. It is natural for the first time. You will grow accustomed to it." "Yes, Master, I am fine. What shall we do next? Shall we charge in?" Wu Fan asked, swallowing hard. "We will assess the situation. We must carve out a path before proceeding further," Elder Lu replied. Meanwhile, the battle at the front of the manor had reached a fever pitch, with both sides fighting fiercely and bodies occasionally collapsing into pools of blood. Just then, a voice rang out, "Yang Wentian, do you dare to face me in combat?" Yang Wentian gazed ahead, witnessing the formidable Wolf de Biao swiftly felting individuals to the ground with each decisive stroke. Unyielding, he approached with relentless intent. Enraged, Yang Wentian bellowed, "What is there to fear?" With that, he surged forward, and in an instant, the two were locked in combat. Both masters of their craft. The arena of their battle was shunned by onlookers. As Wolf de Biao summoned his inner strength, he swung his blade towards Yang Wentian. In response, Yang Wentian raised his long sword to parry the oncoming attack. A thunderous clash echoed as they momentarily separated. Swiftly, Yang Wentian harnessed his energy, leaping from the ground to thrust towards Wolf de Biao's head. In a deft maneuver, Wolf de Biao rolled aside, evading the strike, then charged at Yang Wentian once more with his blade raised. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, a relentless duel where neither could claim victory, locked in a stalemate of skill and determination. Chapter 21. Crisis averted after vanquishing 3 waves of adversaries. Wu Fan and his companions finally arrived at the Medicine Guild's encampment, where they promptly engaged in battle. Having acclimatized to the violence of earlier encounters, Wu Fan charged through the throngs with abandon, finding few capable of matching his prowess. He remained cautious not to stray too far from the members of the Rejuvenation Hall, ensuring he could offer assistance at a moment's notice. His focus was also directed toward the skirmish involving Song Fei, as he feared for his safety. As time progressed, the members of the wolf pack were increasingly intimidated by Wu Fan. Wherever he appeared, they would hastily retreat. In truth, he had only exerted a mere 20% of his strength. As Wu Fan and his group approached Yang Wentian, he witnessed the intensity of the battle between Yang and the formidable Wolf Dapio. It became evident to him just how formidable a peak expert could be. Within a Tinjong radius, no one dared to approach the two combatants, both of whom possessed profound inner strength. The very ground beneath their feet was transformed into a tempest of flying sand and stone. A mere gust of sword energy could carve a significant crater into the earth. Observing the clash between Yang Wentian and his opponent, Wu Fan gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. He surmised that, should he engage Wolf Dapio, he could likely dispatch him within 3 moves, thus illustrating the terrifying potency of the 4th level of the fire-burning technique. As the battle raged on, both sides suffered grievous losses, and it became apparent that Yang Wentian's fight was nearing its conclusion, with Wolf Dapio gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, Wolf Dapio bellowed, "Fan Xingdong, when will you make your move? What are you waiting for?" Yang Wentian's expression darkened at these words. Fan Xingdong was indeed another peak expert. While he could contend with Wolf Dapio alone, facing an additional opponent would spell dire consequences for him. Just then, a boisterous laughter echoed from the distance. "Ha ha ha, Brother Wolf. Why the rush? I have been watching all along." From the crowd emerged a figure who landed deftly before the two combatants. This individual, appearing to be in his 60s, sported small eyes and donned a flowing black robe, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Yang Wentian and Wolf Dapio. It was none other than Fan Xingdong, the leader of the Fire Cloud Gang. "Fan Xingdong, I did not expect you to actually arrive. I bear no grudge against you. What is the meaning of this?" Yang Wentian glared at Fan Xingdong, his ire palpable. "What do you mean?" "Ha ha, I am certainly interested in your territory. I could not resist the offer made by Brother Wolf. My apologies, Yang, but I must proceed," Fan Xingdong replied with mirth. Yang Wentian, his countenance grim, retorted, "Whatever he has promised you, I can match. You should withdraw now." "Alas, it is too late. The arrow is already knocked. There is no turning back now. Even if I were to retreat, would you grant me half of your territory?" Fan Xingdong remarked with a sardonic tone. "Enough with the idle chatter. Eliminate him." Wolf Dapio urged impatiently. With that, Wolf Dapio charged toward Yang Wentian, who met him in combat, while Fan Xingdong joined the fray. In the midst of a 2-on-1 confrontation, Yang Wentian realized he was no match for his opponents. As the battle progressed, he began to falter, understanding that his demise was imminent. He contemplated the impending fall of the Medicine Guild, with its centuries-old legacy fading into oblivion alongside him. A wave of remorse washed over him as he thought of his ancestors and the brothers of the guild. Just as he became momentarily lost in thought, Fan Xingdong seized the opportunity to thrust his sword towards Yang Wentian's head. Instinctively, Yang Wentian raised his hand to parry, while Lang Dapio aimed a dagger at his heart. Knowing he could not evade the blade, he saw the wicked smile on Lang Dapio's lips. At that moment, a brilliant beam of sword light descended from the heavens, striking down with a thunderous crash, sending their blades scattering. Yang Wentian felt himself teetering on the brink of death, but then retreated back from the abyss, realizing he had been saved. Yet, he remained oblivious to the identity of his savior. Even as a master in his own right, it was inconceivable for him to deflect both attacks from such formidable opponents simultaneously. Yet, Someone had accomplished this feat. Looking up, he beheld a young man standing beside him. Clad in a blue long robe, the words Revitalization Hall emblazoned on the cuffs. Lang Dapio and Fan Xingdong exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they turned to Wu Fan. "Who are you?" Lang Dapio inquired. "I am, of course, a member of the Medicine Guild," Wu Fan replied, brandishing his sword. "You little brat, do you seek death?" Fan Xingdong spat through gritted teeth. "Of course not. So it is you who shall perish," Wu Fan retorted, launching himself towards the two adversaries. All around, the battle ceased as onlookers turned their attention to this unexpected turn of events. Previously, many had anticipated the downfall of the Medicine Guild, but no one could have foreseen the emergence of such a formidable youth. In the distance, over 50 members of the Revitalization Hall, including Lu Lao, Song Fei, Hu Dazhong, Su Kuan, and Chun Peng, watched in astonishment. Suddenly, Wu Fan's sword emitted a radiant beam, aimed directly at Fan Xingdong, while he himself charged towards Lang Dapio. Intent on facing both foes, Fan Xingdong hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the light struck his blade with such force that his face flushed crimson. Unable to maintain control, he was propelled backward, crashing to the ground after flying several dozen feet, blood spilling from his mouth. Witnessing this, Lang Dapio was stricken with terror. There was no time for contemplation, as Wu Fan's sword was already aimed at his head. With all his might, Lang Dapio swung his blade. But the clash resonated with a thunderous boom, and he too fell, blood erupting from his lips. Silence enveloped the surroundings as all gazes remained fixed in disbelief. Two unparalleled masters had been made to cough blood by a mere youth. It was utterly unimaginable. Wu Fan wasted no time, pursuing Lang Dapio and plunging his sword through the latter's heart. From this moment, a supreme master, the leader of the Tianlang gang, Lang Dabiao, met his demise. Wu Fan turned to glance at Fan Xingdong, who was rising to his feet, and raised his sword, pointing it directly at him. "Spare me, noble sir. I beg for mercy. I was misled by Lang Dabiao. I acknowledge my wrongdoing, and I shall not dare again. Please, grant me my life." Fan Xingdong suddenly fell to his knees, pleading for his life. Wu Fan cast a glance at Yang Wentian and said, "It is the leader's decision. Seize Fan Xingdong and take him away." Yang Wentian, finally regaining his composure, promptly issued his command. Half a day later, the intruders of the Tianlang gang were either dead or fled. Thus, the crisis faced by the Medicine Gang was finally averted. Chapter 22. The Immortal at the headquarters of the Medicine Guild. 3 individuals were seated in a grand hall. "Lu, my dear brother, it has been 5 years since you last returned to Qingshan City. The Rejuvenation Hall has flourished under your stewardship. Your efforts are commendable," Yang Wentian remarked with a smile as he looked at Lu. "It is merely my duty, Guild Master." "You flatter me," Lu quickly responded. "Ha ha ha, dear Lu. You have indeed trained a remarkable disciple. If it weren't for Xiaofan this time, our guild would have been erased from the annals of the martial world. Your contributions shall be duly noted," Yang Wentian laughed heartily. Before Lu could respond, Yang Wentian turned to Wu Fan and continued, "Xiaofan, we owe you a great deal. Speak your desires. Whatever I can provide, I shall not refuse. The guild master is overly gracious. As a member of the Medicine Guild, it is only right that I contribute," Wu Fan replied, slightly embarrassed. "Ah, a fine young man indeed," Yang Wentian beamed. Then, Yang Wentian turned his attention back to Lu, saying, "Brother Lu, having served in Qingshan City for so many years, and given your advancing age, it would be wise to avoid excessive toil. I propose you return to the headquarters for a well-deserved retirement. I can send someone to take your place in Qingshan City. What do you think?" Lu was taken aback momentarily, but soon realized the guild master intended to reward him and Wu Fan for their achievements by keeping them at headquarters. He understood that if he consented, he could enjoy a leisurely retirement without further obligations. Yet, he was reluctant to leave Qingshan City, having invested so many years and emotions there. With this thought, Lu replied, "I appreciate the guild master's kindness, but I am still in good health and can contribute to the guild's endeavors. Moreover, I cannot bear to part with the Rejuvenation Hall. It holds too much of my dedication. I would prefer to remain in Qingshan City for my retirement." "Ah, since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. However, it seems I shall need to rely on you more in the future," Yang Wentian sighed. He then turned to Wu Fan and asked, "And what of you, Xiaofan? Would you consider coming to the headquarters? I would devote myself to nurturing your talents and may even pass my position to you. How does that sound?" Wu Fan was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a proposal from the guild master. However, he had little interest in the position of guild master and wished to remain with his family. So he replied, "I am grateful for your generosity, guild master. But I do not wish to leave my family. I simply wish to live in Qingshan City." "Very well, I shall respect your wishes. However, Xiaofan, may I inquire about your remarkable inner strength at such a young age? What cultivation method do you practice?" Yang Wentian asked hesitantly. "Guildmaster, I practice the fire-burning technique from the scripture pavilion," Wu Fan responded promptly. "Fire-burning technique." Yang Wentian's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly turned to Lu, saying, "Brother Lu, please step out for a moment. I wish to have a private conversation with Xiaofan. Then I shall step out to greet some old friends." "You two carry on," Lu replied as he exited. After Lu Lao finished speaking, he rose and exited. Once Lu Lao had left, Yang Wentian turned to Wu Fan and inquired, "Xiaofan, are you aware of what the fire-burning technique entails?" "I am not aware," Wu Fan replied candidly. "My master merely mentioned that this technique is not one that everyone can practice. I, too, approached it with a mindset of experimentation." Wu Fan had initially thought that Yang Wentian intended to discuss any potential issues with the fire-burning technique. Yet Yang Wentian shifted the conversation to a different topic entirely. "Xiaofan," he asked, "do you know about cultivators?" "Cultivators?" Wu Fan was taken aback. "Indeed, cultivators, what the common folk refer to as immortals. They possess the ability to soar through the skies, traverse the earth, move mountains, and part seas. They are capable of extraordinary feats and enjoy lifespans that seemingly stretch into eternity, reportedly living for hundreds, if not thousands, of years without aging," Yang Wentian remarked enviously. "Isn't that merely a tale recounted by the storytellers in tea houses?" Wu Fan replied noncommittally. "In truth, such beings do exist in this world. And our great Xia nation is home to these immortals," Yang Wentian stated earnestly, gazing intently at Wu Fan. Wu Fan was at a loss for words, feeling as though he had been swept into a fantastical narrative. "I know you may not believe me. I, too, was once a skeptic in my youth. It wasn't until I accompanied the previous leader to the capital of Great Xia that I witnessed an immortal with my own eyes," Yang Wentian recounted nostalgically. Without allowing Wu Fan a moment to respond, he continued, "Xiaofan, the fire-burning technique you are practicing is, in fact, a cultivation method for immortals." Wu Fan was momentarily speechless, utterly astonished that he was studying a technique meant for immortals. His mind struggled to process this revelation. Yang Wentian sighed and elaborated. "Within the entire medicine guild, I alone am privy to the secret of this technique. This knowledge has been passed down through generations of guild leaders. In my youth, I believed I possessed sufficient talent to practice this technique, but I was mistaken. After 5 years of effort, I ultimately achieved nothing, and in a fit of anger, I discarded the technique. Little did I know, it was later preserved by your pharmacy. The members of the medicine guild believed it to be an unparalleled inner strength method, albeit with restrictions on who could learn it. Yet I alone understood that it was, in essence, a cultivation technique for immortals." As Yang Wentian finished speaking, he studied Wu Fan's expression. Wu Fan's countenance reflected a tumultuous mix of emotions. He was profoundly shaken. However, thoughts of the mysterious orb began to surface in his mind, leading him to reevaluate his understanding of this world anew. "In the days of yore, I accompanied the previous leader to the capital. As we traversed a quaint village, a horrifying spectacle unfolded before my eyes. A colossal creature, towering over 10 zhong, was assaulting the village. This beast bore a resemblance to a bear, yet its size was beyond comprehension. One of its massive paws was larger than my entire being. Stricken with terror, I stood frozen in place when suddenly, a celestial being descended from the heavens. With a flick of his wrist, he cast forth a sword that grew ever larger, ultimately reaching a staggering length of 20 zhong. The mighty sword cleaved through the creature, slicing it cleanly in two. With a mere flourish of his sleeve, the celestial figure made the monstrous entity vanish into thin air before soaring away into the sky. Yang Wentian, his eyes glimmering with reminiscence, spoke again. "Xiaofan, I believe you ought to venture forth into the world. Should you be fortunate enough to encounter a celestial being, it would be most advantageous for you to join their sect, thus granting you the opportunity to cultivate immortality." His gaze was filled with encouragement as he regarded Wu Fan. Wu Fan, inspired by Yang Wentian's words, envisioned a future where he too could soar through the skies and attain eternal life. Xiaofan, go forth and explore. I shall look after your family in your absence. If you truly succeed in your cultivation, my only request is that, should the medicine guild face adversity in the future, you lend your assistance. That would suffice to quell any regrets I might harbor, Yang Wentian said slowly. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Fan's eyes gradually reflected a resolute determination. Leader, I shall heed your counsel, he declared. Yang Wentian nodded, a smile gracing his features. Chapter 23. The Qiyun Mountain Range. 7 days later, over 50 magnificent steeds galloped towards the gates of Qingshan City. Upon arrival, the riders dismounted and, after undergoing inspection, gradually entered the city. These individuals were none other than the members of the Huichun Hall, returning from the headquarters of the Medicine Guild, where they had only stayed for 3 days before making their way back. Prior to their departure, Yang Wentian had promised Wu Fan that he would look after his family, and generously bestowed upon him a substantial amount of silver. Aware of Wu Fan's imminent departure, Elder Lu also assured him that he would take care of his family. Thus, Wu Fan spent a month in Qingshan City, accompanying his parents. On this particular day, the Grand Hall of the Wu residence was teeming with people. Nearly everyone from Huichun Hall had gathered, including Meng Hetong and Meng Kaidai from Baiyao Zhai, as well as Gao Qingbin from the Black Wolf Escort Agency. Xiaofan, go. I can't bear to see you go. After you're gone, I'll be all alone, and how dull that will be, Song Fei said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wu Fan and Song Fei had grown up together, sharing countless moments, studying, dining, and practicing martial arts side by side. The thought of Wu Fan leaving was overwhelming for Song Fei. I'm not gone for good, don't worry. I will return often to visit you. Wu Fan reassured her with a playful pat on her shoulder. Xiaofan, when you venture out into the world alone, please take care of yourself, Elder Lu said. His own eyes misty as he gazed at his disciple. Having watched Wu Fan grow, he had always treated him as his own. The impending separation stirred a profound sadness within him, perhaps due to his advancing years and the absence of family, leaving him yearning for his disciple's companionship in his twilight years. Seeing the aged face of Elder Lu filled Wu Fan with sorrow, aside from his parents. His master had been the most caring figure in his life. Overwhelmed with emotion, he suddenly knelt before Elder Lu and said, Master, I am unfilial. I will no longer be able to care for you. Elder Lu trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks as he hurriedly pulled Wu Fan to his feet. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Go forth and forge your own path. I still have Xiao Fei with me. At that moment, Hulada quickly approached, sensing the somber atmosphere and the presence of many outsiders. He chuckled, Elder Lu, with Xiao Fan's martial prowess, who could possibly challenge him? I think you should worry less. Indeed, with his current skills, there is no place in the world he cannot go, Su Kuan agreed, joining in the conversation. Just then, Meng Kaidai stepped forward, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed intently at Wu Fan. Her lips moved slightly, hesitating for what felt like an eternity, yet no words escaped her lips. Finally, with a tremulous voice, she managed to utter, Xiao Fan, go, take care. With that, she turned and fled, her sobs faintly echoing in the distance. Wu Fan watched her retreating figure, a soft sigh escaping his lips. 2 hours later, outside the gates of the Wu residence, Wu Fan mounted his horse. Casting a lingering glance at those behind him, he beheld the reluctant expressions of his parents, the tear-streaked face of his younger sister, Xiao Yu, and the waving figure of his elder brother, Wu Hao. After one last look at everyone, he turned and rode away. Thus commenced Wu Fan's journey in search of immortals. His destination was the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Yunxi City, situated tens of thousands of miles from Qingshan City, requiring him to traverse 3 provinces. Therefore, Wu Fan was indeed embarking on a long and arduous journey. Prior to his departure, he prepared an array of provisions, which he stored in a small space, including dried rations, spare clothing, and various healing and detoxification medicines. 1 year later, at the gates of the capital, a weary young man approached, riding a black horse, clad in a blue robe, making his way directly to the city gates. Halt! Dismount for inspection, commanded a guard wielding a long blade, blocking the young man's path. After dismounting and undergoing the inspection, the young man entered the city. This young man was none other than Wu Fan, who, after a year of arduous travel, finally arrived in the capital today. Now 18, Wu Fan had shed his youthful naivety, possibly due to his cultivation of the fire burn technique, which endowed him with an aura of inviolability. During this year, few dared to trouble him due to his age. Along the way, he encountered several bandits and highwaymen, whom he swiftly dispatched with a few strokes of his sword before continuing on his journey. Throughout the year, Wu Fan traveled by day and practiced in his space at night. Though he had not yet reached the 5th level of the fire burn technique, he had attained the pinnacle of the 4th level, poised to break through at any moment. The capital, as the heart of the Great Xia Kingdom, boasted a level of prosperity unmatched by the remote Qingshan city, its expanse being hundreds of times greater. To traverse the entire city would take no less than half a month. Upon arriving in the capital, Wu Fan casually sought out an inn to lodge in. Each day, he frequented tea houses and taverns, spending hours in the common areas, listening intently to the conversations around him. On one particular day, while dining in a tavern, Wu Fan overheard a table nearby discussing, "Brother Song, have you heard? Recently, a demon wolf has been terrorizing a small town just outside our capital, but at last, an immortal has come to slay the beast." "Indeed," replied another, "the demon wolf often preyed upon the townsfolk, driving them away. It was only a fortnight ago that an immortal arrived and vanquished the creature, allowing those who fled to return." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan immediately stood up and approached the table, taking a seat directly across from the two men. He then turned to the front and called out, "Innkeeper, please put this table's fare on my tab and bring me some fine wine and dishes." A voice responded from the other side, "Certainly, esteemed guest." The two individuals at the table exchanged glances, and one of them spoke, "Thank you, young brother. May I inquire what brings you here?" "Oh, it's nothing. There's no need for gratitude. I have a particular fondness for tales of immortals. I couldn't help but approach when I overheard you two discussing such matters." Wu Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the two individuals nodded in sudden realization. "So, the young brother enjoys stories of immortals." One of them remarked with a chuckle, "Might I ask, dear brother, do you know where one could encounter an immortal?" Wu Fan inquired playfully. "Alas, we are not privy to such knowledge. Immortals appear and vanish without a trace. Mere mortals seldom have the fortune to behold them. However, those fortunate enough may catch a glimpse of an immortal soaring through the sky," one replied. The other added, "I have heard that the Qiyun mountain range, located over 1,000 miles beyond our capital, is a place where immortals are often sighted. Yet, that mountain range is particularly treacherous. Once one ventures inside, it is quite difficult to emerge. There have been instances where individuals managed to return, and they spoke of becoming lost deep within, unable to find their way out." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan felt a surge of determination. He resolved to journey to the Qiyun mountain range. Chapter 24. The Clear Wind Gate. 10 days later. Qiyun mountain range. At the foot of the mountains, Wu Fan gazed into the distance, contemplating the grandeur of the Qiyun mountain range, which surpassed even the majestic Yandang mountains. It is said that this mountain range ranks among the top 5 in the entire Xia Kingdom, spanning thousands of miles. Whispers of mythical beasts lurking within its depths intrigued him. Wu Fan murmured to himself, "Mythical beasts are not the same as ferocious beasts. Only immortals possess the power to vanquish them. Mortals stand no chance against such creatures. Some mythical beasts are said to be extraordinarily colossal, reaching dozens, even hundreds or thousands of feet in length. Their abilities are as varied as they are formidable. Some can soar through the skies, while others can breathe fire, burrow underground, or wield various magical arts." Hearing this, Wu Fan felt a blend of trepidation and an insatiable longing to encounter a mythical beast. He cast one last glance at the mountains before drawing the long sword from his waist, and, with a determined resolve, set forth toward the mountain range. 5 days later, Wu Fan stood over the lifeless body of a spotted tiger, wiping the blood from his sword. He turned and ventured deeper into the mountains. The first 2 days in the mountains were relatively uneventful, with few encounters with ferocious beasts. However, from the 3rd day onward, the frequency of attacks increased, and today marked the 6th beast he had slain. Some of these creatures proved formidable, demanding a fierce battle to defeat, yet Wu Fan pressed on into the depths. On the 6th day, "Strange, why have I not encountered any beasts for half a day?" Wu Fan pondered aloud. He scanned his surroundings, sensing something amiss. His journey had been unusually smooth, and after contemplating the situation, he shook his head and continued forward. Half a day later, Wu Fan's expression turned grim as he recognized his surroundings. He had been here before. He distinctly recalled resting on a particular stone. What is happening? I have been moving deeper into the mountains while keeping track of the sun for direction. Logically, I should not have returned here, he muttered in frustration. Feeling helpless, he stubbornly resumed his trek into the mountain's depths. Yet another half-day passed. Wu Fan sat on a stone with a furrowed brow. Indeed, he had circled back once more. Realizing he was lost, he understood he had been wandering in circles. As dusk approached, he resolved to return the following day. The next day at noon, Wu Fan was on the verge of despair. Not only could he not ascend the mountain, but he found himself utterly unable to retrace his steps. No matter which path he took, he always ended up back at the same spot. On this day, as the sun began to set, a streak of light appeared in the distance, approaching from the horizon. Within this light was an elderly man clad in a white robe, who, despite appearing to be around 60 years of age, radiated vitality, showing no signs of aging. He soared through the air on a long sword. The old man muttered indignantly, "Those rascals at the Medicine King Valley promised to sell me the snowbone ginseng for 5,000 spirit stones, yet demanded an extra 1,000 during the transaction. It infuriates me. If not for my urgent need for the ginseng, I wouldn't have tolerated their nonsense. Just wait. I will have my revenge on this matter one day." The elder, in a fit of exasperation, suddenly glanced downward and murmured to himself, "Which disciple from this peak is trapped within the illusion? How can he be ensnared when he has already reached the 4th level of chi refinement? Why does he not ascend?" With that, the elder stepped onto his flying sword and descended. Meanwhile, Wu Fan sat on a stone, his countenance grim, contemplating how to escape. He recalled a conversation at the tavern, where someone had warned him that venturing deep into the mountain range could lead to becoming lost, and exiting would prove exceedingly difficult. At the time, he had dismissed the warning as mere exaggeration, never anticipating that he would find himself in such a predicament. Suddenly, he noticed a brilliant light in the distant sky, drawing nearer. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him as he strained to see. The radiant glow halted 10 zhang above him, and a voice resonated. "Which peak do you hail from? How is it that you find yourself ensnared here? What of your flying artifact?" As the light dimmed, a figure emerged, an elder clad in white robes, standing atop a long sword. Wu Fan realized he was finally in the presence of an immortal. The elder, noticing Wu Fan's silence, furrowed his brow and pressed on. "Are you a disciple of the Qingfeng sect?" With utmost respect, Wu Fan bowed and replied, "I am not a disciple of the Qingfeng sect, but merely a mortal. I stumbled in here by chance and now find myself unable to leave." "Immortal? Yet you have reached the 4th level of chi refinement. From whence do you come?" The elder inquired further. "I am from Qingzhou, specifically Qingshan City," Wu Fan responded promptly, maintaining his respectful demeanor. Wu Fan's heart raced with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. The anxiety stemmed from meeting an immortal for the first time, and the excitement arose from having journeyed across great distances to seek one. The elder, with a contemplative frown, asked, "Where did you acquire your cultivation technique?" "In Qingshan City, there exists a pharmacy known as the Huichun Hall. At the age of 12, I discovered this technique within that establishment," Wu Fan recounted without reservation. "Ah, since you are without a sect, how about this? Accompany me back to the Qingfeng sect. Once the disciples verify your background, you may join us. Would you be willing?" The elder proposed with a smile. "Yes, I would be honored," Wu Fan responded, his heart swelling with joy. "Then let us proceed," the elder declared. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Wu Fan felt a rush of air, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing upon the elder's flying sword, which then soared through the air. At a height of 1,000 zhang, Wu Fan gazed down, observing the endless mountain ranges and towering trees, which appeared diminutive from his vantage point. Unbeknownst to him, his legs began to tremble. He had never stood so high before, and a twinge of fear crept into his heart. Moments later, the elder broke the silence, saying, "Young one, we have arrived at the Qingfeng sect." Wu Fan glanced around, perplexed. Where was the sect? To him, it appeared to be merely an ordinary mountain range. He mused to himself, could this immortal be jesting with me? At that moment, the immortal halted the flying sword and, with a flick of his sleeve, summoned a colossal transparent barrier. The enormity of the barrier was astonishing, stretching endlessly before his eyes. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the vast shield, and the elder swiftly guided the flying sword through it. Upon crossing the barrier, An entirely different scene unfolded before Wu Fan's astonished gaze. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape, almost dislocating his jaw. It was breathtaking. Was this not a paradise of immortals? Towering peaks soared toward the heavens. Resplendent palaces gleamed like jade, and grand halls resembled ethereal sanctuaries. He noticed serene lakes with surfaces as smooth as mirrors. Looking further into the sky, he beheld celestial beings soaring on swords, some riding white cranes, others navigating fluffy clouds. These ethereal beings occasionally glided past Wu Fan, leaving him spellbound. Was this truly the realm of immortals? Chapter 25. Entering the sect, the elder skillfully maneuvered his flying sword to a mountain peak, landing upon a vast platform. Before them stood a grand hall, towering several dozen feet high. Wu Fan dismounted from the sword and followed the elder forward. Just then, a young man in his 20s emerged from the hall's entrance, rushing toward the elder with a bow and clasped hands. Greetings, elderly. Ah, Lu disciple, is it your watch today? The elder inquired with a smile. Reporting to elderly, it is indeed my turn. Is there anything I can assist you with? The young man named Lu replied. The elder glanced back at Wu Fan and said, This is a young lad I recently brought back, named Wu Fan. Please send someone to Qingzhou, Qingshan City, to investigate his background. If he proves to be of clean lineage, allow him to cultivate at the outer gates of the Qingfeng sect. His admission to the inner sect will depend on his own capabilities. Understood, master. I shall dispatch someone to Qingzhou immediately, Lu responded with a respectful bow. At this moment, the elder turned to Wu Fan, saying, Come here, young Fan, and extend your arm. Wu Fan promptly approached and stretched out his arm. The elder grasped Wu Fan's forearm, and he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, which swiftly dissipated after circulating through his body. The elder regarded Wu Fan with a peculiar expression, letting out a soft sigh. A mixed 5-element root, such a pity, he murmured, before soaring away on his sword light. Only Wu Fan and Lu remained on the platform. Lu then produced a piece of yellow paper, placing it near his mouth and whispering a few incantations. With a flick of his arm, the paper magically took flight. Turning his attention back to Wu Fan, he said, Junior brother, I am Lu Junwei. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to inquire at the Hall of Elders. Now, allow me to show you to your quarters. Thank you, senior brother, Wu Fan replied, bowing respectfully. Without further ado, Lu Junwei retrieved an object from his sleeve. Upon closer inspection, it was a small green boat. He tossed it into the air, and it enlarged to a size of 2 zhang. Lu leaped onto the vessel, turning to Wu Fan. Come aboard, junior brother Wu. Wu Fan gazed at the green boat with envy, then followed suit and jumped aboard. The boat soared into the sky, carrying them swiftly forward. Approximately 15 minutes later, the boat halted before a massive mountain peak, atop which lay a vast valley filled with numerous courtyards, pavilions, and even a small lake. Lu skillfully guided the boat to a platform and declared, Junior brother Wu, this peak is known as Luoxia Peak of the Outer Courtyard. You shall cultivate here from now on. Lu Junfeng pondered momentarily before speaking again. By the way, Junior brother Wu, I have already used a communication talisman to notify one of our fellow disciples. He should be en route to Qingshan City now. You will have results regarding your matter in half a month. During this time, you must not leave your courtyard, understand? I understand. Thank you, senior brother. Wu Fan promptly replied. Well then, let us find you a place to stay. With that, he led Wu Fan towards a particular pavilion. Upon entering, Wu Fan noticed a middle-aged man seated behind a table. The man remarked, Ah, Lu junior brother, what brings you here today? Senior brother Wang. I am here on the orders of Elder Li to escort this junior brother Wu Fan. I must trouble you to arrange a place for him to reside. In half a month, barring any unforeseen circumstances, junior brother Wu will officially become an outer court disciple. At that time, I will also need your assistance with his entry procedures, Lu Junwei explained. Ah, so it is Elder Li's command. Rest assured, Lu junior brother, I will handle everything. The middle-aged man named Wang replied without hesitation. The three then proceeded towards the courtyard area. After a quarter of an hour, they stopped at a courtyard. It spanned about an acre, adorned with several trees, and at its rear lay a small forest. In front of it was a serene lake, and the dwelling was constructed of a beautiful, unknown white stone. Junior brother Wu, you shall reside in this courtyard. It is highly coveted by many. Previously, a fellow disciple lived here, but after achieving commendable results in the recent outer court competition, He caught the eye of an elder and was taken as a disciple, thus vacating this lovely residence. Many have sought to claim it, but I have turned them all away. Since you are acquainted with elderly, I will grant you this courtyard, Wang said with a smile directed at Wu Fan. Thank you, Senior Brother Wang. Wu Fan quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, a look of joy illuminating his face. He was truly enamored with this courtyard, its picturesque scenery and tranquil environment, devoid of nearby residences, provided the perfect sanctuary for his cultivation, allowing him to conceal his secrets effortlessly. At that moment, Lu Junhui spoke, "If there is nothing else, I shall return to the affairs hall. I am on duty today and cannot be away for long." "Go ahead, Lu Junior Brother. I will take care of Wu Junior Brother's matters," Wang reassured him. After expressing his thanks, Lu Junhui summoned a flying vessel and departed. "Junior Brother Wu, you may return to your courtyard and rest. My name is Wang Lei. Feel free to seek me out whenever needed," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Thank you, Senior Brother. I may need to trouble you often in the future," Wu Fan replied, bowing respectfully. "Haha, there is no need for such formality. From now on, we are fellow disciples. Besides, being in the affairs hall, it is my duty to assist," Wang Lei said before turning to leave. Wu Fan entered the courtyard and strolled around, before making his way into the house. Inside, everything one could desire was present. He chose a room and lay on the bed, reflecting on his recent experiences, feeling as though he were in a dream. It had been over a year since he had departed from Qingshan City, and after so much, he had finally encountered the immortal and fulfilled his wish to join a sect of cultivation. With this thought, a smile of joy graced Wu Fan's lips. As half a month swiftly passed, on this particular day, Brother Lu arrived at Wu Fan's residence, calling out, "Is Brother Wu there?" Wu Fan was in the midst of his cultivation when he heard the voice. He quickly rose and stepped outside. Upon seeing that it was indeed Brother Lu, he exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Lu, please, come inside for a moment." "Haha, I won't intrude," Brother Lu replied. "I must return after completing my business. The Deacon Hall is quite busy." "Brother Wu, allow me to congratulate you in advance. After verification, your background is clear, and you are now officially a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. Shortly, you should visit the administrative office and seek out Brother Wang to assist you with your registration," Brother Lu said with hearty laughter. Chapter 26. Enlightenment. Upon hearing Brother Lu's words, Wu Fan felt an immediate surge of joy and hurriedly clasped his fists together, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu. I shall seek out Brother Wang at once." "Wait a moment, Wu Shidi. Do not rush off just yet," Brother Lu chuckled heartily. He then produced a white jade token, inscribing a few characters upon it before tossing it to Wu Fan, saying, "This is your identity token. You need only to drip a drop of blood upon it, and it will be essential for your visits to the Scripture Pavilion or the Alchemy Hall in the future." Wu Fan reached out to catch the jade token and glanced at it. One side bore the inscription Qingfeng Sect, while the other side displayed his name, Wu Fan. Without hesitation, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the token. In an instant, the token shimmered brightly before returning to its normal state. Brother Lu smiled at Wu Fan and remarked, "Well then, Wu Shidi, I shall take my leave if there is nothing further." Wu Fan bowed respectfully as Brother Lu nodded and transformed into a streak of light, soaring away in his flying vessel. Once Brother Lu had departed, Wu Fan wasted no time in seeking out Brother Wang, his urgency evident as he wished to finalize his entry procedures immediately. A quarter of an hour later, "Has Wu Shidi arrived to complete his entry formalities today?" Brother Wang Lei inquired, observing Wu Fan. "Indeed, brother. Brother Lu sent me here," Wu Fan replied. "Very well. I shall assist you with the process. Do you have your identity token?" Brother Wang asked. "I do," Wu Fan responded, extending his hand to present the jade token. Brother Wang examined it closely before returning it to Wu Fan. He then retrieved a ledger and began to write diligently. After a brief moment, Brother Wang stowed the ledger away and smiled. "Wu Shidi, I have registered you. You are now officially a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. Congratulations." "Thank you, Brother Wang," Wu Fan said, his heart brimming with excitement. At this moment, Wu Fan had finally and formally joined the cultivation sect. He had left his home and parents, journeying far to arrive here, all in pursuit of learning the arts of immortality, with hopes of living for centuries or even millennia. Such thoughts filled him with a sense of joy and elation. Within the room, Brother Wang observed Wu Fan's delight, and a gentle smile graced his lips. After a short while, Brother Wang presented a book to Wu Fan, speaking earnestly. Wu Shidi, this contains the rules and regulations of our Qingfeng sect. You must read it thoroughly upon your return and commit its contents to memory. Do not transgress these rules. Even a minor infraction could result in years of confinement. While a severe violation may lead to the destruction of your physical form and the extraction of your primordial spirit. Wu Fan's expression changed at once, and he resolved to study the rules diligently upon his return, vowing to remain vigilant and avoid any transgressions. At this moment, Brother Wang spoke again. Junior Brother Wu, allow me to enlighten you about our Qingfeng sect. We are one of the 6 prominent cultivation sects in the Xia Kingdom, alongside the other 5, Yaowang Valley, Lingxiao Temple, Demon Sect, Lian Shizong, and Lian Qizong. The Xia Kingdom is also home to several cultivation families, although they do not possess the profound heritage of our sect. Some of the larger families cannot be underestimated. Our Qingfeng sect was established in the Qiyun mountain range over 6,000 years ago, thus boasting a rich history. Our sect is divided into the inner and outer sections. You currently reside in the outer sect, the Falling Sunset Peak. In the inner sect, each mountain peak is a sanctuary of concentrated spiritual energy, where cultivation occurs at a significantly accelerated pace compared to other locations. However, only inner disciples, core disciples, and elders are permitted to dwell there. Gaining entry into the inner sect is no easy feat, yet there are several paths to achieve this. Firstly, possessing a rare and unique constitution, such as celestial spiritual roots, thunder spiritual roots, purine bodies, 7-star lunar bodies, ice marrow bodies, or sword spirit bodies, qualifies one for immediate cultivation and advancement into the inner sect upon discovery by the sect. These exceptional constitutions are exceedingly rare, appearing only once in several hundred or even thousand years. Secondly, one may ascend to the inner sect through outstanding performance in the sect's grand competition, attracting the attention of the elders. Achieving such recognition is akin to soaring to great heights, as one would then become an inner disciple. Once one becomes an inner disciple, the resources and cultivation chambers provided by the sect are incomparable to those available in the outer sect. Brother Wang paused momentarily, allowing Wu Fan to absorb this information. Wu Fan finally comprehended that the Xia Kingdom was not solely represented by the Qingfeng sect, and that there was indeed a distinction between the inner and outer sections. It was no wonder that Elder Li, who had accompanied him, remarked that whether he could become an inner disciple depended on his own abilities. The realization of how challenging it was to become an inner disciple struck him, and he suddenly recalled Elder Li's expression as he departed, along with his words regarding the mixed 5-element spiritual roots. Brother Wang, do you know what the mixed 5-element spiritual roots are? Wu Fan inquired, gazing at Brother Wang. Brother Wang looked at him with an unusual expression before responding. Let me explain the concept of spiritual roots. For practitioners like us, possessing spiritual roots is imperative for cultivation. Without them, one cannot embark on the path of immortality. For instance, if ordinary individuals devoid of spiritual roots attempt to cultivate the techniques you are currently practicing, they would be unable to manifest any magical power. Those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Among 10,000 ordinary people, there may be only one with spiritual roots, resulting in a scarcity of those who can cultivate. Moreover, spiritual roots can be classified as good or bad, divided into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with some mutated spiritual roots, such as thunder and wind spiritual roots, which have evolved from the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Let us first discuss the celestial roots, which are the epitome of singular attributes in spiritual roots. For instance, the pure gold root or the singular wood root exemplify exceptional quality, allowing their bearers to cultivate at a remarkably accelerated pace compared to others. Following the celestial roots, the earth roots comprise individuals with dual or triple spiritual roots. They possess only 2 or 3 attributes. Although not as superior as the celestial roots, they still hold the potential to reach the foundation establishment stage within their lifetimes. Beneath the earth roots lie the mixed roots, characterized by 4 or 5 diverse attributes, which render cultivation exceedingly arduous. The overwhelming diversity of spiritual roots results in a sluggish advancement, making it virtually impossible to attain the foundation establishment stage within a lifetime. Observing Wu Fan, Brother Wang remarked, "Do you understand now?" With a pale countenance, Wu Fan replied, "I understand. However, Wu Fan's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated that his spiritual route would be of the least favorable kind. Previously, he had harbored dreams of diligent cultivation, aspiring to transcend into a true immortal capable of moving mountains and filling seas, achieving eternal life. Now, he felt as though his dreams had been shattered, and a sense of despondency enveloped him. Chapter 27. The Scripture Pavilion. Brother Wang, what exactly is the foundation establishment stage you mentioned? Wu Fan inquired, his voice tinged with frustration. Brother Wang glanced at Wu Fan's expression, recognizing his discontent, yet he chose to remain composed and continued. I observe that you are currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement, which places you at the initial stages of a cultivator. The path of cultivation is divided into several stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. The Qi refinement stage is further divided into 12 levels. With each level you ascend, your strength will significantly increase. Upon reaching the 12th level, you may attempt foundation establishment. However, this is no simple feat in our Qingfeng sect. With over 3,000 disciples, there are fewer than 100 elders at the foundation establishment stage. This illustrates the difficulty of attaining such a level. Most individuals remain at the Qi refinement stage throughout their lives. Nonetheless, should you succeed in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, your lifespan could extend to 300 years, and your power would undergo a profound transformation. In the Great Xia Kingdom, as long as you avoid the few golden core ancestors, you would be able to traverse freely. He continued, as for the golden core ancestors, they are truly formidable beings. Not only within the Great Xia Kingdom, but across the continent, they command immense respect. Upon reaching the golden core stage, one's lifespan can extend to 7 or 8 centuries. Wu Fan was utterly astonished. The prospect of living for 300 years at the foundation establishment stage, and even longer at the golden core stage, was incredibly enticing, filling him with admiration and envy. Brother Wang, is there nothing beyond the golden core stage? Wu Fan asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The golden core stage is already a lofty aspiration, one I dare not even dream of. If I could achieve the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime, I would be profoundly content. However, I have heard whispers of a stage beyond the golden core, the nascent soul stage. It is said that those who reach this level can live for thousands of years, though the truth of this eludes me. Currently, there are no nascent soul cultivators in the Great Xia Kingdom, Brother Wang replied with a hearty laugh. Wu Fan was momentarily speechless. To think that the nascent soul stage could grant such an extended lifespan. Was that not akin to becoming a true immortal? How powerful must they be? Brother Wang, at which level of Qi refinement can one fly through the air? Wu Fan asked, eager to know the answer. You can fly upon reaching the 4th level. In fact, you are currently at that level, so you may begin learning the art of flight. Later, you can visit the Scripture Pavilion to acquire a comprehensive guide to basic spells for your studies. The art of flight is merely a minor technique, useful primarily for travel. Brother Wang responded promptly. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's heart swelled with joy. He had always envied those who could soar through the skies, and the realization that he too could soon take to the air filled him with exhilaration. Brother Wang, I saw the flying boat that Brother Lu was aboard. What was that? Wu Fan finally could not contain his curiosity any longer. Oh, that is a flying magical artifact. Once you have accumulated some spirit stones, you can purchase one as well, Brother Wang explained. What are spirit stones? Wu Fan asked, bewildered. Spirit stones are akin to silver among mortals, serving as the currency for us cultivators. Within these stones lies an abundance of spiritual energy, granting them numerous functions. They assist in cultivation, facilitate the formation of arrays, and can be exchanged for elixirs, magical tools, and materials. Essentially, anything a cultivator requires can be procured with spirit stones. As you are now an outer sect disciple, the sect will bestow upon you 30 spirit stones each month. Brother Wang remarked, as he produced a stone for Wu Fan to examine. Wu Shidi, behold. This is a spirit stone, he said, extending his hand. Wu Fan gazed at the spirit stone in Brother Wang's palm. It was the size of a thumb, translucent and resplendent, reminiscent of jade. Wu Fan then inquired further, and after 2 hours had passed. Brother Wang, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Wu Fan said, bowing slightly in respect. No need for such formality. We are all fellow disciples now. Should you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to seek my counsel. Brother Wang replied with hearty laughter. He then casually tossed a small bag to Wu Fan, adding, "Shitty. This is an item every new disciple is entitled to receive. This bag is known as a storage pouch. It contains a small space for storing various items. Simply infuse it with a bit of spiritual energy to retrieve or place items within. Inside, you will find 2 sets of outer sect disciple robes, 30 spirit stones, and a flying sword as well. With these gifts, my task is complete." Wu Fan bowed once more to Brother Wong, saying, "Thank you, Brother Wong. I understand. And if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Very well, Shitty, you may return." "I shall not see you off," Brother Wong said with a smile. Upon returning to his quarters, Wu Fan curiously played with the small bag. He turned it upside down, and several items tumbled out. As they flew from the bag, they instantly enlarged, revealing spirit stones, a flying sword, and robes. He then returned these items to the pouch. This storage pouch is truly marvelous. Although the space is limited to a span of 10 feet, it is incredibly convenient. Unlike my mysterious space, which requires a quarter of an hour for me to bring items in, Wu Fan mused softly. Next, he retrieved the flying sword. It shimmered with radiant colors, imbued with a faint spiritual essence. Wu Fan had previously tested it, and found it to be far sharper than the long sword his elder brother had gifted him. This was only natural, as one was a flying sword used by cultivators, while the other was an iron sword meant for mortals. There was simply no comparison. Brother Wong had mentioned that once he mastered the art of flight, he would be able to soar through the skies with this sword. Subsequently, Wu Fan donned a white robe. According to Brother Wong, this robe was also a low-tier magical artifact. It could protect against dust and possessed a certain level of defensive capability. By infusing it with spiritual energy, it could withstand the strikes of mortal weapons. The robe bore the 3 golden characters of Qingfeng's sect. Wu Fan placed these items into a storage bag, which he then secured to his waist. Rising to his feet, he exited the courtyard, eager to visit the scripture repository and retrieve the compendium of basic spells. He was filled with anticipation to practice the art of aerial manipulation. 2 hours later, Wu Fan arrived before a grand pavilion, adorned with a large sign that bore the 3 golden characters for scripture repository. Standing in the expansive square before the pavilion, he occasionally observed a few individuals emerging from the building, while others ventured inside. After pausing for a moment, he lifted his foot and approached. Upon entering the scripture repository, he noticed an elderly man seated behind a desk. The old man glanced at him and said, "Present your identity token. What do you wish to select?" Wu Fan promptly walked over with respect, handing the identity token to the elder, and replied, "I seek the compendium of basic spells. 10 spirit stones. It's on the left side of the 2nd floor. Find it yourself." The elder said dismissively after examining the token, tossing it back to Wu Fan with a hint of impatience. Taken aback, Wu Fan realized that he needed spirit stones as well. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, and instead obediently produced 10 spirit stones to hand over to the elder before making his way upstairs. Chapter 28. Retreat. The 2nd floor of the library was vast, lined with rows of bookshelves, adorned with numerous tomes, yet even more abundant were the jade slips. Brother Wong had mentioned that cultivators typically utilize jade slips in place of traditional books, as they are far easier to preserve, unlike books that are prone to damage. Their usage is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to press the jade slip against their forehead and employ their spiritual sense to peruse its contents. Speaking of spiritual sense, Wu Fan had once been oblivious to its nature, but later learned that his ability to introspect within his body relied on this very spiritual perception. He also discovered that the expanse within his mind was known amongst cultivators as the sea of consciousness, and that the luminous white orb he often transformed into was, in fact, his primordial spirit. Casually, Wu Fan extracted a jade slip, palm-sized and entirely white, resembling a jade tablet, its material an enigma. He pressed it to his forehead and began to explore it with his spiritual sense. Before him unfolded rows of script accompanied by vivid imagery. It was a cultivation technique titled Qingmu Changchunju, spanning from the 1st to the 12th layer of qi refinement. After replacing the slip, he retrieved another one, which also contained a technique named Li Hua Tuna Shu, similarly encompassing 12 layers of qi refinement. Wu Fan continued his exploration, examining each slip in succession. The 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion was replete with jade slips, yet Wu Fan observed that all were focused on qi refinement techniques, with none pertaining to the foundation establishment stage. Remarkably, he even found the fire-based technique he was practicing, Huafunju. Thus, he spent an entire day on the second floor, surrounded by slips detailing various refining materials, small formation techniques, and records of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Wu Fan yearned to acquire all these slips, yet alas, he lacked the requisite spirit stones. Upon locating the fundamentals of spells, he also sought out a slip titled True Understanding of Spiritual Herbs. This latter slip documented over 1,000 rare spiritual herbs, complete with descriptions and illustrations of each herb's appearance. After some contemplation, he also retrieved a slip labeled True Understanding of Spiritual Materials, which, akin to the previous one, cataloged various precious materials, detailing their uses and providing illustrations for identification. With 3 jade slips in hand, Wu Fan approached the elder. The elder accepted the slips, examined them briefly, and then produced 3 blank jade slips to begin inscribing. He placed each slip upon his forehead in succession, and after a brief interval, he handed the inscribed slips back to Wu Fan, simultaneously collecting the slips Wu Fan had brought. He then stated, "That will be 20 spirit stones." Wu Fan resigned, found that the spirit stones he had just acquired were swiftly depleted. With no alternative, he surrendered another 20 spirit stones to the elder. Subsequently, he stored the 3 newly inscribed slips in his storage bag and returned to his dwelling. Upon his return, Wu Fan seated himself cross-legged upon his bed. A faint luminescence began to emanate from his body, growing steadily brighter with the passage of time. After a quarter of an hour, the blinding radiance abruptly vanished, taking Wu Fan along with it into the unknown. In a confined space, Wu Fan first tended to the herbs, watering them despite the well only providing enough for a scant few. However, the passage of time outside equated to 10 days within this realm, and over the span of a year, those unwatered herbs had accumulated over a decade's worth of medicinal age. Alas, these herbs were too common, suited merely for mortal use, which is why Wu Fan had taken the elixir's true meanings from the scripture pavilion. He aimed to memorize all the elixirs, intending to procure seeds to cultivate them in his small sanctuary, while also planning to uproot the ordinary herbs as they occupied precious land in his limited space. Upon entering the abode, one would encounter a grand hall, flanked by 2 rooms on either side and 2 further rooms ahead. Wu Fan had devised a plan for these 6 chambers. The 2 front rooms included one vast space, approximately several miles in circumference, which Wu Fan intended to use as a training room for his aerial techniques and other spells, as the current dimensions were insufficient for his aspirations. The purpose of the other rooms soon revealed itself to him. One day, while venturing beyond the courtyard, he noticed 5 fruit trees bearing 7 fruits. He plucked all the fruits, placing 6 in a drawer within that room, while retaining 1 for himself. Busy with his cultivation, he forgot about the fruit, only to discover days later that it had rotted. Fearing for the 6 fruits, he hurried to check, and upon opening the drawer, he was astounded to find the fruits unchanged, as fresh as the moment they were picked. This revelation left Wu Fan in awe, for he learned that the multitude of drawers in that room served to preserve herbs, elixirs, and spiritual fruits. Henceforth, whenever he discovered ripe herbs, he would harvest them and store them in those drawers, transforming the room into a storeroom. As for the remaining 4 rooms on either side of the hall, one was designated as a bedroom, while another was earmarked for future use as an alchemy chamber. Wu Fan had come to realize that elixirs could significantly aid a cultivator in enhancing their cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks. With the awareness of his mixed elemental roots, he understood that to advance further on the path of immortality, he would need to rely on these elixirs. The final 2 rooms remained undecided in their purpose. In the sanctuary's bedroom, Wu Fan sat cross-legged upon his bed, holding 3 jade slips. He resolved to begin with the foundational spells and picked up 1 slip to place against his forehead. This slip contained several spells, including the aerial technique, spiritual eye technique, fireball technique, waterball technique, ice spike technique, and wind blade technique. Wu Fan was already familiar with the aerial technique, which he yearned to master. The spiritual eye technique was also potent and relatively simple to cultivate, requiring only the infusion of mana into the eyes. Its dual functions were noteworthy. First, it allowed one to discern the cultivation levels of others, although Wu Fan could currently only perceive those at the Qi refinement stage, unable to see those at the foundation establishment stage or higher unless they chose not to conceal their power. Secondly, It enabled the user to unravel simple formations. Had Wu Fan possessed this skill during his entrapment within the illusionary formation of the Qiyun mountain range, he would have escaped unscathed. Now, Wu Fan comprehends that the illusionary formation is a rudimentary array established by the Qingfeng sect to deceive mortals, primarily to prevent them from intruding into the sect's domain. The fireball technique is an offensive spell that enables the caster to conjure a small fireball from their hands. This fireball is not mere mortal flame, possessing an incendiary power that can ignite anything. The water sphere technique lacks any offensive capabilities. However, it proves practical when he is parched or wishes to cleanse himself. The ice spike technique is also an offensive spell, capable of unleashing a formidable ice spike, although its casting speed is considerably sluggish. Chapter 29. Selecting tasks. The wind blade technique is also an offensive spell that can unleash a blade of wind. Although its power is not particularly formidable, it excels in its rapid casting speed, allowing multiple blades to be released in quick succession. After 3 months in the outside world, more than 2 years had elapsed within the spatial realm. In the training chamber, Wu Fan soared through the air on his flying sword, maneuvering gracefully as he ascended, surged forward, or executed elegant sharp turns. After 2 hours, he skillfully guided the flying sword to the ground, a smile illuminating his face. At that moment, Wu Fan suddenly extended his palm, and a fireball, roughly the size of a fist, materialized with a whoosh. He then pushed his hand forward, sending the fireball hurtling ahead, where it exploded with considerable force. Without pausing, Wu Fan extended his hand once more, reciting incantations under his breath. Gradually, a massive ice spear emerged in his grasp. With another forward push, the ice spear shot forth, followed by a resounding boom in the distance, prompting Wu Fan to chuckle in delight. The power of the ice spear was indeed impressive. However, its casting speed was regrettably slow, a fact that Wu Fan lamented quietly. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeve forward, and a wind blade shot out with astounding speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Indeed, while the wind blade lacks significant power, its rapid casting is unparalleled, almost instantaneous. He mused to himself. Having finally mastered these 6 spells to a minor degree, Wu Fan realized that diligent practice would suffice for further refinement. He also committed to memory the true solutions for spiritual herbs and materials. Thus, after over 2 years of seclusion within the spatial realm, Wu Fan was ready to emerge. On a day 3 months later, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated Wu Fan's room in the outside world, only to vanish moments later, revealing Wu Fan's figure where the light had been. At last, I have refined all my spells to a minor accomplishment. However, I remain at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement without a breakthrough. It seems that mere cultivation alone will not suffice. The most pressing matter now is to sell the spiritual herbs from within the space and exchange them for spirit stones to procure elixirs that will help me overcome this bottleneck. I wonder how many spirit stones my herbs will yield. If sufficient, I could also acquire some superior magical artifacts for self-defense, Wu Fan muttered softly upon his return. After reviewing the true solutions for the spiritual herbs, Wu Fan entered the spatial herb garden for inspection. He discovered that he possessed only over 30 spiritual herbs, which, despite being the most common in the realm of cultivation, were not particularly valuable. What set them apart was their age, as most were several hundred to 1,000 years old. The remaining plots were filled with ordinary herbs. Since learning the Spirit Eye technique, Wu Fan had been able to discern the difference between spiritual herbs and ordinary plants. Those infused with spiritual energy were undoubtedly spiritual herbs, while those devoid of such energy were mere common herbs. Wu Fan observed that, aside from the 30-odd spirit herbs, the 5 fruit trees emanated an even greater aura of spiritual energy. However, the true compendium of spirit herbs did not mention the nature of these 5 spiritual trees. The 30-odd spirit herbs varied significantly in age. Some reached maturity in merely 300 to 500 years, while the oldest among them barely surpassed a millennium before ceasing to grow, as recorded in the true compendium of spirit herbs. Wu Fan now intended to visit the affairs office to collect the spirit stones he had earned over the past 2 months, for his previous 30 spirit stones had already been depleted, leaving him with none. As Wu Fan stepped out of the courtyard, he tapped his waist pouch with his palm, causing a long sword to soar out from within. With a leap, he stood upon the flying sword, which transformed into a streak of light, ascending into the sky. Hovering above, Wu Fan gazed down at the world beneath him, a smile gracing his lips. He was finally able to fly. However, the speed of this low-tier flying sword was rather sluggish, comparable to his full-speed execution of the flying swallow technique on the ground. And it was no match for Lu Shixiang's flying vessel. Wu Fan resolved that once he accumulated more spirit stones, he would certainly exchange it for a mid-tier or high-tier flying artifact. After 2 hours of seemingly reveling in the skies, Wu Fan decided to descend, landing directly in the courtyard of the affairs office. It has been 3 months since I last saw you, Junior Brother Wu. You haven't come to collect your spirit stones in all this time. As he entered the room, he was greeted by the laughter of Brother Wang. I have been diligently practicing the skyward technique, which is why I haven't come by, Wu Fan replied with a smile. Brother Wang rummaged through his storage pouch and tossed a bag to Wu Fan, chuckling. Here, your spirit stones. Upon catching the bag, Wu Fan scanned its contents with his spiritual sense and discovered 90 spirit stones within. With a smile, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wang. Junior Brother Wu. The spirit stones distributed by the sect are scarcely sufficient for our daily expenses. Have you never considered earning your own spirit stones? Brother Wang inquired, looking at Wu Fan. Taken aback by the question, Wu Fan responded, Brother Wang, how should I go about earning spirit stones? Naturally, by undertaking sect tasks. For instance, overseeing the medicinal herb garden for the elders, caring for spirit beasts, or assisting the sect in gathering spirit herbs and materials. These endeavors can yield spirit stones. My work in the affairs office is also to earn spirit stones. You must understand that our cultivation, whether through elixirs or studying techniques in the scripture pavilion, necessitates spirit stones. To swiftly enhance our cultivation, we must purchase elixirs, and to strengthen our abilities, we require high-grade artifacts. Thus, spirit stones are indispensable for us cultivators. Brother Wang imparted earnestly. After contemplating briefly, Wu Fan declared, Brother Wang, I wish to undertake a task for collecting spirit herbs. Wu Fan recognized the necessity of accepting tasks. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to explain the origins of his spirit stones. Relying solely on the sect's distribution would not suffice to afford artifacts. Wu Fan chose the task of gathering spirit herbs because he possessed a small space where he could cultivate spirit herb seeds, thus allowing him to complete the task with ease. Very well, I shall assist you in your inquiry, said Brother Wang as he retrieved a tome to peruse. After a brief interval, Brother Wang approached with the book in hand and remarked, Junior Brother Wu, I have discovered over 20 tasks related to the collection of spiritual herbs. Please take a look and decide which task you wish to undertake. Wu Fan accepted the tome and began to read. Collecting silverleaf herb. This spiritual herb can be found 500 miles to the east of the Chiyun mountain range. A 10-year-old specimen merits 5 spirit stones. A 15-year-old one yields 10 spirit stones. A 20-year-old one rewards 30 spirit stones. A 30-year-old one grants 60 spirit stones. And a 50-year-old one fetches 180 spirit stones. Collecting white beard ginseng. This spiritual ginseng can be discovered in a valley 400 miles within the Chiyun mountain range. A 10-year-old specimen earns 10 spirit stones. A 15-year-old one provides 20 spirit stones. A 20-year-old one offers 50 spirit stones. A 30-year-old one bestows 150 spirit stones. And a 50-year-old one brings 400 spirit stones. Collecting honeysuckle. Collecting fishy grass. Collecting tranquil herb. Thus, Wu Fan perused all the tasks before selecting 15 collection tasks related to spiritual herbs. He then rose to bid farewell to Brother Wang and departed. Chapter 30. Chanyang Square Market. As Wu Fan emerged from the affairs office, he was poised to take flight with his sword when suddenly, 2 streaks of light appeared in the distant sky, descending rapidly towards him. Brother Zhou, can you guess how many spirit stones they demanded for a Yuanyang Dan at the Spirit Pill Pavilion? Inquired a young cultivator, aged around 24 or 25, addressing his companion. I've been there before. They asked for 60 spirit stones per vial. However, after inquiring at Chanyang Square Market, I discovered they only charge 55 spirit stones. Henceforth, I shall never purchase elixirs from that spirit medicine pavilion again, the other cultivator retorted, visibly agitated. Indeed, that's why I refrained from making a purchase earlier. I plan to visit Chanyang Square Market tomorrow. The first speaker echoed in frustration. As the two engaged in their conversation, they approached Wu Fan, who stood nearby, observing them intently. Upon drawing closer, one of them remarked, This junior brother seems unfamiliar. Did you just join the sect? Wu Fan quickly clasped his fists in greeting, replying, Greetings, senior brother. I joined the sect 3 months ago. No wonder you seem unfamiliar. May I inquire what brings you here? The cultivator continued, a friendly smile gracing his features. I am Bai Xiaowen, and this is senior brother Zhou Yu. Pleasure to meet you, Bai senior brother and Zhou senior brother. I am Wu Fan, he responded, bowing respectfully once more. I overheard you mention Chanyang Square Market. Might I ask where it is? I wish to pay a visit. Wu Fan expressed his curiosity. So you intend to go to Chanyang Square Market. That is quite convenient. I happen to be going there tomorrow as well. You can accompany me, Bai Xiaowen said without hesitation. Thank you, Bai senior brother. Wu Fan exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect. I shall join you both on this excursion. I have no pressing matters and would like to see if there is anything worth purchasing at the market. Let us meet here tomorrow, what do you think? Zhou Yu chimed in, smiling. Excellent. It's settled then. Wu junior brother. I have some matters to attend to at the affairs office, so I shall take my leave for now. We will gather here tomorrow, Bai Xiaowen remarked, casting a glance at Wu Fan. Since both senior brothers have matters to attend to, I shall not impose further. I will ensure to arrive punctually tomorrow, Wu Fan replied, clasping his fists once more before soaring into the sky on his sword. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Fan entered his small space, retrieving the spirit herbs he intended to sell the following day, alongside an assortment of ordinary herbs. The abundance of common herbs was overwhelming and seemed superfluous. Thus he contemplated selling them at the market. After preparing everything meticulously, he commenced his cultivation, patiently awaiting his visit to Chanyang Square Market the next day. The following day, Wu Fan arrived early at the affairs office to await his companions. After about half an hour, the two finally arrived, with Bai Xiaowen cheerfully exclaiming, Wu junior brother, you arrived quite early. I have only just arrived myself, Wu Fan replied, smiling in return. Without further ado, let us set off. Zhou Yu declared. Very well. Let us set forth, Bai Xiaowen declared, as he mounted his flying sword and ascended into the sky. Zhou Yu and Wu Fan followed closely behind, the trio soaring together through the air. Wu Fan, employing his spiritual eye technique, cast a glance at his companions. Bai Xiaowen possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement, while Zhou Yu had reached the 7th layer. Wu Fan, in contrast, was at the 4th layer. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen's voice resonated in the air. Junior brother Wu, Chanyang Market is over 1,000 miles away. It will take us approximately half a day to reach it. I must admit, my motivation for going was to save 5 spiritual stones, as the elixirs and magical artifacts sold at Chanyang Market are somewhat more affordable than those at our Qingfeng sect. It was only yesterday, after listening to my senior brother, that I decided to visit today. Wu Fan replied with a smile. Chanyang Market is a collaborative establishment of several immortal cultivation families and independent cultivators. It is quite expansive, offering a myriad of goods, including elixirs and magical artifacts suitable for foundation establishment practitioners, often at reasonable prices. Consequently, many cultivators frequent this market. You need not worry about safety. There are foundation establishment practitioners stationed there, and fighting is strictly prohibited. Engaging in combat within the market carries severe repercussions if one is apprehended. Upon hearing Bai Xiaowen's assurances regarding the market's safety and the presence of foundation establishment guardians, Wu Fan felt relieved. He intended to sell over 30 spiritual herbs, as only through their sale could he procure the items he needed. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he decided to visit multiple vendors. Wu Fan also grasped the essence of independent cultivators. Prior to joining Qingfeng sect, he too was an independent cultivator. These individuals, unbound by sect affiliations, preferred self-directed cultivation. However, their path was fraught with challenges, lacking resources, support, and formidable techniques afforded by sects. They often remained stagnant at the qi refinement stage, their strength significantly inferior to that of sect disciples. Nonetheless, this was not an absolute rule, as some independent cultivators managed to ascend to foundation establishment or even golden elixir stages, typically due to extraordinary opportunities. In contrast, immortal cultivation families were considerably stronger than independent cultivators. Although they could not rival sects, many prominent families had golden elixir ancestors overseeing them, and some had existed for millennia. Conversely, struggling families faced dire circumstances, with only a handful of foundation establishment practitioners sustaining them, and some lacked even a single foundation establishment member. After contemplating, Wu Fan inquired of by Xiaowen, senior brother, "Do you know if there are any formations for sale in the market? If you seek to purchase a formation, there are indeed some available in the market," Bai Xiaowen replied, shaking his head. "However, formations are exceedingly expensive, and I cannot afford one." Wu Fan indeed wished to acquire a set of formations, as he often felt that frequently entering and exiting confined spaces posed a significant danger. It is essential to acknowledge that the spiritual awareness of a foundation establishment elder can extend far beyond, unlike that of qi refinement practitioners, whose perception is limited to several dozen zhang. Should a foundation establishment cultivator inadvertently soar over his courtyard and catch sight of him entering or exiting these small spaces, Wu Fan's life would be in grave peril. The small space harbors his most profound secret, and he is resolute in keeping it concealed from all. Thus, he contemplated purchasing a formation to safeguard his courtyard. As the trio engaged in casual conversation, time swiftly elapsed. "Junior brother Wu, we are approaching Changyang Fengshi," remarked senior brother Zhou to Wu Fan. Wu Fan gazed ahead, only to behold an ordinary mountain range. Utilizing his spiritual eye technique, he discerned that they were actually nearing a vast valley, adorned with numerous pavilions. In an open area, he spotted several lower-tier cultivators who seemed to be setting up stalls, presumably to sell various items. Upon their arrival in the valley, the three descended into a bustling square. Wu Fan surveyed the crowd around him, captivated by the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the lively exchanges of bargaining, igniting his eagerness to explore the surroundings. "Junior brothers Bai and Wu, I shall take my leave now. Let us reconvene here in 3 days to return to the sect together," Zhou Yu announced to the two. "Very well. It is settled then. We shall meet here in 3 days, Bai Xiaowen concurred. Wu Fan nodded and stepped into the throng of people, his curiosity piqued. Chapter 31. Spirit Herb Pavilion. An hour later, Wu Fan stood before an elegant pavilion, its sign adorned with the gilded characters Spirit Herb Pavilion. After a brief glance, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spacious hall, where rows of shelves were meticulously arranged into distinct sections. Neatly placed atop these shelves were small vials, each containing an array of elixirs. Wu Fan observed a diverse selection of pills, some designed to enhance cultivation, others to aid in breaking through bottlenecks, antidotes, and those that expedited the recovery of magical energy, among others. At that moment, an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age, approached him. Noticing Wu Fan's attire, which indicated he was a disciple of the Clear Wind sect, the old man did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly inquired, "Esteemed friend, may I ask what you wish to purchase?" Turning his attention to the elder, Wu Fan recognized him as a cultivator at the 8th level of the qi refinement stage. He replied, "I wish to sell some spirit herbs. Does your esteemed establishment accept such items?" "Of course. Pray tell, what spirit herbs do you wish to sell?" The elder responded with a smile. Wu Fan remained silent for a moment, casting a glance at several cultivators who were purchasing pills within the shop. "Ah, I see. Please, follow me," the elder said, his expression shifting to one of enlightenment, as he led Wu Fan to a separate room. Once inside, the elder gestured for Wu Fan to take a seat. "Let us converse here. I assure you, no one will disturb us." Without further ado, Wu Fan produced 5 wooden boxes from his storage pouch and placed them on the table. He then sat down and regarded the elder, saying, "Please take a look." The elder glanced at Wu Fan before casually opening one of the wooden boxes. Inside lay a Lanyang herb, an item of minimal value. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he became utterly speechless. He examined the spirit herb closely, then moved to the window to scrutinize it against the light. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting excitement. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Acquiring this herb and taking it to auction would undoubtedly yield a significant profit. Turning to Wu Fan, the elder exclaimed, "Forgive my earlier oversight. I nearly missed the true value of this Lanyang herb. It possesses an impressive age of 500 years, truly a rare find. What price do you seek for it in spirit stones? What do you believe this spirit herb is worth?" Wu Fan replied, sensing from the elder's expression that the herb would command a considerable price. In truth, Wu Fan was uncertain of the exact value of this 500-year-old herb and thus redirected the question back to the elder. Although merely an ordinary spirit herb, in the realm of cultivation, even a century-old herb was quite rare, let alone one of 5 centuries. After a moment of contemplation, the elder proposed, Would 5,000 spirit stones be agreeable? Upon hearing the elder's offer, Wu Fan's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated such a generous sum. In his mind, he had estimated its worth to be around 2,000 spirit stones at most. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, the Lanyang grass was not as precious a spiritual herb as one might believe. However, a herb aged 500 years was indeed a rarity. A foundational level cultivator could expect to live only 300 years, while a chi refining cultivator might reach a century at best. Who would cultivate spiritual herbs only to wait 5 centuries to harvest them? It is only the esteemed sects of great cultivation that might possess herbs aged hundreds or even thousands of years, thanks to their millennia-long heritage. In other regions, finding a herb aged hundreds of years is no easy feat, unless one stumbles upon a secluded mountain range, untouched by the hands of cultivators, where fortune might smile upon the fortunate few who discover such treasures. Wu Fan, with a glint in his eyes, remarked, "It is wise to remain practical, esteemed shopkeeper." Upon hearing this, the elderly man offered an awkward smile and, with a determined expression, replied, "I can add no more than 1,000 spirit stones to my offer. Beyond that, I cannot go. I assure you, no one in the entire Changyang market would provide a better deal." Wu Fan felt a surge of joy within, surprised that his casual remark had prompted the old man to increase his offer by 1,000 spirit stones. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "The price you propose is indeed reasonable. Let us now examine other spiritual herbs." The old man, relieved, began to inspect the additional herbs. As the old man perused the selection, his astonishment grew. The octagonal ice grass was aged 700 years, the wood spirit, 3-needle flower, 800 years, the thick earth Ganoderma, 900 years, and the snow jade vitality ginseng, a staggering 1,100 years. By the time he had finished examining the herbs, beads of sweat had formed upon his brow, and he stood there, stupefied, momentarily forgetting Wu Fan's presence. Wu Fan observed the old man quietly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a brief pause, noticing the old man still lost in thought, he gently tapped the table with his finger. This action jolted the old man back to reality. With reluctance, he placed the snow jade vitality ginseng box down on the table and mused, "I never imagined I would encounter a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb in my lifetime. I have only ever seen such a marvel in books. This is my first encounter with a genuine 1,000-year-old herb. Fortunately, I possess a method to discern the age of spiritual herbs. Otherwise, I might have thought you were employing some deceitful means." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "For these 5 herbs, I would normally offer you 55,000 spirit stones. However, considering their pristine condition and the fact that they appear freshly unearthed, with no loss of potency, I will extend my offer to 60,000 spirit stones. Should you come across any more herbs of a similar age in the future, I implore you to visit my herb shop first. I assure you, you will find my prices most agreeable." Wu Fan, pleased with the old man's offer of 60,000 spirit stones for the herbs, felt satisfied, as it exceeded his expectations. After a moment's thought, he replied, "A 1,000-year-old herb is not so easily obtained. However, should I acquire any more such treasures in the future, I shall certainly consider your herb shop first." "Very well, we have an agreement. I shall go procure the spirit stones," the elder declared as he prepared to exit. "Wait a moment, esteemed shopkeeper. I still wish to purchase some items from you," Wu Fan interjected hastily, blocking the elder's path. "Oh, pray tell, what does your esteemed friend wish to acquire?" "I assure you, my apothecary is well stocked with a plethora of elixirs," the elder replied, a smile gracing his features. "I am currently at the 4th level of the chi refinement stage. I would like to purchase 50 bottles of elixirs to enhance my cultivation, along with 5 bottles designed to aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Lastly, I require some seeds for spiritual herbs. Here are 2 lists for your reference," Wu Fan stated, retrieving 2 scrolls from his storage pouch and presenting them to the elder. The elder examined the documents for a moment before responding, "For the spiritual herb seeds you seek, I can only provide you with the majority. The remainder will necessitate a visit to other shops, as I do not possess them here." "Very well. Then please fetch the items for me," Wu Fan replied. "Kindly hold on for a moment. I shall return shortly," the elder remarked before turning to leave. Chapter 32. The Refinement Pavilion. Wu Fan possessed 2 lists, one detailing the task of spiritual herb seeds he had acquired from Senior Brother Wang, and the other comprising precious spiritual herb seeds he had selected from the true understanding of spiritual herbs. Wu Fan aspired to cultivate rare, long-lived spiritual herbs within a small space, preferably those capable of maturing over millennia. Half an hour later, an elderly man entered, presenting a storage bag to Wu Fan. He remarked, "The items you requested are contained within this storage bag. Consider it a gift from our establishment. Each type of spiritual herb seed is included, along with 50 bottles of Yuan Yang pills for enhancing cultivation and 5 bottles of He Qi pills for breaking through bottlenecks. In total, we will charge you 11,000 spirit stones. If you could provide an even 10,000 spirit stones, it would suffice, as there are also 50,000 spirit stones remaining in the bag." Upon inspecting the contents with his divine sense, Wu Fan confirmed the elder's words were accurate. He then smiled, saying, "Thank you very much, esteemed shopkeeper. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, dear friend. We hope to see you again soon." The elder replied with a smile, escorting Wu Fan out of the shop. Upon exiting the spiritual herb shop, Wu Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, which soon blossomed into a broad grin. The mere act of selling 5 spiritual herbs had netted him 50,000 spirit stones. It would be disingenuous to feign displeasure. Thus, Wu Fan continued his endeavors, visiting several shops to sell all his spiritual herbs and collecting a substantial number of herb seeds. To his surprise, these apothecaries accepted the ordinary herbs as well. However, the price for such commonplace herbs was exceedingly low, and despite their considerable quantity and age, they yielded less than 10,000 spirit stones in total. At this juncture, Wu Fan found himself with over 400,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum indeed. It was worth noting that Qingfeng's sect disbursed only 30 spirit stones per month. Take Bai Xiaowen, for instance. He traveled 1,000 miles to Changyang Market simply to save 5 spirit stones, underscoring the difficulty of accumulating wealth. To avoid attracting undue attention, Wu Fan refrained from selling too many spiritual herbs at any one shop, opting instead to disperse his sales across multiple establishments. Despite the presence of foundation establishment cultivators in the market, he was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Observing the twilight, Wu Fan resolved to seek lodging at an inn for the night, planning to return the following day to purchase a formation and magical artifacts. Early the next morning, Wu Fan made his way to the largest refinement pavilion. The establishment buzzed with cultivators, and the walls of the first floor were adorned with a plethora of magical artifacts, including swords, shields, spears, bows, axes, long staffs, mirrors, alchemical furnaces, and flying artifacts, among others. Wu Fan, filled with urgency, headed straight for the high-tier magical artifacts, aware that a quality artifact could significantly enhance his combat prowess. With his ample spirit stones, he was determined to procure several superior artifacts. After a brief examination, he found that most of the items on display were low to mid-tier artifacts, leading him to shake his head in dissatisfaction. At that moment, a young attendant approached. Bowing respectfully before inquiring, "Esteemed guest, may I assist you in selecting a magical artifact?" Wu Fan observed that the young servant, though still in his youth, had merely attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement. He remarked, "I wish to purchase some fine magical artifacts, yet I find none to my liking here." Upon hearing these words, the servant's eyes lit up, and he quickly clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "Please, follow me. I shall take you to our manager." Wu Fan nodded and followed the young man to the 2nd floor, where they halted before a door. The servant then said, "Please wait here. I will inform him," and entered the room. In the span of half a tea's brewing time, the servant re-emerged, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Wu Fan was taken aback upon seeing the elder, for he possessed the remarkable cultivation of the 10th level of Qi refinement. It is worth noting that among all the Qi refinement practitioners Wu Fan had encountered, the most powerful was Brother Wang, who had only reached the 9th level. Higher levels of cultivation generally require exponentially more time and effort. For instance, Wu Fan himself had advanced relatively swiftly through the first 3 levels, but upon reaching the 4th, his progress had significantly slowed, and he had yet to break through. This was despite possessing the extraordinary treasure of a small space, which allowed him to attain the pinnacle of the 4th level before the age of 19. Otherwise, given his mixed elemental roots, it was uncertain whether he could ever reach the 10th level. The elder approached with a hearty laugh, addressing Wu Fan. "I hear that you wish to acquire some fine magical artifacts. Might I inquire what style you are seeking? Wu Fan clasped his fists and replied, I would prefer to see them before making a decision. Very well, let us discuss it further inside, the elder said, nodding with a smile. He then led Wu Fan into the room and poured him a cup of tea. The interior of the room was exquisitely decorated, furnished with antique tables and chairs, arranged with elegance. Most astonishingly, a precious incense burner filled the air with a gentle plume of fragrant smoke, saturating the atmosphere with a delicate sandalwood aroma. Please, enjoy the tea. I shall summon someone to bring forth the magical artifacts for you to examine, the elder said, then called to the earlier servant. Go fetch the high-quality magical artifacts for this esteemed guest. The young man acknowledged and turned to depart. Thank you for your trouble, esteemed manager, Wu Fan said with a smile. Not at all, my friend. Take your time to choose. I assure you these are all high-quality artifacts that you will surely appreciate. The elder replied with a hearty laugh. A quarter of an hour later, the young servant returned, accompanied by 3 maidens, each carrying several wooden boxes. The elder approached and began to open the boxes one by one, stating, Please take a look at these magical artifacts and see if any catch your fancy. They are all of superior quality. Wu Fan understood that magical artifacts were categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and ultimately, supreme artifacts. Generally, practitioners at the 4th or 5th level of Qi refinement, like himself, would typically use low or mid-grade artifacts. Not only were high-grade artifacts often beyond their financial means, but even if acquired, they might not be able to fully harness the artifact's capabilities. Due to his insufficient cultivation and inadequate magical power, it is quite challenging to unleash the full potential of high-tier magical artifacts. However, should one wish to harness the complete might of such artifacts, there exists a method to channel all the magical energy within oneself into the artifact. Yet, this approach presents a significant dilemma, for the internal magical power would soon be depleted, leading to a state of exhaustion that renders one incapable of further combat. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, it is advisable to refrain from such actions. If circumstances demand it, one should strive for swift resolution. Otherwise, one risks becoming vulnerable to adversaries. Wu Fan observed these magical artifacts, which were undeniably superior to those on the first floor. Among them, a crimson flying sword particularly caught his fancy, as did a green short needle. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, I wonder how formidable this flying sword and short needle truly are? Chapter 33. The Enigmatic Divine Formation. Esteemed friend, you possess remarkable discernment. Among these items, these 2 magical artifacts stand out as the finest. This solar flare sword is incredibly resilient and imbued with fiery attributes, while this profound needle boasts remarkable speed and the ability to muffle sound during flight, making it an exceptional tool for stealthy assaults. However, regarding the price, the elder paused momentarily. The price is negotiable, as long as it is reasonable. I am capable of making a purchase. Wu Fan was well aware of the elder's intentions and promptly reassured him. Upon hearing this, the elder's face brightened with a smile as he continued, I offer this solar flare sword for 3,000 spirit stones, and the profound needle, being a rarity, for 5,000 spirit stones. What do you think, esteemed friend? Wu Fan, upon realizing that acquiring these 2 magical artifacts would require 8,000 spirit stones, deemed the cost rather exorbitant. This was a considerable sum, especially for others. It would take nearly a decade of saving the spirit stones provided by the sect to afford just the solar flare sword. This illustrates the extraordinary value of these artifacts to others. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that these were indeed superior-grade magical artifacts, exceptional among the elite, far surpassing the common low-tier or mid-tier items. Thus, Wu Fan felt a sense of acceptance. Yet, in addition to these 2 artifacts, he sought to procure a few other items, a magical artifact shield and a spacious storage bag. These 2 items were relatively inexpensive, and even if he purchased them, the shopkeeper would likely think little of it, perhaps believing him to be a descendant of a foundation-building elder. However, the last 2 items were quite costly, a flying artifact and a formation. Should Wu Fan choose to acquire these, the elder might entertain other notions. It remained uncertain whether the elder belonged to such a category of individuals. Yet for the sake of prudence, Wu Fan resolved to devise a strategy. Wu Fan's thoughts raced, and suddenly his eyes gleamed as he declared, the pricing appears reasonable. I am prepared to purchase these 2 magical artifacts. However, I require 2 additional artifacts. What else do you need, esteemed friend? The elder inquired with a smile. I also seek a shield of a higher grade and a spacious storage bag, Wu Fan replied. The elder nodded with a grin, then said, please wait a moment. I shall summon someone to retrieve them. Wu Fan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he remarked, do not rush, esteemed shopkeeper. I have yet to finish my request. The shield and storage bag are indeed what I need. But my visit to your artifact refinement pavilion was at the behest of my esteemed ancestor. My ancestor instructed me to acquire 2 specific items, a flying magical artifact and a formation set. My ancestor emphasized that these must be the finest in your establishment. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the elder's heart raced with astonishment. His ancestor? Could it be the Golden Core ancestor of the Clearwind sect? And they specifically requested the finest flying artifact and formation from my shop? Upon encountering Wu Fan, the elderly man immediately recognized him as a disciple of the Qingfeng sect, primarily due to the distinctive attire he wore. However, he did not anticipate the young man's formidable status. It was no wonder he could purchase items worth several thousand spirit stones without a hint of concern. Once the elder learned that it was the Golden Core ancestor who wished to procure goods from his establishment, he dared not delay. He promptly assured, rest assured, my friend. I shall fetch the finest for you at once. He then called out to a young attendant, instructing him to swiftly retrieve a treasured flying spirit artifact, as well as the shop's prized possession, and additionally, to bring forth a magical shield and a large spatial storage bag. A quarter of an hour later, the attendant entered with a grave expression, carefully carrying several wooden boxes, which he gently placed upon the table. The elder, treating each box with equal solemnity, began to open them one by one. Esteemed friend, behold this primordial diamond shield. It is a superior magical artifact. When unleashed in combat, I assure you, no cultivator below the Foundation Establishment stage can breach its defenses. Even those at the Foundation Establishment stage will find it a formidable challenge to penetrate its protection. This primordial diamond shield ranks among the finest of magical artifacts. Indeed, it stands as one of the utmost elite. Wu Fan glanced at the small silver shield, recognizing its status as a premier magical artifact, and felt a deep satisfaction within. At that moment, the elder solemnly reached into another wooden box, carefully presenting a small white boat, and continued, now, observe this cloud mist boat. It transcends the category of superior magical artifacts, qualifying instead as a spirit artifact. And it is a rare flying spirit artifact at that. The cloud mist boat not only boasts remarkable speed, but also possesses an extraordinary concealment feature. When activated, it releases a white mist that envelopes the boat, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary cloud in the sky. Furthermore, it inherently obstructs spiritual perception. Even a Foundation Establishment cultivator would be unable to detect it. Most remarkably, this cloud mist boat does not require the user to expend spiritual energy for activation. Inside the boat lies a driving formation. Simply infusing it with spirit stones will enable you to maneuver it effortlessly. This cloud mist boat is, without a doubt, the finest flying spirit artifact in my shop. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was indeed taken aback. The boat's concealment ability and its capacity to obstruct spiritual perception, coupled with the fact that it did not deplete one's spiritual energy, was astonishing. He recalled how he and his companions had to rest thrice during their half-day journey to Changyang Square due to the exhausting nature of controlling their flying sword. Wu Fan immediately resolved to acquire this flying boat, regardless of the cost in spirit stones. The elder observed that Wu Fan remained silent, then turned his gaze toward the final wooden box. He refrained from retrieving the contents, instead solemnly declaring, "This is a set of the mysterious heaven-severing god array. This formation is the treasure of my establishment. It embodies defense, illusion, and the obstruction of divine perception. The inner layer serves as a defensive array, capable of withstanding the attacks of Golden Core stage cultivators for an entire hour without breaking, while those below the Golden Core stage are incapable of breaching its defenses. The outer layer is an illusion array that proves exceptionally challenging for Foundation Establishment stage cultivators to escape once they enter. Additionally, it can hinder the divine perception of cultivators below the Golden Core stage, rendering it undetectable even to Golden Core cultivators unless they conduct a meticulous search. However, this formation is particularly taxing on spirit stones. It has 9 array eyes, each requiring 10 spirit stones per day. In total, this means it demands 90 spirit stones daily to maintain its operation. Should anyone attempt to breach the array, the consumption of spirit stones would escalate even further. This mysterious heaven-severing god array could serve as a protective formation for a cultivation family. After the elder finished speaking, he fell silent, awaiting Wu Fan's response. Upon hearing the elder's words, Wu Fan felt a surge of exhilaration, thinking to himself that this formation was precisely what he needed. However, he was taken aback by the high consumption of spirit stones. Requiring 90 stones a day seemed excessive. He mused inwardly, pondering who among others could possibly afford such a formation. Noticing Wu Fan's silence, the elder, feeling somewhat helpless, inquired, "What do you think of the cloud mist boat and the mysterious heaven-severing god array? Would your ancestor find them appealing?" Wu Fan merely nodded in acknowledgement, smiling without uttering a word. Sensing a glimmer of hope, the elder's spirits lifted, and he quickly produced a golden storage bag, stating, "This is a storage bag with a spatial capacity of 10 zhong, valued at around 1,000 spirit stones. I will gift it to you as a gesture of friendship." Wu Fan examined the golden storage bag. His own could only accommodate 1 zhong, while the elder's boasted 10. Clearly, this was more than sufficient for Wu Fan's needs. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Please calculate the total cost of these items. If I find the price agreeable, I shall purchase them on behalf of my ancestor." Chapter 34. The transaction concluded. The elderly man wasted no words and stated directly, "This blazing sun sword costs 3,000 spirit stones, while the mysterious needle is priced at 5,000 spirit stones. The mixed element diamond shield is a top-grade magical artifact, so I will charge you 20,000 spirit stones for it. As for the rare flying spirit tool, the cloud mist boat, along with its accompanying concealment and mental disruption capabilities, I will require 150,000 spirit stones. My prized possession, the Mishianduan divine array, is quite expensive. I cannot part with it for less than 300,000 spirit stones. In total, that amounts to 478,000 spirit stones. Aware that these items were purchased by your esteemed ancestor, I shall not demand more from you, and I will settle for an even 450,000 spirit stones. Essentially, it means that I am gifting you the blazing sun sword, the mysterious needle, and the mixed element diamond shield. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fan realized that it was indeed a considerable sum. His entire fortune amounted to around 470,000 spirit stones, and spending 450,000 at once made him feel somewhat reluctant. After all, he had exchanged all his spiritual herbs for this sum. However, thinking of the magical artifacts and formations he was acquiring, he felt it was worth it. Resolute in his decision to purchase, Wu Fan did not hesitate and directly addressed the elder. "Very well, I shall buy them." With that, he tossed a storage pouch to the elder. The elder caught the storage pouch and, with a sweep of his mental awareness inside, burst into hearty laughter. "You are quite generous, friend. Thus, our transaction is complete. Please, do gather your artifacts." Wu Fan nodded with a smile and proceeded to collect all the magical items. He then clasped his hands in salute and said, "Since the transaction is concluded, I shall take my leave. Travel safely, my friend. Should you require anything else in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." The elder replied with a smile as he bid farewell. Once Wu Fan departed, the elder muttered to himself, "I did not expect this lad to be a descendant of the Golden Core ancestor. Nevertheless, it matters not. My collection of spirit stones was modest, and I doubt the esteemed ancestor would object." Little did the shopkeeper realize that this fictitious Golden Core ancestor was merely a guise fabricated by Wu Fan. However, it was understandable why the shopkeeper believed it. After all, the spirit stones Wu Fan spent today would be unattainable even for cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, let alone those at the foundation establishment stage. Wu Fan indeed produced such a significant amount, which only served to substantiate his claim. It would have been inconceivable for anyone to believe that a Qi refinement cultivator could present 450,000 spirit stones. Although Wu Fan had taken a risk, he had minimized the danger. For future safety, the risk of exchanging for that formation was indeed worthwhile. With it, entering and exiting the small space would be secure. Upon exiting the artifact refining pavilion, Wu Fan touched the golden storage pouch at his waist, and with a sweep of his mental awareness, he examined the magical artifacts within, feeling a surge of excitement. Subsequently, he purchased some quick recovery elixirs for mana and a supply of food replacement pills. Each of these pills allowed one to forego sustenance for an entire month, and they were quite inexpensive. Wu Fan bought enough food replacement pills to last him 5 years. At last, Wu Fan arrived at the entrance of a talisman shop. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped inside. When he emerged from the shop, his storage pouch had acquired an assortment of talismans, including 5 mid-tier invisibility talismans, which could render the body invisible, though they would not evade the keen eyes of foundation-building practitioners utilizing their spiritual perception. He also obtained 5 low-tier Earth Escape talismans, which allowed for subterranean movement, as well as several auxiliary or offensive talismans such as Prison Talismans, Ice Spike Talismans, Swift Movement Talismans, Immobilization Talismans, and Fire Arrow Talismans. The distinctive trait of talismans lies in their rapid casting speed and formidable power. For instance, while Wu Fan's Ice Spike technique is slow to cast and significantly drains his internal mana, talismans encapsulate spells within their paper, requiring only a modest infusion of mana from the practitioner to unleash instantaneous effects. Thus, in certain battles, talismans can prove exceedingly advantageous. After completing his purchases, Wu Fan found that only 15,000 spirit stones remained in his storage pouch. With a day remaining before Wu Fan and his companions departed the market, he decided to wander about the plaza, which was bustling with street vendors, though not much of value could be found. He intended to peruse casually, as he had already acquired all he needed. Upon entering the plaza, it felt akin to stepping into a marketplace in a mortal city. As he mingled with the crowd, he noticed that most of the visitors were practitioners below the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Standing at the edge of the plaza, Wu Fan observed the throngs of people, listening to the cacophony of bargaining. He even saw some purchasing medicinal pills by the individual rather than by the bottle, indicative of the hardships faced by lower-tier practitioners. As Wu Fan ventured further into the plaza, casually inspecting the stalls, he found that the items on display barely piqued his interest. While meandering, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixed upon a particular stall. The offerings were unimpressive, consisting of various low-tier refining materials and a few ordinary spirit herbs, approximately 10 years old. At the stall stood a young girl, around 16 or 17 years of age, clad in a flowing white gown with a sweet appearance. She was a mere 2nd-layer Qi refinement practitioner, her eyes reddened from quiet sobbing, while several others at her stall engaged in light-hearted banter. Among them was a burly man of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, who laughed and said, "I say, Miss Meng Yao, you ought to stop your trickery. You parade that tattered book around daily, claiming it to be the secret technique of the 1,000 Illusions ancestor, yet it's merely a half-damaged tome. Who would be foolish enough to pay such a steep price? Besides, who can afford it? I am not deceiving anyone. This truly is the secret technique cultivated by the 1,000 Illusions ancestor, as my grandfather personally conveyed to me. Were it not for my grandfather being gravely poisoned, requiring the Ice Heart pill for his remedy, I would never consider selling it. However, that Ice Heart pill costs 900 spirit stones, leaving me with no alternative. Therefore, I can only offer this secret technique for 900 spirit stones. I will not part with it for any less. Although this is merely half a volume. The cultivation techniques within are lost, yet the secret arts remain intact. Whoever manages to master them would find the 900 spirit stones an incredible bargain." The girl named Meng Yao, while weeping, attempted to explain to the group. "Ha ha ha, how ludicrous. Meng Yao, do tell everyone, is it possible to cultivate this secret art?" questioned another individual with a disdainful expression. Upon hearing this, Meng Yao lowered her head in silence, as if the man's words had struck a chord. The first burly man who had spoken earlier sneered, "Indeed, this secret art is utterly unachievable. Just 2 days ago, I discovered that it requires a millennium spirit herb for cultivation, and not merely 1 or 2, which is preposterous. Setting aside the authenticity of this secret art, who possesses a millennium spirit herb?" Nearby the stall, numerous observing cultivators, upon hearing this, shook their heads and departed with laughter. Chapter 35. Su Mingyao, the young girl, realized that this half-volume of the book would likely not sell. Yet she was in desperate need of spirit stones to save her grandfather. At that moment, helplessness flickered in her eyes as she slowly crouched down, burying her head between her knees, her hands cradling her head. Suddenly, she broke into loud sobs, unable to suppress her emotions any longer. Anxiety gnawed at her. If she could not acquire the medicinal pills necessary for her grandfather's treatment, she would lose a family member forever. She had already offered up the most treasured possessions of her household, yet they remained unsold. Many who witnessed her tears felt a pang of sympathy, but ultimately shook their heads and walked away. Just then, the girl heard a voice. "Excuse me, may I take a look at that book?" She gradually ceased her weeping and lifted her head to gaze at the speaker. Before her stood a handsome young man, only slightly older than herself, wearing a warm smile as he regarded her. Quickly, she rose, wiped her tears, and replied, "Yes, of course, please have a look." With that, she handed the book to him. The young man was none other than Wu Fan. He had been observing from a distance, but was drawn closer upon hearing that the secret technique required a millennium-old spirit herb for cultivation, stirring his curiosity. Wu Fan took the half-volume and inquired, "Miss, could you enlighten me about this secret technique?" Upon hearing Wu Fan's question, the girl forced a smile and introduced herself. "I am Su Mingyao. My family once belonged to a prominent cultivation lineage, but we have since fallen into decline, leaving only my grandfather and me to rely on one another. This half-volume was inherited from my ancestors. It is said to be the cultivation method of the ancient master Qianhuan. Thousands of years ago, Qianhuan, also known as the Qianhuan Devil, dominated the cultivation world, creating chaos wherever he went. Many elders tried to unite against him, yet none succeeded. He escaped numerous assassination attempts through this secret technique. Once mastered, this technique allows one to alter their appearance and even disguise their aura, far surpassing the ordinary concealment techniques. Regrettably, the complete method is lost, leaving only this half-volume. However, rest assured, the contents are intact. I am not deceiving you. All I say is true." The girl seemed anxious that Wu Fan might doubt her, so she added a few more words. Wu Fan regarded her thoughtfully and asked, "What is this about the need for a millennium-old spirit herb?" Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed suddenly, and she hesitantly replied, "The challenge in mastering this technique lies here. To cultivate it, one must utilize the millennium-old ghostly concealment herb. While it is relatively easy to find the herb, one with a millennium of age has become extinct in the cultivation world, making it utterly impossible to acquire." After speaking, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wu Fan gradually grasped the underlying reasons and resolved to purchase the secret technique, regardless of whether the young girl was deceiving him. If the technique proved genuine, his ability to hasten the growth of medicinal herbs would allow him to cultivate it. If it were a fabrication, he would simply be aiding the girl. Upon first encountering her, he was reminded of his own sister and could not bear to see her in such a state of distress. With that thought in mind, Wu Fan declared, "I shall buy this secret technique." He then retrieved a large bag from his storage pouch and handed it to the girl. She hastily accepted the bag, her face betraying an expression of disbelief, and immediately began to inspect the spirit stones. After a thorough examination, joy illuminated her features, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, truly. Thank you for believing in me and for your assistance." Clutching the bag of spirit stones, she excitedly bowed to Wu Fan. He smiled gently and replied, "Dear lady, you should hurry along and procure the medicinal pills to save your grandfather. It is not entirely safe for you to carry such a sum of spirit stones." The girl nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude as she bowed once more before swiftly packing her stall and disappearing into the crowd. After tossing the book into his storage pouch, Wu Fan exited the square. He first acquired some spirit concealment grass seeds before returning to the inn. 3 days later, Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, and Bai Xiaowen departed in succession. Upon returning to his sect's residence, Wu Fan immediately produced the mysterious heaven-severing formation. Holding the resplendent 9 flags of the formation in his hands, a relieved smile graced his face. With this formation, he would no longer fear having his secrets uncovered. Although the formation consumed a significant amount of spirit stones, Wu Fan deemed it a worthy investment. At this moment, Wu Fan's foremost task was to swiftly refine the formation. Once the refinement was complete, it would be ready for use. The same applied to magical artifacts. They too required refinement, which was a straightforward process. One simply needed to imprint their consciousness onto the artifact and then gradually refine it. Upon completion, the artifact would belong solely to the individual. Others could not wield it unless they eradicated the owner's consciousness imprint and conducted their own refinement. 3 days later, in the courtyard, Wu Fan finally completed the refinement of the 9 flags. He examined the flags in his hand before casting them into the sky. The 9 flags soared to various positions within the courtyard, ultimately embedding themselves into the ground. Suddenly, a dense white mist enveloped the entire courtyard, gradually shrouding it entirely. Moments later, the mist dissipated, and from a distance, the courtyard appeared unchanged. However, any cultivator below the golden core stage attempting to enter would find it exceedingly difficult to exit unless Wu Fan chose to release them. Subsequently, Wu Fan retrieved all the spirit stones from his storage pouch and contemplated his next move. He returned 1,000 spirit stones to the storage bag, then proceeded to place over 10,000 spirit stones into the 9 formation nodes, sufficient for the array to operate for more than 3 months. Subsequently, Wu Fan entered the small space. After 5 days within the small space, Wu Fan finally completed the planting of all the medicinal herb seeds. Half a month later, within the confines of the small space, Wu Fan finished refining all the magical tools. In the spacious training room, Wu Fan was seen deftly maneuvering a crimson flying sword high in the air. After a quarter of an hour, he retracted the flying sword, then casually tossed out a green needle, which shot forward like lightning, soundless in its swift departure. Moments later, Wu Fan retrieved the flying needle as well. With a flick of his hand, a palm-sized silver shield materialized in his grasp. He then tossed the small shield before him, and it instantly expanded into a massive shield, measuring 10 feet in diameter, standing protectively before Wu Fan. After circling the giant shield and nodding in satisfaction, he stored the shield away. Chapter 36. The ghostly technique of energy convergence. At this moment, Wu Fan clapped his palm against his storage pouch, and a small white boat soared forth from within. The vessel shimmered and suddenly transformed into a grand flying craft, 3 zhang in size, hovering before him. Wu Fan's face lit up with joy as he caressed the boat, circling it with curiosity. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the vessel, noticing an indentation inside. He placed several spirit stones into the recess, and with a swift motion, he commanded the boat to take flight, zipping away at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had soared hundreds of zhang into the distance. Soon, the flying craft was enveloped in layers of white mist, which gradually obscured it entirely. From afar, it appeared as though a solitary white cloud drifted through the sky. 2 hours later, Wu Fan sat cross-legged in his spatial chamber, holding a vial of elixirs. He poured a single pill into his mouth, and a surge of immense spiritual energy rushed into his body. Without a moment's delay, he guided this energy through his meridians, ultimately transforming it into magical power and channeling it back into his dantian, where it began to assail the long-standing bottleneck. After an hour, a resounding thud echoed from within him, and Wu Fan's aura significantly intensified. The magical power in his dantian swelled considerably, and at last, he had broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. The following day, Wu Fan slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He mused to himself, "I never anticipated that the harmony pill would be so effective in breaking through my bottleneck. Just one was enough to shatter it." After a brief moment, he closed his eyes once more, embarking on his arduous journey of cultivation. Since his breakthrough, Wu Fan had relied heavily on yuanyang pills to elevate his cultivation level. He had never before employed elixirs in his training, and it was only after beginning to use them that he realized their profound significance. He reveled in the rich spiritual energy coursing through him, far surpassing the speed of his usual practice. Thus, Wu Fan consumed elixirs daily as though they were mere candies, a sight that would undoubtedly leave other cultivators in awe. Time swiftly passed, and after 2.5 years in his secluded space, Wu Fan gradually opened his eyes once more. During this interval, he had continuously ingested elixirs and, just 3 days ago, made another leap forward, entering the 6th layer of qi refinement. Wu Fan was elated, for as one progresses in cultivation, the challenges only intensify. Had he not relied on elixirs, with his mixed elemental roots, it would have taken him much longer than 2 years to achieve this milestone, perhaps even a decade. Now, having exhausted his supply of elixirs, it was time to conclude his seclusion and venture forth. During this period, he had also cultivated 10 strains of Millennium Spirit herbs. He resolved to visit Chanyang Market again, as the spirit stones required to maintain the operation of the mysterious heaven-severing array were nearly depleted, and his stock of elixirs had dwindled considerably. Thus, he planned to sell the 10 spirit herbs in exchange for some spirit stones. In the external world, Wu Fan emerged from his courtyard and casually released the flying sword bestowed by his sect. He then stepped onto the sword, transforming it into a streak of light as he soared away. Wu Fan refrained from utilizing the cloud boat for his journey, as any discerning onlooker would recognize its immense value, being a spirit artifact of considerable worth. If it were to attract the attention of certain individuals within the sect, he would find himself unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. Similarly, he could not employ the blazing sun sword, firstly, due to its exorbitant value, and secondly, his recent breakthrough to the 6th level of cultivation rendered him incapable of sustaining its flight for an extended period. He would need to wait until he reached the 7th level to wield it effectively. The Qi refinement stage comprises 12 levels, each 3 levels representing a distinct phase. From levels 1 to 3, one may utilize low-grade artifacts and manipulate them with ease. From levels 4 to 6, one can employ mid-grade artifacts with similar ease, while levels 7 to 9 allow for the use of high-grade artifacts. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of levels 10 to 12 can one manipulate the finest artifacts with proficiency. Within the cultivation process, the Qi refinement stage also presents 3 critical thresholds. Breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level is relatively manageable, while the transition from the 6th to the 7th level poses considerable difficulty, with many cultivators remaining ensnared at this juncture for years. The leap from the 9th to the 10th level is a significant hurdle, with numerous Qi refinement practitioners spending their entire lives trapped at this level without advancing. Among all the Qi refinement cultivators Wu Fan had encountered, he had seen many below the 9th level, yet those above the 10th numbered fewer than 10, most of whom he had observed in the Changyang market, including the master of the artifact refining pavilion. Within the Qingfeng sect, those who had surpassed the 10th level were typically inner disciples or core disciples, seldom venturing to the outer sect, making their appearances rare. These individuals received focused cultivation from the sect, often leading them to engage in solitary training. 3 days later, upon his return to the sect, Wu Fan had sold 10 millennium-old spiritual herbs, acquiring nearly 300,000 spirit stones, all of which were over 1,000 years old and notably rare. Subsequently, he procured an ample supply of elixirs before returning. After his return, he revisited the scripture repository, selecting various secret techniques and spells he had previously sought but could not afford. These included beast taming technique, soul searching technique, concealment technique, freezing technique, quicksand technique, sound transmission technique, binding technique, object manipulation technique, and lightness technique, among other mid to high-level spells. He also gathered several jade slips he deemed useful from the repository, such as low-level elixir formulas, descriptions of demonic beasts, and informative slips about the cultivation world, including fundamental knowledge of cultivation, maps of the Xia Kingdom, and geographical information. This preparation would ensure that Wu Fan would not be utterly lost when venturing outside. Following this, he placed an ample supply of spirit stones at the core of the mysterious heavenly severing array before entering the small space. During this period of seclusion, aside from honing his skills, he intends to master all these spells, and most importantly, he aims to practice the secret technique he acquired from Su Mingyao. This decision stems from a recent encounter in Changjiangfang City, where he sensed imminent danger while attempting to sell several millennium spirit herbs. He noticed that the shopkeepers regarded him with ulterior motives. This reaction was not entirely unexpected, as it was his second venture to sell millennium spirit herbs. In the realm of cultivation, even century-old spirit herbs are a rarity, making the presence of millennium spirit herbs exceedingly suspicious. On his first visit, people might have thought he stumbled upon good fortune, but upon his return, their skepticism would undoubtedly deepen. Consequently, Wu Fan resolved not to sell spirit herbs again until he had mastered the secret technique. Once proficient, he would possess the ability to alter his appearance, physique, and aura at will, ensuring greater safety during his transactions. He had previously perused the secret technique, which comprises 2 distinct methods: the heavenly ghost concealment technique, which allows one to modify their aura and even conceal their cultivation level, and the 1,000 illusions bone shrinking technique, enabling one to change their appearance and form at will. However, mastering these 2 techniques requires more than just reciting the incantations. It necessitates the use of Millennium Ghost Concealment Grass for cultivation. The process is relatively simple. One must refine the grass into a medicinal liquid, then bathe in this liquid daily, while simultaneously reciting the incantations to achieve mastery. Although this may seem straightforward, throughout the millennia of the cultivation world, only the 1,000 illusions old demon has succeeded in mastering it, primarily due to the scarcity of Millennium Ghost Concealment Grass. Even if one were fortunate enough to find a specimen, the chances of successful cultivation remain slim. Thus, Wu Fan intends to dedicate the coming years to cultivating more Millennium Ghost Concealment Grass. Chapter 37. Seventh Level of Qi Refinement. Subsequently, Wu Fan entered a prolonged period of cultivation. During this time, 2 years passed in the outside world, and Wu Fan had now reached the age of 21. Although 2 decades had elapsed in the spatial realm, his appearance had scarcely changed, merely exhibiting a slight maturity. Wu Fan understood that his lifespan was measured according to the passage of time in the external world. In the initial 6 or 7 years of his 2 decades in the space, Wu Fan diligently practiced the fire-devouring technique. It was only now that he comprehended the arduous nature of possessing a mixed elemental root. Previously, he had heard tales that breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement was exceedingly difficult for those with a mixed elemental root, often leading them to remain stuck below the 6th level throughout their lives. At that time, he had been somewhat dismissive of such claims. But when he truly embarked on the path to the 6th level, he realized the formidable challenge it posed. He consumed pills like candy daily. Yet it took him 7 years to achieve the great perfection of the 6th level. However, when he attempted to break through to the 7th level, he encountered significant obstacles. Despite consuming an entire bottle of harmonizing pills, he could not surmount the bottleneck. He recognized his eagerness for quick results and understood that the transition from the 6th to the 7th level was a critical juncture. Ultimately, Wu Fan had no choice but to conclude his cultivation for the time being. He then commenced his studies in spells, having brought back numerous spell manuals from the scripture pavilion. Thus, the ensuing 5 years were dedicated to the mastery of these spells, during which he successfully cultivated each one, even achieving great proficiency in the foundational spell anthology he had previously studied. 12 years later, Wu Fan had matured a considerable quantity of ghostly hiding grass, even cultivating several specimens aged 2 to 3,000 years. Following this, he began practicing the heavenly ghost concealment technique and the 1,000 illusions bone shrinkage technique. After 6 years of rigorous training, he had just reached a rudimentary level of mastery. He could now initially alter his aura and appearance. Yet Wu Fan was confident that should he change his visage and essence, even a foundation-building practitioner employing spiritual sight would fail to discern his true identity. However, during his practice of these esoteric techniques, he endured considerable hardships. He had not anticipated the excruciating pain associated with the medicinal liquid extracted from the ghostly hiding grass during his baths, likening it to being gnawed upon by countless ants. Nonetheless, he deemed the trade-off of suffering for future safety while venturing outside to be well worth it. Once he had accomplished all necessary cultivation, Wu Fan prepared to break through his bottleneck. A year later, his diligence bore fruit, and he finally transcended the barrier, attaining the 7th level of Qi refinement. He then spent another year consolidating his cultivation. At this juncture, Wu Fan was ready to emerge from his secluded training. Within the confines of his small space, Wu Fan gazed out at several acres of land, witnessing a vibrant array of spiritual herbs flourishing there. These herbs, each boasting over 20 years of maturity, painted a picturesque scene. It was evident that selling these herbs would yield a substantial fortune in spirit stones. However, Wu Fan had never intended to part with them. Firstly, he lacked any need for spirit stones at present, and secondly, he planned to delve into alchemy in the future, making these herbs invaluable to his pursuits. As far as he knew, the art of alchemy was indeed quite arduous. It was not uncommon to lose some spiritual herbs during the process of concocting elixirs. Not only novice alchemists, but even masters experienced frequent failures in their endeavors. Therefore, he resolved to continue cultivating these spiritual herbs for future alchemical pursuits. At that moment, Wu Fan's body suddenly swayed, and he witnessed his form elongate, his muscles swelling in response. Simultaneously, his facial features began to contort and shift. In no time, Wu Fan transformed into the tall, robust figure of Song Fei. With a mere flick of his arm, a water mirror materialized before him. Gazing at his reflection, he burst into hearty laughter. Moments later, he began to morph again, this time taking on the visage of his master, Old Lu. Thus, he shifted from Wu Laoda to Brother Wang, and then to Bai Xiaowen. After 2 hours of playful transformations, Wu Fan, perhaps fatigued from his antics, reverted to his original form. On this day, 2 years later, Wu Fan exited the small space and returned to the outside world. He stepped out of the courtyard, paused in contemplation, and then began to employ the celestial ghost concealment technique, suppressing his cultivation from the 7th level of Qi refinement down to the 5th before unleashing his flying sword, which transformed into a streak of light soaring into the sky. Although Wu Fan had spent over 20 years in that space, only a little over 2 years had elapsed in the outside world. If others were to discover that he had advanced from the 4th level to the 7th level in just over 2 years, they would surely regard him as a monster. With such a cultivation speed, he would be no different from those with heavenly spiritual roots. Thus, Wu Fan felt compelled to restrain his cultivation to the 5th level of Qi refinement. 15 minutes later, Wu Fan arrived at the affairs office. Upon entering, he encountered Brother Wang. The moment Brother Wang laid eyes on Wu Fan, he was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I haven't seen you for over 2 years, Wu Shitty. What have you been busy with all this time?" "Oh, it has indeed been a long time since we last met, Brother Wang. In these 2 years, apart from my cultivation, I have been engaged in various missions outside, which is why I haven't had the chance to visit," Wu Fan replied with a smile and a slight bow. Brother Wang scrutinized Wu Fan once more and remarked, "Haha, congratulations on breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Have you completed the task you received 2 years ago?" Wu Fan merely smiled, not responding verbally. Instead, he cheerfully retrieved over 30 wooden boxes from his storage bag and placed them on the table. Brother Wang approached, opening each wooden box in succession, and said, "Wu Shitty, your luck is quite remarkable. These spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare, and few undertake such tasks. Please wait a moment while I tally the total value in spirit stones." Feeling a bit bashful, Wu Fan chuckled and replied, "I exerted considerable effort to gather these spiritual herbs. Haha, completing the task is indeed a good fortune, for you have acquired a substantial number of spirit stones. I calculated that these herbs can be exchanged for 1,850 spirit stones. Adding the 810 spirit stones issued by the sect over the past 2 years, you have a total of 2,650 spirit stones. Please wait a moment while I fetch your reward," Brother Wang concluded before turning to head deeper into the room. After a brief moment, Senior Brother Wang returned, extending a large bag towards Wu Fan. "Junior Brother, here are your spirit stones." "Thank you, Senior Brother," Wu Fan replied, accepting the bag. He then extracted 200 spirit stones from it and placed them into a smaller pouch, subsequently storing the larger bag in his storage space. Without warning, he thrust the small pouch into Senior Brother Wang's embrace. This, Junior Brother Wu, is this appropriate?" Senior Brother Wang exclaimed, taken aback. He quickly glanced around, ensuring that no other cultivators were observing them, before releasing a sigh of relief. "Please accept it, Senior Brother. Over the years, I have troubled you greatly. In the past, I was rather short on resources and could not express my gratitude. Not to mention, the residence you arranged for me was exceedingly comfortable," Wu Fan said, his face reflecting sincere appreciation. "Well, if you insist, I shall shamelessly accept it. Should you require my assistance in the future, feel free to ask. I promise to assist you diligently," Senior Brother Wang declared, thumping his chest with pride. "Haha, Senior Brother, you are too modest. By the way, I would like to inquire about available tasks. I am eager to take on another." Wu Fan chuckled lightly before shifting the conversation towards the assignments. Chapter 38. Linshan Town. Rest assured, my Senior Brother, I shall find the most lucrative and easily accomplished task for you at once. After speaking, Wang Shixiang turned and headed towards the back room. A quarter of an hour later, he returned, cradling several volumes in his arms. "Wu Shitty, these are the meticulously selected tasks I have curated for you. Please peruse them and see if any piques your interest." Wang Shixiang's tone was noticeably warmer than before, as if he were particularly concerned for Wu Fan. "Thank you, Senior Brother." Wu Fan accepted the volumes and took a seat, slowly beginning to flip through the pages. After thoroughly reviewing each volume, he stood and declared, "Wang Shixiang, I wish to select this task of slaying the demon." Wang Shixiang glanced at the task Wu Fan had chosen, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Wu Shitty, although this demon wolf is classified as a first-tier beast, its strength is comparable to that of a practitioner at the mid-stage of Qi refining. You are only at the 5th level of Qi refining. I believe this task may pose too great a risk. I strongly advise you to consider another option." Wang Shixiang's earnest concern for Wu Fan's safety was palpable. Wu Fan understood that levels 1 to 3 of Qi refining represented the early stage, 4 to 6 the mid-stage, 7 to 9 the late stage, with levels 10 to 11 regarded as the pinnacle and level 12 signifying the consummation of qi refining, at which point one could attempt foundation establishment. Though the demon wolf was categorized as first tier, its power was equivalent to that of a mid-stage qi refining practitioner. Conversely, a second-tier beast would be akin to a late-stage qi refining practitioner or even one at the peak of qi refining. The prowess of a third-tier beast was formidable, capable of human speech and comparable to practitioners in the early or mid-stages of foundation establishment. Fourth-tier beasts possessed strength equivalent to late-stage foundation establishment or even perfection, and only an elder of the golden core stage could vanquish such creatures. If one were to encounter a fifth-tier beast, its strength would rival that of a golden core elder. These fifth-tier beasts were true ancient demons, capable of summoning storms and wielding extraordinary intelligence, rivaling that of human practitioners. The task Wu Fan selected involved the extermination of a demon wolf that had recently appeared over 20,000 miles away from the Qingfeng sect, in a small town within its sphere of influence. 2 months prior, the demon wolf had emerged, claiming the lives of several townsfolk, instilling fear in the hearts of the residents who lived in constant dread of becoming its next meal. Given the severity of the situation, it was imperative for the Qingfeng sect to intervene, resulting in the task that Wu Fan had chosen. Completion of this task would yield a reward of 300 spiritual stones. However, Wu Fan was indifferent to the reward, choosing the task merely for convenience. As a mountain range named the Black Dragon Mountains lay not far from the town. This range stretched for thousands of miles and appeared like a black dragon when viewed from the sky, hence its name. While reviewing the tasks earlier, Wu Fan had also noted a gathering task for a spiritual herb known as Dragon Heart 9-leaf mushroom, an auxiliary herb used in the refinement of foundation establishment pills. This herb flourished deep within the Black Dragon Mountains. The elixir in question is exceedingly precious, and it is absent from Wu Fan's spatial medicinal field. Therefore, Wu Fan intends to embark on a journey to the Black Dragon Mountain range, hoping to procure this elixir while simultaneously fulfilling his task. Presently, he has reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, not merely the 5th, with his cultivation level merely suppressed by his heavenly demon concealment technique. This is why Senior Brother Wang advised him against undertaking this mission. Wu Fan, however, does not believe he is incapable of defeating a first-tier demon wolf, especially considering he possesses several high-level magical artifacts. He even suspects that the demon wolf may have emerged from the Black Dragon Mountain range. With this thought in mind, Wu Fan turned to Senior Brother Wang and expressed, "Thank you for your concern, but I still wish to attempt this. I believe that even if I cannot slay the demon wolf, should I wish to retreat, I would certainly be able to escape." "Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not press the matter further," Senior Brother Wang replied, shaking his head in resignation before registering Wu Fan's task. "Senior Brother Wang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Wu Fan said. "Safe travels, Junior Brother," Senior Brother Wang responded. Upon exiting the affairs office, Wu Fan immediately mounted his flying sword and returned to his courtyard. After storing away the Mishianshi formation, he took a final glance at his surroundings before transforming into a beam of light and soaring out of Qingfeng sect. The Black Dragon Mountain range lies over 20,000 miles from Qingfeng sect. If Wu Fan were to fly on his sword, it would take him approximately half a month to arrive. However, after flying a few hundred miles from Qingfeng sect, he opted to board a cloud mist vessel to expedite his journey. Wu Fan wished to conserve his magical energy for the task ahead. The cloud mist vessel is remarkably swift, and he managed to reach a nearby town within 5 days, even without utilizing the vessel's maximum speed. This illustrates the extraordinary velocity of this flying spiritual artifact. Yet, the vessel consumes an excessive amount of spirit stones over these 5 days. It expended a total of 500 spirit stones, which exceeds the earnings from his task. Nevertheless, Wu Fan, now affluent, remains unconcerned about this trifling expenditure. On this day, a small town named Linshan Town lies 500 miles from the edge of the Black Dragon Mountain range. Not far from Linshan Town, atop a certain peak, a small courtyard is nestled. At this moment, an elderly man, appearing to be around 70 years of age, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles, dressed in a gray long robe, stands anxiously within the courtyard, awaiting something. He casts his gaze down to the town and mutters to himself, "Why hasn't he the sect sent anyone yet?" The demon wolf has already devoured over 50 people. If help doesn't arrive soon, I fear this town will be lost. At that moment, a streak of light suddenly streaked across the sky, halting above the courtyard, revealing a young man dressed in a white robe. Upon seeing the young man's attire, the elder's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward, clasping his hands in salute and bowing. I am Huang Tsang, and I am grateful that the esteemed envoy has finally arrived. Is it you who informed the sect about the demon wolf's attack on the village? The young man gazed intently at the elder and inquired. The young man in question is none other than Wu Fan. After enduring 5 days of arduous travel, he finally arrived at Linshan town. He sought to report to his sect, for the demon wolf was indeed formidable, and the old man found himself powerless to confront it. Thus he could only notify the sect. The elder replied, his face etched with sorrow. Do you know the whereabouts of the demon wolf? Wu Fan inquired promptly. I lack the ability to fly, and dare not pursue the beast. Therefore, I cannot say where it is, the elder lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Wu Fan recognized that the elder was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement and understood his words to be true. To master the art of flight, one must reach at least the 4th level of qi refinement, which means that only those who have attained the mid-qi refinement stage can soar through the skies. At that moment, the elder spoke again. However, the demon wolf attacks the village every evening. You need only wait a few hours to encounter it. This elder, known as Huang Tsang, was once a member of the Qingfeng sect. However, there was a stipulation in the sect that if a practitioner had not reached the mid-qi refinement stage by the age of 20, they would be expelled from the sect and assigned to guard remote locations, while also losing all privileges within the sect. Chapter 39. Slaying the demon wolf. In light of this, let us wait a few hours. Wu Fan, unperturbed, decided to bide his time until the demon wolf was vanquished before making his way to the Black Dragon Mountain range. Upon hearing Wu Fan's willingness to wait, the elder promptly bowed and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, if the esteemed one does not mind, I humbly invite you to rest at my modest abode for a while. Your journey from afar must have been arduous. Wu Fan nodded in agreement and descended to the ground, following the elder into his humble dwelling. The town of Lingshan was modest, comprising only about 500 to 600 households. The farming families lived in constant trepidation, gripped by the fear instilled by the demon wolf, anxious that they might one day be devoured by the beast. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, these villagers would hurriedly retreat into their cellars, seeking refuge. This grim routine had persisted for over 2 months, leaving them in uncertainty about when their plight would end, casting a shadow of dread over their hearts. On this particular day, the villagers toiled as usual, but as the sun began to set, they all set down their tools and hastily made their way home. Suddenly, a chilling wolf's howl echoed from the distance, causing their faces to drain of color. They could not comprehend why the demon wolf had arrived earlier than usual. In a panic, they all sprinted towards their homes, fearing that any delay might result in their demise at the jaws of the beast. Just as the villagers were frantically fleeing, a piercing scream pierced the air. They turned to see a massive black demon wolf, measuring over 3 meters in length, clamping its jaws around the head of a middle-aged man. In one swift motion, the wolf lifted its head, swallowing the man whole. The horrifying sound of crunching bones filled the air as the wolf savored its gruesome meal, seated upon the ground with blood dripping from its jaws. Its eyes, half closed, exuded a sinister delight as the sounds of gnashing echoed ominously. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the villagers were paralyzed with fear, screaming as they raced homeward. At that moment, a brilliant flash of light surged through the sky, revealing a figure suspended above the demon wolf. A voice boomed forth, "You audacious demon wolf, dare you consume humans? Come forth to meet your demise." Upon hearing this proclamation, the fleeing villagers halted in their tracks and looked up towards the celestial figure. Tears of joy welled in their eyes as they beheld the sight above. Look, a celestial being. It truly is a celestial being. Hooray, we are saved. Hurry, kneel and pay homage to the celestial. In that instant, the entire town of Lingshan fell to their knees, bowing fervently towards the figure in the sky, their hearts filled with hope and reverence. The shadow before us was undoubtedly that of Wu Fan. Upon discovering the demon wolf, he had already soared through the air on his sword, yet regrettably arrived a moment too late, witnessing the beast devouring a person. Anger surged within Wu Fan as he beheld this scene. for he too had once tread the path of a mere mortal. His eyes, now ablaze with fury, were fixed upon the demon wolf, which, upon hearing his voice, turned to face him. With a fierce roar, the wolf displayed a flicker of human-like fear in its eyes, sensing that the man in the sky was more formidable than itself. At that moment, Wu Fan swiftly drew forth his high-grade magical weapon, the solar sword. From his storage pouch, the sword transformed into a radiant beam of light, hurtling towards the demon wolf. Aware of the sword's might, the wolf opened its mouth and unleashed several blades of wind. The clash of the flying sword and the wind blades reverberated through the air with a series of resounding booms. Remarkably, the demon wolf managed to block Wu Fan's attack. Despite the solar sword being a high-grade artifact wielded by a 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator, Wu Fan was taken aback by the wolf's ability to withstand his strike. However, he deduced that the wolf could not produce many wind blades, as it was merely a first-tier demonic beast with limited demonic energy. His assumption proved correct, as the wolf could indeed muster only a few such attacks. With a cold snort, Wu Fan directed the flying sword towards the demon wolf once more. The wolf, now displaying visible fear, hastily expelled a few more wind blades before turning to flee. The flying sword was once again deflected, while the demon wolf dashed away from the town at an astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Wu Fan recognized this demon wolf as the Gale Wolf, known for its ability to unleash wind blades and its remarkable swiftness, categorizing it as a low-tier beast. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Wu Fan resolved not to delay any further. If the wolf escaped, he would face additional complications. He promptly commanded the flying sword to pursue the wolf. The creature, left with no choice, turned back and expelled a few more wind blades. The ensuing collisions echoed with loud bangs as the flying sword met the wind blades once again. Just as the wolf prepared to flee, a faint green light shot towards it, silent as a whisper. By the time the wolf noticed the green light, it was too late. The light pierced through its skull and continued on, ultimately landing in Wu Fan's hand. The object revealed itself to be a slender, emerald green needle. The Mystic Needle, another of Wu Fan's high-grade magical artifacts. With the Mystic Needle having penetrated its skull, the demon wolf shuddered momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Lifeless, the people of Linshan Town erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing the demise of the demon wolf at the hands of the immortal. Their elation knew no bounds, as they had long awaited this day, finally liberated from the fear of being devoured by the wolf. They could now resume their normal lives and work without trepidation. In gratitude, the townsfolk bowed deeply to Wu Fan, expressing their heartfelt thanks with fervent words. At this moment, a smile graced Wu Fan's lips. He felt a genuine sense of joy in being able to assist these mortals. With a swift motion of his arm, the corpse of the demon wolf suddenly soared towards him, gradually shrinking as it entered his storage pouch. Subsequently, Wu Fan took flight on his sword, departing from the location. The demon wolf's corpse could fetch several hundred spirit stones, and Wu Fan could not simply abandon it here. After his departure, he arrived at the courtyard of the elder, known as Huangtsang. "Your Excellency, your might is unparalleled. As I witnessed your display of power, my blood surged with excitement. I am also grateful for your rescue of these mortals," the elder exclaimed, hastening to greet Wu Fan and showering him with compliments and thanks. "I have come merely to fulfill a mission for my sect. There is no need for gratitude. I have completed my tasks here and am now prepared to take my leave. Please report the events of this place to the sect in due course." Wu Fan replied before ascending on his sword and departing. "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall promptly report this matter to the sect," the elder called out to Wu Fan's retreating figure. Chapter 40. The Black Dragon Mountain Range. After departing from Linshan Town, Wu Fan hurriedly set his course towards the Black Dragon Mountain Range. By the time he arrived at the mountains, the sky was shrouded in darkness. However, he had no intention of halting his journey. He flew directly into the heart of the mountains. Ever since Wu Fan mastered the Spirit Eye technique, the night appeared as bright as day to him. The Black Dragon Mountain Range stretches for thousands of miles, and within its depths, a myriad of demonic beasts lurked. Upon crossing the periphery of the mountains, Wu Fan descended from his flight and began to traverse the interior cautiously. He refrained from boldly venturing deeper, fully aware that encountering a third-tier or higher demonic beast could spell great peril, even leading to his demise. Once he penetrated deeper into the mountains, Wu Fan employed the celestial ghost concealment technique to mask his presence, allowing him to proceed with greater assurance. As night turned to dawn, Wu Fan's spirits were dampened. Despite searching throughout the night, he had yet to locate the dragon heart 9-leaf herb. This particular herb was not available in the marketplace, and Wu Fan had failed to procure its seeds. Nonetheless, he yearned for this spiritual medicine, as it was an essential ingredient for crafting the Foundation Establishment Pill. The significance of the Foundation Establishment Pill cannot be overstated. For cultivators who achieve the 12th level of Qi refinement, it is imperative to consume this pill to break through their bottleneck. A successful Foundation establishment would signify their departure from mundane existence, embarking on the path of immortality, and extend their lifespans to 300 years, elevating their status to that of elders within their sections. Foundation establishment cannot be achieved without the Foundation Establishment Pill. Yet even the largest sects find this pill to be exceedingly rare. This scarcity arises from the dwindling supply of certain herbs required for its creation, causing many cultivators to remain stagnant, unable to advance due to the lack of the necessary pills. Understanding his own constitution, Wu Fan doubted his ability to successfully establish his foundation, even if he were to acquire a Foundation Establishment Pill from his sect in the future. He was aware that while some cultivators could succeed with a single pill, this was a rarity. The majority often required 2 or even 3 pills, yet still faced failure. Given the limited availability of these precious pills, many cultivators regrettably spent their lives without achieving their breakthrough. Wu Fan resolved to prepare in advance, aiming to gather sufficient herbs for crafting the Foundation Establishment Pill before he reached the 12th level of Qi refinement. His plan was to cultivate these herbs in his small space and subsequently refine a substantial quantity of the pills himself, which was the very purpose of his expedition to the Black Dragon Mountain Range. As Wu Fan searched for spiritual herbs over the course of 7 days, he had yet to find the dragon heart 9-leaf herb. However, he discovered over a dozen other rare herbs, and a smile finally graced his face. Now delving deeper into the mountains, he encountered several first- and second-tier demonic beasts. Nonetheless, thanks to the celestial ghost concealment technique and his deliberate avoidance, these low-tier creatures remained oblivious to his presence. Upon arriving at a valley, he discovered a mystical herb beside a pond. Wu Fan glanced around, finding no sign of any beasts, and cautiously approached the herb. Just as he intended to harvest it, a sudden hissing sound emanated from the pond. Wu Fan quickly retreated, only to witness a colossal black spider emerging from the water. This enormous creature, measuring 2 zhang in size, possessed 8 eyes and 8 formidable legs, all fixated on Wu Fan with its foremost pair of eyes. It was none other than the second-tier beast, the bloodthirsty spider. Trouble was at hand. It had already detected his presence. Wu Fan's expression darkened. He had no desire to engage in a battle with this creature. However, he realized that summoning the cloud mist boat for an escape would be futile, as the spider would not grant him the opportunity to flee. Resolving to confront the situation, he unleashed his flying sword, preparing for combat. The spider's eyes gleamed with malice, seemingly poised to launch an attack. In a sudden burst of determination, Wu Fan leaped into the air, landing on his flying sword, intending to retreat. Sure enough, the bloodthirsty spider did not afford him the chance to escape. The moment Wu Fan jumped onto his sword, the spider lunged at him, expelling a white web directly towards him. With no choice left, Wu Fan abandoned his escape. If he could not flee, he would have to fight. He silently recited an incantation, conjuring a fireball that shot forth towards the web, incinerating it in a flash. At that moment, the bloodthirsty spider charged at Wu Fan with lightning speed, swinging its 8 massive legs. Wu Fan, refusing to be complacent, directed his solar sword toward the spider. The spider's front leg swung out, producing a thunderous impact that sent the flying sword spiraling away, leaving only minor cracks on its leg. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. The flying sword was a superior magical artifact, highlighting the spider's formidable resilience. Suffering from the blow, the spider let out a piercing hiss and retaliated with another leg, sharp and glinting ominously, capable of inflicting grave injury. With his flying sword out of reach, Wu Fan was left vulnerable. In a swift motion, he tapped his storage pouch, and a silver shield emerged, expanding into a massive barrier that stood before him just as the spider struck. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, causing the spider to recoil. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fan summoned his solar sword back, launching another strike at the spider. It was forced to defend with its front leg once more, resulting in another violent clash that staggered the creature backward. In that critical moment, a green needle silently zipped through the air, piercing the spider's eye. The spider writhed violently on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, before falling still, motionless. At this moment, Wu Fan lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Although he had ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement, his internal reservoir of spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He had just exerted himself by controlling 2 high-grade magical artifacts and 1 supreme-grade artifact, leaving little energy within him. After a while, Wu Fan managed to sit up. He retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage pouch. This elixir, named Huanglong Dan, was renowned for its ability to rapidly replenish spiritual energy. He opened the vial and poured a single pill into his mouth, then began to meditate, focusing on his breath. 2 hours later, Wu Fan stood up and approached the corpse of the bloodthirsty spider, observing it for a moment. Previously, in the scripture pavilion, he had extracted several jade slips, a few of which contained descriptions of various magical beasts. It was said that the bloodthirsty spider possessed a remarkably tough body and immense strength, capable of spitting webs. Its 8 gigantic legs were considered materials of exceptional quality for crafting magical artifacts. This marked Wu Fan's first kill of a 2nd-tier magical beast, and he was surprised to find that he had indeed succeeded in slaying the spider. After collecting the corpse of the bloodthirsty spider, Wu Fan made his way to the edge of the pond, where he also gathered the spiritual herb before continuing his journey deeper into the mountains. Chapter 41. The little white fox Wu Fan ventured deeper for another 5 days, and the number of demonic beasts in this region had evidently increased. After enduring 6 battles, he had successfully vanquished 6 demonic creatures, 4 of which were 1st-tier beasts and 2 2nd-tier. His combat experience was noticeably on the rise. When he defeated a 2nd-tier beast, the Black Iron Bull, it proved to be quite a challenge, inflicting him with some minor injuries in the process. This Black Iron Bull was far more formidable than the bloodthirsty spider, possessing the prowess of a top-tier qi refinement practitioner, its coppery hide and iron bones incredibly resilient. During the encounter, Wu Fan exerted all his strength, utilizing every artifact at his disposal and expending several high-tier attack talismans. Ultimately, he was struck by the bull's final charge, leaving him feeling as though his entire skeletal structure was about to disintegrate, forcing him to lie on the ground for quite some time before he could rise again. It was fortunate that he possessed the exquisite artifact, the primordial diamond shield. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even realized how he had met his end. On this particular day, Wu Fan arrived at a modest mountain peak, where he concealed himself behind a massive boulder, observing the battle below. 2 demonic beasts were engaged in a fierce chase, one of which was a 3rd-tier beast, the azure-eyed mad lion. This creature was 2 zhang in size, its fur a rich tawny hue, and its enormous, emerald-green eyes were striking. Wu Fan was taken aback upon first sighting this 3rd-tier beast. It was his inaugural encounter with such a formidable foe, and to claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. The other beast was a small fox, its fur an immaculate white, measuring merely 3 feet in length. Its ruby-red eyes sparkled like precious gems, complemented by a tiny black nose and its pristine coat, rendering it irresistibly adorable. This little white fox, although only a 2nd-tier beast, appeared quite beleaguered. Thankfully, its speed was remarkable, allowing it to deftly evade the attacks of the azure-eyed mad lion. However, it was evident that the fox was beginning to tire, given the circumstances. It seemed unlikely that it would escape being devoured by the lion for much longer. Wu Fan felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet he dared not move for fear of being detected by the beasts below. He also refrained from releasing his cloud mist vessel, as the surge of spiritual energy would certainly alert the creatures beneath him. Even if he ascended into the sky, he would become an easy target for other beasts. Not having enough time to activate the concealment function before the vessel could reach a safe altitude. In a moment of desperation, Wu Fan retrieved 9 formation flags from his storage bag. He began to meticulously set up his illusory heaven disruption formation atop the mountain. Once the formation was complete, he placed numerous spirit stones at the 9 focal points. With everything prepared, he finally felt secure enough to watch the battle unfold below. Below, 2 monstrous beasts were engaged in a relentless chase. The azure-eyed lion, perhaps feeling a surge of impatience, let out a thunderous roar before lunging toward the little white fox. Its massive jaws revealing razor-sharp fangs, seemingly intent on devouring the creature whole. At that moment, the little white fox appeared somewhat exhausted, its speed noticeably diminishing. Just as it seemed on the verge of being consumed, a striking transformation occurred. Its eyes suddenly glowed a fierce crimson, locking onto the azure-eyed lion. In a miraculous turn of events, the lion's body halted abruptly, its once sharp gaze becoming unfocused, and it astonishingly ceased its aggressive pursuit. Seizing this unexpected opportunity, the little white fox swiftly retreated, moving so rapidly that it left behind only a trail of afterimages. The earlier display of fatigue had merely been a ruse, for its true intention was to lure the azure-eyed lion closer, allowing it to unleash its ocular technique, evidence of the fox's cunning intelligence. Wu Fan, witnessing the little white fox sprinting toward his direction, felt a jolt of surprise. Pondering in vexation, he wondered what misfortune had befallen him to attract such trouble. Despite his frustration, he resigned himself to the situation, relieved that he had previously set up the mission Shuo array. Just as the little white fox was about to dart into the protective formation, the azure-eyed lion regained its clarity. Upon noticing the fox fleeing up the mountain, it let out an enraged roar and followed in hot pursuit. Wu Fan's vexation deepened. He understood that trouble was inevitable and could only proceed with caution. The little white fox was the first to breach the array, closely followed by the azure-eyed lion. Upon entering, the little white fox found itself enveloped in a thick, white mist, perplexed that what had appeared to be an ordinary mountain had transformed into a shroud of fog. Attempting to retrace its steps, it discovered that the path was obscured, and no matter which direction it ran, the outcome remained the same. The azure-eyed lion faced a similar plight, unable to escape the mist. Watching the two beasts flounder like headless flies, Wu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. However, the array was merely a defensive and trapping formation, lacking any offensive capabilities. Should he wish to eliminate them, he would have to rely on his own skills. Resolving to let the two beasts exhaust their energy within the formation, Wu Fan planned to confront them once they were sufficiently weakened. The carcasses of these creatures would fetch a substantial sum of spirit stones, particularly that of the third-tier azure-eyed lion, which was a formidable beast equivalent to a foundation-building cultivator. Surely worth a considerable fortune. Had it not been for this formation, Wu Fan would have never dared to entertain the thought of slaying a third-tier monster. Should he encounter such a beast head-on, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, since this third-tier monster has intruded upon the formation, Wu Fan now has the opportunity to vanquish it. He is well aware of the formidable power of this formation. Not only third-tier monsters, but even fourth-tier beasts would find themselves at the mercy of its might, rendered helpless and subjected to relentless punishment. With this in mind, Wu Fan settled into a meditative posture atop the mountain peak, patiently awaiting the exhaustion of the two monsters. Having perused texts concerning these beasts, he understands that only a fifth-tier monster possesses a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans. Given the current intellect of these two beasts, Wu Fan harbors no concerns that they will remain stationary. Rather, he surmises that they will incessantly seek an escape, eager to break free from the enveloping white mist. Chapter 42. Taming the Little White Fox. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Wu Fan diligently observed the two demonic beasts. By now, the azure-eyed lion beast lay exhausted upon the ground, unable to rise. Wu Fan sensed that the moment had arrived. He prepared to eliminate this third-tier beast. However, as he scrutinized the little white fox, a peculiar glint shone in his eyes, for this white fox possessed a far greater intelligence than the azure-eyed lion. During these 3 days, whenever the white fox felt fatigued, it would pause to rest momentarily before resuming its quest for an escape route. Wu Fan found himself somewhat reluctant to slay the charming creature before him. Resolving not to delay any longer, Wu Fan decided to first vanquish the azure-eyed lion beast. At that moment, he summoned forth the blazing sun sword from his storage pouch, which soared forth with remarkable speed towards the third-tier beast. Within the confines of the formation, the beast was as blind as a bat, utterly oblivious to the approaching sword. However, it did perceive the sound of something slicing through the air, prompting its ears to twitch suddenly. In an instant, it sprang to its feet, adopting an aggressive stance. Just then, the blazing sun sword neared its target. The beast, in a sudden leap, evaded the sharp strike. Yet, The sword executed a graceful turn and launched itself again towards the beast. This time, the third-tier beast could not escape the onslaught of the flying sword, which left a deep gash across its body, blood oozing forth in a chilling stream. In agony, the beast let out a furious roar and bolted forward in a desperate attempt to flee, with the sword relentlessly pursuing it. Half an hour later, through the combined efforts of the blazing sun sword and the mysterious needle, Wu Fan succeeded in slaying the azure-eyed lion beast. He then approached the fallen creature, gathering its lifeless form into his possession. Standing still, he turned his gaze towards the little white fox. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. With a soft sigh, he concluded that he could not bring himself to slay the little creature, attributing his reluctance to its remarkable intelligence and adorable demeanor. After pondering for a while, Wu Fan resolved to explore the possibility of taming the little white fox as a spirit companion. In the realm of cultivation, many practitioners possessed spirit pets, which offered numerous advantages. For instance, spirit pets could assist their masters in combat, while certain avian companions could carry cultivators through the skies. Moreover, spirit pets were known to guard homes and protect sanctuaries, and within the grander sects of cultivation, guardian spirit beasts were commonplace. Having witnessed the capabilities of the little white fox, Wu Fan felt a stirring interest. Not only was the white fox exceptionally swift, but its ability to cast illusions upon adversaries was truly remarkable. He had personally observed how a mere glance from the white fox rendered the azure-eyed lion beast entranced. Standing motionless, it is worth noting that in the throes of battle, a moment's distraction could spell the difference between life and death. Upon contemplating this, Wu Fan resolved to give it a try. However, one might wonder why he did not attempt to subdue the recently encountered third-tier demon beast. The truth is, he understood that the demon beast's rank was far too elevated, and he lacked the confidence to tame it. He feared that a moment's carelessness during the taming process could lead to a disastrous counterattack from the beast, resulting in an untimely demise. At this juncture, Wu Fan had already commenced his approach towards the little white fox. Unbeknownst to it, someone was drawing near. The little white fox lay pitiably on the ground, resting, its beautiful eyes occasionally darting from side to side. Regrettably, it was surrounded by a blinding white haze, rendering it unable to see anything. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the silence. "Little white fox, do you wish to leave this place? If you agree to become my spirit companion, I shall grant you your freedom." Startled by the voice, the little white fox sprang to its feet, turning towards the source of the sound. Its eyes sparkled with intelligence, clearly indicating that it comprehended the meaning behind the words. Having been trapped here for 3 days, it was understandably distressed and longed for freedom. Yet, the thought of becoming someone's spirit companion filled it with reluctance, for such a fate would mean the loss of its autonomy. Noticing the little white fox's indifference, Wu Fan assumed it either did not understand or simply did not wish to be a spirit companion. With a furrowed brow, he let out a huff and retrieved the corpse of the azure-eyed wild lion from his storage bag, tossing it before the little white fox. Upon seeing the carcass, the little white fox trembled in fear. The voice then resonated again. "Will you or will you not become my spirit companion?" At that moment, the little white fox exhibited a remarkably human-like demeanor. It sat on the ground and, with a sorrowful nod, indicated its acquiescence. A smile finally graced Wu Fan's face as he instructed, "Remain still, open your mind, and do not resist." The little white fox obediently nodded again. Wu Fan, initially eager to advance, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Therefore, he retrieved the primordial diamond shield and, after a moment's thought, also took out the profound needle, feeling sufficiently reassured to approach. Upon reaching the little white fox, he found it remarkably compliant, remaining motionless. He placed his palm upon its head and began to enact the beast taming technique. This technique, discovered by Wu Fan in the scripture repository, was designed for subduing demon beasts and establishing a master-servant contract. However, it came with several restrictions. It could only be employed when the beast was agreeable and not resistant. As Wu Fan fervently employed the technique, a look of anguish appeared on the little white fox's face. Moments later, a droplet of soul blood suddenly emerged from its forehead, swiftly entering Wu Fan's body and ultimately settling within his sea of consciousness, motionless. At last, Wu Fan had successfully subdued the little white fox. From this day forth, the little white fox was bound to obey his will, should it disobey. A mere thought from Wu Fan would suffice to bring about its demise. Realizing its fate as another spirit companion, the little white fox resignedly lay at Wu Fan's feet. After Wu Fan collected the magical artifact and the corpse of the azure-eyed wild lion, he crouched down to gaze at the little white fox. At this moment, his heart brimmed with joy, for this little white fox was the first spirit beast he had tamed, a second-tier spirit beast no less, thus adding another card to his hand. In the realm of cultivation, wild creatures that remain untamed are referred to as demon beasts. These demon beasts can absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into demonic power within themselves. And they can also draw upon the vital blood of human cultivators to enhance their innate bloodline strength, ultimately ascending to a higher tier of demon beasts. Conversely, those tamed and subdued by cultivators are known as spirit beasts. From that point onward, spirit beasts will heed only the commands of their masters, gradually shedding their inherent wildness and merging into the realm of human cultivators, thus relinquishing any unwarranted animosity towards humans. However, should their master command them to vanquish foes, they would show no mercy towards humanity. Chapter 43. The resurgence of the golden yuan. Wu Fan gazed affectionately at the little white fox, noting the various wounds marring its pristine fur, evidently inflicted by the fierce, beijing mad lion beast. Gently, he stroked the soft, white coat of the fox and retrieved a vial of healing elixir from his storage pouch. He poured out a single pill and placed it by the fox's mouth. The little creature sniffed delicately with its adorable nose, and upon recognizing the scent, its eyes brightened, leading it to eagerly swallow the pill. "Do not worry, little white fox. You shall not suffer while you are with me. In time, I will provide you with ample pills to aid your cultivation." Wu Fan spoke softly to the fox. Understanding her master's intent, the little fox stood up and yipped joyfully a couple of times, then began to frolic around Wu Fan, eventually leaping into his arms, prompting hearty laughter from him. Thus, Wu Fan kept the little white fox company as it recuperated over the next 2 days. Once its injuries healed, he retracted the formation and departed with the fox. A day later. "Slow down, little white fox. Where are you leading me? Wait for me. I can hardly keep up," Wu Fan called out, panting. Upon hearing his voice, the little fox halted, turned to Wu Fan, and yipped as if to say, "Master, you are too slow." With its captivating eyes fixed on him, the fox resumed its swift dash forward. Wu Fan, with no choice but to pursue, felt certain the little fox was guiding him to a specific destination. Thus, in this manner, the duo, one human and one beast, chased and ran together for yet another day. When they finally reached a towering peak that pierced the clouds, the little fox came to a stop. It turned back to Wu Fan, yipping several times before glancing at the summit and then bounding upwards. As they reached the mountainside, the little white fox approached a particularly concealed crevice in the rocks. After casting a glance back at Wu Fan, it slipped into the narrow opening. Wu Fan, somewhat resigned, followed suit. However, he soon realized the crevice was too small for him to enter. With a thoughtful flick of his eyes, his form suddenly shrank, allowing him to squeeze through the opening. Such trivial obstacles posed no challenge for Wu Fan. He adeptly employed the 1,000 mirage bone shrinking technique to navigate through. After a considerable time crawling, he emerged into a vast cavern, where the little white fox awaited him eagerly. Upon seeing her master arrive, she let out cheerful yips before darting ahead once more. Wu Fan trailed the fox through the cavern until they arrived at a stone door, where the fox finally halted, remaining still. Wu Fan understood they had reached their destination. The little fox had undoubtedly brought him to this stone door. He approached slowly, extending his hand to push the door open. Before him lay a slightly smaller chamber, adorned with medicinal fields and dwellings. Wu Fan realized without a doubt that this was a hidden abode. He stepped into the cave and gazed towards the medicinal field, which revealed not a single herb but instead a solitary sapling. This small tree emanated a faint golden glow, unmistakably indicating its status as a rare spiritual tree. Wu Fan, filled with curiosity, realized he had no knowledge of this tree's name. None of the jade slips he had perused contained any descriptions of it. As Wu Fan approached the sapling, an unexpected occurrence transpired. He suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down upon him, as if a colossal stone had settled on his body, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. He quickly retreated, and at that very moment, the oppressive sensation vanished, leaving him astonished. Why did he experience such gravity when nearing this small tree? Unfazed, Wu Fan took another step forward, and the previous sensation returned, making him feel as though he might collapse at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, stepping forward once more. With a resounding thud, he found himself pinned to the ground, unable to rise. After taking a second step, the heaviness intensified. Wu Fan was in agony. It felt as if his bones might shatter. Struggling on the ground, he painstakingly began to retreat. Finally, through sheer determination, he managed to extricate himself from that oppressive vicinity. With lingering trepidation, Wu Fan stood up, now regarding the small tree with a weighty seriousness. He understood that this sapling was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. He circled around it, attempting to approach several times, only to experience the same debilitating force each time. With a sigh of resignation, he contemplated his next move and walked towards the stone hut, where a little white fox awaited him at the entrance. Wu Fan pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was modest, containing only a mat and a stone table. However, upon closer inspection of the stone table, he discovered two items, a jade slip and a stone box. Wu Fan picked up the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead to examine it. I am Luo Yangzi of the Zhongtian continent. I do not know who you are, but if you see this jade slip, it likely signifies that I have perished beneath the tribulation. In my time, I traversed the realms of cultivation for over 10,000 years, only to meet a tragic end. I arrived here by chance through a spatial rift, but alas, I can no longer return. As the tribulation approaches and I lie grievously wounded, my chances of surviving are slim. I have left behind some opportunities for those fated to find them. These two items were fundamental to my dominance in the realm of cultivation, and I entrust them to you. For it is better they remain than be destroyed alongside me in the tribulation. To the fated one, these two items are. Wu Fan spent nearly an hour perusing the jade slip, gradually comprehending the matter at hand. The slip revealed that the elderly man was known as Luo Yangzi, a cultivator from the Middle Heaven continent. While the slip did not specify the extent of his cultivation, it detailed how he had been besieged by several formidable demons. In a fortuitous turn of events, he inadvertently found himself in a spatial rift, thus arriving at Wu Fan's location. The old man lamented that he had sustained grave injuries from the demon assailants and was now faced with the impending tribulation, believing his demise was imminent. However, he felt a sense of regret for the two treasures he would leave behind, which he deemed too precious to perish alongside him. The first of these treasures was the small tree outside, known as the golden essence spirit wood, a rare gem within the realm of cultivation, with this being its sole existence. This golden essence spirit wood could be cultivated into a divine ability called golden essence gravity light. Should one achieve a modest mastery of this skill, it would manifest an area of gravitational influence surrounding the practitioner, akin to Wu Fan's earlier encounter as he approached the tree. Any adversary entering this gravitational domain would be subjected to its weight, while intangible entities such as flames, lightning, and toxic gases would remain unaffected. However, mastering this divine ability proved to be a formidable challenge, requiring an inordinate amount of time. To cultivate the golden essence gravity light, one must absorb the gravity light inherent within the golden essence spirit wood. Yet, should the gravity light be completely consumed, the tree would necessitate a millennium to rejuvenate. Thus, to continue the cultivation process, one must endure a lengthy wait of 1,000 years. Nevertheless, Wu Fan felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, for he was undaunted. He could expedite the growth of the small tree, ensuring its swift recovery. Chapter 44, Celestial Fire of the Heavenly Net. The second item of significance is the stone box resting upon the stone table. Within this box resides a flame known as the Celestial Fire of the Heavenly Net. It is said that the legendary figure, Luo Yangzi, who once traversed the realm of cultivation, attributed much of his success to this formidable fire. Its power is immense, capable of igniting anything it encounters. Regrettably, the celestial fire of the heavenly net was severely weakened during a catastrophic battle in the past, leaving it as but a mere flicker of its former self. To restore its once mighty prowess, it must be nurtured within one's body and infused with potent flames from other sources, allowing it to gradually regain its strength. The final instructions inscribed on the jade slip detail the process of refining the celestial fire and cultivating the golden yuan rejuvenation. After perusing the jade slip, Wu Fan was left utterly astounded. Who, indeed, was Luo Yangzi? What are spatial rifts? And what of the tribulation? Is the realm of cultivation not filled with demonic cultivators? Why then does he refer to them as the demon race? Moreover, what level of cultivation has he attained? Even the legendary nascent soul stage allows for a lifespan of but 1,000 or two. How could he have lived for 10 millennia? Wu Fan was besieged by questions, his mind reeling with bewilderment. Realizing that he currently lacked the elevation of understanding to grasp such high-level matters, he chose to set them aside. Wu Fan then lifted the lid of the stone box, revealing a faint yellow flame, no larger than a pinky finger, flickering as if it might extinguish at any moment. Recognizing this as the weakened celestial fire of the heavenly net, disappointment washed over his face. He had not anticipated that such a powerful fire could now be reduced to such a fragile ember. It was truly lamentable. Replacing the lid, Wu Fan casually tossed the box into his storage bag and turned to exit the stone chamber. Upon returning to the small tree, excitement gleamed in his eyes. This truly was a treasure. Should he successfully cultivate the golden yuan rejuvenation, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surge. Thank you so much for bringing me here, little white fox. These two treasures are immensely important to me. Here are 5 vials of elixirs to enhance your magical powers, as a token of my gratitude. Please wait here for me, and do not wander off, Wu Fan said to the little white fox that had faithfully followed him, offering it the 5 vials from his storage bag. Upon seeing the elixirs, the little fox yipped joyfully and then nuzzled Wu Fan's thigh, clearly ecstatic. Wu Fan could not help but chuckle at its adorable demeanor. Not wishing to linger, Wu Fan seated himself cross-legged on the ground and retrieved the jade slip once more, engrossed in its contents for 3 consecutive days. Once he had finished, he rose and approached the small tree. Just as he took his first step, he quickly settled back into a meditative position, enduring the gravitational pull as he began to silently recite the incantation. Before long, a strand of golden light emerged from the direction of the small tree, gradually entering his body. This process continued, with Wu Fan drawing forth strands of golden light at intervals, each one seamlessly integrating into him. 3 days elapsed, and Wu Fan finally rose to his feet. He took a step forward, and once again, the same scene from 3 days prior unfolded. He sat cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting incantations, inviting golden light to enter his body. Thus, every 3 days, he would advance a step. After 3 months, Wu Fan gazed at the small tree within arm's reach, and a smile finally graced his face. He began to use his flying sword to excavate the soil surrounding the tree, and before long, he cradled the small tree in his arms. His body emitted a faint glow, and a quarter of an hour later, he and the tree simultaneously vanished. Upon entering the small space, Wu Fan planted the little tree not far from the entrance of his courtyard, carefully clearing a small patch of land for it. Once completed, he exited the small space, leading the little white fox out of the cave. 3 days later, in a forest, Wu Fan was laughing heartily as he held a peculiar spiritual herb in his hand. This herb bore an uncanny resemblance to a reishi mushroom, yet it had 9 leaves. Indeed, Wu Fan had finally discovered the 9-leaf dragon heart mushroom, fulfilling his purpose for venturing into the Black Dragon Mountain range. Subsequently, he returned to the Qingfeng sect with the little white fox. Upon returning to the Qingfeng sect, Wu Fan completed the task handover and set off again with the little white fox. This time, he intended to visit Changyang Square City, first to purchase some items and sell the corpses of the beasts he had hunted. As he neared Changyang Square City, Wu Fan descended on his flying sword, finding a safe spot to send the little white fox into the small space. Inside the thatched cottage within the small space, there were 2 additional rooms that Wu Fan had yet to determine their purpose. Now, he decided to reserve one for the little white fox and chose a room for it. After a few instructions, he advised it not to venture outside the courtyard to consume any spiritual herbs. He then exited the small space. In the outside world, Wu Fan stood atop a massive stone. Suddenly, his face began to contort, and his body started to swell. In no time, he transformed into a robust middle-aged man. He changed his attire and then took to the skies on his flying sword, disappearing in a flash. In Changyang Square City, Wu Fan surveyed the familiar scenery and strode purposefully towards a loft. A quarter of an hour later, a young attendant approached him with a welcoming smile. "Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with today? Our shop boasts a comprehensive selection of goods, guaranteed to satisfy." At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the entrance. "I wish to sell materials for magical beasts. Please summon your manager." The middle-aged man was straightforward, revealing his intentions without hesitation. The young attendant was momentarily taken aback by the man's words. He had worked in this shop for 5 or 6 years, yet rarely encountered anyone wishing to sell materials from magical beasts. The beasts were notoriously difficult to hunt, typically pursued only by cultivators at the 10th level of chi refinement or in the foundation establishment stage. Those below the 9th level of chi refinement generally refrained from such endeavors, as encountering a second-tier beast could lead to their demise. The attendant scrutinized the middle-aged man, noting that he was merely at the 7th level of chi refinement. Could it be that this individual had employed some secret technique to conceal his true cultivation? It is unlikely that he is merely a 7th-layer chi refining cultivator, or perhaps he is merely selling materials from first-tier demonic beasts. The young attendant's expression fluctuated, caught in a dilemma. This was due to the innkeeper's explicit instructions that morning. Unless an urgent matter arose, he was not to disturb him. Faced with this predicament, the attendant was at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the man opposite spoke again, his tone clearly tinged with impatience. Are you going to summon the innkeeper or not? Are you still conducting business? If not, I shall take my leave. Please, esteemed guest, do not be angry. May I inquire about the tier of the demonic beast materials you are selling? After pondering for a moment, the attendant resolved that if the middle-aged man was selling common first-tier medicinal beast materials, he would refrain from seeking the innkeeper. We have both first and second tiers, the burly man replied, his impatience evident. Upon hearing that there were second-tier demonic beast materials, the attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. Very well, esteemed guest, please hold on. I will summon the innkeeper immediately. With that, he dashed off in a hurry. The middle-aged man, of course, was none other than Wu Fan in disguise. Chapter 45. Ambushed. Wu Fan did not wait long. Shortly after, he observed a young servant hastily approaching with an elderly man. Upon seeing Wu Fan, the old man scrutinized him with keen eyes and remarked, "Esteemed friend, I apologize for the wait. I hear you are here to sell materials for magical beasts?" "Indeed, I wish to sell materials for magical beasts. Please, lead me to the courtyard, for this room cannot accommodate the corpses I bring," Wu Fan replied. Recognizing the elderly man as the shopkeeper he had encountered on previous visits, albeit with a changed appearance, Wu Fan noted that the shopkeeper had not recognized him. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with interest at Wu Fan's words, thinking to himself that this robust man seemed to be carrying a substantial amount of magical beast materials. If he indeed possessed second-tier beasts, it would be a lucrative transaction. "Very well, esteemed friend, please follow me," the shopkeeper said, turning towards the back door, with Wu Fan closely trailing behind. After passing through the shop's rear entrance, they arrived at a vacant area in the courtyard. Wu Fan surveyed the space, deeming it barely sufficient to accommodate the corpses of the magical beasts. "Esteemed friend, do you find this place suitable?" the shopkeeper inquired, glancing back at Wu Fan. "It will suffice," Wu Fan replied succinctly. Without further ado, he clapped his hands against several storage pouches at his waist, and suddenly, over a dozen corpses of magical beasts emerged, the smaller ones measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, while the larger ones extended to 7 or 8 meters. The sight astonished the shopkeeper. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the array of magical beast corpses. First-tier gale wolves, second-tier bloodthirsty spiders, second-tier black iron bison, second-tier crimson venomous serpents. When the shopkeeper laid eyes on the final corpse, he nearly leapt in astonishment, for he recognized it as a third-tier magical beast, the azure-eyed frenzied lion. This formidable creature was a sight to behold, and he wondered which esteemed predecessor had vanquished it. The shopkeeper, of course, did not believe Wu Fan possessed the capability to slay such beasts. Hence, he assumed it was the work of a senior expert. After a thorough examination of the magical beast corpses, the shopkeeper finally exhaled and asked, "Are you intending to sell all of these?" "Yes, I wish to sell them all." "Please provide me with an offer," Wu Fan responded. "Very well, let me calculate. For these first-tier beasts, I shall offer you 3,000 spirit stones. For these 5 second-tier beasts, I shall give you 12,000 spirit stones. As for the third-tier beast, I can offer you 30,000 spirit stones. How does that sound to you?" The shopkeeper began to tally the amounts carefully. "Agreed. Let us proceed with your valuation. However, I also wish to purchase some items from you," Wu Fan replied noncommittally. Upon hearing that the transaction was proceeding so smoothly and that the man intended to make further purchases, the shopkeeper's heart soared with joy. What is it that you wish to buy? He inquired eagerly. I seek to acquire a high-quality spirit beast pouch, along with some elixirs, Wu Fan stated. Thus, after a brief hour, Wu Fan exited the shop and took to the skies on his flying sword, heading towards the outskirts of Changyangfang City. Wu Fan purchased the spirit beast pouch primarily for the little white fox, as storage bags cannot contain living creatures. However, this spirit beast pouch possesses an extraordinary quality. Its size is comparable to that of a storage bag, roughly the size of a palm, yet it can accommodate living beings. This is due to the presence of spiritual energy within the pouch, allowing spirit beasts to cultivate while inside. Wu Fan found his small space inconvenient, as each entry required a waiting period of 15 minutes, and he had to accompany the little white fox to enter. Similarly, when he wished to exit, he had to go inside first to retrieve the little white fox. Hence, he acquired this spirit beast pouch, significantly easing the process of summoning the little white fox in the future. Additionally, Wu Fan purchased numerous medicinal pills, a substantial portion intended for the little white fox, along with some talismans, as he had nearly exhausted the talismans he previously bought during his time in the Black Dragon Mountain Range. Once all matters were settled, Wu Fan flew out of Changyangfang, seeking a concealed spot over 100 miles away, where he released the little white fox. Little white fox, this is the spirit beast pouch I bought for you. From now on, when I venture out, you can reside in this pouch, where I have also placed many medicinal pills, Wu Fan gently spoke while holding the little white fox. Upon hearing about the pills, the little white fox joyfully yipped twice and playfully licked Wu Fan's face with its delicate pink tongue, provoking hearty laughter from him. After a brief period of playful interaction, the little white fox swiftly leaped into the spirit beast pouch at Wu Fan's waist, evidently eager to consume the pills inside. After surveying his surroundings, Wu Fan rose and took to the skies on his flying sword, not heading towards the Qingfeng sect, but rather in another direction. Approximately 500 miles from Changyangfang. Within a grove, two figures were engaged in conversation. One of them sighed, saying, "Sigh, Brother Xiong, it has been half a month since we last acted. I suggest we change our location. There are hardly any cultivators passing by here." The speaker appeared to be in his 40s, marked by a scar on his face and a beard adorning his features. "Brother Qi, do not be impatient. This place is close to Changyangfang, so it is likely that solitary cultivators will pass through. The other routes are generally frequented by major sects or immortal families, individuals we cannot afford to provoke. I believe we should wait a little longer," replied the other, also in his 40s but possessing a robust and formidable appearance. "Brother Xiong, how about we carry out a few more jobs and then call it quits? If we ever intercept a formidable figure, we won't even have a place to regret our decision." The scarred man, Brother Qi, lamented with a frown. What are you afraid of? You are at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, while I am at the 9th. As long as we avoid robbing top-tier cultivators at the 10th layer or above, whom should we fear? Do not forget, I possess a high-grade magical artifact. Besides, we have been robbing for so many years. When have we ever failed?" Brother Xiong retorted dismissively. Just as Brother Xiong finished speaking, a beam of sword light shot across the horizon, heading directly towards them. At last, a prey has arrived. And a mere Qi refinement stage 7 cultivator at that. Observing his attire, it is evident he does not belong to any prominent sect. Old Bear, chuckling heartily, felt that after a fortnight of waiting, he had finally encountered a young lamb. His companion, known as Brother Qi, also displayed a cruel grin, chuckling incessantly. As Wu Fan soared through the sky upon his flying sword, two beams of escape light suddenly shot towards him. As the brilliance dissipated, two burly middle-aged men emerged, one adorned with a full beard, while the other stood tall and imposing. Wu Fan, intrigued, pondered their intentions in obstructing his path, for he did not recognize them from his memories. Since his entrance into the world of cultivation, Wu Fan had never been targeted by other cultivators, nor had he engaged in combat with them. Over the years, aside from occasional visits to the Chanyang market, he had devoted himself to rigorous training within his sect. The market was safeguarded by Foundation establishment cultivators, ensuring a measure of safety, and the sect itself was even more secure. None would dare to provoke the Qingfeng sect, where strict regulations prohibited conflicts among disciples. Thus, apart from slaying a few demonic beasts in the Black Dragon Mountain Range, Wu Fan had not truly engaged in battle. Chapter 46. The fierce battle. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, The realm of cultivation is exceedingly ruthless, even more so than the mortal martial world, where acts of murder for treasures and the plundering of female cultivators are commonplace. At that moment, one of the assailants, with a mocking tone, exclaimed, "Haha, where are you off to, kid? Hand over your storage bag. If we are pleased, we might spare your life." The other, displaying impatience, retorted, "Bear, why waste words on him? Just kill him and be done with it. We don't need to wait for more to arrive." Upon hearing their exchange, Wu Fan realized he had encountered bandits intent on murder and theft. He assessed their cultivation levels, one at the 8th stage of qi refinement and the other at the 9th. To his amusement, he could not help but chuckle, believing that dispatching these two would be a trivial matter. Setting aside the fact that he possessed numerous high-tier magical artifacts, even the strength of his second-tier spirit beast, the little white fox, would make the task of defeating them a mere game. With this in mind, Wu Fan gazed at the two with a playful demeanor, a smile gracing his lips without uttering a word. "Curse it, kid, what are you laughing at? Do you seek death?" The scarred man, known as Qi, bellowed, his face contorted with rage, evidently incensed by Wu Fan's laughter. Despite the harshness of their words, Wu Fan felt an urge to toy with them. "Esteemed sirs, I possess no spirit stones on me. I implore you, please spare my life," he feigned fearfully. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two men softened slightly, as they felt their authority reinstated. At this juncture, Bear caught sight of the flying sword beneath Wu Fan's feet, his eyes widening in astonishment, soon replaced by a look of sheer elation. It was a superior-grade flying sword, clearly a fine specimen among the high-tier artifacts. This one sword was worth more than all the treasures they had intercepted over the years, making their weight of half a month worthwhile. Bear then declared, "Kid, hand over the flying sword beneath your feet." Upon hearing this, Qi also glanced down at the sword, and his expression mirrored Bear's previous excitement. He then burst into laughter, a superior-grade flying sword. "Haha, Bear, we've hit the jackpot this time." Seeing their jubilant expressions, Wu Fan could not help but join in their merriment. "Since you desire my flying sword, I shall grant it to you," he said, as he tapped his storage bag, releasing the flying sword bestowed by his sect and stepping onto it. Next, he began to chant an incantation, and in an instant, the blazing sun sword surged forward, hurtling toward Bear. Bear's face shifted dramatically, realizing that this young man was not merely jesting. The apparent plea for mercy had been a ruse. Acting swiftly, he drew a mid-grade shield from his storage bag and positioned it before him, simultaneously unleashing a flying sword aimed at Wu Fan. Albeit his sword was merely a mid-grade artifact. With a resounding crash, the blazing sun sword collided with the shield, which immediately developed a visible crack. At this moment, Wu Fan had unleashed his primordial golden shield, positioning it defensively before him. Suddenly, a resounding clash echoed as the sword and shield collided. The result was that the bare-headed man's flying sword was repelled, while Wu Fan's shield remained unscathed. Upon witnessing the intensity of the battle, a scar-faced man named Qi, who had been observing, decided to join the fray, launching a flying dagger towards Wu Fan. When the bare-headed man saw his sword being deflected, he was momentarily taken aback. He quickly turned his gaze towards Wu Fan's shield, and upon seeing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. A top-tier magical artifact? How could this be? The bare-headed man could hardly fathom that his opponent possessed such a formidable item. He pondered, could the opponent be someone of great significance? What kind of background allows one to wield a top-tier artifact? Have I unwittingly stirred up a hornet's nest? With little time to contemplate, a flying sword was again hurtling towards him, forcing him to raise his cracked shield in defense. A tremendous crash resounded as the shield ultimately succumbed to the impact, shattering into numerous fragments that fell like shooting stars, thus rendering a mid-tier artifact utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, after Wu Fan successfully blocked Qi's flying dagger with his primordial golden shield, he swiftly tapped his storage bag, and a plethora of talismans appeared in his hand. He hurled these talismans towards Qi, which included Fireball, Windblade, and Ice Spike talismans. Such extravagance was characteristic of Wu Fan. Most would hesitate to waste such precious resources, as each talisman represented a significant amount of spirit stones. As Qi was bombarded by these offensive talismans, a cacophony of explosions and the whistling of wind blades filled the air. From a distance, the scene appeared as a vibrant explosion of colors, illuminating the surroundings before coalescing into a thick cloud of smoke. a sight to behold. Yet amid this colorful chaos, Chi's agonizing screams echoed. As the smoke dissipated, Chi was revealed, his body riddled with injuries, yet he was not wholly defeated. His severely wounded form plummeted from the sky towards the ground. In his descent, a green needle suddenly shot forth, piercing through his skull, thus ending the life of the 8th-layer Chi refining cultivator. Witnessing the destruction of his mid-tier shield and Chi's demise, the bareheaded man was gripped by fear. He realized he had encountered an opponent he should not have trifled with, yet there was no retreat. He could only fight to the death, clenching his teeth in defiance. His eyes glinted with malice as he glared at Wu Fan. He then reached into his storage bag, producing a rope that shot forth with a vengeance, while his face contorted with hatred. "You dare to kill Chi? I shall make you pay for it. Prepare to witness the might of my binding spirit rope," he shouted, directing the rope towards Wu Fan. Upon catching sight of the golden glimmering rope, Wu Fan immediately recognized it as a high-tier magical artifact. He dared not hesitate and swiftly commanded the blazing sun sword to strike at the rope. With a resounding clash, Wu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as his expression shifted. The blazing sun sword had been repelled, while the rope remained unscathed. "This rope is remarkably resilient. My blazing sun sword could not sever it," Wu Fan murmured to himself. Without further contemplation, Wu Fan hurriedly summoned the primordial diamond shield for protection. A peculiar scene unfolded before him, as the rope, instead of colliding with the diamond shield, coiled around it and surged toward Wu Fan. Taken aback by this turn of events, he anticipated that the rope would circumvent the shield and approach him directly. As the rope closed in, Wu Fan, in a flurry of motion, tossed out a talisman and propelled himself backward, following a thunderous explosion. The rope astonishingly surged out of the blast radius, continuing its relentless pursuit of Wu Fan. Realizing it was too late to escape, he watched helplessly as the rope wound around him in successive loops, binding him tightly. Once ensnared, Wu Fan felt his magical energy come to a standstill, rendered incapable of functioning. Furthermore, he could not command the flying sword beneath him, his body plummeting towards the ground like a kite severed from its string. Should he fall from such a height, Wu Fan was certain that death would be inevitable. Chapter 47. The fiery volcano group. Wu Fan plummeted through the air at an alarming speed, his countenance dark with dismay. He had not anticipated the formidable nature of the opponent's binding rope. With a resigned sigh, he called out, "Little white fox, come forth." At that moment, a radiant light emanated from the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a white fox soared into the air. As the little white fox burst forth from the pouch, its enchanting eyes fixed upon the formidable bear boss, and suddenly, those eyes blazed with a vivid red glow. Meanwhile, Bear Boss, reveling in the success of his binding rope, felt a surge of triumph as he observed his adversary plummeting from the heights. He was convinced that Wu Fan was doomed to meet his end. The thought of soon acquiring a high-grade magical artifact, alongside a premium one, sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him, and a broad smile began to spread across his face, which soon erupted into hearty laughter. His joy, however, was abruptly stifled when he beheld the emergence of the little white fox. As it gazed at him, an overwhelming emptiness enveloped his mind, as if his very capacity for thought had been stripped away, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. With Bear Boss ensnared by the illusion cast by the little white fox, the ropes binding Wu Fan fell slack, and the magic within him surged back to life. Swiftly, Wu Fan seized control of his flying sword and ascended into the air once more. Meanwhile, Bear Boss, incapacitated by the illusion, began to descend into the abyss. A tragic twist of fate that he could never have foreseen. Just moments ago, he had believed Wu Fan would be crushed by the fall. Yet the outcome had turned against him, sealing his own demise. Wu Fan, his expression ashen, watched Bear Boss's descent with a mix of anger and relief. His earlier arrogance had nearly led to his downfall, and had it not been for the little white fox, he would have found himself in grave peril. This incident served as a stark reminder to Wu Fan, instilling in him a solemn warning. Never again should he underestimate any foe, regardless of their appearance. Upon landing, Wu Fan approached the lifeless form of Bear Boss, his face still clouded with anger, and delivered a final strike with his sword. He then seized the storage pouch from the fallen foe, before moving a short distance away to collect the pouch belonging to Chi Laudi. Naturally, he would not neglect the binding rope and flying dagger, ensuring they too were secured within his own pouch. Standing amidst the two corpses, Wu Fan contemplated for a moment before making a decisive gesture with one hand. He unleashed two fireballs that sped towards the bodies, incinerating them into ashes with a whoosh. At last, the tumultuous battle drew to a close. Wu Fan, having expended a significant portion of his magical energy, recognized that although the skirmish had been brief, the supreme artifact, the primordial diamond shield, had drained him considerably. Given his current level of cultivation, wielding such a powerful artifact proved to be quite taxing. He resolved to locate a suitable place to recuperate his energy before examining the contents of the two storage pouches. With this intention in mind, Wu Fan summoned the little white fox back into the spirit beast pouch and swiftly took flight, vanishing into the horizon. After traversing approximately 100 miles, he ceased his flight and descended into a secluded valley. In this tranquil setting, he casually selected a spot and meticulously arranged the Mighten dueling array before settling down cross-legged to gradually restore his magical energy. Half a day later, Wu Fan sat upon the ground, gazing at the two storage bags in his hands, a glimmer of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "These two are exceedingly destitute. Combined, they possess barely 2,000 spirit stones, along with some trifling items of little worth. Among all their possessions, the only item that brought him any satisfaction was a spirit-binding rope." Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, among the scattered cultivators, these two were, in fact, relatively affluent. Over the past few years, they had engaged in numerous raids on other practitioners, and after accounting for their daily expenses, managing to retain such spirit stones was quite remarkable. It was absurd that he found them lacking in wealth, especially in a realm where one could effortlessly sell a millennium-old spirit herb for tens of thousands of spirit stones. Once Wu Fan had replenished his magical energy, he retracted the Mighten dueling array and took to the skies once more. His destination lay within the territory of Suzhou in the Great Xia Kingdom. In the southern region of Suzhou, there existed a volcanic cluster known as the Blazing Flame Volcanoes. Wu Fan's purpose for venturing there was to restore some potency to the Tianluo extreme fire, which had dwindled to a mere flicker of flame. To rejuvenate it, he needed to nurture it within himself continuously or absorb some flames, preferably from the ethereal spirit flames of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, Wu Fan had no knowledge of where to find such flames, so he settled for absorbing the fire from the earth's crust instead. Restoring the Tianluo extreme fire would provide Wu Fan with an additional trump card. During his time in Suzhou, he intended to expedite the cultivation of his Golden Yuan rejuvenation technique to a minor success, while the Tianluo extreme fire absorbed the flames. A fortnight later, in the southern part of Suzhou, amidst the blazing flame volcanoes, an expanse stretching several hundred miles, composed of numerous volcanoes, Wu Fan stood at the edge of a caldera. Peering down, he beheld a sea of golden yellow lava, which occasionally emitted bubbles and splattered fiery droplets upwards. The sight was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. Standing at the volcano's rim, he was assaulted by waves of scorching heat, a clear indication of the extreme temperatures below. After observing for a moment, Wu Fan took his leave from that perilous spot. Half an hour later, he descended into a forest and established the Mighten dueling array within its confines. Subsequently, he retrieved a stone box from his storage bag and opened it, revealing a small flickering flame within. A resolute expression crossed his face as he inhaled deeply and, without hesitation, swallowed the flame. Wu Fan then seated himself cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting a spell as he enveloped the flame with his magical energy, slowly refining it within his body. At that moment, beads of sweat poured from his brow, and his features contorted in agony, clearly enduring tremendous suffering. 7 days later, Wu Fan returned to the volcanic crater, his face adorned with a radiant smile, as if he were celebrating a joyous occasion. Indeed, he had successfully refined the heavenly fire. Suddenly, Wu Fan opened his mouth and exhaled a small flame, which appeared slightly larger than it had 7 days prior and seemed imbued with a hint of sentience. He cradled the flickering flame in his palm, which danced eagerly, as if yearning to escape from his grasp. Wu Fan erupted into hearty laughter, no longer restraining the flame. With a flick of his hand, the flame eagerly darted downward, diving into the golden-hued magma below. After observing for a moment, Wu Fan departed, returning to the forest where he stepped into the formation and released the little white fox from its spirit beast pouch. Embracing the fox, he entered the small space. Wu Fan resolved to enter a prolonged seclusion here. Once inside, he placed the white fox in its spirit beast chamber, tossing it some elixirs and urging it to cultivate diligently. Subsequently, he exited the courtyard and settled beneath the golden yuan spirit tree, where he sat cross-legged, embarking on a lengthy period of meditation and cultivation. Chapter 48. Return to the sect. Time flies, and 2 decades have elapsed within the confines of a small space. Since entering this realm, Wu Fan has devoted himself to the cultivation of the golden yuan radiance. However, he soon discovered that mastering this technique proved exceedingly arduous. Perhaps his cultivation level was too low, for he struggled significantly during the process, absorbing the radiant energy at an excruciatingly slow pace. After 12 years, he had managed to absorb less than 1% of the radiance from the golden yuan spirit tree. At this rate, it would take him over 1,000 years to fully absorb the energy contained within the small tree. Initially, Wu Fan had felt a sense of relief, believing he could hasten the growth of the golden yuan spirit tree to expedite its recovery. Yet, it now appeared that such hopes were in vain. Unbeknownst to him, only by achieving a cultivation level akin to that of the esteemed Luo Yangzi could one absorb and refine the radiance from the golden yuan spirit tree in a short span of time. Thus, the potency of this divine ability grew exponentially in its later stages. After 12 years of diligent cultivation, Wu Fan's internal radiance reached saturation, rendering him unable to absorb even a modicum more. Nevertheless, despite this limitation, he had honed this divine ability to a formidable degree. He was confident that if he were to unleash the domain of golden yuan radiance now, even a perfected qi refining practitioner would be significantly affected. As for foundational stage cultivators, he could not guarantee the same, though they would still experience some degree of impact. Years later, should Wu Fan reach the foundational stage and continue his practice of golden yuan radiance, the power of this technique would undoubtedly amplify, making it exceedingly difficult for foundational stage practitioners to withstand his domain. 12 years later, Wu Fan returned to his chamber within the space, resuming his cultivation. This period of rigorous training lasted for another 8 years, during which he consumed various elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Finally, after 8 years, he achieved the 8th layer of qi refining. At last, Wu Fan was ready to emerge from seclusion. Throughout these 2 decades, the little white fox had also ascended to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, yet it showed no inclination to progress to the 3rd tier. Wu Fan understood that the path of a demonic beast in cultivation was arduous, far slower than that of humans. However, they possessed a remarkably long lifespan. The little white fox's rapid ascent to the 2nd tier's peak was attributable to its continuous consumption of elixirs. 2 years later in the outside world, Wu Fan, accompanied by the little white fox, exited the small space. He retracted the formation and made his way to the volcanic crater. Upon arriving, it seemed that the celestial inferno sensed his presence, as the flames suddenly surged forth from the magma, racing toward Wu Fan before landing in the palm of his hand. Gazing at the flames within his grasp, Wu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. The celestial inferno had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer resembling a mere flame the size of a fingertip, it now resembled a fist, its color shifting from pale yellow to a rich golden hue. With hints of a delicate purple flickering within, Wu Fan sensed the formidable power of the extreme fire, and his face immediately lit up with joy. He could distinctly perceive that, at its current potency, the extreme fire surpassed the fireball technique by at least 100-fold. Elated, Wu Fan could hardly believe that within a mere 2 years, the extreme fire had attained such immense strength. At this moment, it was undoubtedly his most powerful offensive capability, and he resolved to wield it as his ultimate weapon henceforth. After resolving all his affairs, he took to the clouds aboard his misty vessel, returning to the Qingfeng sect. Half a month later, within the Qingfeng sect, as Wu Fan descended into the courtyard, he noticed 2 figures approaching from a distance. Before they could land, a voice called out, "Haha, junior brother Wu, you have finally returned. You have been away for 2 years. If you had delayed your return any longer, you would have missed the outer sect competition." Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then recollected that he had unknowingly been at the Qingfeng sect for nearly 5 years. He remembered that upon joining the sect, Senior Brother Wang had mentioned that the sect had just concluded its outer sect competition. It was precisely because of this recent event that Wu Fan was able to reside in his current courtyard, as the previous occupant had advanced into the inner sect. reportedly achieving commendable results in the competition and being accepted as a disciple by a Foundation establishment cultivator. The Outer Sect competition, held every 5 years, was a momentous occasion, drawing thousands of disciples eager to engage in combat and showcase their talents. Those who excelled had the opportunity to ascend to the Inner Sect, where they would gain access to greater resources for cultivation and reside in a cave abode rich in spiritual energy. Consequently, the Outer Sect's disciples eagerly anticipated this day, hoping to make a remarkable impression and be selected as disciples by esteemed Foundation establishment elders. Wu Fan, too, aspired to enter the Inner Sect, not solely for the prestige, but for the vast array of profound techniques and secrets it housed. He was determined to exert every effort to succeed, having long coveted the advanced methods of cultivation. The scripture repository of the Inner Sect was far superior to that of the Outer Sect, which contained only rudimentary spells and lacked any Foundation establishment techniques. In contrast, the Inner Sect boasted powerful skills, including those accessible only to cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. Additionally, the alchemical arts Wu Fan yearned to master could only be learned within the Inner Sect. The advantages of entering the Inner Sect were numerous and incomparable to those of the Outer Sect. For instance, one would receive guidance from a master in their cultivation journey. Among other benefits, Wu Fan turned to the approaching figures and recognized them as senior brothers Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen. Both had made significant progress in their cultivation. Bai had finally reached the advanced stage of qi refinement, attaining the 7th layer, while Zhou had also advanced, similarly reaching the 8th layer, just like Wu Fan. The speaker was none other than senior brother Zhou Yu. Wu Fan hurriedly approached them, clasping his fists in greeting, and smiled. "What brings you both here?" "I have been occupied with tasks outside, which delayed my return." "Haha, fortunately, I made it in time. In just a month, the grand competition will commence. How has my junior brother been preparing?" "Oh, you have already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement? Your progress is quite remarkable," Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Haha, junior brother. I have been occupied with tasks over the past few years and have saved some spirit stones to purchase various elixirs, which has contributed to my rapid advancement." Wu Fan replied with a hint of embarrassment. Upon his return, Wu Fan had utilized the celestial demon concealment technique to suppress his cultivation to the 6th layer of qi refinement, which led Bai Xiaowen to mistakenly believe Wu Fan had only attained that level. If Wu Fan were to reveal his true cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refinement, both would undoubtedly be left in awe. However, this way, he appears to be on par with ordinary practitioners, preventing others from perceiving his progress as excessively rapid or outrageous. Chapter 49, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 1. Brother Wu, we have visited many times without seeing you return. Our purpose is not of great importance. We merely wish to discuss the upcoming Outer Sect competition with you. Given that you have only recently joined the sect and do not often mingle in public, you may not be well acquainted with the details of the competition. As we are acquaintances, we will do our utmost to assist you." Brother Zhou Yu explained with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan felt a deep sense of gratitude. He had few friends in the Qingfeng sect. Aside from Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen, he was relatively close to brother Wang Lei. As for brother Lu Junhui, who worked in the Hall of Affairs, his busy schedule, coupled with Wu Fan's frequent seclusion, resulted in rare encounters. "Thank you, brother Zhou and brother Bai, for your concern. I must admit that I am indeed not well informed about the Outer Sect competition, so I appreciate your guidance," Wu Fan replied, clasping his hands and bowing slightly to the two brothers before inviting them inside. "Haha, it is no trouble at all. We have just concluded our own seclusions and have nothing pressing to attend to. It brings us joy to reconnect and chat with you." Brother Bai laughed heartily, striding into the room without waiting for Wu Fan or Zhou Yu, displaying a carefree demeanor. Wu Fan and Zhou Yu exchanged a glance, then chuckled and shook their heads, following Bai Xiaowen into the room. Once the three were seated, Brother Zhou spoke first. "Brother Wu, as far as I know, this Outer Sect competition is indeed a fierce battle. Although there are over 2,000 individuals in our Outer Sect, more than 1,600 will participate in the competition, with nearly all cultivators at the 4th layer of qi refinement and above joining in. Indeed, it is said that there are over 600 cultivators at the 7th to 9th layers of qi refinement," Bai Xiaowen added, nodding in agreement. Zhou Yu shot a glance at Bai Xiaowen, seemingly reproaching him for interrupting. He then continued, Brother Wu, you need not worry. Although you are only at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, you still have a chance. During the competition, the elders in the foundation establishment stage will evaluate the disciples comprehensively. Even if you do not win, there remains the possibility of being accepted as a disciple by an elder. For instance, if you can triumph over stronger opponents, your proficiency in spells, your innate talent, your age, and your cultivation level, particularly your spiritual root and constitution, will all be under the elders' scrutiny. Upon hearing that the elders would be observing spiritual roots and constitutions, Wu Fan's expression soured. This was due to the fact that his spiritual root and constitution were exceptionally poor. Noticing Wu Fan's disconcerted expression, Zhou Yu mistakenly believed Wu Fan was concerned about his cultivation level being too low. He added, historically, those who place in the top 100 of the competition can enter the inner sect. However, whether an elder will take you as a disciple is uncertain. If you can rank in the top 10, that would be remarkable, provided that your spiritual root and constitution are not excessively deficient. You can be assured that elders will eagerly vie to accept you as their disciple. The sect may even bestow upon you certain treasures as rewards, such as elixirs, magical artifacts, and materials for refining tools. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's mood darkened further. He found himself lacking neither elixirs nor artifacts. Yet he believed that even if he were to rank among the top 10, no elder would take him as a disciple, solely due to his mixed elemental roots. With a heavy heart, he sighed inwardly. Brother Zhou, what if one enters the top 10 but is not chosen by an elder? Does that mean there would be no master? Wu Fan inquired, his demeanor somewhat despondent. Naturally, his spirits were low, given his current strength. He considered himself capable of entering the inner sect. Even placing in the top 10, he felt he could contend for a position. However, he feared that should he rank among the top 10, no elder would accept him. In that case, he would prefer to aim for a position within the top 100, as both would grant him entry into the inner sect. The rewards for placing in the top 10 held little significance for him. Yet, Wu Fan yearned to enter the inner sect, particularly the Pill Peak. If he could become a disciple of the elder at Pill Peak, it would be a dream come true. Having been a member of the Qingfeng sect for 5 years, he was well aware of the circumstances within the inner sect. There were a total of 36 peaks, each imbued with spiritual energy far surpassing that of the outer sect, making each peak a veritable paradise. The entire inner sect, including core disciples and elders, boasted fewer than 1,000 members, resulting in a sparse population across the peaks, with some housing only 10 or so individuals. Elders were particularly scarce, as the Qingfeng sect had fewer than 100 foundation-building cultivators, making it fortunate for a peak to have 2 or 3 of them. Among these 36 peaks was Pill Peak, primarily focused on alchemy and holding a prestigious position within the Qingfeng sect. All elixirs produced within the sect originated from Pill Peak, including foundational elixirs. To become a disciple of Pill Peak would elevate one's status within the Qingfeng sect significantly. One would garner attention from fellow disciples on the streets, and some might even approach to forge connections, illustrating the high regard in which alchemists are held. Cultivators aspire to befriend an alchemist, for when the need for elixirs arises, their requests would be much more readily accommodated. This is a natural occurrence. For cultivators, whether they are training, breaking through bottlenecks, or dealing with injuries or toxins, they are invariably reliant on elixirs. While ordinary elixirs can be procured in the markets, acquiring rare ones often hinges upon sheer luck. Currently, Wu Fan, at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, could still find elixirs to enhance his cultivation in the marketplace. However, once he ascends to the 10th layer, obtaining elixirs would become increasingly challenging, let alone those meant for foundation-building cultivators. Besides relying on fortuitous circumstances, he would only encounter a few vials during auctions. The Qingfeng sect is a prestigious sect in its own right, incomparable to those families of cultivators or solitary practitioners. As the alchemical chamber of the Qingfeng sect, the Danding Peak's prowess in alchemy is even more unparalleled. Wu Fan's intention to enter the Danding Peak is not driven by a desire for fame or status. Rather, he is eager to master the art of alchemy swiftly. Only Wu Fan himself understands that his spiritual root constitution is inextricably linked to elixirs. Over the past few years, his frequent consumption of pills has led to the development of a tolerance. The Yuanyang pill he previously took no longer serves to enhance his cultivation. Presently, he is consuming the Longli pill, which marks the 5th type of elixir he has attempted. Thus, Wu Fan is in urgent need of acquiring alchemical skills. Otherwise, once he reaches the 10th level of Qi refinement, he will find himself devoid of pills, rendering any pursuit of the path of cultivation futile. Chapter 50. The Outer Sect Competition, Part 2. At that moment, senior brother Zhou remarked, "If one enters the inner sect but has not been accepted as a disciple by an elder, one can only be regarded as an ordinary inner disciple, unless you manage to secure a spot among the top 3. Only those who place in the top 3 possess the privilege to choose which elder to take as their master." At this, Bai Xiaowen interjected, interrupting Zhou Yu's words. Zhou Yu gazed at Bai Xiaowen for a considerable time. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes lit up. The prospect of having the right to choose a master by placing in the top 3, the flickering flame of ambition within him, which had nearly been extinguished, now blazed with fervor once more. He resolved to strive vigorously for a top 3 finish. Bai Xiaowen, feeling somewhat awkward under Zhou Yu's scrutiny, lowered his head. It was then that senior brother Zhou Yu turned his attention back to Wu Fan and continued, "Junior brother Wu, let us not dwell on the top 3. Rather, allow me to discuss the ordinary inner disciples with you. Becoming an ordinary inner disciple is a realm far beyond that of us outer disciples. They enjoy abundant cultivation resources, superior cave abodes, formidable techniques, and most importantly, they receive instruction from foundational elders. Within the inner sect, there exists a transmission hall where foundational elders periodically address the disciples, elucidating the intricacies of cultivation." At this juncture, senior brother Zhou Yu paused briefly, then sighed. "Ah, how I envy those fortunate enough to have a master. They possess their own mentors, and when faced with uncertainties in their cultivation or encountering bottlenecks, they can seek guidance from their masters at any time. Moreover, masters often share their insights on cultivation with their disciples. One can only wonder who will be fortunate enough to secure a spot among the top 3. It truly evokes envy. Junior brother Wu, who do you think it could be?" Of course, it is none other than senior brother Qin Yi, senior brother Hao Yu, and senior sister Ling Wei. I believe the top 3 will undoubtedly fall into their hands. After Bai Xiaowen spoke, he was momentarily taken aback. Slowly, he turned to look at senior brother Zhou Yu, only to find him breathing rapidly, his complexion ashen, eyes filled with displeasure, and fists clenched tightly. Upon witnessing Zhou Yu's expression, Bai Xiaowen's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily lowered his head once more. Wu Fan, observing the situation, was also taken aback. He gently rested his hand on his forehead. Bai Xiaowen truly lacked awareness. Did he not realize that frequently interrupting others was quite impolite? In an effort to lighten the mood, Wu Fan quickly said, "Come now, senior brother Zhou, have some tea. I must apologize for the lack of fine tea. Please make do with what I have." After saying this, he prepared to pour some tea, but at that moment, Zhou Yu spoke again. "Junior brother Wu, I shall forego the tea. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. I shall return another day." With that, senior brother Zhou Yu rose and made his way toward the exit. Bai Xiaowen glanced at Wu Fan, offering a somewhat awkward smile before saying, "Junior brother, I too shall take my leave. I will visit again another day." He then stood and followed Zhou Yu out. Wu Fan hurriedly called after their retreating figures, "Safe travels." Senior brothers. With just a month remaining until the grand competition, Wu Fan needed to prepare diligently in hopes of securing a place among the top 3. Only by achieving this feat could he gain entry to the revered Danding Peak. Thus, it was imperative for Wu Fan to strive for a top 3 finish. Failure would mean waiting another 5 years for the next opportunity. It was rumored that the inner sect also held a competition, occurring 5 years hence. Wu Fan harbored little confidence in his ability to claim a top 3 position, as since entering the realm of cultivation, he had only engaged in combat once against a pair of bandits. Due to his own carelessness and overconfidence, he had nearly faced dire consequences, were it not for the assistance of his little white fox, which had averted a potential disaster. Uncertain of the strength of his fellow disciples participating in the competition, Wu Fan could not ascertain whether he could secure a top 3 finish. However, based on his own estimations, he believed that entering the top 10 was within reach. Armed with the Liang sword, the Yin-turning needle, and the binding spirit rope, each a high-grade magical artifact, coupled with his newly attained mastery of the Golden Yuan rejuvenation technique, Wu Fan felt he still had a chance to contend for a top position. Conversely, he was hesitant to employ the Hunyuan Diamond Shield and the Tianluo Extreme Fire. The former was a supreme magical artifact, too conspicuous for his liking, while the latter was even more formidable. He was certain that should he unleash the Tianluo extreme fire, any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage would either be severely wounded or face death. However, killing was prohibited in the competition among peers. Moreover, he dared not let any elder of the foundation establishment stage witness the Tianluo extreme fire, should any of them recognize its power. Wu Fan would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation, possibly attracting unwanted attention from envious elders eager to seize his extraordinary flame. With these thoughts in mind, Wu Fan resolved to visit the Changyang market to procure several essential items. Firstly, he needed to purchase some medicinal pills, as he had nearly depleted his stock during his years of seclusion, and his little white fox was also running low on supplies. Secondly, he sought to acquire a defensive magical artifact of high quality. Thirdly, he required a flying sword or flight artifact, though it need not be of high grade. While he possessed the Cloud Mist Boat, a flying spirit tool, he was reluctant to use it casually due to its elevated rank. He reserved it solely for long-distance travel or emergencies. The reason he sought a flying sword was that, apart from the Liang sword, he only had access to a low-grade flying sword issued by the sect. For instance, during his aerial battle with the bandits, had he wished to wield the Liang sword, he would have had to utilize the sect's low-grade flying sword for flight, while he found the seized flying dagger from that encounter unappealing. Lastly, he intended to purchase various talismans, attack talismans, defensive talismans, and enemy-binding talismans, to bolster his arsenal. Having made up his mind, Wu Fan rose and stepped outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, he summoned his flying sword, which transformed into a streak of light and soared away. 2 days later, Wu Fan returned from Changyang Market, seated cross-legged on his bed, gazing at the two items in his possession with a smile gracing his face. The first was a flying sword, entirely silver, through which he could feel a gentle breeze swirling around. This high-grade magical artifact, known as the Gale Sword, lacked formidable offensive capabilities and was not as resilient as the Liang Sword. However, its sole capability lies in its remarkable speed, which can be considered a form of flying artifact. Of course, in terms of velocity, it pales in comparison to the Cloud Mist Vessel. The second item is a piece of inner armor, crafted from golden cicada silk, known as the Golden Cicada Armor. This high-tier defensive artifact is a delicate shade of pale gold, soft and comfortable against the skin, and its close fit renders it quite discreet while providing commendable protection. In the subsequent days, Wu Fan first refined these two artifacts, then he entered a small space to commence his cultivation. 3 days prior to the grand competition, Wu Fan concluded his training and emerged from the small space. In the following 3 days, he sought information regarding the upcoming competition, after which he patiently awaited its commencement. Chapter 51, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 3, 3 days swiftly passed. This morning, the Qingfeng sect was particularly lively, with numerous cultivators soaring through the sky. Their forms transformed into brilliant streaks of light. Some traveled in groups of 2 or 3, while others ventured alone, all heading towards the inner sect. Typically, outer sect disciples are prohibited from entering the inner sect at will. However, the attending disciples are exempt from this rule, as they possess tokens allowing them unrestricted access. Within the inner sect stands a majestic peak known as Dozhan Peak, named for the grand competition held there every 5 years. This location also serves as a battleground for disciples during regular contests. Fighting is generally forbidden within Qingfeng sect, but should conflicts arise among fellow disciples, they may resolve their disputes here, merely needing to report to the elder guarding the peak, who will also serve as a referee to prevent any injuries. At the summit of Dozhan Peak lies a valley, above which is a vast platform. This platform is adorned with 10 arenas, surrounded on 3 sides by densely packed seating arranged in tiers that ascend towards the heavens. On the opposite side of the expansive platform, there are fewer than 100 chairs, reserved exclusively for elders in the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, the seating areas were already filled with several thousand cultivators, who were animatedly conversing, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Yet, some appeared disheartened, occasionally emitting sighs. Indeed, this competition brought joy to some and sorrow to others. Those with profound cultivation were eagerly rubbing their hands in anticipation, while those of lesser ability wore expressions of despair, feeling they once again lacked the opportunity to enter the inner sect. The area designated for the elders remained conspicuously vacant, indicating that they had yet to arrive. Just then, three streaks of light appeared in the distance, revealing themselves to be Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, and Bai Xiaowen. Haha, Brother Zhou, Junior Brother Wu. I finally saved enough spirit stones to purchase a high-tier magical artifact from the Changyang market. This time, I am determined to enter the inner sect. If I could catch the eye of any elder, that would be even better, Bai Xiaowen exclaimed exuberantly to Zhou and Wu. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes, scoffing dismissively, and retorted, there are over 600 high-level qi refinement cultivators in this competition. I don't even have confidence in my ability to enter the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen's flying sword wobbled beneath him, and he continued on his way, dejected. Junior Brother Wu, how are you preparing? Do not feel pressured. If you do not enter the inner sect this time, there will still be another opportunity in 5 years, as long as you are under 30. You can participate in the outer sect competition, Zhou Yu said, turning to Wu Fan. Sighing, Wu Fan replied, alas, I lack confidence in myself as well. If I cannot enter the inner sect this time, I shall have to wait for the next opportunity. Look, we've arrived. So many cultivators. Oh, I see Senior Sister Xinyan. She is as beautiful as ever. Haha, look over there. It's Senior Sister Jingyao and Senior Sister Zhira. Oh my, I even spotted Senior Sister Lingwei. I can guarantee that she will definitely rank in the top 3. Senior Sister Lingwei is truly stunning. If she could be my dual cultivation partner, I would wake from dreams with a smile. Bai Xiaowen's face was flushed with desire, and he wiped away some drool absent-mindedly. Wu Fan and Zhou Yu exchanged eye rolls simultaneously. Wu Fan observed that the vast square was already filled with over 1,000 people. The female cultivators were noticeably fewer, numbering only 500 or 600. Each of them resembled celestial maidens, sitting gracefully like flowers vying for attention, each possessing her own unique charm. Even Wu Fan, with his character, found himself captivated by the scene before him. He too spotted the illustrious Senior Sister Lingwei, who was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was as delicate as cream, her face akin to a peach blossom, and her bright eyes sparkled. Dressed in a flowing pale yellow gown, she resembled a colorful butterfly amidst the crowd. It seemed that Senior Sister Lingwei sensed someone gazing at her. She turned her eyes towards Wu Fan, who, feeling his cheeks flush, hurriedly averted his gaze. Noticing Wu Fan's reaction, Senior Sister Lingwei furrowed her brows and turned her head away as well. After the trio found a vacant spot in the square and settled down, Zhou Yu remarked, in just an hour, the competition will commence, and the elders should be arriving soon. As time passed, more disciples gathered, swiftly filling the seats. At that moment, streaks of escaping light appeared in the sky, flying in clusters with incredible speed, their formidable auras palpable. They headed directly for the elders' seats, landing gracefully in their chairs. Among them were middle-aged men, elderly individuals with white hair, and strikingly beautiful young women. Some engaged in conversations with nearby cultivators, while others simply closed their eyes to meditate. Indeed, these individuals were all foundational stage cultivators. Upon their arrival, the square fell silent, and the disciples displayed a considerable degree of restraint. Wu Fan was equally astonished upon seeing so many foundational stage elders. He had never encountered such a multitude before. The overwhelming presence of their auras made his heart race. The Daxia kingdom is vast, yet foundational stage cultivators are exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. It is challenging to catch a glimpse of them, as those who reach such levels are typically devoted to the pursuit of immortality, spending their days in secluded meditation and rarely venturing out. Since entering the world of cultivation, Wu Fan had only seen one foundational stage cultivator, Elderly, who had brought him to the mountain. Previously, Wu Fan had inquired about Elderly, a formidable cultivator at the mid-foundation level, who held a prestigious position within the Qingfeng sect. The reason for his esteemed status lies in the fact that Elderly is a master alchemist, renowned for his exceptional pill-refining skills that rank among the finest in the entire Xia country's cultivation realm. He is one of the elders of the Danding Peak. The first time Wu Fan encountered Elderly, he was purchasing a rare medicinal herb, seemingly preparing to concoct a crucial elixir in haste. On his return journey, Elderly fortuitously brought Wu Fan along, making him a benefactor in Wu Fan's life. At this moment, more than half of the elders had already taken their seats, and after a meticulous search, Wu Fan finally spotted Elderly in the front row, engaged in light-hearted conversation with another individual. The two elders appeared to be sharing a jovial exchange while occasionally glancing towards the outer disciples. yet elderly remained oblivious to Wu Fan's presence. Chapter 52. The Outer Sect Competition, Part 4. As time passed, the elder seats were almost entirely filled, with approximately 70 Foundation establishment elders in attendance. Suddenly, a golden streak of light soared from the horizon, gradually halting above the Foundation establishment elders. As the light dissipated, an elderly man emerged, appearing to be in his 70s. With white hair and beard, a ruddy complexion, and adorned in a moon-white robe. At first glance, he resembled an ethereal immortal, exuding an aura of otherworldliness. Standing solemnly in the sky, he commanded a palpable authority. As the elder gazed down at the crowd below, the more than 70 Foundation establishment cultivators immediately rose to their feet, bowing deeply in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Following suit, the over 1,000 disciples below also stood up, bowing collectively while calling out, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Although Wu Fan had never met the sect master, he hurriedly followed the crowd in bowing to the elder. The elder surveyed the assembly and then spoke, "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, sect master." The crowd responded in unison. The elder showed no intention of descending to the ground. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the Foundation establishment cultivators and declared, "Today marks the Outer Sect competition held every 5 years. I urge all elders to carefully observe these disciples, ensuring that no promising talent is overlooked, as those selected for the Inner Sect will become the backbone of our Qingfeng sect in the future. We will faithfully adhere to the sect master's decree," the Foundation establishment elders replied in chorus. The elder then addressed the Outer Sect disciples, saying, "Disciples, you must perform to the best of your abilities today. Those who succeed in entering the Inner Sect will receive our utmost support, and exceptional performers will be rewarded by the sect. Now, let the competition commence." Upon finishing his words, he took flight, departing from the battle peak before the disciples could respond. After the elder had left, a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped forward from the Foundation establishment elder area. He announced, "Disciples, I am Rue Yuan from Yuhua Peak. You may call me Elder Rue. Today marks the Outer Sect competition held once every 5 years. Before we begin, I will outline the rules of the competition. As in previous years, all participants will be divided into 10 platforms for dueling, competing in pairs until 100 champions are determined. These 100 disciples will be selected as Inner Sect disciples. Additionally, those who perform exceptionally well may be accepted as disciples by the elders." He paused for a moment, surveying the crowd before continuing, "Ultimately, the top 100 disciples will continue to compete to determine the top 10. These top 10 will engage in a round-robin battle, with specific rules to be detailed after the top 10 are established. Furthermore, the top 10 will receive rewards from the sect. Thus, I hope everyone will give their utmost effort. During the competition, please refrain from inflicting serious harm on opponents or harming fellow disciples. Should such misconduct occur, those responsible will face severe penalties, ranging from 5 years of seclusion for reflection to the complete forfeiture of their cultivation and expulsion from Qingfeng sect. This time, over 1,600 disciples participated in the grand competition. Before the contest commenced, everyone drew lots to select their respective arenas, followed by a second draw to determine their opponents. For instance, the disciple who drew number 1 would face the one who drew number 2. The third would compete against the fourth, and so forth. Any disciple who did not fully comprehend the competition rules could refer to the stone tablets located around the square, where detailed explanations were provided. The draw was about to begin, and in half an hour, all 10 arenas would commence the official matches simultaneously. After the middle-aged cultivator finished speaking, he turned and strode away. At that moment, all the disciples below surged toward the arenas, where wooden barrels had been prepared, containing over 1,000 bamboo slips. "Brother Zhou, Junior Brother Wu, we should hurry as well. I wonder which arena I will draw. Heaven, please grant that I do not end up in the arena of those formidable cultivators," Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of supplication towards the sky. Both Wu Fan and Zhou Yu rolled their eyes in unison. At this point, Brother Zhou suggested, "Let us go as well. I merely hope that the 3 of us are not placed in the same arena." Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, and Bai Xiaowen exchanged knowing smiles before heading towards the arenas. Upon Wu Fan's arrival at the arena, he noticed that the bamboo slips in the barrel had dwindled significantly. He casually drew one, which bore the number 8. Wu Fan realized he had been assigned to the 8th arena. He then made his way to the designated area, where he found over 100 cultivators queuing to draw lots. After a careful glance, he did not see Zhou Yu or Bai Xiaowen, indicating that the three of them had indeed been allocated to different arenas. Standing in place for a while, Wu Fan waited until the crowd thinned before approaching the barrel again. He retrieved another bamboo slip, which displayed the number 86. He understood that he would be competing against the disciple who drew number 85, but since there were still over 80 individuals ahead of him, he returned to his seat with the slip in hand. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen returned as well. Zhou Yu inquired, "Junior brother Wu, which arena do you belong to?" "I am in arena number 8, brother Zhou." "What about you and brother Bai?" "I am in arena 6, and junior brother Bai is." "I am in arena 9. Haha. I just glanced at the disciples in Arena 9 and did not spot any of those renowned, formidable figures. My chances of making it into the top 100 are quite promising." Bai Xiaowen joyfully brandished his bamboo slip, clearly oblivious to the fact that he had interrupted the conversation. Half an hour later, as all participants had drawn their slips, those holding number 1 and number 2 were the only ones remaining in the arena, while the rest descended. At this point, the duel among the cultivators in the 10 arenas officially commenced. As Wu Fan conversed with Zhou and Bai, he kept a keen eye on the battles below, eager to discern the differences in strength between his fellow disciples and himself. After observing for a while, Wu Fan felt a renewed sense of confidence. Thus, it continued until the afternoon, when finally it was Wu Fan's turn to take the stage. He gracefully descended onto the arena, riding his flying sword. At this moment, a male cultivator stood upon the platform, roughly the same age as Wu Fan, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. The moment the man cast a glance at Wu Fan and discerned his superior cultivation, disappointment momentarily crossed his face, soon replaced by a stubborn resolve. He introduced himself, saying, "I am Feng Xiao. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior brother?" Wu Fan replied, "I am Wu Fan. I welcome your guidance, junior brother." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed the blazing sun sword. Feng Xiao also summoned his own flying sword, albeit a mid-grade magical artifact. The two swords collided with a resounding boom. At the instant Wu Fan released his sword, he expertly formed a hand seal, summoning a flurry of wind blades that surged forth with remarkable speed. Wu Fan's proficiency in releasing wind blades was unparalleled, a result of years spent honing these fundamental spells within a confined space, achieving mastery while others lacked the luxury of such time. Most cultivators preferred to dedicate their efforts toward enhancing their cultivation levels, often neglecting the refinement of basic spells, content if they could merely reach minor accomplishments. Seeing his sword deflected, Feng Xiao was taken aback. In a flurry, he hastily conjured a small shield to block the incoming wind blades, intending to protect himself before devising a further strategy. With a sharp hiss, the wind blade struck the shield, but as he summoned the shield, Wu Fan had already unleashed 3 or 4 more wind blades, while his flying sword charged toward him from behind. Realizing the overwhelming strength of his opponent, Feng Xiao understood he was defeated. He had underestimated the swiftness of Wu Fan's wind blades. "I concede." As Feng Xiao cried out, Wu Fan's sword halted, and the remaining wind blades were successfully intercepted by the small shield. Feng Xiao cupped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Wu Fan and, with a heavy heart, descended from the stage. After concluding the duel, Wu Fan also returned to his place. Chapter 53, Outer Sect Competition, Part 5. Upon returning to his seat, Wu Fan noticed the astonished expression on Bai Xiaowen's face. "When did you acquire such a high-grade flying sword, junior brother Wu? And how did you master the wind blade technique? It seems you have already perfected it. Truly remarkable." Zhou Yu also gazed at Wu Fan with astonishment, though he remained silent, as Bai Xiaowen had already articulated all that he wished to express. "Ahem, it was merely a casual practice," Wu Fan replied somewhat ambiguously. "Casual practice?" Bai Xiaowen rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical. "And what of the flying sword?" "I purchased it with the spirit stones I earned from completing tasks," Wu Fan explained. "What kind of task yields such a wealth of spirit stones? Every little bit adds up." While Wu Fan chatted with Bai Xiaowen and Zhou Yu, his gaze remained fixed on the battles taking place until dusk, when a middle-aged elder announced the conclusion of the day's competition, stating that it would resume the following morning. The three of them returned to their lodgings, awaiting the next day's events. Both Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen had performed exceptionally well in their matches, and Bai Xiaowen took great pride in his victories. On the second day, Wu Fan found himself on the arena facing a female cultivator. She was relatively attractive, albeit somewhat diminutive in stature, yet she possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Wu Fan emerged victorious once more. On the third day, Wu Fan finally encountered a higher-level cultivator, a male practitioner at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Yet again, the result remained unchanged, as Wu Fan effortlessly defeated him using his solar sword and basic spells, prompting the opponent to concede. By the 4th day, Wu Fan was aware that it was the day to determine the top 100 participants. He arrived early at the fighting peak, where only 200 disciples remained. These individuals exhibited a range of emotions. Some were anxious, fearing the possibility of facing formidable opponents and thus jeopardizing their chances of entering the inner sect, while others were filled with anticipation, believing in their profound cultivation and eager to impress the elders for a chance at greater fortune. Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen had also persevered thus far, indicating that they had been fortunate indeed. Throughout the previous days of competition, those who remained on the arena were all advanced qi refinement cultivators, prompting Wu Fan to heighten his focus. On this day, the foundation-building elders were equally vigilant, employing their spiritual senses to scrutinize each disciple. Should they encounter a promising candidate, they would commit the name to memory, seeking to recruit them before other elders could stake their claim. Wu Fan, too, decided to no longer suppress his cultivation level, revealing his prowess at the 8th layer. Fearing that should he enter the inner sect, he might struggle to justify his cultivation status. An hour later, Wu Fan finally took to the stage, where he faced an opponent, a male cultivator at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Without exchanging a word, the man summoned his flying sword, and Wu Fan swiftly responded in kind, unleashing 3 fireballs towards his adversary. The man opposite wielded his flying sword, engaging in a fierce duel with the blazing sun sword. Suddenly, he tapped his storage bag, and a shield materialized before him. He then produced a short spear, aiming it directly at Wu Poku. Caught off guard by the presence of another magical artifact, Wu Fan swiftly reacted, summoning a binding rope from his own storage bag, which flew towards his opponent. Simultaneously, he unleashed 5 or 6 wind blades targeting the short spear. After a thunderous clash, the wind blades intercepted the spear, while the binding rope circumvented the shield and ensnared the man. Thus, the battle concluded swiftly. "Your skills are commendable," Wu Fan remarked as he retrieved the binding rope and the blazing sun sword. The man, now with a gloomy expression, glared at Wu Fan before scoffing and departing. Within the foundational elders area, several elders observed the skirmish. This young man possesses some merit. He concluded his duel faster than anyone across the 10 arenas. Indeed, this little fellow has honed his spellcasting to an impressive level, a rarity indeed. If his spiritual roots are of exceptional quality, I shall gladly take him as a disciple. Elder Huang, I too find this lad quite appealing. Might I inquire if you would consider relinquishing him? Haha, Elder Zhao, so eager to claim him. Let us see whom the young man chooses in the end. At this moment, Elder Li, who had escorted Wu Fan up the mountain, also noticed the scene. Upon seeing Wu Fan, he was momentarily taken aback, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that he had indeed brought this young man up the mountain. He was astonished that this boy, with a mixed elemental root, had managed to cultivate to the 8th level of qi refinement. Elder Li pondered this, questioning whether he might have misjudged Wu Fan's potential during their initial assessment. Upon Wu Fan's return to the seating area, he noticed that Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen were regarding him with expressions of astonishment. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed his cultivation level, Wu Fan braced himself for Bai's inevitable inquiries, given his character. As anticipated, the moment he sat down, Bai Xiaowen began to speak. You. Elder Bai, please hear me out. I did not intentionally conceal my cultivation level. I merely sought to avoid complications while out in the world. I understand you are feeling disheartened, but this is beyond my control. I feared that revealing my true strength would lead you to react as you are now. At this moment, Zhou Yu sighed. Alas, was shitty. To think you would hide, even from us. It is a pity we considered you a brother. I sincerely apologize, Brother Zhou. Wu Fan stood and bowed to both of them. Thus, Wu Fan spent half an hour explaining himself, only to be interrupted by Bai Xiaowen, who was called to compete. Just before Bai took the stage, Wu Fan discreetly slipped a talisman into his hands. Bai Xiaowen, upon inspecting it, cast a grateful glance at Wu Fan before proceeding onto the platform. Bai Xiaowen was fortunate. His opponent was a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, of the same tier as he. After a grueling and arduous contest, he ultimately emerged victorious, albeit with a few minor injuries. Nevertheless, excitement flickered in his eyes as he finally achieved his long-cherished dream of entering the inner sect. Not long after, Zhou Yu took to the stage. Possessing a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he had always exhibited formidable strength and, in due course, secured victory in his match as well. Thus, the three of them successfully gained admission into the inner sect, and their previous grievances dissipated in the wake of their shared joy. Once all competitions concluded, the top 100 disciples, under the envious gaze of their fellow cultivators, were summoned to the arena for a redraw of opponents, setting the stage for the contest to determine the top 50. Wu Fan drew number 18, which meant he would compete relatively early. After 3 hours, it was finally Wu Fan's turn to take the stage. Before him stood a female cultivator, also at the 8th level of Qi refinement, whose striking beauty was accentuated by her long legs, drawing attention effortlessly. With an alluring smile, she coyly remarked, "Senior brother, could you possibly grant me a favor? Your junior sister is very eager to win this match." Chapter 54, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 6. I too aspire to triumph in this contest. My apologies to you, junior sister, declared Wu Fan as he readied himself for battle. Upon hearing his words, the woman let out a cold snort, her expression darkening. "Very well, then. Show me your true abilities," she retorted, unleashing a crimson silk ribbon that spiraled around before hurtling towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan swiftly retrieved a binding spirit rope from his storage pouch, which soared forth to entwine with the ribbon. The two magical artifacts engaged in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Wu Fan chanted a spell, and his blazing sun sword transformed into a streak of red light, darting towards the woman with great speed. Yet, he was not finished. Devoid of any sentimentality, he invoked another incantation, summoning a massive ice spear that raced towards her with ferocity. The woman, taken aback by Wu Fan's formidable initial strike, felt a pang of anxiety. In a moment of desperation, she conjured a golden disc, a high-tier defensive artifact. With a thunderous crash, the disc was sent flying by the blazing sun sword, just as the ice spear approached her in a frenzy. In a flurry of panic, she produced a talisman, crushed it in her palm, and a golden light enveloped her form. Yet, the ice spear continued its relentless advance, striking her with a resounding impact, sending her sprawling to the ground. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. "I concede," she gasped, struggling to rise while casting a venomous glare at Wu Fan. Wu Fan clasped his fists in respect before waving his arm. The blazing sun sword and binding spirit rope circled back to him. He stored the artifacts and made his way to the spectators' platform, indifferent to the woman's expression. "Junior brother Wu, you are truly formidable. You dispatched that beauty in mere moments. How ruthless of you," chided Bai Xiaowen, shaking his head in disbelief. At that moment, Zhou Yu reprimanded him. "Focus on your own affairs. Your turn to compete is approaching. Instead of worrying about others, it would be prudent to rest and recuperate your injuries." Indeed, Bai Xiao, aim for the top 50 this time. Your efforts could catch the elder's attention, Wu Fan added in agreement. With this wisdom imparted, Bai Xiaowen acknowledged the advice and began to meditate, consuming medicinal pills. Wu Fan successfully dealt with the loquaciousness of his companion and turned his attention back to the ongoing matches. 2 hours later, it was Zhou Yu's turn to compete. But fortune did not favor him this time. He faced a formidable opponent at the 9th level and ultimately succumbed. Witnessing Zhou Yu descend from the arena, disheartened, Wu Fan and Bai Xiaowen could only offer words of consolation. After another hour had passed, Bai Xiaowen took to the stage, facing a female cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Although this female cultivator was not particularly formidable in Wu Fan's eyes, Bai Xiaowen, possessing merely the 7th layer of cultivation, was destined to be defeated. This was not a result of any leniency on his part due to her gender. Rather, he simply found himself unable to match her strength. Observing Bai Xiaowen's woeful expression, Wu Fan felt a twinge of sympathy, yet he could not suppress a chuckle. As he watched the competition unfold, It became evident that Bai Xiaowen was being thoroughly overwhelmed, and within mere minutes, he cried out for surrender. Given his performance, it would indeed be a miracle if any elder were to take him as a disciple. Upon returning to the seating area, Wu Fan, unable to contain his concern, began to offer words of comfort to Bai Xiaowen, who was too engrossed in his own thoughts to pay him any mind. As he was still reeling from his own defeat, as darkness enveloped the sky, all disciples concluded their matches, marking the end of the day's competitions. The 50 victors departed early for their accommodations to recuperate and restore their spiritual energy, as the following day would determine the top 25. Wu Fan and his companions also returned via flying swords, and before parting, each assured him they would attend his match the next day to lend their support. Wu Fan responded with a smile and a nod. On the following day, the arena was left with only the final 50 participants. Wu Fan had previously consulted the stele containing the competition rules, which stated that the matches for the top 50 would occur on the same platform. He drew number 8, with only 3 matches preceding his own. Thus, he required no extensive preparation and simply returned to the seating area to await his turn. Time passed swiftly, and after an hour, Wu Fan ascended the arena. At that moment, a male cultivator approached him from across the platform. This man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, was short in stature, with slanted eyes and uneven teeth, rendering him quite unattractive. However, he possessed the impressive cultivation of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, making him the strongest opponent Wu Fan had encountered thus far. As the diminutive man took the stage, he greeted Wu Fan with a peculiar grin before suddenly producing 2 black, curved hooks from his hands, both of which were high-grade magical artifacts. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, having never before seen a pair of magical artifacts wielded together. The male cultivator hurled the hooks at Wu Fan, who watched as they spiraled through the air, emitting a faint black glow and traveling at remarkable speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fan swiftly retrieved the Sunfire Sword and the binding spirit rope from his storage pouch. The Sunfire Sword darted towards one of the hooks, while the binding spirit rope lunged directly at the male cultivator. Following this, Wu Fan unleashed 3 wind blades targeting the other hook, resulting in a series of explosive collisions as both hooks were simultaneously thwarted by the wind blades and the Sunfire Sword. Meanwhile, the binding spirit rope circumvented the hooks, racing towards the male cultivator, who, upon witnessing the rope's swift approach, was struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated that even with his 2 high-grade magical artifacts, he would be unable to fend off all of his opponent's attacks, as the rope surged past his defenses toward him. Without further ado, the male cultivator swiftly struck his storage pouch, summoning a dark, imposing shield to shield himself. However, he was taken aback when the rope paused momentarily before his shield, only to then adhere to it and curl around to his rear, continuing its assault towards him. The cultivator, momentarily dazed, found himself pondering his next move. But by the time he gathered his wits, it was too late. The rope had ensnared him completely, binding him tightly. He felt his magical energy come to a halt, unable to muster even a flicker of power. In desperation, he shouted, "I concede. I yield." Upon concluding the battle, Wu Fan stowed away his magical instrument and soared towards the platform. After Wu Fan's victory, an uproar erupted among the disciples on the platform. As they gazed at Wu Fan, expressions of astonishment filled their eyes. Who was this fellow disciple? I do not recall ever seeing him before. How could a formidable 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator be so decisively overpowered? And to conclude the fight so swiftly is truly astonishing. This senior brother has been under my observation for several days. He consistently opts for swift resolutions, and few peers stand as his equals. I have not encountered him in the outer sect. I wonder when he joined our ranks. Alas, it is a pity that I spent the past few days watching other arenas and failed to notice this senior brother, missing out on such an exhilarating duel. I crossed paths with this senior brother 2 years ago in the outer sect scripture pavilion, but I distinctly remember him being only a 5th layer cultivator at that time. How could he possibly have advanced to the 8th layer? Am I mistaken? Such rapid progress in merely 2 years seems improbable. I believe this senior brother is almost certain to secure a place within the top 10. Truly, he is the envy of many. Chapter 55, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 7. With the prowess of this senior brother, it is certain that elders will be eager to take him as their disciple, which indeed evokes profound envy. The disciples in the viewing area were engaged in fervent discussions, occasionally casting glances at Wu Fan, each expression reflecting a distinct sentiment. Some were envious, others jealous, wary, or even admiring. Yet, among them were a few gazes that brimmed with animosity, belonging to those whom he had bested in prior contests. Meanwhile, voices arose in the elders section of the Foundation establishment stage. "Ha ha, Elder Huang, I have my eyes set on this disciple. Humph. Let us see who claims him in the end. I suggest you two refrain from squabbling for now. If this lad secures a spot in the top 3, it may well be he who chooses his master. Besides, we remain unaware of his spiritual root and constitution. Why the rush?" Feeling the weight of the attention upon him, Wu Fan experienced a tinge of discomfort. He had never been the focus of such scrutiny before, and unease began to settle in. Thus, he spent that day observing the competition. The following day, Wu Fan arrived early, seated in a meditative posture, quietly cultivating his energy. Today, the number of cultivators gathered to watch had noticeably increased, for it was the day of the final contest. The remaining 25 contestants, all formidable in their own right, eagerly anticipated their chance to surge into the top 10. Wu Fan felt no trepidation about entering the top 10, only he knew of his hidden trump card. Time swiftly passed, and with the authoritative call of the middle-aged elder, the competition begins. The 25 remaining participants surged onto the stage. In this round, one disciple would receive a bye. Whoever drew the empty lot would indeed be fortunate. As Wu Fan ascended the platform, he casually drew a bamboo slip. Upon inspection, he found himself momentarily frozen in disbelief. Could it truly be this fortuitous? Turning the slip over, he discovered it still bore no markings, confirming that he had indeed drawn a bye. Elated, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, having conserved a great deal of spiritual energy. With his spirits lifted, he returned to the seating area, prepared to watch the unfolding matches. Before long, 3 hours had elapsed, and only 13 contestants remained on the stage, including Wu Fan. Among them were 4 female cultivators and 9 male cultivators. Of the remaining 12, 3 particularly caught Wu Fan's attention. One was a man in his late 20s, strikingly handsome and skilled in a technique involving 3 flying swords. Wu Fan had been observing him closely over the past few days. Like Wu Fan, he had consistently triumphed in just a few exchanges. This male cultivator was named Chun Yi, a peak 9th layer Qi refining practitioner, and Wu Fan recalled that Bai Xiaowen had previously mentioned him. The second individual is a remarkably imposing man, wielding a formidable black hammer. Upon observation, Wu Fan deduces that he is a physical cultivator, a kind of practitioner who emphasizes the enhancement of the physical body to render it as impenetrable as a defensive artifact. Possessing immense strength, engaging in combat with a physical cultivator necessitates maintaining distance. Otherwise, one may find themselves in considerable trouble. This man is named Hao Yu, a peak practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, previously mentioned by Bai Xiaowen. The final participant is senior sister Ling Wei, who captures Wu Fan's attention not merely for her striking beauty, but for her undeniable prowess as a formidable practitioner, also at the pinnacle of the 9th level, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the 10th. At just over 20 years of age, it is evident that her talent is extraordinarily exceptional. At this moment, the middle-aged elder named Rue Yuan approaches, casting a glance over the 13 individuals present. He then announces, the forthcoming matches will adopt a round-robin format. With the following rules, each participant has one opportunity to challenge another. The selected practitioner cannot refuse the duel. Once a match concludes, no one may challenge the defeated practitioner until the next round begins. A participant who endures 3 consecutive losses will be eliminated, and rankings will be determined accordingly. The order of challenges will be decided by drawing lots. After a brief pause, Elder Rue Yuan surveys the 13 once more and proclaims, "Let the contest commence." He then retreats to his previous position. On the stage, the 13 participants, having drawn their bamboo sticks, retreat to the edges of the platform, with Wu Fan holding the 6th stick. At this juncture, the male practitioner with the first stick strides to the center of the stage, surveying the crowd before pointing toward a female practitioner who possesses an 8th level Qi refinement. Her relatively modest cultivation level indicates that luck has played a role in her progression thus far. Upon realizing she has been chosen first, the young woman's fair complexion reddens with indignation, and with a haughty snort, she ascends the stage. The two begin to engage in combat. She wields twin short guns, while he brandishes a long knife. Their strengths are closely matched, resulting in a fiercely contested exchange. As time passes, the young woman ultimately succumbs to defeat, while the man, panting heavily, retreats to the edge of the platform to sit cross-legged and recuperate his energy. At this moment, a female practitioner holding the second bamboo stick ascends the stage, promptly selecting the man who has just finished his match. Upon realizing he has been chosen, his expression darkens with frustration, exclaiming in indignation at the perceived underhandedness of the challenge. With his internal energy depleted and ill-suited for further combat, he finds himself at the mercy of the situation. The woman, fully aware of his predicament, hastens to engage him, aiming for a swift resolution. The outcome is devoid of suspense. The man cannot withstand the onslaught for even a quarter of an hour before he succumbs, dejectedly exiting the stage. However, he is afforded a respite, as per the rules. No one may challenge him during this round. After 5 consecutive matches, no one dared to challenge Wu Fan, which was hardly surprising. Anyone who had witnessed Wu Fan's prowess in combat understood the extent of his abilities. No fool would dare provoke him. In the 6th match, Wu Fan ascended the stage and casually pointed to a man who possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, an impressive skill level in its own right. However, Wu Fan had no alternative, as most of the weaker opponents had already been challenged by others. Having observed this man as previous matches, Wu Fan considered his strength to be rather average, hence he called him to the stage. Upon realizing he was being challenged by Wu Fan, the man was immediately taken aback, his expression shifting to one of despondency. Yet, with no option available, he reluctantly stepped onto the stage. Once there, he candidly addressed Wu Fan, stating, "Senior brother Wu, I have witnessed your matches and know well that I am not your opponent. Therefore, I concede this match." After bowing slightly to Wu Fan, he exited the arena. His decision to concede so promptly was entirely reasonable. Engaging in a contest when defeat was inevitable would only result in the needless depletion of his inner energy. Preserving his strength for the next round was indeed a prudent choice. After the man conceded, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook his head with a smile and returned to the edge of the stage. Chapter 56. The Outer Sect Grand Competition, Part 8. As the matches concluded one by one, only the final 10 contestants remained in the arena, representing the top 10 disciples. Among the 3 eliminated, there were 2 males and 1 female. The first female cultivator to take the stage was ultimately the first to be eliminated, followed by a male who had barely settled in before being challenged, and a young man of the 8th level, whose prowess was the least impressive among the 13. Among the top 10 cultivators, some had faced 2 defeats, while others had suffered a single loss. Currently, only 4 individuals remained undefeated: Wu Fan, Chen Yi, Hao Yu, and Ling Wei. At that moment, thousands of disciples seated in the stands were engaged in fervent discussions. Some expressed their excitement, while others gazed at the 10 finalists with envy. It was common knowledge that these 10 would certainly be taken under the wing of the elders and receive rewards from the sect. To claim that no one felt jealousy would be a falsehood. I never expected junior brother Wu to be hiding such depths. His strength is truly formidable. Managing to break into the top 10, Zhou Yu remarked, his face reflecting disbelief as he looked at Wu Fan in the arena. He once deceived us so thoroughly, and we foolishly regarded him as a brother. However, the stronger Wu brother becomes, the better. Ideally, he will secure a place in the top 3. If he chooses a powerful master, he will have a solid backing, and with him around, our lives in the inner sect will be much more favorable. Bai Xiaowen added with a playful grin. Meanwhile, in the elders section, one elder mused, "This fellow named Chun Yi is quite impressive. It seems he is on the verge of breaking through to the 10th level. His adept use of 3 flying swords indicates a strong mental acuity." Another elder remarked, "I find Ling Wei to be remarkable. At such a young age, she is cultivated to the peak of the 9th level, suggesting her innate talent must be exceptional. Haha. Fairy Lingyun, I suspect you wish to take this girl under your wing at Miaoying Peak. It is widely known that no elder would compete with you for her, given that your peak only accepts female disciples." Giggling, "Then I shall graciously accept your appreciation, esteemed elders. I find that young man Hao Yu rather appealing. A cultivator should hone the physical body, for strength is the true path to mastery," interjected a robust middle-aged man with a bald head, his imposing stature suggesting he was a practitioner of physical cultivation. Elder Time Man, do not presume that your status as a body cultivator grants you the right to look down upon others. The cultivation world is vast. Yet I have yet to meet a body cultivator bold enough to claim supremacy over it. What's this? Elder Fan wishes to challenge me? Very well. If it's a contest you desire, I fear you not. Enough of your bickering. With so many elders present, do you not fear ridicule? Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that the young man named Wu Fan is quite impressive. Despite his youth, he possesses considerable strength. I believe it is indeed possible for him to break into the top 3. Indeed, Elder Sun speaks with great wisdom. I, too, find this young lad quite impressive. Observing his age, which appears to be just over 20, it is no small feat for him to have cultivated to the 8th level of Qi refining. On the competition stage, fierce duels were ongoing. Among the top 10 contenders, 7 were men and 3 were women. At this moment, it was Chun-Yi engaged in combat with a male cultivator. I observed that Chun-Yi was indeed formidable. He deftly manipulated 3 flying swords, his expression remaining completely impassive. His control was so adept that he wielded his weapons with remarkable ease, indicating that his spiritual consciousness was certainly extraordinary. I believed I could not achieve such mastery. With my current level of spiritual awareness, I could manage only 3 magical artifacts at best, and handling a 4th would be utterly impossible. Even while controlling 3 artifacts simultaneously, I could not maintain the same composure as Chun-Yi. It is said that foundational period cultivators can effortlessly manipulate 6 or 7 artifacts at once, which is truly impressive. Spiritual consciousness resides within the sea of consciousness of a cultivator, whether they are guiding flying swords, engaging in combat with artifacts, or concocting elixirs. All require this consciousness for support. While some cultivators are naturally endowed with robust spiritual awareness, this is a rarity. Most cultivate their consciousness gradually as their realm ascends. However, in ancient times, there existed secret techniques specifically for the cultivation of consciousness, which seem to have vanished from the contemporary realm of cultivation. At this moment, Chun-Yi had rendered his opponent utterly defenseless. Unsurprisingly, after several exchanges, Chun-Yi emerged victorious. The next match featured Haoyu against another male contestant. Upon entering the arena, Haoyu's imposing stature radiated an aura of tremendous valor, while his opponent displayed a look of trepidation, his gaze flickering nervously. Internally, he wrestled with the decision to fight or withdraw. Having observed Haoyu's previous battles, it was evident that most opponents ended their contests in injury, and now, after 2 consecutive losses, he faced the prospect of elimination if he chose not to engage. Ultimately, after a moment of internal conflict, he resolved to participate, believing that even if injured, it would be more honorable than conceding defeat outright. The outcome, however, held no suspense. Within a quarter of an hour, the man was severely injured and subsequently removed from the arena. At this juncture, only 8 competitors remained, with Wu Fan being the sole cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining, yet none dared to underestimate him. The subsequent match pitted senior sister Ling Wei against a male cultivator. As senior sister Ling Wei entered the arena, she exuded an enchanting presence. Clad in a flowing pale yellow gown, her delicate, fair face reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. She wielded a long red silk ribbon, which danced through the air like a spiraling dragon, striking at her male opponent with overwhelming force. He was utterly incapable of retaliating, while she stood poised, calmly observing him and occasionally forming intricate hand seals. Moments later, the man could no longer withstand her assault, becoming ensnared by the ribbon and collapsing to the ground. Since his fall, the 8th position has been bestowed upon him. In the next match, Wu Fan took to the arena, this time selecting a female cultivator. She was around the same age as Wu Fan, approximately 23 or 24 years old, and her name was Jing Yao. She possessed a graceful figure, particularly accentuated by her prominent curves, which caught Wu Fan's gaze more than once, causing a slight flush to bloom on her cheeks. Embarrassed by his lingering stare, she let out a delicate huff and remarked, "Junior brother, have you had your fill of looking? If so, let us commence the competition." Wu Fan, feeling quite awkward at her words and blushing furiously, replied, "Sister, please." Chapter 57, The Outer Sect Grand Competition, Part 9. Thus, the two commenced their duel. The enchanting fairy Jing Yao wielded a silver flying sword, demonstrating commendable prowess. Indeed, those who reached the top 10 were generally no weaklings. Yet, to Wu Fan, this woman appeared rather feeble. He merely unleashed the blazing sun sword and the binding spirit rope, supplemented with ice spikes and wind blades, compelling her to concede defeat. At this moment, the remaining competitors included the top 6, Wu Fan, Chen Yi, Hao Yu, Ling Wei, and 2 others, 1 male and 1 female. The male, clad in black attire with neatly cropped hair, was named Hao Ran. The female, adorned in a flowing white gown, appeared to be around 23 or 24 years of age. Named Xian Yan, she was strikingly beautiful, though slightly eclipsed by Ling Wei's allure. The ensuing match featured these 2 contenders, whose strengths were relatively balanced, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange that lasted a full half-hour before a victor emerged. Xian Yan lost the contest. Next, it was Chun Yi's turn to select an opponent. He chose the man named Hao Ran, who had previously challenged Xian Yan, thus adhering to the competition's regulations. Upon realizing that Chun Yi was challenging him, Hao Ran's expression darkened significantly. He understood that retaining his 5th position was already a feat, and he stood no chance against Chen Yi. Nevertheless, he steeled himself for the confrontation, unwilling to concede without a fight. A quarter of an hour later, Hao Ran descended the stage, defeated. The subsequent match was Hao Yu's choice. He stepped onto the stage and, with a grin directed at Wu Fan, remarked, "Junior brother Wu, I have observed many of your matches and recognize your formidable strength. However, today, I regret to inform you that your luck has run out. This match is destined for your defeat. Come forth, allow me to experience the full extent of your mastery, and see if you can breach my defenses. Since senior brother wishes to test my skills, I shall humbly oblige," Wu Fan replied as he ascended the stage, summoning the blazing sun's sword into his grasp. At that moment, Hao Yu brandished a large hammer, gripping it firmly in his right hand, and declared with a smirk, "Junior brother Wu, I am about to launch my assault. You must avoid allowing me to close the distance, or you will find yourself exiting the arena in a severely injured state. Feel free to advance, senior brother. Should I sustain injuries, I shall accept that it is my own inadequacy," Wu Fan retorted, his expression darkening at Hao Yu's excessive banter. Why the unnecessary chatter before the battle? Meanwhile, the 2,000 disciples seated in the audience gazed intently at the duel below, their expressions alight with anticipation. The atmosphere hushed to a profound silence. Bai Xiao Wen and Zhou Yu, with clenched fists, also focused on the unfolding clash, whispering fervently their determination to emerge victorious. In the elders section, the attention was equally captivated by the duel, with several elders offering their evaluations. It remained uncertain which of these 2 young fighters would ultimately prevail. In my opinion, it is undoubtedly Hao Yu who will emerge victorious, unless that Wu Fan possesses some hidden trump card. Absent that, he will surely find himself unable to prevail, even if he has mastered those rudimentary spells to perfection. He simply cannot breach Hao Yu's defenses unless he attains absolute mastery of those basic incantations, which seems implausible. Who possesses the luxury of time to devote to the cultivation of such trivial spells? It is already commendable that Wu Fan has managed to refine these foundational spells to such a level. Elder Bai's words ring true. Indeed, I concur with Elder Bai's assessment. At this moment, Elder Li, who had brought Wu Fan to the mountain, sat in silence, quietly observing. He, too, had not anticipated that the small fry he had casually escorted up the mountain years ago would now be competing for a place among the top 10. With the possibility of advancing even further, though whether he could break into the top 3 remains uncertain. Meanwhile, Wu Fan's expression grew grave, shedding the nonchalance he had displayed in previous matches. He watched as Hao Yu charged towards him, not deploying his magical artifacts for an assault, but instead opting for a close-quarters confrontation. This exemplifies the unique prowess of physical cultivators, who rely on the strength of their bodies to overpower their opponents. Once a physical cultivator closes the distance, the outcome is all but assured. As Hao Yu rushed forward, Wu Fan, wary of underestimating his opponent, swiftly summoned the Sunfire Sword, which spiraled through the air before hurtling towards Hao Yu. To Wu Fan's astonishment, Hao Yu disregarded the incoming weapon entirely, grinning maniacally as he swung his massive hammer towards the Sunfire Sword with tremendous force. The resulting collision echoed loudly, shaking the arena, and the Sunfire Sword was sent soaring into the sky, disappearing from sight. Wu Fan was momentarily stunned, his heart racing in trepidation. Such immense strength was required to achieve this feat. The durability of the Sunfire Sword was remarkable. Had it been an ordinary artifact, that singular strike could have easily shattered it into fragments. Without further contemplation, Hao Yu continued his advance, undeterred by the Sunfire Sword's assault. Wu Fan, reacting swiftly, reached for his storage pouch and unleashed the binding spirit rope, a tool renowned for its efficacy. He was confident that Hao Yu would not evade this strike. As the binding spirit rope approached Hao Yu, ready to ensnare him, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Hao Yu extended his left hand and grasped one end of the rope, effortlessly capturing it. With remarkable agility, he began to whirl his arm before launching the binding spirit rope into the sky with tremendous force, mirroring the fate of the Sunfire Sword. Wu Fan, having engaged in numerous battles, had never encountered such a technique before. Although astonished, he had no time for reflection, as Hao Yu was almost upon him. In that moment, Hao Yu let out a sinister laugh, as if to taunt, "Boy, you are on the brink of serious injury and imminent defeat." At that moment, Wu Fan formed a hand seal with a single hand, and with a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed 5 or 6 blades of wind. Feeling it insufficient, he subsequently conjured several fireballs, culminating in the summoning of a massive ice spear, hoping these spells would impede his adversary's advance. However, upon witnessing these incantations, Hao Yu merely smirked. Suddenly, a layer of dark light emanated from his body, and he positioned his enormous hammer before him, beginning to spin it wildly, the hammer whirling like a fan. With a series of muffled thuds and explosive sounds, Wu Fan observed that nearly all of his spells were deflected by the hammer, with only a few wind blades grazing Hao Yu's form, yet he appeared utterly unscathed. It was astonishing. Wu Fan's mastery of the wind blade technique was such that even a massive boulder could be effortlessly cleaved in two. Yet, Hao Yu stood unharmed, leaving Wu Fan in a state of shock. Before he could ponder further, Hao Yu was already upon him, and with no other option, Wu Fan resolved to deploy his ultimate move. He let out a cold snort, and in that instant, his body trembled as a soft golden radiance suddenly enveloped him, expanding outward to a distance of 10 zhang. At the moment this golden light spread, Hao Yu, who had just approached, abruptly halted, as if immobilized by an unseen force. It seemed as though an immense weight pressed down upon him, forcing him to crouch down slowly. Sweat poured from his brow, and he gritted his teeth in defiance, his eyes betraying a look of terror, devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. As a practitioner of physical cultivation, he was holding his ground. But had it been anyone else, they would have been crushed to the ground. Yet, he was slowly beginning to rise. Meanwhile, Wu Fan leisurely approached him. A long sword appearing in his hand, pointed directly at Hao Yu's head. "You have lost." Chapter 58, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 10. After Wu Fan declared "you have lost," he promptly stowed away the golden yuan heavy light and tossed the swift wind sword into his storage bag. Subsequently, he collected the falling sun's sword and binding spirit rope that had descended from the sky. He then slowly made his way back to the edge of the arena. Meanwhile, Hao Yu stood in a state of shock, unable to comprehend his defeat. This was his first loss, and more perplexing was the fact that he could not ascertain the reason behind it. What kind of mystical power had rendered him, a body cultivator, so utterly helpless? Recalling the earlier scene, he felt a lingering dread. It was as if a colossal mountain had pressed down upon him, rendering him incapable of rising. In such a predicament, he could only allow himself to be slaughtered, with no room for resistance. With these thoughts, he gradually rose to his feet and cast a glance at the distant Wu Fan. There was no resentment in his eyes, no bitterness, nor any sense of discouragement from his defeat. He understood that his loss was justified, simply because his opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. Picking up his heavy hammer, he walked slowly back to the sidelines. At that moment, Chen Yi, Ling Wei, Xian Yin, Jing Yao, and Hao Ran, along with the thousands of disciples seated in the stands, were all rendered speechless. They could hardly believe how events had unfolded, how Yu had lost. Just moments ago, they had envisioned Wu Fan being severely injured, yet here he stood, unscathed, sword in hand, pointing it at Hao Yu. The contrast was staggering. It was as if they had witnessed Hao Yu rushing to kneel before Wu Fan in a desperate bid for mercy, a speed so swift that it left them momentarily dazed. At this juncture, Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen stood in astonishment, gazing at Wu Fan. Their junior brother appeared to be exceedingly formidable. "Zhou, pinch me. I think I am hallucinating. Did I just see Hao Yu kneel before our junior brother Wu?" Bai Xiaowen remarked, nudging Zhou Yu with his elbow, though his gaze remained fixed below. "Don't touch me. I think I am hallucinating too, just as you saw." Zhou Yu replied. In the Foundation Establishment Elders section, comments arose. What secret technique is this lad practicing? I have never seen it before. It should not belong to our sect. It resembles the legendary domain powers, yet it does not quite fit. Its potency is far less than what is described in tales. This secret technique may work against chi refining practitioners, but if used against us, it would be of little consequence. You're talking nonsense. Have you even considered this lad's current cultivation level? If he were to reach the Foundation Establishment stage, do you dare to claim you could withstand this technique? I want this boy. Do not compete with me for him. Huh. Elder Bai, your thoughts are commendable, but with this secret technique in his arsenal, securing a place in the top 3 is a certainty. Do you think he would choose you as his master? Humph. As long as this lad is willing to join my sect, I shall teach him diligently. At such a young age, he has already reached the 8th layer of chi refining. His spiritual roots and physique must be extraordinary. In a few decades, our Xian Peak will surely see the emergence of a Foundation Establishment powerhouse. I addressed Elder Bai, urging him to glance back at the crowd. There are many who share your sentiment. Do not speak as if this young lad has already become your disciple. It remains uncertain to whom he truly belongs. Humph. Irrespective of your attempts to claim this boy, I have already set my sights on Hao Yu. He is the most suitable candidate for cultivating the techniques of Qingtian Peak, and there are no other peaks for him to consider if he wishes to pursue body cultivation. I remarked to Elder Tiemann that no one is contesting Hao Yu with you, so there is no need for you to repeatedly remind everyone. Humph, that is for the best. Should anyone dare to vie with me for Hao Yu, they shall not escape my wrath. Hee. Since Brother Tiemann has spoken thus, I shall shamelessly lay claim to both Miss Jing Yao and Miss Xin Yan for Ling Yun. I interjected. Fairy Ling Yun, you have already chosen Miss Ling Wei. How can you now claim 2 more disciples from the top 10? Does Miaoying Peak truly lack disciples? Is this not a bit excessive? Alas, Brother Zhou, you have misjudged Ling Yun. These 2 maidens are designated for my 2 junior sisters at Miaoying Peak, while I have only accepted Miss Ling Wei. Enough of this bickering. Let us discuss it again after the grand competition concludes. On the arena, the next round of matches commenced with Ling Wei selecting her opponent. As she ascended the stage, Ling Wei greeted Chun Yi with a graceful bow and spoke. Brother Chun Yi, I wish to learn from your sword control techniques in this match. I hope you will show mercy. Haha, since my junior sister wishes to challenge me, I shall not hold back, he replied graciously. This time, Ling Wei chose not to employ any magical artifacts, aside from her long ribbon, as she summoned a sword into her hand. Chun Yi, as usual, unleashed 3 flying swords that surged towards Ling Wei. In response, Ling Wei deftly produced a small shield, tossing it into the air with a flick of her wrist. The shield expanded in the wind, transforming into a massive barrier above her. Consequently, only one of Chun Yi's flying swords continued its relentless assault towards the shield, while the other 2 were deftly intercepted by Ling Wei's ribbon and sword. With a thunderous crash, Chun Yi's last flying sword was likewise deflected. The duel between the 2 was exceptionally intense, making it difficult to determine a victor. However, as time passed, Ling Wei began to falter, ultimately succumbing to defeat in this match. Now, among the 4 participants, only Wu Fan and Chun Yi remained undefeated, while Hao Yu and Ling Wei each faced 1 loss. The next round was Wu Fan's turn to select an opponent. Wu Fan approached the arena, directing his gaze towards the trio. According to the rules, since Chun Yi had just been challenged, Wu Fan could not select him. Moreover, Ling Wei, having just fought, was depleted of her magical energy, and Wu Fan could not bring himself to challenge her. Thus, he turned his attention to Hao Yu, who straightforwardly declared, I concede. Wu Fan shook his head in resignation and returned, while Ling Wei expressed her gratitude with a nod. Thus, this round concluded. In the upcoming match, it was once again up to Chun Yi to select his opponent. He glanced back and forth, uncertain. His choices were limited to Wu Fan or Ling Wei, as Hao Yu had just been chosen by Wu Fan and thus could not be selected again. He felt at a loss regarding whom to choose. Opting for Ling Wei would be awkward since they had just competed against each other, and it would be somewhat embarrassing to challenge her again, especially considering she was a renowned female cultivator. However, if he chose Wu Fan, he lacked the confidence to secure a victory, with thousands of disciples and numerous elders observing. He pondered for a moment before directing his gaze towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan, unfazed, approached the arena and said, Brother Chun Yi, please. Junior brother Wu Fan possesses formidable strength. I can only give my all, Chun-Yi replied with a smile. I hope you won't take offense. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Did Chun-Yi possess any hidden trump cards aside from his 3 flying swords? It is only natural for a senior brother to exert his full strength. There is nothing to take offense at, Wu Fan responded, then unleashed the blazing sun sword. Chapter 59. The conclusion of the competition. Wu Fan harbored some unconventional thoughts regarding the contest. He pondered whether he could triumph over Chun-Yi without resorting to the Jin Yuan Chongguang technique. If not, he would have no choice but to employ it. At that moment, Wu Fan formed a single-handed seal, and the blazing sun sword transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Chun-Yi. Simultaneously, he unleashed the binding spirit rope and grasped the Xian-Yi needle in his left hand. Again, he began to form a seal with one hand and muttered incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a massive ice spike materialized in his right hand, also aimed at Chun-Yi. Upon witnessing Wu Fan's ferocious onslaught, Chun-Yi's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he commanded 3 flying swords to engage Wu Fan's magical artifacts and spells. With a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the 3 flying swords were ultimately repelled by Wu Fan's ice spike. Aware that his blazing sun sword and binding spirit rope could only counter 2 of the enemy's flying swords, Wu Fan realized he had to rely on spells to defend against the last one. His mind raced as he devised a strategy to win the contest without the Jin Yuan Chongguang technique. He concluded that he could continue to unleash spells to impede the remaining flying sword. Given his mastery of spellcasting, his speed was unparalleled, allowing him to conjecture that he could indeed delay the enemy's flying sword momentarily, a feat that would be inconceivable for others. Who could possibly achieve such mastery in foundational spells before reaching their 20s? Abandoning the pursuit of personal advancement to solely hone spells was a notion reserved for fools. Wu Fan aimed to use spells to obstruct the enemy's flying sword just long enough to wait for the opportune moment to silently deploy the Xian-Yi needle, ultimately securing victory. As the tumultuous sounds reverberated, Wu Fan continued to unleash his spells without pause, sending forth a barrage of fireballs, wind blades, and ice spikes towards the enemy's flying sword. The rapidity of his assault left the spectators in awe. Gradually, the progress of the enemy's flying sword began to falter under the relentless barrage, and amidst the chaos of the spell explosions, Wu Fan discreetly released the Xian-Yi needle. The success of his plan hinged on this decisive strike. However, just as he focused intently on the unfolding scene, his heart skipped a beat at the sight before him. Chun-Yi, fully engrossed in his attention towards Wu Fan, grinned just as the Xian-Yi needle neared him. Suddenly, a dagger slipped from his sleeve, revealing itself as a high-grade magical artifact. With a swift motion of his arm, Chun-Yi launched the dagger directly toward the Xian-Yi needle. In a resounding clash, the needle was thwarted. However, as Chun-Yi released the dagger, his complexion turned pale, a look of agony crossing his face. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Fan stood in stunned disbelief. How could Chun-Yi simultaneously control 4 magical artifacts? Just how formidable was his spiritual sense to accomplish such a feat? Without much contemplation, Wu Fan's spells lasted but a fleeting moment. At that instant, the opponent's flying sword surged towards him with great velocity. In a hurried attempt, Wu Fan hurled several attack talismans, but despite the resounding explosions, the outcome remained unchanged. The flying sword advanced towards him, and with a sigh in his heart, Wu Fan felt a gentle tremor through his body. Suddenly, a soft golden light emanated from within him, expanding instantaneously to a radius of 10 zhang. In that very moment, the flying sword that had been racing towards Wu Fan abruptly halted in midair, only to plummet with a soft thud to the ground. Quivering as if yearning to take flight again, yet it was doomed to remain earthbound. Simultaneously, 20 zhang away from Wu Fan, several of Chun-Yi's flying swords and daggers also fell to the ground, along with Chun-Yi himself, who collapsed as well. Thus, the contest concluded. Wu Fan regarded Chun-Yi with a sigh, realizing that without employing the Golden Yuan's radiance, he would not have triumphed in this contest. Fortunately, he had mastered this formidable technique. Otherwise, he might not have secured a position among the top 3, and at that point, he would have forfeited the right to choose his master. Wu Fan retracted his divine powers and gathered his magical artifacts before making his way back to the sidelines. As Wu Fan withdrew his powers, Chun-Yi slowly rose, his expression mirroring that of the previously defeated Hao Yu. He finally comprehended why Hao Yu had been so disheveled. The opponent was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Had this technique been employed from the outset, he would have had no means of resistance. Disheartened, he returned to the stands, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. He had harbored a trump card, longing to make a stunning impression with his fourth magical artifact. Yet ultimately, he faced a crushing defeat. The over 2,000 disciples seated in the arena had begun to recover from their astonishment, marveling once again at Wu Fan's display of this technique. In the elders section, however, the elders displayed little emotion, as if they had already anticipated this outcome. The next match would see Ling Wei selecting her opponent. She had no choice but to face Hao Yu, as she could not contend with Chun Yi and had just witnessed Wu Fan's prowess. Even if she could select Wu Fan, she lacked the confidence to confront him. Ling Wei ascended the stage, casting a glance at Hao Yu before declaring, "Senior brother, please." Hao Yu stepped forward slowly, gazing at the graceful Ling Wei standing on the stage, and replied, "Junior sister, you are not my match. My strikes will surely harm you." After speaking, he glanced back at Wu Fan and added, "Except for Wu senior brother." Ling Wei, incensed by his words, felt her expression darkening. After a moment's thought, she reiterated, "Senior brother, please." She then unleashed a long silk ribbon and summoned a flying sword, while Hao Yu sighed and grasped his hefty hammer. The battle unfolded swiftly, concluding in less than a quarter of an hour. Under Hao Yu's deliberate restraint, Ling Wei sustained only minor injuries, marking the end of the contest. Ling Wei descended from the stage in a daze, acutely aware that she would not be among the top three. The three competitors before her were formidable opponents. And with this realization, she let out a soft sigh. Currently, Hao Yu had lost 2 matches, both of which were against Wu Fan. In a comparison of defeats, he had conceded 1 battle, while Ling Wei had also faced 2 losses, one against Chun Yi and the other against Hao Yu. Chun Yi had suffered a single defeat, leaving Wu Fan as the only undefeated contender. At that moment, the middle-aged elder, Rue Yuan, approached the stage, glanced at the competitors, and announced, "Chun Yi and Hao Yu. You two will face each other in a final match to determine the 2nd and 3rd places." With that, Elder Rue Yuan returned to his position. Everyone present recognized that there was no further need for competition. The strengths and weaknesses of the competitors were already apparent. The only remaining uncertainty lay in the outcome of the battle between Chun Yi and Hao Yu. The two stood ready in the arena. Chun Yi's eyes reflected a hint of concern. Having observed several of Hao Yu's battles, he understood the latter's formidable prowess. Hao Yu was not only physically indomitable, but also possessed immense strength, qualities that Chun Yi could not hope to match. Thus, he resolved to employ his flying sword for ranged attacks, determined to keep his opponent at bay. Only by exhausting Hao Yu's stamina could he hope to secure victory. As the battle commenced, both competitors unleashed their full abilities. However, to the discerning eye, it became evident that Chun Yi was gradually falling behind. It was not long before Hao Yu surged forward, and indeed, half an hour later, the match concluded. Hao Yu proved overwhelmingly powerful. Despite Chun Yi's attempts to control for magical artifacts, he was unable to halt Hao Yu's advance. Ultimately, Hao Yu broke through, and Chun Yi succumbed to defeat in this contest. Chapter 60. Entering the inner gate with the conclusion of the outer sect competition. The top 100 disciples ascended the stage, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the elders. Their eyes shimmered with anticipation, yearning to be chosen by one of the esteemed elders. However, those at the lower ranks had little hope, while the top 10 disciples remained untroubled, confident that they would be taken under the wings of the elders. Among them, the top 3 were the least concerned, for they possessed a coveted privilege, the right to select their own masters. At this moment, the over 2,000 disciples seated were gazing enviously at the 100 individuals on stage. From this day forth, these 100 would be distinguished from the rest, not only in status, but in numerous aspects that evoked envy. When they looked at Wu Fan, Hao Yu, and Chun Yi, their eyes sparkled with fervor. Even wishing to take their places, Wu Fan, too, felt a surge of excitement. After enduring numerous contests, he had finally achieved his goal of entering the top 3 and securing the first position. He no longer needed to fret about his spiritual root or the possibility of not being chosen by an elder. Contemplating this, he instinctively tightened his grip within his sleeves. At last, amidst the eager gazes of the disciples, the Foundation establishment elders descended from their seats and approached the assembly. The middle-aged elder, Rui Yuan, spoke with authority. The 7-day outer sect competition has concluded. The performance of the top 100 disciples has been commendable, and the elders present have taken note. Now, I invite each elder to select their favored disciple. As for you three, Wu Fan, Hao Yu, and Chen Yi, you may choose your masters now or take a moment to observe before deciding. After a brief pause, Elder Rui Yuan scanned the gathered disciples and continued. Once the selections are complete, all of you will accompany me to the Ancestor Hall to pay respects to the esteemed predecessors of the Qingfeng sect, where our senior brother will officiate the ceremony. With that, Elder Rui Yuan turned to the elders and smiled. Let the selection begin. Suddenly, a burly, bald man stepped forth from the group of elders, his voice resonant as he fixed his gaze upon Hao Yu. Hao Yu, I am Tai Man of the Qingfeng Peak. Will you be my disciple? Do not hastily refuse. I understand you have the right to choose. But you must realize that within the entire Qingfeng sect, only Qingfeng Peak specializes in the cultivation of the physical path. So, ponder your decision carefully. I am willing, Hao Yu exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, for he had always aspired to cultivate the physical path and had longed to join Qingfeng Peak. Upon hearing this, the bald man nodded in satisfaction, a smile breaking across his rugged visage. At that moment, 3 foundation-building female cultivators emerged from the crowd of elderly individuals. Though they appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, in reality, their ages could easily exceed 1 or 2 centuries. Once cultivators reach the foundation-building stage, their aging process slows significantly, and some female practitioners even master techniques to maintain their youthful appearances. Thus, it is impossible to discern their true ages merely by their looks. One of the women turned to Ling Wei and said, Ling Wei, my dear, I am Elder Ling Yun of the Miaoyin Peak. Would you care to become my disciple? Elder Ling Yun, appearing to be under 40, possessed a dignified and stunning beauty that captivated anyone who beheld her. I am willing to be your disciple, Ling Wei replied, stepping forward to bow respectfully to Elder Ling Yun. Very well, Ling Wei, rise and stand behind me. Elder Ling Yun said with a smile, taking a moment to appraise Ling Wei, nodding in apparent satisfaction with her new apprentice. Then another elder addressed Xian Yin, saying, Xian Yin, my dear, I am also an elder of Miaoyin Peak. Do you wish to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Xian Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly responded, I am willing. The last of the female elders was more direct. She approached and stated, Jing Yao, I too am an elder of Miaoyin Peak. Why do you not come forth? Jing Yao, already strikingly beautiful, revealed a look of delight upon being called, and after a couple of joyous laughs that accentuated her allure, she dashed towards the elder, exclaiming, I am willing. As she ran, her ample bosom swayed enticingly. At that moment, Elder Rui Yuan laughed heartily. I must ask, dear ladies, have you not considered examining the spiritual roots of these disciples? Are you so eager to take them under your wings? Oh, what is there to examine? If they are already capable of reaching the 9th level of qi refinement at such a young age, their spiritual roots cannot be lacking. Elder Ling Yun replied with a chuckle. Suddenly, a male elder hurriedly emerged, appearing to be in his 50s. He called out, Wu Fan, I am Elder Huang of Yunhai Peak. Would you like to become my disciple? Wu Fan, hearing this, froze momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. Just as another elder rushed forward. Wu Fan, I am Elder Bai of Chui Yun Peak. Join my sect, and I shall ensure you receive excellent guidance. Then, 3 or 4 more elders stepped forward. Wu Fan, I am Elder Fan of Tianhen Peak. Do you wish to join my sect? Wu Fan, I am Elder Zheng of Chaoxia Peak. You should come to my sect. I have fewer disciples, and I have ample time to devote to your training. Rest assured, I will instruct you well. Elder Zheng, have you not already accepted 7 or 8 disciples? How can you claim to have few? Wu Fan, come to Guangyun Peak. I have only 3 disciples. At that moment, 5 or 6 elders emerged, all casting their gazes upon Wu Fan. However, before they could utter a word, the astute Rui Yuan hastily interjected, Esteemed elders, please hold on a moment. Do not rush to claim him. This young man, Wu Fan, has secured the first position in the grand competition, granting him the privilege to choose his own master. Should we not first inquire which mountain peak he wishes to ascend? Upon hearing Rui Yuan's words, the elders collectively turned their attention to Wu Fan, awaiting his response in silence. Wu Fan surveyed the assembly of elders. feeling an undeniable tension within him. Never before had he been scrutinized by so many foundational cultivators. The formidable aura emanating from them caused his legs to tremble slightly. He was not a timid individual. Rather, the sheer intensity of their presence was overwhelming. He had never anticipated such a scenario unfolding today. What would these elders think if they were to discover that he possessed a mixed elemental root? Should Wu Fan indeed become a disciple under one of them? It was foreseeable that this master might regret accepting him upon learning of his true nature, potentially neglecting him in the future. Chapter 61. Apprenticeship. Wu Fan realized that he must articulate his intentions, so he spoke up. Disciple wishes to join the Danding Peak. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so foundation establishment elders exchanged glances, then turned their attention to another elder among the crowd. This elder, clad in a moon-white robe, appeared to be around 60, with a rosy complexion and graying hair. He was none other than Elder Li, who had brought Wu Fan to the mountain. At this moment, Elder Li was taken aback, not anticipating that Wu Fan would seek to join his Danding Peak. However, he was aware of Wu Fan's spiritual root condition, which was why he had refrained from following the others outside earlier. Did the lad recognize his own limitations and conclude that he could not progress to the foundation establishment stage, thus seeking to study alchemy under him? Or perhaps he had identified him as the one who brought him to the Qingfeng sect and wished to become his disciple. Elder Li had originally intended to take on a disciple named Chen Yi, whose innate spiritual perception was exceedingly potent, greatly benefiting the study of alchemy. Yet now, Wu Fan sought to be his student, and given the sect's regulations, the top three indeed had the authority to choose their masters, leaving Elder Li no choice but to relinquish his desire to take on Chen Yi. Perhaps this was fate, a destined connection between him and Wu Fan. With this thought, he sighed deeply, stepped out of the crowd, and addressed Wu Fan. I am Li Ning, elder of Danding Peak. Do you still remember me? Disciple remembers. If it were not for your guidance in bringing me to the mountain, I might still be an ordinary mortal. This kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Wu Fan replied, bowing deeply to Elder Li and remaining in that position for an extended moment. Elder Li gazed at Wu Fan for a while, a smile gradually emerging on his face. He could not help but nod gently before uttering the long-awaited words. Wu Fan, do you wish to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes sparkled, and he straightened up, his expression filled with excitement as he declared, Disciple is willing. Elder Li looked at his newly accepted disciple, sighing internally. Why must this disciple possess a mixed elemental spiritual root? Even with my assistance, it would be remarkable if he could reach the peak of qi refinement. Alas, what a pity. Wu Fan, come to my side. Wu Fan bowed once more to his master and obediently approached him. Meanwhile, the other elders who had hoped to take Wu Fan as their disciple could only sigh in resignation and shake their heads as they departed. They dared not compete with Elder Li for a disciple, for he held a prominent position within the sect. Not only was he a powerful practitioner at the mid-foundation stage, but he was also a distinguished master of alchemy. At that moment, another elder stepped forth from the crowd, a middle-aged male cultivator. Standing there, he resembled a drawn sword, exuding an aura of sharpness, with a long sword slung across his back. Some disciples found it peculiar that this elder carried a sword. Why did he not store it in a spatial pouch? The external disciples remained oblivious to the fact that this elder was, in truth, a sword cultivator. Much like body cultivators, sword cultivators harbor a singular devotion to the blade, dedicating their lives to the pursuit of the sword path. Their offensive prowess is remarkably sharp and formidable, rendering them nearly invincible among peers of the same tier. Upon his arrival, the elder cast his gaze directly at Chen Yi and spoke in a succinct manner, inquiring, Chen Yi, will you come to the sword concealment peak? Numerous foundational elders harbored desires to recruit Chen Yi, yet upon witnessing the emergence of this middle-aged cultivator, they swallowed their words. Chen Yi, eager and exhilarated, promptly stepped forward and bowed to the elder, fully aware of the significance of the sword concealment peak, a realm accessible solely to sword cultivators. It was his fervent aspiration to become one of them. Subsequently, over a dozen elders selected their disciples, while the remaining ones refrained from doing so, perhaps finding no suitable candidates among them. The Qingfeng sect boasted approximately 100 foundational cultivators, some of whom were in secluded meditation or absent from the sect. Ultimately, fewer than 30 elders chose disciples, and the rest departed, returning to their respective abodes. Those unselected disciples were left with expressions of disappointment, realizing they could only aspire to be ordinary inner sect disciples henceforth. At that moment, Elder Ruin approached, surveying the crowd before declaring, "Follow me. The sect leader has sent word and awaits you in the Ancestor Hall." The 100 disciples then soared into the sky alongside Ruin, accompanied by the fewer than 30 foundational elders. After the vibrant events of the past 7 days, the battle peak finally regained its former tranquility. The Ancestor Hall was perched atop a towering mountain, and from its summit, one could only behold a vast sea of clouds. Atop this mountain lay an expansive plaza, where the 100 disciples stood, facing a grand hall adorned with a colossal plaque emblazoned with the golden characters Ancestor Hall. From within the hall emerged an elder, approximately 70 years of age, who was none other than the current leader of the Qingfeng sect. Upon seeing him, the foundational elders hastened towards him, offering their respects. The elder nodded and instructed, "All foundational elders remain outside. The other disciples, follow me inside." Upon his command, he turned and re-entered, with the 100 disciples closely trailing behind. As they crossed the threshold, they entered a vast hall, measuring several hundred feet in size and soaring to a height of over 10 feet. Standing within this expansive chamber, the disciples felt a profound sense of spaciousness, and before them lay a magnificent offering table. Upon the offering table, numerous memorial tablets were displayed, each inscribed with a distinct black name. In front of the table stood a massive bronze cauldron, within which several half-burned incense candles were inserted, releasing wisps of blue smoke. Above the offering table hung a grand portrait, depicting an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a moonlight blue robe, wielding a long sword that rested upon his back, gazing thoughtfully into the distance from a mountain peak. The entire hall exuded an atmosphere of solemnity. At that moment, the elder led the assembly to the offering table. Casting a glance at the gathered individuals, he spoke. "You have successfully advanced to the inner sect through the grand competition, and from this day forth, you shall be recognized as formal disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Before you lies the ancestral hall of our sect. The founder of the Qingfeng sect, Qingfeng Zhenren, established our lineage over 6,000 years ago. The portrait before you depicts our esteemed founder, while the tablets below honor the ancestors of our sect. It is through the protection of these venerable predecessors that our lineage has endured to this day. Now, one by one, step forward to offer incense to the founder and our esteemed ancestors. Remember to announce your names as you present your offerings." Chapter 62. Danding Peak. Thus, all disciples, including Wu Fan, stepped forward one by one, bowing and lighting incense for the ancestors and revered masters. When it was Wu Fan's turn, he approached the grand bronze cauldron, casually took a stick of incense, lit it, and placed it within the cauldron. He surveyed the solemn hall, his gaze drifting to the ancestral tablets and the imposing portrait of the revered master, before landing on the stern visage of the sect leader. A tremor coursed through his heart. Without further contemplation, he knelt before the meditation mat, bowing thrice while proclaiming, "Disciple Wu Fan." He then rose and returned to the throng of disciples. 3 hours later, as all the disciples concluded their incense offerings, the sect leader glanced at the assembly and spoke. "At this moment, you have officially become inner disciples of our sect. Henceforth, you must cultivate diligently and not squander the sect's nurturing. The realm of cultivation is inherently brutal. The continuation of a sect relies upon your growth and protection. Now, go forth and seek your masters. Those without a master should look for Elder Rue Yuan. He will arrange your affairs. As for the rewards for the top 10 disciples in the grand competition, they will be delivered to you in due course." Upon finishing his address, the elder received a respectful bow from all disciples, and they proceeded to exit the hall. When Wu Fan approached his master, Elder Li Ning, the elder was smiling warmly at him. "Come, let us return to Danding Peak," he said. "Yes, master," Wu Fan replied respectfully. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Elder Li Ning summoned a flying sword and leapt onto it, turning to beckon Wu Fan, "Join me." Wu Fan followed suit and ascended onto the flying sword as his master guided it towards Danding Peak. 5 years had passed since Wu Fan last stood upon this sword, just as it had been 5 years prior. The elder stood at the front while Wu Fan remained behind, observing his surroundings. Yet, he was no longer the same. He had ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement and had secured the first position in the outer sect competition. He gazed at his master's back, feeling a profound sense of time's passage. Half an hour later, they arrived at Danding Peak. Wu Fan beheld the majestic mountain ahead, absorbing the rich spiritual energy that enveloped it. A smile gradually spread across his face. He had finally arrived at the long-anticipated Danding Peak, the place where he would dedicate himself to cultivation. He admired the picturesque scenery, lush greenery surrounding cultivated medicinal fields, vast lakes, and towering ancient trees. At the peak's summit stood a grand hall. His master guided him toward that hall, which was preceded by a vast square featuring a monumental stone tablet inscribed with the words Danding Peak in large gilded characters. Surrounding the square were 7 imposing cauldrons. As the sword's light descended, Wu Fan followed his master into the hall. Upon entering the grand hall, Wu Fan cast his gaze around, taking in the elegantly arranged interior. Flanking the hall were 2 rows of seats, while at the forefront stood 3 chairs. At that moment, a man was stationed within the hall, appearing to be in his 30s. He was somewhat rotund, with a plump visage and a corpulent frame. His presence resembled that of a large, meaty orb. His ample face compressed his small eyes into mere slits. Upon noticing the arrival of Wu Fan and his companion, he widened his eyes in an attempt to increase their narrow opening, but despite his efforts, they remained unchanged. He then waddled over on his stout legs, resembling a rolling meatball, and greeted them in a deep, resonant voice. "Master, you have finally returned. Is this the new junior disciple?" Initially in good spirits, Elderly S' expression darkened upon seeing the corpulent man, and he let out a cold snort. "You, having reached the 11th level of chi refinement, still indulge in such gluttony. Can you not shed a few pounds? At this rate, you won't even be able to fly." After saying this, Li Ning strode towards the 3 chairs at the top, ignoring the man entirely. The man, feeling awkward, managed a smile, though it only accentuated the diminutive nature of his eyes, leading Wu Fan to wonder if he could even see properly. Once Elderly settled into his chair, he turned to Wu Fan and said, "Wu Fan, from this day forth, you shall be my 6th disciple. This is your 2nd senior brother, Zhu Ming." Li Ning paused, casting a glance at Zhu Ming, before snorting again and continuing. "You also have 2 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters, though some are in closed-door training. Others are refining pills, and some are simply not present. You will naturally meet them in due time. Our Danding Peak has 3 foundation-building elders, aside from myself. There are 2 uncles. One, named Yin Fun, is currently engaged in alchemy, while the other, Su Yao, is not within the sect at this moment. Each of these uncles has 5 or 6 disciples under their guidance, making our total number of disciples here at Danding Peak around 20. Observing Wu Fan, Elderly added, "Aren't you coming forward to pay your respects?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fan hastily approached his master, kneeling before him and declaring, "Disciple Wu Fan pays his respects to master," followed by 3 respectful bows. Seeing his 6th disciple before him, Li Ning's expression softened somewhat. He often felt an inexplicable irritation whenever he encountered his 2nd disciple, which had contributed to his dark demeanor since entering the room. "Rise," he instructed. "These 3 vials of elixirs are a token of my welcome. One contains Superior Pei Yuan Dan, a potion for rapid mana recovery. Another holds Xian Yuan Dan, which you may take upon breaking through the 10th level bottleneck, as it will aid you in overcoming it. The final vial contains Xueqi Dan, a high-grade healing elixir to be used in times of severe injury. These potions are exclusive gifts from me, unavailable in the markets outside." "Thank you, Master," Wu Fan replied gratefully. Wu Fan rose to his feet, extending his hand to receive the 3 vials of elixirs, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. These vials were exceedingly precious, having never before graced his eyes in Changyang Square. He carefully placed the elixirs into his storage pouch. At that moment, his master turned his palm and produced a jade slip, handing it to Wu Fan. He remarked, "This contains my insights on alchemy. Take it home and study it diligently. If you can master the content within, you will be capable of concocting foundational elixirs. However, the art of alchemy is fraught with challenges. It all depends on your innate talent. Among my disciples, only your senior brother is an alchemist. Your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers, as well as your 5th sister, can only brew elixirs for the chi refinement stage. I hold alchemy sessions once a month, during which you may observe. The extent of your learning will depend on your own capabilities. As for the spirit herb garden within our Pill Cauldron Peak, you must not recklessly harvest the herbs there. Once you have selected a suitable cave dwelling, You may cultivate your own garden. During your initial studies in alchemy, I will provide you with some low-grade spirit herbs for practice. Once you achieve some results and can concoct elixirs on your own, you will be able to exchange your elixirs for spirit stones and purchase spirit herbs for your alchemical endeavors. However, be forewarned that the early stages of learning alchemy can be quite resource-intensive, consuming both spirit herbs and stones. The herbs I provide will not suffice for your needs. The remainder will depend on your resourcefulness. If you can successfully concoct elixirs swiftly, you will soon see returns. If not, you may find yourself in dire straits later on. As an inner disciple, you are entitled to receive 200 spirit stones each month, and the scripture pavilion will be accessible to you. However, you may only view techniques pertaining to the chi refinement stage, which also requires spirit stones and contributions to the sect for access. Chapter 63. The second senior brother. As Li Ning spoke, he cast a glance at his second disciple and continued, Xiao Fan, afterward. Allow your second senior brother to accompany you in search of a cave dwelling. On our Danding Peak, the number of disciples is scarce, thus the space is limited. You may freely select an area within a radius of several dozen miles to establish your cave dwelling. Once you have chosen, it shall be under your personal management. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Should I require your presence, I will summon you with a communication talisman. Understood, Master, Wu Fan replied, preparing to bow and depart. However, Li Ning, after observing Wu Fan for a moment, added, Wait, Xiao Fan, what was the secret technique you employed during the grand competition? Where did you learn it? This question caused Wu Fan to tremble involuntarily, and a look of panic flashed across his face, soon replaced by a struggle. He was reluctant to reveal his secret, as it encompassed many elements, such as the jade slips discovered within the cave and the Tianluo extreme fire. Most importantly, if he disclosed everything, the secrets of the small space might also be exposed, as the golden origin spiritual wood was currently within that space, which was impossible to explain. Faced with this dilemma, Wu Fan's expression turned troubled, leaving him at a loss for words. Upon noticing his disciple's reaction, Li Ning understood and said, Very well. The acquisition of this secret technique is your own fortune. It is quite precious. Henceforth, cultivate it diligently. You too may withdraw. Thank you, Master. Wu Fan bowed deeply, feeling a weight lift from his heart, and he unconsciously exhaled a long breath. At that moment, the second senior brother, Zhu Ming, staggered over. He intended to bow to his master, but, after several attempts, ultimately gave up and stood instead, saying, Master, I too shall take my leave. Li Ning cast a glance at his second disciple, his expression darkening. Hurry and leave, he commanded. Zhu Ming, turning to Wu Fan, offered an awkward smile before saying, Junior brother, let us depart. From the moment Wu Fan first beheld this second senior brother, he nearly burst into laughter, only suppressing the urge with great effort. He had never encountered anyone quite so corpulent. Despite the seriousness of his master's displeasure, Wu Fan found himself on the verge of laughter more than once. He glanced at the rotund Zhu Ming, then bowed and introduced himself. Junior brother Wu Fan pays his respects to second senior brother. No need for formality, junior brother. From now on, we shall be close as brothers, Zhu Ming replied with a grin. Come with me to my cave dwelling. I have a unicorn there. We can roast it and enjoy a feast together. I also have 2 jars of fine wine. We can eat and chat. What a delightful time it shall be. Rest assured, if you ever wish for a meal, just let me know. My culinary skills are exceptional, and I guarantee you'll be left wanting more, Zhu Ming said, his belly jiggling as he approached Wu Fan with a cheerful demeanor. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind them. Leave. Upon hearing that voice, Wu Fan turned around to find his master with a dark expression, his eyes wide and bulging, wielding a wooden staff, striding directly towards his second senior brother. Faced with this scene, Wu Fan paid no heed to his second senior brother's words and fled towards the entrance of the great hall. He ran far away, and even from that distance, he could still hear the wails of his second senior brother. After waiting in the square for a full quarter of an hour, his battered second senior brother finally rolled over to him, bruised and battered, yet maintaining an audacious spirit, laughing heartily. Come on, junior brother. Let us head to my cave dwelling. Today, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Wu Fan cast a furtive glance back towards the great hall and, upon confirming the absence of his master, replied, Let us go. The two then took to the skies on their flying swords, journeying into the distance. Despite his second senior brother's rotund physique, he was indeed a formidable cultivator at the 11th level of the chi refinement stage, and their speed of flight was quite swift. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the second senior brother's cave, which was perched on the mountainside by the lake. According to him, he had chosen this location for the convenience of fishing. As they descended, a veil of mist enveloped the area. With a vigorous wave of his stout arm, the second senior brother dispersed the fog, revealing a picturesque courtyard. However, there were no structures within the courtyard. Instead, a grand stone door was embedded in the mountainside. The second senior brother led Wu Fan to the stone door, pushed it open, and stepped inside, with Wu Fan following closely behind. This cave dwelling was carved into the mountain. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious hall furnished with tables and chairs, the ceiling soaring 6 or 7 zhang high. The stone walls were adorned with numerous luminous pearls, illuminating the entire hall brilliantly. The cave was replete with amenities, including a bedroom, a training room, and an alchemy chamber. What astonished Wu Fan the most was the presence of a vast kitchen, an unexpected sight since cultivators typically consumed little food, relying instead on energy-restoring pills to sustain their bodies during the chi refinement stage. It was said that by the golden core stage, they required no sustenance at all, living instead on the absorption of ambient spiritual energy for 7 to 8 centuries. In that expansive kitchen, there were also over a dozen spirit beast chambers, which were quite different from others, as it was more fitting to refer to his second senior brother's spirit beast chambers as a pantry, for the first and second tier monsters within were meant for consumption. Sixth junior brother, wait for a moment. I shall go and prepare that unicorn for our feast, the second senior brother declared before waddling into the kitchen. An hour later, the two sat opposite each other, though they could not see one another, for a succulent, glistening roasted unicorn lay upon the stone table between them. Wu Fan had not indulged in food for quite some time. Upon encountering the roasted flesh of the demonic beast, he could not help but swallow hard. The aroma heightened his appetite immensely. Without hesitation, he tore off a generous chunk of meat and placed it into his mouth. At that very moment, his eyes sparkled with delight. His second senior brother was indeed not exaggerating. The meat was extraordinarily delectable. Wu Fan had never experienced such exquisite fare in his entire life. After savoring the first bite, he found himself unable to stop. Meanwhile, the actions of his second senior brother were nothing short of astonishing. With both hands engaged, he alternated in shoving meat into his mouth, seemingly without chewing. As soon as the morsel entered, it was swallowed whole. The thought of wine was entirely forgotten by the two of them. While others enjoyed their meals with conversation and drink, these two were immersed in a scene where the only sound in the grand hall was the rhythmic crunching of food. Thus, the hall was filled with the striking image of two brothers, oblivious to one another, devoid of words and wine, united solely in their harmonious gluttony. Chapter 64. Establishing the cave dwelling at last. After an hour, the two met. They consumed a staggering amount of food, nearly 100 pounds, leaving not a morsel behind. Wu Fan had eaten approximately 10 pounds, and the rest. Ha, sixth junior brother. How do you find my culinary skills? The second senior brother, with his squint-a-little eyes, looked at Wu Fan with pride. Indeed, your culinary prowess is as remarkable as rumored. Wu Fan nodded in agreement. Oh, have you heard of my culinary expertise? Well, junior brother, I heard you mention it yourself. I also heard that junior brother secured first place in the outer sect competition today. Truly impressive. It was merely luck that led to my victory. Ha, junior brother. You are too modest. Why don't you rest here tonight? Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to explore the cave dwelling. Then I shall impose upon you, senior brother. The following day, Wu Fan and Zhu Ming spent half a day searching the entire Danding Peak, finally discovering a location in a secluded valley that pleased Wu Fan. The small valley was alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, complemented by a majestic waterfall cascading into a large pool beneath it. The spiritual energy in this place was abundant, and upon arriving, Wu Fan resolved to establish his cave dwelling here. At that moment, the second senior brother, with his rotund figure, rolled over to a cliff not far from the waterfall and remarked, "Junior brother, this place is splendid. Allow me to assist you in establishing your cave dwelling. I am quite adept at it." Before Wu Fan could respond, the second senior brother unleashed his flying sword, directing it towards the mountainside. A thunderous roar ensued as his sword penetrated the mountain. Upon witnessing his brother's eagerness to assist, Wu Fan hurriedly called out, "Senior brother, I do not require a kitchen." Amidst the thunderous sounds emanating from within the mountain, the second senior brother intermittently cast spells to clear the debris. After half a day, the commotion finally ceased. As they entered the cave dwelling, Wu Fan could not help but commend the second senior brother's skill. He truly excelled in creating cave abodes. Upon entering, they were greeted by a grand hall with bedrooms, a spirit beast room, an alchemy chamber, a training room, and a kitchen. "What do you think, junior brother? How does my creation fare?" the senior brother inquired. "I have laid out the general framework. The finer details will require your own touch." "Thank you, senior brother. I am genuinely pleased with this cave dwelling." Wu Fan's eyes glimmered with gratitude. He sincerely appreciated the warmth his senior brother had shown him since yesterday. Few had treated him with such kindness since he entered the realm of cultivation. This thought led Wu Fan to reminisce about Bai Xiaowen and Zhou Yu. He wondered how they were faring, having also entered the inner sect, yet regrettably not being accepted as disciples by the elders. "Junior brother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You may continue to refine your cave dwelling. In a few days, I will bring some spirit beast meat to visit you." Noting that there was little left to do, the second senior brother prepared to depart. "Senior brother, may I inquire why Master appeared upset upon seeing you?" Wu Fan finally asked the question he had been holding in for 2 days as the second senior brother was about to leave. "Ah, do not even mention it. It is precisely because I have indulged in gluttony all day that I have delayed my cultivation and neglected the study of alchemy. Consequently, my physical form has suffered, which is why my esteemed master is always infuriated upon seeing me. I have long grown accustomed to it. After all, who can restrain the desires of this mouth of mine? Haha, I apologize for amusing my junior brother." The second senior brother recounted the entire incident with an air of indifference. It was only then that Wu Fan comprehended the situation, simultaneously reminding himself not to succumb to the temptations of culinary delights in the future. The next time the second senior brother invites him to dine, he shall resolutely decline. After the second senior brother departed, Wu Fan devoted 3 more days to meticulously refining his cave dwelling. Subsequently, he arranged the Mishianduan divine array throughout the valley, establishing it as his private domain. He also cultivated a plot of medicinal herbs within the valley, planting seeds of spiritual flora. He undertook these endeavors merely to maintain a fade, for his spatial realm harbored an abundance of spiritual herbs. Wu Fan returned to his cave dwelling, pushed open the stone door, and surveyed the spacious hall. He then tapped his storage pouch, causing an array of tables and chairs to emerge and elegantly arrange themselves within the hall. Next, he embedded some luminous pearls into the ceiling, ensuring that his cave was well equipped. Satisfied with his abode, Wu Fan nodded approvingly and called out, "Little white fox, come forth." Suddenly, a beam of white light erupted from the spirit beast pouch at his waist, landing gracefully on the ground and revealing its true form, the little white fox. Once released, the fox curiously surveyed its surroundings before racing around the cave. Wu Fan chuckled and said, "Come, let me show you your spirit beast chamber." 2 hours later, Wu Fan led the little white fox into the small space. Eager to delve into alchemy, he recalled the jade slip his master had previously bestowed upon him, containing insights on the art of alchemy. Wu Fan was now prepared to study these notes diligently, and he intended to attend his master's alchemy sessions each month to further his education. Wu Fan had resolved to temporarily pause his cultivation efforts, prioritizing the study of alchemy instead. At the very least, he wished to master the creation of medicinal pills before progressing further in his cultivation. Entering his spatial bedroom, he settled cross-legged on the bed and began to examine the alchemical insights. As time swiftly passed, half a year vanished within the confines of his space. One day, Wu Fan suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "Who has intruded upon my array?" Having successfully refined the Mishianduan divine array, he could sense any trespassers within it. At that moment, his body was enveloped in a radiant white light, and he vanished without a trace. A fortnight later, a blinding white light materialized within Wu Fan's cave, quickly dissipating to reveal his figure as he rose and walked outside. Once outside, he released his spiritual awareness to ascertain the identity of the individual who had entered his array. In Wu Fan's mind, a vivid image materialized: a man, approximately 28 or 29 years of age, dressed in the garments of an inner disciple, was anxiously searching for an escape route while calling out, "Junior brother Wu, I am sent by the sect leader. Please let me in. I have come to deliver the rewards for the grand competition." As Wu Fan opened his eyes, a smile graced his face, and he mused, "Why has it taken so long for the grand competition rewards to arrive? It's already been over half a month." With a swift motion of his arm, he dispelled the formation surrounding him. The man outside, still in a state of urgency, suddenly found his vision brightening. The endless white mist had dissipated. He looked up to see a young man of around 22 or 23 approaching. He recognized him as Wu Fan, the champion of the outer sect competition and a disciple of elderly Ning. "I must say, Junior brother Wu, your formation is quite formidable. Had you not let me in, I would have remained trapped indefinitely." "Haha, my apologies, senior brother. I was engrossed in my cultivation and thus emerged a bit late." Wu Fan replied with a slight bow and clasped hands. "Not a problem at all, junior brother. I am here on behalf of the sect leader to present you with your rewards. My name is Chui Jiming." The man responded with a courteous gesture. "Thank you, senior brother Chui. I appreciate your effort in making this journey. If you are not too busy, would you care to join me for a cup of tea in my humble abode?" "I must decline, as I have other matters to attend to." "I shall visit you another day," Chui Jiming replied, handing Wu Fan a storage bag. After Wu Fan accepted the bag, Chui Jiming took his leave. Chapter 65. The Black Gold Dragon Furnace. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Wu Fan gazed at the storage bag in his hand, pondering what rewards the sect might bestow upon him for securing first place in the grand competition. He hoped that the items would be of use to him. With this thought in mind, he began to examine the contents. The first item he retrieved was a vial of elixir. After taking a whiff, he discovered it was a potion designed to enhance cultivation. Although the grade of this elixir was notably high, disappointment flickered across Wu Fan's face. As he unveiled the second item, a glimmer of joy appeared on his countenance. It was a high-tier magical artifact, a moon-white robe. The mere sight of the robe captivated Wu Fan. Wearing it would undoubtedly draw attention. Furthermore, this robe possessed properties of dust resistance and protection against water and fire, serving as a defensive magical artifact as well. Wu Fan felt quite satisfied with this garment. In the future, should he don this robe over his golden cicada armor during battles, it would provide him with additional security. Coupled with his primordial Vajra shield, Wu Fan had fortified his defenses thoroughly. The third item was a palm-sized token. Upon inspecting it, a broad smile spread across Wu Fan's face, for he realized that the most valuable reward lay within. The token granted him the privilege to access the scripture repository at will and select a secret technique of his choice. Wu Fan had previously inquired about the techniques housed in the inner sect scripture repository, learning that even the most basic ones required 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones to exchange, while some demanded tens of thousands. Moreover, certain techniques were not available for purchase with spirit stones alone. Contributions to the sect were necessary to acquire those potent arts. It was evident how significant this token was. Wu Fan had contemplated engaging in more sect tasks to accumulate contribution points, which would allow him to exchange for those invaluable techniques in the future. Looking ahead, if he were to advance to the foundation establishment stage, both techniques and secret arts would require contribution points for acquisition. He could not possibly rely on basic spells when reaching that level. Furthermore, the current technique he practiced, the fire-burning decision, was limited to the 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Upon reaching foundation establishment, he would need to obtain a corresponding technique. Contribution points could be earned through various tasks the sect regularly issued. Wu Fan had heard from his second senior brother that the disciples of the Pill Peak primarily garnered their contributions by refining pills for the sect. The sect had bestowed upon him only these 3 items. After examining them all, Wu Fan donned the moon-white robe, placing the elixir and token back into his storage bag. He had no immediate plans to visit the scripture repository, as his current priority was to learn the art of alchemy. With this thought, Wu Fan rose and stepped outside. Upon exiting the cave, he clapped the storage bag, summoning his swift wind sword, and ascended into the sky upon the flying blade. Wu Fan prepared to visit Changjiangfang Market to procure an alchemical furnace. He had already delved into the initial portion of alchemical techniques and intended to observe his master's alchemical practices to grasp some skills before attempting to refine elixirs himself. In a few days, it would be the day his master would commence alchemical operations, so it was prudent to acquire the furnace as soon as possible. The swift gale sword transported him to Changjiangfang Market in merely 3 hours. Wu Fan headed directly to a loft, stepping inside with purpose. Esteemed guest, may I inquire what magical artifact you seek? A young attendant promptly approached upon noticing his arrival. I wish to see your shopkeeper, Wu Fan stated without hesitation. The attendant, perceiving that this middle-aged man was a cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement and likely seeking high-grade artifacts, did not dare to be negligent. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the shopkeeper at once. Wu Fan was quite familiar with this artifact store, having purchased his Liang sword, Xianyi needle, and Yunwu boat from this very establishment. It was reputed to be the largest store in all of Changjiangfang Market, with whispers of a connection to a significant sect, though the truth of such claims remained uncertain. Moments later, the shopkeeper emerged. Wu Fan observed the elderly gentleman, noting he remained at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, unchanged from several years prior, though he appeared notably older compared to 5 years ago. Yet, this was an inevitable consequence. Even cultivators would gradually age before reaching the foundation establishment stage, ultimately succumbing to the passage of time. What brings you here, fellow Taoist? Are you in need of any magical artifacts? The old man inquired, bowing slightly. Shopkeeper, I seek a high-tier alchemical furnace. The higher the grade, the better. Wu Fan replied straightforwardly after returning the gesture. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with interest as he scrutinized Wu Fan. Could this middle-aged man be an alchemist? Yet, I have never heard of such a figure. If he is merely beginning his studies, there would be no need for a high-tier furnace. A basic one would suffice for practice. After all, alchemical furnaces are quite different from other artifacts. They are akin to formations, being relatively costly. With his cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, how many spirit stones could he possibly possess? Pondering this, he cautiously asked, fellow Taoist, I do happen to have a fine alchemical furnace, but fear not about the price. As long as I am satisfied with the item, Wu Fan interjected nonchalantly. The shopkeeper, reassured by Wu Fan's response, declared, very well, please follow me to the 2nd floor. Thus, Wu Fan accompanied the shopkeeper to a room on the 2nd floor, the same room he had first visited. Please wait a moment. I shall have my assistant fetch the alchemical furnace, the old man said, pouring a cup of tea for Wu Fan as he spoke. Without haste, Wu Fan approached a chair and took a seat, sipping his tea while occasionally engaging in casual conversation with the elderly gentleman. Before long, merely the span of half a cup of tea passed, and a young attendant returned, carrying a wooden box with great care, placing it gently on the table before retreating. The shopkeeper opened the lid, revealing a striking red alchemical furnace, exquisitely designed with intricate dragon motifs, emanating a faint aura of fire attribute spiritual energy. Dear friend, what do you make of this alchemical furnace? It is a supreme-grade artifact. The Wujin Panlong furnace, a rare find indeed among alchemical devices. It stands among the foremost in its category, beneath the rank of spiritual tools. Moreover, it possesses a remarkable capability that would entice any alchemist. It enhances the success rate of alchemical concoctions. However, the price. The shopkeeper paused, inviting a discussion of the cost. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's introduction of the furnace, Wu Fan realized that it would not come cheaply. Yet, he acknowledged its exceptional quality. Being classified as a supreme-grade artifact spoke volumes of its rarity. Notably, Wu Fan owned only one such artifact, the Hunyuan Vajra shield. With the knowledge that this furnace could improve the success rate of his alchemical endeavors, Wu Fan resolved that this furnace was an acquisition he could not forego. Chapter 66. The Treasure Pavilion. The elder gazed intently at the expression on Wu Fan's face, noticing that the middle-aged man was quite taken with the alchemy furnace. He declared, this black gold dragon-patterned furnace is not for sale at less than 80,000 spirit stones. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the elder's price. He had not anticipated such exorbitance. After all, the exquisite Hunyuan diamond shield was only priced at 20,000 spirit stones, while this alchemy furnace commanded a staggering 80,000. The most awkward part was that Wu Fan simply did not possess such a sum. His storage bag contained barely 50,000 spirit stones in total. Before his arrival, he had believed that this amount would suffice, but he had not foreseen that alchemical instruments would be so exorbitantly priced compared to other artifacts. Since entering the realm of cultivation, Wu Fan had only sold spiritual herbs twice in the Chanyang market. The first time, he garnered 470,000. of which 450,000 had been spent on artifacts and formations from this very elder. During his second transaction, he sold herbs for approximately 300,000, but decided thereafter to cease selling, having sensed danger during that experience. Even after mastering the techniques of Tian Gui Lian Qi and Qian Huan Sugu, he had not ventured to sell herbs again. Although he did sell beast materials for over 30,000 spirit stones. Though it appeared that Wu Fan possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, he had expended them at an astonishing rate over the years. The spirit stones consumed on pills alone amounted to a significant sum, and the Mixianduan Shin formation also required spirit stones for its operation. Additionally, he had acquired the Swift Wind Sword, the Golden Cicada armor, and more. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, an awkward expression crept onto Wu Fan's face. The shopkeeper, upon noticing Wu Fan's demeanor, understood immediately. His expression darkened, and a powerful aura emanated from his 10th level of Qi refinement, pressing down upon Wu Fan. Realizing that the elder was on the verge of eruption, Wu Fan quickly interjected, "Please, do not be angry, esteemed shopkeeper. I truly lack the necessary spirit stones at this moment. I am short by 30,000. I did not foresee that this furnace would be so costly. If you would trust me, I ask that you allow me 2 hours. I shall return to purchase the furnace then. What do you think? Humph, do you take me for a fool? Do you truly believe I would be so gullible?" The shopkeeper retorted with a grim expression. "How about this? I can provide you with 30,000 spirit stones as a deposit. If I do not return within 2 hours, you may keep the stones. Surely, this is acceptable?" Wu Fan hastily proposed. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's countenance gradually softened. He was not unreasonable, and it seemed clear that this man genuinely wished to acquire the furnace. "Since you have spoken so earnestly, I shall not believe you are attempting to deceive me. There is no need to mention the 2 hours. If you can bring 5,000 spirit stones today, I shall reserve the furnace for you. Alternatively, I also have other affordable alchemical furnaces available. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. I have decided to purchase this alchemical furnace." With a slight bow to the elder, Wu Fan tossed a storage bag aside and exited the room. Upon leaving the shop, he sighed softly, surprised by the exorbitant price of the furnace. Nevertheless, having made the decision to buy it, he resolved to sell a few precious millennium herbs. With this thought in mind, Wu Fan quickened his pace and, after a quarter of an hour, arrived at the entrance of a pavilion. Above the grand door hung a plaque inscribed with the words Wanbao Pavilion. Wu Fan stepped inside, recalling previous visits where he found the prices to be quite reasonable. Thus, he went directly to Wanbao Pavilion, feeling reassured that the shopkeeper would harbor no ill intentions toward him, given his altered appearance. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" A young attendant approached, noting Wu Fan's cultivation level at the 8th layer and refraining from any disrespect. "I wish to sell some medicinal herbs and require an audience with your shopkeeper," Wu Fan stated plainly, not wishing to engage in idle chatter with the lad. The attendant, taken aback by his request, hesitated before cautiously asking, "Might I ask, are these herbs quite valuable?" "Indeed, you are not in a position to make that determination," Wu Fan replied impatiently, aware of the attendant's thoughts from his previous visits. "Very well, please follow me upstairs to meet our shopkeeper," the attendant said, leading the way, with Wu Fan closely trailing behind. An hour later, Wu Fan emerged from Wanbao Pavilion, his storage bag now containing 500,000 spirit stones. Simultaneously, within a room on the 2nd floor of the pavilion, an elderly man was instructing an attendant. "Quickly inform the brothers Zhou Qi and Zhou Wei to follow this individual without fail. Once he exits the Chanyang market, I do not care what methods they employ. They must ascertain from him the source of those millennium herbs." "Understood," the attendant replied eagerly before rushing out. The elderly man wore a grave expression, murmuring softly to himself. After 4 years, someone has finally come to sell millennium herbs again. Although this individual differs from the last, they must be part of the same group. In the current cultivation world, even century-old herbs are scarce. How could it be that multiple individuals are acquiring millennium herbs in succession, and all freshly unearthed? Such coincidences are improbable. I must extract the truth from him regarding the source of these millennium herbs. If this matter is not resolved, I will find it difficult to report to my superiors. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, someone harbored malicious intent toward him as he journeyed toward the refining pavilion. A quarter of an hour later. "Ah, my friend, you are indeed a man of your word. I did not expect you to gather the spirit stones within 2 hours. In that case, "This exquisite black gold coiling dragon furnace shall belong to you," the shopkeeper remarked, his face lighting up with delight upon seeing that Wu Fan had indeed brought the remaining spirit stones. "Having promised the shopkeeper, I shall certainly fulfill my commitment, especially since I genuinely wish to acquire this alchemical furnace," Wu Fan remarked with delight as he held his own furnace. "Haha, my friend, you clearly possess a forthright character. I have decided to befriend you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I shall ensure to offer you a favorable price." The shopkeeper replied, equally pleased as he clutched a pouch of spiritual stones. "If I find myself in need again, I shall come to your establishment first. My business here is concluded, so I bid you farewell," Wu Fan stated, bowing respectfully to the elder before making his exit. "Safe travels, dear friend." Upon leaving the refining hall, Wu Fan summoned his swift wind sword and soared towards the outskirts of Changyang Square, unaware that two individuals were discreetly tailing him. Chapter 67. Ambushed on the road over 50 miles from Changyang Fengshe, two individuals were soaring through the skies on their swords. One of them spoke, "Elder brother, this should suffice. Let us hasten to complete our task. I fear that if we delay too long, his companions may come to his aid. This brat has merely attained the 8th level of Qi refinement. If we both strike simultaneously, we can capture him in no time. Afterwards, we can find a secure place and compel him to reveal the source of the Millennium Spiritual Herb. No, we must wait a bit longer. We are too close to Changyang Fengshe. Should a foundation-building cultivator sense our presence, it would spell trouble," the other firmly disagreed. 2 hours later. At this moment, Wu Fan was leisurely soaring towards Qingfeng Gate, his hands occupied with the alchemical furnace, his face alight with joy. "With this black gold coiling dragon furnace to refine elixirs, my efforts will surely yield exceptional results. I never expected to acquire such a fine furnace," he murmured to himself, filled with delight. Just then, he sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy approaching. He abruptly lifted his gaze, eyes fixed ahead, where the air suddenly distorted, revealing two figures. They were clutching talismans, clearly having concealed their presence with them. Wu Fan narrowed his eyes. He was no longer the naive individual he once was. After the recent robbery, he had come to understand the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Observing the two figures, Wu Fan noted their similar ages, both appearing to be in their 30s, with features strikingly alike. However, what surprised him was that both possessed the cultivation of the 11th level of Qi refinement, a level comparable to that of his second senior brother, whose strength Wu Fan well understood. Notably, during the recent outer sect competition, Wu Fan had struggled against Chen Yi, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, without employing his golden yuan radiance. Yet, upon encountering these two, he felt only surprise, devoid of fear. He was no longer the same as before. At that moment, one of the individuals spoke, "Kid, our time is limited. If you willingly accompany us, we may allow you to leave once our business is concluded and perhaps even grant you some benefits. However, should you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for resorting to force. Capturing you will be equally straightforward." Upon hearing these words, Wu Fan realized their intentions were far from benign, and he surmised the reason for their visit. For years, he had refrained from selling the Millennium Spiritual Herb, precisely to avoid such situations. Yet, now that trouble had found him, he resolved to fight. Thus, he inquired, "Where do you intend to take me, esteemed friends? What business do you have with me?" "Humph, that is none of your concern. You need only come with us," the man coldly replied. "And if I refuse to accompany you?" Wu Fan's expression hardened. "Elder brother, why waste words on this brat? Let us simply seize him and be done with it," the other urged, growing impatient. Before taking action, the man ceased his idle chatter and barked a command at his brother. The one referred to as the elder brother swiftly tapped his storage bag, unleashing a vast, pitch-black net that shimmered with a layer of dark radiance, hurtling directly toward Wu Fan. Meanwhile, the other individual released a flying sword aimed at Wu Fan, though its trajectory suggested an intention to spare his life while obstructing his retreat. It was evident that these two were accustomed to working in tandem, their movements exhibiting a remarkable synchronicity. As the two launched their fierce assault, Wu Fan remained motionless, as if surrendering himself. With his hands clasped behind his back, he glanced at the encroaching black net and then at the approaching sword, a faint smirk gracing his lips. This unexpected demeanor startled the attackers. Did this young man have a change of heart and wish to join them? Yet, they pressed on with their assault. Just as the two magical artifacts were about to reach Wu Fan, he trembled slightly, and a radiant golden light erupted from him. As this luminescence spread, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The black net and flying sword abruptly halted in their tracks, trembling violently, as if they were about to plummet from the sky. The two assailants exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the sudden turn of events. What was this golden light emanating from the youth? Their expressions shifted to astonishment. And without a moment to ponder, they hastily formed hand seals, striving to regain control over the falling artifacts, albeit their speed was painfully sluggish. Wu Fan, witnessing this extraordinary scene, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his opponents could retain control over their artifacts and continue their advance, a testament to their prowess as cultivators at the 11th level of Qi refinement. He recalled the outer sect competition, where Chun Yi's sword had plummeted to the ground upon encountering the golden light, demonstrating the stark contrast between mid-tier and top-tier Qi refinement practitioners. As the two artifacts edged closer, Wu Fan smiled, observing the flush on their faces and the beads of sweat forming on their brows, a clear indication of their struggle to maintain control. Unfortunately, Wu Fan's golden light could only extend 10 zhang, falling short of affecting his adversaries, who remained beyond its reach. As the artifacts neared, Wu Fan finally made his move. He commanded his flying sword to soar away from the area and directly toward the two men, aiming to envelop them in the golden radiance. However, the two quickly recognized the peculiar nature of the golden light and directed their sword to retreat. Noticing that he could not catch up with them, Wu Fan remained unfazed. He tapped his storage bag, summoning a small white boat that expanded in the wind, ultimately reaching a size of 3 zhang. With a leap, Wu Fan mounted the vessel and steered it at tremendous speed toward his adversaries, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Upon witnessing Wu Fan unleashing his flying vessel, the two individuals immediately sensed that trouble was at hand. They could discern that the vessel was far more than a mere magical artifact. Indeed, Wu Fan's cloud mist boat was a genuine spiritual tool of exceptional caliber. As Wu Fan approached them with increasing proximity, no matter how swiftly the pair attempted to flee, the distance between them diminished rapidly. In a mere span of several breaths, Wu Fan reached their side, enveloping them within the resplendent glow of golden light. The moment they entered this luminous aura, both individuals suddenly faltered, their flight ceasing, leaving them to precariously maintain their altitude in the air. Wu Fan, taken aback by their ability to remain airborne, recalled that Hao Yu, a renowned body cultivator, had collapsed to his knees upon entering the golden light, while Chun Yi had succumbed entirely, falling flat on the ground. Yet, these two managed to control their flying swords and hover in the air, a testament to their formidable strength. Standing atop the cloud mist boat, Wu Fan gazed down at the two, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Why have you ceased your escape? Pray tell, what brings you here? And who sent you?" Chapter 68. Slaying the enemy. At this moment, the two adversaries wore expressions of distress, their eyes betraying a palpable fear. When Wu Fan posed questions to them, they remained silent. They realized that their attempt to capture him had failed. They had not anticipated that someone at the 8th level of Qi refinement could possess such formidable power. More alarmingly, they had never encountered such a terrifying technique as the golden light that emanated from him. At this juncture, their thoughts of apprehending Wu Fan had completely dissipated. Their sole desire was to flee and escape the dire situation. The man referred to as Big Brother suddenly shifted his gaze and called to his companion, "Second brother, let us descend." Upon hearing his brother's command, the second brother found it to be a sound strategy. Without uttering a word, he utilized the gravitational pull of the golden light to plunge downward, while Big Brother followed suit, both of them rapidly escaping the reach of the golden glow. Observing the two retreating swiftly downward, Wu Fan remained unperturbed, maneuvering his flying vessel in pursuit. In a brief span of time, all three alighted upon the ground. Wu Fan's face radiated a smile as he regarded the two, whereas their countenances were now etched with despair, for they found themselves ensnared once more within the golden light. "Shall we continue our flight?" Wu Fan inquired, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Esteemed friend, my brother and I mistakenly identified you as our intended target. We sincerely hope you will not take offense," Big Brother said, bowing respectfully to Wu Fan, genuine earnestness in his tone. Indeed, we truly misidentified you earlier. We deeply apologize, good sir," The second brother chimed in hastily, eager to align with his brother's conciliatory remarks. Oh, is that so? In this world, there exists another who bears such a resemblance to me? Do you truly consider me a fool? Wu Fan's smile gradually faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. His anger ignited. The two men still refused to divulge their origins, and he felt compelled to demonstrate his displeasure. Without warning, Wu Fan struck his storage pouch, and the blazing sun's sword shot forth, hovering ominously before Big Brother. Upon witnessing the emergence of the flying sword, Big Brother understood that Wu Fan was incensed. Yet there was no escape for him now. He could only continue. What do you intend to do, esteemed friend? What do I intend to do? Humph. You are from the Wanbao Tower, are you not? Wu Fan retorted with a cold snort. In truth, from the moment Wu Fan laid eyes on them, he had surmised their connection to Wanbao Tower, for he had only visited that establishment today to procure a millennium-old spiritual herb. Upon realizing that Wu Fan had unraveled the truth, an unsettling tension gripped the two men, their expressions shifting to one of anxiety. Suddenly, Big Brother bellowed, "Second brother, attack!" In unison, the two unleashed their swords, sending them hurtling toward Wu Fan. However, their assault was painfully sluggish, the blades trembling and wavering in flight, clearly straining under the effort. As Wu Fan witnessed the opponent unleashing their flying swords, he remained unfazed and showed no inclination to evade. Just as the swords were about to strike him, Wu Fan suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a golden fireball, roughly the size of a fist, with a hint of purple flickering within. The golden fireball soared from his mouth, heading straight for the two swords, and in an instant, they collided. A sharp hissing sound echoed as the swords melted at an observable rate, transforming into molten iron within a mere breath. The two opponents were momentarily stunned by this spectacle, quickly replaced by sheer terror. They had never encountered such a horrifying phenomenon. What immense power must this fireball possess to reduce two high-grade magical flying swords to liquid? With such force, who below the foundation building stage could withstand it? What extraordinary flame was this? How could this youth, merely at the 8th level of chi refinement, be adorned with such formidable treasures? After the fireball obliterated the swords, it sped towards the man referred to as Big Brother, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it reached him and incinerated him to ashes in less than a breath, without so much as a scream. A swift exit from this world. Even though the so-called Big Brother was enveloped in radiant light, Wu Fan could have easily overtaken him and reduced him to cinders in an instant, given the fireball's velocity. Upon witnessing his brother's instantaneous demise, the man known as Second Brother turned pale as he comprehended the gravity of his predicament. If given another chance, he would not hesitate to distance himself from this harbinger of doom, perhaps wishing never to encounter him again. Alas, there is no remedy for regret, and the two brothers must face the consequences of their actions. Trembling in fear, the second brother found himself devoid of the strength to resist the golden light and involuntarily sank to his knees, his face contorted in terror. He was not ready to die. Having attained the 11th level of chi refinement at such a young age, he had promising prospects for advancing to the foundation building stage, which would grant him 300 years of life. Overwhelmed by despair, he wept and begged for mercy, exclaiming, "Spare my life, fellow cultivator. I will divulge everything. Just please let me go. I do not wish to die." The fireball hovered a mere 10 feet away, emanating intense heat that made it difficult for him to breathe. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Wu Fan's eyes as he spoke icily. A single concealment, and you shall meet the same fate as your brother. I will tell you everything. I will tell you everything. The matter unfolded in this manner. Upon the arrival of a fellow cultivator at my Wanbao Tower today, our esteemed manager. A quarter of an hour later, this is how events transpired. It is worth noting that Wanbao Tower is presided over by a venerable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. This true master of our establishment is indeed an extraordinary being. Although he is a solitary practitioner, his strength is formidable. He refers to himself as the Red Demon Elder and typically operates behind the scenes. The recent pursuit we engaged in against the cultivator was entirely orchestrated by this esteemed elder, who had forewarned us 4 years ago that should anyone attempt to sell millennium elixirs at Wanbao Tower, we must take action. This individual is referred to as Erdi. I shall refrain from elaborating further on that. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan grasped the essence of the situation. It became clear that a foundation establishment cultivator loomed in the background. However, With his current cultivation level, he was ill-equipped to confront such a formidable opponent. Yet he etched this enmity into his memory. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a fierce expression suddenly manifested on his face. He promptly summoned the golden fireball, reducing the one called Erdi to mere ashes. In a deliberate display of control over the golden fireball, Wu Fan ensured that he preserved the storage bags of the two adversaries. With a mere gesture, the two storage bags swiftly soared into his grasp, and without a fleeting glance, he cast them into his own storage pouch. Following that, with another flick of his hand, the golden fireball, exhibiting an almost sentient awareness, darted towards him and settled gracefully into his palm. Chapter 69. Fifth Senior Sister Wu Fan gazed at the fireball in his hand, softly murmuring to himself, "I never anticipated that this celestial fire would be so formidable. Even a top-grade flying sword is reduced to nothingness before it. Truly, it is a deadly weapon." He observed the celestial fire for a moment longer, then opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Subsequently, he stowed the black net artifact away and steered his flying sword towards the direction of the Qingfeng sect. 2 hours later, within Wu Fan's cave dwelling, he was examining two storage bags, which contained over 10,000 spirit stones. Although this amount was insignificant to Wu Fan, it represented a substantial fortune for other peak qi refinement practitioners. The bags also held a variety of talismans and elixirs, among which several bottles of elixirs pleased Wu Fan, while the remainder consisted of assorted trivial items of little use. Wu Fan put away the storage bags and sat in silence, contemplating that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from selling thousand-year spirit herbs in the future. Through this incident, he had grasped the principle of keeping wealth discreet and resolved that, unless required, he would no longer hasten the maturation of thousand-year spirit herbs. With his current cultivation level, he had no need for such herbs in alchemy. It would be wiser to use the well water to expedite the growth of several decades' worth of spirit herbs, which he could then use for alchemical endeavors. Next, Wu Fan prepared to learn alchemy. He now possessed an alchemy furnace, a top-tier magical artifact, and he lacked for spirit herbs, having ample resources in his small space. He had comprehended more than half of the alchemical insights given by his master, and now he primarily needed to observe his master's alchemical processes and engage in practical application. 3 days later, a talisman suddenly flew into the mysterious sky disruption formation outside Wu Fan's cave. He stepped out, waved his arm, and the talisman instantly soared into his hand. With a firm grip, he crushed the talisman, and a voice resonated in his ear. "Today, I shall commence alchemy." Upon hearing these words, Wu Fan's heart leaped with joy. After instructing the little white fox to guard the cave, he took to the skies on his flying sword and departed. 15 minutes later, this time, Wu Fan did not head towards the grand hall atop the peak, but rather to a vast valley even larger than his cave dwelling. In this valley, there were 5 or 6 spirit herb gardens, all filled with rare herbs. Some disciples were currently tending to the gardens, and Wu Fan recognized them as outer sect disciples tasked with overseeing the herb gardens. He recalled that Senior Brother Wang from the Outer Sect Affairs Office had mentioned this task to him, but Wu Fan had opted to seek herbs elsewhere instead. With no desire to engage with the disciples, he simply passed by, venturing deeper into the valley. "Hey, look, wasn't that Wu Shixiang who just passed by?" Indeed, it was Wu Shixiang. I saw him too. He is truly remarkable, not only securing first place in the grand competition, but also becoming a disciple of Elderly. How enviable. Wu Shixiang possesses considerable strength. I too participated in the grand competition, only to be eliminated in the first round. Alas, I truly envy those disciples with masters. They have abundant resources for cultivation, splendid abodes, and guidance from their mentors. Just look at Wu Shixiang. He has come to seek his master's wisdom in alchemy. Merely envying others serves no purpose. We must strive diligently, undertake more tasks to earn spirit stones, purchase elixirs to enhance our cultivation. In 5 years, we will still have our opportunities, for I am only 22 this year. Enough of the chatter, let us commence our work. As Wu Fan traversed the medicinal garden, he soon encountered a courtyard sprawling over 10 acres. Within the courtyard stood a modestly constructed house, not ostentatious but exuding a comforting aura reminiscent of a humble mortal homestead. Upon approaching, Wu Fan spotted a large, rotund figure by the gate. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his second senior brother. He called out, "Second senior brother, what brings you here? Are you waiting for me?" The rotund figure turned at the sound of Wu Fan's voice and dejectedly replied, "Ah, it seems I have indeed been waiting for you, sixth junior brother." Seems is not the right word, second senior brother. What do you mean? Wu Fan questioned, somewhat puzzled. It is because your fifth senior sister has emerged from her seclusion, and she is currently inside, the second senior brother sighed. Wu Fan was taken aback. Fifth senior sister? He was aware he had 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters, but what could have prompted such a reaction from the second senior brother? Why are you not entering if fifth senior sister is inside? Sixth junior brother, you will understand in due time. The rotund figure replied with a shake of his body and a sigh. This only deepened Wu Fan's confusion. Yet he decided to dismiss it and hastened to observe his master practicing alchemy. With that thought, he stepped into the courtyard, followed closely by the second senior brother. Upon entering the house, before even catching sight of fifth senior sister, Wu Fan heard her voice. Where has that fat fool gone? I just saw him a moment ago. Humph, how dare he avoid me? He better not let me catch sight of him again. Wu Fan was taken aback by her words. What could have transpired between the second senior brother and fifth senior sister? Meanwhile, the second senior brother trembled at the sound of her voice. As they entered, they found themselves in a hall, which led deeper into the alchemy chamber. Upon reaching the doorway of the chamber, they finally beheld the source of the second senior brother's trepidation, fifth senior sister. She appeared to be of a similar age to Wu Fan, yet she possessed a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refinement. She was charmingly attractive, with a round face and large, sparkling eyes that radiated a hint of mischief. Her delicate mouth was currently pouted, likely due to her anger, which only accentuated her adorable dimples, further enhancing her beauty. Dressed in a striking red dress, she stood with her hands on her hips, gazing intently ahead. Upon encountering her second senior brother, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed towards him. Once in close proximity, she seized his ear with her delicate white hand and exclaimed loudly, "You glutton, where have you been hiding? What do you mean by avoiding me? Do you believe I wouldn't set your spirit beasts ablaze in your cave? Do you think I wouldn't speak ill of you to our master? You possess quite the audacity to evade me." The fifth senior sister unleashed a torrent of words, leaving Wu Fan utterly astounded. Such audacity from the fifth senior sister was remarkable. No wonder the second senior brother feared her so. She was nothing short of a female tyrant. What should I do now? Should I lend a hand to the second senior brother? Wu Fan's thoughts raced, and after careful consideration, he resolved to let it be. The second senior brother could fend for himself. The scene was so daunting that Wu Fan instinctively took a step back, contemplating the futility of offering assistance. Fortunately, the second senior brother's imposing stature shielded Wu Fan completely, and as of yet, the fifth senior sister had not noticed him. Chapter 70. The Art of Alchemy, Be Gentle. Junior sister, my ears might just fall off. The sixth junior brother is right beside me. Could you perhaps spare me a little dignity? The second senior brother could no longer endure and finally cried out. Oh, the sixth junior brother? Where is he? As soon as the fifth senior sister delivered a swift kick, she sent the second senior brother flying. It was then that she noticed the real Wu Fan. Upon witnessing such a robust figure being so easily dispatched, Wu Fan pondered whether the fifth senior sister had indeed unleashed her internal power, or if she was a practitioner of physical cultivation. You are my sixth junior brother? Curiosity sparkled in the fifth senior sister's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Wu Fan, her large eyes wide open. Wu Fan, greetings to you, fifth senior sister. Wu Fan hastily cupped his fists and bowed deeply as a sign of respect. Haha, I am no longer the youngest. I now have a junior brother. How delightful. Sixth junior brother, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek out your senior sister. With me around, no disciple from the Pill Cauldron Peak would dare to bully you. It was evident that the fifth senior sister was genuinely pleased, a glimmer of joy unmistakably shining in her eyes. Thank you very much, senior sister. Wu Fan bowed once more. Are you here to learn the art of alchemy from our master? The fifth senior sister inquired earnestly, seemingly oblivious to the redundancy of her question. Indeed, today marks my first day observing our master's alchemy. I am uncertain if he has commenced yet. Wu Fan aimed to subtly convey to the fifth senior sister that he wished not to squander time, fearing he might miss the start of their master's alchemical practices. Oh, the master has yet to begin. He has been waiting for both of you. By the way, sixth junior brother, I have not introduced myself. My name is Ru Shui. The fifth senior sister winked at Wu Fan. At that moment, the second senior brother rolled over, urging, let us hurry inside. our master might become displeased soon. Humph. You glutton. I will spare you today, given the presence of the junior brother, the fifth senior sister remarked, casually referring to the sixth junior brother as the little junior brother. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, junior sister. Shall we proceed in now? The second senior brother inquired cautiously. Very well, let us enter. Little junior brother, come along with me. The fifth senior sister beckoned to Wu Fan. With no choice but to comply, Wu Fan stepped beside the fifth senior sister, and together they proceeded to the alchemy chamber. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their attention was a colossal alchemical furnace, standing nearly 10 feet tall, beside which their master sat in a meditative posture. As Wu Fan and the others entered, their master opened his eyes and directed a gaze at them, speaking, "Have you all had your fun? If you are done, take your seats over there." The fifth senior sister stuck out her tongue and hurried to the back, tugging at Wu Fan's sleeve, signaling him to follow. The second senior brother quickly followed suit. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Fan approached his master, bowed deeply, and respectfully addressed him before joining the other two. "Zhu Ming, are your third junior brother and fourth junior sister still in seclusion?" Their master inquired of the second senior brother. "Yes, master. It seems the third junior brother is engaged in alchemy, while the fourth junior sister has been diligently cultivating. She should be on the verge of breaking through to the 11th level of qi refinement," the second senior brother replied in a deep, resonant voice. "Very well. Let the three of you observe my alchemical endeavors," Master Li Ning declared, proceeding to extract a series of wooden boxes from his storage pouch, simultaneously unveiling each one to reveal an assortment of spiritual herbs. He then formed intricate hand seals and pointed towards the ground beneath the alchemical furnace. Instantly, a circular obsidian cover at the base of the furnace shifted aside, unveiling an opening through which a column of fire erupted, racing towards the furnace's bottom to ignite it. Master Li Ning, with a single hand gesture, performed another seal, prompting the furnace lid to respond accordingly and open. Periodically, he cast a spiritual herb into the furnace until all had been deposited, after which he resealed the lid. For the ensuing hours, he remained intensely focused on the furnace, occasionally channeling additional incantations into it. After 3 full hours, he finally ceased his incantations and lifted the furnace lid, with a swift motion sending forth 7 thumb-sized pills that soared from within, accompanied by a rich aroma of alchemical fragrance. Throughout these 3 hours, Wu Fan remained enraptured, absorbing every detail of his master's alchemical process. Having studied the insights provided by his master for several months, he possessed a foundational understanding of the steps and precautions necessary for alchemy. Yet, witnessing his master in action imparted profound wisdom that he had not anticipated. Wu Fan was astounded to discover that beneath the alchemical chamber, a vein of earth fire resided. It became clear why his master chose this location for his abode. The assistance of this earth fire rendered the alchemical process significantly more effortless. Wu Fan had previously visited his second brother's alchemical chamber, which lacked the benefit of earth fire. Instead, his second brother employed a fire concentration array, a modest formation that required only a minimal amount of spiritual stones to maintain its function. This arrangement proved quite convenient. However, some alchemical apprentices, constrained by financial limitations, resorted to casting fireball spells for their alchemical practices. Unfortunately, this method demanded considerable mental and magical energy, often leaving them utterly exhausted after producing a single batch of pills. Wu Fan, however, paid little heed to such challenges, for he wielded a flame far superior to earth fire, the celestial flame, a fire he had personally refined, granting him greater control and yielding more efficient results during the alchemical process. In the practice of alchemy, the intervals at which spiritual herbs are introduced into the furnace are of paramount importance. It is not a matter of haphazardly tossing them in. Timing is crucial. Premature or belated additions can compromise the process, and the sequence of herbs must be meticulously adhered to. Each type of pill is governed by a specific formula, honed through millennia of exploration and refinement by predecessors. Should any herb prescribed in a formula become extinct within the realm of cultivation, the alchemist must seek out substitutes and engage in hundreds or thousands of trials and modifications before success is attainable. Thus, alchemical formulas are exceedingly precious. Often, an alchemist may risk everything to secure a rare formula, It is only the great sects of cultivation or prominent families with a rich heritage and centuries of accumulated knowledge that can amass a wealth of formulas to be passed down through generations. Alchemy entails several critical considerations, such as the regulation of flame intensity and the adept application of alchemical techniques. These factors serve as a true testament to an alchemist's experience and proficiency. Thus, aspiring to become an alchemist is no trivial endeavor. For instance, the resources squandered on elixirs during the early stages of learning represent a significant expenditure of spirit stones, a privilege typically afforded only to the prominent sects of cultivation. At this juncture, their master took the 7 elixirs into his hands, scrutinizing them closely, before lamenting, "Alas, this batch has yielded but 7 elixirs, and they are merely ordinary vitality-guarding pills. What a pity." With that, he did not pause for rest, but immediately commenced the crafting of the second batch of elixirs. Chapter 71. Attempting alchemy. As dusk descended, Wu Fan and his companions emerged from their master's alchemical chamber. Throughout the day, while the master concocted elixirs, he imparted a wealth of alchemical wisdom to the trio. Wu Fan, having observed the master's process, experienced a profound epiphany and gained invaluable insights. Though he pondered the progress of his second senior brother and 5th senior sister. "Fatty, shortly I shall take the junior brother to your cave, and you must roast a spirit beast for us. Furthermore, present your finest wine. I wish to treat the junior brother," declared 5th senior sister Ru Shui, her striking eyes narrowing as she addressed her second senior brother. "Why must you use my wine to treat the junior brother?" Second senior brother Zhu Ming retorted casually, only to be met with, "Ouch. Is it not permissible to use my wine? Sister, please refrain from hitting me again." Wu Fan observed the exchange, finally placing a hand to his forehead in exasperation. A quarter of an hour later, the trio arrived at the second senior brother's abode. Noticing his slightly troubled expression, Wu Fan inquired telepathically, "Second senior brother, why do you harbor such fear of 5th senior sister?" Turning to glance at Wu Fan, the second senior brother replied telepathically, "Little junior brother, you are unaware that 5th senior sister is greatly favored by our master. I truly cannot afford to offend her. I have resisted before. Yet she reported my misdeeds to the master, resulting in several reprimands with the wooden staff. However, prior to your arrival, 5th senior sister was the youngest among us, and we, her older brothers, indulged her, choosing not to confront her. Within our Dan Ding Peak, including the disciples under the 2 uncles, no one dares to provoke her. Everyone is aware of her backing from the master. Yet there is one exception. 5th senior sister fears only one person on Danding Peak, and that is your 4th senior sister, who alone can subdue her. In time, you will understand." Wu Fan finally grasped the reason behind the second senior brother's trepidation towards 5th senior sister, as well as the presence of a wooden staff within the master's storage pouch. He had previously found it perplexing that a distinguished foundation establishment cultivator would always carry a mere wooden staff, devoid of magical properties. Now, the answer became clear. This predicament, however, stemmed from the second senior brother's own choices. Despite possessing excellent aptitude, he was reluctant to diligently cultivate, currently stagnating at the 11th layer of qi refinement and showing little progress in alchemy. Were Wu Fan his master, he too would feel exasperated. From the second senior brother's words, Wu Fan sensed a deep bond among his seniors. He now understood that 4th senior sister was breaking through her bottleneck and that 3rd senior brother was engaged in alchemy. However, he had not heard any mention of the eldest senior brother. Today, the master had not referenced him either, leaving Wu Fan feeling intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, he transmitted to the second senior brother, "Second senior brother, why have I not heard you speak of the eldest senior brother? Where is he currently?" Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the second senior brother was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he sighed and said, "The 1st senior brother left the sect 5 years ago, and now no one knows his whereabouts. 6 years ago, he was ambushed by members of the demonic Earth sect and was afflicted with a peculiar poison. Our master, being deeply concerned for him, frequently concocted elixirs to alleviate the poison's effects. Yet, despite all efforts, the poison proved formidable, and Master could only manage to suppress its resurgence. During that year, Master traveled extensively in search of rare herbs to refine antidotes, but for reasons unknown, the 1st senior brother secretly left the sect and has since vanished without a trace. Perhaps he departed to spare Master from further worry. It was around the time you, my junior brother, first joined the sect that he chose to leave. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan grasped the situation fully. It was likely that Master's quest for medicinal herbs was intended to craft antidotes for the first senior brother, which explained why he encountered Wu Fan upon his return and brought him into the fold. With this realization, Wu Fan felt a flicker of gratitude towards the unmasked first senior brother. Had it not been for Master's search for remedies, Wu Fan might never have embarked on his journey of cultivation. That day, Wu Fan enjoyed another delightful feast of roasted spirit beast at his second senior brother's abode. Upon returning to his own dwelling, he savored the lingering aroma of the rich meat. Today, he had also partaken in spirit wine, courtesy of the fifth senior sister. The second senior brother dared not withhold the spirit wine. Though the fifth senior sister was somewhat unkind towards him, she was exceedingly protective of her junior brother. She had proclaimed, with a resolute thump of her chest, that she would serve as Wu Fan's pillar of support and would not permit anyone to bully him. Although, with his current abilities, Wu Fan had no fear of cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. He was nonetheless moved by her words, uncertain whether they stemmed from her inebriation. Yet he took them to heart. Upon returning to his cave, he immediately entered his small space with the little white fox. Wu Fan initially took a nap. He could have easily extracted the spirit wine without resting, yet he yearned for the sensation of intoxication. Perhaps it was the tale of the first senior brother that left him feeling somewhat unsettled. In the space of the following day, Wu Fan arrived at the alchemy chamber. Brimming with energy, he swiftly summoned a crimson alchemical furnace from his storage pouch, which landed with a resounding thud upon the ground. Observing the furnace, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, he suddenly opened his mouth, and the celestial flame burst forth, spiraling around the furnace before settling at its base. The flame flickered slightly, expanding from the size of a fist to that of a head. Wu Fan then tapped his storage pouch once more, and a flurry of wooden boxes soared out, landing neatly before him. With deft movements, he formed hand seals and pointed at the furnace, causing the lid to fly open with a loud bang. He casually retrieved a spirit herb from one of the boxes and cast it into the furnace. Thus, he intermittently tossed various herbs into the furnace. Time passed swiftly, and half an hour later, a tremendous sound erupted from within the furnace, causing Wu Fan's expression to darken. He sighed, and with a flick of his sleeve, the remnants of the failed concoction erupted from the furnace. Refining elixirs is indeed a challenging endeavor. I have remained vigilant, yet failure persists, Wu Fan murmured softly to himself. Undeterred, he produced more spirit herbs and commenced the alchemical process anew. This cycle of attempts and failures continued, and unbeknownst to him, he had exhausted the spirit herbs given by his master. However, rather than fretting over the scarcity of materials, he ventured into the medicinal garden beyond the courtyard to gather more herbs, returning to continue his alchemical pursuits. As his failures accumulated, the time taken for each attempt lengthened, from half an hour to an hour, and then to an hour and a half. 10 days elapsed, and he gazed at a dull, gray pill in his hand, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. After 10 days of relentless effort, he had finally produced an elixir, only to find it to be a worthless concoction. Nevertheless, Wu Fan's spirits remained high. This signified that he had progressed a step closer to success. Thus, he immersed himself in the art of alchemy for the long term. Chapter 72. The third senior brother with each session of alchemical refinement. The spiritual herbs in the garden outside the courtyard gradually diminished. Finally, on a day a month later, he successfully concocted a genuine elixir. As the golden pill emerged, Wu Fan erupted into hearty laughter. His diligent efforts had borne fruit. After numerous attempts and the consumption of countless spiritual herbs, he had finally triumphed. Gazing at the golden-hued pill in his hand and inhaling its fragrant aroma, he took a considerable time to calm his excitement. Although this batch represented merely the most basic of elixirs, and he had only produced one, it was nonetheless a significant advancement for him. He pondered how long it might take to achieve the proficiency of his master, who could effortlessly produce 7 or 8 pills in a single session. Nevertheless, he held firm confidence in his future capabilities, for he possessed a spatial herb garden and an abundance of spiritual herbs at his disposal. Even if his alchemical talent was lacking, he was assured that he could swiftly enhance his skills. Thus, a year passed in the outside world. During this time, aside from his monthly visits to his master to learn the art of alchemy, Wu Fan spent his days immersed in refining elixirs and cultivating his skills. Occasionally, he would indulge in drinks and roasted spiritual meats with his second senior brother and fifth senior sister. However, a month ago, his second senior brother had secluded himself, refusing visitors, as he lamented the near depletion of their precious spiritual wine, a source of great frustration for him. Throughout the year, Wu Fan made considerable strides in alchemy. He could now attain a success rate of 60% when refining pills suitable for high-level qi refinement practitioners, producing 5 or 6 pills in each batch. During this time, he consistently consumed the elixirs he had crafted, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of qi refinement. And he anticipated a breakthrough to the 9th layer in the near future. However, the spiritual herbs in his spatial garden were dwindling, a testament to the vast quantity he had utilized over the year. Fortunately, he had previously collected numerous seeds, allowing him to replant the garden. On this day, Wu Fan exited his cave dwelling and, as was customary, set off towards his master's courtyard. Before he could approach, he heard the familiar voice of his fifth senior sister calling out, "Yilei, you have finally emerged. Were you so captivated by alchemy? After such a long seclusion, are you now capable of refining foundational elixir? Oh, have you reached the 11th layer of qi refinement? Impressive, Yilei. So you have been concealing your breakthrough from us. I had suspected you could not possibly spend over a year without producing any elixirs. My dear fifth junior sister, the truth is that during this past year, I was indeed focused on alchemy. However, I soon sensed the signs of a breakthrough, prompting me to halt my refining and dedicate myself to cultivation. Hence, I have just emerged to visit our master. Yilei, you have no idea. During your seclusion, a significant event transpired at Danding Peak. Oh, what momentous occasion could that be? Haha, I am no longer the youngest disciple of our master. I am now a senior sister. Isn't that remarkable? Has our master taken on another disciple? Indeed, it is certain, and moreover, he was the champion of the outer sect competition a year ago. How splendid. That young junior brother is truly remarkable. He possesses both charm and a particularly obedient demeanor. Unlike some of you, especially that insufferable senior sister. Third junior brother. Our little junior brother should be arriving shortly. Oh, is that him now? Just as second senior brother Zhu Ming finished speaking, a beam of sword light descended from the sky, revealing the figure of Wu Fan. Upon landing in the courtyard, Wu Fan gazed at the 3 individuals before him. Second senior brother, with his rotund physique, was looking directly at him, while fifth senior sister turned her body upon hearing second senior brother's words. There was also a man, appearing to be in his late 20s, clad in a flowing white robe, strikingly handsome with long, unbound hair cascading freely, presenting an air of nonchalance that left a lasting impression of nobility. At that moment, he too regarded Wu Fan, a smile gracing his features. Wu Fan recognized him as third senior brother Yilei. After a year of apprenticeship, he was finally meeting this esteemed senior brother. Hurriedly, Wu Fan approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "Junior brother Wu Fan pays his respects to third senior brother." Haha, dear junior brother, I truly apologize. I have just emerged from seclusion and was unaware of your accomplishments. Otherwise, I would have visited you sooner, third senior brother warmly replied, stepping closer to pat Wu Fan on the shoulder. No, third senior brother, you are too kind. It should have been I who came to pay you a visit. But I heard you were in seclusion, so I did not dare disturb you, Wu Fan responded with a smile. I've heard that you are the champion of the outer sect competition. You are indeed remarkable. Our master has a keen eye, third senior brother Yilei remarked, scrutinizing Wu Fan with renewed interest. Feeling somewhat bashful at the compliment, Wu Fan offered a sheepish smile. At that moment, fifth senior sister approached Wu Fan, took his arm, and urged him towards the house, saying, "Come, junior brother, let us go. Do not linger with Yilei's chatter. Our master is waiting for us." Wu Fan glanced back at third senior brother, offering an awkward smile, while third senior brother returned a somewhat resigned grin. They then followed the two into the house, leaving second senior brother in a state of bewilderment as he pondered, what is the meaning of this? Why do they ignore me? Is there no regard for me? Their second senior brother? Not only do they refrain from speaking to me, but they also neglect to invite me inside? With a shake of his plump form, he too made his way into the house. As usual, they observed their master practicing alchemy, during which he imparted valuable insights into the craft. The only difference today was the presence of third senior brother. By evening, the four emerged from the courtyard, At which point third senior brother, Yi Lei, proposed. Second senior brother, let us gather at your abode today. I have yet to share a drink with our little junior brother this year. Shall we indulge in a revelry tonight? Upon hearing this, second senior brother was taken aback and promptly replied, Third junior brother, how about we gather at your abode instead? Junior brother, I am not adept at roasting spirit meat. Besides, elder brother, with your abundant fine wines, it is only natural that we gather at your abode. Spoke the third brother, utterly perplexed. Ah, alas! I, too, am out of spirit wine, lamented the second brother, his expression heavy with sorrow. Foolish glutton, cease your prattle. Today, there is no escaping. Do you intend to avoid us for an entire month? Chided the fifth sister, her hands on her hips and her gaze fierce. Upon hearing her words, the third brother quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, the spirit wine of the second brother had been consumed by the fifth sister and her companion. With a wry smile, he suggested, How about this? I shall fetch the wine, and second brother, you can handle the roasting of the spirit meat. Well, very well then. The second brother wished to express that there were hardly any spirit beasts left, yet the words remained unspoken, and he could only nod in agreement. The four enjoyed a considerable amount of wine that day, and Wu Fan found a kindred spirit in the third brother, engaging in delightful conversation. Chapter 73. Choosing the divine ability. On the following day, Wu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed, holding a token in his hand. This token was none other than a reward bestowed by his sect, granting him a singular opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion and select a technique or secret art. Wu Fan gazed at the token for a considerable time before rising and exiting his cave dwelling. He then took to the skies on his flying sword, soaring towards the distant horizon. Atop a majestic and towering peak stood a grand pavilion, its entrance adorned with a colossal plaque inscribed with the three gilded characters, Scripture Pavilion. This was the true Scripture Pavilion of the Qingfeng sect, far surpassing the external one. It was said that within the inner pavilion, 3 foundational cultivators were stationed year-round. And concealed within, beyond the sight of lower-tier cultivators, lay formidable defensive and offensive arrays, safeguarding the pavilion like an impregnable fortress. However, these arrays would only activate in times of peril. At this moment, the plaza before the Scripture Pavilion bustled with inner sect disciples coming and going. Just then, a beam of sword light streaked across the sky, dissipating to reveal Wu Fan's figure. He scanned the gathered cultivators in the square, and upon spotting a striking silhouette, he was momentarily taken aback. Was that not senior sister Ling Wei? What a coincidence to encounter her here. Surely she too had come to select a technique. Did she possess a token as well? Wu Fan mused inwardly. Descending, he landed gracefully in the plaza, intentionally ignoring Ling Wei as he moved to one side. He was not particularly acquainted with her, thus there was no need for casual conversation. However, at that moment, a voice reached his ears. Junior brother Wu, have you also come to the Scripture Pavilion to select a technique? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan realized that since senior sister Ling Wei had initiated conversation, he had no choice but to halt his steps and turn to respond. Ah, it is you, senior sister Ling Wei. Indeed, I have come to select a technique. Are you here for the same purpose? Yes, I wish to select a technique as well. I just entered the Scripture Pavilion, but alas, while the techniques are commendable, I find myself unable to afford them, Ling Wei replied, shaking her head with an expression of helplessness in her eyes. Oh, and why is that? Did you not receive a token? Wu Fan inquired. The token you mentioned is not something everyone can obtain. Only those who have rendered significant service to the sect are granted one. However, I am aware that you possess such a token. For the top 10 in the previous grand competition are awarded one. It is truly enviable, Ling Wei giggled. Wu Fan then understood that the token was not easily acquired even for those in the top 10 of the competition. He continued, Indeed, I have received a token and am preparing to enter the Scripture Pavilion to take a look. From what you just said, is it that you lack sufficient spirit stones to exchange for a technique? Alas, that is not the case. Over the years, I have managed to save some spirit stones. What I meant by unfortunate is that after a brief tour inside, I found that the techniques I wish to obtain cannot be acquired with spirit stones. While those available for exchange do not satisfy me, Ling Wei sighed, her eyes filled with regret. Wu Fan comprehended her meaning. This senior sister Ling Wei sought to exchange for martial arts secrets that required contribution points. Given her youth and the fact that she had cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refinement, it was evident that her accomplishments stemmed from prolonged seclusion. Consequently, her limited time precluded her from undertaking sect tasks, thus hindering her ability to accrue contribution points. Reflecting on this, Wu Fan could only offer consolation. What a pity. Yet there is no need for you to despair, senior sister. You may engage in some sect tasks to earn contributions, and it would not be too late to exchange for martial arts later. Sighing, Lingwei replied, alas, it must be so. You may proceed inside. I shall take my leave for now. Take care, senior sister. I shall enter now, Wu Fan responded before turning towards the scripture pavilion. Upon entering the first floor, he beheld an expansive hall where an elderly man sat behind a table, engrossed in a book. As Wu Fan stepped into the hall, the elder did not even glance his way, simply instructing, go to the second floor and seek for yourself. Once you have made your selection, return to find me. After uttering these words, the elder fell silent, utterly absorbed in his reading. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback by the elder's words. Upon casting another glance at the man, he was astonished to discover that he could not discern the elder's cultivation level. It was clear that this elder was undoubtedly a foundation establishment stage practitioner. He hadn't expected such a formidable presence to be stationed in the inner sect's scripture pavilion. Not wishing to disturb the elder, Wu Fan offered a respectful bow and proceeded to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by rows of wooden shelves, partitioned into two sections clearly labeled Spirit Stone Exchange Area and Contribution Point Exchange Area. Wu Fan ventured into the Spirit Stone section, examining the jade slips displayed on the shelves, each accompanied by a description. For instance, Blood Mist Ghost Flash, 2,000 Spirit Stones, Purple Pattern Royal Finger, 3,000 Spirit Stones, Thunder Phantom Wave Art, 5,000 Spirit Stones, Inner Scene Returning to Sect Decision, 8,000 Spirit Stones. After surveying the area, Wu Fan found, as Lingwei had indicated, that these martial arts secrets were not particularly rare, although some exceptions demanded an astonishing quantity of spirit stones. Having scanned the spirit stone area, he proceeded to the contribution point area. Upon glancing at the shelves, a look of delight spread across his face. The martial arts secrets available here were indeed far superior to those in the spirit stone section. As he scrutinized each jade slip, his astonishment grew. Every martial art was formidable. Regrettably, Wu Fan had already cultivated the fire-burning decision, making it imprudent to switch at this juncture. Thus, he could only peruse the secrets. And after a moment of contemplation, he noticed several that ignited a covetous glint in his eyes, provoking an urge to seize them all. Alas, he possessed but a single token, compelling him to select only one from this impressive array. There exists a mystical technique known as the Great Celestial Finger, which requires a contribution value of 5,000 points. This technique is a formidable set of finger gestures, possessing a power that surpasses the Ice Spike spell by more than tenfold upon mastery. However, within this contribution value zone, all mystical arts are limited to the Qi refinement stage. To cultivate the foundational volume of the Great Celestial Finger, one must ascend to the third floor, accessible solely to foundation establishment cultivators, where the contribution values for those mystical techniques are even greater. Additionally, there is a technique called the Extreme Fire Divine Palm, which necessitates a contribution value of 7,000 points. This palm technique is equally impressive, allowing the practitioner to unleash a grand hand seal during combat, akin to a high-grade flying sword attacking from a distance. One can even project this hand seal from several dozen paces away to send an opponent flying. Had Wu Fan possessed this technique during the outer sect competition, he would undoubtedly have claimed the first place without relying on the Golden Yuan rejuvenation. Chapter 74. Swift Phantom. What captivated Wu Fan the most were three esoteric techniques, one of which was a martial art focused on close combat, particularly suitable for physical cultivators. This technique was named the Devil Sky Fist, requiring a staggering contribution of 15,000 points. Wu Fan's intrigue stemmed primarily from another body refinement technique, as he had always admired physical cultivators like Hao Yu, who exhibited immense bravery, formidable physical strength, and boundless power, reminiscent of mighty beasts. After his encounter with Hao Yu, Wu Fan developed a profound yearning for body refinement techniques. Today, within the scripture repository, he stumbled upon a powerful body refinement technique called the Celestial Beast Armor Art, which was significantly superior to the technique practiced by Hao Yu. However, the contribution required for this art was exorbitantly high, demanding a total of 20,000 points. The final technique that piqued Wu Fan's interest was one entitled Swift Phantom Movement. Upon discovering this secret art, he resolved to acquire it without hesitation. This technique ranked among the top 10 in the entire contribution value domain. If he could master it to perfection, he would be capable of moving within a radius of several dozen yards, appearing and disappearing as if by teleportation. Yet, this technique also required a staggering contribution of 25,000 points. Upon seeing this figure, Wu Fan's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. This was merely the first half of the entire set of techniques. He could only wonder how many contribution points would be required for the latter half on the third floor. Wu Fan was deeply drawn to these three techniques. If he could cultivate all three simultaneously, how powerful would he become? Regrettably, he could only select one to take with him. Contemplating this, a look of indecision, akin to that of senior sister Ling Wei moments ago, emerged on his face. After much deliberation, Wu Fan resolved to first exchange for the Swift Phantom technique. However, he decided that once he broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement and simultaneously cultivated the Swift Phantom to a minor completion, he would immediately undertake a sect mission. Once he accumulated enough contribution points, he would be determined to acquire the Celestial Beast Armor Art and, if possible, retrieve the Devil Sky Fist as well. Upon reaching the first floor, Wu Fan approached the elderly man, bowed respectfully, and stated, "Elder, I have completed my selection." He then extended the jade slip toward the elder. The elder, however, did not take it. Instead, he remained engrossed in the book he held, savoring its content. Wu Fan, feeling awkward, stood silently in place, refraining from interrupting. After what felt like an eternity, the elder finally set down his book and turned his gaze towards Wu Fan. Upon seeing the jade slip, the elder exclaimed softly and then inquired, "Young man, do you know how many contribution points this technique requires? Do you possess that many points?" Wu Fan remained silent, merely bowing again and offering his token. Upon seeing the token, the elder's expression shifted to one of realization. "I did not expect you to possess a token. You must be that lad who claimed first place in the outer sect competition," the elder observed, fixing his gaze upon Wu Fan. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering how this venerable figure could possibly know of his status as the foremost disciple of the outer sect. He distinctly recalled that he had not encountered this elder among the council of elders before. Perhaps sensing Wu Fan's bewilderment, the elder continued, "In recent years, only a handful of these tokens have been distributed, and I am well aware of the individuals who possess them. Although I was stationed at the Scripture Pavilion during the outer sect competition, I have records regarding the origins of this token. Since you possess it, I shall bestow upon you this divine technique." Upon concluding his words, the elder inscribed a jade slip and casually tossed it to Wu Fan, subsequently returning to his reading. Wu Fan bowed respectfully once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, elder." Observing that the elder had lapsed into silence, Wu Fan smiled faintly and rose to exit. Half an hour later, Wu Fan returned to his chamber, where he found himself seated cross-legged upon his bed, contemplating the jade slip in his hand. He murmured to himself, "From now on, I shall prioritize alchemy above all else, followed by the enhancement of my cultivation level, while simultaneously practicing this rapid illusion technique. I will strive to master it by the time I reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement, allowing me to undertake tasks thereafter." With this resolution, Wu Fan entered a period of seclusion. A year later in the external world, within the confines of the spatial alchemy chamber, Wu Fan was wholly engrossed in his alchemical endeavors. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated, causing Wu Fan's expression to darken. He sighed, "Alas, this first-tier elixir is exceedingly challenging to concoct. I have been immersed in this endeavor for over a month and have yet to succeed even once. It is no wonder that the ascent to becoming an alchemist is deemed arduous. Among my senior brothers and sisters, only the eldest brother has attained the rank of alchemist. Perhaps my cultivation level is insufficient. No matter, I shall conclude my seclusion for now and attempt this again once I reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement." Wu Fan understood that only upon advancing to the rank of alchemist could he concoct elixirs of a certain grade, and the sole criterion for such an advancement was the successful formulation of a first-tier elixir. This first-tier potion was commonly consumed by cultivators in the early stages of foundation establishment, while second-tier elixirs were suitable for those in the mid-phase of foundation establishment. and third-tier elixirs for those in the later stages. Should he succeed in crafting a fourth-tier elixir, it would signify his elevation to the esteemed rank of Master Alchemist. Currently, Wu Fan's master was a master alchemist capable of producing fifth-tier elixirs, holding a prestigious status within the sect. It was said that the ability to create seventh-tier elixirs would elevate one to the legendary status of an alchemy grandmaster. However, no such grandmaster existed in the entirety of the Great Xia Kingdom. As for Wu Fan, he could only be considered an apprentice alchemist, limited to the creation of inferior-grade potions. Wu Fan is currently concocting pills for peak qi refinement practitioners, achieving a remarkable success rate of 7 out of 10 batches. Furthermore, he has managed to maintain a yield of over 6 pills per batch. Given his current proficiency in alchemy, he stands as the foremost among his peers, second only to the eldest senior brother. His rapid advancement can be attributed to the possession of a spatial medicinal garden, replete with a plethora of spiritual herbs at his disposal for alchemical experimentation. Through numerous failures, he has gradually cultivated invaluable experience, a privilege not afforded to others who lack such advantageous conditions. Thus, his swift improvement in the art of alchemy is entirely justifiable. Throughout the past year, aside from his monthly lessons with his master in alchemy, Wu Fan has remained steadfast in his cultivation, ultimately breaking through his previous bottleneck and ascending to the 9th layer of qi refinement. He has also refined the technique of rapid phantom to a significant level of proficiency. With this progress, he now prepares to embark on a mission for his sect, as he has long coveted a certain physical cultivation technique. He is resolute in his determination to reclaim that coveted manual. Having concluded his alchemical endeavors, Wu Fan approaches the spirit beast chamber, cradling the little white fox in his arms before stepping out of the small space. Chapter 75. The fourth senior sister Wu Fan resolved to first inform his master before proceeding to the Inner Gate Affairs office to acquire a task. Upon approaching the vicinity of his master's courtyard, he noticed 3 figures standing within: his master, the second senior brother, and the fifth senior sister. Wu Fan found it peculiar that they were gathered there, especially since it was not a day designated for alchemy. At that moment, his master's voice resonated in the courtyard. "Ah, Zhu Ming, are you once again courting trouble? Your fifth junior sister merely requested a few spirit beasts from you. As an elder brother, can't you be a bit more generous? Must you come to me with such trivial complaints?" Meanwhile, the fifth senior sister, Ru Shui, was reveling in her triumph, occasionally casting a gloating glance at the second senior brother, as if to say, "Serves you right for being scolded." The second senior brother, however, wore a look of indignation. Sensing his master's rising ire, he took a step back and murmured, "Master, it is not as you think. The junior sister has already asked me for over a dozen spirit beasts recently, and I am left with only 5 in my cave. Those 5 were caught just a few days ago, yet the moment she opened her mouth, she demanded 3 more. Master, you must intercede on my behalf. Besides, she has reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Why can't she catch spirit beasts herself?" Ru Shui, upon hearing this, retorted defiantly, "I have only attained the 10th level of qi refinement. How could I dare to catch spirit beasts? What if I encounter a 2nd or 3rd tier beast, unlike you, who has mastered various escape techniques? Furthermore, I am only looking out for your well-being. Just look at how plump you've become. Master has admonished you countless times against indulging your appetite, yet you neglect your cultivation and alchemy studies, fixating solely on capturing spirit beasts to feast upon." Upon hearing Ru Shui's reasonable remarks, the master's expression darkened further. He turned to the second disciple, Zhu Ming, and casually withdrew a wooden staff from his storage bag, stepping forward as if to strike. At the sight of the staff, the second senior brother hastily turned to flee, but upon glancing back, his eyes lit up as he spotted Wu Fan. Wu Fan shook his head helplessly and approached, bowing respectfully. He then spoke, "Master, I wish to undertake a sect mission and will be away for some time." His master, Li Ning, upon noticing Wu Fan's presence, snorted and lowered the wooden staff, saying, "Xiao Fan, you seek to complete a mission for contribution points, I presume?" Wu Fan glanced at the second senior brother, who was looking at him with gratitude. Wu Fan smiled and winked before responding to his master. "Indeed, master. I have my sights set on several techniques in the scripture pavilion and wish to exchange my contributions for them." Li Ning then inquired, "Has your alchemy skill improved?" Wu Fan replied, "I can now barely concoct high-tier elixirs. There has indeed been some progress. In truth, Wu Fan had already mastered the creation of top-tier elixirs, but he refrained from revealing this, lest it provoke astonishment. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, his master's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated that his disciple, having only been in the sect for 2 years, could already refine high-level elixirs. This talent for alchemy was truly astonishing. It was unexpected that although the disciple's spiritual roots were of poor quality, his aptitude for potion-making was exceptional. Contemplating this, he continued to inquire, "Why do you wish to leave the sect? You could choose to refine elixirs to earn contribution points. Why venture outside?" Wu Fan was well aware that refining elixirs could yield contribution points, yet he harbored his own plans. Firstly, he believed that earning contribution points through alchemy was excessively slow compared to undertaking other sect missions, and he was confident in his abilities. As long as he did not encounter Foundation establishment cultivators, he felt completing tasks would be quite manageable. Secondly, he sought to continue searching for the medicinal herbs necessary to concoct Foundation establishment pills, along with other rare herbs. Should he advance to the 10th layer of Qi refinement in the future, the herbs required would be even more precious. The herbs he possessed could only serve as auxiliary ingredients. The primary ones must be sought after personally. He had previously requested some rare herb seeds from his master, but those were still inadequate. Currently, he had only managed to gather seeds for 2 high-tier elixirs. However, due to his physical condition, he needed to frequently change the elixirs to enhance his cultivation, as continuously using the same elixir could lead to resistance. At present, he had managed to gather seeds for a first-grade elixir and a second-grade elixir, but that was a matter for another time. With these thoughts in mind, he pondered how to respond to his master. After a moment of reflection, he finally said, "Master, I wish to go out and experience the world." "Very well. Seeking experience is indeed a wise choice. However, Xiao Fan, do remember to prioritize your safety while you are out there," his master cautioned, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes as if he recalled some unhappy memories. Wu Fan, noticing his master's expression, understood the underlying sentiments and replied, "I will be cautious, master." At that moment, the 5th senior sister approached with a reluctant expression, grasping Wu Fan's arm. "Little junior brother, without you at the Danding Peak, I shall be dreadfully bored." Just then, the 2nd senior brother, with his rotund figure, joined them, advising, "Little junior brother, be sure to prioritize your safety out there. Avoid taking on overly dangerous tasks." "Understood, senior brother and sister," Wu Fan replied with a smile, feeling a twinge of warmth in his heart. At that instant, the 5th senior sister, recalling that their matter remained unresolved, hurriedly stepped closer to the 2nd senior brother and pinched his ear, exclaiming, "You glutton, will you or will you not give me the spirit beast?" The 2nd senior brother yelped in surprise and called out to their master, "Master, look at our little junior sister." Seeing this scene, Wu Fan could only shake his head in resignation, pondering why these two always seemed to bicker upon meeting. Just as his master was about to speak, a streak of light suddenly shot across the sky, and before the figure could be seen, a cold, feminine voice echoed, "Humph. Ru Shui, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. Will you not release your grip?" Upon hearing this voice, the 5th sister shuddered violently, instinctively withdrawing her hand from the 2nd brother's ear, and subsequently became strangely still. In contrast, the 2nd brother's eyes brightened upon hearing the sound, and a look of delight illuminated his features. A subtle smile also graced their master's face. Witnessing the expressions of these individuals, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that this must be the long-anticipated 4th sister he had yet to meet. He turned his gaze skyward, where a woman, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, stood poised atop a flying sword. Clad in an immaculate white gown, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her complexion resembled the finest jade, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her lips were delicate, presenting a beauty that rivaled that of Sister Ling Wei. However, this woman exuded an aura reminiscent of ancient ice, her expression as frigid as frost, evoking an impression of a celestial being, untouchable and divine. Chapter 76. The Hall of Affairs. As the young woman descended to the ground, she approached her master and coldly stated, "Master, I have emerged from my seclusion." Her master, wearing a smile, carefully scrutinized her and remarked, "Indeed, you have reached the 11th level of Qi refining." At that moment, the 2nd senior brother exclaimed with delight, "4th junior sister, you have finally emerged. How wonderful." By the way, this is our little junior brother, who has been an apprentice for 2 years now. Unfortunately, you were in seclusion and have not had the chance to meet him." Upon hearing this, the young woman slowly turned around, examining Wu Fan with newfound interest. A smile graced her face for the first time, radiating beauty akin to a garden in full bloom. If she were to frequently display such a smile, one could only wonder how many hearts would be ensnared. Before she could speak, Wu Fan stepped forward, bowing respectfully with clasped fists. Junior brother Wu Fan pays his respects to fourth senior sister. After a brief smile, the young woman reverted to her previous demeanor of coldness. She parted her lips slightly and said, "Junior brother, I am Zhu Shuang. I have been in seclusion and was unaware of your arrival. I hope you will not take offense." Wu Fan hastily replied, "Fourth senior sister, you flatter me. It is I who should have sought you out." Zhu Shuang nodded slightly, and then turned her gaze to fifth senior sister, Ru Shui, her voice icy as she inquired, "Ru Shui, what is the meaning of this?" Since the arrival of fourth senior sister, Ru Shui had remained rooted in place, silent, her eyes darting about as if lost in thought. Upon hearing fourth senior sister's question, she merely huffed softly before taking flight on her sword, neglecting to bid farewell to their master. Zhu Shuang let out a light huff, muttering under her breath about the increasing absurdity of the situation, then turned to her master and said, "Master, it is you who have indulged fifth junior sister." Seeing Ru Shui depart, their master could only shake his head with a gentle sigh, then turned and walked back into the residence. The second senior brother, Zhu Ming, sensing the shift in mood, quickly attempted to lighten the atmosphere, exclaiming, "Ha, little junior brother, are you not off to undertake a task? Best be on your way." Fourth senior sister Zhu Shuang also looked at Wu Fan, gently asking, "Are you embarking on a sect mission, junior brother?" "Yes. I wish to venture out for some practical experience and perhaps undertake a few tasks," Wu Fan replied to his fourth senior sister. The fourth senior sister, Zhu Shuang, wore a serious expression and spoke, "If you wish to venture out for training, you must remain vigilant and never underestimate the dangers that lie ahead. You must understand that the world of cultivation is exceedingly ruthless. In this realm, whether from the righteous sects or the demonic paths, all are driven by a relentless pursuit of defiance against fate, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest. The righteous sects advocate for gradual progress and natural development, employing gentler methods. Yet, under the guise of exorcising evil and upholding justice, they often engage in despicable acts, embodying hypocrisy and pretense. Conversely, the demonic sects prioritize rapid advancement of power, often resorting to malicious and treacherous practices. They may claim to follow their true nature, but as their powers grow and their realms elevate, they can become increasingly extreme, ultimately losing their very essence and transforming into bloodthirsty savages. She paused momentarily before continuing, "Remember, junior brother, regardless of whether they belong to the righteous or the wicked, or even other practitioners, no matter how sweetly they speak, they all adhere to the law of the jungle. We cultivators are not mere mortals. Higher-tier practitioners regard lower-tier ones as insignificant insects, and a mere disagreement could lead to fatal consequences. So, dear junior brother, heed my words. I shall not delay you any further. Upon your return, I will visit your abode." Wu Fan listened intently, somewhat bewildered by the depth of her counsel, unsure why she felt compelled to share such insights today. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the wisdom in her words and committed them to memory. He recalled the last time he sold spiritual herbs and was ambushed by members of the Wanbao building. Was it not a stark example of the survival of the fittest she had described? "Thank you, fourth senior sister, for your guidance. I shall remember your teachings," he said sincerely, bowing deeply in respect. The second senior brother, upon hearing Zhu Shuang's words, let out a sigh and shook his head. "Well then, fourth senior sister, junior brother must take his leave," Wu Fan concluded, stepping onto his flying sword and soaring into the sky. As he approached Yuzhao Peak, he noticed that this peak was significantly smaller than the other mountains of the Qingfeng sect, with an exceptionally thin aura of spiritual energy. Yet, many disciples of the Qingfeng sect frequented this place, as the affairs hall of the sect was situated atop Yuzhao Peak. At that moment, on the summit's plaza, numerous figures were making their way toward the affairs hall, while many others emerged from the grand hall, bustling with activity. Just then, a beam of sword light descended from the horizon and landed on the plaza. Observing the throng of individuals entering and exiting the hall, Wu Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped forward into the grand hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by walls adorned with countless unknown jade stones, upon which were inscribed densely packed golden characters. Wu Fan understood that these inscriptions represented tasks, unlike the outer sect's affairs office. This intersect hall did not record tasks in books. Wu Fan stepped forward, observing the myriad tasks displayed upon the wall. The variety was extensive. Minor tasks offered mere dozens of contribution points, while more significant undertakings boasted thousands. He scrutinized the listings, seeking assignments that promised high contribution values, brevity in duration, and a semblance of safety. After half an hour of careful examination, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. He promptly produced his identification badge and waved it towards the task he had chosen. Instantly, the golden script of the task transformed into black, signifying that it had already been claimed by another. Having selected his task, Wu Fan wasted no time and swiftly exited the hall, unleashing his flying sword, which soared beyond the gates of Qingfeng's sect. An hour later, he found himself over 200 miles from the sect. With a swift motion, he patted his storage pouch, and the cloud mist boat shot forth with a whoosh, expanding against the wind to a size of 3 zhang. Wu Fan leapt onto it, and the vessel darted away like an arrow loosed from a bow. A smile graced his lips. The task he had undertaken was one that promised 1,200 contribution points. It required him to journey to the main city of Liangzhou, known as Liang City, which lay at the border of Qingfeng's sect's domain. Beyond that boundary lay the territory of the Earth Demon sect. The task detailed that over the course of several months, countless mortals had mysteriously vanished from within and around Liang City, their fates unknown. Wu Fan's primary objective was to investigate this matter and, if possible, quell the unrest. Should he uncover any involvement of foundational-level cultivators in the disappearances, he would report his findings to the sect, which would dispatch cultivators to resolve the situation. Chapter 77. Liangzhou. Upon encountering this task, Wu Fan felt confident in his ability to manage it. It merely involved uncovering the truth behind a particular matter. If this case of missing persons did not involve any foundational period cultivators, he believed he could resolve it with ease. However, should such entities be involved, he would prefer to report it directly to his sect, thereby completing the task without unnecessary risk. The substantial contribution value associated with this task was compelling. Wu Fan had every reason to accept it, as he was eager to accumulate enough contribution points swiftly to exchange for body cultivation techniques. 10 days later in Liangzhou, 50 miles outside Liang City, a sudden beam of white light descended from the sky. As the radiance dissipated, a small white boat emerged. Wu Fan glanced ahead before retracting the flying vessel and proceeding towards Liang City. As he walked, his features began to distort, and his stature gradually grew more imposing. Moments later, Wu Fan transformed into a middle-aged man, his aura now completely undetectable. Were a foundational period cultivator to pass by, they would perceive him as an ordinary mortal, oblivious to his true identity as a cultivator. An hour later, Wu Fan found himself in an alley within Liang City, standing before a courtyard gate. He knocked gently. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man emerged. Upon seeing Wu Fan, the old man's brow furrowed, and confusion flickered in his eyes. As he opened his mouth to inquire, he suddenly noticed the white jade token in the large man's hand, which Wu Fan waved before him. The moment the elder beheld the token, his eyes brightened, and he hastily bowed, saying, "I am Bai Tu, honored to meet the esteemed envoy. Rise, and lead me inside. I have questions for you," Wu Fan replied casually. "Please, esteemed envoy, enter," the elder said, bowing deeply as he ushered Wu Fan inside. The elder harbored some doubts within. How high could the cultivation of this esteemed envoy be? Why did he sense no fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him? Perhaps it was due to his own low cultivation level. And this esteemed envoy possessed some formidable concealment technique. It was unlikely that the sect would dispatch a foundational period cultivator directly. Upon entering, Wu Fan discerned the elder's cultivation level, merely a low-tier practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Once they were inside, Wu Fan spoke. "I am an inner disciple of the Qingfeng sect, and I have taken on this task. Please share with me all the information you possess." Upon hearing Wu Fan's inquiry, the elder quickly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, "Esteemed envoy, the situation is as follows. 6 months ago, Individuals began to vanish inexplicably throughout the Liangzhou region. Initially, the number of missing persons was small, and I failed to notice it. However, in the past 2 months, the number of disappearances has markedly increased. When I finally recognized the pattern, I rushed to investigate, only to discover that the number of missing individuals had soared to 6 or 7,000, and it continues to rise. To date, approximately 10,000 people have gone missing. Wu Fan fell into contemplation upon hearing the elder's account. After a moment, he inquired, "Given that so many have vanished, has the government not taken notice? Even with Liangzhou's dense population, they should have detected this long ago." The elder pondered for a moment before replying, "Indeed, the esteemed official is correct. Initially, I shared the same sentiment. However, what is perplexing is that I sensed something amiss 2 months ago, yet the authorities remained utterly unresponsive. It was only a month prior, amidst rising panic among the populace, that the government took action. They posted notices at the city gates and dispatched soldiers to patrol day and night. Yet the number of missing persons not only failed to diminish, but actually increased." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes narrowed, and he inquired, "Have you uncovered anything?" The elder, upon hearing Wu Fan's question, displayed a look of embarrassment and replied, "I am but a humble man of limited capability, and thus far, I have found no suspicious leads." After a brief pause, he added, "However, I am confident that the matter of the missing persons involves cultivators. It is inconceivable for mere mortals to abduct so many individuals. I have investigated and noted that among the missing are children, women, and the elderly. If it were the work of mortals, what purpose would they serve?" Wu Fan, upon reflecting on the elder's words, replied, "Very well, I understand. I will take care of this matter. Should you uncover any further information, please do not hesitate to inform me." The elder clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Understood. I shall take my leave now." With that, Wu Fan stood and made his way out. As Wu Fan exited the courtyard, the elder hastily called after him, "Esteemed official, travel safely." Wu Fan strolled casually down the street, murmuring to himself, "There is an air of malevolence surrounding this affair. From what I currently know, the case of the missing persons is undoubtedly linked to cultivators, and the government must also be implicated." He entered a tavern, ordered a few small dishes, and attentively listened to the conversations of the other patrons, contemplating the risks he would take that night. As a mere mortal, he was curious to see if anyone would dare to capture him. However, by nightfall, he had gleaned no useful information. He rose, tossed a few silver coins onto the table, and exited the tavern, continuing his leisurely walk down the street. As the clock struck midnight, the streets lay deserted. Yet Wu Fan had still not discerned anything unusual. He then made his way towards the Lord's manor. After half an hour, at the grand rear gate of the manor, Wu Fan tapped his storage pouch, causing a talisman to soar forth and affix itself to him. In an instant, he vanished, concealed by the cloaking talisman, which could easily deceive ordinary mortals. However, if a cultivator were to employ a spiritual eye technique, Wu Fan's presence would be unmistakably revealed. Wu Fan leaped gracefully into the courtyard, moving silently within. Upon reaching a grand loft, he sensed the presence of a cultivator. Wu Fan felt no anxiety about being detected. Only he understood the formidable prowess of his heavenly ghost concealment technique. As long as the cultivator did not employ spiritual vision to scrutinize him, his figure would remain undisclosed. Peering through the narrow slit of a window, he observed 2 individuals within. One was clad in a form-fitting black garb, wearing a broad-brimmed hat that obscured his features. However, his voice suggested he was a middle-aged man, a cultivator of the 10th level of Qi refinement. The other was an ordinary mortal, over 60 years of age, adorned in splendid attire, with a countenance that exuded authority, clearly a man accustomed to high status. Yet, at that moment, the elder's face was etched with anxiety as he bowed deeply to the man in black, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, which he dared not wipe away. With a voice heavy with despair, the old man implored, "Esteemed Lord, I am at a loss as to how many more individuals you require. I, a mere old man, can scarcely bear this pressure any longer. If this matter were to become known, my entire family would be at risk of execution, even if we had 9 lives. I beseech you, esteemed Lord, to intercede with your superior on my behalf and spare my family. I am prepared to return home with my loved ones." Chapter 78 Interrogation. After the elder finished speaking, the man in black opposite him displayed evident impatience and coldly snorted, "Why do you have so much irrelevant chatter?" The fact that the Esteemed One has chosen you for this task is a blessing from your past life. If you can please the Esteemed One, rest assured, he will not treat you poorly. The Esteemed One has stated that if you perform well, he will reward you with elixirs that will cure all your ailments and extend your life by a decade. You must keep this information confidential and ensure that the common folk do not spread news of this matter in Liangzhou. Should the disciples of Qingfeng's sect discover what is happening here, neither the Esteemed One nor you and I will have a favorable outcome. Just hold on for a few more days. The Esteemed One's grand plan is nearing completion. Upon hearing about the elixirs, the elder's eyes clearly brightened. But then he fell into despair as the weight of his past deeds hit him. He had caused the deaths of far too many individuals, over 10,000 lives. Would he be met with retribution for his actions? Yet, he felt powerless to refuse, as his family was firmly in the hands of these powerful figures. With this in mind, he could only respond, "This old man shall do his utmost to serve the Esteemed One." That's more like it. Rest assured, once the task is accomplished, you will not be overlooked. You just need to endure for 3 more days. It will be nothing. I shall take my leave now. The man in black declared before turning to exit. Farewell, Esteemed One. The elder quickly bowed towards the departing figure. Once the man in black exited the city lord's manor, he scanned his surroundings and, seeing no one in sight, produced a talisman with a flick of his hand. He affixed it to himself, becoming indistinct, much like Wu Fan had before, and then swiftly departed into the distance. After leaving Liangzhou, he released a circular magical artifact and stood upon it, soaring into the air. Over 200 miles away, high above a mountain range, the man abruptly halted and glanced back, speaking coldly. "Your concealed technique is indeed impressive. Had you not mismanaged the wind speed during your flight, I would have been unaware of your pursuit. May I inquire what business you have in following me?" In the space where the man in black gazed, the air began to warp, revealing a middle-aged man who held a talisman, seemingly just removed from his own person. The man chuckled, "Haha. I indeed have some queries for you, esteemed friend. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me, should you have the time." "Oh, what is it that you wish to ask? I am unfamiliar with you, so why should I respond?" The expression of the man in black turned frosty, his tone chilling. "I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the over 10,000 missing commoners, as well as your identity and sect. Additionally, who is this Esteemed One you speak of? What is their cultivation level, and for what purpose are they capturing these commoners? I apologize for the multitude of questions, but I implore you to clarify these matters for me." The middle-aged man's voice gradually became colder as he finished speaking. "Humph. You do have quite a few questions, yet I have no intention of divulging anything to you. What can you do about it?" The man in black retorted with a cold snort. "Alas, what a pity. In truth, there was no need for your demise. Since you are intent on courting death, I can hardly be blamed." As the middle-aged man finished speaking, his form suddenly shimmered and vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, not far from the cloaked figure, the fabric of space warped, and in an instant, the previously disappeared middle-aged man reappeared. Upon his emergence, he let out a chuckle, and then a radiant golden light erupted from his body, expanding instantaneously to a distance of 10 zhong, enveloping the cloaked man within its embrace. The moment the cloaked man came into contact with the golden light, he felt an immense gravitational force bearing down upon him, as if a mountain were pressing upon his very being. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly swung his arm, and a rope shot forth from his hand, speeding towards the cloaked figure. Given the proximity and the cloaked man's struggle against the golden radiance, the rope encountered no resistance as it ensnared him. The cloaked man immediately sensed his internal energy falter, unable to summon even a trace of power. A look of terror flashed across his eyes, and while he was momentarily stunned, the middle-aged man had already reached his side, grinning before propelling them both away with astonishing speed. From the moment the middle-aged man struck until he whisked the cloaked man away, merely a few breaths had passed, a velocity that left onlookers astounded. More than 100 miles away, atop a low mountain peak amidst a forest of rubble, the cloaked man sat bound by a rope, his gaze fixed in fear and hatred upon the middle-aged man before him. "Can you now answer my questions, my friend?" The middle-aged man inquired casually. "I know not of what you speak. I advise you to release me at once, or you shall pay dearly," the cloaked man threatened. "Alas, I have already stated that you need not meet your end, yet you remain obstinate. Thus, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," the middle-aged man retorted. With that, a long sword appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, a flash of crimson light darted forth, followed by a piercing scream. The cloaked man was now missing an arm, blood gushing from the severed stump, the anguished cry echoing his torment. "Will you speak?" the middle-aged man demanded, his eyes glinting with menace. "Even if you kill me, I will not divulge anything. Abandon your hopes." The cloaked man contorted his face in agony, his voice strained. Without another word, the middle-aged man stepped closer, raising his sword once more, and with a swift motion, the remaining arm of the cloaked man fell to the ground. "Oh, I will speak. I beg you, spare me." The cloaked man croaked, his voice hoarse with despair. The middle-aged man set aside his long sword and remarked, "Had you spoken earlier, we could have avoided this agony of severed limbs. Now, reveal all that you know." The man in black, his visage twisted in anguish, began to speak. "Those mortals were sent by my master to capture." At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed, and the head of the man in black erupted, showering the surroundings with a gruesome mixture of red and white. He perished before he could finish his sentence. The middle-aged man, his expression darkened, gazed at the lifeless body and murmured to himself, "I did not anticipate that this individual's primordial spirit was ensnared by a high-ranking cultivator's restraint. Alas, I have uncovered nothing. Since the trail has gone cold, I must return to the Lord's estate to seek that elder." This middle-aged man was none other than Wu Fan himself. He had been tailing the man in black since his departure from the Lord's estate, but despite his efforts, he had found no leads. With a swift motion, Wu Fan summoned the storage pouch from the waist of the deceased, and then, with a single hand gesture, conjured a fireball the size of a fist, incinerating the man in black into ashes. Only then did he release his flying sword, ascending into the sky. Chapter 79. The prefect of Liangzhou. As Wu Fan soared through the sky, he had already examined the storage bag of the man in black, discovering several thousand spirit stones, 3 high-grade magical artifacts, a few bottles of elixirs, and an assortment of miscellaneous items, with nothing further of significance, nor any objects that could attest to the man's identity. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, it was already the dead of night. He paused before the previously seen pavilion, observing that the elder was seated solemnly in the hall, seemingly lost in thought. A slight smirk played upon Wu Fan's lips as he watched the elder's visage begin to contort, his stature shifting as well. In a mere moment, Wu Fan transformed into the likeness of the man in black. He then retrieved the storage bag from the black-clad man, extracting a complete set of black attire along with a wide-brimmed hat. After donning the ensemble, he stepped purposefully into the room. Wu Fan was left with no alternative but to resort to such measures. The elder was merely an ordinary mortal. Should Wu Fan attempt to employ the soul search technique on him, the frail body of the elder would succumb instantly. Likewise, he could not perform the same on the black-clad man. Though Wu Fan had indeed studied the soul search technique, it bore restrictions. Only high-tier cultivators could wield it against those of lower rank. Were Wu Fan a foundation-building cultivator, he would not find himself in such a predicament. However, the black-clad man's primordial spirit was bound by a restriction, rendering Wu Fan powerless against him. Invoking the soul search technique would only hasten the man's demise. Arriving at the door, Wu Fan made no pretense, boldly pushing it open. The elder, startled by the sudden entrance, instinctively thought that the intruder must be a cultivator. Otherwise, given the rigorous defenses of his residence, an ordinary person would find it impossible to gain entry. Upon the man's entrance, the elder was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't the esteemed official just departed? Not daring to be negligent, the elder hastily approached and bowed, inquiring, "Esteemed official, have you perhaps forgotten to relay some instructions?" Wu Fan, disguised as the man in black, spoke in a voice that resonated with authority. "I have returned to verify that your tasks have been executed flawlessly. I have discovered that someone has leaked information. This is impossible. The individuals I entrusted with the tasks are my most loyal confidants. They would never betray my trust. Esteemed official, what shall we do?" The elder's complexion paled instantly at these words, realizing that if the information had indeed escaped, not only would he face the wrath of his superior, but the court would also bring ruin upon his entire family. Wu Fan's gaze sharpened as he replied, "You should be acutely aware of the gravity of this situation. I shall say no more. If it is discovered that you have failed in your duties, prepare yourself for the ire of your superior." The elder, nearly collapsing from fear, steadied himself and tremulously asked, "Esteemed official, what am I to do? I beseech you, please save me." What else is there to do? You must swiftly take me to your confidants to uncover the truth of this matter, Wu Fan retorted sharply, flicking his sleeve in indignation. Indeed, I shall accompany you to seek out my confidants, the elderly man declared, hastily striding towards the door. Wu Fan followed closely behind, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips as he observed the old man's retreating figure. As they walked, Wu Fan noted the palpable fear emanating from the elder. His unsteady gait betrayed his trepidation, nearly causing him to stumble 5 times over a distance of less than 100 paces. The city lord's residence was vast, comprising both inner and outer courtyards. Upon exiting the inner courtyard, despite the late hour, the outer courtyard was alive with pairs of guards patrolling, weapons in hand. As one such pair approached, they spotted Wu Fan and the elder, immediately dropping to one knee and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Lord Prefect." "Rise," the elder replied, attempting to maintain an air of composure. The guards stood, and one, evidently the leader, stepped forward, inquiring, "Lord Prefect, is there any task you require us to undertake?" "Take me to the 5th Army camp," the elder replied casually. "Yes, your servant shall obey." The leader turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Move out to the 5th Army camp. Chen Gang, prepare the horses and carriage." "Understood." One of the men responded, promptly darting away. Wu Fan followed the group as they made their way out of the residence. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan and the elder found themselves seated in a carriage, advancing towards the city gates. After half an hour had elapsed, the elder gradually regained his composure, his expression sharpening with newfound clarity. He cautiously inquired, "Lord, may I ask how you became aware of the information leak?" "Humph, that is of no concern to you. I have my own methods," Wu Fan retorted with a dismissive scoff. Yes, my apologies for my impertinence," the elder stammered, clearly taken aback. He then tentatively asked, "Lord, if you are aware of the 5th Army camp's location, why do you require my company?" At this question, Wu Fan's heart skipped a beat, though his demeanor remained unchanged as he replied, "There is a reason for your presence. Refrain from unnecessary chatter." Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the elder felt a pang of anxiety but remained silent. Wu Fan scrutinized the elder's expression, his gaze turning icy as he suddenly queried, "How did you discover this?" The elder, upon hearing the question, felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing within the carriage. He managed to sit upright and, with trembling hands, clasped his fists, pleading, "Spare me. Oh, immortal, spare me. I demand to know how you came to this knowledge." Wu Fan's tone chilled. "The way you address the immortal differs from that of the Lord. And I was merely testing your awareness, for you do not truly know the location of the 5th Army camp," the elder confessed, sensing Wu Fan's growing ire. "Humph, I did not expect you to possess such cunning. Since you have discerned my true identity, divulge all that you know, or else." Wu Fan's voice deepened ominously. The elder's face drained of color, yet he uttered, "Immortal, I truly cannot speak. My entire family is at the mercy of the Lord. Even if you were to take my life, I could not reveal anything." Wu Fan understood that the elder was coerced. However, he could not bring himself to harm this man, who was but an ordinary mortal and a victim in his own right. Wu Fan, not being a practitioner of the dark arts, could not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Yet, he also could not probe into the elder's soul. Contemplating this, Wu Fan spoke, "The esteemed Lord Shangshi you mentioned has met his demise at my hands." The elder was taken aback, his countenance shifting dramatically, and he exclaimed in a state of panic, "What? The Lord Shangshi is dead? What shall I do now? My entire family, all 26 of us, are dependent on him." As the elder lamented, tears streamed down his face. Wu Fan, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of compassion. After a deep sigh, he reassured him, "I will find a way to rescue your family, but you must honestly disclose the entire situation to me." The elder continued to weep for a considerable time before finally composing himself. With a firm resolve glistening in his eyes, he turned to Wu Fan and declared, "I will tell you everything. I only wish for the immortal to save my family." A smile graced Wu Fan's face as he nodded in agreement. Chapter 80. The Blood Pool. At this moment, the elder's eyes were filled with a deep-seated hatred as he turned to Wu Fan and spoke. "The situation is as follows. 6 months ago, while I was engrossed in my work in the study, the high-ranking official suddenly appeared before me, threatening me to undertake certain acts." As he spoke, anguish clouded his eyes, and soon he broke down in tears. After a considerable time, He managed to regain his composure and continued. These are but ordinary citizens. Lives extinguished just like that. Yet, I was powerless to intervene, forced to partake in such heinous acts. The high-ranking official had taken my entire family hostage, coercing me into submission. Half an hour later, the elder's voice had become a mere whisper, choked with grief. Wu Fan, now aware of the unfolding events, felt his own eyes moisten. He murmured softly, "Those who dwell in the demonic path. The region of Liangzhou borders the demonic gate. If my suspicions are correct, this mischief surely stems from them." Gazing at the elder, Wu Fan's thoughts raced, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. He exclaimed, "Once we reach the 5-army camp, ensure that I am placed among the convoy of those transporting goods," and then, 2 hours later, Wu Fan, clad in armor, marched alongside a contingent of several hundred individuals, advancing into the distance. Among this lengthy procession, less than 100 horse-drawn carts were being escorted, each cart concealed beneath a tangle of straw, rendering its contents invisible. Yet, from within these wooden cages, muffled cries could frequently be heard. The convoy continued their journey until dawn, when they finally halted at the base of a desolate mountain. This secluded location, devoid of human presence year-round, served as an ideal hiding place. There, at the foot of the mountain, stood 3 men, all in their 30s or 40s. One of them inquired, "The transport has arrived. Yet where is Olden? Has something gone amiss?" Another replied, "Oh, who? Spare us your worries. Olden is at least a 10th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. Unless a foundation establishment cultivator intervenes, who could possibly defeat him?" The first speaker retorted, "I disagree, Brother Jiang. With Olden's mere cultivation, even a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner could easily end his life." At that moment, the previously silent man displayed signs of impatience and barked, "Enough of your bickering. Quickly arrange for the men to escort the medicinal supplies inside." Upon hearing his command, Jiang and Hu immediately ceased their argument and clasped their fists in acknowledgement. "Understood. Boss Feng. We shall attend to it at once." The two hurried to the front of the convoy, calling out to the hundreds of soldiers, "You there? Assemble 100 men to escort these supplies into the cave." The several hundred soldiers evidently engaged in these actions regularly, as they stripped away the overgrown weeds from the wooden cage. Upon closer inspection of the interior of the cage, it became painfully apparent that it contained a multitude of the elderly, women, children, and robust young men, all bound hand and foot, their mouths stuffed with coarse cloth. Fear was palpable in their eyes, and they emitted muffled whimpers. The youngest among them were mere toddlers, while the eldest had surpassed their 70s. Some timid children bore tear-stained faces, appearing utterly helpless. Even the soldiers, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of reluctance. Nevertheless, they complied with the orders of the two figures in command and proceeded to escort these individuals towards a certain Feng Lauda. At this moment, Wu Fan found himself among the 100-strong escorting contingent, clad in armor with a sword at his waist, his gaze fixated on the elderly, women, and children. His fists clenched with white knuckles, and his body trembled, indicating his struggle to contain an overwhelming fury. He then turned his attention to 3 men, one at the 10th level of Qi refinement, another at the 11th, and the third, at the farthest position, was a master of Qi refinement at its peak. Despite the formidable presence of these 3, Wu Fan refrained from acting recklessly. It was not fear that held him back, for he believed he could vanquish the peak master should he unleash his full power. Rather, he suspected that the esteemed figure mentioned by the governor was not among these 3. He surmised that the true mastermind lurked within the cavern, prompting him to investigate further before reporting to his sect. As Wu Fan accompanied the contingent forward, they approached a vast cavern behind the figure known as Feng Lauda. The group proceeded towards this cavern, while Zhang Lair and Hu Laosen lingered at the rear. Upon reaching Feng Lauda, he cast a glance over the assembly and commanded them to follow him. As he advanced, the rest of the contingent trailed closely behind. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they emerged from the cave entrance into a massive subterranean chamber. Upon entering this grand cavern, Wu Fan was immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench. As he ventured further, he was struck dumb by the horrific sight before him, which soon contorted his features into a mask of rage. A fierce cold light flickered in his eyes, and his fists tightened as a surge of uncontrollable energy coursed through him. The scene was truly appalling. The cavern spanned thousands of acres, surrounded by vast blood pools. within which dismembered limbs and remnants floated ominously. Witnessing such a grotesque tableau sent his emotions spiraling out of control, as he had never encountered a scene so ghastly. In that moment, he comprehended the fate of the over 10,000 souls who had vanished. It was unfathomable to conceive the depths of depravity that could drive someone to commit such unspeakable acts. The sight of those blood pools ignited the flames of wrath within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, he recalled the words of his fourth senior sister before his departure, and he finally grasped the malevolence and bloodthirstiness inherent in the practitioners of the demonic path. In the center of the blood pools lay a vast expanse of open land, upon which sat an elderly man, likely in his 60s or 70s, clad in dark garments. His skin bore a slightly dusky hue, and his visage was strikingly unattractive. At this moment, he sat with his eyes tightly shut, fingers forming intricate seals. Before him stood a deep black alchemical furnace, adorned with engravings of myriad beasts. Wu Fan recognized instantly that this furnace was not merely tenfold more precious than his own obsidian dragon furnace. The old man's cultivation was unfathomable, eluding Wu Fan's attempts to gauge its depth. Beneath the ebony furnace, the ground was inscribed with an elaborate formation, exuding a faint black light that extended towards the surrounding blood pools. Above these blood pools, wisps of sanguine mist swirled towards the furnace, gradually being drawn into its darkened depths. At that moment, Zhang Lair and Hu Laosen approached the front, joining Feng Laoda. Zhang Lair then spoke. Elder brother, third brother, did you just sense a wave of spiritual energy? Chapter 81. Severe injury. Sensing a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the beast cauldron, Hu Laosen speculated. Perhaps our master is on the verge of successfully refining the 10,000 blood pill. If this pill is completed, our master may ascend to the false Dan realm. Once he advances to that level, our standing within the sect will undoubtedly rise. His excitement was palpable as he chuckled to himself. However, Feng Laoda furrowed his brows and coldly interjected, that cannot be right. Our master previously mentioned that the 10,000 blood pill would require 3 more days to be completed. Yet, I just sensed that spiritual energy emanating from our vicinity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lair and Hu Laosen instinctively placed their hands on their storage bags, their gazes sharpening with suspicion. Wu Fan, startled by their conversation, felt a surge of anxiety. He had failed to maintain control over his emotions earlier. Now, the trio suspected that a cultivator had infiltrated their ranks. Fortunately, Wu Fan's momentary lapse in controlling his internal energy had gone unnoticed by them. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The elderly figure seated in the clearing suddenly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze directly on Wu Fan. A wave of dread washed over Wu Fan. He hastily placed his hand on his waist. Just then, the elder let out a cold snort, raised his arm, and unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Wu Fan. Instantly, a massive black palm imprint surged forth from his hand, hurtling directly at Wu Fan. Realizing the imminent danger, Wu Fan's expression darkened. He swiftly activated his storage bag to summon the primordial diamond shield, positioning it before him, and drew the swift wind sword, leaping onto it. The enormous black palm imprint crashed down upon the shield with a thunderous roar, shattering the primordial diamond shield into countless fragments. Wu Fan's heart sank at the sight. He had not anticipated that his exquisite artifact would be obliterated by a single strike from the elder. The impact caused severe casualties among his companions, leaving him momentarily disoriented as he struggled to gauge the extent of the devastation. Yet, the black palm imprint still bore down upon him with relentless force. Before he could escape, the imprint struck him, sending his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the mountainside. As he hit the ground, he felt a rush of warmth as blood surged forth from his mouth. Undeterred, he quickly rose, wielding the swift wind sword, and dashed towards the cave's entrance. Seeing that Wu Fan had survived, the elder realized that the exquisite shield had spared his life. With a grim expression, he shouted to Feng Laoda and the others. After him, ensure that he is killed. I must remain here to oversee the furnace. Without needing further instruction, Feng Laoda and his companions pursued Wu Fan, determined to capture him. During his flight, Wu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and only after this release did his complexion improve somewhat. He swiftly assessed his internal condition, discovering that his injuries were grave, necessitating immediate refuge for healing. He lifted his garments to inspect the golden silk armor beneath, only to find it shattered. Fortunately, the mixed-element diamond shield and the golden silk armor had spared his life, had it not been for the elderly man's earlier strike. Wu Fan would now be deceased. His sect-issued robe had been placed into his storage bag prior to his departure, as he needed to masquerade as a mortal, leaving him without its protection. Had he worn the robe earlier, his injuries would not have been so severe. Now gravely wounded, Wu Fan found that his speed on the wind blade was insufficient. The cave entrance was too narrow for him to deploy the misty boat. He could only hope to escape the cave before summoning it. He fervently wished to evade pursuit, yet fate often veers towards misfortune. The three pursuers behind him all possessed peak chi refinement cultivation, with one having reached the pinnacle of the realm. Unlike Wu Fan, they were uninjured and their flying speed far surpassed his. Just as Wu Fan emerged from the cave, he had no time to unleash the misty boat. The one known as Feng Laoda had already closed the distance, releasing a silver flying sword aimed directly at him. Wu Fan glanced back to see that it was indeed a top-tier magical artifact. Reluctant to engage in a prolonged battle with the trio, Wu Fan urgently sought a place to heal. However, they remained too far from him, beyond a Tinjong range, preventing him from employing his golden light technique. He needed to devise a strategy to eliminate them swiftly, otherwise his wounds would worsen, leading to his inevitable defeat and demise. With this thought in mind, he tapped his storage bag, and the blazing sun soared forth, hurtling towards Feng Laoda's flying sword. A thunderous clash ensued as the blazing sun's sword was deflected, revealing a visible crack along its blade, while the opponent's sword merely trembled slightly. Undeterred, Wu Fan continued to manipulate the blazing sun's sword towards the incoming threat. However, after several exchanges, the blazing sun's sword shattered, marking the loss of two magical artifacts that had accompanied him for years. At that moment, Zhang Lair and Hu Laosan had also approached, both launching their attacks simultaneously. One unleashed a demonic blade, while the other brandished a short gun, both aimed directly at Wu Fan. These artifacts were merely high-tier, but Feng Laoda's top-tier flying sword, now unimpeded by the blazing sun sword, surged rapidly towards Wu Fan. Seeing three magical artifacts converging upon him, Wu Fan could not afford to hesitate. He struck his storage bag once more, and a massive black net erupted from it, racing towards the trio's artifacts. This formidable net was the spoils of his recent confrontation outside of Changyang Square, where he had vanquished two foes. In the moment that Wu Fan released the dark net, he propelled himself forward with the swift wind sword, hurtling towards the three individuals as if willingly walking into a trap. In truth, Wu Fan had been poised to charge the instant he noticed the other two approaching. The colossal dark net swiftly enveloped their three magical artifacts. Yet tragically, this net endured for less than 3 breaths before being torn to shreds by the opponent's artifacts. Nevertheless, it afforded Wu Fan precious time. At this juncture, he had already closed the distance to mere 10 paces from the trio, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already within striking distance of the three. The trio, witnessing Wu Fan's audacious approach, was momentarily taken aback. Did this fool intend to court death? Instead of fleeing after unleashing the dark net, he dared to advance towards them. Did he possess some unforeseen trump card? Chapter 82. Return. Upon witnessing Wu Fan's sudden disappearance and instantaneous reappearance before them, the three individuals recognized the remarkable agility he possessed. Before they could contemplate further, they hastily manipulated their three magical artifacts to launch an assault towards him. At that moment, Wu Fan's body trembled, and a radiant golden light erupted forth, swiftly enveloping both the three adversaries and their magical artifacts. The trio staggered momentarily, nearly losing their footing, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they quickly channeled their internal energy to stabilize themselves. Similarly, the magical artifacts wavered, on the verge of plummeting. Yet the three managed to regain control, redirecting them towards Wu Fan, albeit at an exceedingly sluggish pace. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Fan harbored such a formidable power. Given their current predicament, it was exceedingly challenging to vanquish him. Just as they steadied themselves and sought a strategy, they found Wu Fan had already initiated his assault. After unleashing the golden light, Wu Fan wasted no time. He opened his mouth and expelled a fireball, roughly the size of a fist, known as the celestial fire of the heavenly net. As the celestial fire surged forth, it surged directly toward the leader, Feng. Following this, Wu Fan swiftly released the mysterious needle, directing it towards the second adversary, Jiang. Encased in the golden light, they were unable to evade the impending attacks. In an instant, Feng was engulfed by the celestial fire, reduced to nothingness, leaving only a storage pouch to fall to the ground. Jiang fared little better. The mysterious needle pierced through his skull, and his eyes widened in shock as the color drained from them, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, the third adversary, was instantly gripped by terror. In a frenzy, he struck his storage pouch, conjuring a massive shield to protect himself, and he rapidly descended. Yet, the celestial fire had already reached him, instantly melting his shield into molten metal. The fire then pursued Hu, and mere moments later, the battle concluded, leaving him as nothing but ash, akin to his elder brother. From the moment Wu Fan entered within 10 paces of the trio until their demise, scarcely 5 breaths had elapsed. It was a swift and decisive engagement. Wu Fan glanced at the ground and with a wave of his arm, summoned the storage pouches and magical artifacts of the fallen, collecting them with ease. He then commanded the celestial fire to incinerate Zhang's remains into ashes before taking flight on the swift wind sword, departing the scene. Wu Fan harbored a palpable fear of the formidable cultivator in the cave, knowing that even 100 lives would be insufficient should that individual emerge. As Wu Fan, bearing grave injuries, soared over 100 miles, he found himself utterly exhausted and unable to continue. With no other recourse, he descended, directing his sword light towards a mountain peak below. Upon reaching the summit, he swiftly set up the Mixianduan Shen formation before entering a small space. Once inside the bedroom of this secluded realm, he settled cross-legged on the bed, retrieving a vial of medicinal pills. He hastily extracted a single pill and consumed it, commencing his healing process. This pill was none other than the blood chi pill, a healing elixir gifted to him by his master upon his apprenticeship. The moment Wu Fan swallowed the pill, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, rapidly mending his internal wounds. After 10 days within the small space, Wu Fan's injuries had healed completely, granting him the opportunity to ponder various matters. He had previously rummaged through the storage bags of 3 individuals, discovering their identity tokens which confirmed them as disciples of the Earth Demon sect. Additionally, within the storage bag of the one known as Feng Laoda, he stumbled upon another identity token, presumably belonging to the man he had slain earlier, a cultivator called Enlausi. It appeared that Enlausi, in his cleverness, had foreseen the potential for identity exposure during their mission and had entrusted his token to Feng Laoda beforehand. Wu Fan also uncovered over 20,000 spirit stones, several medicinal pills, and a few magical artifacts among their belongings. Of these artifacts, only one was of exceptional quality, a flying sword previously wielded by Feng Laoda. This sword gleamed silver, inscribed with the characters for Silver Moon, which Wu Fan surmised was its name. A smile graced his face upon seeing the sword. Despite the loss of his Hunyuan Vajra shield, the Liang sword, and the black net, he felt compensated by the acquisition of the Silver Moon sword. Now at the 9th level of Qi refinement, Wu Fan was indeed capable of wielding superior magical artifacts, albeit at the cost of consuming his internal spiritual energy more rapidly. However, this was a minor concern compared to the enhancement of his combat prowess. Suddenly, Wu Fan recalled Feng Laoda's words regarding the Wanshui Dan, which required 3 days for fabrication and was intended to assist his master in breaking through to the false Dan stage. Wu Fan's heart quickened with alarm. Since entering the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered a practitioner at the false Dan level, a mere step away from ascending to the Golden Core Ancestor tier. Fortunately, his adversary had not yet achieved this breakthrough. Had he done so, Wu Fan would have perished long ago from that earlier strike. He remembered that upon his escape, the elder had expressly stated that he could not leave, hence sending his 3 disciples to pursue Wu Fan. It seemed the elder was in a crucial phase of alchemical concoction, unable to extricate himself from the process. Now, a day had passed in the outside world, with 2 more days remaining until the elder would complete his alchemical work. Once finished, he would undoubtedly return to the Earth Demon sect without delay. Wu Fan realized that if he reported this matter to the sect now and awaited the dispatch of a foundational elder, it would be far too late. Upon reflecting on this matter, Wu Fan resolved to return. He could not allow the elder to leave Liangzhou after having taken so many innocent lives, and the thought of it weighed heavily on his conscience. Memories of defenseless elders, women, and children pierced his heart with profound sorrow. Moreover, after witnessing the blood pool within the cave, his heart overflowed with resentment. Wu Fan understood that as a cultivator, one must sever all emotional ties. Yet, he found himself incapable of such coldness. He believed that a cultivator is still a human being, and being human entails possessing emotions. For Wu Fan, those who posed a threat could be eliminated, and those who sought to harm him must also be dealt with. However, he would fiercely protect those whom he deemed worthy of safeguarding. Only through such resolve could Wu Fan remain true to himself, achieving a tranquil heart free from inner demons, thus allowing him to ascend to greater heights. Having made the decision to return, Wu Fan wasted no time. He retrieved the Silver Moon sword and began the process of refining it. 5 days later, within a confined space, Wu Fan completed the refinement of the Silver Moon sword. He then emerged back into the outside world and made his way to the desolate mountain. He was not a man of impulsiveness. This time, he felt confident in his ability to detain the elder. If the situation proved insurmountable, he would not be foolish enough to endanger his life. Just moments ago, he could have returned to Qingfeng's sect and dismissed the events here. Yet, with the mysterious sky severing formation and the heavenly ghost concealment technique at his disposal, he was capable of silently setting up the formation on the desolate mountain without alerting the elder. Furthermore, Wu Fan did not believe the elder would emerge immediately, as he was in the critical stages of alchemy and would be unlikely to abandon his work to pursue him. Chapter 83. Encirclement. Upon Wu Fan's return to the desolate mountain, he employed the technique of heavenly ghosts to suppress his aura entirely. Subsequently, he commenced the silent arrangement of the formation. Once the formation was meticulously established, Wu Fan exhaled a deep sigh of relief. He then entered the innermost layer of the defensive array, knowing that within this sanctuary, he would be impervious to defeat. Wu Fan was acutely aware of the formidable defensive capabilities of this formation, which no cultivator below the Golden Core stage could hope to breach. With an ample supply of spirit stones at his disposal, he held little doubt that the elder would be unable to escape. Upon reaching the mountain summit, he sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the elder's emergence. 2 days later, within the cavern of the desolate mountain, the elder suddenly opened his eyes. With a swift motion, he summoned forth a blood-red elixir from the black alchemical furnace before him. After a moment of careful observation of the blood-red pill, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in his eyes, gradually morphing into a broad smile that soon erupted into hearty laughter. The resonance of his mirth caused the black furnace to tremble, a testament to the elder's exuberance. After a brief interval, the elder stifled his laughter, delicately placing the elixir into a pill bottle, which he then secured within his storage pouch. In a hushed tone, he mused to himself, "At last, I have successfully refined the 10,000 blood pill. Upon my return to the Earth Demon sect, I shall immediately enter seclusion to break through to the false core stage. With the assistance of this 10,000 blood pill, I possess a 60% chance of success. Though consuming this pill will render my ascent to the Golden Core stage impossible for the rest of my life, it matters not. At the very least, I have extended my lifespan by several centuries. Without the refinement of this 10,000 blood pill, my remaining 30 years would have made a breakthrough to the false core stage an unattainable dream. By that time, I would be left with merely 30 years to live. Since this pill grants me the opportunity to continue living for several centuries, the sacrifice of over 10,000 mortals will have been worthwhile." Haha. After a moment of mirth, the elder waved his hand, summoning the black furnace to him. As it approached, it gradually diminished in size until it was no larger than his palm, resting gently in his hand. A smile crept across his face as he regarded the furnace. His gaze then shifted to the spot where the furnace had been, now occupied by a swirling mass of black flames, roughly the size of a head, emanating a terrifying heat that hinted at a power even more formidable than Wu Fan's heavenly Luo extreme fire. With another gesture, the elder directed the black flames to his other hand, where they settled. Observing the flames, his smile widened further. He alternated his gaze between the black furnace and the flames, nodding in satisfaction before consuming the black flames in a single gulp and depositing the black furnace into his storage pouch. He murmured to himself, "This time, the successful concoction of the 10,000 blood pill is solely due to the 10,000 beasts cauldron, as well as my own black wind flame. Without these two treasures, I would never have achieved success." Perhaps the heavens wish for me to live a few more centuries, allowing me to possess such remarkable artifacts. Haraha. After a moment of laughter, the old man's expression darkened, and he continued to mutter, "Could my 4 disciples have met with misfortune? Why have they not returned after 3 days? What could possibly be the matter? All my disciples possess peak chi refinement cultivation. They should not be unable to handle a mere lad at the 9th level of chi refinement. Or perhaps that lad possesses some means of evasion, and my disciples have pursued him? Regardless, it is best for me to leave this place swiftly. If the people of the Qingfeng sect discover me, it would be a troublesome affair." With that, the old man rose and walked towards the cave entrance. Moments later, as he stepped out of the cave, a sudden white mist obstructed his vision, enveloping him in a shroud of whiteness. Startled, he realized he was trapped within a formation. His face darkened as he pondered. "It seems my disciples have perished. I wonder if this formation was set by that lad, or if he has sought assistance. However, from my observations, even if he has allies, they could not possibly be Golden Core ancestors. If a Golden Core ancestor were present, there would be no need for such elaborate arrangements." Reassured by this thought, the old man felt a sense of calm. With his cultivation, he had little to fear as long as no Golden Core ancestor intervened. His primary objective was to break the formation and locate its creator to eliminate them. He swiftly took out a black flying sword from his storage bag, sending it whistling forward. Yet, after a considerable distance, it encountered nothing. Realizing that further manipulation of the sword would lead it beyond his spiritual senses' reach, severing their connection, he redirected it in other directions, only to find the same result. It dawned on him that this formation was likely quite formidable. Meanwhile, after the old man exited the cave, Wu Fan had already noticed him. Observing the old man's futile attempts to break the formation with the flying sword, a smirk crept upon his lips. To Wu Fan, the old man's flying sword merely circled in place, lacking any linear trajectory. He decided to observe for a while longer. After several unsuccessful attempts, the old man contemplated returning to the cave, but found himself unable to do so. In desperation, he suddenly called out, "Whoever has trapped this old man in this place, what is your intention? Might you step forth so we can converse?" After a long period of silence, the elder, finding no one to respond to him, had no choice but to continue attempting to break the array. His methods were varied. He had employed talismans, ritual discs, incantations, and even set up his own formations. Yet, in the end, all of his efforts proved futile. With a somber expression, the elder continued to contemplate how to dismantle the array. It was not until a day later that he sat on the ground, his face ashen, preparing to regain some of his magical energy. Just as he settled down, a burst of golden flames surged toward him. As the flames approached, the elder suddenly opened his eyes and, with a swift motion, expelled a ball of fire from his mouth. This flame was jet black and several times larger than the golden one. The two flames collided, and the golden fire was clearly outmatched, being forcefully repelled. The elder was taken aback, realizing that his black wind flame had failed to extinguish the opposing fire, which seemed to possess the essence of the world's spiritual flames. At that moment, the golden flames charged at him once more. The elder, with no other option, commanded his black wind flame to engage in combat, wary of utilizing any other magical artifacts, as the opposing flames were evidently of a celestial nature, and he had no desire to risk the loss of his precious items. Chapter 84. The Annihilation of Foundation Establishment. Thus, 2 orbs of spiritual flame collided with one another. After half an hour, upon closer inspection of these flames, one would notice that the black flame was gradually diminishing, while the golden flame was steadily expanding. The elder also recognized this phenomenon, his eyes widening in astonishment and his mouth agape, contemplating, "What kind of spiritual flame is this? It can actually devour my black wind flame? This is truly extraordinary." The elder's expression darkened as he swiftly formed a hand seal, summoning a massive ice spear that shot towards the golden fireball. With a whoosh, at the moment of impact, the golden fireball suddenly swayed and was knocked back a yard, while the ice spear instantaneously transformed into vapor and vanished. Observing the effectiveness of this tactic, the elder continued to unleash ice spears to impede the advance of the golden flame, striving to prevent it from further consuming his black wind flame. However, as time wore on, despite the golden flame being repeatedly repelled, it always returned to continue its insatiable feast upon the black wind flame. The rate of consumption had slowed, yet the elder dared not retract his black wind flame. If he were to do so, the golden flame would undoubtedly rush towards him, complicating matters even further. Thus, 10 days elapsed, and the black wind flame had completely vanished, entirely devoured by the golden flame, which had now grown from the size of a fist to that of a human head. Meanwhile, the elder was still employing ice spears to hinder the golden flame's advance. But his magical energy was nearing exhaustion, while the golden flame relentlessly attacked, affording him no respite. Throughout these 10 days, the elder had exhausted every possible strategy, even losing several magical artifacts to the flames. He had attempted to plead for mercy and had even wielded a flying sword in a desperate bid to escape skyward. Yet he remained trapped within the formation, relentlessly pursued by the golden flame. Just as he felt himself succumbing to fatigue, he suddenly experienced a sensation of weight pressing down upon him. At that moment, a small white fox suddenly burst forth beside him, its eyes glowing a fierce red. He felt a momentary haze cloud his mind. When clarity returned, a green needle had already sped toward him with blinding swiftness. He was powerless to react, merely able to watch as the needle pierced through his skull, even until his dying breath. The elder could hardly fathom that a distinguished cultivator of the late Foundation establishment stage met such a humiliating end, without even laying eyes on his adversary before being consigned to the underworld. Wu Fan gazed upon the elder's corpse for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. After 10 days, he had finally slain the elder, who had proven to be formidable, managing to endure for so long even while ensnared within the Grand Formation. Were it not for the heavenly Luo extreme fire, Wu Fan mused that killing him would have been a Herculean task. With a flick of his hand, Wu Fan summoned the heavenly Luo extreme fire, which floated gracefully upon his palm. This extreme fire had now attained a size comparable to a human head. However, it had yet to fully refine the black wind flame. Within the depths of the extreme fire, a substantial mass of black flame was still visible. Once the extreme fire completely consumed the black wind flame, its power would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Wu Fan observed the blazing fire for a moment, and then opened his mouth. The extreme fire suddenly flew into his mouth and gradually diminished in size before vanishing within. He then looked down at the little white fox and softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, little white fox. I owe it all to you." Upon hearing her master's praise, the little white fox joyfully pranced around Wu Fan, barking excitedly. Seeing the little white fox so elated, Wu Fan couldn't help but chuckle heartily. He then retrieved the old man's storage bag and incinerated the elder into ashes, before commencing his examination of the bag's contents. After a while of inspection, Wu Fan burst into laughter once more. The differences between a Foundation establishment cultivator and a Qi refining cultivator were stark. Not to mention, the storage bag contained nearly 200,000 spirit stones. What delighted Wu Fan the most was that among these spirit stones, there were over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Wu Fan was well aware that it took 100 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for just one medium-grade stone. Generally, only Foundation establishment cultivators would utilize medium-grade spirit stones, which held a substantial reserve of spiritual energy. Whether for array formations or for personal cultivation, they far surpassed their low-grade counterparts. Even more precious than medium-grade spirit stones were the high-grade ones, though these were exceedingly rare. The exchange rate was similarly steep. It took 100 medium-grade spirit stones to procure a single high-grade spirit stone, and even then, it was uncommon for anyone to trade them due to their scarcity. Typically, one would need slightly over 100 medium-grade stones to acquire just one high-grade stone. In addition to the spirit stones, Wu Fan also discovered a flying sword, the very black sword previously wielded by the old man. Upon seeing this sword, Wu Fan's face lit up with excitement. This flying sword was actually of spiritual artifact grade, akin to his own misty vessel, both classified as spiritual artifacts. It is essential to note that only Foundation establishment cultivators wield spiritual artifacts, which differ significantly from magical tools. For instance, comparing a top-tier magical tool to a low-grade spiritual artifact reveals a vast disparity. They are not comparable at all. Spiritual artifacts are costly and rarely crafted successfully by artifact refiners, and their materials are equally precious and hard to obtain. Generally, early Foundation establishment cultivators do not possess spiritual artifacts, yet this flying sword was a mid-tier spiritual artifact. Notably, Wu Fan's misty vessel was a high-tier artifact, underscoring his elation. The black flying sword bore the inscription Black Demon, suggesting that it was indeed named the Black Demon Sword. Unfortunately, with his current cultivation level, Wu Fan could not yet utilize it. He would need to advance to the peak of the qi refining stage before he could manage its use, and even then, a qi refining cultivator could only wield a fraction of the sword's true power. Additionally, Wu Fan found a shield within the storage bag. This shield shimmered with a silvery light and was also a spiritual artifact, albeit a low-tier one. Named the Silverlight Shield, Wu Fan regarded it for a moment, his eyes gleaming with delight. Although his primordial diamond shield had shattered, he had now acquired something even better. Within the entirety of the storage bag, Wu Fan believed that the most remarkable and exhilarating item was undoubtedly the Black Beast Cauldron. This exquisite artifact was a top-tier spiritual tool classified as an alchemical furnace. It is evident how immensely valuable the Beast Cauldron is. Even with spirit stones, acquiring one is not a certainty. High-grade alchemical furnaces are inherently rare, let alone a premium-grade spiritual tool. As Wu Fan gazed at the Beast Cauldron in his hands, a smile graced his face that did not wane. This alchemical furnace was an extraordinary find, and once Wu Fan ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he would no longer need to fret over the furnace. Wu Fan was well aware that his master, Li Ning, utilized merely a mid-tier spiritual tool for alchemy, while he himself had come into possession of a top-tier spiritual tool furnace. Chapter 85. Spoils within the storage pouch. There remained several jade slips containing alchemical formulas, as well as a tome detailing the insights of a seasoned alchemist. It was evident that the old man was indeed a practitioner of the alchemical arts. After perusing the alchemical notes for a while, Wu Fan decided to place them into his storage pouch, resolving to examine them thoroughly when time permitted. He continued to sift through the jade slips, discovering that a number of the formulas pertained to elixirs favored by demonic cultivators, which held little value for him. However, he found several formulas that piqued his interest, albeit for now, he lacked the capacity to concoct them, as they were primarily for first, second, and third-grade elixirs. To his delight, Wu Fan even stumbled upon two fourth-grade formulas, specifically designed for enhancing cultivation. The mere sight of these formulas brought him considerable joy, for he believed that the more elixirs he could acquire for cultivation enhancement, the better. Amidst these formulas, two particularly astonishing ones caught his eye. One was named the Youth Elixir, a potion that promised to preserve the user's youthful appearance indefinitely, ensuring that their visage would never change nor would they ever age. Such a revelation was nothing short of remarkable. After all, who would not desire eternal beauty, especially for female cultivators? The knowledge of someone selling the Youth Elixir would prompt them to part with their fortunes without a second thought. The prospect of eternal youth would surely bring them joy even in their dreams. The second formula was titled Longevity Elixir. Wu Fan was taken aback upon encountering this particular slip, for the Longevity Elixir possessed the extraordinary ability to extend one's lifespan. Consuming this elixir would add a decade to one's life. Although one could only partake of this elixir once in a lifetime, its value was immeasurable. Consider, for instance, how significant 10 years could be for a mortal. For cultivators, it was equally precious. Countless cultivators had perished due to a lack of lifespan, unable to break through their bottlenecks, and subsequently losing hundreds of years of vitality. When Wu Fan laid eyes on the Longevity Elixir formula, his elation surpassed even that of discovering the Youth Elixir. His joy did not stem from a desire to consume the elixir himself. He was still young and had no immediate need for it. If he could advance to the foundation establishment stage, his need would diminish further. Instead, his happiness was rooted in the thought of crafting the Longevity Elixir for his parents. It had been 7 or 8 years since he last returned to Qingshan City, and he resolved that upon locating the necessary spiritual herbs to concoct the Longevity Elixir, he would swiftly prepare it. Once successful, he would return to Qingshan City to present it to his parents and his master, Old Lu. Subsequently, Wu Fan rummaged through his storage pouch and unearthed several bottles of elixirs. These potions varied in purpose. Some were for healing injuries, others for breaking through bottlenecks, and some aimed at enhancing cultivation. It was evident that this elder was indeed a master alchemist, as the array of elixirs was astonishingly abundant. What brought Wu Fan the greatest joy was the discovery of a bottle of Youth Elixir containing 6 precious pills. He clutched the vial, laughing heartily for quite some time. After his laughter subsided, he promptly extracted one pill and tossed it into his mouth, then carefully stowed the vial back into his storage pouch. He then hurriedly searched for longevity pills, but unfortunately, after thoroughly sifting through the entire pouch, he found none. Sighing in disappointment, he resigned himself to the fact that he would have to concoct them himself in the future. He had previously glanced at the recipe and was aware that the spiritual herbs required for crafting longevity pills were exceedingly rare, making the elder's lack of them rather understandable. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, the elder had painstakingly crafted a single longevity pill, only to consume it himself, fearing that without it, he would not ascend to the false stand stage within 30 years and would ultimately perish as his lifespan dwindled. Had he possessed a century more to live, he would not have risked the lives of over 10,000 individuals to forge the 10,000 blood pill. Wu Fan finally retrieved another vial, which appeared to be exceptionally valuable, undoubtedly containing precious elixirs. Upon opening it and taking a whiff, his expression darkened. He recognized the elixir. It was freshly forged, still bearing a hint of a metallic scent. This was undoubtedly the 10,000 blood pill, which he had read about in the recipe. Although the pill boasted a high success rate for advancing to the false stand stage, it came with a significant drawback. Consuming it would forever bind one to the false Dan stage, rendering any progression to the golden Dan stage impossible. Wu Fan resolutely decided against consuming the 10,000 blood pill, not only due to the countless lives sacrificed in its creation, but also because he could not escape the haunting shadow it cast over him. The primary reason Wu Fan was averse to taking this pill was his unwavering conviction in the pursuit of immortality, a goal he had tirelessly strived for. As he toyed with the elixir, his little white fox suddenly leapt up and swallowed the 10,000 blood pill whole. Wu Fan was momentarily stunned, then inquired of the fox, "Little white fox, does the 10,000 blood pill serve you any purpose?" The fox gazed back at him with its ruby-like eyes, nodding in affirmation before letting out a few joyful yips. It then appeared to grow drowsy, its eyelids fluttering as if struggling to stay awake. Moments later, it gradually lay down and succumbed to slumber. Wu Fan crouched beside the fox to examine it, finding nothing amiss. It seemed the effects of the elixir required the fox to enter a deep sleep to refine it. He wondered if, upon awakening, the fox would ascend to the ranks of a third-tier beast. Wu Fan placed the little white fox into the spirit beast pouch and then dismantled the Mishianduan divine array. He proceeded to enter the cavern. Upon his return to the cave, he was confronted by the horrifying sight of pools of blood, which rekindled a surge of fury within him. After a considerable time, he managed to compose himself and ventured deeper into the abyss. At the innermost part of the cave, he discovered a series of cages, previously used to imprison the mortals. Wu Fan inspected each cage, yet found no living souls, including those soldiers who had accompanied him, all of whom had fallen victim to the old man's alchemical practices. After thoroughly searching and discovering the absence of the governor's family, he took flight from that place, heading towards Liang City. Although he had promised the old man to locate his family, he knew they were all deceased. Nevertheless, Wu Fan felt compelled to return and inform him. His feelings towards the old man were a mix of anger and pity. The anger stemmed from the old man's actions, which, despite being coerced, could not alter the reality of the situation. The demise of his family could be seen as a form of retribution. Conversely, he felt pity for the old man, whose heart was not entirely corrupt. Through the old man's heartfelt lamentations, it was evident how deeply he cared for his family. In all honesty, Wu Fan reflected that had he been in the old man's position, he might have made similar choices. With this thought, Wu Fan let out a soft sigh. Chapter 86. Elder Fan. Upon Wu Fan's return to Liang City, he hurried directly to the residence of the prefect. When he encountered the elder once more, he found the old man bedridden, his complexion pallid and gaunt, with vacant eyes. However, upon seeing Wu Fan, a spark of life flickered in his gaze, and he swiftly rose from his bed, approaching Wu Fan with an expression of hope. Trembling, he clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "This old man pays his respects to the immortal." "I wonder about my family." Before the elder could finish, Wu Fan interjected, "Alas, I have slain those demons from the Earth Demon sect, so consider your vengeance avenged." Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the elder's face drained of color, and he collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face in profound sorrow. After a quarter of an hour, with a vacant gaze, the elder slowly rose and walked toward the wall where a long sword hung. Approaching the sword, he drew it with a swift motion and, in a moment of despair, slashed it across his neck. Blood sprayed forth, and the elder sank slowly to the ground. Wu Fan watched the old man until life left him. He could have intervened to save him, yet he deemed it unnecessary. For the elder, death was perhaps a release. After toiling for half a year without rescuing his family and causing the demise of many, continuing to live would only subject him to relentless guilt. Better to find peace in death. With a heavy sigh, Wu Fan suddenly vanished from his location. Half an hour later, he reappeared over 100 miles outside Liang City and summoned his cloud mist vessel to head toward Qingfeng Gate. Wu Fan considered this mission accomplished, with a contribution value of 1,200 secured. However, the experience left a profound impact on him. He now truly comprehended the harsh realities of the cultivation world, recognizing the bloodthirsty cruelty of those in the demonic path. As his fourth senior sister had stated, the realm of cultivation thrived on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Many cultivators would resort to heinous acts to elevate their power. Since entering the cultivation world, he had been pursued and besieged twice, and this incident served as a stark warning. 10 days later, Wu Fan returned to Qingfeng Gate and made his way to the affairs hall. Upon entering the grand hall, he proceeded toward the back, traversing through the spacious area, until he reached a room where an elder sat behind a desk. The elder appeared to be in his 60s, with hair that was a mix of black and white, a hawkish nose, and narrow eyes, exuding an aura of stern impartiality. He was engrossed in a book when he heard someone enter, and he looked up. Upon seeing Wu Fan, he let out a soft exclamation, asking, "You are Wu Fan?" "Greetings, Elder Fan," Wu Fan replied, bowing respectfully. Elder Fan scrutinized Wu Fan for a moment before he remarked, "Indeed. You still remember me. 2 years ago, during the outer sect competition, I wished to take you as my disciple, yet alas, you were claimed by that Li Ning." Wu Fan offered an awkward smile, fully aware that the elder's words were merely flattery, for it was he who had initially suggested visiting Danding Peak. "Indeed, you have already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. It won't be long before you ascend to the pinnacle of this stage. You, my boy, have promising prospects for foundation establishment," Elder Fan continued with a cheerful demeanor. "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Fan," Wu Fan replied, his face lighting up with a smile as he bowed respectfully. "Have you come to me to fulfill a specific task?" Elder Fan finally broached the main subject. "Yes, I have just completed a mission in Liangzhou and wish to exchange my contributions with you," Wu Fan stated, handing his identity token to the elder. Elder Fan accepted the token and, with a single hand gesture, invoked a spell. Soon, inscriptions appeared on the token, prompting him to murmur softly to himself, "Liangzhou. Within and beyond Liang City, over 10,000 commoners have gone missing." After perusing the token, Elder Fan lifted his gaze to Wu Fan and inquired, "Wu Fan, please elaborate on the situation and be specific." With a clasped fist, Wu Fan began, "Elder Fan, the matter is as follows. Upon my arrival in Liangzhou, I commenced my investigation. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan concluded his account, deliberately omitting any mention of the late-stage foundation establishment elder. He felt it unwise to disclose such information, knowing that Elder Fan might not believe him, and he wished to keep his own cards close to his chest. He did, however, recount the threats posed by the disciples of the Earth Demon sect against the governor of Liangzhou, presenting the identity tokens of the 4 individuals involved to Elder Fan. Upon examining the tokens, Elder Fan recognized them as belonging to the Earth Demon sect without a doubt. He trusted Wu Fan's words, having witnessed his extraordinary Golden Yuan refulgence technique during the previous competition, and believed in Wu Fan's capability to eliminate those 4. Elder Fan's expression darkened with anger as he declared, "The Earth Demon sect is exceedingly audacious to commit murder within the territory of our Qingfeng sect. I shall report this matter to the sect leader." After a brief pause, he continued, "Wu Fan, well done. This task is considered complete, and I will dispatch someone to verify the details." With that, Elder Fan produced a token and tapped it against Wu Fan's identity token. In an instant, Wu Fan saw his contributions increase by 1,200 points. Overjoyed, Wu Fan accepted the token and bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Elder Fan." "Very well. You may take your leave now," Elder Fan said with a warm smile. "Yes," Wu Fan replied before exiting the administrative hall. A quarter of an hour later, he returned to his dwelling. Although he had initially intended to undertake another task, he recalled that his master would be refining pills in the next couple of days, an event he could not afford to miss. Wu Fan also planned to visit Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen. as he had not seen them for quite some time and was curious about their experiences in the inner sect. At Qingfeng Sect, on Chaoxiao Peak, the highest peak inhabited by the most disciples, the residents here engaged in self-cultivation, having not yet succeeded in finding a master. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy on Chaoxiao Peak was exceptionally abundant, and a transmission room had been established, frequented by Foundation establishment cultivators who came to elucidate the intricacies of cultivation to the disciples. Upon the summit of the Dawn Mist Peak, directly in front of a courtyard, lies a grove of trees. At this moment, a group of over a dozen cultivators stands within this grove. Among them, 2 individuals are positioned closely together, while a larger group of 11 remains nearby. One among these 11 steps forward. He appears to be in his mid-20s, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th stage of qi refinement, his features sharp and monkey-like. He calls out, "By Xiaowen, I advise you to maintain your distance from Fairy Yanong. Our leader has already designated her as his dual cultivation partner, and Fairy Yanong has also taken a liking to him at first sight. If you persist in your pursuit of her, do not blame us for disregarding the bonds of our sect." At that time, Chapter 87. Yanin, one of the 2 individuals, his face contorted with anger, exclaimed, "You speak nonsense. Yanin has confided in me that she has never held any feelings for Xiaohui. Our affections for each other are mutual. There is no entanglement with her." The one with a sharp chin and a gaunt visage retorted, "By Xiaowen, there is no need for your evasion. Let me make this clear. If you cease your pursuit of the Fairy Yanin, we will consider this matter as if it never occurred, and we shall not trouble you again. Otherwise," as he finished speaking, a chorus of agreement echoed from those around him. "By Xiaowen, do not provoke us. You are not worthy of the woman our leader desires. Indeed, if you continue to harass the Fairy Yanin, do not blame us for being ruthless." This group threatened and intimidated, when suddenly, the other individual stepped forward, his complexion pale and angered. He cast a glance at the assembled group and declared, "My brother has stated that he and the Fairy Yanin share mutual feelings. Do not overstep your bounds. Moreover, the Qingfeng sect has rules against harming fellow disciples. What do you intend to do?" At this moment, another person emerged from the crowd, a mocking expression on his face. "Zhou Yu, are you trying to defend Bai Xiaowen? Humph. Let me tell you, you are not qualified." Yet another stepped forth from the throng, stating, "Zhou Yu, while it is true that the sect prohibits harm among disciples, it does not bar conflict outside the sect. If you know what is good for you, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter." Among the group, another individual, possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement, spoke up. "Humph. Zhou Yu, if you are dissatisfied, why not settle it with a duel at the battle peak? Do you dare?" Hearing these provocations, Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen were incensed. Zhou Yu remained silent when challenged, as the opponent's cultivation surpassed his own, leaving him uncertain of victory. Just then, a woman approached swiftly from a distance, garbed in a flowing white gown, her beauty striking. With a look of urgency, she hurried to Bai Xiaowen's side and whispered, "Bai Xiaowen, we must leave at once. We cannot afford to provoke Xiaohui, nor should we engage in disputes because of me. Xiaohui is a disciple of Elder Wei from the Canjin Peak, boasting an impressive cultivation of the 11th level of qi refinement, and he is a swordsman. We cannot afford to offend him." Upon hearing her words, Bai Xiaowen felt a sharp pang in his heart, his expression darkening. He had never anticipated that after finally entering the inner sect, he would encounter a woman he admired yet lacked the strength to protect her. It was a bitter reality that he had no master or backing within the inner sect, and his cultivation was insufficient, while Xiaohui's prowess was formidable as both a disciple of Canjin Peak and a student of Elder Wei. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Xiaowen gazed tenderly at the woman and replied, "Yanin, we need not fear them. I refuse to believe they can truly harm me." At that moment, a man stepped forward from the group across the way. He was strikingly handsome, clad in a moon-white robe, with eyes gleaming with brilliance, and a long sword strapped to his back. He gazed at Yanin and said, "Yanin, why must you distance yourself from me? You are aware of my feelings for you, and I genuinely care for you. Rest assured, if you agree to accompany me in our cultivation, I will treat you well and provide you with abundant resources for your training. What do you say?" The woman named Yanin turned to him, her eyes revealing a touch of vulnerability, and softly replied, "Senior Brother Xiao, I appreciate your kindness, but matters of the heart must align with one's true feelings. My heart belongs to Senior Brother Bai, and I hope you can understand." With that, Yanan offered a slight bow to Xiao Hui. Upon hearing Yanan's words, Xiao Hui's expression instantly turned icy, losing the warmth he had previously shown. His voice became frigid as he retorted, "Yanan, I fail to comprehend what merits that boy possesses. He is merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement and an ordinary inner disciple. What future could you possibly have with him? What can he offer you?" Yanan's displeasure was evident at Xiao Hui's remarks. She loathed hearing disparaging words about senior brother Bai. Choosing silence, she raised her gaze to Bai Xiaowen. And as she looked at him, a blissful expression crossed her face. Suddenly, she turned back to Xiao Hui and declared, "Though senior brother Bai may not possess your level of cultivation or have an esteemed master, I find immense joy in his company. He is humorous and treats me exceptionally well. I do not require anything from him. I simply relish being with him." Hearing Yanan's heartfelt words, Bai Xiaowen was filled with happiness, his eyes softening as he took her delicate hand in his, gazing at her as if she were the sole focus of his world. Xiao Hui, upon hearing this, darkened in countenance, fury igniting within him. He then spoke, "Very well, since that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious." Xiao Hui suddenly turned to Bai Xiaowen and coldly challenged, "Bai Xiaowen, do you dare to face me at the battle peak? I know you are weaker, so I shall not take advantage of you. You may bring along Zhou Yu. What say you? Do you dare?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen immediately released Yanan's hand and stepped forward, anger evident on his face, ready to accept the challenge. However, Zhou Yu grasped his arm, gently shaking his head. Simultaneously, Yanan held on to Bai Xiaowen's arm, mirroring the gesture. Bai Xiaowen understood that even with Zhou Yu by his side, they could not possibly contend with Xiao Hui. Yet he could not swallow his pride. Noticing their expressions, Xiao Hui smirked. "What is this? Are you afraid? You two are nothing but cowards. For the woman you claim to love, you lack the courage to duel me. What future do you have? You might as well abandon your cultivation and fade from existence. Do you even have the audacity to continue living in this world?" Upon hearing these words, the three individuals across the way turned ashen, for they had never before endured such humiliation. Even the usually composed Zhou Yu seemed poised to acquiesce. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance. "Since this esteemed senior displays such refined interest, might I suggest a friendly contest?" A handsome young man gradually approached, his eyes sparkling with a captivating brilliance. His fair complexion contrasted beautifully with his moon-white robe, which was clearly of considerable quality. This elegant attire accentuated his already striking features, rendering him even more gallant. The group of over 10 individuals, upon hearing this voice, all turned to look. When Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen recognized the young man, their eyes lit up, and they exclaimed in unison, "Junior brother Wu, what brings you here?" Chapter 88. The challenge. The person who arrived was none other than Wu Fan. In fact, he had been present for quite some time, having concealed himself using the heavenly ghost concealment technique. He was taken aback by the misfortunes that Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen had encountered within the inner sect. He had overheard their conversation and realized that the predicament was not Bai Xiaowen's fault. It was all due to Xiao Hui, who, emboldened by his profound cultivation and the backing of his master, had come with a group to trouble Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen. Upon understanding the situation, Wu Fan felt compelled to intervene. Since joining the Qingfeng sect, he had few friends. But Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen had become close companions who had looked out for him over the years. As Wu Fan heard Xiao Hui's words, his expression suddenly darkened. Xiao Hui was indeed overstepping his bounds. Despite his superior cultivation, the lady had clearly stated her unwillingness to be his dual cultivation partner, so why must he be so aggressive? The 11 individuals facing Wu Fan glared at him with anger upon noticing his approach, especially as he came to support Bai Xiaowen. When they discovered that Wu Fan was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, a mocking glint appeared in their eyes. To them, this young man seemed foolish. With such low cultivation, he dared to challenge Xiao Hui, a practitioner at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Was he seeking punishment? Xiao Hui also displayed a cruel smile as he regarded Wu Fan, tauntingly saying, "Junior brother, are you truly certain you wish to spar with me? You must understand that during the duel at the battle peak, one can employ lethal force. As long as I do not take your life, the elders will not intervene. Should I inadvertently incapacitate you or leave you with broken limbs, do not harbor any resentment towards me. Ha." Upon hearing Xiao Hui's words, his companions erupted into laughter, making various derisive comments. "Are you tired of living, boy? You, a mere chi refinement ninth level, wish to duel with Xiao Wei? Have you lost your mind? Haha, I see this lad is merely trying to be a hero. Soon, we shall all head to Battle Peak to witness how Xiao Hui will render him unable to stand. Haha. Encouraged by the flattery from his peers, Xiao Hui smiled, prepared to teach this boy a lesson and eager to conclude the battle swiftly, aiming to render Wu Fan powerless before he could even concede defeat. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, Bai Xiaowen, and Ye Nen wore expressions of concern, fearing for Wu Fan's safety. Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen were aware of Wu Fan's prowess. He was the champion of the outer sect competition. However, Xiao Hui's cultivation was vastly superior, leaving them uncertain if Wu Fan could indeed prevail against him. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to persuade Wu Fan not to accept the challenge, one of the 11, a male practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, looked on in astonishment and said, "Why does he look so much like Wu Fan? Could he be the Wu Fan who was the champion of the outer sect competition? It must be him. I remember seeing him fight back then." Upon hearing this, 3 of the male practitioners scrutinized Wu Fan closely and immediately recognized him. They were all from the same cohort that entered the inner sect, and Wu Fan had indeed left a deep impression on them. Although over 2 years have elapsed, they still recalled him. It was indeed Wu Fan. I remember him well. During the outer sect competition, he showcased a formidable skill. Yes, and he even secured the first position in the competition, subsequently becoming a disciple of Elder Li at Danding Peak. Upon hearing the final words, Xiao Hui's expression immediately darkened. He pondered, so this Wu Fan is a disciple of Danding Peak, and an esteemed one at that. This complicates matters. I cannot afford to hold back in our duel, as his status rivals my own, perhaps even surpasses it. In the entirety of Qingfeng's sect, who would dare offend a member of Danding Peak? That would be sheer folly, for if I were to offend them, how could I ever face them again when seeking their alchemical expertise? Yet, I have already spoken my mind. Now, even if I wish to avoid the fight, I must proceed, with so many witnesses present. If I were to back down now, how could I ever maintain my standing within the sect? At that moment, Wu Fan arrived beside Zhou Yu and the others, then smiled and remarked, "If this esteemed senior brother Xiao can render me utterly powerless or sever my limbs, I shall only blame my lack of skill and will not hold it against you." Hearing this, Xiao Wei realized that the duel was inevitable. He snorted coldly and replied, "Then shall we proceed to the battle peak? However, before we depart, I wish to inquire a few matters, if you would permit me." Wu Fan cast a reassuring glance at Bai Xiaowen and then continued. Xiao Wei was taken aback by this, unsure of what the youth intended to say. Yet he responded, "Ask whatever you wish, junior brother Wu." Wu Fan inquired, "I would like to know how you, senior brother Xiao, intend to handle the situation concerning my friend Bai Xiaowen? Additionally, what are the consequences of winning or losing this contest?" Xiao Wei coldly responded, "If you lose, you must ensure that Bai Xiaowen keeps his distance from Yanan and ceases any further entanglement with her. Conversely, if you triumph, our feud shall be considered resolved, and I, Xiao Wei, will no longer pursue Yanan. How does that sound, junior brother Wu?" Upon hearing this, a smile graced Wu Fan's face as he replied, "I find your response quite satisfactory, senior brother Xiao. However, I have one more request, which can also be regarded as a wager. Whoever loses shall grant the victor 1,000 contribution points. What say you? Do you dare accept?" Xiao Hui's expression shifted as he contemplated Wu Fan's words. He noted the latter's calm demeanor and mused, could this young man possess some hidden advantage? Why is he so confident of victory? He knows I am at the 11th level of Qi refinement, yet still proposes a wager. It seems he must have some assurance of success. However, I have already spoken boldly, and I must now acquiesce. Yet, with my cultivation at the 11th level and my status as a swordsman, I cannot believe that this 9th level practitioner can best me. With that thought, Xiao Wei snorted and declared, "Very well, I accept your challenge." Wu Fan laughed heartily and replied, "Excellent, senior brother. Let us proceed." As the group of over a dozen individuals soared towards the battle peak, the one named Yanan appeared somewhat distracted during the flight. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly inquired of Bai Xiaowen, "Senior brother Bai, may I ask you something?" Upon noticing Yanan's expression, Bai Xiaowen understood her concern immediately and responded, "You are inquiring about junior brother Wu, aren't you? Rest assured, since he has agreed to the duel, he certainly possesses the means to secure victory. You see, junior brother Wu is quite formidable. Not only did he emerge as the champion in the last competition, but he is also a disciple under Elder Li of the Danding Peak. Moreover, he is a friend of mine, and I know him well. So, you need not worry, Yanin. Upon hearing Bai Xiaowen's reassuring words, Yanin's anxious heart finally found solace. Chapter 89. Victory in Battle. A quarter of an hour later. At the fighting peak, 3 figures stood upon the arena. Among them were Wu Fan and Xiao Hui, accompanied by an elderly man. The elder spoke, "Are you prepared?" "Ready." Wu Fan and Xiao Hui replied in unison. The elder continued, "Very well. I shall not reiterate the rules of the contest, as I believe you are already acquainted with them. During the duel, I will not intervene unless a life-threatening crisis arises. Should either party concede prematurely, the match will be concluded. Furthermore, each of you must submit 100 spirit stones." Both Wu Fan and Xiao Hui simultaneously retrieved 100 spirit stones from their storage bags, presenting them to the elder with a respectful bow. The elder accepted the stones and descended from the arena. Once he had stepped down, he turned and declared, "The duel begins." As the elder's words echoed, Wu Fan and Xiao Hui immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Xiao Hui unsheathed his long sword with a swift motion and grinned at Wu Fan. "Junior brother Wu, this flying sword of mine is a top-tier magical artifact. Let us see how you intend to defeat me." Wu Fan smiled slightly, offering no reply. Instead, he tapped his storage bag, and with a whoosh, a silver light shot forth. It was his own exquisite magical artifact, the Silver Moon Sword. Upon seeing the Silver Moon Sword, Xiao Hui was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his opponent possessed a top-tier artifact as well. His expression darkened as he snorted coldly, releasing his flying sword towards Wu Fan with fierce intent. In response, Wu Fan deftly maneuvered the Silver Moon Sword towards Xiao Hui's blade. With a resounding crash, the 2 flying swords collided, only to be repelled from one another. Wu Fan recognized that, given his current cultivation level, he could not sustain a prolonged engagement. This battle must be resolved swiftly. With that thought, Wu Fan's figure suddenly twisted in place, and he vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a ripple in the space before Xiao Hui heralded the appearance of Wu Fan, who had executed the technique of rapid phantom to arrive at Xiao Hui's side. Without hesitation, Wu Fan's body shimmered, and a burst of golden light erupted from within him, expanding to envelop Xiao Hui within its radiant grasp. Yet Wu Fan did not pause. With a single hand gesture, he conjured a massive ice spear that surged towards Xiao Hui. Startled by Wu Fan's sudden appearance, Xiao Hui was further taken aback by the encroaching golden light, which felt as though an immense mountain bore down upon him, causing him to tremble under its weight. Panic surged within him as he realized the unexpected nature of Wu Fan's abilities. Struggling to regain his footing, he barely had time to react when the colossal ice spear was upon him, moving with such velocity that he could not evade it. With a resounding thud, the ice spear struck Xiao Hui, sending him hurtling through the air, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. At this moment, his complexion was ashen, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He strained to lift his head and gaze ahead, only to find a shimmering silver sword floating mere inches from him. In that instant, he comprehended his defeat, and the swiftness of it stunned him. In a mere exchange, he had sustained grievous injuries and lost the contest. It dawned on him why his opponent had exuded such confidence, even going so far as to raise the stakes. The thought of losing 1,000 contribution points pierced his heart. After all, he had only accumulated a little over 1,000 in total. This loss was devastating, a sum he had saved for a long time, with hopes of eventually exchanging it for a tome of martial arts. Now it was all gone, and the realization made him cough up another mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Wu Fan sheathed his flying sword. The entire duel had lasted less than 3 breaths, effectively concluding before it had even truly begun. He descended from the stage and approached Bai Xiaowen and the others. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen, Zhou Yu, and Yan'an, along with the 10 companions who had come with Xiao Hui, stood there, utterly stupefied, gazing at the arena. They then turned their attention to Wu Fan, incredulous. How could this be? A cultivator at the 11th level of Qi refinement, a renowned swordsman, and wielding a superb magical artifact, had been defeated so swiftly? It was simply unfathomable. They were acutely aware of Xiao Hui's formidable strength. His rapid defeat could only be attributed to the overwhelming prowess of his opponent. The elder of the Foundation establishment stage, initially taken aback, soon recalled that this young man was none other than Wu Fan, the champion of the grand competition 2 years prior, thus finding solace in the revelation. Among the crowd, the most elated were undoubtedly Bai Xiaowen and Yan'an, who embraced each other in exuberant delight, giggling with glee. Wu Fan and Zhou Yu, witnessing their joy, couldn't help but join in their laughter. At this juncture, the 10 individuals below finally remembered Xiao Hui and rushed onto the stage to assist him. The Foundation establishment elder approached Xiao Hui, stating, "Since you have lost, you should promptly transfer the 1,000 contribution points to Wu Fan." Hearing the elder's words, Wu Fan swiftly approached and presented his identity token to the elder, who then took Xiao Hui's token, which bore a look of reluctance. The elder held both tokens, performed a single-handed gesture, and touched them briefly. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and Wu Fan's token surged from 1,200 to 2,200 contribution points. As Wu Fan received his token, a wave of elation washed over him. This 1,000 contribution points had come far too easily. It was a stark contrast to the month-long endeavor he had spent in Liangzhou to earn 1,200 contribution points. This time, he had attained 1,000 contribution points in less than an hour. To claim he was not thrilled would be a blatant falsehood. At that moment, Wu Fan turned to Xiao Hui and said, "Regarding our previous agreement." A scoff escaped Xiao Hui's lips. "Rest assured, since I have promised, I shall certainly fulfill it. From this day forth, I will no longer pursue Yan'an, and the enmity between Bai Xiaowen and myself will also come to an end." Xiao Hui spoke with a face as pale as death. Wu Fan nodded in satisfaction. After Xiao Hui finished speaking, he called out to those beside him, "Let us depart." Once everyone had left, Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, Bai Xiaowen, and Yan'an soared towards the morning glow peak. A quarter of an hour later, within Bai Xiaowen's cave on the morning glow peak. "Haha, I must say, junior brother Wu, today has been exceptionally gratifying and exhilarating. It is all thanks to your presence," Zhou Yu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, giving Wu Fan a friendly pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Yan'an stepped forward, shyly bowing to Wu Fan, her eyes gleaming with gratitude. "Junior sister Yan'an is immensely thankful to senior brother Wu for his assistance. I extend my heartfelt thanks here." "Haha, there's no need to thank him. He is my brother," Bai Xiaowen interjected, taking Yan'an's delicate hand. He then playfully punched Wu Fan's chest, yet his eyes clearly reflected a sense of gratitude. Chapter 90. A gift of elixirs. Upon hearing these words, Wu Fan and Zhou Yu burst into hearty laughter, with Yan'an blushing and joining in the merriment. After the four took their seats, Zhou Yu turned to Wu Fan and asked, "Disciple Wu, how have you fared at Danding Peak? Have you mastered the art of alchemy?" "Indeed, I have thrived at Danding Peak. My master, as well as my senior brothers and sisters, regard me as family. Over the past 2 years, I have diligently pursued the craft of alchemy and am now capable of concocting high-grade elixirs. Should you or brother Bai ever require any, please do not hesitate to seek me out," Wu Fan replied with a beaming smile, his face lighting up with joy at the mention of his master and peers. "Really? That is splendid news. I consider myself fortunate to have such a brother as you." Bai Xiaowen laughed heartily, his genuine happiness evident as he had not ceased smiling since returning from Dozhan Peak. "Of course, if either of you needs anything, feel free to approach me," Wu Fan continued, reaching into his storage pouch to produce 12 vials of elixirs, distributing 6 to each person. One of these vials is for breaking through bottlenecks, while the remaining 5 are for enhancing cultivation. "Please accept them, Brother Zhou and Fairy Yan'an," he added. Upon realizing that even she was included, Yan'an became flustered and repeatedly shook her head, exclaiming, "Wu, Brother Wu, this is too generous. Please, I cannot accept such precious gifts." Yan'an understood that these were high-grade elixirs, each costing nearly 200 spirit stones, amounting to over 1,000 spirit stones in total, which was indeed extravagant. At that moment, Zhou Yu's expression also grew somewhat uncomfortable. He needed the elixirs for his impending breakthrough, but felt uneasy accepting such costly gifts. Just then, Bai Xiaowen interjected, "Haha, little Nan, you should accept what my brother has given you. We shouldn't refuse elixirs that are freely offered. After all, he is my brother and a skilled alchemist." Wu Fan smiled at Bai's words, quickly adding, "Indeed, Brother Bai is correct. Please, do not hesitate to accept them. These elixirs were crafted by me in my spare time, and I have plenty to spare." Yan'an glanced at the vials in her hands, her cheeks reddening. Then she rose and bowed respectfully to Wu Fan, softly stating, "Then I express my gratitude to Brother Wu." Zhou Yu, also visibly pleased, said, "Thank you, disciple Wu. I shall not be polite." Bai Shao Wan, with his carefree nature, said nothing further and placed the elixirs directly into his storage pouch, though his eyes reflected gratitude as he looked at Wu Fan. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Should you require my alchemical services in the future, feel free to visit me at Danding Peak," Wu Fan stated nonchalantly. Thus, the group continued their conversation late into the night, and it was only after a while that Wu Fan rose to bid farewell. A quarter of an hour later, at the Outer Sect Affairs office, a sudden flash of sword light descended before the entrance. Wu Fan sheathed his swift wind sword and stepped inside. Upon entering, he noticed a middle-aged man engaged in conversation with two young disciples. As soon as the middle-aged man spotted Wu Fan, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Ah, junior brother Wu, it has indeed been a long time. I heard you clinched first place in the grand competition and became a disciple of Elder Li at Danding Peak. I was genuinely delighted upon hearing the news." The middle-aged man, visibly thrilled to see Wu Fan, approached him with enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting the presence of the other two individuals in the room. The two young men exchanged astonished glances as they recognized Wu Fan, having participated in the Outer Sect Grand Competition 2 years prior. They were surprised to encounter him here. "Haha, senior brother Wang, it has indeed been a while. I came to visit you this time. I wonder how you have been of late?" Wu Fan replied with a hearty laugh. In truth, he held great appreciation for senior brother Wang, who had offered him considerable assistance when he first entered the world of cultivation, patiently clarifying many of his confounding queries. Furthermore, it was senior brother Wang who had provided Wu Fan with his dwelling during his time in the Outer Sect. Thus, apart from his master, senior brother Wang was undoubtedly the second most significant benefactor in Wu Fan's journey into the realm of cultivation. Alas, it remains the same as before, consumed by the trifles of the affairs office, with scarcely any time left for cultivation. Yet, there is no alternative. To earn spirit stones, I cannot abandon this work. Moreover, having surpassed 30 years of age, I have no hope of entering the inner sect in this lifetime. As an outer sect disciple, I lack the privilege to visit you in the inner sect, not even able to attend your grand competition. What a pity." As senior brother Wang spoke the last words, his expression grew somber, losing the earlier exuberance. Hearing his words, Wu Fan felt a pang of melancholy for senior brother Wang, yet there was little that could be done. The sect rules were immutable. Senior brother Wang, already over 40 years old, had only reached the 9th level of qi refinement. The prospect of entering the foundation establishment stage seemed bleak, yet he continued to strive for it. "Senior brother, I have joined Danding Peak and learned the art of alchemy. Should you need assistance, I would be more than willing to help. Here are 6 vials of elixirs. Please accept them, as I have always been profoundly grateful to you," Wu Fan said, presenting the 6 vials of elixirs to senior brother Wang. This is too much. Such precious gifts. Please, junior brother, take them back," senior brother Wang stammered, taken aback by the value of the elixirs in his arms, trying to return them to Wu Fan. Wu Fan, however, would not accept them back, insisting, "I have plenty of elixirs. There is no need for you to be so courteous. Just accept them." "Very well, then, I shall gratefully accept your kindness." Senior brother Wang's eyes sparkled with joy. The other 2 individuals gazed at brother Wang with envious eyes, contemplating in their hearts, "Brother Wang is truly fortunate to have formed a connection with a disciple from the Pill Cauldron Peak." Wu Fan conversed with brother Wang for a while longer before rising to take his leave. 3 days later, over 100 miles outside the Qingfeng sect, Wu Fan released his misty vessel, soaring towards the horizon. 5 days later, within the Xianyu mountain range, Wu Fan descended upon the summit of a peak. Gazing downward, he murmured to himself, "Where shall I search?" This task merely provided a vague location. Alas, I shall have to search slowly. Wu Fan had only rested at the sect for 3 days before setting off to the affairs hall, where he selected a task. This mission detailed that 7 days prior, 5 outer disciples had ventured deep into the Xianyu mountain range to gather herbs, and had likely encountered danger. The sect had only received a single sound transmission talisman, suggesting urgency, containing only fragmentary words indicating peril within the Xianyu mountain range and urging the sect to send aid swiftly. Chapter 91. Crisis in the Cave. By sheer coincidence, upon Wu Fan's arrival at the Hall of Affairs, a task had just been posted. Due to the urgency of the situation, The reward offered was exceptionally high, amounting to 1,500 contribution points. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fan accepted the task, leaving the other top-tier cultivators lamenting their failure to notice it sooner, allowing him to seize the opportunity. Upon reaching the Xianyu mountain range, Wu Fan found himself at a loss as to where to begin his search. With no other recourse, he commenced a gradual exploration. He tapped his storage bag, and the swift wind soared forth. Leaping onto it, he transformed into a streak of silver, delving deeper into the mountains while simultaneously extending his consciousness to its maximum reach, hoping to swiftly uncover clues about several individuals. Meanwhile, deep within a vast cave in the Xianyu mountain range, three cultivators found themselves in a perilous predicament. In a narrow crevice of the rocky wall, they sought refuge from impending danger. The cave entrance was barricaded by a massive stone, behind which lay the lifeless bodies of a man and a woman, both fellow cultivators. Their corpses bore a horrific appearance, as if all their blood had been drained, leaving their faces pale and their bodies emaciated. The trio hiding within the crevice comprised two men and a woman, all possessing cultivation levels between the 5th and 6th stages of qi refinement. Their faces were ashen with fear, each adorned with a talisman. The female cultivator, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Brother Kong, Brother Yin, when do you think the sect will send help? Are we destined to perish here? If we wait for a few more hours, those two white-haired zombies will emerge again. What shall we do?" One of the men, attempting to maintain composure, replied, "Junior Sister Lin, do not fret. I have already sent out a communication talisman. The sect should be dispatching someone shortly. We must endure a little longer." The other man stammered in dismay, "We should never have pursued that first-tier beast into this cave. Now, look at the outcome. We Haven T captured the beast, and brothers Yang and Sister Shun are dead." The first man, his expression grim, retorted, "Brother Yin, you were also in agreement to enter. What purpose does it serve to dwell on this now? The two white-haired zombies are lurking not far from the cave entrance, and we cannot escape. We must await rescue. Fortunately, I have a few breath-holding talismans on me. Otherwise, we would share the same fate as Brother Yang and Sister Shun, having our blood drained by those zombies." Fear flickered in Junior Sister Lin's eyes as she added, "Brother Kong, I heard a strange cry from deep within the cave yesterday. It certainly did not come from those two white-haired zombies. I believe there may be an even more formidable zombie lurking deeper." Brother Yin quickly concurred, "Yes, Junior Sister Lin is right. I heard that terrifying sound as well. That zombie must be far stronger, perhaps even a green-haired one." Brother Kong's expression darkened as he said, "Do not frighten yourselves with such notions. Green-haired zombies are not easily formed. If such a creature truly existed, we would have no life left to speak of. I fervently wish for the sect to send someone to rescue us. Alas, the situation was dire at the time, and I failed to convey the circumstances in my transmission talisman. I remain unaware of the caliber of cultivator the sect might dispatch. Should a peak qi refinement practitioner arrive, they might stand a chance against the two white-haired zombies. However, if merely a higher-tier cultivator comes, their safety could be at stake." Brother Yin and Sister Lin could only sigh in resignation, choosing silence over further lament. As half a day slipped by, suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from the cave, sending shivers through the three cultivators. The female practitioner, in particular, was overwhelmed with fear in the confined stone crevice. She was so frightened that she lost control of her bladder. It is no wonder, considering she had only reached the 5th layer of qi refinement at the tender age of 18 and had never encountered such horrifying zombies. The ghastly sight of Brother Yang and Sister Shun's demise had nearly caused her to faint. Sister Lin's face flushed with embarrassment as she shifted away, while Brothers Kong and Yin were too preoccupied to notice her distress. At that moment, the massive stone at the cave's entrance trembled, prompting Sister Lin to let out a startled cry. Brothers Kong and Yin exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. As if on cue, the stone began to shake violently, showing signs of being moved. Brother Kong's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad." He swiftly drew a long sword from his storage bag. Brother Yin shot a glare at Sister Lin before also retrieving his sword. Realizing her blunder, Sister Lin's face turned crimson, then pale as fear gripped her. Just then, the colossal stone shifted aside, revealing the scene outside. A humanoid creature stood at the entrance, its body covered in white fur, eyes as pale as snow, and a mouth lined with jagged fangs, its long, dark purple claws adding to its terrifying visage. Upon spotting the trio, the creature let out a horrifying roar and lunged toward them. Brother Kong, his face contorted with concern, commanded, "Sister Lin, cast a fireball at the white-haired zombie. Brother Yin, raise a shield in front of us." Without hesitation, Brother Kong took to the air on his flying sword, targeting the zombie. With a resounding crash, the creature staggered back a mere step, seemingly unfazed. The strength of its physique was evident, even against Brother Kong's mid-tier magical weapon. Meanwhile, Brother Yin, in a state of panic, conjured a shield to protect the trio and unleashed his own flying sword toward the zombie. Sister Lin, however, faltered in her response. Overcome with terror, her body trembled, and her face wore an expression of utter confusion. Despite her efforts to channel the necessary incantations, she failed to conjure even a single fireball. In that instant, another white-haired zombie appeared at the cave entrance, identical to the first, its mouth filled with fangs as it screeched and lunged toward the three cultivators. Upon encountering the third individual, a white-haired zombie emerged, causing their faces to drain of color. They understood that on this day, they too would follow in the footsteps of their senior brother Yang and junior sister Shun. At this moment, junior sister Lin had already collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly, having surrendered all hope of resistance. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the cave. "Oh, there are two white-haired zombies here. How exceedingly rare." Upon hearing this voice, the eyes of brothers Kong and Yin brightened, and Lin's sobs ceased. Joy spread across the faces of the two brothers, as their first thought was that help from their sect had arrived to rescue them. Chapter 92. Rescuing within the cave. At this moment, within the vast cavern stood a solitary figure clad in a moon-white robe. His visage was fair, his eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance, and his lips were thin, contributing to his strikingly handsome appearance. This individual was none other than Wu Fan himself, who had been searching the depths of the mountain for over half a day. During his exploration, he stumbled upon this cave and intended to soar directly toward it. However, as he approached the entrance, he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy, prompting him to hasten his entry. Upon venturing deeper into the cavern, he was taken aback to discover two white-haired zombies. This was his first encounter with such entities. Previously, he had only come across descriptions of white-haired zombies while perusing certain jade slips. He was aware that these creatures possessed the strength equivalent to top-tier chi refining practitioners, with exceptionally resilient physiques that rendered them nearly impervious to death. Lacking emotions and thoughts, they were mere shells driven by an insatiable thirst for human blood. However, the white-haired zombies did have weaknesses. They were averse to fire and light. The conditions for their creation were exceedingly stringent, requiring individuals born during the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour, who perished on the same day and were buried in a place of extreme Yin for several decades or even centuries. While Wu Fan considered the white-haired zombies manageable, he recognized that should they transform into green-haired zombies, only foundational practitioners would stand a chance against them. The green-haired zombies were said to possess the terrifying power of foundational practitioners, and there were even more formidable variants, such as flying corpses, demonic corpses, fierce corpses, and yikshas, which were far more formidable. Among the cultivation sects in the Xia Kingdom, the corpse refining sect specialized in the art of corpse refinement, with its primary focus being corpse techniques. Each disciple was required to create a refined corpse for themselves, which would serve as a powerful ally in battle. As Wu Fan beheld the two white-haired zombies, a smirk curled upon his lips. He deemed it exceedingly simple to dispatch them. A mere invocation of the celestial fire would reduce them to ashes in an instant. However, Wu Fan was intrigued to test the resilience of their bodies, to ascertain whether they were indeed as formidable as the legend suggested. With a swift motion, he produced the silver moon sword from his storage bag, directing it toward one of the white-haired zombies. The impact resonated with a resounding crash as the zombie was hurled backward. Upon closer inspection, Wu Fan noted that the creature bore only a shallow wound of an inch deep at its chest, leaving him astonished. The silver moon sword was a top-tier flying sword, yet it had inflicted merely a minor injury. This served to confirm the legendary toughness of the white-haired zombies. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the air from the entrance, where the two white-haired zombies stood guard. "Senior brother, save me." Upon hearing the cry for help, Wu Fan resolved to act swiftly. He would eliminate the two white-haired zombies before addressing the situation further. In fact, upon his arrival, he had already sensed the presence of someone within the small opening and had observed the two corpses outside, realizing that these individuals were indeed those he sought. As Wu Fan opened his mouth, a plume of flame erupted forth, instantly transforming into a head-sized blaze, known as the Heavenly Luo Extreme Fire. This fire, however, exhibited a marked difference from before. While its outer appearance remained golden yellow, the interior now harbored a significant change. Previously, only a hint of purple resided within, but now it had evolved into a substantial mass of purple, occupying nearly half of the fiery sphere. This transformation was undoubtedly a result of the Heavenly Luo Extreme Fire having consumed the black wind flame, greatly amplifying its power. Upon its release from Wu Fan's mouth, the Heavenly Luo Extreme Fire surged towards the two white-haired zombies. The trio within the cave was simultaneously astonished and elated. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they realized that help had arrived. Soon after, a gleaming silver flying sword shot forth, wounding one of the white-haired zombies. They understood that their savior must be an incredibly formidable individual. The Lin family woman, overwhelmed with excitement, cried out for her elder brother to save them. Just as her plea escaped her lips, they were astonished to witness a ball of golden-purple flame soaring towards them, instantly reducing one of the white-haired zombies to ashes. It was noteworthy that this was a being equivalent to a peak chi refining practitioner, and their savior had dispatched it with such ease that it left them in utter shock. After vanquishing the first zombie, the flame darted towards the second, and the same scene unfolded. The last white-haired zombie was likewise reduced to cinders. They realized they had been rescued, and an overwhelming surge of joy nearly brought them to tears. For 7 long days, they had endured fear and despair, and now, at last, they were free from the threat of death. With safety restored outside, they hurriedly emerged from the small cave into the expansive cavern, where they finally beheld their rescuer. They rushed to his side, bowing respectfully and expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed brother, for saving us. Your life-saving grace shall be eternally remembered by us disciples." Wu Fan regarded the trio, smiling as he responded, "There is no need for such formalities, my dear junior brothers and sisters. I, too, am here on a mission for my sect. Now that you have been saved, it is best you return to your sect post-haste. It is unfortunate about the 2 junior siblings we lost." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the distant corpses. The trio followed his gaze, their faces reflecting profound sorrow. At that moment, the one named Kong bowed deeply to Wu Fan, saying, "Junior brother Kong Ming, this is junior brother Yin Jun, and this is junior sister Lin Xiaoer. We 3 shall forever be grateful for your life-saving deed. Should you ever require our assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon us." Yin Jun and Lin Xiaoer nodded in agreement. Wu Fan smiled and nodded in return, saying, "I am Wu Fan, a disciple of the inner sect's Pill Cauldron Peak. You should depart from this place quickly. I wish to explore the depths of this cave." Upon hearing Wu Fan introduce himself, the trio's expressions shifted to one of surprise, as Yin Jun exclaimed, "Brother Wu Fan? You are indeed Brother Wu Fan? Haha. I have long heard of your esteemed name, senior brother. You were the champion of the outer sect competition 2 years ago. I never imagined that the 3 of us were saved by you." The other 2 also displayed expressions of surprise, nodding repeatedly. Lin Xiaoer then exclaimed with a charming laugh, "Senior brother Wu, I have long wished to meet you in person. I cannot believe it was you who came to my rescue." Upon returning to the outer sect, I must boast to my friends about this. After the initial surprise, Kong Ming's face soon shifted to one of concern as he addressed Wu Fan, saying, "Senior brother Wu, it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing deeper into this cave. The 3 of us heard strange cries emanating from the depths, and I suspect there are far more formidable zombies lurking within." Yin Jun nodded in agreement, while Lin Xiaoer expressed her trepidation, saying, "Indeed, senior brother. It would be best if you did not proceed further. I too heard those eerie sounds, and they were truly terrifying. That noise could not possibly have originated from these 2 white-haired zombies." Chapter 93. The Black Crystal. Upon hearing the conversation of the 2 individuals, Wu Fan found himself engulfed in contemplation. His desire to explore the cave stemmed from the rarity of the white-haired zombies' emergence. The appearance of 2 within this cave suggested an underlying mystery. However, the warnings from the duo indicated that formidable zombies likely resided deeper within. Wu Fan was torn between the risks of entering and the potential opportunities that might be lost if he hesitated. Ultimately, he resolved to venture inside, but recognized the necessity of preparation to ensure a safe retreat. With a grateful tone, Wu Fan addressed his companions. "Thank you for your concern. My dear junior brothers and sisters, I am fully aware of the dangers and possess my own means of safeguarding my life." Acknowledging his determination, Kong Ming responded helplessly. "Since you have made your decision, we shall not press further. Please exercise utmost caution. We will return to the sect now." Both Yin Jun and Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. The three then moved away, retrieving the bodies of their fallen comrades before departing the cave. Once they left, Wu Fan lingered momentarily, wrestling with his thoughts, before finally stepping deeper into the cave. As he walked, he employed the heavenly ghost concealment technique to mask his presence. Applying a talisman to himself, the instant the talisman adhered to his body, he became almost imperceptible. Upon reaching a vast clearing deeper within, he halted and retrieved the mysterious sky disruption array from his storage bag, meticulously setting it up on the ground. With everything in place, a smirk graced Wu Fan's lips as he ventured further into the cave. After a brief interval, while Wu Fan proceeded cautiously, a terrifying roar echoed from the depths ahead, far more fearsome than that of the earlier white-haired zombies. Startled, Wu Fan's body trembled, and he instinctively prepared for battle. However, after a moment's wait, the creature remained hidden. He hesitated, then resumed his advance, covering approximately 100 paces until the pathway narrowed and veered to the right. As he approached the corner, he peered around, only to discover 4 white-haired zombies loitering at the end of the passage. Behind them lay another cave entrance, revealing an expansive cavern within. Just as Wu Fan observed this, another chilling roar emanated from the depths, causing the 4 zombies to tremble, displaying a startlingly human-like fear, as if something within the cave instilled terror in them. Seeing this, Wu Fan cautiously withdrew his head, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. He pondered whether to press on with his exploration. The presence of the 4 zombies made passage difficult. While he considered himself capable of dispatching them, he worried about the potential emergence of a more formidable foe from within. Thus, he began to deliberate earnestly on his next course of action. After a moment, Wu Fan's eyes sparkled as he retrieved a talisman from his storage bag. This talisman was merely a common guiding talisman, not particularly potent, serving only to lure creatures of lesser intellect. Wu Fan had acquired this talisman upon the recommendation of his second senior brother, who often relied on it when capturing spirit beasts. Prior to each capture, he would set up a formation in a designated area, using the guiding talisman to entice the spirit beasts into the formation, a method that proved to be remarkably efficient. It was no wonder that this gluttonous individual devised such an ingenious strategy. Wu Fan tossed the guiding talisman forward, and it transformed into a beam of white light, darting towards the 4 white-haired zombies. Just as the white light neared the zombies, it made a swift turn and shot back, prompting the 4 white-haired zombies to suddenly howl and chase after it, disappearing from sight in an instant. A subtle smile crept onto Wu Fan's lips as he continued to approach the cave entrance. Upon peering inside, he was immediately struck dumb by the scene that unfolded before him, even feeling an instinctive urge to flee. Inside the cavern, 2 green-haired zombies were startlingly present. It should be noted that green-haired zombies possessed the strength equivalent to foundation-building cultivators. However, the true source of Wu Fan's alarm lay with another zombie, a creature entirely covered in red hair, with a greenish face and sharp fangs, its claws exceeding 3 inches in length. This was, without a doubt, a red-haired zombie, a terrifying entity on par with gold core cultivators. Should this zombie escape, it would unleash a wave of bloodshed across the Great Xia Kingdom, undoubtedly attracting the attention of some venerable gold core ancestors. Although Wu Fan initially considered fleeing upon witnessing this scene, he soon observed that the red-haired zombie appeared to be in a deep slumber, seated in a meditative posture, eyes tightly closed and utterly still. Above its head, a black crystal floated, emanating a faint black glow, a remarkable sight that unmistakably indicated the crystal's status as a rare treasure. Meanwhile, the 2 green-haired zombies roamed the cavern, occasionally letting out roars, which Wu Fan recognized as the source of the earlier sounds. Remarkably, despite their movements, they dared not approach the red-haired zombie, clearly exhibiting a deep-seated fear of it. Wu Fan fixated on the black crystal, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. He contemplated whether to risk it all for the chance to seize the black crystal. Aware of its immense worth, he felt a twinge of discontent at the thought of leaving empty-handed. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself. Fortune favors the bold. With narrowed eyes, he resolved to take the gamble. Observing the motionless red-haired zombie, akin to a statue within the temple, Wu Fan felt a surge of confidence. With this thought, he swiftly patted his storage pouch and retrieved a guiding talisman, which he cast into the air. The talisman transformed into a radiant white light, flickering momentarily within the cavern before darting away at great speed. Meanwhile, Wu Fan concealed himself in a corner, utilizing his ethereal concealment technique. He knew that the two green-haired zombies would not perceive his presence unless they directly encountered him. Indeed, upon seeing the white light, the two green-haired zombies emitted a series of eerie howls and immediately pursued the light, vanishing from sight in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Fan dashed into the cave, halting at a considerable distance from the red-haired zombie. He then executed a hand gesture and pointed at the black crystal, which shimmered and suddenly soared towards him, landing in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fan glanced at the crystal and quickly sprinted back towards the cave's exit. Chapter 94. Escape from the cave. As Wu Fan sprinted approximately 500 zhong away, his rapid pace generated such a cacophony of air that it alerted the two green-haired zombies. In an instant, they abandoned their pursuit of the guiding talisman and instead set their sights directly on Wu Fan, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Realizing that he had been discovered, Wu Fan's heart sank. He swiftly tapped his storage pouch, releasing the swift wind sword, and leaped upon it, steering the flying sword back in the direction from whence he came. While flying, Wu Fan glanced back at the two green-haired zombies and was taken aback to discover that their running speed far surpassed his own flight. At this rate, they would undoubtedly catch up to him in no time. The green-haired zombies, embodying the formidable strength of foundational-level cultivators, exhibited astonishing swiftness. With their eyes glowing ominously and fangs bared, they emitted chilling howls that were truly terrifying. Wu Fan chose not to linger on their ghastly visage. Instead, he turned resolutely forward, exerting every ounce of strength towards the direction of the mysterious heaven-severing formation. In merely half a tea's time, the two green-haired zombies had closed the distance to less than 10 zhong, while a considerable expanse still lay between Wu Fan and the formation. At this pace, it was evident that he would not reach safety before being overtaken, and should that happen, even 100 lives would not suffice to save him. At that moment, Wu Fan's body trembled as a brilliant golden light erupted from within him, swiftly expanding to envelop an area of 10 zhong, ensnaring the two green-haired zombies within its radiance. However, a shocking revelation unfolded before him. The zombies merely quivered slightly, their speed hardly diminished, reduced by less than a tenth. Witnessing this, Wu Fan's expression darkened profoundly. The two green-haired zombies, still howling ferociously, were rapidly closing in on him. Yet, he refrained from summoning the Silver Moon Sword, fully aware that even the finest magical artifact would scarcely harm these relentless foes. With a cold snort, Wu Fan suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing the heavenly fire of raging flames that soared forth, hurtling directly towards the two green-haired zombies. He understood the formidable nature of this fire. Should it come into contact, it would likely spell doom for the zombies. As the celestial fire approached the two green-haired zombies, an astonishing event transpired. The two zombies simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing a torrent of green corpse energy that surged towards the celestial fire. With a hissing sound, the celestial fire was unexpectedly halted in its advance. Witnessing this, Wu Fan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that even the formidable power of his celestial fire could be impeded. The strength of the green-haired zombies was indeed remarkable. However, thanks to the celestial fire's obstruction and the gravitational influence of the golden yuan's heavy light, Wu Fan managed to gain a moment of respite. He quickly turned back, exerting every ounce of his strength to propel himself towards the illusory heaven-severing formation. Just as the two green-haired zombies were on the verge of catching up, he finally entered the formation. Upon entering, Wu Fan exhaled a long sigh of relief, while the two zombies also plunged into the array. Wu Fan chose a secluded spot and activated the Heavenly Ghost concealment technique to its utmost extent. The two green-haired zombies flailed about like headless flies. Clearly disoriented, and unable to locate Wu Fan. Meanwhile, the celestial fire continued its relentless assault on the zombies. Once inside the formation, the zombies struggled to comprehend the trajectory of the celestial fire, indiscriminately spewing corpse energy in a futile attempt to obstruct it. However, their efforts were short-lived, as the celestial fire soon closed in. When one of the green-haired zombies was grazed by the flames, its green fur ignited instantly, and it shrieked in agony amidst the blaze. Moments later, it was reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. The celestial fire, undeterred, swiftly targeted the other zombie, which soon met the same fate. At this juncture, a smile finally graced Wu Fan's face. Yet, he dared not linger. Hastily retracting the formation and flying towards the cave's entrance, he was acutely aware that a more terrifying red-haired zombie lurked deeper within the cave, and should it awaken, Wu Fan would face certain death. As he neared the cave's mouth, he encountered the 4 white-haired zombies that had previously pursued the guiding talisman. Wu Fan showed no mercy. He unleashed the celestial fire, reducing them to ashes, and without pause, he exited the cave, soaring towards the Qingfeng sect. 2 hours after Wu Fan had flown out of the mountain range, deep within that cave, the red-haired zombie suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, surveying its surroundings with a bewildered gaze. It then abruptly lifted its head, and, upon seeing the emptiness above, let out a long, furious roar, its formidable energy radiating outward, causing the entire cave to tremble and debris to rain down. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, who was now wearing a pleased expression as he gazed at the black crystal in his hand, an extraordinary treasure lay before him. Though he could not discern its nature, he recognized its immense value. He resolved to investigate further upon returning to the sect, eager to uncover any information regarding this remarkable crystal. 5 days later, upon returning to the Qingfeng sect, Wu Fan hastily made his way to the scripture pavilion. After 2 hours, he exchanged a modest sum of spirit stones for several jade slips, containing information on various rare materials within the realm of cultivation. Once back in his cave dwelling, he immediately began to examine the slips. A day passed, and with a furrowed brow, Wu Fan set down the final jade slip in his hand. Regrettably, he still could not ascertain the nature of the enigmatic black crystal. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he realized that he would have to continue his research at a later time. However, he firmly believed that this black crystal was indeed a treasure of great significance. Since he could not uncover its secrets, Wu Fan resolved to carefully store the black crystal. He entered his small space and placed the crystal in his storage chamber. Afterwards, he proceeded to the spirit beast room and glanced at the little white fox, discovering it still in slumber, likely not yet having digested the Wanchua pill. Subsequently, Wu Fan exited the small space and summoned his flying sword, heading directly to the affairs hall. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at Elder Fan's chamber, approached respectfully, and bowed, saying, "Elder Fan, I have come to submit my task." After speaking, Wu Fan presented his identity token. Elder Fan received it, examined it with a smile, and nodded approvingly, stating, "Indeed, Wu disciple, you have performed admirably this time. Disciple Kong and the others have already reported this matter to me, so consider this task completed." Chapter 95. Master Yan Hua. After Elder Fan finished speaking, he bestowed upon Wu Fan a contribution value of 1,500 and handed him the identity token. Wu Fan accepted the token, bowed respectfully to Elder Fan, and then took his leave. On his way back to his cave dwelling, he glanced at the 3007 inscribed on the token, a smile gracing his face. With continued effort, acquiring the body cultivation technique would merely be a matter of time. Upon returning to his cave, Wu Fan entered the small space where he planned to cultivate for a while. He intended to complete his training before undertaking any tasks after observing his master's alchemy in a few days. 5 days later, Wu Fan emerged from the small space and hurried towards his master's courtyard. After a quarter of an hour, he landed gracefully in the courtyard, striding towards the main hall. As he entered, he was momentarily taken aback by the number of people present. His master was not in the alchemy room, but was seated at the head of the hall. To his master's right stood his second senior brother Zhu Ming, third senior brother Yi Lei, fourth senior sister Zhu Shuang, and fifth senior sister Ru Shui. All his senior brothers and sisters were gathered. Beside his master sat a man in his 50s, exceptionally robust with a mane of red hair, including a red beard. His eyes were as round as copper bells, revealing him to be a foundational stage cultivator. To the left of this imposing figure stood a man in his late 20s, equally sturdy, towering around 2 meters tall. With short hair that stood upright like steel needles, he was a consummate chi refining cultivator. As Wu Fan entered, all eyes turned to him. His senior brothers and sisters greeted him with nods and smiles, to which Wu Fan returned the gestures before hastening to his master's side, bowing deeply, and addressing him. Disciple pays respect to master. Haha, Xiao Fan has arrived. Come forth and pay your respects to Master Yin, Li Ning said, beaming at Wu Fan. Upon hearing his master's words, Wu Fan realized that the red-haired man was another elder from the Danding Peak, known as Yinhua. This was his first encounter with this uncle master, who had reportedly been occupied with alchemy and had not attended the outer sect competition. Not daring to be impolite, Wu Fan swiftly turned to the red-haired elder, bowing deeply. Wu Fan pays respect to Master Yin. Elder Yin Hua scrutinized Wu Fan for a moment, then smiled warmly and nodded. Wushidi, please rise. This is our first meeting, and I have prepared this vial of elixir for you as a token of our acquaintance. He produced a vial of pills and extended it to Wu Fan. Wu Fan glanced back at his master, who smiled and nodded encouragingly. Since it is a gift from your uncle master, you should accept it. Seeing his master's approval, Wu Fan quickly reached out to take the elixir, bowing again to Elder Yin Hua. Thank you, Uncle Master. Elder Yin Hua nodded with a smile and turned to Li Ning, saying, Haha, senior brother, your disciple is quite remarkable. You have a discerning eye indeed. Li Ning replied, What you may not know, elder brother, is that Xiao Fan's spiritual root is not particularly exceptional, which is a pity. However, his talent for alchemy is truly outstanding. Master, what nonsense is this? The elder brother remarked. How many cultivators with 2 or 3 spiritual roots can truly break through to the foundation establishment stage? I observe that Xiao Fan, despite his youth, has already reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. Perhaps he possesses the fortune to advance to the foundation stage. Moreover, his extraordinary talent in alchemy is indeed rare. Elder Yin frowned and expressed his discontent to his senior. Li Ning, however, smiled amiably and nodded without a word. Elder Yin then turned to Wu Fan and said, Xiao Fan, this is your esteemed senior brother Wei Qi, who is also my eldest disciple. Wu Fan then realized that this robust man was indeed his uncle's eldest disciple. He quickly turned to Wei Qi and respectfully bowed. Junior disciple Wu Fan pays his respects to senior brother Wei Qi. Wei Qi returned the gesture with a smile. There is no need for formalities, junior brother. Feel free to visit my cave dwelling whenever you have leisure. Certainly, I shall visit you when time permits. Wu Fan replied with a smile. At that moment, Master Li Ning interrupted their conversation, saying, Xiao Fan, why don't you join your senior brothers and sisters? I need to discuss some matters with your Uncle Yin. Understood, Wu Fan responded, turning towards his senior brothers and sisters. As he glanced at the elixir given by his uncle, he discovered it was a precious bottle of breakthrough pills. Elated, he stored the elixir in his pouch. Upon reaching his senior brothers and sisters, Elder Yin remarked to Li Ning, Brother, have you heard? Recently, a red-haired zombie emerged from the Xianyu mountain range. I never expected such a formidable creature to lurk there. It is said that the red-haired zombie went berserk, attacking a cultivation family and slaughtering hundreds of cultivators, including 2 at the foundation establishment stage. Only a few managed to escape. Hearing this, Wu Fan felt a jolt in his heart. The Xianyu mountain range? The red-haired zombie? Wasn't he that the very creature from the cave? To his astonishment, the red-haired zombie had escaped and nearly annihilated a cultivation family. Could it be that the zombie emerged for that black crystal? Just then, Master Li Ning expressed his astonishment. Is this truly the case? Junior brother, what has become of the red-haired zombie? It is said that after the red-haired zombie decimated that cultivation family, it made its way to the Ouyang family. As you know, the Ouyang family is protected by a golden core ancestor. They engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in the red-haired zombie sustaining severe injuries and vanishing without a trace. The Ouyang ancestor was also wounded and is currently in seclusion to recuperate, Elder Yin stated solemnly. Li Ning's expression turned grave. I never imagined the red-haired zombie to be so formidable as to injure the Ouyang ancestor. He then turned to Wu Fan and the others. You must all refrain from leaving the sect for the time being, especially you, Zhu Ming. You are not to venture out to hunt spirit beasts. And Xiao Fan, you should also avoid undertaking missions for now. As you have heard, this red-haired zombie is a significant threat. Even I would flee upon encountering it. Once this situation has passed, you may venture out again. Understood. Wu Fan and the others replied in unison. Alas, one cannot fathom how many lives that crimson-haired zombie will claim. It seems that only the combined efforts of several Golden Core ancestors might have a chance to vanquish it. Elder Yinfen shook his head with a sigh, then turned to his foremost disciple, Weiqi, to relay some instructions. Li Ning also sighed and shook his head in agreement. At that moment, Elder Yinfen looked at Li Ning and said, Brother, with the opening of the secret realm in 3 years, our Danding Peak has 3 slots available. However, your senior disciple is currently missing, and I have only Weiqi as my core disciple. Brother Xuyao has only his 1 core disciple as well. We are currently unable to gather 3 individuals. What shall we do? If our Danding Peak sends only 2 people to the secret realm, it would indeed be a great loss. Chapter 96. The Tale of the Secret Realm. Upon hearing the words of Master Yin, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. A secret realm? What exactly was a secret realm? Why were there only 3 spots available? And why must one be a core disciple to enter? Unable to comprehend, he resolved to inquire with his second senior brother later. At that moment, Li Ning let out a sigh and remarked, I am aware of this matter as well. Yet what can we do? We can only hope that in 3 years, during the inter-sect competition, our Danding Peak will produce another core disciple. As he spoke, he shot a glare at the second disciple, Zhu Ming, who, in response, scratched his head with his stubby fingers, displaying an awkward expression. Fifth senior sister Rushui, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter, only to be silenced by a stern look from her master, Li Ning. Elder Yin Fan then added, Alas, it is as it is. If our Danding Peak could produce another core disciple, our journey to the secret realm would indeed be fruitful. It is important to note that all the spirit herbs brought back by disciples entering the secret realm would yield 30% to their respective peaks, which amounts to a significant treasure, especially since many herbs long extinct in the outside world can be found there, including those used for refining foundation-building pills. My eldest disciple is currently poised to attempt a breakthrough into the foundation-building stage, yet the sect has only provided 1 foundation-building pill. I fear that this solitary pill may not suffice to aid Weiqi in overcoming his bottleneck, hence I have yet to allow him to attempt the breakthrough, preferring to wait for the journey to the secret realm. Should he return with ample spirit herbs, I will concoct several foundation-building pills for him, and at that time, with Weiqi's innate talent, his breakthrough will be assured. Li Ning nodded in agreement, saying, You speak wisely, junior brother. If Weiqi can break through his bottleneck, our Danding Peak will boast 4 elders at the foundation-building stage, thus significantly increasing our resource allocation and enhancing our overall strength. It is a pity about my eldest disciple, alas. Yin Fan glanced at his senior brother's expression and offered words of comfort. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Qing Yu will find his fortune in due time. Li Ning, with a solemn expression, nodded in quiet affirmation. Let us hope for the best. Noticing his senior brother's demeanor, Yin Fan sought to change the subject. This upcoming expedition to the secret realm will mirror that of 30 years ago. In addition to our Qingfeng sect, the DMO sect, Refining sect, Ling Shao Temple, Yao Wang Valley, and the Corpse Refining sect will each dispatch over 100 disciples. Several prominent cultivation families will also have their share of spots, totaling over 1,000 core disciples entering the secret realm. It will surely be a fierce contest. Yet those who survive will have the prospect of advancing to the foundation-building stage. Li Ning nodded in agreement. Indeed, we too ventured into that secret realm years ago, and after enduring a fierce battle, we miraculously returned. It was precisely because of that expedition that we acquired sufficient foundation-building pills, ultimately propelling us into the ranks of foundation-building cultivators. Upon finishing his thoughts, a look of nostalgia crossed Li Ning's face, as if he were reminiscing about the past. Back then, I consumed 3 foundation-building pills in succession before finally breaking through the bottleneck. Unlike you, senior brother, who managed to do so with just 2. Yin Fan laughed heartily. Li Ning chuckled, and after their laughter subsided, he remarked, I wonder when junior brother Su Yao will return. It has been nearly 3 years since he departed. Who can say? However, it should be soon, as junior brother Su Yao cultivates at a far swifter pace than I. 3 years ago, he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-foundation stage. When he left, he mentioned venturing out for a while. And given the time that has elapsed, he ought to have ascended to the mid-foundation stage by now. Yin Fan mused. Indeed, Though junior brother Su Yao is one of our Danding Peak disciples, he is a dedicated practitioner. Not only is his cultivation speed impressive, but his strength is remarkable as well. In my estimation, it will not be long before he surpasses me, Li Ning said with a jovial smile. Senior brother, that assertion is misplaced. While it is true that junior brother Su Yao is diligent and remarkably swift in his cultivation, you two have been equally industrious, have you not? From my perspective, you are also nearing a breakthrough to the late foundation stage, are you not? Yin Fun inquired, casting a glance at Li Ning. Breaking through to the late foundation stage is no simple feat. I have lingered at the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage for over a decade. Yet I still have not breached that barrier, Li Ning sighed, shaking his head. Alas, I find myself in a similar predicament. Stuck in the early foundation stage for decades without any signs of advancement. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation stage, ascending further becomes an arduous challenge, Yin Fun lamented. After conversing for a while longer, Yin Fun rose and took his leave with Wei Qi. Once they departed, Wu Fan and the others followed their master into the alchemy chamber, resuming their customary observation of their master's alchemical practices. As dusk fell, the 5 disciples emerged from the alchemy chamber and entered the courtyard. The 5th senior sister, Ru Shui, glanced at the 4th senior sister before approaching Wu Fan and saying, Junior brother, you should refrain from undertaking tasks for the time being. I've heard from Uncle that the red-haired zombie is exceedingly ferocious. Encountering such a creature would spell trouble. Yes, I shall refrain from tasks for now, Wu Fan nodded in agreement. At that moment, the 4th senior sister, Zhu Shuang, approached and, with a cool demeanor, inquired, Junior brother, what techniques do you wish to exchange for contribution points? How many do you require? I have some contribution points available. If you need them, feel free to take them. Wu Fan felt a flicker of gratitude at her words, yet he replied, Thank you for your kindness, 4th senior sister. But I am not in a hurry to exchange for techniques. I wish to undertake tasks for the sake of experience. The 3rd senior brother, Yi Lei, echoed. Do not hesitate, junior brother. If you urgently require contribution points, both senior sisters and I are willing to assist you. I too have some points, if you need them. Please take them. Wu Fan inclined his head slightly to 3rd senior brother Yi Lei and said, No, thank you, 3rd senior brother. I truly do not need the contribution points at the moment. By the way, do you have any knowledge regarding the secret realm? Upon hearing Wu Fan's query, 3rd senior brother Yi Lei nodded and replied, Yes, the secret realm exists within a small space, said to be a fragment of space itself, though its authenticity remains uncertain. The area within is vast, home to various precious spiritual herbs and rare exotic creatures. However, this small space only opens once every 30 years. At this moment, the 2nd elder brother continued, saying, Indeed, it is said that the secret realm contains mountains and rivers, covering an expanse equivalent to an entire province of our Xia kingdom. Not only is the spiritual energy particularly dense there, but rare and precious spiritual herbs can also be found in abundance. Even some herbs that have become extinct in the outside world can be discovered within that secret realm. All the cultivation sects and esteemed families of our Xia kingdom, if they wish to concoct foundation establishment pills, must seek the necessary herbs from that secret realm. As you know, dear junior brother, several herbs required for crafting foundation establishment pills have already vanished from the outside world, which has resulted in the pills being exceedingly rare and highly sought after. Consequently, the number of foundation establishment cultivators in our Xia kingdom is lamentably scarce. Take our elder brother, for instance. He could have long since broken through to the foundation establishment stage, yet he remains at the peak of qi refinement due to the lack of sufficient foundation establishment pills. Chapter 97. The Black-Robed Spectre 5th senior sister Ru Shui, with a playful laugh, exclaimed, I am aware as well. I have heard that the spiritual energy within that secret realm is exceptionally dense. Each time the realm opens, various major cultivation sects allocate several foundation establishment practitioners with a few foundation establishment pills, enabling them to break through their bottlenecks. Once they attain the foundation establishment stage, they can then seize the spiritual herbs harvested by others. Hence, within that secret realm, the most perilous threats are not the demonic beasts, but rather these cultivators who are ruthless in their pursuit of treasure. It is said that less than half of the practitioners who enter the secret realm manage to emerge unscathed. The 3rd senior brother continued. It is rumored that the entrance to the secret realm is extremely unstable, preventing foundation establishment practitioners from entering. Only those in the Qi refinement stage are permitted access. The entrance stabilizes once every 30 years, during which time, the major sects dispatch their most formidable Qi refinement practitioners to enter. In our Qingfeng sect, we send our core disciples, and each mountain has a limit on the number of participants, as that space can only accommodate about 1,000 practitioners. If too many enter simultaneously, the unstable space may collapse. Thus, every sect and cultivation family has a limited quota, which is exceedingly precious. Those fortunate enough to enter and return alive will be rewarded with foundation establishment pills, coveted by all Qi refinement practitioners. At this point, the third senior brother abruptly fell silent, and the second senior brother let out a sigh. Fifth senior sister Ru Shui, now fuming, declared, "It is all the fault of second senior brother. He spends his days indulging in food instead of diligently cultivating. Even now, he is not a core disciple, and with master senior brother Chiyu absent from the sect, we are left with only him as a core disciple. What shall we do? We cannot simply waste a precious quota." Ru Shui, refrain from speaking ill of second senior brother. If you possess the ability, strive for the position of core disciple yourself. The fourth senior sister interjected coldly, showing no mercy to Ru Shui. Surprisingly, upon hearing Zhu Shuang's words, Ru Shui did not retort, but merely huffed in response. "Do you all know the restrictions regarding the competition for core disciples?" Wu Fan inquired. "Anyone at the 10th level of Qi refinement and above may participate, but there are typically several hundred participants each time. To become a core disciple, one must place in the top 30 of the grand competition." The third senior brother Yi Lei answered Wu Fan's question. After hearing this, Wu Fan murmured to himself, "Top 30 in the grand competition, 10th level of Qi refinement, 3 years." The five of them conversed for a while longer before departing, returning to their respective abodes. In the following days, Wu Fan resolved to focus on enhancing his cultivation. He chose to remain within the sect, avoiding any missions. As it was evident that the red-haired zombie was actively searching for him, Wu Fan understood that this zombie would surely attract the attention of Golden Core ancestors. So he felt no urgency. He would wait for the situation with the zombie to unfold before undertaking any tasks. Wu Fan entered his small chamber and began his cultivation practice. Half a year later, Wu Fan ceased his cultivation. At present, he had attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, the transition from the 9th to the 10th level presented a formidable barrier, one that proved quite challenging to overcome. Despite several attempts yielding no success, Wu Fan refrained from pressuring himself and opted instead to consolidate his current abilities, planning to attempt the breakthrough at a later time. Throughout this 6-month period, aside from his training, he devoted time to observing his master's alchemical practices. Just yesterday, he heard from his second senior brother that the red-haired zombie had been besieged by 3 Golden Core ancestors and had sustained severe injuries, fleeing from the Summer Kingdom. Wu Fan resolved to undertake tasks outside, aiming to swiftly accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for the 2 secret techniques before the grand competition, thereby breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement. The following day, Wu Fan departed from the Qingfeng sect. His current mission was to hunt down a rogue cultivator known as the Black Robe Ghost, who frequently preyed upon solitary low-level cultivators. Thus far, 5 disciples from the outer sect of Qingfeng had fallen victim to him, with his cultivation level estimated to be between the 10th and 11th levels of Qi refinement, often spotted in the vicinity of Balan City. 3 days later, over 100 miles outside Balan City, a young cultivator was seen slowly flying through the sky. His cultivation level appeared to be only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and he looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, standing upon a mid-tier flying sword. After 2 hours of flight, a beam of sword light suddenly approached from below, halting a short distance in front of him. As the brilliance dissipated, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged, clad in black robes, with a gaunt frame and a face obscured by a beard. His blood-red eyes suggested he had practiced sinister arts, rendering his appearance quite terrifying. Upon his arrival, the middle-aged man cackled ominously, "Little one, are you not afraid of danger venturing out alone?" Startled by the sight of this imposing figure, the young cultivator stammered, "Who are you? What do you want?" With a sinister laugh, the man replied, "Who am I? Little one, have you not heard of the Black Robe Ghost? Since you inquire about my intentions, allow me to enlighten you. I intend to feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man's voice was grating, and his laughter was grotesque. Yet, upon hearing his words, The young cultivator surprisingly regained his composure and asked, "Are you truly the black-robe old ghost? Ha ha ha, little one. Are you frightened by my name now? Encountering me, you can only blame your unfortunate fate," the man responded, his eyes gleaming with malice. Upon confirming the man's identity, the young cultivator's trembling ceased, a faint smile crept upon his lips, and a glimmer of delight sparkled in his eyes. "I am not afraid to meet you. Rather, I find this encounter quite fortuitous. As for your assertion that I am unfortunate, I beg to differ. In my view, it is you who is unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. I never anticipated that this task would conclude so swiftly, ha." The black-robe old ghost, upon hearing the young man's words, instantly sensed something amiss. He felt that the youth must possess some hidden strength, and thus he shouted, "Who are you?" Before him, the young cultivator's visage began to transform, his stature gradually elongating. In less than 2 breaths, he had metamorphosed into an entirely different individual. This man appeared to be in his mid-20s, with fair skin, eyes gleaming with intelligence, and thin lips that bestowed upon him an extraordinary handsomeness. This striking figure was none other than Wu Fan himself. He had not anticipated encountering the enigmatic figure in the black robe so swiftly. Wu Fan had only just arrived in Balan City that very day. He was well acquainted with the black-robed specter's profile, understanding that this notorious figure preyed upon isolated, low-ranking cultivators. Thus, upon his arrival, he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the 5th level of qi refinement and altered his appearance to resemble that of a 17 or 18-year-old. He then ascended slowly into the sky, hoping to draw out the black-robed specter. To his delight, within just half a day, he had indeed succeeded in luring out this elusive figure, filling Wu Fan with uncontainable joy. Chapter 98. The specter. Upon witnessing the sudden transformation of the young man before him, the old specter in black robes felt a jolt of alarm. Not one to be easily deceived, he quickly deduced that this individual had come seeking him, altering his appearance and suppressing his cultivation merely to lure him out. However, when he discerned that the stranger's cultivation level was only at the 9th layer of qi refinement, his anxiety subsided. At that moment, Wu Fan chuckled and said, "There is no need for you to know who I am. You only need to be aware that you are worth 800 contribution points." 800 contribution points? The old specter in black robes inquired, somewhat bewildered. Yet, Wu Fan offered no explanation. Instead, he clapped his storage pouch, and a silver flying sword emerged, spiraling gracefully through the air before hurtling directly toward the old specter. Seeing the first move made against him, the black-robed specter let out a sinister chuckle and responded in kind, producing a skull from his storage pouch. Upon its release, the skull's eye sockets ignited with a crimson glow, racing toward the silver sword. As it neared, the skull suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of purple flames that met the silver sword, causing it to halt abruptly, though the silver gleam of the blade remained undiminished. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the skull, but a smile soon spread across his face. It became clear to him that the skull was, in fact, an exquisite magical artifact, not some wretched specter. The fact that his opponent possessed such a powerful item was no small feat, explaining the audacity of his demeanor. The black-robed specter, witnessing the silver sword's intact state, was equally astonished. Upon closer inspection, greed flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that his adversary would also possess a supreme magical artifact. He understood the rarity of his own skull artifact and the immense value of such treasures. The prospect of seizing the silver sword filled him with ambition, envisioning a significant enhancement to his combat capabilities. With this thought in mind, he once again tapped his storage pouch, producing a trident, a superior magical artifact, which he directed straight at Wu Fan. Noticing that his opponent had summoned another magical weapon, seemingly preparing for battle, Wu Fan, however, wished to avoid unnecessary delays. He merely shook his head, and in an instant, his form blurred and vanished. Moments later, a ripple in space heralded his reappearance not far from the black-robed specter. With a swift motion, a golden radiance erupted, expanding outward to envelop the old specter within its luminous embrace. Wu Fan then gestured with his hand, sending forth a green needle that soared toward the black-robed specter. As the specter observed the sudden disappearance of his foe, a tremor of unease coursed through him. The next instant, Wu Fan materialized nearby, and a foreboding feeling surged within him. Enveloped by the golden light, he felt an oppressive weight descend upon him, as though a colossal mountain bore down on him, rendering his arms too heavy to lift. Struggling to remain aloft, he suddenly felt a green light streak past his head, causing his eyes to widen in shock before he began plummeting toward the ground. At this moment, Wu Fan had already flown before the corpse. Wielding his long sword with a swift motion that severed the head, which he subsequently stored in his bag, he then conjured a fireball to reduce the body to ashes, collected the opponent's storage bag and magical artifacts, and took to the skies on his flying sword, heading toward the horizon. This task was deemed complete, marking one of the swiftest completions in his experience. As long as he returned with the head, the 800 contribution points would be secured. 7 days later, in an ordinary courtyard within a mundane mortal city, stood two individuals, an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, and a young man in his mid-20s. The elder bowed respectfully and said, "This old man pays his respects to the envoy." "Rise," the young man replied. "Now, enlighten me about the situation." The elder straightened. "Speaking with deference, honorable envoy, the matter is as follows. 1 year ago, in a residence in the northern city, over a single night, more than 10 lives were lost. The next day, officials were dispatched to investigate, yet they uncovered nothing. However, the condition of the deceased was horrendous, as if they had experienced immense terror, their faces distorted, eyes wide open, and skin pallid. Upon examining the bodies, no signs of fatal injuries were evident, leaving the officials perplexed about the cause of death. The matter faded into obscurity until 6 months later when another family of 10 moved into the same residence. Alas, not long after, they too perished one fateful night, their demise echoing that of the previous victims. The following day, officials returned. Yet again, no answers were found. Consequently, the residence was sealed off, prohibiting habitation. However, just a month ago, inexplicable deaths began occurring in neighboring residences, instigating widespread panic throughout the northern city. Upon learning of these events, I hurried to investigate. Upon arrival, I employed a spiritual eye technique and discovered the area was enveloped in a dense, malevolent aura. The intensity of this aura suggested the presence of formidable spirits. Aware of my limited cultivation, I dared not investigate further at night and thus reported to my sect. The young man, Wu Fan, who was once again on a mission, listened intently to the elder's account and grasped the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "I understand the circumstances. I shall conduct my investigation tonight. If all is well, I will take my leave." The elder promptly bowed, clasping his hands in gratitude. "All that I know has been conveyed to you, esteemed envoy. I can only trouble you to make the journey." Wu Fan nodded and exited the courtyard, while the elder bowed again, saying, "Safe travels, esteemed envoy." As Wu Fan made his way toward the northern city, he murmured to himself, "Spirits? How intriguing. I genuinely wish to witness the nature of these entities." As night began to descend, Wu Fan arrived at the estate mentioned by the old man, the very site where the first fatal incident had occurred. Upon his arrival, he employed his spiritual vision technique and indeed detected a dense aura of malevolence permeating the area. However, he did not discern the presence of any ghostly entities. Wu Fan understood that such apparitions typically emerged only in the dead of night. The bright light of day rendered them too fearful to manifest. He remained uncertain about the nature and rank of this particular specter. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he meticulously arranged the heavenly disruption array within the estate. Once the formation was set, he found a clean spot to sit cross-legged, patiently awaiting the manifestation of the ghost. As the clock struck midnight, Wu Fan abruptly opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He observed that the malevolent energy in the courtyard had intensified. Utilizing his spiritual vision to scrutinize every corner of the yard, he still found no sign of the ghostly presence. Rising to his feet, he proceeded toward the area where the malevolence was most concentrated. Chapter 99. Refining Qi to the 10th level. In this courtyard, there existed a circular well, measuring half a zhang in width. As Wu Fan approached the well and leaned down to peer into its depths, a sudden flash of white emerged from the well's mouth. Startled, Wu Fan instinctively recoiled, retreating several zhang before cautiously looking back. To his astonishment, he beheld a ghostly figure, a woman clad in a flowing white dress, her hair cascading wildly and her nails elongated to an inch. Upon bursting forth from the well, she surveyed her surroundings, only to erupt into a piercing scream. As she lifted her head, Her disheveled hair fell away, revealing a ghastly visage. Her skin was pallid, her lips a ghastly purple, and her eyes glowed a menacing crimson, with blood streaming from them. The sight was indeed horrifying. Upon her emergence, she exhibited a bewildered demeanor, seemingly disoriented by Wu Fan's array, her wails echoing in the stillness. Initially taken aback by her frightful appearance, Wu Fan soon discerned that she was merely a vengeful spirit, a manifestation birthed from lingering resentment. Such entities, fueled by unrelenting grievances, rise from the remnants of their mortal demise to wreak havoc. Fortunately, this spirit posed no significant threat to Wu Fan. Vanquishing her would prove to be a trivial task. However, had a ghost general appeared, Wu Fan would have had no choice but to flee. And should a ghost king materialize, even with the protection of the mysterious sky-severing array and the heavenly fire, his fate would be sealed. After observing the vengeful spirit for a moment, a subtle smile graced Wu Fan's lips. He then opened his mouth, summoning the heavenly fire, which surged forth towards the spirit. The instant the flames made contact with her, she was engulfed, emitting a heart-wrenching shriek. In less than a breath's time, the spirit vanished without a trace. Wu Fan retracted his array and took to the skies on his flying sword, heading towards the elder's courtyard. A moment later, within the elder's abode, he greeted, "I pay my respects to the esteemed master." The elder bowed, clasping his fists. That spirit was merely a vengeful ghost, now vanquished. "My task is complete. You may report this to the sect," Wu Fan stated before turning to depart. The elder, taken aback, pondered how swiftly the spirit had been dispatched. As Wu Fan prepared to leave on his flying sword, the elder hastily bowed, "Esteemed master, please take care. I shall promptly report this matter to the sect." After Wu Fan's departure, he resumed his next assignment. A year later, at the Qingfeng sect, within the affairs hall, Elder Fan exclaimed, "Haha, Wu disciple. I find it impossible not to admire you. Over the past year, you have effortlessly completed every task, continuously striving without respite. Your contribution value has soared into the tens of thousands. Truly remarkable. The amount you have amassed could take an ordinary inner sect disciple a decade to earn. I cannot fathom what cultivation technique you intend to exchange for such a considerable sum." Elder Fan laughed heartily as he regarded Wu Fan. "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Fan. I merely wish to hone my skills and prepare for a breakthrough," Wu Fan replied with a beaming smile. "Indeed, it is commendable that you, my esteemed junior, have chosen this path. The transition from the 9th to the 10th level of Qi refinement represents a significant threshold, one that is not easily surpassed. Thus, engaging in further cultivation is indeed beneficial." Elder Fan nodded in agreement. "Elder Fan, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I have sensed a faint sign of a breakthrough recently, and therefore, I shall refrain from undertaking any tasks for the time being," Wu Fan said, bowing respectfully. "Oh, cultivation is of utmost importance. You may return promptly," Elder Fan replied with a nod. Wu Fan rose and exited the Hall of Affairs, subsequently summoning his flying sword to soar towards the scripture repository. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the second floor of the repository, making a beeline for the contribution area. Upon encountering the celestial beast armor technique and the demon heaven fist, a smile of joy illuminated his face. After more than a year of relentless tasks, he had finally accumulated sufficient contribution points just days prior. Throughout this year, Wu Fan had lost count of how many adversaries he had vanquished and how many beasts he had slain, enduring severe injuries on several occasions, yet ultimately completing his missions unscathed. During this time, Wu Fan had ventured to various locations, visited several markets, and collected a number of spirit herb seeds, even gathering some ingredients for the longevity elixir, with only a few key herbs remaining to commence the refining process. Clutching 2 jade slips, Wu Fan hurried down to the first floor. Upon reaching the elder's side, he found him engrossed in reading, oblivious to the world around him. Wu Fan hesitated to disturb him, standing still until, after what felt like the length of a tea ceremony, the elder finally set his book aside and turned to Wu Fan. Seizing the moment, Wu Fan promptly presented the 2 jade slips. The elder, noticing the slips, let out a soft exclamation and remarked, "Junior Wu, acquiring these 2 techniques requires a considerable amount of contribution points. I recall that the last time you presented your token, you had not a single point to your name." Wu Fan handed his identity token to the elder, explaining, "For the past year, I have devoted myself to tasks. And just a few days ago, I finally accumulated enough points. The elder scrutinized Wu Fan's identity token, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, you have truly gathered enough contribution points. This is remarkable, he said, casting Wu Fan a curious glance before commencing the process of duplicating the 2 jade slips. In a matter of moments, the elder returned the slips along with the identity token to Wu Fan, stating, "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Do not disturb me further." "Understood. I shall take my leave," Wu Fan replied with a bow, then exited the scripture repository. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan returned to his cave dwelling and activated the formation, directly stepping into the small space within. He prepared to enter seclusion, with 2 objectives in mind. First, to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Second, to cultivate the celestial demon beast armor technique and the demon heaven fist to at least the initial stage of mastery, if not to full mastery. Thus, Wu Fan embarked on an extended period of rigorous training. 10 years later, within the small space. At this moment, Wu Fan found himself in his chamber. On the floor lay a large wooden tub, filled to the brim with a verdant liquid. Wu Fan reclined within the tub, immersed in the green elixir, his countenance betraying discomfort, as though he were enduring some form of torment. After 2 hours, Wu Fan emerged from the tub, standing resolutely in place. He clenched his fist tightly, a smile breaking across his face. During the past decade in the small space, the initial 2 years were spent striving to overcome his limitations. Through his relentless efforts, coupled with the breakthrough elixirs provided by his master, he ultimately succeeded in surpassing the final significant barrier of the Qi refinement stage after 2 years, elevating himself to the pinnacle of Qi refinement at the 10th level. In the remaining 8 years, Wu Fan dedicated himself to the cultivation of the celestial demon beast armor technique and the demon heaven fist. Through his steadfast perseverance, he successfully mastered both techniques. His rapid progress was greatly aided by the resources available in the small space, including numerous spiritual herbs. With the assistance of the medicinal liquids, Wu Fan astonishingly cultivated these 2 Qi refinement techniques to full mastery. Should he wish to continue his cultivation in the future, he would have to wait until he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, at which point he could exchange for the latter portions of the techniques in the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Chapter 100, Master Su Yao at present. The resilience of Wu Fan's physical form is nothing short of extraordinary. He has previously conducted tests revealing that its hardness rivals that of his former primordial diamond shield, a superior magical artifact known for its unparalleled quality. This comparison alone speaks volumes about the formidable nature of his corporeal body. Moreover, the strength of his physical form is equally remarkable. If he were to wield a high-grade magical shield, he could effortlessly rend it asunder, thus illustrating the sheer magnitude of his power. The perfected demon heaven fist is equally terrifying. Wu Fan senses that, should he harness the strength of his body in conjunction with this technique, he could shatter an ordinary high-grade magical shield within mere strikes. This emphasizes the terrifying combat prowess he now possesses. In the past, defeating cultivators of superior realms necessitated the use of golden yuan radiance and heavenly fire. However, circumstances have changed. Now, even without resorting to those formidable techniques, he possesses the confidence to contend with perfected Qi refining practitioners. Within the entire cultivation world, and particularly at Qingfeng's sect, he harbors doubts that any Qi refining cultivator could surpass his physical prowess, including the esteemed body cultivators of Qingcang Peak. With only 3 months remaining until the Grand Intersect competition, he prepares to participate. Once he ascends to the rank of core disciple, he intends to approach his master to request a place in the secret realm, which is set to open in just over 6 months. He must gain entry to procure rare spiritual herbs, including those necessary for concocting foundation-building elixirs and longevity potions. Upon entering the spirit beast chamber, Wu Fan checks on the little white fox, finding it still in slumber. However, the aura emanating from the fox is astonishing. Wu Fan surmises that it will awaken shortly. A year later, Wu Fan finally emerges from the small space, surveying his cave dwelling before stepping outside. Upon exiting, he notices a talisman swirling above the formation. With a flick of his hand, he summons the talisman, which then lands in his palm. He crushes it, and at that moment, a voice resonates in his ears. With a swift glance, Wu Fan takes to the skies on his flying sword, heading toward his master's courtyard. having just received a transmission summoning him, though the specifics remain unclear. A quarter of an hour later, he descends gracefully into the courtyard, stepping inside. Upon entering, he is momentarily taken aback by the assembly of individuals present: his master, Uncle Yin Fun, his senior brothers and sisters, and Yin Fun's esteemed disciple, Wei Qi, alongside several others he does not recognize. However, at the main seat before him, apart from his master and Uncle Yin Fun, sits a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe. He possesses striking features, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, fair skin, and a subtle smile that enhances his exceptional handsomeness. His powerful aura resembles that of a sharp sword, exuding an imposing presence as he gazes intently at Wu Fan. At that moment, Master Li Ning turns to Wu Fan and says, "Xiao Fan, this is your uncle Su Yao. Do not delay in greeting him." Wu Fan then realized that the handsome gentleman before him was none other than his long-unseen Shixiang Su Yao. It was said that this Shixiang had been wandering outside for 5 or 6 years without returning. Not daring to be negligent, Wu Fan hurriedly approached him. Cupping his hands in greeting and bowing slightly, Wu Fan pays his respects to Shixiang. Su Yao Shixiang had been observing him with a smile that never left his face, and he nodded approvingly. "Indeed, at such a young age you have already reached the 10th level of qi refinement, and you also practice body cultivation techniques. Among your peers, few can rival you." Upon hearing these words, Wu Fan felt a surge of astonishment. This Shixiang was remarkably perceptive, instantly discerning his mastery of body cultivation techniques. The others in the hall, including his master and Shixiang Yin Fun, turned their gazes toward Wu Fan upon hearing Su Yao's remarks. At that moment, a voice rang out in the hall. "Junior brother, have you broken through to the 10th level of qi refinement?" Wu Fan turned to see his 5th senior sister, Ru Shui, and he smiled and nodded in response. At this point, Master Li Ning shot Ru Shui a stern look, as if to convey, "Have you no sense of decorum? Can't you see there are 2 Shixiang present?" Ru Shui stuck out her tongue and then winked at Wu Fan while giving him a thumbs up. Master Li Ning's expression softened, and he scrutinized his 6th disciple before nodding. "Xiao Fan, well done. I never expected that with your spiritual root constitution, you would truly break through to the peak level of qi refinement. This is indeed commendable." Shixiang Yin Fun, equally beaming, remarked, "I have always said that Xiao Fan is extraordinary. Not only has he achieved the 10th level of qi refinement at such a young age, but he also possesses outstanding alchemical talent." Wu Fan felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise and stood silently. In addition to his senior brothers and sisters, over a dozen young men and women regarded him with curiosity. Though Wu Fan did not recognize them, he surmised that they must be the disciples of Shixiang Yin Fun and Shixiang Su Yao. At that moment, Master Li Ning spoke. "Xiao Fan, go over to your senior brothers and sisters." "Yes, master," Wu Fan replied before making his way toward the 2nd senior brother and standing beside Ru Shui. Li Ning surveyed the crowd and said, "Since everyone from the Danding Peak has gathered, I shall explain why I have summoned you. First and foremost, I must announce that one of our 3 foundational elders, your master and Shixiang Su Yao, has returned to the sect and successfully advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This is indeed a significant event for Danding Peak. The second matter I must address is that the internal competition will commence in 3 months. I hope that Danding Peak can produce a core disciple. As some of you may already be aware, currently, we only have Wei Qi and Shui Hui as core disciples. Yet Danding Peak has 3 slots available for entering the secret realm. Thus, I expect each of you to give your utmost effort in this competition, striving to secure the position of a core disciple. If successful, we can send 3 individuals to the secret realm, and you should understand the immense benefits that come with such an opportunity." Senior brother is correct. You must all strive wholeheartedly for the position of core disciples. Do you all remember? At this moment, Master Yanwen spoke with a grave expression. "We shall undoubtedly give our utmost effort," declared the dozen disciples in unison within the grand hall. Li Ning, Yanwen, and Su Yao nodded in agreement with smiles. Wu Fan then turned his gaze towards the 11 disciples opposite him. Except for Wei Qi, he was unfamiliar with the others. However, Wu Fan knew that Master Yanwen had 6 disciples, Master Su Yao had 5, and his own Master Li Ning should normally have 6 disciples. But due to the mysterious disappearance of the senior brother, only 5 disciples remained. Among the 11 disciples across from him, through careful observation, Wu Fan discerned that one woman possessed a cultivation level no lower than that of Wei Qi. This woman was likely the Xuehui his master had mentioned, one of the two core disciples of the Danding Peak. Chapter 101. Xuehui. This woman possesses an innate beauty, captivating all with her exquisite features, particularly her slender legs, which are as straight as chopsticks. Upon gazing into her enchanting eyes, one might perceive a glimmer of brilliance, suggesting her intelligence. At that moment, she seemed to sense someone's gaze upon her. She slowly turned her head, and, upon seeing Wu Fan, offered him a gentle smile and a nod. Wu Fan reciprocated with a warm smile and a respectful gesture. Li Ning then turned to Su Yao with a smile, saying, "Junior brother Su Yao, regarding the matter you mentioned earlier, if someone has been selected, please inform these disciples of their names." Su Yao, feeling somewhat awkward at the mention of this topic by his senior, could only nod with a sheepish smile. He then addressed the 16 disciples below, explaining, "The situation is as follows. I have been traveling for over 5 years, visiting numerous places and even other countries, all in search of rare spiritual herbs and to gather alchemical recipes. Just as I was preparing to return, I stumbled upon a bone spirit tree within the territory of the Medicine King Valley, which bore 6 precious bone spirit fruits. I was overjoyed, never anticipating such fortune to encounter such a rare herb. However, just as I was about to harvest the fruits, the notorious Elder Yan from the Medicine King Valley also laid eyes on them. Elder Yan is a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and while I am not particularly afraid of him in a confrontation, he shamelessly claimed that the bone spirit tree was within their territory, thus it rightfully belonged to him. Naturally, I could not acquiesce to his assertion, as I had discovered the fruits first. Yet, it is true that the tree is indeed located within their domain, so I could not be overly aggressive. To maintain amicable relations, we devised a plan. Each of us would select 6 disciples, 2 at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, 2 at the 11th layer, and 2 at the peak of Qi refinement, to engage in duels. For every match won by a disciple, that side would receive 1 bone spirit fruit, culminating in 6 matches to determine the ownership of the fruits. Su Yao paused momentarily, casting a glance at the crowd. The 16 disciples, including Wu Fan, grasped the situation. Su Yao intended to select 6 individuals from among them for the competition. Upon hearing about the bone spirit fruits, Wu Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, for these fruits are indeed one of the primary ingredients for concocting longevity elixirs. To his surprise, within the realm of Yaowang Valley, there existed a singular tree. With a swift turn of his thoughts, he resolved to partake in the upcoming contest. While he could forego the bone spirit fruit, he was determined to find a way to acquire that bone spirit tree. At the very least, he aimed to obtain a branch or root, which he could later cultivate in a confined space. Once he gathered the requisite spiritual herbs to concoct the longevity elixir, he would be poised to refine the alchemical creation. Although this longevity elixir was classified as a first-grade pill, Wu Fan believed that his ascension to the rank of alchemist was merely a matter of time. Presently, he stood as a top-tier practitioner of Qi refinement, and with diligent efforts to enhance his alchemical skills, he anticipated that his promotion to alchemist would not take long. The thought of this prospect filled him with excitement. He was eager to produce the longevity elixir swiftly, so that upon its successful creation, he could return to Qingshan City to present it to his parents and master. At that moment, Master Su Yao continued, expressing his desire for a few disciples to assist him. Should they triumph in the contest, he assured that he would reward them generously. He already had 2 candidates in mind: his eldest disciple, Xuehui, a practitioner of the perfected Qi refinement stage, and his second disciple, Yuan Hang, who was at the 11th level of Qi refinement. The remaining 4 would be chosen from among the disciples present. Just then, Wei Qi stepped forward, declaring, "Master, I am willing to participate in the contest on your behalf." "Thank you, Wei Qi. With your presence, we now have 2 practitioners of perfected Qi refinement." Su Yao replied with a nod and a smile. Meanwhile, Yanfen also acknowledged Wei Qi with a nod before addressing his other 2 disciples, Ziyuan, Mingqian. "You 2 should accompany Master Su Yao." "Yes, Master." A young man and woman stepped forward. The man, tall and dignified, appeared to be around 30 years old, at the 11th level of Qi refinement. The woman, in her mid-20s, was quite attractive, sporting a ponytail and dressed in fitted white attire, exuding a sense of cleanliness and grace, with a cultivation level of the 10th stage of Qi refinement. Yanfen nodded at them, and then turned to Su Yao with a smile. "Su Yao, my second disciple Ziyuan has little interest in alchemy. Yet he is deeply passionate about cultivating divine abilities. His strength among the practitioners at the 11th level is commendable, so it would be wise to have him accompany you. As for my fifth disciple, Mingqian, although she is at the 10th level, her spiritual perception surpasses that of her peers, and she can adeptly wield 4 flying swords, making her quite capable as well. Let her join you too. Haha, thank you, brother. In fact, my purpose for coming here was to seek your assistance with these 2 disciples, Su Yao chuckled. Hearing this, Yanfa nodded in agreement. Now, only one more disciple at the 10th level of Qi refinement remained. Wu Fan surveyed the group, intending to step forward to speak, but before he could make his move, Master Su Yao turned to him with a smile, asking, Wu Shizhi, would you be interested in accompanying me? Wu Fan was pleasantly surprised by this invitation. He had not anticipated being chosen by Master Su Yao, perhaps due to the fact that the master had noticed his mastery of body refinement upon his entrance into the hall. As others heard Su Yao's words, they gazed in astonishment at Wu Fan, for they had not anticipated that their esteemed master, Su Yao, would select the youngest junior disciple. They were left wondering what remarkable abilities this junior disciple possessed to have garnered Su Yao's favor. Wu Fan willingly stepped forward, bowing slightly and clasping his fists in respect. Haha, splendid. It is settled then. Tomorrow at dawn, the 6 of you shall accompany me, Su Yao declared, his demeanor radiating joy. Indeed, responded Wu Fan and the other 5 in unison. At that moment, Li Ning addressed the 16 disciples below. All right. You may return now and adequately prepare for the internal competition in 3 months. I have matters to discuss with your master and uncle. Yes. All 16 disciples from Danding Peak replied simultaneously, subsequently departing one by one. Wu Fan also retreated to his cave dwelling, eagerly awaiting the morrow to accompany Uncle Su Yao to the contest. The next day, atop the summit of Danding Peak, 7 individuals stood together: Su Yao, Wei Qi, Shui Hui, Yuan Heng, Ji Yuan, Ming Qian, and Wu Fan. Su Yao surveyed the group and then smiled. Let us embark. Our destination is the Yunmu mountain range in Izhou. The journey is quite extensive. Even aboard my Qing Tian Eagle, it will take us 10 days to reach our destination. Upon finishing his words, Su Yao gently tapped his spirit beast pouch at his waist. Suddenly, a flash of green light erupted from the pouch, transforming in an instant into a gigantic green eagle over 10 zhang in length. The magnificent creature soared gracefully in the sky, circling a few times before emitting a series of calls, then descended to land upon the square. Chapter 102. The Yunmu mountain range. When Wu Fan beheld the colossal azure eagle, astonishment flickered in his eyes. This magnificent creature was, in fact, a 3rd-tier demonic beast, equivalent to the strength of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed, Master Su Yao was formidable to possess such a 3rd-tier spirit beast. As Wu Fan gazed at the immense azure eagle, thoughts of the little white fox crossed his mind. He wondered when the little white fox would ascend to the 3rd tier. Once it did, Wu Fan's combat prowess would significantly enhance, rendering him unafraid even in the presence of foundation establishment cultivators. At that moment, Master Su Yao leaped gracefully onto the back of the enormous azure eagle and turned to Wu Fan and the others, saying, "Come aboard. We shall set forth now." Yes. The 6 of them responded in unison, and all leaped onto the eagle's back. Wu Fan, observing the massive creature beneath him, felt a surge of curiosity. It was his first experience riding a spirit beast. Once everyone was settled on the spacious back of the azure eagle, it flapped its mighty wings and soared into the sky, racing forward with astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. During the flight, Wu Fan gradually grew familiar with his senior brothers and sisters. When boredom struck, they gathered to engage in casual conversation. At this juncture, Su Yao's second disciple, Yuan Heng, spoke up. The Medicine King Valley, much like our Pill Cauldron Peak, specializes in alchemy. Their combat capabilities are not particularly formidable within the cultivation realm of the Summer Kingdom. However, no sect dares to provoke them, for half of the medicinal pills circulating in the Summer Kingdom are produced by the Medicine King Valley. The second disciple, Ji Yuan, chimed in. Indeed, most of the medicinal pills sold in the major markets of the Summer Kingdom's cultivation realm are refined by the Medicine King Valley. Although their strength may be lacking, they are undoubtedly one of the wealthiest sects in the Summer Kingdom. Ji Yuan is correct, Wei Qi added. I have previously interacted with disciples from the inner sect of the Medicine King Valley, and I noticed that the magical artifacts they employ are predominantly of high quality, which attests to their wealth. Speaking of the various sects within the Summer Kingdom's cultivation realm, the artifact refining sect undoubtedly possesses the finest magical artifacts. Their expertise lies in the path of artifact refinement. It is said that the founding ancestor of the artifact refining sect was a legendary nascent soul cultivator and a master of artifact refinement. I have also heard that disciples of the artifact refining sect, once they reach the 10th layer of chi refinement or higher, are typically equipped with a top-tier magical artifact, a privilege that other sects can only envy. The artifact refining sect is also rather affluent, rivaling the wealth of the Medicine King Valley, Yuan Hang continued. Haha. Both the Medicine King Valley and the artifact refining sect are indeed prosperous, but our Clear Wind sect is not to be underestimated. We occupy several spirit stone mines within our territory, Ji Yuan chuckled. If one were to speak of the most impoverished sects in the Summer Kingdom's cultivation realm, it would undoubtedly be those wretched Taoists of the Lingxiao Temple. At that moment, Su Yao's eldest disciple, Xuehui, spoke with a serious expression. Junior brother, do not underestimate the Lingxiao Temple. Though the Lingxiao Temple may not be affluent, the cultivation techniques practiced by its disciples are decidedly superior to those of other sects, endowing them with formidable combat prowess. At this juncture, Ming Qian, the fifth disciple of Yin Fun, interjected with a disdainful huff. While those detestable Taoists may not be particularly liked, they are hardly bothersome. What truly irks me are the nefarious practices of the Demon Gate and the corpse refining sect. They routinely commit heinous acts, taking lives and seizing treasures as though it were mere routine, frequently resorting to murder for the sake of refining corpses or extracting vital essence. Such conduct is utterly abhorrent. Observing Ming Qian's expression, Wu Fan discerned a palpable animosity toward the corpse refining sect and the Demon Gate. Although Wu Fan had no direct experience with the corpse refining sect, his loathing for the Demon Gate was profound, bordering on visceral hatred, especially after the indelible impressions left upon him during his expedition to Liangzhou, compounded by the matters concerning his senior brother. Thus, amidst their sporadic banter, 10 days slipped by. During this time, Wu Fan acquired a clearer understanding of the cultivation world in the Xia Kingdom. Any uncertainties he encountered were elucidated by Uncle Su Yao, who even assisted them in resolving various cultivation dilemmas, with Wu Fan himself posing the most questions. 10 days later, in Yizhou, within the Yunmu mountain range, a colossal azure sky eagle descended from the heavens, heading directly for a valley. As it neared the ground, Wu Fan clearly discerned 7 figures standing within the valley. Among them was an elder, appearing to be in his 60s, slightly portly, clad in a green robe, undoubtedly the notorious Yin Laoma spoken of by Uncle Su Yao. Flanking him were 6 youthful individuals, aged between 24 and 30. Among these 6, 5 were male cultivators, with 1 female. At that moment, the elder suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, dear Su Yao, according to our agreed time, you are quite late. I had begun to think you would not arrive. My disciples and I have been waiting for over a day. Ha ha, dear Yin, what are you saying? I have merely delayed a few hours due to the long journey. I allowed the azure eagle to rest for a while, Su Yao replied with a hearty laugh. As the azure eagle landed, Wu Fan and the others disembarked. No matter, this brief interval is inconsequential for us cultivators. Are you preparing to let your disciples rest for a while, or shall we commence the competition at once? Yin Laoma inquired further. Su Yao did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the 6 disciples brought by Yin. Upon completing his assessment, his expression darkened. He then turned to Yin Laoma. These disciples you bring are indeed impressive, each one a paragon of excellence. Remarkably, 3 of them are dual cultivators of both law and body. It seems you are quite determined to secure victory in this contest. Dear Yin, haha, dear Su, what are you implying? This is merely a competition. It is not excessive for me to bring a few stronger disciples, is it? Are you perhaps feeling apprehensive? Yin Laoma retorted with a hearty laugh. Oof, what is there to fear? Winning or losing is part of the game. Since I have agreed to this contest, I shan't fear defeat. Moreover, I do not believe my disciples will lose every match. Su Yao declared with a cold snort. Since Brother Suyo has expressed his thoughts, shall we commence? It seems that old Demon Yin is quite eager, having urged us several times already. There is no rush. Before the competition begins, I would like to take a look at the bone spirit fruit. Suyo shifted the topic back to the bone spirit fruit. Haha, brother Suyo. Do you not trust me? Rest assured, the bone spirit tree is safeguarded by my formation and no mishap will occur. However, since you wish to see it, let us proceed. Old demon Yin replied nonchalantly. Hee, my dear elder brother, you think too much. Nonetheless, I believe it is wise to take a look first. Suyo chuckled. Old demon Yin nodded with a smile, then turned and walked deeper into the valley, with his disciples closely following. Suyo glanced at Wu Fan and the others and promptly said, let us go as well. With that, he led the group forward. Chapter 103. The Duel, Part 1. After a brief moment, a group of over 10 individuals arrived at a pile of stones. With a swift motion of his arm, the formidable elder Yin caused the air before him to ripple, and to their astonishment, the stone pile transformed into a lush green clearing. In the center of this verdant space stood a modest fruit tree, no more than 10 feet tall, seemingly unremarkable, akin to an ordinary fruit-bearing tree. However, the fruits it bore were extraordinary. 6 radiant red fruits adorned the tree, emanating a faint crimson glow, unmistakably precious spiritual herbs. Upon witnessing the fruits still hanging from the branches, a smile graced Su Yao's face, while Wu Fan's eyes darted about, as if pondering something profound. At this moment, Elder Yin turned towards Su Yao, chuckling. Haha, Su Yao, my dear brother, you must feel reassured now, yes? Indeed, let us commence. Su Yao nodded in agreement. The group then moved to a nearby open space, where Elder Yin addressed Su Yao. Shall we begin at the 10th layer of Qi refinement? Very well. Let it be as you suggest, Elder Yin. Su Yao replied nonchalantly. Elder Yin nodded with a smile, and then turned to a man at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, stating, you shall be the first to compete in Jinling. Yes. The man responded as he stepped forward. Standing at nearly 6 feet and possessing a robust physique, he appeared quite youthful, around 25 or 26. Yet sported a full beard that gave him an incongruous appearance. Su Yao glanced at the competitor, recognizing him as a formidable opponent, one of the 3 body cultivators, and thus he remained cautious. He then shifted his gaze towards Wu Fan, intending to have him enter the fray first. However, at that moment, Ming Qian unexpectedly stepped forward and declared, Uncle Master, I shall take this match. Before Su Yao could voice his thoughts, Ming Qian had already leaped into the arena. Su Yao's eyes widened in surprise, and the words he had intended to say were swallowed back, culminating in a soft sigh. Wu Fan, perceiving Su Yao's unspoken concerns, felt helpless, yet recognized Ming Qian's determination. He turned his attention to Ming Qian, who donned a fitted white outfit with her hair tied in a ponytail. Over the past 10 days, Wu Fan had come to understand this spirited junior sister, who was indeed quite impulsive. Upon noticing the beautiful woman approaching him, Jinling's lips curved into a slight smile as he exclaimed, Haha, fair maiden, you are no match for me. I advise you to withdraw and allow another to take your place. Enough of this idle chatter, let us fight. Ming Qian retorted, her expression darkening. She swiftly produced 4 high-tier flying swords from her storage bag and, with a series of hand seals, directed them towards her opponent. Jinling, taken aback by her ability to simultaneously control 4 flying swords with apparent ease, was momentarily stunned, realizing that she was indeed a formidable opponent, her spiritual sense evidently far surpassing that of an average practitioner. Suddenly, Jinling drew forth a long blade from his storage pouch. This blade was truly impressive. Measuring over 5 feet in length and more than a foot in width, it was indeed a superior magical weapon. As a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, Jinling was undoubtedly affluent. With both hands gripping the hilt, he charged towards the 4 flying swords. As the swords approached him, he began to whirl the long blade in a frenzy, instantly creating a swirling vortex of blades around him that formed an impenetrable barrier. Upon contact with this blade illusion, the 4 flying swords were all sent careening away. Jinling chuckled with delight and, with great strides, rushed towards Ming Qian. Ming Qian was taken aback to see her flying swords defeated so effortlessly. Her heart raced as she cast a glance at the long blade in her opponent's grasp. To her astonishment, he wielded another superior magical weapon, and his strength was indeed formidable. He must be the body cultivator that Uncle Su Yao had mentioned. Without further contemplation, Ming Qian hurriedly commanded her flying swords to re-engage and retreated swiftly, initiating a tug-of-war with her adversary. Su Yao observed the duel intently. shaking his head lightly with a sigh after a moment. A quarter of an hour later, as Jin Ling closed in on Ming Qian, poised to swing his long blade at her, Su Yao called out, "Ming Qian, retreat." Hearing Su Yao's voice, Jin Ling hastily sheathed his long blade and walked towards the ominous figure of old Demon Yan. Ming Qian glanced at Jin Ling's retreating back, her fair face flushed with anger. With a determined stamp of her foot, she turned and marched toward Wu Fan and the others. "Haha, brother Su Yao, my apologies. But the first bone spirit fruit belongs to me." Old Demon Yan laughed heartily. "Humph." Su Yao snorted coldly, then turned to Wu Fan and said, "Wu, you are up for the second match." "Yes, uncle." Wu Fan clasped his fists in respect to Su Yao. Afterward, he slowly stepped forward. "Fang Zheng, you shall take this one." Old Demon Yan called to a man. Yes, a man emerged, appearing to be in his late 20s or early 30s. He was slender and dark-complexioned, dressed in black attire. He was neither strikingly handsome nor particularly unattractive, but rather the sort of person who would fade into the background in a crowd, despite being at the 10th level of qi refinement. He exuded a powerful aura that made Wu Fan realize he was stronger than most cultivators at the 11th level. As they stood in the arena, Fang Zheng spoke. "I am Fang Zheng. I can sense your strength, and I will take this contest seriously." Upon hearing his words, Wu Fan recognized Fang Zheng's serious and stoic demeanor. Wu Fan smiled slightly, replying, "I am Wu Fan." With that, Wu Fan wasted no time in idle chatter. He swiftly performed a hand gesture, unleashing a flurry of over a dozen wind blades with astonishing speed, leaving spectators in awe. Without pausing, he followed up with several ice spikes, showing no intention of deploying any magical artifacts. As Fang Zheng observed the other party merely casting spells, he was momentarily taken aback. However, upon witnessing the speed at which the spells were executed, a jolt of astonishment surged through him. Had the opponent mastered these spells to perfection? Without further contemplation, as the opponent's spellcasting accelerated, he hastily drew a shield to protect himself and subsequently unleashed a spear aimed directly at Wu Fan with great velocity. Wu Fan, noticing the attack, merely smiled lightly. Over the years, he had seldom engaged in combat with practitioners of the same rank. Since his 9th level of qi refining, he had begun to challenge those of higher realms. This included the year he spent on missions, during which he lost count of how many peak qi refining and even fully realized qi refining practitioners he had defeated. It is well known that the transition from the 9th to the 10th level represents a significant bottleneck. As the spear hurtled toward him, Wu Fan remained unfazed, standing his ground and instantly conjuring spells to retaliate. Wind blades, fireballs, ice spikes, and water arrows. He cast a multitude of offensive spells in rapid succession. From a distance, the spectacle was a dazzling array of colors, breathtakingly beautiful. The onlookers, a dozen or so individuals observing the duel, were left in awe by the sight of Wu Fan's instantaneous spellcasting, as they had never witnessed such a display of skill before. Chapter 104. The Duel, Part 2. As the opponent's spear was poised to strike Wu Fan, he suddenly contorted his body and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind the man named Fang Zheng, continuously unleashing arcane assaults. In truth, with his current physical resilience, even if the spear were to strike him, it would inflict no harm. He could have easily evaded the attack without resorting to his swift phantasm. However, he preferred not to reveal his true prowess. To him, Fang Zheng, with merely 10 levels of qi cultivation, was not formidable enough to compel him to employ his more potent techniques. Fang Zheng, on the other hand, was increasingly frustrated as the battle progressed. He had never encountered such an adversary before. His assaults could not land on Wu Fan, while the latter's spells rained down upon him relentlessly. His shield was battered and on the verge of collapse, and if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Indeed, as time swiftly passed, within less than 10 breaths, Fang Zheng's shield was sent flying, and he sustained several cuts from wind blades, blood seeping from the wounds on his chest. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to concede, exclaiming, "I admit defeat." Wu Fan ceased his incantations and turned to return to the side of his master, Su Yao. Meanwhile, Wei Qi and several senior brothers and sisters gazed at Wu Fan in astonishment, utterly captivated by his fighting style. They wondered how many years he had spent mastering these foundational spells. Did he have so much time to spare? Did he not need to cultivate? It was astonishing to realize that foundational spells could wield such power when cultivated to a certain level. Among the 6 disciples accompanying the sinister Elder Yan, aside from Feng Zhong, 2 others regarded Wu Fan's abilities with trepidation, while the remaining 3, being body cultivators, were dismissive of his spells, perceiving them as mere irritations. Haha, Brother Yan, this match is mine, Su Yao exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy lighting his face. He knew that Wu Fan had not even tapped into his true capabilities, but that was inconsequential. Winning the contest was what mattered. For Su Yao, securing a bone spirit fruit was already a triumph. Elder Yin remained silent, turning his gaze toward the sole woman among his disciples. Wei Lian, it's your turn. Yes, she responded, stepping forward with an air of coldness, her chi cultivation at the 11th level. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her tall stature and frosty demeanor suggested that she felt owed something, as if someone had wronged her of spirit stones. At that moment, Ji Yuan stepped forward, bowing to Su Yao. Master, allow me to take this match. Very well, Ji Yuan, you may proceed. Su Yao nodded, having intended for him to take the stage. As Wei Lian and Ji Yuan entered the arena, Ji Yuan, with a smile, addressed her, esteemed fairy, I am Ji. Before Ji Yuan could finish his words, Wei Lian let out a cold snort and immediately unleashed a long silk ribbon from her storage bag, launching an attack towards him. Ji Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered a slight smile. Not wanting to engage in further conversation, he raised a hand and struck forward, causing a massive golden palm imprint to materialize and rush towards the silk ribbon. Upon witnessing Ji Yuan's golden palm imprint, Wu Fan was instantly reminded of a powerful technique he had encountered in the Sutra Pavilion, known as the Golden Light Shattering Earth Palm, which required over 5,000 contribution points to acquire. However, he had chosen to pursue another technique at the time, the Extreme Fire Divine Palm, which necessitated over 7,000 points. Ji Yuan, much like Wu Fan, opted to attack solely with his magical techniques, eschewing the use of any magical artifacts. It was no wonder his master, Yin Fan, had remarked on Ji Yuan's disinterest in alchemy, yet his fervent obsession with magical arts. The golden palm imprint struck the silk ribbon with tremendous force, sending it flying away. Unperturbed, Wei Lian retaliated with a powerful punch, conjuring a massive fist imprint that surged towards the palm imprint. With a deafening roar, both imprints vanished into thin air. Observing Wei Lian's mastery of the magical fist technique, which she had evidently honed to perfection, Ji Yuan felt compelled to act without hesitation. He unleashed another palm imprint, and, reaching into his storage bag, summoned a long sword to strike at Wei Lian. At last, Ji Yuan resorted to using a magical artifact for his assault, yet Wei Lian merely scoffed and launched another fist imprint in response. She then reached into her storage bag, from which a black steel trident abruptly soared forth, colliding swiftly with Ji Yuan's flying sword. Additionally, she deftly maneuvered the previously deflected silk ribbon, sending it hurtling towards Ji Yuan, clearly intent on a swift resolution. With 2 resounding crashes, Ji Yuan's attacks were entirely thwarted, his expression darkening in an instant. Just then, the silk ribbon sped towards him, binding him before he could unleash another palm imprint. Thus, the confrontation concluded with Ji Yuan's defeat. At this moment, the Elder Yin revealed a smile, while Master Su Yao emitted a cold snort, not expressing any reproach towards Ji Yuan, but rather displaying his displeasure over missing out on a bone spirit fruit. Haha, Su Yao, it appears I have triumphed once more. My sincerest apologies. The Elder Yin exclaimed gleefully at their victory. Su Yao remained silent, turning to Yuan Hang and instructing, Yuan Hang, it is your turn now. Yes, master. Yuan Hang replied promptly as he stepped forward. Noticing Su Yao's silence, the Elder Yin was unperturbed and turned to a male disciple, inquiring with a smile, Bai Rui, with your capabilities, winning this match should pose no challenge, correct? Rest assured, master, Bai Rui guarantees a victory for you. The young man chuckled confidently. The man was muscular, his skin a rich bronze, undoubtedly one of the 3 cultivators of the body. He approached and halted at a distance from Yuan Hang, then spoke with a smirk. Heh, encountering me is your misfortune. You would do well to prepare your healing elixirs. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Hang's expression darkened instantly. Bai Rui's arrogance was overwhelming, and his words were exceedingly unpleasant. With a cold snort, Yuan Hang retorted, It is premature to discuss victory or defeat. Only through battle will we ascertain the outcome. Moreover, I believe it will be you who ends up injured. Young man, there is no need to engage in a battle of wits with me. In this realm, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Dispatching you will be a trivial endeavor. Bai Rui declared, his eyes narrowing as he lunged forward at Yuan Hang with remarkable speed. Chapter 105. The Contest, Part 3. As Bai Rui surged forward at an astonishing speed, a radiant golden aura enveloped his body, and a colossal spear materialized in his grasp. This spear gleamed with a silvery light, revealing itself to be a top-tier magical artifact, and coupled with the formidable aura he exuded, he appeared undeniably valiant. Upon witnessing this imposing presence, Yuan Hang felt a jolt of unease in his heart, prompting him to act without hesitation. He swiftly retrieved a curved bow from his storage pouch, holding it in his left hand while drawing the string back with his right. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant white point of light ignited above his right hand, elongating until it coalesced into an arrow. With a serious expression, Yuan Hang aimed the bow at the charging Bai Rui and released the string with a forceful flick, sending the arrow hurtling toward Bai Rui with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. However, upon seeing Yuan Hang unleash his arrow, Bai Rui merely chuckled dismissively, gripping the spear firmly with both hands. He swung it decisively at the incoming projectile. A resounding crash echoed as the seemingly powerful arrow shattered upon impact, dissipating into ethereal white light. Witnessing this spectacle, Yuan Hang's heart sank. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of his own exquisite bow, which he had hoped would secure him victory in the intersect competition and earn him a place among the core disciples. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that such a potent magical artifact could be so effortlessly countered by his opponent, who seemed hardly impeded in his advance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Hang swiftly loosed another arrow and retreated. Su Yao, observing the unfolding duel, recognized that Yuan Hang was destined for defeat and shook his head with a soft sigh. After a brief interval, it became increasingly clear that Yuan Hang was on the brink of collapse. Regardless of the strategies he employed, he could not halt Bai Rui's relentless assault. The exquisite longbow, a top-tier magical artifact, proved ineffective against Bai Rui, who easily deflected Yuan Hang's flying swords and brushed aside his spells as if they were mere tickles. As Bai Rui closed in, Yuan Hang summoned a shield, but it too was cast aside, leaving him wounded and in peril. Had Su Yao not intervened and called for a halt, Yuan Hang would have found himself in even graver danger. With 4 matches concluded, only Wu Fan emerged victorious from Su Yao's side, a fact that spoke volumes about his current state of mind. Haha, my dear Su Yao, what do you think of my disciple Bai Rui? The old demon Yin laughed heartily. Humph, a victory is a victory. What is there to boast about? Su Yao retorted coldly. Turning to Xue Hui, he instructed, Xue Hui, it is your turn now. Employ all your skills and ensure victory in this round. Yes, master. Xue Hui bowed respectfully to her teacher before stepping forward. Seeing that Su Yao was in a fit of anger, Yin Laoma chose to refrain from further comments. However, he felt a sense of satisfaction at Su Yao's predicament. When he noticed that the opposing side had sent a female disciple into the arena, he turned to a slender young man and said, Lang Yin, you shall take this match. Yes, master. Lang Yin responded promptly, stepping forward. Lang Yin, diminutive in stature, resembled a child of 12 or 13. With a sharp-faced visage and beady eyes that constantly roamed over the beautiful figure of Xue Hui, accompanied by an incessant, lewd chuckle. Disgust flickered in Xue Hui's eyes at his lewd demeanor. With a disdainful huff, she promptly summoned a long black whip from her storage pouch. Grasping it firmly, she called out sharply and swung the whip with great force, instantly extending it to a length of over 10 zhong, aimed directly at Lang Yin. Noticing the ferocity of her attack, Lang Yin quickly abandoned his previous frivolity, his expression turning grave. In an instant, 2 daggers slipped into his hands, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 10 zhong away, successfully evading Xue Hui's strike. Witnessing Lang Yan's display of movement, Wu Fan felt a jolt of surprise. Lang Yan's agility bore a striking resemblance to his own technique, the swift shadow. Although not as swift as Wu Fan's execution, the mastery Lang Yan exhibited was indeed commendable. Wu Fan had spent many years honing his skill in a confined space to reach this level. Most others lack the luxury of time to devote solely to such esoteric arts. What astonished Wu Fan even more was Xue Hui. As Lang Yin executed his evasive maneuver, a faint blue light illuminated her eyes. Just as Lang Yin materialized from a distance, Xue Hui had already anticipated his position and swung her whip in that direction. Wu Fan was taken aback. He hadn't realized that Xue Hui also possessed a form of eye technique, a secret art transcending mere minor spells like the spirit eye technique. It was said that in ancient times, formidable cultivators practiced powerful eye techniques capable of piercing through all illusions, rendering any formation transparent in their gaze. Of course, Xue Hui's eye technique lacked such formidable power. At most, she could see through smaller illusions or detect shifts in movement. As Lang Yin reappeared, he found the whip had already reached him. Startled, he cried out and hastily attempted to block it with his daggers. However, with a sharp crack, the whip proved far too powerful for his feeble defense. The tail of the whip struck him, causing agonized cries to escape his lips as his back was torn open, blood seeping through the shredded fabric, and he was sent flying backward. As he swiftly rose to his feet, he hurriedly attempted to employ his agility to close the distance to Xue Hui. This had always been his strategy in combat, to rapidly approach his adversary and, with a dagger in hand, swiftly claim their life. This method had proven infallible time and again. However, today, Lang Yin found himself facing an opponent who countered his every move. Just as he executed his technique to draw closer, a resounding crack echoed through the air, and Lang Yin was abruptly pulled back, unable to approach Xue Hui. At that moment, he bore two painful wounds, distorting his features in agony. Yet, his opponent showed no intent to relent. As he steadied himself, a whip-like shadow flickered, and with another crack, Lang Yin was sent flying once more. Enduring 5 or 6 lashes, he could no longer withstand the onslaught. In desperation, he cried out, "I concede. I concede. Please stop." Yet Xue Hui merely scoffed, showing no sign of mercy as she swung the whip once again. Chapter 106. The Duel, Part 4. It was evident that Xue Hui harbored a profound disdain for her opponent. One could hardly blame her for her ire. At the onset of the contest, Lang Yin had persistently provoked her with lascivious glances and frivolous expressions. It was simply impossible for Xue Hui to quell her inner turmoil without delivering a few lashes. After administering 2 more strikes, Lang Yin was left bloodied and howling for mercy. At that moment, the ominous figure of the elder Yin let out a cold snort. His countenance darkened, and he remarked, "My dear young lady, did you not hear my disciple concede?" With Elder Yan's words ringing in her ears, Xue Hui reluctantly ceased her assault and turned to retreat. Meanwhile, Su Yao stood nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the events unfolding before him. He could have easily called for Xue Hui to halt, yet he feigned ignorance, for he too found Lang Yin rather displeasing. Beside them, Wu Fan and the others exchanged knowing smiles, silently commending Xue Hui's spirited performance. With Xue Hui finally relenting, Lang Yin scrambled to his feet and, in a pitiful state, scurried towards Elder Yin. Observing Lang Yan's woeful appearance, the elder's irritation intensified as he muttered waste under his breath. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the final contestant, coldly commanding, "Tai Ta, step up and deliver a sound thrashing." The last contestant, a towering figure, approached with a resonant voice. "Yes, Master Uncle." This individual, known as Tai Ta, possessed the cultivation of a perfected Qi refinement practitioner. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 10 feet, his muscular physique and short, dark hair rendered him a veritable colossus. Without hesitation, he addressed the remaining competitor, Wei Qi, with a challenging tone. "Come here and let me give you a proper beating. Why are you just standing there like a fool?" Upon encountering Tai Ta, Wei Qi sensed the formidable nature of his opponent. However, he was undeterred, for he, like Xue Hui, was a core disciple of the Qingfeng sect, endowed with considerable prowess. In a single leap, Wei Qi soared into the air, landing a short distance from Tai Ta. He then summoned 2 exquisite flying swords, both of which were exceptional magical artifacts, that began to hover gracefully above his head. With a smile, Wei Qi taunted, "Big guy, if you wish to strike me, I fear you may lack the capability." Tai Ta, unimpressed, grunted in response, "No one can evade my strikes." With a dismissive snort, Wei Qi declared, "Enough of this banter. Let us engage." He promptly directed his flying swords towards Tai Ta. Unperturbed, Tai Ta calmly retrieved a massive hammer from his storage bag, a hammer that was nearly as tall as he was, clearly a weighty weapon designed for formidable impact. As the two flying swords were about to reach him, the Iron Tower suddenly began to swing a colossal hammer. In his grasp, the hammer resembled a mere stick, emitting a low, ominous sound as it whirled. With two resounding thuds, the magnificent swords were sent flying, while the Iron Tower strode forward with great strides. Despite its massive physique, it moved with remarkable speed, covering 5 zhang in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Wei Qi was taken aback, astonished by the Iron Tower's formidable strength. He had not anticipated that two exquisite flying swords could be so effortlessly repelled. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily maneuvered his swords back towards the tower, simultaneously producing a shield from his storage bag, also an exquisite artifact. It was evident that he had amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones from his years of alchemy, as he had now unveiled 3 top-tier artifacts. The Iron Tower, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, continuing its relentless advance. When the two flying swords approached again, the previous scene repeated itself with another pair of thunderous crashes, sending Wei Qi's swords hurtling away once more. Just then, the Iron Tower was upon him, swinging its massive hammer with great force towards Wei Qi's shield. A deafening roar erupted, shaking the very ground, and the shield was instantly sent flying. Upon witnessing this, Wei Qi felt a surge of dread and swiftly executed his evasive maneuvers, darting to the side. The Iron Tower, grinning widely, suddenly shifted, catching up to Wei Qi in an instant. He had not anticipated that his opponent was also adept in movement techniques. This behemoth possessed no apparent weaknesses, sturdy flesh, immense strength, and astonishing speed rendered victory an impossibility. Desperate, Wei Qi employed further evasive tactics, while simultaneously forming hand signs to summon his flying swords for assistance. Yet, within moments, his swords were again sent flying twice. Ultimately, the Iron Tower seized him. With a rapid swing of its hammer, it struck Wei Qi with blinding speed, leaving him no chance to evade. At that critical moment, a talisman materialized in his hand, which he promptly pressed against himself. In an instant, a golden light enveloped him. However, just as the Iron Tower's hammer collided with him, a tremendous crash resonated, shattering the golden light into shards. Wei Qi was flung away, and before he even landed, he coughed up blood mid-air, crashing to the ground with a thud. His complexion had turned ashen, and his chest appeared sunken. It was clear that all his ribs had been shattered. He gasped for breath, visibly gravely injured. Fortunately, he had applied a defensive talisman just in time. Had he not, that heavy blow from the Iron Tower would have surely claimed his life. At this moment, the Iron Tower showed no signs of relenting, likely because Wei Qi had yet to concede defeat. Whether it was the tower's inherent dullness or a deliberate choice, it strode over to Wei Qi's side and hefted its hammer, ready to strike again. At that moment, Su Yao's face turned pale with fury as he bellowed, "Stop!" Following his command, he thrust his hand forward, unleashing a powerful palm strike that struck the Iron Tower. Instantly, the tower was propelled over 10 zhang away before crashing to the ground. It was this very blow that allowed Wei Qi to escape with his life. The Iron Tower, rising to its feet and brushing off the dust, turned to Su Yao and boomed, "I have one, haven't I?" Su Yao merely snorted, remaining silent. In truth, the palm strike he had delivered was executed with finesse, causing no real harm to the Iron Tower. Su Yao, mindful of his stature, would never employ his full strength against a junior. It was precisely because he intended no malice towards the Iron Tower that the old demon Yin refrained from intervening. At that moment, old demon Yin stood at a distance, chuckling with delight. How could he not be pleased when he had secured 4 out of the 6 bone spirit fruits for himself? Observing Su Yao's silence, the Iron Tower scratched his head and returned to old demon Yan's side, gazing at him as if awaiting a response. Noticing this expression, old demon Yan's facial muscles twitched slightly before he finally declared, "Well done, my disciple. This round is yours." Only upon hearing this affirmation did the Iron Tower beam with joy and stride towards his fellow disciples. Chapter 107, Contest V. At this moment, Wu Fan and the others had already rushed to Wei Qi's side. Some were assisting him in ingesting medicinal pills, while others were channeling spiritual energy to heal his external wounds. Su Yao approached Wei Qi as well, and after assessing his injuries, his countenance darkened further. He produced a precious medicinal pill and placed it into Wei Qi's mouth. Wu Fan recognized the pill as a high-grade elixir, an item of considerable worth that was difficult to procure in the outside world. After Wei Qi consumed the pill, a hint of color returned to his pallid face, prompting Wu Fan and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. At this juncture, anger manifested on Wu Fan and his companions' faces. The ruthless attack by the opponent, known as Iron Tower, was excessively brutal. After all, this was merely a contest, not a fight to the death. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Master Su Yao, Wei Qi would have already met his demise. Su Yao, in a fit of rage, directed his ire towards the old demon Yan. Yan Kuan, your disciples' actions are far too ferocious for a mere contest. Are we truly to resort to lethal force? Haha. My dear brother Su Yao, my disciple may be somewhat dim-witted, and I sincerely apologize. However, let us not forget, contests come with the risk of injury. And since your disciple did not concede, it stands to reason that my disciple, Iron Tower, continued his assault. The old demon Yan chuckled. Yan, are you attempting to argue with me? Su Yao's voice turned frigid, no longer addressing him as Brother Yan. His fury was palpable. After witnessing Wei Qi's condition, he pondered how he would face Brother Yan Fan upon returning to Qingfeng's sect. Moreover, having only acquired 2 bone spirit fruits, his indignation was entirely justified. Upon hearing Su Yao's words, the old demon Yan's expression also soured. Su Yao's words were merciless, and he felt no obligation to respond kindly. In a cold tone, he retorted, Su Yao, cannot you accept defeat? If your disciple lacks the capability, do not blame others for their ruthlessness. Allow me to make this clear. If any of your disciples possess the skill, they are welcome to challenge Iron Tower. Should Iron Tower lose, I shall bestow upon you all the bone spirit fruits, along with the fruit trees. Conversely, if your disciple loses, your 2 bone spirit fruits shall belong to me, and you shall depart with your disciples without delay. However, should your disciple prove formidable, even if Iron Tower were to be killed, I would remain silent. I am not like you, who whines endlessly over a mere injury. So what say you, Su Yao? Dare you accept this wager? The old demon Yin had indeed played a clever hand. He was fully aware that none of Su Yao's disciples could match Iron Tower's prowess. Nevertheless, he resorted to provocation, seeking to compel Su Yao into a wager, with the simple aim of acquiring Su Yao's 2 bone spirit fruits. Having lived for over a century, Su Yao was not oblivious to Yan Kuan's intentions. However, despite recognizing the provocation, anger surged within him. As he contemplated Iron Tower's abilities and glanced at his own disciples, a sigh escaped him. He thought it wise to refrain from such a gamble. The odds of victory were dismally low, and should he lose, the last 2 bone spirit fruits would inevitably fall into the opponent's hands. At that moment, a voice reached Su Yao's ears. Master Uncle, please agree to his challenge. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yao immediately turned to look at Wu Fan. Indeed, the one who transmitted the message was none other than Wu Fan. After listening to the words of the old demon Yan, Wu Fan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Was this not a golden opportunity? If he triumphed in this duel, Yan Kuan had promised not only to give all the bone spirit fruits to Su Yao, but also to bestow the fruit tree upon him. Wu Fan reasoned that once the fruit tree was in Su Yao's hands, it would eventually become his. Therefore, Wu Fan promptly conveyed a message to Su Yao, urging him to accept the wager. Su Yao furrowed his brows as he regarded Wu Fan. To be frank, he harbored some doubts about the young man's ability to win. However, upon seeing Wu Fan nod earnestly, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Throughout their journey, he had observed Wu Fan closely and recognized that the lad was no fool. The fact that Wu Fan was so resolute in encouraging him to accept the duel indicated that he must possess some confidence. Su Yao had witnessed the formidable prowess of Iron Tower during the battle against Wei Qi, and given the circumstances, it took audacity for his disciple to step forward. With this thought in mind, Su Yao steeled himself and nodded in agreement to Wu Fan. In his estimation, should he lose, he would merely part with 2 bone spirit fruits, as if he had never set foot in this place. Conversely, if he emerged victorious, Wu Fan would have brought him an immense surprise. At that moment, Su Yao abruptly turned to Yan Kuan, his expression serious, and stated, Yan Kuan, I shall accept your challenge. If I lose, I will give you 2 bone spirit fruits. However, should you be the one to lose, you must fulfill your promise. Upon hearing Su Yao's declaration, the old demon Yin was momentarily taken aback. His previous words had merely been a test, He never anticipated that Su Yao would acquiesce. Was Su Yao truly out of his mind? Yin Kuan scanned his disciples, searching for someone who might possess exceptional skill, but found none. Was Su Yao intending to send that girl wielding the long whip to duel with Iron Tower? While she indeed had some talent, her abilities would be of no use against Iron Tower's defenses, let alone secure a victory. With this in mind, Yin Kuan laughed heartily. Rest assured, since I have promised, I shall certainly deliver. Very well, with your word, let us commence. After speaking, Su Yao turned to Wu Fan, who bowed respectfully before slowly stepping forward. Meanwhile, the likes of Yuan Heng, Ji Yuan, Xue Hui, and Ming Qian were taken aback upon hearing Su Yao agree to the duel. They could not fathom why he would consent, as they believed they could never match Iron Tower's strength. Even Xue Hui, aware of her own limitations against Iron Tower, pondered whether her master intended for her to participate in the battle. Amidst their confusion, they watched as their junior brother Wu Fan gradually advanced, leaving them in even greater astonishment. Could it be that Wu Fan was to compete? This seemed impossible, with only a cultivation level of the 10th stage of qi refining. Was he not jesting? Wouldn't his participation merely ensure his defeat? As the formidable Yin Laoma and his companions beheld the challenger before them, a mere youth at the 10th level of qi refinement, they erupted into hearty laughter. Yin Laoma then exclaimed, "Ha ha, Su Yao, are you jesting? Or do you intend to graciously bestow those 2 bone spirit fruits upon me? Humph, let us dispense with the pleasantries and commence the duel." Su Yao's expression darkened at these words. Noticing Su Yao's seriousness, Yin Laoma chuckled again, his heart brimming with delight. To him, the outcome of this contest was beyond doubt, and the 2 bone spirit fruits would undoubtedly find their way into his possession. He then turned to his disciple, Iron Tower, saying, "Iron Tower, you may proceed. Just ensure you do not kill him, lest our esteemed Su Yao turn hostile." "Ha ha, indeed, Master Uncle," Iron Tower replied, before lumbering his massive form toward Wu Fan. Chapter 108. The arrival of the fruit trees upon their arrival in the arena. The towering figure spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "You are no match for me. However, my master has instructed me not to kill you." Wu Fan smiled faintly and replied, "Big guy, feel free to unleash your strength. If you manage to defeat me, no one will hold it against you. Is that truly what you claim?" The giant inquired, his expression instantly relaxing, as if the burden of fearing he might inadvertently kill his opponent had been lifted. "Indeed, that is what I said," Wu Fan affirmed with a slight smile. Without further ado, Wu Fan charged towards his opponent, unarmed and with his fists bare. The giant, taken aback by Wu Fan's audacity to forego weapons, grinned broadly, matching Wu Fan's pace as he too refrained from wielding his massive hammer. As they ran, a dark aura enveloped him, and he raised his right fist, preparing to deliver a powerful blow as Wu Fan drew near. Noticing his opponent's movement, Wu Fan's lips curled into a smile as he raised his own right fist, which emanated a similar dark glow. However, in comparison to the giant's fist, Wu Fan's appeared considerably smaller, and his stature was dwarfed by the towering figure before him. From a distance, it seemed as though a robust man was battling a mere child. Soon, the 2 combatants closed the distance, and in that instant, they both unleashed a fierce punch towards one another. The impact produced a thunderous explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured their figures. As the dust began to settle, the scene revealed Wu Fan stepping back 3 paces, his right arm trembling slightly. Yet, upon closer inspection of his face, one could discern a smile. Conversely, the giant found himself propelled 5 paces back, his right hand visibly oozing with blood. A look of bewilderment crossed his features. In his understanding, such a scenario was impossible, yet it had undeniably occurred. He lifted his gaze to Wu Fan, a grave expression dawning in his eyes, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary. The onlookers, including Xue Hui, Ji Yuan, Yuan Heng, and Ming Qian, were equally astounded. They had been aware of their junior brother's prowess as a dual cultivator, but none had anticipated that he could repel the giant with the cultivation level of great perfection in qi refinement. Upon witnessing this, Su Yao's face brightened with joy, knowing his gamble had paid off. In stark contrast, the expression of the stern, old demon darkened, a foreboding feeling creeping over him as he sensed that the precious bone spirit fruit might slip from his grasp. At that moment, Wu Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he swiftly vanished from sight. Simultaneously, he reappeared before the giant, raising his right fist to strike powerfully at the towering figure. Upon witnessing the arrival of his opponent, the Iron Tower dared not to delay and promptly raised his right fist to retaliate. With a thunderous roar, the scene that had just unfolded repeated itself as the Iron Tower was sent staggering back 5 zhang. Once he regained his footing, he swiftly retrieved his massive hammer from his storage pouch, shaking it vigorously as he charged towards Wu Fan. Undeterred, Wu Fan lifted his right fist to strike back. This time, with the assistance of the hammer, the Iron Tower was only pushed back 3 zhang, while Wu Fan himself was forced back a zhang. However, as soon as Wu Fan steadied himself, he unleashed his swift shadow technique, dashing towards the Iron Tower. Amidst the continuous cacophony of thunderous clashes, it was not long before the Iron Tower's hammer was sent flying. Stripped of his weapon, he was forced to engage Wu Fan in hand-to-hand combat. The battle grew increasingly fierce, with each blow landing with brutal force, reminiscent of 2 savage beasts locked in combat, far removed from the demeanor expected of cultivators. After a span of half a tea time, the Iron Tower found himself on the defensive, battered and bruised, blood gushing from his mouth, yet he refused to concede defeat. Whether it was sheer stubbornness or an indomitable spirit, he persisted. Moments later, lying on the ground, he struggled to breathe, his injuries too grave for him to continue. His bones surely shattered. At that moment, the sinister Elder Yin spoke with a dark countenance. Enough. The Iron Tower concedes. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan nodded and turned to walk back. Meanwhile, Xue Hui and the others stood in stunned silence, astonished by the brutality of the encounter, marveling at Wu Fan's valor. Su Yao's face brimmed with delight as he approached Wu Fan, exclaiming, "Haha, Wu disciple, splendid work. You have truly astonished your uncle." Wu Fan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before joining Xue Hui and the others. Su Yao then turned to Yin Kuan with a grin. "Ha, Brother Yin, I apologize. But the bone spirit fruits and the tree shall belong to me." Elder Yin shot a glowering glance at Su Yao, snorting coldly before instructing his disciples. "Go and carry the Iron Tower. We shall depart." With that, he turned away, leading his followers into the sky. Su Yao laughed heartily, guiding Wu Fan and the others towards the bone spirit fruit tree, while Wei Qi, too grievously injured, remained behind to meditate and heal. Upon reaching the fruit tree, Su Yao began plucking the fruits and placing them into his storage pouch. As he prepared to uproot the tree itself, Wu Fan's voice rang out. "Uncle Su, I would like a segment of the fruit tree. I hope you will grant me this favor." Su Yao, hearing Wu Fan's request, laughed heartily. "Wu disciple, this tree takes 30 years to bear fruit. What use would you have for it? How about this? I shall give you a bone spirit fruit instead, as a token of your contribution. Without you, I would not have obtained these fruits." "No need for that, uncle. I only desire a segment of the tree to plant in my cave abode. I have no use for the bone spirit fruit," Wu Fan quickly replied. "Oh, since that is the case, I shall bestow this little tree upon you, sparing you the effort of planting a cutting." Upon finishing his words, Su Yao extended the sapling to Wu Fan. Wu Fan, without hesitation, reached out to accept the tree and placed it into his storage pouch, while respectfully bowing and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle." At that moment, his heart swelled with joy. With this sapling in his possession, he would have a continuous supply of bone spirit fruits, bringing him one step closer to concocting the longevity pill. With matters here concluded, Su Yao wasted no time, releasing the Azure Sky Eagle and guiding everyone toward the direction of the Qingfeng sect. During their journey back, Wu Fan's senior brothers and sisters lavished him with praise, some lauding his exceptional abilities, others remarking on the thrill of witnessing his combat prowess, while yet another noted how the Iron Tower had suffered a well-deserved defeat, asserting that Wu Fan had avenged senior brother Wei Qi, and so forth. Chapter 109. Return to the gate 10 days later. Wu Fan and his companions returned to Qingfeng Gate. During their journey back, Uncle Su Yao had already sent a message in advance. At this moment, Li Ning and Yan Fun were leading the disciples, waiting eagerly in the grand hall atop the peak. As everyone descended onto the expansive plaza at the summit of Danding Peak, they proceeded towards the hall. Upon entering, they found Li Ning and Yan Fun seated at the prominent positions in the front, with all the disciples of Danding Peak standing beneath them. "Ah, Su Yao, you have returned. I trust the journey was smooth?" Yan Fun was the first to speak upon their arrival. Su Yao glanced awkwardly at Yan Fun before turning to Wei Qi, who had nearly recovered from his injuries. although his complexion still appeared somewhat pallid. Noticing Su Yao's expression, Yanfen quickly shifted his gaze to Wei Qi, who was not only his prized disciple, but also a core disciple of Qingfeng Gate. Master, I merely sustained some minor injuries. It is nothing to worry about, Wei Qi promptly asserted as he stepped forward. Very well, as long as you are unharmed. Come here. Let me take a look, Yanfen replied. Reluctantly, Wei Qi approached, and after a brief moment, Yanfen furrowed his brow and inquired, Who did this to you? Such injuries? At that moment, Ming Qian stepped forward and addressed her master. Master, it was the Iron Tower from Yaowang Valley who inflicted these injuries. However, the Iron Tower himself is in a much graver condition. He will likely take no less than half a year to recover. Oh, what transpired? Do tell. Yanfen expressed his curiosity. 15 minutes later. Haha, I did not expect Wu Shizhi to be so formidable. Quite impressive, Yanfen exclaimed with laughter. After hearing the account of events, Li Ning also displayed a look of astonishment. He found himself increasingly perplexed by his disciple, who, despite possessing poor spiritual roots, had managed to rise through the ranks. He had not only reached the 10th level of qi refinement, but also exhibited remarkable talent in alchemy, and now, his combat prowess was astonishing. At that moment, Su Yao turned to Li Ning with a smile. Haha, brother, we owe much to Xiao Fan this time. I suppose I am in your debt now. Such words are unnecessary, junior brother. Xiao Fan is also your disciple, is he not? Besides, we all belong to the lineage of Dan Ding Peak. There is no need to distinguish between us, Li Ning replied with a smile. Yanfen interjected, Brother, I just recalled something. Don't we have 3 slots for entering that secret realm? Given Xiao Fan's current strength, it is evident that he is destined to become a core disciple. I propose we allocate this final slot to him. I concur. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Li Ning shared similar sentiments. After all, Wu Fan was his disciple, and although his own eldest disciple was a core disciple, he was currently unaccounted for, leaving uncertainty about his fate. If Wu Fan could represent his sect in the secret realm, he would harbor no regrets. With a nod, Li Ning declared, If Xiao Fan can ascend to the rank of core disciple, then that slot shall be granted to him. Wu Fan felt an immense surge of excitement upon hearing the words exchanged between his master and the 2 senior brothers. He had awaited this day for far too long. Entering the secret realm would grant him the opportunity to gather the spiritual herbs necessary for concocting foundation establishment pills. Once he had a steady supply of these pills, he believed it would propel him to the pinnacle of qi refinement, and with an abundance of foundation establishment pills at his disposal, he was confident that he could ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, entering the secret realm would facilitate his quest for the herbs needed to create longevity pills, further elucidating the source of his exhilaration upon learning of his own eligibility. The other disciples in the hall exhibited expressions of astonishment upon hearing about Wu Fan's situation. Meanwhile, Zhu Ming, Yi Lei, Zhu Shuang, and Ru Shui felt an overwhelming sense of pride for their junior brother, as their sect finally harbored hopes of promoting a core disciple. After chatting for a while longer, Li Ning addressed the assembly, instructing all disciples to return to their respective abodes, as the inter-sect competition was merely 2 months away, urging them to prepare diligently. Yes, the disciples bowed respectfully and exited the grand hall, making their way back to their own caves. However, Wu Fan did not leave. He was intercepted by several of his senior brothers and sisters. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to visit the second senior brother's cave for a feast of wine and meat. It is worth noting that the second senior brother wore a pained expression during this decision, providing no opportunity for dissent. It was only until midnight that they returned to their own caves, tipsy and merry. Upon arriving back, Wu Fan immediately entered his small space. He was determined to elevate his cultivation level as much as possible in the 6 months leading up to his entry into the secret realm, ideally breaking through to the 11th layer of qi refinement. 2 months later, this day marked the commencement of the inner sect competition, an event akin to the outer sect competition held once every 5 years. All disciples of the inner sect were permitted to participate, divided into 2 categories. On the first day, those above the 10th layer of qi refinement would compete, while the second day was reserved for those below the 9th layer. Within the inner sect, there were only a little over 100 core disciples, and merely 400 disciples at or above the 10th layer of qi refinement, with the remainder being below that threshold. The first day of the competition was relatively brief, as disciples above the 10th layer were scarce. Generally, the entire process could be completed within a single day. It is also noteworthy that the first day's competition did not require a ranking among the top 100, let alone the top 10. As long as one could place in the top 30, they would be eligible for promotion to core disciple status. This did not imply that core disciples were unranked. Rather, their rankings were not contested during the competition. At the Tianji peak of Qingfeng sect, where the sect leader resided, stood a stone tablet inscribed with the names of 100 individuals. These names represented the martial rankings of the core disciples. Should any core disciple wish to contend for a ranking, they could challenge a disciple whose name was on the list. If victorious, the defeated disciple's name would be replaced by that of the challenger. However, few disciples would challenge others for the sake of ranking. Those who manage to inscribe their names upon the stone tablet are predominantly disciples who have attained the pinnacle of qi refinement. Moreover, those capable of contending for rankings have generally reached the zenith of qi refinement. Their singular focus lies in establishing their foundation, leaving them little time to squander on such endeavors. The competition for the top 30 positions in the intersect tournament is exceedingly fierce, driven by two primary motivations. Firstly, securing a position as a core disciple grants access to greater resources from the sect. Secondly, upon ascending to the rank of core disciple, one is bestowed with a foundational elixir. It is this elixir that incites a frenzied pursuit among all disciples, for they are acutely aware of its rarity. The only means to acquire this foundational elixir is through this opportunity. Once possessed, it offers a chance to advance to the foundational stage. In truth, there exists an alternative method to obtain the foundational elixir, which is through the secret realm that opens once every 30 years. If one can bring forth a significant amount of rare spiritual herbs from within the realm and contribute to the sect, they may earn a foundational elixir. However, the lengthy intervals between these openings often leave many disciples impatient, some tragically out of sync with fortune, and others completely deprived of the opportunity to enter the secret realm due to its limited quotas. Thus, the pursuit of the core disciple position remains the most promising avenue to attain the coveted foundational elixir. Chapter 110, The Intersect Competition, Part 1, on the following day. The competition would feature the ranking matches for disciples below the 9th level of qi refinement. Similar to the outer sect competition, those who secure a position among the top 10 will be rewarded by the sect. Additionally, those without a master may be chosen by an elder to become their disciples. Thus, the commencement of the competition on the second day promised to be a fierce contest. On that morning, the atmosphere within the inner sect was particularly vibrant. Disciples, who typically secluded themselves in meditation, emerged from their abodes and made their way towards the battle peak. By this time, the peak had gathered 500 to 600 individuals. Outer sect disciples were not permitted to enter, resulting in a significantly lower attendance during the inner sect competition. At this moment, Zhou Yu by Xiaowen and Yan'an had arrived at battle peak early, not for any other reason but to lend their support to Wu Fan. Suddenly, 19 figures appeared in the sky, 3 of whom flew directly towards the elders area, while the remaining 16 descended in the disciple section, landing on the platform. These 19 individuals were the cultivators from Danding Peak. At this juncture, Wu Fan sat alongside his second senior brother, Zhu Ming, his third senior brother, Yi Lei, his fourth senior sister, Zhu Shuang, and his fifth senior sister, Ru Shui. Occasionally, they exchanged a few words as they awaited the commencement of the grand competition. When Wu Fan casually glanced around, he unexpectedly spotted Zhou Yu and the others, who were also waving at him. Wu Fan smiled back at them, then excused himself from his senior brothers and sisters to approach Zhou Yu and the others. As Zhou Yu and his companions saw Wu Fan approaching, they rose to greet him. Bai Xiaowen exclaimed with a laugh, "Wu Shidi, we are here to cheer for you. We are well aware of your strength. So you must strive to become a core disciple. When that time comes, I shall boast to others that I have a core disciple brother. Ha! I will do my utmost." Wu Fan chuckled in response to Bai Xiaowen's words. Zhou Yu then patted Wu Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Just do your best. Even if you do not become a core disciple this time, you will certainly succeed next time." Wu Fan understood Zhou Yu's concerns. He feared that Wu Fan might feel disheartened if he failed to ascend to core disciple status this time. It was not surprising for him to harbor such thoughts, as everyone knew that only those who had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement were typically promoted to core disciples, while Wu Fan was only at the 10th level of qi refinement. At that moment, Yan'an stepped forward, bowed to Wu Fan, and stated, "I believe that this time Wu Shixiang will surely attain the position of core disciple. Haha, splendid. I shall exert every effort to compete for it." Wu Fan replied with a smile to the three of them. After chatting for a while longer, the number of people at Battle Peak had swelled to around 800 or 900, with over 60 foundational period elders in attendance. Just then, a beam of sword light streaked through the sky, dispersing to reveal an elderly figure within. It was none other than the sect master of Qingfeng's sect, Yu Linzi. Upon the arrival of the sect leader, all the elders and disciples present rose in unison to pay their respects. Once the formalities were completed, the esteemed leader, Yu Linzi, surveyed the assembly of disciples before announcing, "Today marks the quinquennial intersect competition. The rules of the contest will be elucidated shortly by Elder Ryuan. Disciples who have attained the 10th level of Qi refinement are urged to showcase their abilities. Those who aspire to secure a position within the top 30 shall be elevated to the status of core disciples. Furthermore, the sect shall reward the victors with a foundation establishment pill. Now, prepare yourselves for the forthcoming matches." Upon hearing the mention of the foundation establishment pill, excitement surged through the disciples, igniting a fervor among them, each secretly wishing for the fortune of acquiring such a precious item. After delivering his address, rather than soaring away as he had during the outer sect competition, Yu Linzi descended gracefully, taking his place among the elders, evidently intent on observing the proceedings of the contest. Once seated, a middle-aged man emerged from the elder section, none other than Elder Rin, the one who had presided over the outer sect competition. He approached and addressed the disciples. "Today marks the first bout, featuring disciples of Qi refinement level 10 and above. As customary, the matches will be conducted in pairs, with the aim of determining the top 30. Tomorrow, those below the 9th level of Qi refinement shall compete. A total of 488 disciples are participating today, and the opponents will be decided by drawing lots. For instance, a disciple drawing a bamboo stick numbered 1 and 2 will compete on the first platform, while those drawing sticks 3 and 4 will face off on the second platform, and so forth. After the first round concludes, victorious disciples will draw lots again to select their next opponents. Now, without further ado, all disciples of Qi refinement level 10 and above, please proceed to the platforms to draw lots and prepare for your matches." As Elder Ryuan finished speaking, Wu Fan and the other 487 disciples ascended the stage, including all but Wei Qi and Xue Hui from Danding Peak. Wu Fan approached the bamboo container and randomly drew a stick, glancing down to see the number 62 inscribed upon it, a relatively favorable position. His opponent would be number 61. With 10 platforms available for the bouts, Wu Fan realized that his turn would not come until the 4th round. He returned to his seat, joining several senior brothers and sisters to await the commencement of the competition. At that moment, 5th senior sister Ru Shui turned to Wu Fan with a playful smile, inquiring, "Little junior brother, which number did you draw? You mustn't end up on the same platform as me, for I am no match for you." Giggling ensued from Zhu Ming, Zhu Shuang, Yi Lei, and others, all eager to learn Wu Fan's number. "I drew 62. What numbers did you all get?" Wu Fan displayed the bamboo stick for their inspection. "Thank heavens we're not competing against each other. I'm 85. Ru Shui exclaimed with evident relief. Second senior brother, with his round face, managed to smile, declaring, "I'm 168. Huh, I'm 219, so none of us will face off." Third senior brother, Yi Lei, chuckled heartily. However, the 4th senior sister, Zhu Shuang, remained silent, merely waving a bamboo stick before the onlookers, which displayed the number 305. Soon after, a casual conversation ensued among the group, and before long, it was time for Wu Fan to take the stage. "Go for it, junior brother," Ru Shui exclaimed, while the other senior brothers and sisters nodded in encouragement. After acknowledging them with a nod, Wu Fan soared onto the arena, facing a robust male cultivator, approximately 31 or 32 years of age, possessing an 11th layer Qi refinement cultivation. Dressed in a dark robe, the man stood confidently, arms crossed, observing Wu Fan intently. "This junior brother hails from Yunhai Peak. I am Zhang Yu. I humbly seek your guidance." The man in black said with a slight bow, "I am Wu Fan from Danding Peak." Wu Fan reciprocated the bow and then unsheathed his silver moon sword. Upon seeing his opponent wielding a top-tier flying sword, Zhang Yu did not hesitate. He swiftly retrieved 3 high-grade flying swords from his storage pouch. With a single hand gesture and incantations whispered, The three flying swords surged towards Wu Fan at lightning speed. Chapter 111. The Intersect Competition, Part 2. Wu Fan smiled slightly and, with a single hand gesture towards the silver moon sword above him, sent it flying towards Zhang Yu at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, he vanished from sight, evading the three flying swords aimed at him. When he reappeared, he was not far from Zhang Yu. With a swift motion, Wu Fan executed a hand seal and flung forward 5 or 6 blades of wind from his palm. Zhang Yu, startled by Wu Fan's sudden proximity and the shimmering silver sword hurtling towards him, acted quickly. He summoned a shield to protect himself. In that instant, the silver moon sword collided with the shield, producing a deafening crash that sent the shield flying, leaving numerous cracks across its surface. As this unfolded, the wind blade struck Zhang Yu, propelling him several meters away. Upon landing, he appeared pale. Fortunately, he wore a magical garment, or he would have sustained serious injuries. Straining to lift his head, he gazed forward and saw the gleaming sword hovering in front of him. He realized he had lost, and so swiftly, barely had the duel begun before he faced defeat. Concede. Wu Fan bowed slightly before stepping down from the stage. Zhang Yu rose slowly, glanced at Wu Fan's retreating figure, sighed, and shook his head as he descended from the platform. He had not anticipated losing in the first round, especially with his cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refinement. It was not that he was weak, but rather that his opponent was exceedingly strong. Upon returning to the seating area, Wu Fan was immediately approached by his 5th senior sister, Ru Shui, who bounced over and exclaimed, "Little junior brother, you were amazing. You took down your opponent in no time at all. I will need you to protect me from now on." "Senior sister, do you really need someone to protect you? Who would dare to provoke you?" Wu Fan remarked, his voice trailing off towards the end. "Impudent boy, how can you say that no one would dare to provoke me? I am but a weak woman with low cultivation." Ru Shui placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. Wu Fan found himself at a loss for words, not because she was right, but because he dared not argue back. At that moment, his 2nd senior brother muttered under his breath, "If you are a weak woman, I would not have been bullied by you all these years." "Fat fool. Who are you talking about? How have I bullied you?" Ru Shui stepped over to her 2nd senior brother, grasping his collar and demanding an explanation. Wu Fan, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. His 2nd senior brother was quite bold. Could he not keep such thoughts to himself? Wu Fan could only cast a sympathetic glance towards him. Realizing his mistake, the 2nd senior brother turned to his 4th junior sister, Zhu Shuang, and sought her help with his eyes. "Ru Shui, what are you doing? Let go of me." Suddenly, Zhu Shuang sprang to her feet, her beautiful eyes widening as she pointed a single finger at Ru Shui, conveying an unmistakable threat. "If you do not let go, I shall strike you." Ru Shui cast a glance at Zhu Shuang, let out a cold huff, and released the collar of the 2nd senior brother, subsequently returning to her seat. Her fair complexion bore a slight flush, evidently stirred by anger. Witnessing this, Wu Fan wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, reflecting inwardly that the 4th senior sister could indeed be quite fearsome when riled. With Ru Shui's departure, the 2nd senior brother cast a grateful glance toward the 4th junior sister, Zhu Shuang. At that moment, the 3rd senior brother, Yi Lei, stood up and gently urged Zhu Shuang to take a seat on the platform, whispering, "Do not be angry, 4th junior sister." Ru Shui was merely jesting with the 2nd senior brother. "Humph." Zhu Shuang let out a huff and fell silent. After a brief pause, the 5th senior sister, Ru Shui, took to the stage, but alas, her opponent was a man at the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Ru Shui could barely endure for a quarter of an hour before she was defeated, storming off the stage in a fit of rage to rejoin Wu Fan and the others. Wu Fan glanced at the 5th senior sister, noticing her rapid breathing and flushed face, yet she bore no injuries, thanks to her exquisite magical shield, a gift from their master. With a playful glint in his eye, Wu Fan remarked, "5th senior sister, do not be disheartened. If that fellow encounters me next, I shall avenge you, ensuring he is brought low and unable to rise." Upon hearing her junior brother's words, Ru Shui burst into laughter, her charming dimples becoming more pronounced, enhancing her beauty. She recognized that he was merely trying to cheer her up and replied, "It is of no consequence. I simply lacked the skill. Besides, I never aspired to ascend to the position of core disciple. I merely feel a tinge of regret for losing in the first round." Wu Fan nodded with a smile in agreement. Moments later, the second senior brother took to the arena, noteworthy for having finally reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Having spent 5 years in the inner sect, he had long lingered at the 11th layer, but after a stern lesson from their master 6 months prior, he had diligently applied himself to his training. Just 3 months ago, he successfully broke through his bottleneck, though in terms of strength, well, it must be said that his skills in evasion were truly remarkable. His opponent was a male cultivator at the 10th layer of qi refinement, and what should have been a swift victory turned into a back-and-forth battle, leaving not only Wu Fan and his companions slightly flushed, but even their master, Li Ning, in the elders area, was visibly embarrassed, deliberately avoiding the peculiar glances from the other elders. After half an hour of fierce combat, the second senior brother finally emerged victorious from this arduous contest. Upon returning to Wu Fan and the others, he declared triumphantly, "My opponent was simply too weak." At this proclamation, Wu Fan and his companions could only facepalm in exasperation. The next match featured the third senior brother, Yi Lei, who, fortuitously, found himself pitted against a newly ascended female cultivator at the 11th layer of qi refinement. With his own impressive strength, it was clear she stood no chance against him. And thus, after a brief 15 minutes, the third senior brother claimed victory once more. After a brief interlude, the fourth senior sister, Zhu Shuang, took to the stage. The moment her exquisite beauty and flawless figure graced the platform, the opposing male contestant succumbed to defeat, his gaze fixated upon her, a hint of liquid escaping the corners of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily entranced, Zhu Shuang unleashed a formidable technique, securing victory in the match. Approximately an hour later, the first round of the competition concluded, leaving 244 contestants remaining on stage. Subsequently, the disciples proceeded to draw lots for the next round. When Wu Fan returned, clutching the 88th bamboo stick, he found that his second and third senior brothers, along with the fourth senior sister, had already returned. Upon comparing their bamboo sticks and discovering they were not in the same group, they felt relieved and awaited the commencement of the next match. Chapter 112, The Inner Sect Competition, Part 3. Time passed swiftly, and once again, Wu Fan was the first to take the stage for the second round. This time, his opponent was a female cultivator, whose cultivation level was merely at the 10th layer of qi refinement. One could not help but wonder how she had managed to secure victory in the first round. Perhaps it was merely luck, having encountered an opponent of the same tier. This female cultivator was petite and exquisite, her large eyes lending her an exceptionally adorable appearance. Upon seeing Wu Fan approach, she delicately parted her crimson lips and said in a sweet voice, "Esteemed senior brother, might you allow your junior sister to have a chance?" "Junior sister, I sincerely apologize, but I must contend for the position of core disciple," Wu Fan replied with utmost seriousness. He, senior brother, are you serious? I observe that you are merely at the 10th layer of qi refinement. Do you truly believe you can vie for the position of core disciple?" The girl could not contain her laughter upon hearing Wu Fan's words. "Indeed, I am genuinely contending for the position of core disciple, so I must regrettably decline your request," Wu Fan responded, maintaining his earnest demeanor. Very well then. I can only wish you success in advance, senior brother." The young lady gazed at Wu Fan as though he were a fool, smiling brightly. After finishing her sentence, she promptly retrieved a long silk from her storage bag. With a flick of her hands, she began to form intricate hand seals and directed the silk toward Wu Fan, which surged forward at great speed. Wu Fan remained unperturbed, not even taking out a magical artifact. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as the silk was about to reach him, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the girl, holding a long sword poised at her neck, leaving one to wonder when he had drawn it. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, her body froze in place. Unable to react, she had merely glimpsed a blur, and by the time she sensed something amiss, her opponent was already before her. In her shock, she realized she had lost. She pondered to herself, could anyone truly cultivate such a terrifying technique, even at the peak of qi refinement? Did this individual not allocate time for the improvement of his cultivation? Had he devoted all his efforts to mastering his movement technique instead? "Junior sister, you have lost," Wu Fan declared, sheathing his sword. He then soared back to the seating area. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the girl stomped her foot in frustration before turning and descending from the stage. After a while, the third senior brother, Yilei, took the stage. His opponent was at the same cultivation level, both being at the 11th layer of Qi refinement, and their battle was truly intense. However, after a fierce exchange lasting half the time, Yilei ultimately emerged victorious, albeit sustaining some minor injuries. Upon returning to the seating area, he hurriedly took out 2 pills, swallowing one for mana recovery and the other for healing, before settling into a meditative posture. Next, the second senior brother took the stage. Though fortune was not on his side this time, his opponent was a male cultivator also at the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Though the second senior brother had achieved the peak of Qi refinement, the outcome was, alas, perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. Wu Fan had a premonition that after the competition concluded, the second senior brother would undoubtedly face a stern reprimand. After a brief pause, the fourth senior sister, Zhu Shuang, ascended the stage. Her opponent was a woman of equal rank, also possessing the cultivation of the 11th layer of Qi refinement. True to her reputation as a diligent practitioner, Zhu Shuang, much like Wu Fan, spent most of her time in solitary cultivation, only attending to observe their master's alchemical endeavors. This dedication afforded her a significant advantage over her peers. Predictably, within less than half an hour, Zhu Shuang emerged victorious in the competition. Currently, among Wu Fan and his fellow senior brothers and sisters, only 3 remained eligible for the next round. Third senior brother Yilei, fourth senior sister Zhu Shuang, and Wu Fan himself. This round concluded swiftly, leaving 122 participants still in the arena. In the subsequent draw, Wu Fan was assigned number 69. The first match featured the third senior brother, with Wu Fan following in second place, and Zhu Shuang third. Unfortunately, the third senior brother was not as fortunate this time. His opponent was an authentic master of the great perfection of Qi refinement. Despite exerting all his efforts, he succumbed within a mere quarter of an hour. Returning with a dejected demeanor, Wu Fan and the others hurried to console him, but second senior brother was displeased, questioning, "Why is it that when third junior brother and fifth junior sister lose, you offer them words of comfort, yet when I lose, you ignore me?" Upon hearing his words, Wu Fan and the others merely exchanged exasperated glances, each harboring a similar thought. What nonsense is this? You cannot even defeat someone of a lower cultivation level, and yet you expect consolation? Just wait to be reprimanded by the master upon your return. Next, Wu Fan took to the stage, where he finally faced a practitioner of the great perfection of Qi refinement. The opponent was a man, towering at 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. His hair was closely cropped, his lips thick, and his piercing eyes shone with vitality against his bronze skin. Upon arriving on stage, he fixed his gaze upon Wu Fan and declared in a deep voice, "I am Yu Hu from Qing Song Peak. I witnessed your previous match, and your agility is indeed impressive, but this arena is rather confined. Should I close the distance, you will surely be defeated. Is your senior brother a disciple of Qing Song Peak? Are you a protege of Elder Tai Man? Do you know Hao Yu?" Wu Fan asked in rapid succession, recalling that Qing Song Peak specializes in physical cultivation, and that Hao Yu, who ranked second in the outer sect competition, was defeated by Wu Fan and later accepted as a disciple by Elder Tai Man. "Oh, you know my junior brother?" "Indeed. I am a disciple of Elder Tai Man, and Hao Yu is my junior brother," Yu Hu replied, astonished. "I am well acquainted with Hao Yu. Had it not been for me during the outer sect competition, your junior brother would have claimed the top spot," Wu Fan responded with a smile. "So you are Wu Fan. I have heard tales of your formidable abilities. Today I wish to experience them firsthand," Yu Hu remarked, a look of intrigue crossing his face. "Since you request it, I shall gladly oblige," Wu Fan replied. At that moment, Yu Hu struck his storage bag, and a colossal axe instantly emerged from within. This axe, measuring half a zhang in size, shimmered with a brilliant silver light, seemingly forged from an exquisite iron, and appeared exceedingly weighty. Yu Hu grasped the axe with one hand, securing it firmly, and then, with a sly grin, he lunged forward towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan's lips curled slightly in a smile. He did not draw forth any magical artifacts, but instead charged ahead as well. As the two approached one another, Wu Fan suddenly trembled, unleashing the golden yuan heavy light mid-stride. As the golden radiance spread, it enveloped Yu Hu, who found his running speed drastically reduced, slowed by more than 30%, and his face bore an expression of astonishment. Upon closer inspection, one could observe Yu Hu trembling slightly, Yet, as Wu Fan noted the other's ability to still charge towards him with such swiftness, he felt a twinge of surprise. Pondering, Yu truly lives up to his reputation as a renowned body cultivator. Even under the influence of his golden yuan heavy light, he maintains considerable speed, indicating that his physical cultivation techniques must be extraordinary. Chapter 113. The Intersect Competition, Part 4. However, Wu Fan could discern that this Yu was far inferior in strength compared to the imposing figure from the Medicine King Valley. Soon, the two men closed the distance between them. At that moment, Yu let out a thunderous roar, swinging the massive axe in his hands toward Wu Fan. Yet, his hands trembled slightly, as if he were struggling, completely lacking the ease he had previously displayed when wielding the great axe with one hand. Just as the colossal axe was about to descend upon Wu Fan's head, he merely smiled faintly. With a subtle shift of his body, he vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Yu. By the time Yu realized what had transpired, Wu Fan had already delivered a powerful punch to his back. A resounding crash echoed as Yu was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Nevertheless, a practitioner of physical cultivation possesses an unparalleled physical prowess that surpasses other cultivators. Yu stood up slowly, gazing ahead at Wu Fan, his face flushed, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Fear flickered in his eyes. He was genuinely astonished by the other's bizarre abilities and elusive movement techniques. How could he possibly fight back? The moment he stepped into Wu Fan's golden aura, he was rendered incapable of exerting his full strength. His speed drastically diminished, and a portion of his mental and physical energy diverted to resist the oppressive gravity. Meanwhile, Wu Fan remained unaffected, and with his swift movements, Yu found it impossible to land a hit. Realizing this, he saw no alternative but to charge at Wu Fan once more. Thus, after a brief period, Yu, battered and bruised, reluctantly conceded defeat. He was gravely injured, while Wu Fan appeared remarkably unscathed. Continuation of the battle was unwarranted. In truth, Wu Fan had shown mercy, otherwise, Yu would have long been carried off the stage. Upon returning to the spectators' platform, Wu Fan was met with enthusiastic praise from Ru Shui and the others, their compliments causing him to blush slightly. In the elders' area, Li Ning was radiating with joy, smiling broadly as he conversed with the elders around him, completely shedding the awkwardness he had experienced when his second disciple had taken the stage. Naturally, the elders were lauding Li Ning for having acquired such a remarkable disciple. Even the sect leader, Yu Linzi, inquired among the surrounding elders about the identity of Wu Fan's master. Upon learning that Wu Fan was a disciple of Li Ning, a smile crept across his face, and he nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, all the intersect disciples on the platform were abuzz with conversation. Some who did not recognize Wu Fan were eagerly inquiring about him, unable to fathom how a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement could possess such terrifying strength. Half an hour later, Zhu Shuang took the stage, facing an opponent who was a fully realized male practitioner of Qi refinement. Upon seeing him, Zhu Shuang's usually composed and cold demeanor shifted, her eyes betraying a hint of seriousness. She understood her capabilities. Against fellow practitioners of the same level, she harbored no fear. But facing a fully realized practitioner left her uncertain of her chances of victory. The outcome unfolded as anticipated. Within the span of a mere tea break, she succumbed to defeat. Upon her return to the platform, Wu Fan and the others hurried to console her, yet Zhu Shuang exhibited little reaction. Deep down, she comprehended that with her current prowess, it was futile to vie for the position of core disciple. Presently, among Li Ning's disciples, only Wu Fan remained undefeated. Following the previous round, only 61 participants were left in the arena. At this juncture, the middle-aged elder, Rui Yuan, ascended the stage, surveying the remaining 61 individuals before declaring, "The next round will be the final competition. However, since there are still 61 of you, I, along with several elders, have decided that during the draw for the next round, should any disciple draw a blank lot, they may forego this round. Once the top 30 are determined, they may select any of those top 30 as their opponent for a duel. Should they emerge victorious, they will ascend to the position of core disciple. Should they lose, they will be eliminated. Is that understood?" "We understand." Wu Fan and the other 61 chorused in unison. "Very well, let us commence the drawing." With that, Elder Rui Yuan turned and returned to the elders section. When Wu Fan retrieved the number 26 bamboo slip and returned to the platform, the final round of competition officially commenced. After approximately an hour of waiting, Wu Fan finally stepped onto the arena under the watchful gazes of all present. This time, his opponent was also a male cultivator, possessing the same consummate level of qi refinement. He was quite a handsome figure, standing with an air of grace akin to that of a refined gentleman. Yet, upon witnessing Wu Fan enter the arena, his countenance darkened instantaneously. Having observed Wu Fan in battle before, he recognized him as a formidable adversary. Despite Wu Fan's cultivation being merely at the 10th level of qi refinement, he harbored no intention of underestimating him. Upon ascending the stage, Wu Fan introduced himself. "I am Wu Fan, a disciple of Danding Peak. I am aware of you. I have watched you fight and know you are formidable. However, for the position of core disciple, I shall not hold back," the man replied, his expression laden with gravity. "I too aspire to claim the title of core disciple, so I must apologize, senior brother," Wu Fan responded with a slight smile. "Then let us see whose skills prevail," the man declared, launching an attack on Wu Fan. In an instant, he drew 3 flying swords from his storage bag, one of which was a top-tier magical artifact. Without pause, he unleashed spells, forming razor-sharp wind blades with a flick of his wrist. Yet that was not the end. He subsequently thrust his palm forward, conjuring a massive golden palm imprint that surged toward Wu Fan, evidently intent on a swift resolution. As Wu Fan observed the opponent's fierce initial strike, he ceased to engage in further conversation. With a swift motion, he released the golden yuan's radiant light. The moment the 3 flying swords entered the golden glow, their speed drastically diminished. Wu Fan promptly tapped his storage pouch, summoning the silver moon sword, which soared forth directly towards the opponent's exquisite flying sword. Meanwhile, he disregarded the other 2 flying swords and the gusts of wind, resolutely bracing himself against them. Following a series of resounding impacts, remarkably, he remained unscathed. At that moment, the enormous golden palm print had reached him. Wu Fan raised his right arm and, with a powerful thrust of his fist, conjured a shadowy fist that surged forth, colliding with the colossal golden palm print. A thunderous explosion ensued as the golden imprint shattered, while the massive fist print only dimmed slightly, continuing its relentless advance. The man, witnessing all his attacks effortlessly repelled, felt a surge of alarm within him. He had underestimated Wu Fan's prowess, having merely observed his battles before, and now, faced with him directly, he realized the formidable strength of his opponent, which was far beyond his own capabilities. Yet, he could not resign himself to defeat. As the dark fist print approached, he summoned his resolve and thrust his palm forward once more. The golden palm print re-emerged, clashing with the dark fist print in a cataclysmic collision. After a resounding blast, both the fist and palm prints dissipated. At this juncture, Wu Fan had already executed a swift phantom maneuver, positioning himself behind the man, and declared, "You have lost." Chapter 114, Promotion to Core Disciple. At this moment, Wu Fan held a long sword, its tip aimed squarely at the back of a man's heart. The man's pallid visage slowly turned to face him. The first thing he saw was the blade poised against him, followed by a countenance adorned with a smile. In that instant, he realized that his aspirations of ascending to the rank of core disciple had been dashed. A profound sense of loss surged within him, for a precious foundation establishment pill had slipped just out of reach. To claim that he felt no sorrow would be an utter falsehood, as the pill was of paramount importance to him, a practitioner at the pinnacle of qi refinement. With the foundation establishment pill in hand, hope for advancement to the foundation establishment stage beckoned. Such a transformation would not only bolster his strength, but also extend his lifespan and elevate his status within the sect, ambitions he had long cherished. Alas, all was lost due to this contest. He gazed at Wu Fan and said, "You are indeed formidable. I concede without grievance." With that, he dejectedly descended from the arena. Wu Fan, biting his lip, returned to the seating area, his heart brimming with excitement. The identity of a core disciple was finally his, and in 3 months, he would partake in the expedition to the secret realm as a core disciple. The thought alone filled him with exhilaration. Upon his return, he was surrounded by his 5th senior sister, Ru Shui, 4th senior sister, Zhu Shuang, 3rd senior brother, Yi Lei, and 2nd senior brother, Zhu Ming. They too shared in the joy of their junior brother's ascension as a core disciple, marking a significant milestone for their sect. Third senior brother Yi Lei chuckled. Well done, junior brother. Second senior brother sighed. I should also train diligently from now on. Fifth senior sister Ru Shui shot a glare at second senior brother, retorting, with your clumsy demeanor, no amount of training will match our junior brother's prowess. I didn't even exert my full strength during the match. Otherwise, I too might have ascended as a core disciple, second senior brother lamented, attempting to salvage some dignity as the elder among them. The moment his words left his lips, they were met with eye rolls from everyone, including the fourth senior sister, who felt a tinge of embarrassment on his behalf. Meanwhile, in the elders section, Li Ning's face flushed with excitement, a testament to his elation. Surrounding him were numerous elders offering their congratulations, further amplifying his joy. He had never anticipated that his youngest disciple would achieve such heights. Just then, Yanfen broke into laughter. Haha, brother, congratulations. You have another core disciple under your tutelage. Indeed, brother, our Danding Peak can send 3 disciples to the secret realm this time. Su Yao chimed in with a broad smile. Li Ning nodded but soon furrowed his brow. Let us wait and see. There is still one disciple who has yet to compete. I wonder if he will choose to challenge Xiaofan. Brother, you worry too much. With Xiaofan's strength, that disciple would be foolish to challenge him. Rest assured, Xiaofan's position as core disciple is secure, Yanfen reassured him. Yes, what Yin brother says is quite reasonable. Su Yao concurred. As time flowed on, this round of competition finally came to an end. The disciple who had received a bye, as Yanfen had predicted, did not dare to challenge Wu Fan. Instead, he chose a female cultivator, who, among the 30 participants, was indeed one of the weaker ones. After a fierce contest, she ultimately succumbed to defeat. Thus, the top 30 core disciples were established. At this moment, the sect master, Yu Linzi, stepped forward, gazed at Wu Fan and the other 29, and proclaimed, from this day forth, you 30 shall be recognized as core disciples of our sect. Tomorrow morning, proceed to Tianji Peak to receive your new identity tokens, along with a foundational elixir as a reward. We hope you will successfully establish your foundations soon, thereby contributing new foundational elders to our sect. After delivering his words, the sect master soared into the sky and departed. At this juncture, Rue Yuan approached and announced, the grand competition concludes here. Tomorrow morning, there will be battles for disciples at the 9th level of Qi refining and below. All disciples may return now. Following Rue Yuan's declaration, all disciples rose and departed the venue. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yu and the others, Wu Fan returned to Danding Peak alongside his master and the others. Zhou Yu, Bai Xiaowen, and Yannan, upon witnessing Wu Fan's elevation to core disciple, were filled with excitement and engaged Wu Fan in conversation for quite some time before returning to their respective quarters. The following day, they too would be competing, and Wu Fan promised to attend their matches. Upon returning to Danding Peak, Li Ning called Wu Fan to his residence for a private conversation. Wu Fan felt somewhat puzzled as to why his master sought to meet him alone. Once they were seated, Li Ning looked at Wu Fan and said, Xiao Fan, since you have ascended to the rank of core disciple, the last spot for our secret realm shall be yours. In 3 months, the secret realm will open. You must prepare diligently. Here are 2 jade slips. One contains information about various precious spiritual herbs. When you discover these herbs in the secret realm, it is imperative that you bring them back. The second jade slip is a map that I obtained in my youth. While it is not entirely comprehensive, it will be quite beneficial to you. The slip indicates areas of danger, the presence of any ferocious beasts, and the locations of some rare herbs. With this map, you will not be at a loss in the secret realm, Li Ning said as he handed the 2 jade slips to Wu Fan. Wu Fan accepted the slips, glanced at them, and stored them in his bag, planning to examine them in detail once he returned to his cave dwelling. He then addressed his master, saying, Disciple understands. Li Ning continued, Xiao Fan, within that jade slip concerning spiritual herbs, I have marked 3 specific herbs that are of great importance to me. If you can locate them, it would be a tremendous assistance. You are aware that I have been trapped in the mid-foundation stage for many years, unable to break through. If you manage to find these 3 herbs, I may have the opportunity to surpass my current bottleneck. Therefore, I entrust this task to you. As Li Ning spoke, his tone was notably earnest, as if the significance of those 3 herbs weighed heavily upon him. Wu Fan nodded solemnly and replied, Master, you need not worry. I will strive to find them. Li Ning nodded with a smile, and then said, Xiao Fan. Once you enter the secret realm, you must remain vigilant at all times. You may have heard tales of the dangers lurking within. Even third and fourth tier beasts can be found there. However, with the Jade Slip map bestowed upon you by your master, you should be able to evade some formidable creatures. The most perilous aspect of the secret realm, in fact, lies not in the beasts but in the disciples from various sects who enter. Every 30 years, around 1,000 disciples venture into this realm, including those from the cultivation sects of the Xia nation and various aristocratic families of cultivators. When these disciples cross paths, malice often ensues, and it is quite common for them to resort to murder and theft in pursuit of treasures. Historically, less than half of the disciples who enter the secret realm manage to emerge alive, illustrating the fierce competition that exists within. Therefore, Xiao Fan, it matters little how many spiritual herbs you manage to gather in the secret realm. What truly matters is that you return safely. Wu Fan nodded in acknowledgement to his master, fully aware of the concern underlying his words, and felt a deep sense of gratitude in his heart. Chapter 115. The Five Elements Spiritual Tree. Li Ning, observing that his disciple had absorbed his words, nodded in satisfaction. He continued, Xiao Fan, tomorrow the sect will bestow upon you a foundation establishment pill. Upon your safe return from the secret realm, the sect will reward you with another. While you may possess 2 such pills, given your spirit roots, the prospect of advancing to the foundation establishment stage appears rather bleak. To be candid, I have never witnessed a practitioner with 5 spirit roots achieving this stage. The fact that you have reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement astonishes me. However, I do not wish for you to halt your progress there. Upon your return from the secret realm, I will endeavor to concoct another foundation establishment pill for you, hoping you will ultimately break through to the foundation establishment stage. You are well aware that, although all foundation establishment pills within the Qingfeng sect originate from our Danding Peak, after each secret realm expedition, the spirit herbs submitted by disciples are meticulously controlled by the sect. Naturally, when the time comes, the sect will seek my assistance, along with my 2 esteemed masters, for the refinement of the foundation establishment pills using the spirit herbs. Yet, each time I undertake this task, the sect assigns individuals to supervise me, fearful that I might embezzle the pills for myself. Consequently, I am unable to procure an excessive number of foundation establishment pills for you. With a sigh, Li Ning concluded his discourse. Wu Fan understood the significance of the foundation establishment pill to the sect and recognized that the precautions taken were justifiable. He felt a profound gratitude towards his master for agreeing to provide him with an additional pill, despite the inherent risks involved. However, the thought of his spirit roots elicited a heavy sigh from him. His master had stated that he had never seen anyone with 5 spirit roots advance to the foundation establishment stage. This led Wu Fan to ponder a troubling question. If he were to discover the spirit herbs necessary for crafting foundation establishment pills within the secret realm, and if he could utilize his spatial abilities to produce an unlimited supply, what would happen if, despite possessing numerous pills, he remained unable to break through due to his 5 spirit roots? Was he truly destined to remain stagnant at this point? Li Ning, sensing his disciple's distress, felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Wu Fan, Xiao Fan, do not lose heart. Although I have never witnessed someone with 5 spirit roots successfully advance past the foundation establishment stage, I have heard a legend, possibly a fragment of folklore, that during ancient times, 5 spirit roots were regarded as the most auspicious. It is said that those with a complete set of 5 elements in their spirit roots found it easier to ascend to higher realms, even to transcend to the celestial realm. According to this lore, individuals with 5 spirit roots could more readily comprehend the power of the 5 elements and grasp the laws governing them. While I am not well versed in the concept of laws, this is what the ancient texts claim. Upon hearing his master's words, Wu Fan's eyes brightened with newfound hope. The flickering ember of determination within him reignited. Could it truly be that, as his master suggested, having a complete set of 5 spirit roots rendered one the most exceptional? Yet, why did practitioners with 5 spirit roots experience such sluggish progress? In recent times, he had not even heard of anyone with 5 spirit roots advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Li Ning discerned his disciple's confusion and remarked, historical records indicate that individuals possessing 5 elemental roots experience a sluggish pace of cultivation due to the mixed nature of their roots, lacking the purity of those with singular roots. Consequently, Their progression is undoubtedly slower compared to those with a single elemental root. However, in ancient times, there existed methods to remedy this predicament. It is said that major cultivation sects of that era extensively cultivated a peculiar tree known as the five-element spirit tree, which bore a miraculous fruit called the five-element spirit fruit. Allegedly, this extraordinary fruit possessed the remarkable ability to refine one's elemental roots. If individuals with 5 roots consumed the 5 elements spirit fruit regularly, by the later stages of their cultivation, the purity of their roots would rival that of singular root practitioners, and their cultivation speed would be equally impressive. Truly, it is astonishing. Yet, during ancient times, the 5 elements spirit fruit was exceedingly precious, not accessible to all with 5 elemental roots. Only disciples of certain sects who were prioritized for cultivation would receive them. In fact, only direct bloodlines of powerful cultivators could frequently partake in these fruits, which needed to be consumed consistently to gradually enhance the quality of their elemental roots. However, the growth cycle of the 5 elements spirit fruit was exceedingly lengthy, bearing fruit only once every 3,000 years, and each tree would yield only 9 fruits at a time, further contributing to the rarity of these extraordinary fruits, making them inaccessible to many. At this point, Li Ning paused, letting out a sigh. Alas, in this day and age, such spirit trees have vanished entirely. Nevertheless, one cannot ascertain the veracity of these historical accounts, as there is no way to verify them now. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan also sighed inwardly, wishing it were true. Yet, he quickly pondered that even if it were genuine, how could he benefit without the 5-element spirit tree? He had no idea where he might seek such a tree. With this thought, Wu Fan casually inquired, "Master, do you know what the 5-element spirit tree looks like?" "Ah, indeed. The historical record is inscribed on a jade slip, which I fortuitously acquired. The slip is with me, and it contains an illustration of the 5-element spirit tree," Li Ning replied, retrieving a jade slip from his storage pouch and handing it to Wu Fan. Wu Fan instinctively took the slip to examine it, and upon doing so, he was instantly taken aback, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as his body trembled slightly. The source of his excitement lay in the fact that the 5-elements spirit tree recorded within the jade slip was already present in his own small space. At this moment, the 5 fruit trees stood within a small space, identical to those recorded in the jade slip. Wu Fan recalled his first experience in Qingshan City, accompanying a herbal medicine gathering team to the Yanning Mountains. By chance, he fell over the edge of a cliff and discovered a vast cave below. Within that cave, he found a small spatial orb that would alter the course of his destiny. Additionally, he encountered 5 diminutive trees from which he had tasted the fruits. Before departing, he distinctly remembered transplanting those 5 trees outside the entrance of his spatial courtyard. Each tree bore 9 fruits, each with a unique hue. Wu Fan had long speculated about the extraordinary nature of those trees, as their aura was remarkably potent when observed with his spiritual eye. In the subsequent period, after consuming all the fruits, the trees had not borne any more. Wu Fan had not used well water to hasten their ripening, and eventually, he became indifferent to their presence. It was only now that he realized the trees required 3,000 years to bear fruit and understood the extraordinary and precious nature of those fruits. His heart surged with excitement. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout. How could he not be exhilarated? These trees might very well change his fate, propelling him to a higher realm of cultivation and accelerating his progress to rival that of cultivators with heavenly roots. How could such prospects not ignite his fervor? Chapter 116. The summit of the celestial sphere. At this moment, Wu Fan realized why he had managed to ascend to the 10th level of qi cultivation. Although he had relied primarily on elixirs for his advancement, he had heard that individuals with 5 elemental roots seldom succeeded in breaking through to this level. His successful breakthrough was likely attributed to the consumption of the 5 elements spirit fruit. While he had not ingested a substantial quantity of the fruit, he believed it had nevertheless refined the quality of his spiritual roots, enabling him to shatter his limitations and achieve this progression. A glimmer of brilliance illuminated Wu Fan's eyes, and his body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an indescribable excitement. He resolved that upon returning to his cave dwelling, he would immediately enter his small space to cultivate 5 elements spirit trees once again. While he could certainly undertake extensive planting, he felt such an endeavor unnecessary. Firstly, the space was limited, and he needed to allocate room for various spiritual herbs, making it impractical to devote the entire area to the 5-element spirit trees. Secondly, the well water within the space was also finite. It could only nourish 10 small trees daily, rendering the cultivation of an excessive number of 5-element spirit trees unfeasible. Wu Fan further decided to dedicate a significant portion of the well water to hastening the growth of the 5-element spirit trees. He firmly believed that with his continued consumption of the 5-element spirit fruit, the quality of his roots would gradually be refined. One day, he envisioned his 5 elemental roots transforming into something as pure as the heavenly roots, perhaps even surpassing them. When that day arrived, he would undoubtedly traverse further and longer on the path of immortality. Holding the jade slip, Wu Fan fell into a reverie, his body trembling slightly. Li Ning, noticing his distraction, called out, "Xiao Fan?" Wu Fan was jolted from his contemplation, gazing blankly at his master. "What troubles you?" Li Ning inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I was simply captivated by the jade slip, finding the 5-element spirit fruit quite remarkable," Wu Fan replied with a smile. "Indeed, I felt the same way when I first encountered it. I wondered if such an extraordinary spirit fruit could truly exist in this world, yet regrettably, I have never laid eyes on it myself," Li Ning remarked, shaking his head. Wu Fan nodded subtly, maintaining his composure. "Well, there's no need to dwell on it. After all, this is merely a piece of folklore, with no means to verify its authenticity. Consider it a tale to enjoy. If you have no further matters, return and prepare for the expedition to the secret realm in 3 months. Remember my earlier admonitions. Exercise caution once you enter the realm. I shall await your return at Danding Peak," Li Ning said, his eyes filled with warmth as he regarded Wu Fan. "I shall always heed your teachings, master," Wu Fan replied, bowing deeply before his mentor. Li Ning smiled and nodded. "You may go now." Disciple takes his leave, Wu Fan said as he exited. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Wu Fan could hardly contain his anticipation as he entered the small space. He hastened to the garden, and upon seeing the 5 small trees before him, a radiant smile spread across his face. They were indeed identical to those described in the jade slip, and Wu Fan was certain that these 5 trees were the legendary 5-element spirit trees. He stood there, grinning foolishly for a while, before he began to take action. An hour later, Wu Fan had cleared a patch of land beside the 5 small trees and transplanted the 5 elemental spirit trees into their new home. Following that, he fetched some well water to nourish the newly planted saplings. Once his labor was complete, he returned to his space bedroom, preparing to strive for a breakthrough to the 11th level of Qi refinement within the 3 months that the secret realm would be open. Even if he did not succeed in breaking through, he aimed to cultivate to the pinnacle of the 10th level. The following morning, Wu Fan exited the small space and soared towards the summit of Tianji Peak. Upon arriving at the vast square atop the peak, he found that the top 30 core disciples for the upcoming grand competition had nearly gathered. After a brief wait for everyone to assemble, a figure emerged from the resplendent hall at the front of the square. It was none other than Elder Ruiyuan. Elder Ruiyuan surveyed the crowd and promptly commanded, "Follow me." "Yes," Wu Fan and the others replied in unison. As Elder Ruiyuan led the way, Wu Fan and the others trailed behind, heading towards the magnificent palace ahead. The palace was constructed with a solemn grandeur and opulence, adorned with a massive plaque inscribed with the 3 gilded characters, Tianji Hall. The moment Wu Fan laid eyes upon this hall, he was profoundly awestruck. It was comprehensible, as Tianji Peak was the main peak of the Qingfeng sect, where the sect leader, Yulinzi, resided. During significant events, the sect leader would convene the elders here to deliberate on various matters. Upon entering the grand hall, they were greeted by an exceedingly lavish foyer. At that moment, sect leader Yulinzi sat regally upon the elevated throne, casting his gaze upon the assembly. "Elder Ruiyuan, the 30 core disciples have arrived," he stated with a slight smile. Subsequently, Wu Fan and the other 30 approached and respectfully bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Yulinzi's face illuminated with a hint of a smile as he nodded and addressed the assembly. "Rise. From this day forth, you shall be core disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Remember to dedicate yourselves to your cultivation. The sect will support your growth. I look forward to the day you advance to the foundation establishment stage, serving the sect and honoring the investment made in you. I shall not elaborate further. Soon, Elder Ruiyuan will distribute your core disciple identity tokens and grant each of you a foundation establishment pill as a reward. After the sect leader concluded his remarks, Elder Ruyuan turned to Wu Fan and the other 30, stating, "When I call your name, step forward to receive your identity token and foundation establishment pill." "Yes." The 30 responded in unison. "Qin Shan," Elder Ruyuan called. "Present." A man emerged from the crowd beside Wu Fan and hastened to Elder Ruyuan's side. Elder Ruyuan retrieved an identity token from his storage bag. The token, crafted from rare spiritual jade, emanated a soft white glow. One side bore the inscription Qingfeng Sect alongside Qin Shan, while the other side remained blank, designated for recording contribution points. At that moment, Ruyuan addressed the man, "Qin Shan, press a drop of your blood onto this identity token." Complying with his instruction, Qin Shan let a drop of blood fall onto the token, which then suddenly radiated a brilliant red light before returning to tranquility. Nodding in approval, Ruyuan handed the token back to him, and then retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage pouch to present to Qin Shan. As Qin Shan accepted the pill, his hands trembled slightly, and his eyes sparkled with evident excitement. He carefully examined the pill before retrieving a pill bottle from his own pouch, gently placing the precious medicine inside, and then cautiously returning it to his storage. "That will be all. You may leave now and do not linger here," Ruyuan instructed. "Yes, I take my leave, master," Qin Shan replied, bowing respectfully to Elder Ruyuan before paying homage to the sect leader, Yalinzi, and then exiting the grand hall. Thus, as time progressed, Ruyuan called out names one by one, and when he reached the 7th name, Wu Fan stepped forward. Chapter 117. Yun Fuzi upon Wu Fan's arrival before Elder Ruyuan. The elder smiled and remarked, "Disciple Wu, you have performed commendably in this grand competition, achieving the status of a core disciple with your cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement. In all my years, I have yet to witness such a feat henceforth. I urge you to diligently cultivate. I am confident that one day you shall ascend to the foundation establishment stage, just as I have. Your disciple shall endeavor to do so," Wu Fan replied with a smile. Ruyuan nodded approvingly and produced an identity token. After Wu Fan infused it with his blood, the elder handed him a pill. Upon receiving it, Wu Fan scrutinized the pill closely, recognizing it as the legendary Foundation Establishment Pill, a coveted treasure for all Qi refinement practitioners. The pill was round and luminous, emanating a faint golden glow, signifying its extraordinary nature. After accepting the pill and identity token, Wu Fan bowed respectfully to Ran and then to the sect leader, Yalinzi, before departing the grand hall. Once he left Tianji Peak, he hurried towards Dozhan Peak. Having promised Zhou Yu and the others that he would witness their match, determined not to break his word. Over the next 3 days, Wu Fan spent his days observing the inter-sect competition at Dozhan Peak and returned to his cave abode each evening to engage in meditation within his small space. Time passed swiftly, and it is worth noting that Zhou Yu and his companions performed adequately in the competition, yet they did not attract the attention of the elders. Disheartened, they returned to Chaoxiao Peak to continue their cultivation. Noticing their low spirits, Wu Fan offered them several pills, hoping to assist in their cultivation progress. The group, albeit reluctantly, accepted his kindness, their moods brightening considerably thereafter. Subsequently, Wu Fan immersed himself in a prolonged period of cultivation. After 2.5 years within his small space, 3 months had elapsed in the outside world. During this time, Wu Fan had elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement, yet, regrettably, he had not managed to break through the bottleneck. Meanwhile, the 5 newly planted saplings in the medicinal garden thrived remarkably, now towering over a person. Wu Fan estimated that within a year, these saplings would bear fruit, while the larger trees had already begun to yield fruit, which, if hastened, would mature in just a few months. One day, his master, Li Ning, sent a communication talisman, summoning him to the Grand Hall at Danding Peak. Upon receiving the talisman, Wu Fan promptly set off for the summit, knowing that the secret realm was about to open. 15 minutes later, as he entered the hall, he found his master Li Ning, along with his uncles Yin Fun and Su Yao, already present, as well as senior sister Shuohui and senior brother Weiqi, who had arrived early. Upon seeing Wu Fan, Li Ning smiled and said, "Xiao Fan, you are the last to arrive. Let us hasten to Tianji Peak. Today marks the day we venture into the secret realm. We must not be late." Before Wu Fan could respond, Su Yao chimed in, "Xiao Fan, splendid. Your cultivation has advanced yet again. Wu Fan replied with an awkward smile, about to speak when Yin Fan interjected, "Let us depart swiftly. We can converse on the way." Thus, Wu Fan entered the hall, uttering not a word, and followed his master and the others as they soared towards Tianji Peak. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of Tianji Peak, a considerable number of people were already present, including dozens of Foundation establishment elders and around 70 to 80 core disciples who had entered the secret realm. Li Ning, accompanied by Wu Fan and others, casually found a spot to stand. After a brief moment, their master and two uncles conveyed some instructions to the trio before proceeding towards the Foundation establishment elders, evidently to engage in conversation with them. Wu Fan and his companions exchanged casual remarks, and as time passed, more individuals entered the hall. Approximately half an hour later, when no one else had entered, the sect leader, Yilinzi, emerged from the depths of the hall. He surveyed the bustling crowd below, furrowing his brow, and cleared his throat softly. As his cough resonated, the hall fell into an immediate silence, with everyone turning to face the sect leader and bowing in greeting. "We pay our respects to the sect leader." After nodding in acknowledgement, Yilinzi spoke. "Today marks the day we venture into the secret realm. Shortly, Uncle Yun will arrive, as he will lead this expedition. All disciples heading to the secret realm must hand over any unnecessary items in their storage bags to their respective masters. Aside from essential items such as magical tools, elixirs, and talismans, do not carry anything else with you. Upon your return from the secret realm, the sect will inventory all items in your possession. Rest assured, your personal belongings will not be retained by the sect. Only the items acquired within the secret realm will be collected." Wu Fan was already aware of these regulations, having placed unnecessary items into a small space prior to their arrival. However, he felt a surge of excitement upon hearing that a Golden Core ancestor would be leading the expedition. He had long known that every time the secret realm opened, it was indeed a Golden Core ancestor who guided the disciples. Moreover, the activation of the secret realm could only be accomplished through the collective efforts of the Golden Core ancestors. During his 10 years in the cultivation world, Wu Fan had never encountered the presence of a Golden Core cultivator, and the prospect stirred his emotions. It was worth noting that in the vast expanse of the Xia Kingdom's cultivation realm, there were but a few dozen Golden Core cultivators, who typically secluded themselves for rigorous training and seldom appeared before others. These Golden Core ancestors, often hundreds of years old, would retreat for years, sometimes even decades, making it exceedingly rare to witness their true forms. Time swiftly passed, and after about half an hour, a sudden ripple in space occurred beside the sect leader, Yilinzi. Instantly, a figure emerged, a man appearing to be around 50 years of age. He was unremarkable in appearance, clad in a pale blue robe. Yet, a glimmer of brilliance occasionally flashed in his eyes, and there was not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him, as if he were an ordinary mortal standing there. Upon materializing, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the crowd below with a faint smile gracing his lips. When the sect leader, Yilinzi, noticed a figure appearing beside him, he focused intently and, upon recognizing the person, his expression suddenly transformed. He hurriedly bowed and clasped his fists in salute, respectfully addressing, "Disciple pays respects to Master Yun." The disciples below, upon hearing the leader's words, became agitated. Some appeared particularly excited, their faces even flushing with exhilaration, clearly sharing the sentiment of Wu Fan, as it was their first encounter with a Golden Core cultivator. In contrast, the elders of the Foundation establishment stage exhibited a more subdued reaction, merely displaying a touch of reverence upon seeing the man. The middle-aged man wore a smile, gazing at Yilinzi with warmth as he said, "As the head of the sect, you need not be so formal. We old fellows have been observing your efforts for the sect over the years, and we appreciate your hard work. Such words from Master Yun are truly humbling." "This is merely my duty," Yilinzi quickly replied, bowing once more. "Indeed." The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze toward the crowd below, speaking, "I assume some of the elders recognize me, while some of the younger ones may not. However, that is quite natural, as my last public appearance was 15 years ago. Haha. Let me introduce myself briefly to alleviate any confusion among the younger ones. I am currently honored to hold the position of Grand Elder of the Qingfeng sect, named Yun Fuzi, and I am here leading the expedition to the secret realm. Salutations to the Grand Elder." Everyone below simultaneously bowed and spoke in unison. Yun Fuzi smiled and nodded, then continued, "Have all the disciples preparing for the secret realm gathered? If so, let us depart." At this moment, Yelinzi, the sect leader, spoke up, reporting to Master, "All disciples have assembled." After nodding in acknowledgement, Yun Fuzi directly stepped forward towards the hall's exit while stating, "All disciples, follow me." Chapter 118, the Tsungyin Mountain Range. At this moment, all the disciples followed Yun Fuzi as they made their way outside. However, Wu Fan cast a glance at his master. When Li Ning smiled and nodded at him, Wu Fan joined Wei Qi and Xiaohui in exiting. During their walk, Wu Fan remained fixated on the seemingly ordinary figure ahead. He could hardly fathom that a dignified golden core elder could appear so unremarkable had they crossed paths on the street. Wu Fan would surely have regarded him as an ordinary person. Upon reaching the expansive square outside the hall, they witnessed Yun Fuzi gently flick his sleeve, unleashing a beam of golden light that swiftly transformed into a colossal sailing vessel, soaring majestically against the wind. The ship, resplendent in a pale golden hue, was adorned with intricate depictions of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an air of opulence. The disciples gasped in astonishment at the sight of the magnificent vessel, having never encountered such a grand flying artifact before. Clearly, this ship bore a high rank, likely only attainable by a golden core cultivator like Yun Fuzi. Setting aside its exquisite beauty, the sheer size of the ship was indeed a rarity, suggesting an astonishing speed of flight. Yun Fuzi was the first to ascend the grand vessel. Turning back with a smile, "All those venturing into the secret realm, please board." In addition to the 100 disciples, 5 foundation-building elders accompanied them. As soon as Yun Fuzi's words resonated, the throng of over 100 individuals surged toward the ship. Once they had all taken their places, the enormous vessel began to ascend slowly before hurtling toward the horizon at an incredible speed. Standing upon the ship, Wu Fan reveled in the exhilarating velocity of their flight. Comparing it to his own cloud mist boat, he realized this ship was no mere spiritual artifact. Its speed far surpassed that of his vessel. He marveled at the fact that such a massive craft could soar so swiftly. Turning to observe the 100 disciples, he noted that a significant portion had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. He hardly recognized most of them, though he understood that these disciples typically engaged in seclusion and rigorous training. Yet, he pondered, was he not also guilty of the same? The 5 foundation-building elders stood at the forefront of the ship, conversing with the venerable Yun Fuzi. Among them was Elder Ruyuan. While Wu Fan recognized only 2 of the remaining 4 elders, their familiarity lingering at the periphery of his knowledge. At that moment, his elder brothers Wei Qi and sister Xiaohui approached him. Wei Qi chuckled, "Junior brother, what are you gazing at?" "Oh, brother, I was merely observing the other core disciples. I realized I hardly knew any of them," Wu Fan replied with a smile. "That's quite normal. Not only you, even I find many unfamiliar faces." Wei Qi nodded in agreement. "Do you know where this secret realm is located? How long will it take us to arrive?" Wu Fan inquired of the 2. At this juncture, Xiaohui chimed in with a smile. "Junior brother, didn't Master Li mention it to you when you arrived?" "I forgot to ask," Wu Fan responded, his smile tinged with embarrassment. Wei Qi and Xiaohui exchanged smiles, and then Xiaohui continued, "This time, we are venturing to the eastern mountains of the Summer Kingdom, known as the Tsungyin Mountain Range. It is said that deep within those mountains, 5th-tier beasts dwell, and even the Foundation establishment elders dare not venture too far. There are no mortal cities in that region. However, it is rumored that a plethora of spiritual herbs can be found there. Unfortunately, without the cultivation of the Golden Core stage, one would be utterly foolish to enter." "Haha, you are quite right, junior sister Xiaohui. The information I have received aligns perfectly with yours. Our opportunity to go this time is solely due to the opening of the secret realm, coupled with the presence of the Grand Elder. Otherwise, we would never have the chance to step foot in the Tsungyin Mountain Range in our lifetimes," Wei Qi chuckled. Xiaohui nodded with a smile and then addressed Wu Fan. "As for how long it will take to arrive, that remains uncertain. Primarily, it is due to the incredible speed of the Grand Elder's flying treasure. Based on my calculations, we should reach the Tsungyin Mountain Range within 10 days. Wu Fan nodded in response and engaged in casual conversation with the 2. Time swiftly passed, and after 8 days, Wu Fan glanced down from the sailing vessel. Below lay a vast mountain range, which he surmised to be the Tsungyin Mountains. At that moment, the vessel began to decelerate, gradually descending. As they approached the mountains, Wu Fan could distinctly hear the roars of various beasts, evoking a sense of entering a wild and untamed realm, a feeling of desolation washing over him. After flying for a while longer, the grand vessel finally landed atop a desolate mountain. At that moment, over 200 individuals were already gathered there, divided into two factions. One group, clad in azure garments, numbered around 100. As Wu Fan observed these individuals, he suddenly froze, recognizing two familiar figures. They were disciples from the Medicine King Valley, whom he had encountered previously when Uncle Su Yao brought him to the region during the competition in the Yunmu mountain range. One of them was named Lang Yan, who had been left battered and bruised by Xue Hui's whip. The other was the towering man with whom Wu Fan had dueled, inflicting significant injuries upon him. To his surprise, the man had recovered swiftly and was now present in the secret realm. As the grand vessel descended upon the barren mountain, the gathered individuals turned their gazes toward Wu Fan and his companions. The towering man and Lang Yan also recognized Wei Qi, Xue Hui, and Wu Fan. Upon seeing Xue Hui, Lang Yan's eyes glinted with malice, followed by a cold sneer. However, upon noticing Wu Fan, a clear expression of caution crossed his face. The towering man, on the other hand, showed little reaction, though his demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. Wu Fan then turned his attention to the other faction. These individuals donned matching crimson robes, adorned with an emblem of a refining furnace on their chests. They were likely members of the refining sect. Apart from these two factions, Wu Fan did not observe any other cultivators, suggesting that members from other sects and families had yet to arrive. At that moment, Elder Ryuan suddenly exclaimed, "All disciples, please descend. You may find any open space to rest. Before the arrival of the other cultivation sects, you are free to move about. But do not venture beyond this desolate mountain, nor intrude upon the territories of other sections." As Elder Ryuan concluded his words, Wu Fan and the other disciples leaped from the sailboat, seeking a nearby open area to settle. Wu Fan, Wei Qi, and Xue Hui casually chose a large boulder to sit cross-legged upon, engaging in light conversation from time to time. Just then, a voice resonated from the sky. "Haha, Yun Fuzi. I never imagined it would be you leading the team this time." Chapter 119. The opening of the secret realm. Upon hearing this remark, Yun Fuzi smiled gently, retracting the sailboat beneath his feet and soaring deeper into the desolate mountains. He chuckled. "Hee hee, brother, sure, I never anticipated that you would be leading the team this time." Wu Fan observed with clarity as the esteemed Elder Yun Fuzi ascended into the skies without the aid of any magical artifacts, relying solely on his physical form. Of course, he had heard that such feats were attainable upon reaching the Golden Core stage. At that moment, the voice resonated once more. "Haha, indeed. It is I who leads this venture. Regrettably, the other esteemed elders of our alchemy sect are currently in seclusion, leaving me as the sole representative. By the way, this time, it is Brother Lin who leads the Yaowang Valley team. It has been far too long since the three of us gathered." As the voice faded, another sound emerged suddenly. "Brother Yun, it has been over 30 years since we last parted. Your cultivation has indeed advanced significantly. Hee hee. My humble skills pale in comparison to Brother Lin's. I surmise you are on the verge of a breakthrough, am I correct?" With Yun Fuzi's words, his figure vanished into the depths of the desolate mountains, and silence enveloped the air, indicating that the three Golden Core cultivators had convened together. Wu Fan gazed at the vanishing silhouette of Yun Fuzi, feeling a twinge of envy. He pondered when he might ascend to the Golden Core stage himself. Amused by his own thoughts, he chuckled inwardly. Here he was, still lingering in the Qi refinement stage, uncertain of when he would establish his foundation. Yet he dared to dream of advancing to the Golden Core stage. How utterly laughable. Nevertheless, Wu Fan held steadfast confidence that one day he would reach such heights, perhaps even surpass the Golden Core stage, for he possessed a small spatial realm and the 5-element spirit tree. As Wu Fan engaged in light conversation with Wei Qi and Xue Hui, time gradually elapsed. Half an hour later, a sudden flurry of light points streaked across the horizon. As they drew nearer, their true forms emerged, several flying artifacts, some resembling boats, others shaped like shuttles, all bearing cultivators. Additionally, some cultivators rode upon colossal beasts, the aura of which revealed they were 4th-tier demonic beasts. Among them were avian creatures akin to the azure sky eagle of Su Yao, and one particularly fearsome entity, a flying giant python, stretching dozens of yards in length, its form entirely black and truly fearsome. Upon the landing of these flying artifacts and demonic beasts upon the desolate mountain, numerous young male and female cultivators leapt down from each vessel. They formed several factions, the largest comprising around 30 to 40 individuals, while the smallest had merely a handful of members, their garments a kaleidoscope of colors. Wu Fan recognized that these individuals were likely the disciples from various immortal families. Upon encountering disciples from esteemed sects such as Qingfeng Gate, the Refining Sect, and Yaowang Valley, the disciples of various cultivation families displayed expressions of curiosity and apprehension. Unconsciously, they chose to distance themselves from the Qingfeng Gate and similar factions. Once the disciples settled, the flying treasures and demonic beasts they had arrived on were collected by the higher-ranked cultivators of their families. Subsequently, several beams of light darted into the depths, evidently heading to converge with figures like Yan Fuzi. After a brief interlude, 3 luminous points appeared in the sky. As they approached, they revealed 3 enormous flying treasures, each of which rivaled the colossal sailboat that Wu Fan occupied. As these treasures drew near, over 700 individuals atop the desolate mountain looked up. Among them was a white cloud, upon which stood more than 100 Taoists clad in gray robes, their hair fashioned into topknots, unmistakably disciples of Lingxiao Temple. The second flying treasure was a massive black vessel, upon which the practitioners donned black robes, their eyes occasionally flickering with a crimson glow, a clear indication of their cultivated techniques. Wu Fan's countenance darkened upon recognizing these individuals as members of the Demon Gate. The final flying treasure was the most peculiar of all, a gigantic crimson coffin, atop which stood over 100 practitioners, each dressed diversely, yet all bore pallid visages, as though they had not seen sunlight for years. It was evident that these individuals belonged to the corpse refining sect. Once the 3 factions found suitable spaces, they commenced their activities, while their higher-ranked cultivators steered their flying treasures deeper into the desolate mountain. After a span of 2 hours, a sudden influx of talismans soared from the horizon, which were collected by the foundational elders of each faction. Upon receiving a communication talisman, Elder Ruiyuan of Qingfeng Gate spoke, "All disciples, follow me." With that, he took flight into the depths of the mountain, and Wu Fan and his companions promptly followed suit, as did the individuals from other cultivation sects and families. Before long, after traversing approximately 20 miles, over 1,000 individuals arrived at a secluded valley where several figures were already stationed. These figures were none other than the Golden Core cultivators, including Yan Fuzi. As all parties gathered, among the group of Golden Core cultivators stood a robust elder, approximately 60 years of age. He addressed his companions, saying, "Esteemed friends, the time has come. Shall we commence?" Then, a group of over a dozen individuals nodded in unison before dispersing. Subsequently, they simultaneously formed intricate hand seals and pointed towards the sky above their heads. In an instant, a massive beam of light erupted from the tips of their fingers, each beam varying in color, converging upon a singular point in the space above them. The area was suddenly engulfed in a wave of distortion, which intensified as time progressed. The group of Golden Core cultivators relentlessly channeled their energy into the beams, their foreheads glistening with perspiration, revealing the exertion required to unlock the secret realm. As a quarter of an hour elapsed, the distortion escalated dramatically. At that moment, a small black dot materialized at the very center of the distorted space, gradually enlarging into a gaping, 10-zhang-wide abyss. Once the aperture stabilized, the elder who had previously spoken shouted, "All disciples, enter now. Remember, the secret realm will remain open for only 3 months. Upon the passage of 3 months, you must all gather at the center of the realm. We old fellows will then reopen the passage to allow your exit. You have only half a day. Should you fail to emerge within that time, we shall close the passage. Those remaining inside will be left to their fate, and no one will come to your aid." At this moment, Elder Ryuan called out to the disciples of the Qingfeng sect, urging, "All disciples, hasten into the secret realm." As soon as Elder Ryuan's words fell, Wu Fan and the others rushed toward the opening with great urgency, swiftly entering it, followed closely by disciples from other sections. Chapter 120. 11th level of Qi refinement. The passage was not long, merely spanning 10 zhang, and with a swift flight, Wu Fan emerged from it. Yet, before he could fully discern the surroundings, a sudden blur enveloped him, and he felt as though the world was spinning around him. In an instant, he vanished from the mouth of the passage. When he gradually regained his senses, he hastily looked around. He found himself lying amidst a tangle of wild grass, surrounded by an array of peculiar flowers and unfamiliar trees. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of sunlight. A pungent odor of decay permeated the air. Wu Fan quickly extended his consciousness to assess the vicinity, and he breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that there was not a soul in sight within several dozen zhang, nor did he sense any nearby beasts. To his delight, the atmosphere here was rich with spiritual energy. Wu Fan noticed that the long-standing bottleneck he had faced was showing signs of loosening, filling his heart with joy. He promptly rose to his feet and ascended into the sky. Upon reaching several hundred zhang in altitude and looking down, he observed that he had landed in a dense forest. A glance around confirmed that the area was entirely enveloped in thick foliage, with no other cultivators or formidable beasts in sight. Only a few first- and second-tier monsters, indicating that fortune was on his side. Prior to his arrival, he had heard that each time the secret realm opened, due to the instability of the spatial passage, disciples would be teleported to various locations, seldom arriving together. If luck favored them, they might find rare spiritual herbs nearby. However, if misfortune struck, they could be transported straight into perilous areas, or even right next to powerful beasts, leading to inevitable demise. Wu Fan's luck had been relatively good, although he had yet to discover any precious herbs in the vicinity. At least he had not encountered any danger. The most pressing matter was to find a suitable place to break through his bottleneck. He decided to first focus on this before seeking out any herbs. With this thought, he employed the celestial ghost concealment technique to shroud his aura, wary of a fierce beast charging at him unexpectedly, which would render his earlier joy pointless. After landing on the ground, Wu Fan cautiously advanced forward, taking slow, deliberate steps. After approximately half an hour, he halted in a valley where the spiritual energy was even more abundant. He scanned the area with his consciousness and confirmed that no cultivators or beasts had passed through. Resolving to break through his bottleneck here, he retrieved the mysterious sky disruption array and set it up within the valley. Once the formation was complete, he settled into the central area of the array, crossed his legs, and took out a vial of elixir to commence his breakthrough. A day later, Wu Fan joyfully examined his inner self and found that the mana within his dantian had significantly increased compared to the previous day. Indeed, he had advanced to the 11th level of qi refinement. Elation surged within him. He had not anticipated such a breakthrough upon entering the secret realm. Once he ascended to the next level and attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, he could then attempt to establish his foundation. Of course, to do so, he needed to first gather the spiritual herbs required for refining the foundation establishment pill. Nevertheless, he was confident that the day of his foundation establishment was not far off. Having just broken through a bottleneck, he felt the need to consolidate his cultivation. However, the secret realm would only be open for 3 months, and he could not afford to waste any time. Suddenly, his body radiated a brilliant light, and in a mere quarter of an hour, he vanished within the formation. When he reappeared, he found himself in a small courtyard. He then proceeded to his bedroom, embarking on the journey of solidifying his cultivation. A month passed in this space, and Wu Fan ceased his training, having successfully consolidated his powers. Just as he prepared to leave the small space, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy, prompting him to hasten towards the spirit beast room. Upon opening the door, a voice called out, "Master! Master!" This voice resembled that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl, albeit with a quality akin to that of a child just learning to speak, as her words flowed with some difficulty. Wu Fan, filled with excitement, stepped into the spirit beast room and glanced ahead. There, a small white fox gazed at him with its beautiful, lively eyes. Then, the little fox spoke, "Master, I have awakened. I missed you so much." Laughing heartily, Wu Fan approached the small white fox and lifted it into his arms, saying, "It's good that you're awake. Remarkably, you've already reached the 3rd tier of spirit beasts. It seems that the Wan blood pill was quite beneficial for you." "Giggle, Master, please help me come up with a name." The small white fox chimed in with a sweet, ringing laughter, exuding an undeniable charm. "Very well. I shall bestow upon you a name, but give me a moment to ponder," Wu Fan replied, falling into deep contemplation. For a while, he struggled to find the perfect name. Fearing that a random choice might not please the little fox, he finally glanced down at it. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he exclaimed, "Every time I see you, I am captivated by the liveliness of your eyes. How about I call you Linger? What do you think?" "Linger, Linger, yes, it sounds lovely. From now on, I shall be called Ling." "Thank you, master." The small white fox squealed with delight, clearly pleased with the name Wu Fan had chosen. Seeing Linger as happiness, Wu Fan couldn't help but laugh as well. After some playful banter between the two, Wu Fan inquired, "Ling, now that you are a third-tier spirit beast, do you possess any remarkable abilities?" "Giggle, my abilities are indeed formidable. Master knows my speed is impressive, and now it's even faster. Additionally, I can burrow underground and execute powerful illusions. Isn't that impressive? Moreover, my physical prowess has also greatly improved, allowing me to engage in close combat. Oh, master, I possess another skill that you will surely adore. I have a divine sense that enables me to detect various spiritual treasures and herbs within a radius of several miles." Humph. Not even the spiritual mines buried 1,000 feet underground can escape Linger's keen nose. "Master, praise me, for I am truly remarkable," the little white fox proudly proclaimed to Wu Fan. Upon hearing Linger's words, Wu Fan felt an undeniable surge of excitement within him. Setting aside other abilities, the remarkable gift of locating spiritual treasures alone would prove immensely beneficial in this secret realm. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him at the perfect moment. Haha, how extraordinary. My Linger is truly the best. With this realization, he invited Linger to accompany him on his journey. "Master is currently in a secret realm and could greatly benefit from your assistance." Wu Fan chuckled, gently stroking Linger's pristine white fur. "Yay, this is wonderful. Linger can finally venture out." The little white fox exclaimed with delight before leaping to the ground and joyfully circling around Wu Fan, exuding pure happiness. Chapter 121. The Little White Fox's Divine Powers in the Valley. Wu Fan and Linger found themselves amidst a formation, which Wu Fan promptly dismantled. The duo, one human and one beast, ventured forth into the distance. "Linger, it is now time for you to showcase your abilities," Wu Fan remarked, glancing at Linger, who was bounding ahead. Giggling, "Worry not, master, leave it to Linger," replied the little white fox, casting a brief glance back at Wu Fan before continuing its spirited dash. Indeed, Linger did not exaggerate. Within a mere quarter of an hour, a call echoed from ahead. "Master, master, I sent a spiritual essence," Linger exclaimed. With that, the little white fox transformed into a swift white shadow and darted forward. Wu Fan's heart leaped with joy upon hearing Linger's words. It seemed that Linger would be of immense assistance. He hastened towards the direction of Linger's voice. The pair navigated swiftly through the dense forest, and as Wu Fan approached a foul-smelling pit 5 miles away, he found Linger standing beneath a colossal stone. "Master, it is right here. Do you find this useful?" Linger inquired, gesturing with its pristine white paw towards the ground. Wu Fan focused his gaze, and a radiant joy illuminated his face. He approached eagerly, discovering a blood-red spiritual herb nestled before Linger. This herb bore a resemblance to a reishi mushroom. Upon recognizing the plant, Wu Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. This was a principal ingredient for the longevity elixir, known as the royal blood reishi. He could hardly believe his fortune, having just entered this secret realm. He had stumbled upon such a rare herb that was precisely what he needed. To claim he was not thrilled would be an understatement. In a moment of exuberance, Wu Fan scooped Linger into his arms, laughing heartily. "Haha, Linger, you are truly remarkable. This herb is invaluable to me." Giggling, "Master, master, put me down. I sense another herb 10 miles ahead, though it lacks the potency of this one," the little white fox chuckled. "Haha, very well. Allow me a moment to collect this royal blood reishi," Wu Fan replied, gently setting Linger down. With a beaming smile, he carefully harvested the royal blood reishi, placing it meticulously into his storage pouch before following Linger onward. Thus, half a day passed. At this point, Linger had guided Wu Fan to collect over 20 spiritual herbs, one of which was even a supplementary herb for the Foundation Establishment pill. Although classified as supplementary, this herb was not easily found in the outside world. Wu Fan's lips stretched into a grin that nearly reached his ears. How could he not be elated? It was merely the first day of his quest for herbs, and he had already gathered such a remarkable assortment of rare spiritual herbs seldom seen outside. If this trend continued, how many more would he uncover over the next 3 months? Wu Fan was confident that among the over 1,000 individuals who had entered the secret realm, none would have gathered more herbs than he. Should this pace persist, assembling the necessary ingredients for both the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Longevity Pill would certainly be within his grasp. Suddenly, Ling Er, who had been running ahead, came to an abrupt halt. Turning to Wu Fan, it said, "Master, I sense the presence of others ahead. There are 3 individuals nearby." "Is that so?" Wu Fan replied. "Let us circumvent the encounter and prioritize our quest for the spiritual herb," Wu Fan suggested after a moment's contemplation. "However, Master, Ling Er sensed a potent spiritual herb nearby those individuals," she continued. Upon hearing Ling Er's words, Wu Fan's eyes gleamed with intrigue, and he replied, "Ling Er, you shall enter the spirit beast pouch. I will employ the heavenly ghost concealment technique to investigate if a rare spiritual herb is indeed present. I shall devise a means to acquire it." "Very well, Master," Ling Er said, transforming into a streak of white light and entering Wu Fan's waist pouch. Wu Fan then activated the heavenly ghost concealment technique to mask his presence and subsequently employed the 1,000 illusions body transformation technique, assuming the guise of a diminutive young man. He proceeded cautiously forward, affixing a concealment talisman to his person along the way. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan concealed himself within a thicket of grass. Observing the scene ahead, before him stood 3 cultivators in a standoff. All 3 were male practitioners at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Their attire revealed their different sect affiliations. One clad in black, a man in his 30s with an ominous smile, unmistakably a member of the Earth Demon sect. Another, a robust figure in a crimson robe adorned with a cauldron emblem, had 3 flying swords swirling above him, each a premier magical artifact. Undoubtedly a disciple of the artifact refining sect, the last, dressed in resplendent garments and bearing the demeanor of a refined gentleman, did not appear to belong to any cultivation sect, suggesting he was likely from a noble family of cultivators. The trio formed a triangular formation, and amidst them, a spiritual herb was growing in the grass. Upon sighting this herb, Wu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized he had indeed come to the right place. This herb was none other than the principal ingredient for the Foundation Establishment Pill, a rarity that had long vanished from the outside world. Prior to his arrival, Wu Fan had etched the contents of the jade slip given by his master into his memory, which documented various rare spiritual herbs, including the principal ingredient for the Foundation Establishment Pill. He resolved to acquire the Xylan leaf herb by any means necessary. At that moment, the elegantly dressed gentleman spoke. "My esteemed friends, engaging in this standoff yields no resolution. Since we all desire the Xylan leaf herb, why not devise a plan?" "Humph. What plan do you propose?" "I advise you both to depart promptly. This Xylan leaf herb was discovered by me first. Are you intent on robbing me?" The burly man in red retorted, his countenance darkening. "Heh, this spiritual herb in the secret realm is unclaimed. How can it be solely yours? This is the principal ingredient for the Foundation Establishment Pill, and I shall not let it slip by." The black-clad man from the Earth Demon sect chuckled. "Humph. If you are determined to contest me for this herb, do not blame me if I destroy it," the red-robed giant threatened in anger. "My friend, temper your fury. The situation has not escalated to that point yet. Why resort to such threats? If a fellow cultivator were to truly destroy such a precious spiritual herb, would it not be an act of self-sabotage? In my humble opinion, might we consider a compromise? For instance, the one who desires the purple mist leaf should offer some benefits to the other 2, such as spirit stones or other spiritual herbs, thereby ensuring a mutually beneficial outcome." The elegantly attired gentleman hastily interjected with this counsel. He was genuinely concerned that the formidable man might act recklessly and ruin the herb. As the 3 of them stood too close to it, each hesitant to make a move for fear of inadvertently damaging the invaluable plant. At this moment, Wu Fan refrained from intervening for this very reason. He could only watch and hope for an opportunity to seize the herb for himself. Chapter 122. The purple Lanfang herb. The burly man in red snorted coldly. "Humph. How many spiritual herbs and stones would it take to exchange for this purple Lanfang herb? If this friend from the demon sect agrees, then I shall procure the herb. Just name your price in spiritual stones, and I shall provide them, but do not overreach." "Ha ha. I do not desire spiritual stones. I merely wish for this purple Lanfang herb. However, I could offer you spiritual stones in exchange for the herb." The man in black chuckled ominously. The elegantly dressed gentleman's eyes flickered as he spoke. "I shall not contend with you too. I only require 10,000 spiritual stones. Whoever among you can provide me with this sum, I shall depart immediately. Yet, I see that both of you are keen on obtaining this herb, and it would be futile to remain in a deadlock. How about this? I propose that you two engage in a duel. The victor may take the herb. What say you?" "Humph. You play your cards well. You intend to reap the benefits once we are both weakened, do you not?" the man in red bluntly pointed out. The gentleman in splendid attire chuckled awkwardly and replied, "What are you saying, friend? I harbor no such intentions. I merely wish to offer a suggestion. Since you both disagree, what do you propose we do instead?" "Haha, I find your suggestion quite agreeable. If I am not mistaken, you must be from the Ouyang family, correct?" The man from the demon's sect grinned. "You are indeed correct. I am a disciple of the Ouyang family. Based on your words, do you agree to my proposal?" The elegantly dressed man smiled. "Haha, do not be in haste, my friend. I have yet to finish my thoughts. I indeed concur with your proposal, but I have my conditions. You both must agree to leave this place for a distance of several dozen miles within half an hour and guarantee not to return. Of course, I and this friend from the refining sect will provide you with 10,000 spiritual stones in advance. Should you fail to comply with my instructions, I shall pursue you alongside my companion. Do you agree to this arrangement?" The man in black chuckled. Upon hearing their exchange, the burly man contemplated deeply. After a moment's reflection, he deemed the plan feasible, confident in his own prowess. He did not believe he would be bested by the disciple of the demon's sect, especially with several top-tier magical artifacts at his disposal. With this in mind, he turned to the man in black and inquired, "I agree to your terms. But how can you be sure he will actually leave this place?" "Haha, do not worry, my friend. Since I proposed this idea, I have a means to resolve this issue. I possess a sensing talisman imbued with a trace of my consciousness. As long as this friend holds the talisman, I will be able to sense his location. Of course, if he ventures beyond 50 miles from my position, I will lose this ability. Thus, he need not fear that his whereabouts will be revealed to me. Once he has traveled 50 miles, he may even destroy the talisman. What does this friend think of this proposal?" the black-clad man inquired, directing his gaze towards the elegantly dressed gentleman. The burly man in red smiled and nodded, remaining silent thereafter, clearly content with the arrangement. In contrast, the elegantly dressed gentleman hesitated, for his previous words concealed another intent. Relinquishing such a precious spirit herb was an unthinkable sacrifice, yet he had already consented to the offer of 10,000 spirit stones and agreed to withdraw from the matter. He had not anticipated that the disciple of the Earth Demon sect would devise such a clever plan. Both men were now gazing at him, awaiting his response. Realizing he must articulate something, he pondered swiftly, and within the span of 3 breaths, his eyes sparkled with a sudden insight. He spoke, "Very well. I shall heed the counsel of my 2 esteemed friends and take my leave." The man in black and the burly man in red exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement, each tossing him a storage bag containing 5,000 spirit stones. The black-clad man then threw a talisman to him as well. After examining the contents of the 2 bags and finding them satisfactory, the elegantly attired man nodded appreciatively and declared, "Since the spirit stones have been provided, I shall take my leave." Without delay, he grasped the talisman and departed from the scene. Once the elegantly dressed gentleman had left, the disciple of the Earth Demon sect remarked with a chuckle, "Let us wait for half an hour. Once that fellow is beyond my sensing range, we shall engage in our duel." The burly man in red grunted in response and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. A quarter of an hour later, more than 20 miles away, the elegantly dressed man suddenly halted. He let out a sinister chuckle and retrieved a white-furred demon mouse from his spirit beast pouch, an insignificant first-tier, low-level demon beast, comparable in strength to a cultivator of the first or second layer of chi refinement. He placed the talisman into a small pouch and hung it around the demon mouse's neck, instructing it, "Run straight ahead." After releasing the creature, he gave it a gentle pat, causing the mouse to squeak twice before darting away with surprising speed. Chuckling to himself, the elegantly dressed man turned on his heel and hurried back along the path he had come. Upon nearing the 2 men once more, with half an hour nearly elapsed, he concealed himself behind a large boulder, patiently awaiting the moment when the 2 would engage in combat. so he could swiftly seize the spirit herb. Meanwhile, Wu Fan, hidden in his location, was attentively observing the scene before him when a voice reached his ears. "Master, the man who just left has returned. He is hiding not far from here." Surprised by Ling Yur's revelation, Wu Fan surmised that the disciple of the Ouyang family was still tenaciously pursuing the spirit herb. He chuckled softly, choosing to ignore the man and continuing to watch the two before him. Moments later, the disciple of the Earth Demon sect stood up and smiled at the burly man in red, saying, "I sense that fellow has vacated the area. Let us move further away to engage in our duel, lest we inadvertently damage the spirit herb here." "Very well, let me witness your prowess, my friend. Should you emerge victorious, I would not hesitate to grant you the elixir," declared the man in red, taking a step back before remaining still. The man in black, observing this slight retreat, chuckled knowingly, aware of the mutual distrust that lay between them. Deep down, he too was apprehensive that the other might seize the opportunity to snatch the elixir while he was unguarded. Thus, he too stepped back, his gaze fixed intently upon the man in red. Any sign of movement from him would prompt an immediate response. Seeing the other retreat as well, the man in red nodded in satisfaction, then lifted his leg to step back once more, his eyes unwaveringly trained on his opponent. The two continued to withdraw step by step until they had distanced themselves 100 paces from the elixir, at which point they halted simultaneously. The man in red then spoke, "Let this be the battleground. The aftermath of our duel should not disturb the elixir." "Agreed," replied the man in black nonchalantly. Chapter 123. A fortnight as the two individuals unleashed their magical artifacts and engaged in combat, a sudden flash of white light darted past the location of the spiritual herb. When the white shadow vanished, the precious xylem leaf grass also disappeared without a trace. Upon realizing this unforeseen turn of events, the duo immediately halted their skirmish and hurriedly glanced toward the site of the herb. Their expressions shifted dramatically. The burly man in red bellowed, "Who is it? Quickly return the spiritual herb to me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swiftly pursued the direction of the white shadow. The man clad in black remained silent, his face ashen, as he hastened forward. They had not anticipated that someone else was observing their actions, resulting in both of them failing to seize the precious herb, which ultimately fell into another's grasp. At that moment, they felt as if they had swallowed a dead rat, their hearts brimming with a seething rage. Once the duo departed, a figure emerged from the vicinity. It was a disciple of the Ouyang clan, his expression grim as he watched the direction in which the two had flown. He had not expected that just as he was about to take action, he would be a step too late, allowing another to claim the prize. Just as he turned to leave, he felt a sudden movement from the spirit beast pouch at his waist. His expression shifted, and he swiftly turned back, calling out, "Who is there? Show yourself." As his words echoed, a figure slowly emerged from the grass before him. It was Wu Fan, albeit in a different attire and altered appearance. Wu Fan smiled at the man, saying, "Ah, my friend, you are quite formidable to have detected my presence. Impressive indeed. Your concealment techniques are remarkable. My spirit-seeking mouse has only just now detected you. I presume the xylem leaf grass has fallen into your hands?" Upon realizing that his opponent had only reached the 11th layer of qi refining, a smile crept onto the man's face. Before Wu Fan could respond, he continued, "If you hand over the xylem leaf grass, I shall spare your life and allow you to leave. What do you say? Oh, do you really believe you can eliminate me so easily? I shall not part with the spiritual herb. If you possess the capability, then go ahead and kill me. All that I own shall be yours." Wu Fan replied with a teasing smile. "Very well, since you insist, prepare to meet your demise." The man in splendid attire chuckled malevolently, then swiftly produced a gleaming silver spear from his storage pouch, hurling it toward Wu Fan with great speed. It was indeed a top-tier magical artifact. Wu Fan had no intention of wasting time. He too retrieved his storage pouch, and the silver moon soared forth to collide with the man's spear. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear not far from the man in splendid attire, where he released a burst of golden radiance. Seeing his spear thwarted, the man intended to make another move, but upon noticing Wu Fan's sudden disappearance, he recognized that his opponent had mastered a body technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a shield to protect himself, only to find that Wu Fan had already closed the distance between them. Before he could take any further action, a radiant golden light enveloped his body. Instantly, He felt as if an immense mountain were pressing down upon him, requiring him to expend more than half of his strength merely to counteract the overwhelming gravity. Shock coursed through his mind, and a look of terror emerged upon his face. However, Wu Fan was not inclined to grant him any moments of contemplation. In a mere 2 strides, he closed the distance to the man and unleashed a powerful right fist upon the shield. With a thunderous crash, the shield was sent hurtling away, and without pause, Wu Fan delivered another fierce blow directed at the man. With a sharp impact, the man was sent flying backward like a severed kite, ultimately crashing to the ground. Devoid of breath, the entire confrontation transpired in less than 5 breaths' time, concluding the battle swiftly. Wu Fan approached, collected the opponent's storage bag and magical artifacts, and then cast a fireball, reducing the corpse to ashes. At that moment, a white shadow suddenly darted toward him from a distance, moving with such speed that Wu Fan could scarcely discern its form. Yet, upon recognizing the white figure, a smile broke upon his lips. Soon, the apparition reached his side, revealing its true form as the little white fox, Linger. At that moment, Linger held in her mouth 2 storage bags and a precious herb, the latter being the coveted Xylan leafgrass. The 2 storage bags undoubtedly belonged to the black-clad man and the red-robed giant, whom Linger had dispatched. Previously, when Wu Fan observed the 2 men distancing themselves from the herb, he felt assured it would remain unharmed. He had promptly released Linger to retrieve the herb, resulting in the current scene. "Well done, Linger. An excellent job," Wu Fan exclaimed, crouching to gather the herb and storage bags from Linger's mouth. Giggle. Just a small feat. Linger joyfully pranced around Wu Fan in a few circles. "Let us continue our quest for more herbs." Wu Fan affectionately stroked Linger's snowy fur before rising and moving forward. Thus, the pair of man and beast resumed their search for more herbs. Half a month later, Wu Fan and Linger had already departed from the dense forest, now traversing a vast plain. During this fortnight, with Linger's assistance, Wu Fan had amassed a considerable collection of herbs, having nearly gathered all the necessary auxiliary herbs for refining foundation establishment pills and longevity pills. Additionally, he had come across several other rare herbs, leading him to a bountiful harvest. Throughout this period, Wu Fan had also vanquished numerous demonic beasts in pursuit of herbs. Naturally, he refrained from approaching areas inhabited by more formidable beasts, opting to maintain his distance when Linger forewarned him. In this span, he encountered a handful of cultivators, no more than 20, due to the sheer vastness of the secret realm, which rendered encounters exceedingly rare. However, as time progressed, the disciples would gradually converge toward the center of the secret realm, increasing the likelihood of future meetings. Among the 20 or so individuals he encountered, 3 belonged to the Earth Demon sect, whom he ruthlessly eliminated. Naturally, his motives for slaying the disciples of the Earth Demon sect stemmed not only from enmity, but also from a desire for plunder. As for the remaining individuals, he chose to maintain his distance, avoiding any close encounters. Although he entertained other thoughts, he ultimately decided against them, for he dared not underestimate any cultivator. Who could guarantee that among these practitioners, there were none possessing hidden strengths akin to his own? Should he cross paths with a cultivator beyond his means to confront, the consequences would be decidedly unfavorable. Linger, upon traversing this plain, we will arrive at the canyon. The jade slip bestowed by my master contains records of the spiritual herbs he requires from that very location. Let us quicken our pace. Wu Fan instructed Linger ahead of him. Linger turned to Wu and replied, "Very well, master. Let us hasten our journey." Chapter 124. The Three-Eyed Poison Toad. 3 days later, Wu Fan stood upon the cloud mist vessel, his countenance rather grim. He had initially intended to stroll leisurely across the expansive plain with Linger, hoping to discover a greater abundance of spiritual herbs. However, he ultimately encountered a pack of demonic wolves, most of which were of the 1st and 2nd tiers. Yet among them were a few formidable 3rd-tier wolves. After a fierce battle, Wu Fan managed to escape, thanks to the cloud mist vessel. At this moment, the vessel transformed into a white cloud, gliding gracefully through the sky. As Wu Fan gazed downward, his eyes brightened, a mountain range unfolded before him. He then retrieved a jade slip given by his master for comparison and smiled, saying, "Linger, the mountain range ahead is the location of the gorge. It appears we have traversed the plain. Let us descend. Yay, how wonderful. Finally, we can go down to play." Linger, having grown weary of the cloud mist vessel, expressed her delight at the prospect of descending. Thus, Wu Fan lowered the cloud mist vessel, and the duo, one human and one beast, gradually made their way deeper into the mountains. 2 hours later. Master, I sense a spiritual entity 5 miles ahead, but it seems there are demonic beasts in that area. Should we proceed? Linger turned to Wu Fan and inquired. Were you able to discern the tier of those demonic beasts? Wu Fan asked after a moment's contemplation. Master, Linger could only detect the presence of some demonic beasts. They did not release their demonic energy, so I could not ascertain their tier. However, I believe they must exceed the second tier, Linger replied, somewhat embarrassed. Given that, let us approach stealthily. Linger, you should first enter the spirit beast pouch. I shall advance quietly on my own. I fear that those demonic beasts may sense your presence. Wu Fan suggested after careful consideration. All right, Linger responded, transforming into a beam of white light and darting into the spirit beast pouch. Wu Fan employed the heavenly ghost concealment technique and proceeded cautiously forward. After a quarter of an hour, he halted beneath a craggy mountain peak. Not far ahead, he spotted a cave entrance on the mountainside, and Linger had just conveyed to him that the spiritual entity resided within. Wu Fan felt a twinge of hesitation, uncertain whether to enter. If a third-tier demonic beast dwelled within, he and Linger together could likely confront it. However, if it were a fourth-tier beast, that would pose a significant challenge. After deliberating for a moment, he resolved to investigate, feeling it would be a pity to leave without exploring further. With this thought in mind, Wu Fan affixed a talisman to himself and slowly approached the cave entrance. Upon entering the cave, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Wu Fan furrowed his brow and continued deeper into the cave. Before long, he emerged from a small opening, revealing a vast cavern before him. This cavern, several hundred feet in size, boasted a ceiling soaring to nearly 10 feet high. In the center, there lay a small pool of water, bordered by a dozen plants of rare medicinal herbs. Upon sighting these herbs, Wu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, for among them were 2 specimens he had been diligently searching for. One was a principal ingredient for the Foundation establishment pill, while the other was required by his master. Although elated, Wu Fan dared not act impulsively. He was nestled against a crevice in the stone wall, so tense that he scarcely dared to breathe. On the opposite side of the pool, 3 toad-like demonic beasts lingered. Wu Fan recognized them as 3-eyed venomous toads, each measuring about 10 feet in length. Their bodies covered in festering sores and displaying a grotesque array of colors, with a third eye protruding from their foreheads. These venomous toads were perilously toxic. A mere splash of their venom would result in a horrific demise. Wu Fan was taken aback by the presence of 3 of these creatures simultaneously. Yet they remained oblivious to his presence, their eyes closed and bodies still, occasionally emitting a low croaking sound as if they were sleeping. Fearful of awakening them, Wu Fan remained motionless, pondering how to procure the precious herbs. After some contemplation, he communicated telepathically with Linger. Linger, with your speed, if you were to dash over, could you collect those herbs before the toads could attack? Master, if I were to pick just one herb, evading their attacks would be manageable, but retrieving all of them would consume too much time. I fear Linger hesitated. What then? With my heaven ghost concealment technique, they surely wouldn't detect my presence. Yet if I were to approach, I would inevitably make a sound, alerting them, Wu Fan admitted, feeling at a loss. Master, while I can employ the earth escape technique, I cannot utilize your concealment technique. If I exit the spirit beast pouch, the toads would undoubtedly sense my aura. What should we do? Linger too was stumped. After a moment of thought, Wu Fan's eyes brightened with inspiration, and he conveyed to Linger, Linger, you are aware of the formation I possess. If I were to set it up outside the cave, could you lure these 3 toads out? I will give it a try, but I fear they may not all emerge. Linger expressed her concern. With no other options, we must attempt it. If it fails, we can devise another plan. Wu Fan resolved, determined to proceed. Very well, Master, Linger replied, her voice resonating with agreement. Having made his decision, Wu Fan wasted no time as he retraced his steps back along the original path. Upon exiting the cave, he immediately began to set up the bewildering array of the mysterious heaven and divine severing formation at the cave entrance. Once all preparations were complete, Linger soared from the spirit beast pouch and gracefully alighted on the ground. Linger, it's up to you now, but do keep your safety in mind. If the situation becomes dire, Return promptly and do not take unnecessary risks, Wu Fan cautioned her earnestly. Understood, master. You can rest assured, Linger replied, transforming into a white specter as she dashed toward the cave entrance. Wu Fan paced within the formation, his heart heavy with concern for Linger, uncertain of the dangers she might face. He was all too aware of the formidable nature of the three-eyed venomous toads, and with 3 of them lurking within the cave. His anxiety heightened. As he anxiously endured the passage of time, a sudden exclamation from the cave entrance pierced the silence. Master! Master! I've only lured out 2 of the venomous toads. One remains inside. As Linger finished her sentence, a white figure sprang from the cave, plunging directly into the formation. Indeed, it was Linger herself. Seeing her return unscathed, Wu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he beckoned her closer. Once she stood at his feet, Linger spoke again. Master, what should we do? There is still one left in the cave. We shall address that shortly. First, let us deal with these 2. Wu Fan's words were interrupted as 2 three-eyed venomous toads suddenly leaped from the cave, entering the formation with a swift, ominous grace. Chapter 125. The arrival of the spiritual medicine. As the 2 venomous toads entered the formation, they croaked a few times before beginning to jump about chaotically, clearly disoriented. He, master, quickly dispatch them. Look how dazed they are, Linger exclaimed, her laughter ringing with delight at the sight of the toads' antics, finding it quite amusing. Indeed. Wu Fan chuckled. To him, once the venomous toads stepped into his formation, they were as good as doomed. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and the celestial fire of the heavenly net surged forth, racing toward the 2 toads. Just as the fire was about to reach one of them, it seemed to sense an approaching danger and let out a series of frantic croaks. In an instant, a red object shot out from its gaping maw, propelling forward with great speed. With a whoosh, the red object ignited upon contact with the celestial fire, and upon closer inspection, Wu Fan realized that it was the toad's tongue. The toad let out a pitiful wail, and before long, the celestial fire had followed the path of its tongue, engulfing its entire body and reducing it to ashes within mere moments. Without pausing, the celestial fire continued its relentless pursuit towards the second toad. In just a few breaths, the second toad met the same fate as its predecessor. Seeing both toads vanquished, Wu Fan retracted the celestial fire and turned to Linger, who was standing at his feet. Linger, can you coax out the last toad? I'm not sure, but I'll give it a try, Linger replied before darting into the cave. After waiting for quite some time outside the cave, Wu Fan grew concerned when Linger had yet to re-emerge. Fearing for her safety, he hurriedly ventured inside. The scene that greeted him was both amusing and perplexing. The 2 demonic beasts were staring at each other, frozen in place, while Linger's eyes glowed red as she focused intently on the toad, which merely gazed back at her in a daze. Observing the toad's 3 eyes revealed a complete absence of any spark of intelligence. Wu Fan understood that Linger was employing an illusionary technique on the toad. Upon noticing Wu Fan's arrival, Linger quickly transmitted a thought. Master, you finally came. Quickly, eliminate it. I can't approach. I'm afraid it might wake and spray venom at me. Though Wu Fan felt a chuckle rising within him, he recognized the urgency of the situation and did not dare to delay. He swiftly unleashed the celestial fire of the heavenly net toward the toad. With a whoosh, the toad was instantly ignited and reduced to ashes in no time. Once the toad was slain, Linger finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the red glow in her eyes dissipating as she rushed toward Wu Fan. He laughed heartily. Haha. Linger, what happened? Wasn't I supposed to have you lure it out? Why did you end up confronting it? Yes, I came to lure it out, but to my surprise, the silly creature refused to budge. I thought to provoke it, but it attempted to attack me. I had no choice but to control it, mainly because I was afraid it would spray venom at me, Linger earnestly explained to Wu Fan. Upon hearing her words, Wu Fan burst into hearty laughter. After some playful banter between the man and the beast, Wu Fan approached the water pool and harvested several precious herbs. Holding the herbs in his hands, he felt a surge of joy. After all his efforts, he had finally acquired these coveted plants. Subsequently, Wu Fan, accompanied by Linger, ventured deeper into the mountains, heading towards the great canyon recorded in the Jade Slip. 3 days later, in a winding canyon, Wu Fan and Linger were progressing slowly. So far, Wu Fan had yet to discover the herbs that his master had mentioned. Linger, do you detect any medicinal herbs nearby? Wu Fan inquired, a hint of resignation in his voice. Linger, sniffing the air ahead, replied, "Master, I don't sense any spiritual items. Let us proceed further and see." "Very well." With that, the duo continued their journey. The canyon was less than 100 feet wide, flanked by steep cliffs, with only a narrow path stretching ahead. Wu Fan walked along this path, surrounded by various wild grasses and flowers, as well as twisted trees. They had been in the canyon for over an hour, yet not a single herb had been found. Wu Fan began to feel a sense of unease. This was unusual. Normally, even upon entering a mystical realm, one would often stumble upon spiritual herbs amidst the dense forest. Yet, after traversing such a distance, Linger had not detected any trace of spiritual items. Could it be that other cultivators had already visited this place? After walking for a while longer, Wu Fan's unease grew. "Linger, could you please sniff again ahead and check if there are any traces left by other cultivators? Something feels amiss." "Master, I don't sense anyone ahead. It's indeed strange. How could there be no herbs?" Linger too was perplexed. Upon hearing Linger's response, Wu Fan's anxious heart calmed somewhat. He was well aware of Linger's keen sense of smell. If she claimed there was no one ahead, then it was likely true. An hour later, Wu Fan halted by a patch of grass, where he discovered a corpse beneath his feet. Judging by the attire, the deceased appeared to belong to the Medicine King Valley. Upon closer inspection, Wu Fan deduced that this individual had been slain by other cultivators, rather than by a beast. The absence of a storage bag and the nature of the wounds indicated that this person had been ambushed with a magical artifact, a fatal blow to the back, leaving a gaping hole. Upon encountering the body, Wu Fan instinctively placed his hand on the storage bag and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Yet he found no other cultivators nearby. He then communicated with Linger. "Linger, do you sense anyone nearby?" "I don't detect anyone, Master." "Could it be that the person is ahead, beyond my range of perception?" Linger lifted her small head to gaze at Wu Fan, questioning him. "I don't believe so. That person should be nearby. If he had just committed murder and left, why wouldn't he incinerate the body?" Wu Fan pondered thoughtfully. "Could it be that this individual intends to use the corpse to lure us?" Linger suggested, tilting her head in contemplation. "Indeed, it is quite possible. He must be lurking nearby, intent on murder and plunder. If my conjecture holds true, he likely possesses some covert means, which is why we have yet to detect his presence." Wu Fan's eyes gleamed as he contemplated and communicated telepathically. "Master, but why has he not struck at us?" Linger pondered, somewhat perplexed. "Haha, foolish Linger, his hesitance to act is undoubtedly due to you. He is not a fool. Upon realizing you are a third-tier spirit beast, he would think twice before making a move. I believe he is currently hoping for our swift departure," Wu Fan conveyed with a smile. Chapter 126. Linger unleashed at this moment. Concealed within the grass several dozen paces away from Wu Fan, two men were observing him with grim expressions. One was a towering figure, rugged and bearded, possessing the cultivation of great perfection in qi refinement. The other was of medium build, with a fair complexion, a practitioner at the 11th level of qi refinement. In truth, their focus was not on Wu Fan himself, but rather on the petite white fox beside him. Wu Fan had indeed deduced correctly. These two men intended to lure unsuspecting cultivators using a corpse, planning to ambush and seize their treasures. They were aware that any cultivator passing through would inevitably pause to investigate, particularly to check for storage bags, as such items would likely be left behind if the victim had been slain by a beast. When a cultivator stopped to examine the body, the two would strike with ruthless efficiency. Employing this tactic over the past 10 days, they had already eliminated 3 groups of individuals. However, they had not anticipated encountering someone accompanied by a third-tier spirit beast today. Under these circumstances, they found themselves forced to remain hidden, dreading discovery. Fortunately, prior to entering the secret realm, their master had provided them with 2 high-level concealment talismans. By sheer luck, they had encountered one another shortly after entering the mysterious domain, and since then, they had been engaged in their nefarious activities within this ravine. "Brother Gu, what should we do now?" the pale-faced man inquired, fear etched across his features. "I never expected this brat to possess a third-tier spirit beast. It's simply unbelievable. How did he manage to tame such a creature? What else can we do? Just lie low and remain silent. Otherwise, we shall meet our end here. Let us hope he departs with the spirit beast soon." Brother Gu replied, his expression grim. "But why hasn't he left yet? He and that spirit beast have been standing there for a while. Do you think they've noticed something?" The white-faced man questioned anxiously. "Su, could you refrain from troubling me? How would I know why he hasn't left? Ugh, what terrible luck to encounter such a formidable opponent today. Brother Goose snapped impatiently. Seeing her senior brother's irritation, the white-faced man fell silent. At that moment, Wu Fan ceased his idle chatter with Linger, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he spoke. Friend, come forth. I am aware of your presence nearby. If you wish to eliminate me, why hide in the shadows? After a brief pause with no response, Wu Fan continued. Since you choose not to reveal yourself, I shall compel you to do so. With that declaration, Wu Fan opened his mouth, unleashing the heavenly fire of the heavenly net, which immediately surged forth and ignited the surrounding grass, transforming the area into a blazing inferno. In their concealed position, the pale-faced man was now panic-stricken. Brother, what do we do? That brat knows we are nearby. If we do not act soon, the flames will reach us. However, Brother Gu's face was ashen, and he remained silent, uncertain of what to do. If he were to flee now, that young man would undoubtedly notice him. Though he did not fear the young man himself, he was acutely aware that the latter's spirit beast was a genuine third-tier monster, equivalent to a foundational stage entity, which was certainly daunting. Brother Gu's mind raced as he contemplated the situation. After a moment's deliberation, he gritted his teeth and suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Esteemed fellow, please refrain from hostility. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely sought to avoid unnecessary trouble and have no desire to cause you any harm. Upon seeing Brother Gu rise, the fair-skinned man hastily followed suit, stating, My fellow, my brother speaks the truth. We mean no offense. If you do not believe us, we shall leave at once and linger no longer. Although they spoke these words, both had discreetly placed their hands on their storage pouches, clearly prepared for a confrontation. In truth, they understood that their words lacked persuasive power. How could they expect others to believe them unless they were simpletons? They only hoped that their adversary was not a reckless killer. Wu Fan, observing the two emerging from a distance of several dozen yards, smiled. And as he was about to speak, Linger suddenly burst into laughter. Master, you are truly remarkable. You guessed correctly. Indeed, there are individuals nearby who manage to evade my keen senses. Quite impressive. Wu Fan paid no heed to Linger, instead turning his gaze to the two men and saying, Esteemed fellows, since this is a misunderstanding, you may take your leave. I share your sentiments. It is far better to avoid conflict. There is no need for violence. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, indeed. You speak wisely, my fellow. We have come to this secret realm solely to gather spiritual herbs. Why engage in battles? Rather than squandering time in conflict, we should seek out more spiritual herbs. Given your open-mindedness, we shall not impose further and will take our leave. The fair-skinned man expressed his delight, preparing to turn away. However, upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Brother Gu furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend whether the young man truly believed them or if his spirit beast was merely for show, lacking any real combat prowess. He could not fathom that such merciful individuals existed in this world, yet the young man had clearly stated that they could depart. Did he have other plans in mind? Nonetheless, this was not the time for further contemplation. He had no desire to risk a confrontation and decided it best to retreat for now. With that thought, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Wu Fan and turned to leave, though his consciousness remained alert, keenly observing the young man's every move. His right hand never strayed far from his storage pouch. Meanwhile, Wu Fan simply smiled silently. After the two had taken several steps, he looked down at Linger and instructed, Linger, retrieve their storage pouches. Understood. I'll do it right away. Linger exclaimed with a giggle before suddenly transforming into a white shadow, darting swiftly towards the two men, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Brother Gu was ever vigilant against sudden attacks from his adversaries. When he saw the fox spirit beast darting towards them at an alarming speed, a pang of dread gripped his heart, prompting him to swiftly produce a shield from his storage bag and position it behind him. He then turned and shouted, Be cautious, Brother Su. Upon hearing Brother Gu's warning, the fair-skinned man felt a surge of panic and hastily turned to respond. However, at that moment, a white shadow flashed past him. Those who beheld him then would notice several crimson lines appearing on his neck. His eyes widened in shock, and he emitted a series of choking sounds. Suddenly, the crimson lines on his neck ruptured, spraying blood outward in a gruesome display. After a brief tremor, the fair-skinned man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. When Brother Gu witnessed the horrific fate of his junior, his face turned ashen with terror. He finally comprehended the true menace of the white fox. which he had previously underestimated as lacking combat prowess. There was no time for reflection. After claiming one victim, Linger surged towards Brother Gu with unrelenting speed. As she approached from behind, he barely had time to shift his shield before she zipped past him like a streak of white. The grim fate that befell him mirrored that of his junior, as similar crimson slashes appeared on his neck, blood spraying forth as he crumpled to the ground. Chapter 127. Yinliang. At this moment, Wu Fan was making his way over, a smile evident upon his face. Upon reaching the vicinity of the two corpses, Linger had already been waiting, clutching two storage bags in her mouth. "Well done, Linger," Wu Fan exclaimed joyfully as he extended his hand to receive the two storage bags. He then conjured two fireballs, reducing the bodies to mere ashes. Taking care of them was a piece of cake," Linger proclaimed proudly. Wu Fan shot Linger a glance before beginning to inspect the contents of the storage bags. Moments later, a smile spread across his face as he held several spiritual herbs in his hands. To his delight, the herbs he sought were conveniently contained within the bags. And there were quite a few. These were the very herbs his master had instructed him to find. Additionally, he discovered dozens of other rare spiritual herbs within the bags, indicating that these two had indeed taken many lives in their quest for treasures. There were also about 40 to 50,000 spirit stones, a fortunate windfall for Wu Fan. "Let us proceed, Linger. We shall continue our search for more spiritual herbs. We have a month to explore the outskirts of the secret realm before we must advance to its central region. We aim to locate all the places recorded in the Jade Slip within this month, and then we shall make our way to the center," Wu Fan declared. Glancing down at Linger, "Master, what is the central region like? Are there many spiritual herbs there? If there are plenty, why not head directly there?" Linger inquired, tilting her little head. "It is said that the central region is abundant in spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, we were not directly transported there. If we attempt to reach it now, it may be too late. I suspect that many cultivators have already gathered there. I wonder if senior brother Wei Qi and senior sister Ling Wei were transported to the central region as well. For now, we should search the outskirts. Although the spiritual herbs here may not be as plentiful as in the center, the area is vast and the number of people is fewer. With your abilities, Linger, we may very well find as many herbs as anyone else," Wu Fan concluded, lifting his foot to continue onward. Linger found merit in her master's words and refrained from further discussion, following closely behind Wu Fan. Within a vast cavern of the secret realm, two men were seated cross-legged. One of them, in his 30s, was quite handsome, save for a small mole the size of a pinky finger on his right cheek. Without that blemish, he would have been undeniably striking. The other man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, donned a long black robe, with thick eyebrows and prominent eyes. His complexion slightly darkened, and his hair elegantly arranged in an updo, showcasing his mastery at the peak of Qi refinement. At that moment, the two men sat opposite each other, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, the man with the mole opened his eyes, a powerful aura emanating from his body, followed by a hearty laugh. As he released his energy, the younger man immediately opened his eyes in awe, hastily rising to his feet with a respectful bow, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Xing, on successfully advancing to the Foundation establishment stage. Our Earth Demon sect now boasts another elder." Upon uttering these words, he immediately sensed the impropriety of his statement and hastily clarified, "Elder Xing, do not take offense. I mistakenly addressed you incorrectly just now, referring to you as my senior brother. Henceforth, I shall appropriately address you as Elder." The man known as Elder Xing retracted his formidable aura, rising to his feet to stretch his limbs, and clenched his fists with increasing delight. At that moment, he casually struck out with his palm to the right, unleashing a massive black palm imprint that soared through the air and crashed into a distant boulder with a resounding thud, shattering it into countless fragments. As the debris scattered across the ground, he nodded approvingly, seemingly pleased with his own handiwork. The young man in his 20s, witnessing this spectacle, felt a tremor in his heart and bent lower in deference. "Thank you, Chen Shizhi, for safeguarding me. My cultivation is now solidified. We may depart," Elder Xing announced, seemingly in good spirits, choosing to overlook the earlier disrespect from the young man. "As you command," the young man replied, bowing once more. The two then exited the cave. Within the secret realm, in a damp and shadowy cavern, a young man sat in stillness, his complexion pale as if afflicted by a grave illness. At the age of 28 or 29, He donned a gray robe, his lips notably thin and, upon closer inspection, blackened. Behind him stood a figure, a humanoid monstrosity clad in silver armor, its eyes an eerie white void, devoid of pupils, and filled with sharp fangs. Its visage bore a purplish hue, and its long, black nails were truly fearsome. This grotesque entity stood motionless, akin to a corpse, lacking even the slightest breath, while the young man remained oblivious to its presence, seated in meditation, immersed in his cultivation. After a span of half a day, the young man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a sinister smile that exuded an air of malevolence. Rising from his seated position, he surveyed his surroundings before turning to the humanoid creature, muttering to himself, I, Yin Liang, have finally advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Now, I shall wreak havoc within this secret realm. The sect master instructed me to procure ample spiritual herbs, but now I must seize them from other cultivators. Yet, with my current prowess, who shall I fear? Moreover, I possess a silver-armored corpse as my ally. The sect master truly is generous, entrusting me with this equivalent to a foundation establishment stage silver corpse. However, I am aware of his intentions. He merely seeks to provide me with assistance in gathering more spiritual herbs within this realm. This aligns perfectly with my desires. With my newly attained foundation establishment strength, combined with the silver corpse, I can eliminate anyone I wish in this secret realm. After Yin Liang's soft muttering, he reached out to caress the grotesque visage of the creature, a look of infatuation dawning upon his face. He continued to murmur, I wonder if that old wretch will be able to bestow upon me this armored silver corpse upon our return from the secret realm. If I have this silver corpse as my ally, I could walk with impunity within the sect. Yin Liang circled the creature several times, then performed a single hand seal and pointed towards the armored silver corpse. At that moment, the creature's eyes suddenly shone with a brilliant silver light, and its menacing mouth, filled with sharp fangs, abruptly opened, emitting a chilling roar. Any timid soul witnessing this scene would surely be terrified beyond measure. Yet, Yin Liang merely smirked and commanded, Go, destroy the massive stone at the cave entrance. Obediently responding to the command, the armored silver corpse rushed towards the boulder at an astonishing speed. Upon reaching the stone, it let out a fearsome howl and swung its palm, using its sharp, obsidian claws to shatter the boulder into fragments in an instant. The once formidable stone, as hard as iron, crumbled like tofu beneath the might of this monstrous being. Chapter 128. The emergence of mini Yin Liang, bearing an enigmatic smile, slowly approached the cave entrance. Casting a glance at the armored silver corpse, he tapped his storage pouch, and a coffin soared forth, landing gently on the ground. With a creaking sound, the coffin lid opened, and Yin Liang commanded, Enter. The armored silver corpse obediently complied and stepped into the coffin. Yin Liang, with a flick of his hand, closed the lid and secured the coffin within his waist pouch. Stepping out of the cave, he inhaled deeply, his sinister smile transforming into a cruel expression. He murmured to himself, It is time to venture forth and slay for spirit herbs. I hope those disciples from other factions gather ample herbs, providing me with greater spoils. With that, Yin Liang soared away from the location, his destination unknown. Within the secret realm, in a secluded valley, 3 figures stood, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men towered over the others, exceeding 9 feet in height. Robustly built, clad in a vibrant red robe, with eyes like bronze bells and short hair standing like steel needles. He wore a broad smile as he stood upon the grassy expanse. The second man, of average stature yet muscular, had his long hair cascading wildly, his complexion flushed, and he too donned a red robe, bowing respectfully to the towering figure. The final figure, a woman of striking beauty, possessed a fair complexion adorned with a sensuous mouth, a delicate nose, and captivating eyes glistening with moisture. She gazed at the burly man with rapt attention, a hint of crimson gracing her fair cheeks, the thoughts within her mind remaining a mystery. At that moment, the long-haired man spoke, Congratulations, Brother Lei, on your advancement to the foundation establishment stage. From this day forth, our alchemy sect gains another elder of the foundation establishment. Upon your return to the sect, Master will undoubtedly be thrilled. Indeed, Brother Yang speaks true. Brother Lei's breakthrough to the foundation establishment is a momentous occasion. With you by our side, sister, and I shall feel much safer within this secret realm. I am truly delighted, The woman chimed in, her laughter ringing like bells. Brother Lei, the robust man, was immensely pleased. Hearing their words only heightened his joy, and he laughed heartily. Thank you, Brother Yang and Sister Lu, for your kind words. My breakthrough to the Foundation establishment is indeed fortunate, thanks to the sect leader's favor. Before my departure, I was gifted 2 Foundation establishment pills, alongside one that I already possessed, which allowed me to achieve this success. Now that I have reached this stage, you may rest assured that I shall look after both of you. Haha. Brother, your favor from the sect leader is a testament to your abilities. You possess exceptional talent, and your diligent cultivation has enabled you to forge top-tier magical artifacts, a feat unmatched by others. I firmly believe that upon our return from this secret realm, you will swiftly step into the ranks of artifact refiners. At that time, you will be capable of crafting spirit artifacts, and I shall seek to be close to you for assistance. Brother Yang praised enthusiastically. Giggling, I say, Brother Yang, we ought to address Brother Lei as Elder Lei from now on. Calling him brother repeatedly is rather improper, Sister Lu teased with a playful smile. Indeed, is it not so? Look at my mind. I can only blame myself for addressing you as senior brother for so many years that it has become second nature, and I didn't even realize it for a moment. Please forgive me, Elder Lei. Yang, the junior brother, feigned a moment of enlightenment, giving his head a light tap. Haha. Junior brother, junior sister, what are you saying? When have we ever been so formal? You may continue to call me senior brother. I am not like others, bound by so many rules. Elder Lei cast a playful glance at the two, exuding a spirit of generosity. Giggling, then I shall be brazen, but speaking of which, Elder Lei, should we not take our leave from here? With your current level of cultivation and the spirit weapon at your side, who in this secret realm could possibly stand against you? It would be better for us to enter the core area early, and then. Sister Lu paused mid-sentence. Indeed, senior brother, let us depart. We have yet to gain any rewards here. Junior brother Yang chimed in. Very well, let us set forth. Elder Lei responded without hesitation. Thus, the three departed from the valley, their flight directed towards the core area of the secret realm. Within the secret realm, the stone door of a cave slowly swung open, and a young, fair-skinned Taoist emerged. Clad in a Taoist robe, with his hair styled in a topknot and a whisk in hand, he bore a friendly expression. Standing at the cave entrance, he glanced around with a smile, softly murmuring to himself, At last, I have advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. My master has been generous, granting me this rare opportunity. I must not disappoint him. Having already delayed for over a month, I shall now vanquish demons and protect the Tao to acquire spirit herbs. With that, the fair-skinned young Taoist smiled faintly and soared towards the horizon. In the secret realm, atop a majestic peak, 2 figures stood. Both donned azure robes. One a tall and robust man with a ruddy complexion, appearing to be in his 30s. The other was of average build, in his late 20s, slender and pale, with long hair cascading over his shoulders. The stout man spoke with a hearty laugh. Haha, one junior brother. We owe our gathering on this peak to the map given to us by the sect leader. I did not anticipate that you would advance to the Foundation establishment stage so swiftly. Haha, did not senior brother Chi also ascend to the Foundation establishment stage? I extend my congratulations to you. It is indeed fortunate that the sect leader chose both of us. I would not dare to be negligent. Upon entering the secret realm, I immediately entered seclusion to attempt a breakthrough. Just now, having solidified my cultivation, I came to find you. One junior brother replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed, I too have just solidified my cultivation and hurried over to await your arrival. I had only waited 3 days for you to come. With both of us having advanced to the Foundation establishment stage and joining forces, I believe no one in this secret realm can obstruct us, senior brother Chi said, his face beaming with joy. You are right, senior brother. With our combined strength, who shall we fear? This time, we are certain to reap abundant rewards and make a significant contribution to our Medicine King Valley. At that time, the sect leader will undoubtedly treat both of us well. Master One nodded in agreement. Indeed, what you say holds merit. Let us not delay further. We shall depart at once, inquired Brother Chi. After Master One acquiesced with a nod, he rose and soared towards the horizon, with Brother Chi closely following in his wake. By the edge of a serene lake stood a man, his hands clasped behind him. With flowing long hair and a fair complexion, he donned a moon-white robe, exuding an air of handsome elegance. He gazed intently at the tranquil surface of the lake before him. Behind him stood a woman of innate beauty, her figure graceful and delicate, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age, possessing the cultivation of complete chi refinement. She looked at the man's silhouette, seemingly torn between speaking and remaining silent. Chapter 129. The Twin-Winged Silver Lion. Brother Lin, have you solidified your cultivation? The woman finally inquired. The man slowly turned around, gazing at her with a faint smile. Xiangru, I sense your thoughts. You wish for me to leave this place swiftly, do you not? The woman bit her lip, nodding in agreement. Yes, brother. We have yet to locate the spiritual herb, and the secret realm has been open for over a month now. I am concerned that it matters not. Although I have emerged from my seclusion for 3 days, I have yet to depart because I await someone. I believe she will arrive in the next couple of days, Brother Lin explained with a smile. Who are you waiting for? Xiangru asked, puzzled. Hee. You will know when she arrives, Brother Lin teased with a grin. Just then, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the horizon, softly stating, she is here. Xiangru also looked toward the sky, yet saw nothing. After a few moments, a dark spot appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging until a woman became discernible. She rode a flying sword, donned a flowing white gown, and had her long hair elegantly pinned up. Approximately 30 years of age, she exuded an aura of regality. Brother Lin nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing her. Xiangru, however, expressed astonishment, followed by joyous exclamation, Sister Qinya, you have also reached the foundation establishment stage? This is wonderful. Now our Qingfeng sect boasts 2 foundation establishment cultivators. The woman named Qinya gracefully descended to the ground, offering a slight bow to Brother Lin, before turning to Xiangru. Sister Xiangru, I too have just stabilized my cultivation. I must apologize for my tardiness. You and Brother Lin have awaited me for quite some time, haven't you? Hee. Not at all. We've only waited 3 days. Brother Lin hadn't mentioned that you would be coming, which left me quite puzzled, Xiangru chuckled. Qinya turned her gaze back to Brother Lin, her expression one of curiosity. Hee. I merely wish to keep Xiangru in suspense. I am well aware of her impatient nature. Brother Lin chuckled. Upon hearing this, Qinya shot him a bemused glance. Brother Lin, Sister Qinya, your successful advancement to foundation establishment must have been due to the sect master providing you with foundation establishment pills, correct? But why did the sect master not inform all disciples in advance? This would allow the others to heed your commands within the secret realm, Xiangru questioned, perplexed. Qinya, upon hearing this, smiled awkwardly and glanced at Brother Lin. Seeing his lack of reaction, she pondered briefly before responding, Sister Xiangru. Normally the sect master strictly forbids such matters from being disclosed. However, since you have already surmised it, I shall be forthright. As you have guessed, Brother Lin and I indeed received foundation establishment pills ahead of time, which enabled our successful advancement. The sect master chose not to inform the other disciples to prevent feelings of unfairness. After all, nearly half of the disciples entering the secret realm have already attained the peak of chi refinement. Can you imagine their reactions if they learned that the sect master had bestowed foundation establishment pills upon us? As long as it remains unspoken, the other disciples will refrain from voicing their thoughts. Even if they harbor suspicions, it matters little. Let us not forget that those who ascend to the rank of core disciples possess a foundational elixir. Thus, Lin and I may confidently assert to others that we succeeded in our advancement solely through this singular elixir. Do you comprehend now? At this juncture, Lin spoke up, Xiangru. You might wonder why the sect leader does not distribute more foundational elixirs to other disciples. It is essential to understand the immense value of these elixirs. Our tradition at Qingfeng sect dictates that during the inter-sect competition held every 5 years, only 30 foundational elixirs are awarded to the top 30 core disciples. This tradition is not to be altered lightly, and the issuance of 30 elixirs is already the limit within our sect. I suspect other sects follow a similar practice, which is why not every disciple entering the secret realm can obtain one. Now do you see? Oh, I understand, Xiangru replied. However, I shall not dwell on this matter. Since the sect leader has chosen you, there must be consideration behind it. I also recognize that both Sister Qin and Brother Lin possess strength and spiritual roots far superior to others. I cannot compete with you. Xiangru's earlier disappointment transformed into a sense of acceptance, as though a burden had been lifted. At this moment, Lin chuckled, saying, Sister Xiangru, do not be disheartened. Upon our return from the secret realm, you will receive 2 foundational elixirs, and perhaps you too will successfully advance to the foundational stage. As for Sister Qin and me, we shall not receive any elixir as a reward. Xiangru nodded, her eyes sparkling with hope. Enough of this. Let us hasten our departure. I believe some disciples from other sects have also successfully advanced to the foundational stage, and they will surely seek out their peers to engage in conflict and treasure hunting. We, as disciples of Qingfeng's sect, must guard against their malicious intentions. Therefore, we need to swiftly gather some disciples around us for protection. This is also a task entrusted to us by the sect leader, Qin stated solemnly. You speak wisely, Sister Qin. Let us set forth immediately. Lin concurred. Thus, the three soared from the ground simultaneously. In other regions of the secret realm, during this fortnight, several cultivators have also successfully advanced to the foundational stage, including disciples from various immortal families, all venturing deeper into the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the core area of the secret realm, peril looms not from these newly advanced foundational disciples, but from formidable beasts. Within a vast valley in the core area, if one were to look closely, they would discern thousands of beasts lingering there. Surprisingly, these creatures do not engage in combat. Rather, they sit quietly on the ground. Even the avian species have descended, filling the valley with a myriad of forms. Most of these beasts are of the second rank, though over 23rd-rank beasts are interspersed among them. At the forefront of this assembly stands a fourth-rank beast, a magnificent silver-winged lion. The silver lion with dual wings is no ordinary beast. It stands as a formidable entity among fourth-tier demon beasts, possessing strength equivalent to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Observing the horde of demon beasts below, it appears to be scrutinizing its army. The creatures tremble in fear, paralyzed and silent. After a brief moment, the silver lion suddenly roars, and moments later, its call ceases. As if commanded, the demon beasts swiftly disperse from the area. Once the horde has vanished, the silver lion astonishingly begins to speak in the human tongue. These accursed humans return every 30 years. This time, as the Lion King, I shall ensure none escape. I am eager to see if you dare to return again. After muttering to itself, the silver lion rises and departs, moving towards a direction shrouded in a misty white haze. Chapter 130. The iron or the dual-winged silver lion's ability to articulate human speech is, in fact, quite commonplace, albeit one might argue otherwise. Cultivators are well aware that once a beast reaches the third tier, it possesses the capacity for spoken language. Once the horizontal bone in its mouth is developed, it can express itself verbally. What is truly unusual is that beasts typically refrain from speaking human language. It is only spirit beasts, subdued by humans, that engage in verbal communication with their masters, much like the little white fox, Linger. Moreover, this dual-winged silver lion possesses an intellect on par with that of humans, which is exceedingly rare. Typically, beasts only attain such cognitive abilities upon reaching the fifth tier. The little white fox, Linger, exhibited remarkable intelligence even at the early stages of the third tier, a phenomenon that is nothing short of extraordinary. When Wu Fan first recognized this, he was astonished for quite some time. However, it should be noted that even at the second tier, Wu Fan had already discerned Linger's high intelligence, which influenced his decision to take her under his wing. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, beasts often exhibit high intelligence from a young age due to their pure bloodlines, the specifics of which remain a mystery. The reason the dual-winged silver lion can speak without provocation is that it is not native to this secret realm. 200 years prior, it was a spirit beast belonging to a human cultivator from the outside world. Tragically, that cultivator was slain upon entering the secret realm. Yet the lion survived. Over time, it gradually reverted to its primal beast nature, developing a deep-seated animosity towards humans, which explains the earlier incident. At this moment, Wu Fan remains oblivious to the events transpiring within the secret realm. He and Linger tirelessly continue their search for spiritual herbs, driven by Linger's extraordinary sense of smell. Over the past month and a half, Wu Fan has been continually impressed by Linger's olfactory prowess. With her assistance, he has gathered an impressive array of spiritual herbs, totaling over 1,000 specimens. However, not all were collected through foraging. A portion was acquired through more nefarious means. Wu Fan has nearly amassed all the necessary ingredients for crafting Foundation establishment pills, with only 2 primary herbs remaining. For the longevity pills, he is merely 1 herb short of completion. At present, The duo is racing through the mountains when Linger exclaims, "Master, hurry. We are almost there. There must be a treasure buried beneath. It certainly isn't mere spiritual herbs. I have a strong feeling it is a vein of, or, as the area exudes a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Linger, I am already moving at my utmost speed. Please wait for me." Wu Fan calls out, his face flushed with exertion. Upon hearing her master's words, Linger chuckles and slows her pace. A quarter of an hour later, they arrive at a desolate mountain. Linger positions herself at the edge of the mountain, turning to Wu Fan to declare, "Master, the location I sensed is directly beneath this barren mountain. There is undoubtedly something of great value here. Linger, are you certain there is a vein of, or here?" Wu Fan inquires, his excitement palpable. Linger speculates that it must indeed be an or vein, for such a vast area would not otherwise radiate so much energy. Linger nodded affirmatively and said, "Haha, that is wonderful. You're truly remarkable, Linger. Without hesitation, let us descend." Wu Fan laughed heartily. "Master, do not rush. Allow Linger to go down and investigate first. After all, Linger possesses the art of earth evasion. Once Linger ascertains what spiritual entities lie below, you may descend without delay." Linger proposed thoughtfully, "Very well, in that case. I must trouble you to scout ahead, but do ensure your safety. Also, take this storage pouch with you," Wu Fan instructed, producing a storage pouch and putting it around Linger's neck. "Understood, Master. You need not worry," Linger replied, and with a sudden burst of white light, she plunged into the ground, causing the surface to ripple like water before settling back into calmness. Wu Fan, left with nothing to do, waited anxiously above. After half an hour had passed without Linger's return, he grew increasingly concerned. What could be amiss? Was there some danger lurking below? Restlessly pacing the ground, he felt a sense of urgency. After all, he lacked the ability to perform earth evasion himself. After a while, a brilliant white light burst forth from the ground, revealing Linger in her true form. Wu Fan exhaled deeply, chiding, "Linger, why did you take so long? I feared you had encountered some peril down there." Emerging, Linger shook herself and approached Wu Fan, explaining, "Master, you have no idea. There are a few armored beasts below, though they are merely second-tier demonic creatures. It took considerable effort for Linger to vanquish them. These armored beasts are indeed tough-skinned and meaty, making them quite difficult to kill. Moreover, the underground is their territory, and their innate abilities are amplified there, which is why I returned later than expected." Wu Fan finally understood the situation and quickly inquired, "Ling, you weren't injured, were you?" "No, not at all. Hee, they could not harm Ling," she playfully replied. "Did you manage to discern any mineral veins down there?" Wu Fan asked, eager for more information. "Yes, indeed. Linger saw something, though I cannot name it. It sparkled with a silver sheen. However, I brought some back in the storage pouch," Linger declared proudly, holding the pouch in her mouth as she approached Wu Fan's feet. "Oh, is that so? Let me see what it truly is," Wu Fan exclaimed, reaching for the storage pouch and examining its contents. Inside, he discovered numerous luminous objects resembling shards of stone, all glimmering with a silver radiance. Upon seeing these silver fragments, Wu Fan's face lit up with joy, and he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Haha, it turns out to be secret silver essence stones. Linger, you have truly made a remarkable contribution." Seeing her master's delight, Linger realized the value of the discovery and inquired, "Master, what are secret silver essence stones? What purpose do they serve?" "Ha, Linger, perhaps you do not comprehend this, but the secret silver essence is indeed a remarkable treasure. If one were to refine this essence into secret silver fine iron, it would become an item fiercely contested even by the venerable elders of the Golden Core stage. This secret silver fine iron is not only extraordinarily durable, but also remarkably lightweight. And what makes it even more precious is its rarity within the realm of cultivation. Its primary application lies in weapon crafting, serving as a superior material for the creation of magical treasures, which are utilized solely by cultivators of the Golden Core stage. Moreover, should one add a modicum of this secret silver fine iron to a spirit tool, it would elevate the tool to a higher tier. Now do you grasp the true value of the secret silver essence? Hee, does this not signify our fortune, as there is an abundance of it below? Upon hearing Wu Fan's explanation, Linger too burst into jubilant laughter. Chapter 131. The mining of secret silver. Linger, how much of this secret silver or remains below? Wu inquired eagerly. There is still plenty, Master. Just follow Linger down, and you shall see, Linger replied with a playful giggle. But I cannot burrow into the earth, Wu admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That is simple. Master, you just need to hold on to Linger's tail. And I will take you down, Linger declared proudly. Very well then, Wu said, and with that, he grasped Linger's tail. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped Linger, and ripples formed beneath their feet as the pair burrowed into the ground. In less than a quarter of an hour, Wu found himself in a natural cavern underground, where shimmering silver light surrounded him. The walls were adorned with secret silver ore. Excitedly, Wu unsheathed his sword and chipped away a piece from the wall, examining it closely before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, these are secret silver ores. Linger, time is of the essence. Let us commence our mining. Thus, the duo set to work diligently, and as the chunks of secret silver ore filled their storage bag, Wu's spirits soared. In this flurry of activity, half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. As the last piece of secret silver was secured in their bag, Wu turned to Linger and asked with a smile, Linger, are you certain there are no more secret silver ores underground? None at all, truly. Does Master doubt Linger's instincts? She replied, puffing up her cheeks in mild indignation. Haha, I merely fear we might have overlooked something, since there is nothing left. Let us ascend. The secret realm will close in a month, and we must hasten to the central area. Our harvest has been remarkable. If I refine these secret silver ores into fine iron, it would certainly suffice for a golden core cultivator to forge 7 or 8 magical artifacts. I never anticipated our luck would be this splendid. Should these ores be found in the outside world, golden core cultivators would surely vie for them with fervor. Wu chuckled heartily. Master, what shall we do with these secret silver ores? Are we selling them? Linger tilted her head in curiosity. Of course. They will be preserved in a small space. These secret silver ores cannot be exposed to light. If I were to sell them, would I still have my life intact? Wu retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. But with so many ores, Master, you need them all. Even if you advance to the golden core stage in the future, you require this many ores, Linger asked with a smile. Let us not concern ourselves with future matters just yet. For now, these ores must remain concealed. When my master advances to the golden core stage, I will provide him with some to forge a splendid artifact, and we can plan the rest when I reach that stage myself, Wu determined after a moment's reflection. After a brief chat, the duo emerged from the earth and made their way toward the central area. 5 days later, on the periphery of the core region, a dense forest sprawled before him, overgrown with underbrush and thickly wooded. In this thicket, a dramatic chase unfolded. A robust man in his 30s was sprinting ahead, his face ashen with fear, pursued relentlessly by 7 or 8 ferocious beasts. These creatures were all second-tier beasts, including iron lion beasts, bladehorn tigers, jungle howling wolves, wind-blade leopards, azure bulls, and iron-bone snakes, some of the more formidable entities among their kind. The man's heart sank. Prior to entering this secret realm, he had diligently gathered information about it, compiling data from the experiences of those who had ventured there before. The documents had stated that within the realm, different species of beasts would not unite to hunt humans, as they typically fought among themselves when they encountered one another. Yet now, the situation was dire. How had they become so unified? With his mastery at the peak of chi refinement, he found himself utterly incapable of contending with so many elite second-tier beasts. If these creatures caught him, would he even survive? He would surely become their next meal. The more he ran, the colder his heart felt. The beasts were closing in at an alarming speed, and he dared not take to the skies on his sword, knowing that such a move would only hasten his demise. Glancing upward, a bitter expression adorned his face as he observed even more beasts soaring above. He could clearly see several avian beasts gliding at low altitudes, their wings beating audibly, accompanied by a cacophony of roars. Their flying speed far surpassed his own. Meanwhile, Wu Fan and Linger had reached the outskirts of the core area, traversing the dense forest. Their recent endeavors had yielded considerable success, yet the number of beasts they encountered had markedly increased. Periodically, they would slay a beast, and although Linger could sense the creature's positions beforehand, they found themselves relentlessly pursued regardless of the direction they took, as if swarms of beasts had encircled the core region. Thus far, they had dispatched 7 or 8 beasts. Linger, what is happening? The data did not indicate such a multitude of beasts in the central area. Have they gone mad? Wu Fan exclaimed in frustration. extracting his silver moon sword from the skull of a beast and casting a glance toward Linger in the distance. At that moment, Linger had just vanquished a second-tier beast, the swift wind wolf. Linger, too, was puzzled. Normally, beasts of differing species could not coexist harmoniously, yet she observed that when these beasts encountered one another, they did not engage in combat. Instead, they seemed to act with a peculiar discipline, directing all their aggression toward Wu Fan. In a tone of mischievous glee, Linger remarked, "How delightful." Wu Fan, unable to suppress an exasperated glance at Linger, then raised his gaze skyward. Through the dense foliage, he occasionally caught glimpses of beasts soaring past. "Let us proceed," he declared, resuming his march forward. A quarter of an hour later. "Ah, master, there is a group of beasts pursuing someone ahead." Linger suddenly halted her steps and turned to Wu Fan, saying, "Let us ignore it and proceed cautiously." Wu Fan replied directly, as he had no time for distractions. The journey thus far had already left him perturbed by the constant threat of demonic beasts. However, I sense that the person's aura is somewhat familiar. Should we not go to his aid? Linger implored her master once more. "Oh, are you perceiving the presence of a disciple from the Qingfeng sect?" Wu Fan inquired with a hint of confusion. "Indeed, it must be a disciple of the Qingfeng sect, someone who frequently encounters you. I have previously detected his scent within the spirit beast pouch," Linger affirmed with certainty. "Were those demonic beasts of a high rank?" Wu Fan asked cautiously. "Giggle, fear not. Master, there are a total of 8 demonic beasts, all of the second tier. They are merely stronger than the average of their kind." Linger chuckled lightly. "In that case, let us hasten to rescue him. I wonder who it could be from within the sect," Wu Fan mused, his eyes glimmering with determination before deciding to take action. "Master, let us make haste. He is in peril," Linger urged fervently. Chapter 132. Gaining people's hearts. Having spoken, Wu Fan swiftly propelled himself forward. Meanwhile, the robust man, pursued by the ferocious beasts, found himself engulfed in despair. Mere moments had elapsed, and the distance between him and the pursuing monsters had diminished from 100 feet to less than 10. He understood that his life was forfeit. With gritted teeth and a fierce glint in his eyes, he resolved to halt and engage in a desperate fight. Should he perish, he would take 2 of the beasts with him. Resolute, he abruptly came to a stop, revealing a determined expression. He tapped his storage bag, and 2 exquisite flying swords erupted forth, darting towards the nearest beasts. With another swift motion, he summoned a shield that expanded to the size of a yard, positioning it in front of him. He then produced a talisman and hurled it toward the beasts. With these preparations complete, he concentrated on directing the flying swords to assault the 2 creatures. The flying swords indeed managed to intercept the first 2 beasts, a forest wolf and an iron lion. The talismans also had some effect, as explosive sounds erupted around the other beasts, unleashing fireballs, ice spikes, water arrows, and wind blades upon them. However, these talismans were only of low-grade offensive type. They could provide a slight hindrance, but were incapable of slaying such formidable foes. The beasts, akin to fully realized Qi practitioners, possessed thick hides and robust physiques, rendering them impervious to the talismans. Following the cacophony of explosions, the monsters bore some superficial wounds, yet they remained unfazed. Their ferocity only intensified as they emitted furious roars and continued their charge toward the man. Upon witnessing this, the man's complexion turned ghostly pale. He could only fend off the 2 beasts, while the remaining 6 were beyond his control. The first to advance was a verdant bull beast, which charged headlong into the shield with a resounding crash, sending the shield flying. The iron-boned serpent and the knife-horned tiger revealed their menacing fangs, surging forth in an instant. At this juncture, the man had relinquished all hope of resistance. His pallid face reflected the terrifying visages of the beasts. He recognized his impending doom. Having initially anticipated returning from the secret realm with 2 foundational pills, along with the potential gift of a 3rd from his master, which would have granted him a 70% chance of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. He had reveled in this prospect for some time, yet he now faced the bitter reality of never escaping this realm. Perhaps it was fate. He simply did not possess the fortune to become a foundation establishment practitioner. At that moment, the knife-horned tiger's cavernous maw was less than a foot away from him. With his speed, evasion was futile, even if he managed to escape. Where could he hide? Surrounding him, both land and sky were teeming with beasts, leaving him nowhere to flee. In that moment of peril, a fleeting white shadow darted past before his eyes. The man could barely discern what it was, but to his astonishment, the blade-horn tiger before him suddenly opened its sinister eyes and emitted a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground, its body convulsing violently. Stunned, the man looked closely and noticed that crimson blood was gushing from the tiger's neck, signaling its imminent demise. Just then, the white shadow flashed back, and a similar fate befell the iron-boned serpent, which also crumpled to the earth. His expression transformed into one of delight as he gazed ahead, only to witness several demonic beasts fleeing in terror from a raging inferno, their cries echoing in the air. Upon further inspection, he involuntarily gasped, realizing that 3 of the demonic beasts were missing. A glance to the sides revealed the grim truth. 3 had perished, reduced to mere ashes in the distance. Thus, the white shadow flitted back and forth 2 more times, with the golden-purple flames incinerating the last of the demonic beasts, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. The man experienced an overwhelming sense of relief, his body trembling with exhilaration. As he relaxed, he sat down upon the grass, and at that moment, a voice reached his ears. "Senior Brother Wei Qi, are you unharmed?" Upon hearing this voice, the man turned around to see Wu Fan, disbelief flooding his gaze. He then glanced toward a nearby white fox and struggled to articulate, "Junior Brother Wu, did you save me? Is that little white fox your spirit beast?" Wu Fan rolled his eyes at the obviousness of the question. "Is there anyone else here besides me?" However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply smiled. "You are correct, Senior Brother Wei Qi. It was indeed I who came to your rescue, and this little white fox is also my spirit beast." As he approached Wei Qi, Wu Fan was surprised to discover that it was his senior brother who had fallen victim to the beast attack. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. Had he been even a moment later, the Danding Peak would have lost a core disciple. Wei Qi, astonished by Wu Fan's admission, marveled at his junior brother's formidable prowess. Not only did he possess a 3rd-tier spirit beast, but he also wielded that fearsome flame. With such capabilities, even without advancing to the foundation establishment stage, Wu Fan had no reason to fear early-stage cultivators, and he could even hold his own against mid-stage practitioners. At that moment, Wei Qi felt a profound gratitude toward his junior brother. In his hour of greatest danger and helplessness, it was Wu Fan who had come to his aid. As long as he could survive, he held hope for advancing to the foundation establishment stage, a prospect that he attributed to Wu Fan. Furthermore, he recalled the time he had been gravely injured by the Iron Tower, and it was Wu Fan who had avenged him. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to him. In his heart, he silently resolved that from now on, he would unconditionally heed Wu Fan's requests. Regardless of right or wrong, Wei Qi rose to his feet, facing Wu Fan, and with a deep bow he solemnly expressed, "Junior brother, I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention that saved me from peril. The debt of gratitude I owe you is beyond measure. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. Senior brother, you overstate the matter. We are both disciples of Danding Peak, and it is only natural for me to assist you in your time of need. There is no need for you to dwell on it," Wu Fan replied, gesturing dismissively, taken aback by his senior's words. "Junior brother, while it may have seemed a trivial act to you, for me it is a monumental favor. Regardless of your perspective, I have firmly resolved my stance," Wei Qi declared with earnest sincerity. Wu Fan shook his head in resignation and continued, "I have no other requests, but I wish to keep my secrets concealed from others. I kindly ask you to maintain discretion regarding this matter." With that, he offered a slight bow to Wei Qi. "Rest assured, junior brother, I shall not divulge anything," Wei Qi promptly assured him. In truth, he understood without Wu Fan needing to elaborate. Given his junior's remarkable cultivation and the possession of such invaluable treasures, it was inevitable that others would succumb to covetous desires if they became aware. Chapter 133. The Rampant Beasts. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan nodded slightly. He indeed wished to keep his trump card concealed, hence his request. Now that the matter here had been resolved, he intended to proceed deeper into the central area. He spoke, "Senior brother Wei Qi, I noticed you hastening from ahead. Do you know what transpired within? Why are there so many beasts relentlessly pursuing humans?" "Well, to be honest, I am not entirely certain either. As I ventured towards the central area, I noticed an increasing number of beasts, and eventually, they appeared in swarms. Deeper within, I encountered other cultivators who were, like me, being chased by these creatures. I suspect something significant has occurred, Wei Qi replied without providing a clear explanation. Have you seen Senior Sister Shuhui? Wu Fan inquired further. I have not. In fact, I just arrived at this central region. Wei Qi shook his head. This poses a problem. The central area is perilous, and the secret realm will close in just over 20 days. Senior Sister Shuhui is bound to arrive, and we must find her quickly, or I fear for her safety. Wu Fan said, his brow furrowed. Junior brother, your words hold merit. Let us not delay. We shall set off at once. Wei Qi nodded in agreement. Wu Fan acknowledged him, then continued deeper into the area, with Wei Qi and Ling Er closely following. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ling Er spoke up. Master, 3 individuals are approaching us, and behind them, there are over 10 beasts. They too seem to be fleeing. There are indeed many people in this central area. We have scarcely entered and already encountered others. Wu Fan remarked. This is to be expected. In just over half a month, the secret realm will close, and the exit will open right here in the central area. During these remaining days, all disciples from various sects will surely converge here. Wei Qi added. Wu Fan nodded, then turned to Ling Er, asking, what rank are those beasts? They are merely of the 2nd rank, Ling Er replied nonchalantly. Then we shall not take a detour. That would waste time. Let us see if those 3 are disciples of the Qingfeng sect. If so, we shall offer our assistance, Wu Fan decided. Wei Qi nodded, no longer doubting Wu Fan's prowess after witnessing his capabilities. Senior brother Wei Qi, do you possess the skill of concealing one's aura? Wu Fan turned to him with a question. Upon hearing this, Wei Qi immediately understood and nodded in affirmation. Very well, let us conceal ourselves. If those 3 are our sect's disciples, we will act. If they belong to another sect, well, Wu Fan chuckled ominously, clearly indicating his indifference. It would be best if the beasts devoured them. In such a case, their storage bags would be ours. Junior brother, an excellent notion, Wei Qi concurred with a grin. Thus, the 2 concealed themselves within the nearby foliage, patiently awaiting the arrival of the 3 individuals. Meanwhile, the little white fox, Ling Er, took a more direct approach, suddenly emitting a radiant white light before sinking into the ground. After a brief moment, 3 figures emerged in the distance, 2 men and a woman, their faces etched with panic. Clad in gray robes, their complexions pale, not from fear, but rather the result of prolonged exposure to darkness. Hot on their heels were a dozen monstrous beasts, closing in within mere 10 paces, threatening to overtake them at any moment. Brother Chun, this frantic escape is futile. Those beasts will soon catch up with us. One of the men exclaimed anxiously. Indeed, Brother Chun, perhaps we should cease our flight and confront these beasts instead? The female cultivator suggested, her expression equally distressed. The elder among them, who had remained silent thus far, furrowed his brow in contemplation and glanced back momentarily. After a moment's reflection, his gaze sharpened, and he declared, very well, I concur with your propositions. Continuing to flee is impractical. Those beasts are far too swift. It would be wiser to fight to the death. Here is my plan. We will halt, position ourselves back to guard against any surprise attacks from behind. Simultaneously, we shall unleash all of our corpse puppets to impede the beasts while we remain within, maneuvering our magical artifacts to strike. Do you both understand? Understood, brother, replied the younger man. I comprehend, brother. This strategy is quite ingenious. Excellent, let us halt now. As soon as the elder's words fell, the trio came to an abrupt stop, forming a protective circle. They swiftly began their preparations, retrieving over 30 crimson coffins from their waist pouches and casting them into the distance. Once the coffins struck the ground, they tirelessly began to form hand seals and chant incantations. At that moment, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The coffins stirred mysteriously, and a cacophony of thuds resonated as the lids flew open, revealing grotesque figures rising from within. These humanoid monstrosities varied in form. Some bore wide jaws filled with fangs, their nails exceeding an inch in length, draped in shaggy white fur, white-haired zombies. Others donned iron armor, their eyes a blood-red hue, with pallid skin, refined corpses. Most numerous were the shambling figures with ghastly white eyes and gaping maws, moving sluggishly like the undead. Despite their diverse appearances, they shared a singular trait, a terrifying visage that struck fear into the heart. As these zombies, refined corpses, and shambling corpses emerged, they erupted into frenzied howls and charged at the monstrous beasts. The beasts, now within striking distance, roared in fury upon sighting these abominations and lunged toward them, resulting in a chaotic clash filled with the sounds of tearing flesh and enraged cries. "Quickly, release the artifacts to attack," shouted the elder man. Upon hearing the call from their senior brother, the other two individuals, equally eager, hastily tapped their storage pouches, releasing their magical artifacts to launch an assault against the monstrous beasts. Meanwhile, the battle ahead had turned decidedly one-sided. The mindless corpses were far too weak, utterly incapable of standing against the formidable beasts. Only a few white-haired zombies and the iron-armored corpses could hold their ground momentarily. Yet it was evident that they could not endure for long. Just as the beasts were on the verge of breaking through, one of the men among the trio, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "Brother Chun, what are you doing? What do you mean by this? How could you abandon us so callously?" The woman, her face ashen, echoed his sentiments with equal fervor. At that moment, however, Brother Chun had already fled without a backward glance. In truth, he had long since prepared for his escape, fully aware that, even with their combined strength in the presence of the reanimated corpses, they stood no chance against the ferocious beasts. Thus, from the very beginning, he had intended to utilize his junior colleagues as a diversion while he made his retreat. Chapter 134. Brother Lin. At this moment, upon witnessing Brother Chen's escape, the two initially contemplated fleeing as well. However, they soon found themselves encircled by the ferocious beasts, leaving them no choice but to grit their teeth and continue controlling their magical artifacts in battle. Meanwhile, the reanimated corpses they had summoned were dwindling, with only 4 or 5 remaining, desperately battling the beasts. In less than 10 breaths, the male and female duo found the beasts closing in on them. Amidst a cacophony of screams, they were torn into shreds. The remaining reanimated corpses, lacking a controller, became sluggish and were soon overwhelmed by the beasts, meeting a fate similar to that of the duo. At that moment, several beasts suddenly charged forward, heading straight towards Wu Fan's concealed position. Startled by this turn of events, Wu Fan turned to Brother Wei Qi, who displayed an expression of embarrassment. He realized that his whereabouts had been compromised due to the inadequacy of his concealment technique, which failed to deceive the beasts. With no other option, Wu Fan rose to his feet and opened his mouth, unleashing the heavenly flame with a swift motion. The flame soared towards the beasts, and with a series of hissing sounds, the foremost beasts were reduced to ash. The heavenly flame continued its relentless pursuit, targeting the beasts behind. After a brief moment indeed, this wondrous fire is remarkable. These second-tier beasts are utterly defenseless against it, Wei Qi remarked, having witnessed the beast's transformation into ashes. What you may not realize, brother, is that while this spiritual flame is effective against second-tier beasts, it is far less effective against those of the third tier and above, Wu Fan replied candidly. That is still quite impressive. Moreover, with your third-tier spirit beast by your side, confronting third-tier beasts should pose no challenge, Wei Qi continued to praise. Wu Fan chuckled softly and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, a white figure appeared at Wu Fan's feet, revealing Linger, who was clutching 3 storage bags in her mouth. It was evident that the fleeing Brother Chun had also fallen victim to Linger. Wu Fan cheerfully accepted the storage bags, glancing at them before putting them away. He then said, "Let us hasten our search for Sister Xuehui. Given the current situation, it seems that the deeper we venture, the more beasts we shall encounter. We need to exercise greater caution. Your words are indeed wise, little brother. Let us not hesitate any longer. We must proceed." Wei Qi nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio continued their journey forward. Meanwhile, in the central area, a chaotic chase unfolded as disciples from various sects were relentlessly pursued by the beasts. Many cultivators had already become prey, and fewer than 50% of them remained alive. The atmosphere in the central region was tumultuous, with all cultivators losing interest in seeking spiritual herbs, yearning instead for the swift closure of the secret realm to escape this place overrun by beasts. In this chaotic expanse, a select few cultivators revel in their circumstances, for their formidable prowess renders them unperturbed. They slay second-tier beasts with the ease of dispatching fowl and face third-tier monsters without trepidation, retreating at will should the need arise. These cultivators are the newly advanced Foundation Establishment disciples. Naturally, these disciples find great joy in the turmoil around them, where countless ordinary disciples are pursued by beasts. However, It is not always the beasts that claim these ordinary disciples' lives. Rather, they often fall prey to the foundation establishment disciples, who seize their treasures with ruthless efficiency. The rationale is straightforward. The ordinary disciples, pursued relentlessly, become easy targets, their presence magnified by the widespread fluctuations of spiritual energy, making them akin to moving troves of riches, readily captured by the foundation establishment disciples. Tragically, the fruits of their arduous 2-month search for spiritual herbs ultimately benefit others. Yet, some disciples are fortunate. Having been discovered and safeguarded by their own sect's foundation establishment disciples, thus escaping certain doom. At this moment, within a vast cavern in the core area, 4 to 5 dozen individuals linger. Among them, some engage in conversation, others meditate and rest, while a few display signs of anxiety. These individuals are none other than the disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Before them stand a man and a woman. The man is handsome and dashing, while the woman exudes grace and dignity. The two are deep in conversation, and a palpable reverence emanates from the other disciples as they regard the pair. Brother Lin, we have only located these fellow disciples thus far. Surely, there are others still alive outside. What should we do now? The woman inquires. Sigh. The beasts roam freely outside, and we must protect these disciples within the cave. There is but one course of action left. The man pauses, contemplating his next words. Are you suggesting we split up, Brother Lin? The woman, furrowing her brow, responds. Indeed, Sister Qin, you are correct. It must be done. I will head out to search for the remaining disciples while you remain here to guard the cave. Brother Lin replies, a note of resignation in his voice. Sister Lin, that is unwise. The central area has devolved into utter chaos, teeming not only with third-tier beasts, but also with foundation establishment disciples from other sections. Venturing out alone is far too perilous. It would be much safer for us to act together. Therefore, Brother Lin, I implore you to refrain from taking such risks alone. Qinya asserts, shaking her head. Brother Lin recognizes his sister's genuine concern for his safety and acknowledges the truth in her words. They had previously searched for disciples together, which indeed afforded them greater security. No foolhardy individual would dare to rob them. Yet, the current circumstances necessitate a change. Should they continue to act in tandem, they would need to escort all the disciples, a scenario that proves exceedingly cumbersome. Lin, the senior brother, was acutely aware of the dangers that awaited him outside. Yet, as he glanced back at the group of 40 to 50 individuals and contemplated the disciples who might be facing peril, he felt a profound reluctance. With a resolute expression, he declared, Junior sister, my mind is made up. I cannot abandon those disciples in their time of need. I must ask you to stay behind and hold the fort. Upon hearing his words, Qinya sighed inwardly. She understood the thoughts that occupied Lin's mind, and thus, she refrained from pressing further. Instead, she replied, Since you have made your decision, I shall respect it. However, please exercise utmost caution while you are out there. Do not undertake any actions beyond your means. Do not push yourself too hard. It is no small feat for our sect to gain a foundational stage cultivator, and you have a long journey ahead of you. Rest assured, I will be careful, Lin assured her. There is no time to hesitate. I shall set off at once. With a nod, he affirmed his determination. Qinya also nodded slightly in agreement. Lin cast one last glance at the disciples before stepping out of the cave, vanishing from their sight. Among the 40 to 50 disciples, some had been closely observing the two and had overheard the conversation between the senior brother and sister. A sense of respect began to blossom in their hearts for Lin's decision. Chapter 135, Fearless in Life and Death 7 days later. Within a dense forest, Wu Fan kicked the lifeless body of a demon beast, subsequently casting a fireball that ignited the carcass in an instant. He could scarcely muster the effort to collect the materials from these beasts. Not only did they encroach upon the limited space of his storage pouch, but they also bore little value in spirit stones. Throughout these days, Wu Fan and Wei Qi had been steadily advancing toward the central region, and they were now drawing near. However, they had yet to locate Xue Hui and were left wondering about her current circumstances. During this period, they encountered an increasing number of demon beasts, with sporadic appearances of several at a time, regardless of the direction they chose to traverse. This incessant onslaught was quite bothersome. Yet Wu Fan had no alternative but to proceed slowly. Naturally, the number of cultivators they encountered was also considerable. Over the past few days, more than 20 cultivators had perished at the hands of Wu Fan and Ling Er. These individuals had brought their fate upon themselves, Some sought to slay them for treasures. But alas, they had encountered formidable resistance. Wu Fan was not someone to be trifled with. Additionally, there were those who were pursued by demon beasts and sought refuge near Wu Fan. However, upon spotting the duo, they attempted to divert the danger towards them. With predictable consequences, Wu Fan would not allow them to escape unscathed. Of course, the spoils of their encounters were quite substantial, as he graciously accepted the storage pouches of these fallen foes. Brother Wei Qi, it has been so many days. Why have we not encountered a single disciple from the Qingfeng sect? Where could they possibly be? Surely, they cannot all have been slain by demon beasts? Wu Fan inquired. Puzzled. Who knows? Logically, they should not have disappeared. Could it be that they have congregated elsewhere? Wei Qi replied, equally bewildered. Are you suggesting that Sister Xuehui has joined them? Wu Fan pondered. It is a possibility, Wei Qi considered thoughtfully. Just as Wu Fan was about to speak again, Ling Er suddenly interjected. Master, Ling Er has detected 3 cultivators ahead. They too are being pursued by demon beasts. Ling Er, how many demon beasts are there? What is their rank? Wu Fan pressed for details. Master, there are 6 demon beasts in total, all of the 2nd rank. Ling Er promptly responded. Then let us proceed to investigate. If they are disciples of the Qingfeng sect, we shall come to their aid. Wu Fan declared, turning to his senior brother Wei Qi. Very well, I shall follow your lead, junior brother. Wei Qi nodded. Thus, the 2 men and 1 beast advanced toward the front. Moments later, Wu Fan beheld the 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, clad in moon-white robes, all possessing perfected qi refinement cultivation. Upon spotting them, Wu Fan and Wei Qi's eyes brightened with recognition. Brother Wei Qi, are these not disciples of our Qingfeng sect? It is fortunate that we arrived in time. Wu Fan exclaimed hastily. Indeed, our timing has been fortuitous. Had we delayed any longer, they would have been in peril. It appears that it falls upon you, junior brother, to come to their rescue now, Wei Qi acknowledged with a nod. While conversing, they did not halt their pace, swiftly making their way forward. Wu Fan turned to Ling Er and instructed, Ling Er, you should enter the spirit beast pouch. I can handle these demon beasts. Understood, master, she replied. After Ling Er spoke, she transformed into a fleeting white shadow that darted towards Wu Fan's waist, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Upon witnessing this, Wei Qi was momentarily taken aback, and then realization dawned upon him. He understood that the junior disciple wished to keep the existence of his 3rd-tier beast hidden from outsiders. At that moment, the trio found themselves in grave danger, as the pursuing beasts drew ever closer, their expressions turning grim. One of the men glanced back in haste, a resolute expression crossing his face as he addressed his companions. This is not a viable solution. We cannot outrun the beasts, and it is only a matter of time before they catch up to us. Here's what we shall do, junior brother, junior sister. You must flee first while I hold off the beasts. Lu Shixiang, no? What you propose is tantamount to a death wish. I cannot agree to this, the woman interjected, her eyes shimmering with tears, deeply touched by her senior's words. In truth, she was well aware that Lu Shixiang's intentions were solely for her sake. Over the years, she had sensed his affections for her, and she too harbored feelings for him, although that unspoken barrier had yet to be breached. Now that Lu Shixiang was willing to sacrifice himself to save her, how could she heartlessly acquiesce? If it came to it, they might as well face death together. At least they would have each other's company in the afterlife. The other man, upon hearing Lu Shixiang's words, initially felt a surge of hope, but after listening to Dong Shimi's reply, he could only sigh internally and say, Dong Shimi is correct. There is no need for Lu Shixiang to go to such lengths. Yet Lu Shixiang remained silent. As they ran, he turned to glance at Dong Shimi, his gaze softening with tenderness, which swiftly morphed into a steely resolve. Suddenly, he halted, drew forth 2 flying swords from his storage bag, and grasped the talisman in his hand, then shouted back, Junior sister, run. If there is a next life, Lu Yang, will surely seek you out again. Upon hearing his call, Dong Shimi trembled, hurriedly glancing back to see that Lu Shixiang had already come to a stop. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she instantly halted her flight and turned back towards him, crying out, Do not seek me in the next life. I will never leave you in this life. Even in death, we shall descend into the underworld together. You cannot abandon me. Lu Yang swayed slightly at her words, his eyes reddening, yet a smile broke across his face, filled with joy. Meanwhile, the man still running felt his resolve wavering, struggling internally, Ultimately, however, he did not cease his flight and quickened his pace ahead. At that moment, a cacophony of explosions erupted from Lu Shixiang's position, the sound emanating from the talismans he had cast, while the two flying swords soared towards the beasts. Dong Shimi soon joined him, unleashing her magical artifacts to attack the approaching monsters. At this juncture, both were too preoccupied to speak, for the beasts were now less than 10 paces away. And despite their combined efforts, they could not halt the advance of the 6 ferocious creatures. Just as the white-striped cloud leopard was about to close in, a radiant golden light suddenly enveloped the 2 individuals and the 6 demonic beasts surrounding them. Upon the emergence of this golden glow, the 6 beasts abruptly halted, their speed reduced by more than 50%. When Lu Yang and his junior sister Dong first registered this unexpected turn of events, they were momentarily taken aback. But their faces soon beamed with joy, for they realized that help had arrived. Hastily, they withdrew, deftly maneuvering their magical artifacts to continue their assault on the beasts, all the while scanning their surroundings for their savior. As their gazes shifted to the right front, they finally caught sight of the one who had intervened, instantly recognizing him as a member of the Qingfeng sect. Although they did not know his name, they had indeed encountered him during their journey to the secret realm. Chapter 136. The ambush. As Wu Fan unleashed the brilliance of the golden yuan, he simultaneously released the silver moon sword, while he had no intention of revealing the heavenly Luo extreme fire. However, with the formidable power of the golden yuan, the several demonic beasts, hindered by their diminished speed, could hardly withstand the onslaught of the 4 combatants. At that moment, senior brother Wei Qi arrived, joining the fray. He released 2 exquisite flying swords, directing them towards the attacking beasts. Thus, after a quarter of an hour of collective effort, the 6 demonic beasts lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Once the 4 retrieved their artifacts, Lu Yang and junior sister Dong hurriedly approached Wu Fan and his companion. Upon reaching them, both displayed expressions of gratitude, bowing deeply as they spoke. "Thank you for saving our lives, esteemed brothers. We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such formality." Wu Fan replied with a warm smile, gesturing dismissively. "Indeed, there is no need for such formalities." Wei Qi echoed with a chuckle. "If it were not for the assistance of the 2 esteemed brothers, Lu and I would have already fallen prey to those beasts. We shall never forget this immense kindness." Junior sister Dong declared. "She speaks the truth. The debt of life is greater than the heavens. Should either esteemed brother require our aid in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us," Lu Yang stated earnestly. Wu Fan and Wei Qi exchanged glances, then shook their heads with a smile, observing their silence. Lu Yang continued, "I am Lu Yang, a disciple of Yunhai Peak, and this junior sister, like myself, is also from Yunhai Peak, named Dong Jia. May I inquire about the esteemed brothers' names?" "Oh, I am Wei Qi, and this is my junior brother, Wu Fan. We are disciples of Danding Peak." Wei Qi responded first. Wu Fan nodded in agreement with a smile. "Haha, so you are disciples of Danding Peak. My apologies for the oversight." Lu Yang laughed heartily. Having recovered from the despair of earlier, Lu Yang was in high spirits, even feeling a surge of excitement. He recalled junior sister Dong's earlier words. Realizing that she held feelings for him, he now perceived their recent ordeal as a serendipitous event. He had gained a companion and miraculously survived. Ultimately, he felt a profound gratitude towards the 2 benefactors. Had they not intervened, even if he understood junior sister Dong's affections, what could he have done? They would still be unable to be together. Now, however, the situation was different. Upon their return from the secret realm, there was a possibility that he and junior sister Dong would advance to the foundation establishment stage, granting them a lifespan of 300 years, allowing ample time for their love to flourish. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Dong Jia was equally elated. Her already beautiful visage flushed with a hint of shyness, enhancing her allure. In the heat of the moment, she had uttered some rather embarrassing words, and now she found it difficult to meet Lu Yang's gaze. Wu Fan, observing their expressions, understood the nature of their relationship, having overheard their earlier conversation while rushing over. He smiled and spoke. "I noticed another disciple of our Qingfeng sect earlier. Do you happen to know where he has gone?" As Lu Yang and Dong Jia heard Wu Fan's words, their expressions simultaneously soured. Lu Yang let out a cold snort and said, "Brother Wu, you are unaware that Gu Liang, who just fled, is also a disciple of Yunhai Peak. Upon entering the secret realm, I have been searching for Sister Dong. Just half a month ago, when I finally found her, I also encountered Guliang, and the three of us decided to travel together. At that time, he proposed that if we faced danger, we should unite our strengths to ensure our safety. Sister Dong and I shared this sentiment, yet to our astonishment, when true peril arrived, he abandoned us and fled. We never anticipated he would be such a person. Dong Jie, filled with indignation, nodded in agreement, affirming Liu Yang's words. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan and Wei Qi grasped the situation, their anger simmering. Wu Fan contemplated that such a person was unworthy of rescue. Whether he lived or died was simply a matter of fate. Master, a notable foundation establishment cultivator, is approaching, Ling Er suddenly communicated to Wu Fan. Startled by the transmission, Wu Fan quickly scanned his surroundings. Just then, a voice resonated from the distance. Is this the person you seek? As the voice faded, a shadow swiftly descended from afar, landing at Wu Fan's feet. When the group looked down, they were met with the sight of a severed head, unmistakably belonging to the fleeing Guliang. Meanwhile, not far from them stood a man clad in luxurious garments, his long hair tied back, with a fair complexion, elongated eyes, and slightly pursed lips. His hands were clasped behind his back, and a faint smile graced his face. Upon seeing this man, Liu Yang and Dong Jie felt their hearts sink, their faces paling in fear, for they recognized him as a foundation establishment cultivator, undoubtedly here to kill them and seize their treasures. They cast a glance at Guliang's head, foreseeing their own grim fate, realizing that despite narrowly escaping death moments ago, they were now resigned to a similar end, their earlier relief turning to futility. In contrast, Wu Fan and Wei Qi remained composed, their expressions growing serious. Wei Qi was unafraid, for he was aware of his junior brother's strength and knew that he possessed a spirit beast whose power rivaled that of the man before them. Upon encountering this man, Wu Fan sighed inwardly. He had hoped to conceal his abilities from outsiders, yet the time had come for him to reveal his true cards. At that moment, Liu Yang stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Dong Jie, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Esteemed elder, we are disciples of Qingfeng's sect. May I inquire what matters you require assistance with?" "I am indeed aware that you are disciples of Qingfeng's sect," the fair-skinned man replied, a hint of mockery evident in his demeanor. "I come not to request your services, but merely to borrow some items from you. Pray tell, esteemed elder, what do you wish for?" "Whatever I possess, I shall gladly provide," Liu Yang responded with utmost reverence. In truth, Liu Yang is not foolish. He is well aware that his interlocutor is merely toying with him. Yet, what options does he have? He can only hope to delay time, wishing for some miraculous turn of events, akin to the fortunate rescue they had just experienced. "I merely wish to borrow a few of your storage bags. Your elixirs are of great importance to me. Furthermore, I would like to borrow your lives, if you would be so kind as to oblige." He chuckled. The fair-skinned gentleman could not help but laugh at his own words, finding amusement in mocking others. Just over 2 months prior, he was akin to these individuals, all being practitioners at the qi refining stage. However, the tides have shifted. He has now ascended to the status of a senior, capable of manipulating others at will. This exhilarating sensation is truly beyond the realm of mere words. Chapter 137. Qinya. Upon hearing these words, Liu Yang and Dong Jie were filled with indignation, yet felt utterly helpless. With forced smiles, they replied, "Senior, you jest. If there are no tasks requiring our assistance, we shall take our leave." The pale-faced man sneered coldly. "Did I permit you to leave? Surrender your lives to me." As he spoke, he prepared to strike. At that moment, fear was evident on the faces of Liu Yang and Dong Jie. While Wu was ready for battle, should the man make a move, he would instantly unleash Ling Er. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. "Humph, you dare to kill a disciple of the Qingfeng sect? Who grants you such audacity?" At the sound of this voice, Liu Yang and Dong Jie's expressions shifted to one of surprise. They had not anticipated that help would arrive, and from one of their own, no less. Judging by the tone, it seemed this person was also a foundation establishment cultivator. How could they not feel exhilarated? Fate had indeed spared them. Wu Fan and Wei Qi also relaxed their tense bodies. However, upon hearing the voice, the pale-faced man's countenance darkened. He turned to face the source of the voice, where a handsome figure clad in a moon-white robe was swiftly approaching. It was Brother Lin of the Qingfeng sect. Upon reaching Wu Fan and the others, Lin spoke. "Are you all unharmed?" The four of them bowed deeply in unison, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Elder, for saving us. We are fine. Lin nodded. That is good to hear. I came out specifically to find you. I am Lin Junnan, a disciple of Tianhen Peak. Please follow me. The four nodded in agreement. Lin Junnan then turned his gaze toward the pale-faced man, stating, Humph, you must be a disciple of the Shangwan family? The pale-faced man, with a grim expression, retorted, Who I am is of no concern to you. Lin Junnan smirked, I'll remember you. Once we exit the secret realm, I will seek you out. With a cold snort, the pale-faced man turned to leave. He realized that with Lin Junnan protecting the four, his plans to kill them were thwarted. Lacking confidence in defeating Lin Junnan, a disciple of a prominent faction who was equally matched in cultivation, he decided it wiser to seek out other isolated individuals rather than engage in a fruitless struggle. Lin Junnan, not wishing to fight, had spoken those words not out of fear, but to avoid wasting time. He had four disciples to protect, and if the man truly lost his senses, Lin Junnan was uncertain he could safeguard them all. Turning to the four, Lin Junnan smiled. Now that the danger has passed, let us depart. All disciples of the Qingfeng sect are gathered in a cave nearby. However, we have only located about 50 thus far, with others still unaccounted for. The central area is perilous, teeming with demonic beasts, including some third-tier monsters. Given your current strength, it is unwise to roam freely. For now, abandon the search for spiritual herbs. Your safety is paramount until the secret realm concludes. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan and the others realized that the other disciples had already been safeguarded, which explained the scarcity of their sect's members in this central area. After acknowledging this, they followed Lin Junnan into the distance. During their journey, Wu Fan turned to Lin Junnan and inquired, Elder Lin, is there a woman named Xuehui in that cave? Xuehui? I have not heard of her. Perhaps she is in the cave. You shall know once you arrive. Lin Junnan replied, providing no further clarification. Wu Fan exchanged a glance with Wei Qi, both expressing their helplessness with a sigh. After half a day, they arrived at a valley and continued walking until they reached a stone wall. At that moment, Lin Shixiang called out, Junior Sister Qinya, I have returned and found several disciples. As soon as Lin Junnan's words fell, a massive stone slowly shifted aside, revealing an entrance. From within the cave emerged a woman of dignified grace, none other than Qinya herself. Upon seeing her, Wu Fan was taken aback, not due to her beauty, but because he discerned that she was also a foundation-building cultivator. Qinya glanced at Wu Fan and the others, then smiled. Elder Lin, you have worked hard. In just a few days, you have managed to find several disciples of our sect. Lin Junnan chuckled and turned to Wu Fan and the others, saying, Let us proceed inside. They nodded in agreement, and together ventured into the cave. Inside, they found over 50 cultivators, some sitting cross-legged while others chatted in groups. Upon noticing the newcomers, they all turned their attention to Wu Fan and his companions. Wu Fan surveyed the crowd in search of Xuehui, but after sweeping a glance around, he found that there were fewer than 20 women present, and none bore the trace of Xuehui. Wei Qi was also searching for Xuehui. After failing to find her, he turned to Wu Fan, who was looking back at him. They exchanged a sigh of disappointment. Junior brother Wu, what shall we do? Wei Qi asked. After pondering for a moment, Wu Fan replied, Here is the plan. Brother Wei Qi, you wait here in the cave while I go out to find senior sister Xuehui. Well, very well, Wei Qi conceded reluctantly. Understanding his junior brother's intent, he knew that accompanying him would only hinder Wu Fan, thus it was wiser to remain in the cave. Wu Fan nodded and then turned to Lin Junnan, bowing respectfully. Elder Lin, there is no sign of senior sister Xuehui here. I wish to venture outside to search for her. Before Lin Junnan could respond, Qinya interjected, No, it is far too dangerous outside. Elder Lin has only just brought you back to protect you. Why would you risk going out again? Lin Shixiang remarked, Little junior brother. This time the secret realm's opening is unlike any before. For some unknown reason, the formidable beasts have vacated their lairs. And now the skies are filled with flying creatures while those on the ground nearly blanket the central area. With your cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refinement, venturing outside would be akin to courting death. Rest assured, regarding the one you mentioned, Xuehui, I shall seek her out. You should remain here in peace. Wu Fan understood that the two elders had his best interests at heart, yet he felt an undeniable urge to venture forth. While finding Xuehui was one motivation, The more pressing concern was that he had yet to locate several rare spiritual herbs. Should this secret realm close, and he return to the outside world, the prospect of acquiring those herbs would be nearly impossible. Thus, he felt compelled to go outside. I appreciate the elder's goodwill, and I am aware of the dangers that lie beyond. Nevertheless, I must hasten to find Senior Sister Shuahui. There is no need for you to worry about my safety. I possess a rather effective technique for concealing my presence, which generally prevents most beasts from detecting me, Wu Fan stated resolutely. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Lin Junin exchanged a glance with Qinya, who merely shook her head and sighed, evidently choosing to relinquish her concerns. Perhaps it would be prudent for you and I to search together? Lin Junin inquired. Master Lin, I believe it would be more efficient for us to search separately. This way, we can expedite the search for Senior Sister Shuahui, Wu Fan replied, knowing he could not accompany him. Chapter 138. The Iron-Backed Bear. Since you insist, I shall comply. However, do remember to exercise caution while you are out there, and return swiftly once you locate someone, Lin Junan remarked. Thank you, Elder Lin, for your concern. I understand, Wu Fan replied with a respectful bow. Casting a glance at Wei Qi, Wu Fan then stepped outside. 5 days later, Wu Fan and Ling Er traversed through a dense forest. Over the course of these 5 days, they had vanquished more than 30 demonic beasts, while also claiming the lives of several disciples from other sections. Presently, Wu Fan's storage bag contained over 2,000 luminous herbs, alongside 700 to 800 rare spiritual herbs and fruits suitable for refining high-grade elixirs. However, most of these herbs and fruits were of the same variety, many of which he had already planted in his small space. In addition to the herbs and fruits, he had also acquired a considerable number of spiritual stones and magical artifacts, amounting to a substantial fortune. Yet, despite all this, he had yet to find Senior Sister Shuahui. At that moment, Ling Er suddenly exclaimed, Master, I can sense the presence of that man nearby. He seems to be engaged in battle with a third-tier demonic beast. That man, Ling Er, whom do you refer to? Wu Fan inquired, puzzled. Oh, the one who intercepted us a few days ago. Have you forgotten? Ling Er gazed up at Wu Fan with her ruby-like eyes. Oh, you mean that cultivator with the surname Shangwan? Wu Fan's eyes flickered as recognition dawned upon him. Yes, the one who was frightened away by Lin Junan. Ling Er eagerly nodded. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated encountering him here, especially in the midst of a battle with a beast. Realizing that the man likely possessed even more precious herbs, Wu Fan decided to investigate further, knowing he must have intercepted numerous cultivators during this time. Ling Er, you should enter the spirit beast pouch while I take a closer look, Wu Fan said with a smile. All right. As soon as Ling Er's words fell, she transformed into a white shadow and vanished into Wu Fan's waist. A moment later, Wu Fan crouched within a patch of grass that reached halfway up his body, observing the fierce struggle between a man and a beast a few dozen yards away. The man was indeed the cultivator with the surname Shangwan, who now bore numerous wounds, his clothing tattered and torn. A deep gash marred his left cheek, crimson blood flowing from it. The adversary he battled was a third-tier demonic beast known as the Iron-Backed Bear. Towering at 2 meters tall, its fur was a deep black, with exposed fangs and azure eyes that glimmered with fury. The beast was also covered in scars, its dark red blood oozing from the injuries inflicted by the man. Yet, despite its wounds, the Iron-Backed Bear roared defiantly, charging toward the cultivator with reckless abandon. At this moment, the man's expression was exceedingly grim, as he had never anticipated such misfortune, encountering a third-tier demonic beast. This creature boasted formidable strength, extraordinary speed, and a remarkably tough physique. Apart from its inability to wield demonic spells, the Iron-Backed Song Bear possessed nearly no weaknesses. He had attempted to flee several times, but ultimately failed each endeavor. Now, he was employing evasive maneuvers to dodge the bear's attacks, while simultaneously wielding a long blade, fiercely striking at the beast. He dared not allow the creature to close the distance, for its overwhelming power posed a lethal threat should it get too close. He might meet his demise there and then. During the fierce struggle, he narrowly evaded the beast on multiple occasions, though he bore several painful scratches from the creature's sharp claws, which left him with stinging wounds. After evading another one of its assaults, hesitation flickered across his face. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch. He cast a reluctant glance at the talisman, for it was a precious artifact bestowed upon him by his family's elder before entering the secret realm. This mid-level high-tier attack talisman was capable of delivering a fatal blow to a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and could severely injure those at the late stage if caught unawares. He had believed he would not need to use such a talisman during his expedition into the secret realm, yet fate had other plans, compelling him to resort to its power against a demonic beast. Having made his decision, he cast aside his doubts and hurled the talisman into the air, pointing at it as it ignited with a brilliant silver light. In that luminous glow, a silver spear materialized instantaneously, shimmering as if it were a tangible object, emanating a formidable spiritual pressure as it hurtled toward the iron-backed song bear. The bear sensed the imminent danger, however, being merely a beast with limited intelligence. Its mind was consumed by a bloodthirsty ferocity. In an instinctive maneuver, it turned abruptly, raising its forepaws to shield its head, presenting its back to the spear. The bear's back was its most resilient part, and it aimed to absorb the impact of the impending strike. In the instant it pivoted, the spear struck its back with a thunderous crash. Observers would soon realize that the spear had penetrated deep into the bear's body, and with another resounding explosion, it detonated violently. The iron-backed song bear was utterly obliterated, reduced to minuscule fragments, lifeless beyond any semblance of existence. The man, surnamed Shangwan, finally exhaled a long breath and hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position, consuming 2 medicinal pills to commence his recovery of both injuries and spiritual energy. Wu Fan witnessed the entire combat sequence, and beads of perspiration had begun to form on his back. Fortunately, he had remained concealed and had not intervened. He had not anticipated the formidable talisman wielded by his opponent. Judging by the nature of the talisman, it was undoubtedly a mid-level offensive talisman, a rare commodity not available for purchase in the marketplace. Previously, Wu Fan had only acquired low-level talismans, which are categorized into 3 tiers: low, mid, and high. Mid-level talismans are similarly classified but are considerably more precious, especially those of the offensive variety. Typically, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage employ low-level talismans, which are readily available in the marketplace. In contrast, mid-level talismans are reserved for those in the Foundation establishment stage and are seldom encountered. Moreover, offensive talismans are of even greater value than auxiliary ones, given their destructive potency. It remains a mystery what exact tier of mid-level talisman that gentleman employed, for its power was astonishing. Fortunately, the talisman was compelled into use by the iron-backed song bear. Had it been directed at him, Wu Fan was certain he would have met a fate as gruesome as that of the bear. Nevertheless, he now felt confident that the gentleman possessed no more of such talismans, for 2 reasons. First, mid-level talismans are inherently valuable, particularly offensive ones, making it improbable for him to possess a surplus. Second, based on his observations, had the gentleman possessed 2 such talismans, he would not have waited until sustaining severe injuries to deploy one. Thus, Wu Fan surmised that the gentleman had but a single talisman in his possession. Chapter 139. Perilous Ground. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Fan resolved to seize the opportunity presented by his adversary's weakened state. The notion that it would be far easier to eliminate him while he was gravely injured and drained of magical energy spurred him into action. He swiftly conveyed a thought to Linger, the spirit beast nestled within his pouch. Linger, go forth and eliminate him. Chirp, understood, master, came her eager response. No sooner had she spoken than she erupted from the spirit beast pouch, transforming into a swift white shadow racing toward the man known as Shangwan. Just as Linger shot forth, Shangwan abruptly opened his eyes, sensing yet another beast approaching him. His countenance darkened as he sprang to his feet, grasping his long blade with urgency. In the blink of an eye, a white figure hurtled toward him with astonishing speed, far surpassing the earlier ironback grizzly. With a glimmer of cold light in his eyes, Shangwan flung his arm, unleashing a slashing arc of blade light aimed directly at the white shadow. Linger, upon witnessing the blade's trajectory, let out a playful chirp, deftly evading the attack. The ground where she had previously stood erupted into a deep crater with a resounding crash. In that instant, she veered from another direction, charging once more at the man. Shangwan, his face a mask of fury, pivoted to confront her. This time, he hurled his long blade, simultaneously weaving intricate hand gestures to control it as it lunged toward Linger. Yet, she nimbly dodged each assault, drawing closer to him in mere moments. Suddenly, her eyes blazed with a fierce crimson light, and Shangwan found himself frozen, his long blade clattering to the ground in defeat. In that fleeting moment, a silver flash whizzed by, and Shangwan's head tumbled away, rolling across the earth. Wu Fan approached from a distance. The silver moon soared gliding into his storage pouch, while Linger scampered over, clutching a storage pouch in her mouth. With a grin, Wu Fan accepted the pouch from her, then tossed a fireball onto Shangwan's corpse, reducing it to ashes in an instant. "Well done, Linger," Wu Fan praised, crouching to affectionately stroke her head. "Master, quickly see how many spirit herbs lie within that storage pouch," Linger urged eagerly. "Haha, indeed." Wu Fan began to inspect the contents, his smile widening with each passing moment. A short while later, he abruptly raised his head and burst into laughter. Master, are there many spirit herbs in there?" Linger chimed in, mirroring his joy. "Indeed, there are a vast number. It is astonishing how many lives he must have claimed. The spirit herbs and fruits amount to over 2,000, and there are as many as 180,000 spirit stones." Wu Fan exclaimed with delight. "Chirp, splendid. Master, once we return from the secret realm, you must prepare pills for Linger," she implored excitedly. "Fear not. Upon our return, I shall enhance my alchemical skills and swiftly ascend to the rank of alchemist. At that time, I shall craft high-grade pills for you." Wu Fan assured her with a nod. At this moment, Wu Fan was indeed filled with joy, even a touch of excitement. For he had successfully gathered the spiritual herbs necessary for concocting the foundation establishment pill. This achievement alone sent him into a state of ecstatic delight. Now, he merely awaited his exit from the secret realm to swiftly enhance his alchemical skills, enabling him to refine the foundation establishment pill. In the subsequent years, he also aimed to expedite the ripening of several 5-element spiritual fruits to elevate his spiritual root quality, ensuring it would not fall below the standard of 3 spiritual roots. Only upon reaching this benchmark could he significantly ease the process of overcoming the bottleneck during the foundation establishment phase. The final task was to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of qi refinement. At present, Wu Fan lacked nothing, given a few years. He was certain to enter the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he had already gathered the spiritual herbs his master sought. Previously, Li Ning had mentioned that if Wu Fan managed to collect the herbs, he would approach the sect leader to retrieve them. Although disciples were required to submit their herbs upon return, his master had indicated that each peak had a 30% allocation. And given Li Ning's status as a master alchemist, the sect leader would likely accommodate him. However, Wu Fan intended to store the herbs in his spatial pocket, planning to present them to his master later, and perhaps even provide a surplus after ripening them. He understood that his master required these herbs for a breakthrough in the later stages of foundation establishment, and having an insufficient quantity would be precarious. After all, alchemy entails a success rate, and not every batch of pills can be guaranteed to succeed. Wu Fan's character was such that he reciprocated genuine kindness with sincerity. Since joining his master's sect, he had received considerable care from his master. During his years residing on the Pill Cauldron Peak, he had always felt a warmth akin to that of home. Whether it was his master or his senior brothers and sisters, they treated him exceptionally well. In truth, Wu Fan was fortunate. After leaving Wu family village at the age of 8 and entering Qingshan City, his first master, Lu Lao, had treated him like his own son. In the first 5 years after joining the Qingfeng sect, he also made friends such as Zhou Yu, Bai Xiaowen, and Wang Lei. Following that, in his years on Pill Cauldron Peak, he continued to receive the care of his master and seniors. Thus his fate could be deemed exceedingly fortunate. At this juncture, he was only missing one last spiritual herb, the Vitality 3 flower grass, a principal ingredient for crafting the longevity pill. Up until now, he had yet to locate it, and was uncertain whether it could still be found within this secret realm. The longevity pill held great significance for Wu Fan. Thoughts of his parents and Master Lu Lao's advancing age instilled a sense of urgency within him. His parents were already in their 60s, while Master Lu Lao had surpassed 80. Yet, as a practitioner of martial arts and a near first-class expert with profound inner strength, it was likely that he could live to 100. Once he found the final spiritual herb, the purpose of this expedition into the secret realm would be fulfilled, and he could leisurely seek out the herbs required for foundation establishment later. Currently, Wu Fan had 2 tasks at hand. to locate the Vitality 3 flower grass, and to find his senior sister Shuehui. Wu Fan took out several jade slips to examine them. These slips were acquired through his acts of violence, and they contained maps of secret realms. After a brief moment, he put away the slips and pondered for a while before deciding to venture into that perilous location. Among these slips, 3 recorded the same site, situated in the innermost region. However, this place was exceedingly treacherous, regarded as the most fearsome area within the secret realm. Few cultivators dared to enter, primarily due to the dense fog that perpetually enveloped its periphery and the frequent appearances of high-ranking demonic beasts. Should one manage to survive the entrance, they would discover an abundance of spiritual herbs and an astonishingly rich concentration of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, it is said that within the depths of this dangerous area, even more formidable demonic beasts reside, and scarcely anyone returns alive. If one lacks the foundational strength of the foundation establishment stage, it would be wise to abandon any thoughts of entering. Chapter 140. Gathering in dangerous lands. However, in pursuit of concocting the longevity elixir, Wu Fan found himself with no alternative but to venture into perilous territory. Should he fail to locate the vital Qi Sanhua herb within the secret realm, upon his return to the outer world, where else could he seek it? He feared that by the time his parents reached their end, he would still be empty-handed. Having made his decision, he resolved to set out promptly, for the closing of the secret realm loomed near. Wu Fan turned to Linger and declared, "Linger, we must embark. Our destination lies in a treacherous locale, and we shall rely solely on your keen sense of smell." "Master, where are we headed?" Linger inquired. "To a perilous place, rumored to be abundant with spiritual herbs and fruits. I still have one spiritual herb yet to find," Wu Fan responded, then took off running ahead, with Linger closely trailing behind. 3 days later, in a vast valley, a solitary cultivator stood tall. He was a striking figure, standing 9 feet high. With a robust build and closely cropped hair, he was the newly initiated lay of the refining sect in the foundation establishment stage. His only companion, the disciple Lu, was absent. At that moment, he furrowed his brow, fixated on the fog-laden expanse before him, obscuring whatever lay within, revealing his reluctance to venture further. Suddenly, the lay cultivator turned to glance behind him, spotting a figure racing toward him. The newcomer was remarkably handsome, clad in a flowing black robe. As he drew nearer, a noticeable black mole on his face became apparent, detracting somewhat from his striking features. This individual was also a foundation establishment cultivator, the esteemed Elder Xing of the Earth Demon sect, notably lacking his apprentice Chun by his side. Upon halting, Elder Xing regarded the lay cultivator and chuckled. "Dear friend of the refining sect, why do you hesitate to enter?" "Humph, what concern is that of yours?" Lay retorted coldly. "Why so irate, my friend? I have done you no wrong. How about this? Let us join forces and enter together. Surely, you understand that even foundation establishment cultivators may not emerge unscathed from such a perilous place. However, if we were to journey together, our chances of survival would greatly improve. Pray, consider my proposal," Elder Xing suggested, unfazed by the lay cultivator's demeanor. After mulling over the proposition, the lay cultivator felt a flicker of temptation. Yet, reflecting on the nature of those from the Earth Demon sect, he quickly dismissed the idea. He was well aware of their treacherous ways. Should he ally with them, he might find himself betrayed before he even realized it. "I have no intention of forming a partnership. If you seek companionship, you may find another," the lay cultivator replied resolutely. "Ah, what a pity. In that case, I shall not press the matter," Elder Xing shrugged nonchalantly. After Elder Xing finished speaking, he stood there quietly, exhibiting no intention of entering. He understood that the dense fog not only obstructed vision, but also hindered spiritual perception. However, the demon beasts could locate humans by scent. Thus, entering at this moment would pose significant danger, even for foundation establishment cultivators. Strangely, this fog dissipated partially on certain days each month. While it did not clear entirely, it provided the only opportunity for cultivators to venture inside. The best approach to traverse this fog was to form a team, particularly with members possessing foundation establishment cultivation. This was crucial, as the fog was home to numerous demon beasts and various venomous insects, which were said to thrive despite the fog's presence. Even foundation establishment cultivators would find themselves in dire straits if confronted by such creatures. The two men fell into silence. After a while, the man surnamed Lei glanced at Elder Xing and then found a spot to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate. Elder Xing, after a moment's contemplation, also seated himself on the ground in a similar manner, both of them resigned to waiting for the fog to dissipate. 2 days later, two figures approached from a distance, clad in azure robes. One was a burly man with a ruddy complexion, while the other was frail and pale, resembling the color of earth. Both were Foundation establishment cultivators, and they were none other than Elder Qi and Elder Wan from the Medicine King Valley. Upon their arrival, they first surveyed the fog ahead before turning their attention to the man surnamed Lei and Elder Xing. However, they showed no inclination to engage in conversation and simply sat down to meditate. The man surnamed Lei, upon seeing newcomers, contemplated approaching them to discuss forming a team. Yet, upon noticing that the two were together and had seated themselves side by side, he dismissed the idea. Elder Xing shared the same thought and made no move to rise. The burly Elder Qi transmitted a message to Elder Wan, saying, "Junior brother, it appears that many wish to enter this perilous place. So what? Together. We need not fear them," Elder Wan replied disdainfully. "Junior brother, one must not underestimate them. I suspect that once the fog clears, they will also form teams." Elder Qi cautioned, shaking his head. "Brother, there is no need for concern. Temporary teams are often composed of individuals whose hearts and minds are misaligned. Such companions are more likely to stab each other in the back than pose a true threat," Elder One remarked. Elder Qi nodded in agreement with his junior brother's perspective and fell silent. As time passed, yet another figure approached. Dressed in a gray robe and appearing to be under 30, he had a pallid complexion and thin lips, the most peculiar feature being the black coloration of his lips. This individual was Yin Liang from the corpse refining sect. Upon arrival, he let out a soft exclamation and murmured to himself, "I never expected the perilous location recorded in that jade slip to be real. With so many people gathered, there must be an abundance of spiritual herbs there." After glancing at the others, he too found a spot to sit cross-legged, adopting a meditative posture. Upon encountering a practitioner from the corpse refining sect, the man surnamed Lei merely snorted disdainfully, showing no intention of rising. In his mind, he regarded the corpse refining sect as no different from the earth demon sect, both equally untrustworthy. Joining forces with him would be a fool's errand. However, Elder Xing from the earth demon sect's eyes sparkled with interest. He promptly approached Yin Liang, who, upon noticing someone advancing towards him, furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. "Esteemed friend, I am Xing Wantian from the earth demon sect. Might you be interested in joining forces with me to venture into this perilous realm?" Elder Xing inquired. Yin Liang, upon grasping the intent behind his words, realized that the man sought to team up with him. After a moment's thought, he deemed it a viable option, for he had no prior knowledge of this treacherous place. Just days ago, he had slain an individual and discovered a jade slip containing a map on the corpse. After perusing the slip, he had intended to investigate, unaware that several Foundation establishment practitioners would already be present. Recognizing the significance of this perilous location, he welcomed the prospect of collaboration. Confident in his own abilities and unperturbed by any ulterior motives the other party might harbor. Since you extend the invitation, I cannot refuse. I am Yin Liang from the corpse refining sect," he replied with a smile as he rose. "Excellent. Your forthrightness is commendable. Together, we shall surely delve deep into the heart of this dangerous place," Xing Wantian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Thus, the two men settled together, exchanging casual banter from time to time. The Lei surnamed man, witnessing their successful alliance, felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the duo might conspire against him. Yet, he could do little but hope for the arrival of another ally. After a while, a figure clad in a moon-white robe approached, the handsome Lin Junin of the Qingfeng sect. He was alone, as Qinya remained behind, presumably guarding their cave. Upon Lin's arrival, the Lei surnamed man's eyes brightened, and he promptly approached him. Meanwhile, Lin Junin observed the gathering ahead and noted that the practitioners had formed two teams. Feeling somewhat uncertain about being alone, he suddenly spotted a remarkably tall man striding toward him, the only other individual present who had come alone. Realizing the man's intent, he anticipated their conversation. As expected, the man halted before him and spoke. "Greetings, esteemed friend. I am Lei Ming from the weapon refining sect. I see you are here alone as well. Shall we join forces?" "Indeed, that is precisely my intention," Lin Junin nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the affirmative response, Lei Ming's face lit up with joy. My friend, you need not worry. I, Lei Ming, am no base scoundrel. Partnering with me is a wise choice, he assured. Ah, I can tell that I can trust you. Esteemed friend from the weapon refining sect, Lin Junin replied, the implication being that he held doubts about others from different sections. Haha, you warm my heart, my friend. I shall consider you a steadfast ally. May I ask your name? Upon hearing the words of the other party, Lei Ming burst into hearty laughter. I am Lin Junan, a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. He proclaimed. Ah, so it is you, my friend Lin. My apologies for the oversight. Let us find a place to sit and converse, for I suspect that the mist shall dissipate within the next few days, and we need not wait long. Lei Ming suggested. Is that so? Then I have indeed arrived at the right moment. Lin Junan replied, and together with Lei Ming, they strolled toward the distance. Soon, they settled down in a cross-legged position, their laughter occasionally echoing in the air. 3 hours later, another figure approached from afar, clad in a Taoist robe. With hair tied neatly in a bun and a whisk in hand, he was a young Taoist priest. His complexion was fair, and his expression exuded kindness as he ambled over with a smile. Upon noticing the group of cultivators, he appeared indifferent, leisurely finding a vacant spot to sit down. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the two individuals from the Earth Demon sect and the Corpse Refining sect, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. As time passed, 4 more individuals made their way toward the gathering. These 4 were scions of prominent immortal families, consisting of 2 men and 2 women, all of whom were at the foundation establishment stage. Upon encountering the disciples of the larger sects, they too showed no concern. After a brief discussion, they formed a group and settled down in a chosen spot. Since the arrival of these 4, no one else came to the area. Chapter 141. Fierce battle in the mist. As time passed, 3 days swiftly elapsed. On this particular day, the mist ahead began to roil unexpectedly. Upon witnessing this change, smiles adorned the faces of the crowd, for they understood that the fog was finally dissipating. In less than an hour, the dense mist began to thin. Previously, one could see no more than 5 zhang ahead, but now the visibility extended to 30 zhang, clear and distinct. Although distant sights remained obscured, being able to see 30 to 50 zhang was indeed a boon for these individuals, alleviating their fears of sudden ambushes by ferocious beasts or venomous insects once they ventured within. After a brief moment, as the mist ceased to grow fainter, the group rose in unison, stepping toward the interior. Just as all entered, another figure appeared in the distance. He stood 8 feet tall, in his 30s, with a slightly dark complexion and an imposing stature, yet he possessed merely the cultivation of the 11th layer of qi refinement. Indeed, this was Wu Fan, who had altered his appearance. He had been present all along, merely concealing himself at a distance. Only after the others had entered did he approach slowly. Fortunately, with his heavenly ghost concealment technique, he had avoided detection by those at the foundation establishment stage. During these past few days, he had been observing the group and their conversations. Regrettably, he gleaned no useful information, which was to be expected. Others were not foolish and would communicate vital details through secretive means. Wu Fan primarily sought information regarding the dangers within the perilous area. The jade slips he possessed contained only maps and fragmentary notes, indicating an abundance of spiritual herbs, yet also warning of significant dangers, without elaborating on specific locations or the nature of threats. Consequently, Wu Fan found himself in a state of uncertainty, navigating blindly and taking each step as it came. Upon encountering Lin Junan, he felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated his presence, especially alongside the disciples of the refining sect. Although Wu Fan had no intention of engaging with them, he approached the misty veil, plunging headlong into its depths. As he entered the white fog, an expanse of whiteness enveloped him, reminiscent of the illusory heaven-severing array. However, the mist was not as oppressive as before, allowing for clearer vision. A pervasive stench of decay permeated the air, harsh and acrid. Underfoot lay decaying leaves and branches, with stagnant pools of foul water visible everywhere, bubbling with a greenish hue. In the distance, gnarled trees could be seen, accompanied by the sound of venomous insects buzzing by. Wu Fan cautiously traversed the treacherous terrain, taking careful steps while maximizing the efficacy of the heavenly ghost concealment technique. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived beside a pile of gravel, where a rare herb known as wild golden flower was located. This herb served as an auxiliary ingredient in the concoction of second-tier elixirs. However, Wu Fan had no intention of approaching it, for the vicinity was teeming with red-lined snakes. These snakes, measuring a little over 3 feet in length, were entirely blood-red, with eyes gleaming ominously. Although they were classified as low-level first-tier beasts, they lived in colonies and possessed potent venom. If encircled by these serpents, even someone of Wu Fan's prowess might struggle to escape unscathed. Wu Fan retreated a short distance and then expelled the celestial fire of the heavenly net from his mouth. He then communicated telepathically with Linger. Linger, I will command the celestial fire to drive away the red line, snakes surrounding the herb. You must swiftly retrieve the wild golden flower. Understood, Master. Linger's voice rang out, and she soared from the spirit beast pouch, transforming into a streak of white light toward the herb. Concurrently, the celestial fire surged forward, causing the red-lined snakes to scatter in fright, as if they were deeply intimidated by the mystical flames. After the fire circled the herb, a white shadow suddenly appeared beside the wild golden flower and swiftly darted back. At that moment, the herb had vanished without a trace. Several dozen yards away, Wu Fan smiled as he observed Linger returning, then reached out to receive the wild golden flower from her mouth. After a brief glance, he tossed it into his storage pouch, and, opening his mouth, the celestial fire soared into him. Master, should I return to the spirit beast pouch? Linger inquired, tilting her head. No need for that now. I had you enter the pouch earlier to avoid detection by those Foundation establishment cultivators, Wu Fan replied with a smile. Giggling, that's wonderful. I no longer have to enter the pouch. Linger chimed, her laughter like the sound of silver bells, reflecting her childlike essence. However, for Linger, who was indeed a young beast, her voice was akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old girl, naturally disliking confinement in the spirit beast pouch. Wu Fan nodded in agreement, then said, Let us proceed. Those Foundation establishment cultivators have likely ventured far ahead. We must not fall too far behind, lest they claim all the treasures. Linger affirmed, bounding ahead, with Wu Fan closely following. With Linger's remarkable sense of smell aiding him, navigating through the dense fog became significantly easier, allowing him to avoid certain dangers. In the depths of this thick mist, several battles were simultaneously unfolding. Near a foul swamp, Yin Liang and Xing Wantian were collaborating to slay a beast, a third-tier creature known as the azure-striped lizard, which exceeded 10 feet in length and moved with astonishing speed. Brother Yin, let us hasten our efforts and resolve this quickly, lest those others outpace us, Xing Wantian urged, glancing at Yin Liang. Agreed, Yin Liang replied, producing a trio of reddish-brown coffins from his storage pouch. With a deft hand gesture, he flung the coffin lids open, and 3 undead beings leaped out, roaring as they charged towards the azure-striped lizard. Xing Wantian finally demonstrated his true prowess, a smile gracing his lips as he unleashed his magical artifact to attack the monstrous beast. The duo, working in concert, dispatched the azure-scaled lizard in the span of mere moments. Brother Yin, regarding the carcass of this azure-scaled lizard, Xing Wantian remarked with a chuckle, his intent unmistakable. Oh, since Brother Xing desires this beast, you may claim it. I have no use for its materials, Yin Liang replied nonchalantly. Haha, I am truly grateful, Brother Yin. Xing Wantian responded, promptly securing the lizard's remains. Brother Xing, we must hasten our departure. We have already squandered too much time, Yin Liang urged. Indeed, Xing Wantian acquiesced, and the two set forth on their journey. Meanwhile, in another location, a fierce battle raged. Lei Ming and Lin Junin were casting fireballs in all directions, besieged by a relentless swarm of blood-scented ants, which charged at them fearlessly. These ants, as dark as night and the size of a fist, possessed long, crimson antennae and scythe-like mandibles that glinted ominously. Should these vile creatures come into close proximity, they would surely reduce their victims to mere bones in an instant. What was even more disconcerting was their ability to fly, leaving the two no choice but to unleash flames to deter their advance, utterly lacking a means of escape. Brother Lei, this cannot continue. We must devise a plan to escape, Lin Junin said, his expression grim. Lei Ming mirrored his companion's distress, surveying the swarm of blood-scented ants around them. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch. Upon producing the talisman, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. It was a mid-grade flame talisman, one of his last resorts. He had not anticipated deploying it here, yet time was of the essence. Without its use, survival was a distant hope. He cast the talisman into the air, formed a hand seal, and directed a point towards it. Instantly, the flame talisman erupted into a blaze, engulfing the area around them. The blood-scented ants were incinerated upon contact with the flames, vanishing without a sound. Within mere moments, the horde was reduced to ashes. Witnessing the spectacle, Lin Junan's face lit up with astonishment. Haha, I had no idea Brother Lei possessed such a mid-tier talisman. I am truly humbled. We owe our lives to you. Otherwise, we would have faced grave danger. Alas, this talisman was hard-won. Truth be told, I would rather not have wasted such a valuable resource if there had been another way, Lei Ming lamented with a sigh. There is no need for regret, Brother Lei. Once we emerge from this fog, I shall ensure you receive a larger share of the spirit herbs we gather. Lin Junin reassured him, understanding the implication behind his words. Haha, with Brother Lin's promise, I feel my use of the talisman is justified. Let us make haste and depart. Lei Ming smiled at last, encouraged by Lin Junin's words. With a nod, the two continued their advance into the unknown. Amidst the mist, the youthful Taoist priest of Lingxiao Temple gazed ahead with a cheerful smile. Before him lay a demon insect, bound tightly. It was a third-tier, three-tailed venomous centipede. This creature measured over 2 zhang in length, its body encased in a tough, reddish-brown shell that appeared nearly impervious. It boasted numerous legs and sported a pair of antennae extending over 3 feet in length. Most remarkably, it possessed 3 tails. The binding of this fearsome centipede was achieved not by any ordinary means, but by the Taoist's whisk, which transformed into a length of several zhang, ensnaring the demon within its grasp, rendering it utterly immobile. Intrigued, the young priest observed for a moment before deftly forming a hand seal. Suddenly, the slender strands of the whisk emitted a blinding white light, akin to razor-sharp blades, cleaving the 3-tailed centipede into fragments. With a flick of his wrist, he gathered the remnants into his storage pouch. Casting a glance forward, he continued on his way, a smile gracing his lips. Within this dense fog, the Foundation establishment cultivators encountered troubles at regular intervals, perpetually on guard against the assaults of venomous insects and demonic beasts. It was evident that this mist harbored dangers. Without the cultivation of the Foundation establishment, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to venture inside. However, one individual stood as an exception, Wu Fan. With the aid of Linger, he deftly evaded several perils, swiftly making his way deeper into the fog. Chapter 142. Cooperation. One day later, Wu Fan finally broke free from the misty region and entered the inner area. Upon his arrival, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, the fragrance wafting into his nostrils. As he gazed into the distance, he beheld a verdant valley teeming with extraordinary flowers and rare herbs. The sight stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. He surveyed his surroundings and was about to take a step forward when Linger suddenly exclaimed, Master, Master, there are numerous spiritual herbs ahead. Haha, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to gather them. Wu Fan replied, his heart racing with excitement. He realized he had indeed come to the right place. Although this was a perilous area, the abundance of spiritual herbs was unparalleled. He hoped to find the vital Qi Sanhua grass here, making his journey worthwhile. Half a day passed, and Wu Fan had already discovered hundreds of spiritual herbs, many of which were aged, some even possessing over 1,000 years of medicinal properties. His joy was palpable, his smile nearly reaching his ears. Meanwhile, Linger continued to lead him on a wild chase, with Wu Fan collecting a new herb every few moments. If Linger sensed any third-tier magical beasts nearby, she would promptly warn Wu Fan, allowing them to evade any potential trouble. Thus, a day passed. During this time, Wu Fan harvested more spiritual herbs and fruits than he had in the entire previous month, leaving him in high spirits. On the following day, Wu Fan and Linger ascended a small peak. Linger spoke, Master, I sense a location ahead where several foundation-building cultivators seem to be in peril. There are 8 or 9 third-tier magical beasts nearby. Understood, Linger. You should enter the spirit beast pouch. I will stealthily approach to investigate. With so many people gathered ahead, there must be something of great value there. Wu Fan contemplated before speaking. All right, Linger replied, obediently entering the spirit beast pouch. Wu Fan executed the heavenly ghost concealment technique to its utmost, applying a concealment talisman to himself, and then he slowly advanced towards the front. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan concealed himself behind a massive rock, which was surrounded by tall grass. He held his breath, remaining motionless, his expression tense as he observed the slope below. Beneath his hiding place lay a small valley, comparable in size to Wu Fan's dwelling, not particularly vast, with an area of less than 10 acres. At the forefront of the valley stood a large cave entrance, the contents of which were unknown. However, near the cave entrance grew a small tree, entirely golden in hue, standing over 2 meters tall, its leaves a deep green. On this small tree, 8 or 9 fruits hung, equally pale gold in color, exuding a dense aura of spiritual energy and shimmering faintly with golden light. It was evident that these fruits were extraordinary. Upon encountering the diminutive tree, Wu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with an expression of disbelief that soon transformed into unbridled excitement. He recognized this fruit-bearing tree from the descriptions within the jade slip. The fruits it bore were none other than the most precious items recorded therein. This tree was known as the Golden Yuan tree, and its fruits were referred to as Golden Yuan fruits, which served as the principal ingredient for concocting the Dragon Yuan pill. To elucidate the significance of the Dragon Yuan pill, it is a coveted elixir that drives all peak foundation establishment cultivators into a frenzy, akin to how the foundation pill is revered by those at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. The Dragon Yuan pill is a miraculous remedy for surmounting bottlenecks, specifically aiding practitioners in their ascension from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. Should the Golden Yuan fruit manifest in the realm of cultivation, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzied scramble among many foundation establishment cultivators who would offer spirit stones in vain, as such treasures are beyond mere purchase. Wu Fan, too, yearned for the Golden Yuan tree. Upon learning that the 5 elements spiritual fruit possesses the ability to refine spiritual roots, he became convinced that his future growth was assured, provided he did not meet an untimely demise. Ascending to the golden core stage was merely a matter of time, and the Golden Yuan fruit would undoubtedly play a role in that journey. Missing this opportunity would leave him to ponder where he might seek such a treasure in the future. Yet, he hesitated to act recklessly, for within the valley raged a fierce battle between a group of cultivators and ferocious beasts. Wu Fan recognized several of these cultivators. He had seen them previously at the periphery of the dense fog. Among them was Elder Lin Junnan, accompanied by Xie Wan Tian from the Earth Demon sect, Yin Liang from the Corpse Refining sect, a young Taoist from the Lingxiao View, Lei Ming from the Artifact Refining sect, and 2 men from the Medicine King Valley. One surnamed Qi and the other Wan. The remaining 2 individuals appeared to be from a sect of cultivators, though they had entered as 4, suggesting that the other 2 had likely perished within the treacherous mist. Engaged in battle with them were 8 formidable third-tier beasts, including a lion mastiff, saber-toothed tiger, bloodthirsty wolf, crimson wind leopard, iron-backed song bear, mourning eagle, corpse vulture, and wolf-headed bat, each renowned entities among third-tier beasts, far superior to ordinary ones. The cultivators were undoubtedly drawn by the allure of the Golden Yuan fruit. Despite being besieged by the beasts, none of them retreated, each striving to approach the Golden Yuan tree. However, it seemed the beasts were deliberately protecting the tree, roaring fiercely to keep the cultivators at bay. Any cultivator daring enough to draw near would face a vicious attack. At that moment, Xie Wan Tian from the Earth Demon sect spoke up. Haha, esteemed friends. I surmise that before venturing into this secret realm, your sect elders must have provided you with some means of self-preservation, no? If not now, then when? I observe that the Golden Yuan tree bears precisely 9 Golden Yuan fruits. Why not pool our strengths and vanquish these beasts together? We could then divide the fruits among ourselves. What a delightful prospect. I concur with this esteemed friend's proposal, chimed in a young man from a prominent cultivation family, appearing to be in his 30s, dressed in splendid garments, and possessing a handsome visage. I, too, expressed my agreement. The second to agree was a woman, a member of a family of cultivators. Dressed in a flowing crimson gown, her elongated eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her long, lustrous black hair was elegantly pinned up. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her beauty was indeed exceptional. Humph, it is easy for you, my fellow cultivator, to speak so confidently. What if someone chooses not to reveal their trump card? I cannot place my trust in you, exclaimed the man from the Medicine King Valley, hurriedly engaged in a fierce battle with a bloodthirsty demon wolf. This fellow cultivator raises a valid point. If someone withholds their ultimate technique, will they not use it against us in the end? Thundered Lei Ming, who was also embroiled in combat with a saber-toothed tiger. That's simple enough. If anyone fails to exert their full strength or present their formidable abilities, we shall unite to eliminate them. Yin Liang chuckled, dodging an attack from a rotting corpse vulture. It was evident he was not expending his full power. He merely evaded rather than engaged directly in battle. Very well, I am in agreement, declared Xing Wantian, the first to voice his consent. I concur. Lei Ming echoed in agreement. Since everyone else is on board, I cannot oppose this, Lin Junan said with a cheerful smile. The two individuals from the Medicine King Valley exchanged thoughtful glances before nodding in unison. The two cultivators from the family were also unlikely to dissent, having already expressed their agreement. Only the final young Taoist remained silent, smiling gently as he waved his whisk, seemingly exerting little effort. Yet, the ironback grizzly bear before him recoiled in fear, having previously suffered greatly during its confrontation with the cultivator from the Shangwan family. Without the revelation of its trump card, it could have easily lost its life. The young Taoist, appearing untroubled, was handling the situation with remarkable ease. When the young Taoist noticed that everyone's gaze had turned towards him, he smiled and said, "Leave the ironback grizzly to me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he flicked his whisk forward, and the tail of the whisk elongated dramatically, transforming into thousands of slender threads that ensnared the ironback grizzly in an instant. The threads tightened with a menacing intent, as if they sought to slice the beast into fragments. However, the ironback grizzly displayed astonishing resilience, despite bleeding profusely. It withstood the onslaught of the delicate strands. Observing this, the young Taoist frowned slightly, reached for his storage pouch, and summoned a long sword which flew towards the ironback grizzly. With a muffled thud, a hole appeared in the creature's skull, and it staggered before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A faint smile graced the young Taoist's lips as he nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the flying sword while his whisk returned to its normal form. He then stepped aside, standing still and composed. Upon witnessing the seemingly effortless demise of the demon beast by the young Taoist, a palpable aura of trepidation enveloped those present. It is imperative to acknowledge that the iron-backed song bear possessed strength comparable to that of a mid-foundation establishment practitioner. Although demon beasts differ from humans in their reliance on brute force, lacking the ability to wield weapons and possessing lower intelligence, the iron-backed song bear was not an adversary that a freshly minted foundation establishment cultivator could easily vanquish, unless they harbored formidable hidden talents. Observing the earlier encounter, it became evident that the young Taoist wielded his dust whisk with such prowess that the demon beast stood no chance of retaliation. This suggests that the dust whisk is likely an extraordinary artifact, at the very least of spiritual grade. Once the young Taoist withdrew, silence fell upon the crowd. It was entirely reasonable for him to refrain from further involvement, having already eliminated one of the 8 demon beasts. Subsequently, the remaining 7 demon beasts became the focus of the collective efforts of the onlookers. The 2 cultivators from the esteemed families, their faces contorted with anguish, produced talismans and hurled them toward the demon beasts. The ensuing cacophony heralded a veritable inferno, with flames surging forward, interspersed with bolts of lightning that engulfed several nearby demon beasts. Meanwhile, Lei Ming deftly retrieved a long blade from his storage pouch, launching it towards the demon beast before him. This flying blade was unmistakably a spiritual artifact, indicating that his sect was willing to invest in his potential. It is noteworthy that many early Foundation establishment practitioners still rely on inferior magical tools, whereas Lei Ming, having only just established his foundation, was already granted a spiritual artifact, presumably for his protection. Chapter 143. The Golden Yuan Fruit in the Medicine King Valley. A man with the surname Qi and another with the surname Wan gritted their teeth, simultaneously producing 2 talismans and hurling them towards the monstrous beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Junan tapped his storage bag, and a fiery red flying sword shot forth, attacking the beast before him. This sword was evidently a spiritual weapon, revealing that the Qingfeng sect had indeed provided him with a backup plan. Xing Wan, observing that everyone was showcasing their true capabilities, let out a chuckle and similarly tapped his storage bag. A long, dark spear emerged, transforming into a streak of black light as it shot towards the beast ahead, this spear also being a spiritual weapon. The last individual, Yin Liang from the corpse refining sect smirked as he retrieved several coffins from his storage bag, over a dozen in total. As the lids of these coffins swung open, a horde of refined corpses and white-haired zombies erupted forth, lunging fearlessly at the beasts. Their terrifying visages were truly fearsome, yet notably absent was the iron-clad silver corpse, suggesting that Yin Liang had retained some secret weapon. Under the concerted effort of the group and the unveiling of their hidden strengths, the 7 monstrous beasts were ultimately decimated within the span of a tea break. Once the dust settled, and all had retreated a safe distance, a palpable tension filled the air as they warily eyed one another. Ultimately, trust among them was tenuous. This was the moment for profit distribution. And who wouldn't desire a greater share, especially of such a precious treasure as the golden yuan fruit? While prior discussions had suggested a harmonious division of 1 fruit per person, the reality of allocation might not mirror such camaraderie. At this juncture, a man from a cultivation family spoke up. Fellow Taoists, are we still in agreement about our previous discussions? Who shall venture to retrieve the fruits? The soul woman interjected, I desire merely 1 golden yuan fruit. Once I have it in hand, I shall depart immediately. I hope all of you will honor your word. Lin Jun Nen nodded in affirmation. I share the same sentiment. Who do you propose should be sent to collect those fruits? I suspect we all harbor doubts about one another, the man from the Medicine King Valley remarked. I certainly do not trust anyone to go. I believe you all feel the same. If I were to go and collect the fruits, you would surely act against me at the first opportunity. The man with the surname once stated. Why don't we select a trustworthy ally to retrieve the fruits and distribute them among us? Lei Ming suggested, casting a glance around the group. What about I go? Xing Wantian offered. If you were to go, I would be the first to oppose. Lei Ming retorted mercilessly, seemingly harboring considerable bias against the Earth Demon sect. Upon hearing this, Xing Wantian's expression soured instantly, and after a cold snort, he ceased to speak further. After pondering for a moment, Lin Junnan proposed, why not let this Taoist from Lingxiao Temple go? I have faith in his character. The young Taoist, who had remained silent until now, was taken aback by the suggestion. Upon realizing it was a disciple from the Qingfeng sect, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement towards Lin Junnan. I too concur. This fellow cultivator possesses considerable strength, and given the esteemed reputation of Lingxiao Temple, he is unlikely to engage in any unscrupulous attempts to seize the golden yuan fruit. Thunder echoed in agreement. The 2 individuals from Yaowang Valley contemplated for a moment before nodding in unison. The members from the cultivation families remained silent, yet they nodded in tacit agreement. Once consensus was reached among the assembly, Xia Wantian and Yin Liang found themselves at a loss for words. Their expressions darkened, as the thoughts swirling in their minds were known only to them. Yet, they had witnessed the Taoist's prowess earlier, instilling a sense of wariness in their hearts, leading them to ultimately acquiesce. The young Taoist, perceiving the unanimous agreement, stepped forward with a beaming smile and said, Thank you, esteemed friends, for your trust. Rest assured, I shall not engage in any base acts. However, when I venture to gather the fruits, I kindly request that you refrain from interfering. With that, he cast a glance towards Lin Junin and Lei Ming, implicitly requesting their protection against Yin Liang and Xia Wantian, fearing their potential aggression during his fruit-gathering endeavor. Fear not. Should anyone dare to lay a hand upon you, I will be the first to confront them. Lin Junin declared resolutely. I, too, shall ensure your safety. Lei Ming promptly added. The 4 from Yaowang Valley and the cultivation families nodded in agreement. As the expressions of Yin Liang and Xia Wantian grew increasingly grim, they let out a disdainful snort, fully aware of the intentions of those around them. Having received the desired assurances, the young Taoist made his way towards the cave entrance, where the small tree awaited. Just as the young Taoist approached the cave's mouth, an unforeseen event transpired. A furious roar erupted from within the cavern, followed by a flash of silver light that surged forth. As all present beheld the figure emerging, their countenances shifted dramatically, replaced by sheer terror. For there, at the cave's entrance, stood a fearsome 4th-tier beast, its silvery fur resembling that of a lion, its massive form spanning 3 meters. Its eyes, akin to the size of a child's head, glinted ominously, and its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp fangs, was capable of effortlessly devouring a person. Even more alarming were the colossal wings that sprouted from its back, suggesting an astonishing speed in flight. They recognized this beast as the winged silver lion. Upon its emergence, the creature lunged directly at the young Taoist with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react. He instinctively waved his feather duster forward, the tail of the duster fanning out to shield him. With a resounding crash, the young Taoist was hurled backward, landing with a thud as he coughed up blood, his complexion paling. Fortunately, the duster had saved his life. Had the beast's maw claimed him, he would surely have been consumed. Witnessing the chaos unfold, the onlookers instinctively retreated, their faces etched with fear, yet they dared not act recklessly. Escape? A jest. Who could outrun such a beast? Where could they possibly flee? Moreover, they were coveting the golden yuan fruit. Perhaps someone still had a hidden card to play against this demon beast. At that moment, in the distance, Wu Fan was equally startled. How could he not be afraid? Previously, he had been contemplating how to profit from the situation, but now all he desired was to flee swiftly. Yet, he dared not make a rash move. If that beast discovered him, survival would be a near impossibility. Even if he exerted all his abilities, and with Ling Er by his side, confronting the beast was utterly beyond his means. For now, he could only wait, waiting for them to engage in combat, so he could devise an escape plan or, when the beast was preoccupied, hastily set up the Mityanduanshan formation, for it was the only reliable support he had. At that moment, the two-winged silver lion scanned the crowd and astonishingly spoke. You possess considerable audacity to attempt to steal the golden yuan fruit from my domain. However, it appears you possess some skill, as those fools were unable to eliminate you. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Upon hearing these words, a tremor coursed through everyone's hearts. They realized that the golden yuan fruit was indeed claimed by another, and from the demon beast's tone, it was clear they would not be spared. The young Taoist then rose and slowly approached the others. The usual smile that adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a hint of trepidation. He had narrowly escaped being devoured by the beast moments ago. Contemplating for a moment, he suddenly transmitted a message to the others. Fellow Taoists, we must unite our strengths against this demon beast. We can no longer hide our abilities. Everyone, reveal your formidable techniques. Understand that no individual can face this beast alone. If we scatter, we will be picked off one by one. This two-winged silver lion is notorious for its swiftness, and in the air, it reigns supreme. Our only hope lies in collaboration. If we manage to defeat it, the golden yuan fruit will surely be ours. What say you, esteemed friends? I concur with your sentiments. We must stand united, without secrets or distractions. Only then do we have a chance of survival. Lin Junan echoed, his pallor revealing his fear. I agree. Lei Ming replied hastily. We concur as well. Spoke the man from the Medicine King Valley, indicating that his apprentice, Wan, was included in the we. I am but a mere woman. You esteemed Taoists may decide. I shall act in concert with all of you, proclaimed the woman from the cultivation family. I also concur, Yin Liang added, fully aware that reliance on the collective was their only hope for survival. This was not the time for cunning. Since everyone is in agreement, I shall also stand by your sides. Xing Wan Tian chimed in. Seeing that all had endorsed his proposal, the young Taoist let out a sigh of relief and said, Very well, let us prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone placed their hands upon their storage pouches, their eyes fixed upon the two-winged silver lion. The moment it stirred, they would unleash their full might against it. Upon witnessing the actions of these individuals, the silver-winged lion let out a furious roar, transforming into a streak of silver light as it charged towards the two men at the forefront, namely the Chi surname and one surname from the Medicine King Valley. As the two men realized that the beast was barreling towards them, their expressions turned ashen, and without hesitation, they hastily produced two talismans, casting them forward, while swiftly retreating to distance themselves from their previous positions. Remarkably, the talismans they threw were also intermediate attack talismans. Prior to this moment, they had indeed utilized two, yet it appeared they had retained some reserves, clearly having prepared for contingencies. After a resounding explosion, the silver-winged lion emerged unscathed from the blast zone, its body showing no signs of injury, a testament to its formidable physical defense. Once it burst forth, its gaze immediately fixed upon the two men, and it let out an enraged roar, seemingly provoked. The beast wasted no time, continuing its relentless charge toward them, its speed akin to a lightning strike, swiftly reaching the men's side. With its cavernous maw agape, it lunged toward the Chi surname man. and a chilling scream pierced the air as the upper half of his body was severed in a single bite from the silver-winged lion. Chapter 144. The Great Battle. As all present witnessed this scene, expressions of horror spread across their faces. Without a moment's hesitation, they hurriedly unleashed their respective abilities to attack the winged silver lion. The young Taoist flung his dust whisk, and the strands of fur instantly elongated to several dozen feet, densely binding towards the winged silver lion. Demonstrating no intent to pause, he swiftly tapped his storage pouch, releasing a flying sword that darted directly towards the ferocious beast with alarming speed. Xing Wantian wore a grave expression as he formed hand seals with both hands, propelling a dark long spear forward in an instant. Simultaneously, he flipped his hand to reveal a mid-level attack talisman, which he also cast forth. Lin Junin quickly summoned a blazing red flying sword, employing a single-hand gesture to direct it towards the front. Gritting his teeth, he similarly produced a talisman from his other hand and flung it ahead, revealing that he too possessed mid-level talismans, albeit having refrained from using them earlier. Thunderous roars erupted as Lei Ming struck his storage pouch, and a shield shot forth, expanding in the wind to a size of 10 feet, shielding him. Given his height, it barely covered him, yet it was indeed a spirit tool. Coupled with the long knife he had previously wielded, this marked his second spirit tool. Truly, as a disciple of the refining sect, he showcased his prowess with 2 spirit artifacts in one go. Naturally, he also unleashed his spirit dagger, which now aimed at the winged silver lion. Meanwhile, the 2 members of the immortal families finally revealed their true abilities. Until now, they had refrained from using weapons, only casting 2 talismans. However, in a bid for survival, they each unleashed a spirit tool. The male summoned a gleaming golden flying sword, while the female released a fiery red silk ribbon. Prior to summoning their tools, they had already thrown 2 talismans, indicating they had reserves. Yin Liang finally ceased to conceal his capabilities. He slapped his storage pouch, and a blood-red coffin soared into the air. Upon landing, it produced a thunderous crash as the coffin lid was flung off. With rapid hand seals, Yin Liang pointed towards the coffin, prompting a creature clad in silver armor to leap forth. This grotesque being, with a face of deep purple and a mouth full of fangs, boasted claws over an inch long, embodying an unsightly visage, the iron-armored silver corpse. Upon its emergence, the creature seemed to receive a command, howling as it lunged towards the winged silver lion with astonishing speed. The sight of the iron-armored silver corpse left all onlookers in shock. They could sense its strength surpassed that of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. They were astonished that Yin Liang harbored such a formidable trump card, yet excitement coursed through them. United by a singular thought, they believed that employing this creature against the winged silver lion would significantly enhance their chances of survival, and perhaps even allow them to slay the beast and claim the coveted golden yuan fruit. Meanwhile, after dispatching the Qi surname man, the winged silver lion wasted no time, swiftly turning its attention towards the Wan surname man. The complexion of the man bearing the surname Wan changed drastically, for he had just witnessed the gruesome demise of his senior brother, instilling within him a profound fear. However, there was no time for him to flee. Merely 3 breaths had passed since the monstrous beast had slain the man of the Qi surname. He hastily summoned a shield to protect himself. Yet this shield was merely a superior magical artifact, insufficient to withstand the ferocious assault of the dual-winged silver lion. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered into fragments, and the dual-winged silver lion was soon upon him, sinking its jaws into his body, cleaving him in 2 just as it had done before. Strangely, the beast showed no intent to consume him. Perhaps it sought to dispatch all its foes swiftly, intending to relish its feast afterward. In a swift motion, it turned to face the nearest 2 members of the cultivation family, transforming into a streak of silver light as it charged forth. At that moment, the talismans thrown by the man and woman descended upon the beast, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous explosions and a spectacle of vibrant colors. Yet, these assaults proved to be of little consequence to the creature, merely serving to momentarily hinder its advance. When the beast revealed itself once more, it bore only a few singed tufts of fur, with no other visible injuries. The dual-winged silver lion let out a furious roar and closed in on the 2. Their flying swords and long ribbons struck at it, but the beast effortlessly evaded their attacks. Before the two could retrieve their magical artifacts for defense, a scream pierced the air, for the man of the cultivation family had met a brutal end. The woman, upon witnessing the horrific scene beside her, was struck with terror, crying out, "Friends, save me." From a distance, Lin Junnan, Lei Ming, and the young Taoist could only sigh in despair upon witnessing the unfolding tragedy. It was not that they were unwilling to assist. The dual-winged silver lion was simply too swift. By the time the two from the Medicine King Valley fell, they had only just completed their incantations, and their magical artifacts and summoned corpses had yet to reach the beast. In fact, from the moment the creature attacked the Chi surname man to the slaying of the man from the cultivation family, only a few breaths had elapsed. Just then, another scream echoed, leaving no doubt that the woman had also perished. As she fell, Lin Junnan and his companions' attacks finally reached their destination. The first to arrive was the young Taoist's dust whisk, which unleashed a flurry of white threads enveloping the beast. This magical artifact was indeed remarkable. Its coverage was extensive, and despite the beast's incredible speed, it could not escape the confines of the binding threads. In an instant, it was ensnared. Yet, an astonishing sight unfolded. The creature roared in fury, twisting its massive form, and the white threads began to snap under the strain, threatening to lose their grip on the formidable beast. At this moment, the little Taoist's spiritual weapon, the flying sword, Xing Wantian's dark long spear, the thunderous flying knife of the spirit weapon, and Lin Junnan's fiery red flying sword all converged and struck the body of the demon beast. A series of thunderous explosions resounded. Before the onlookers could discern the condition of the demon beast, two mid-level talismans launched an attack on the silver-winged lion, which were previously thrown by Xing Wantian and Lin Junnan. After a cacophony of rumbling explosions, as the smoke dissipated, the silver-winged lion was revealed to have sustained several wounds, from which crimson blood flowed profusely. Its once silvery fur had turned a dismal black, presenting a pitiful sight, as if it had suffered severe injuries. The silver-winged lion lay motionless on the ground. A glimmer of hope flickered across the faces of the onlookers, each harboring the thought of seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Just as they prepared for another assault, the silver-winged lion suddenly rose, letting out a furious roar and declaring, "I shall slay you all. You will all perish." Upon witnessing the silver-winged lion stand, the onlookers were momentarily startled, yet their actions did not waver. They continued to wield their spiritual weapons, directing them towards the beast. Meanwhile, the armored silver corpse had also arrived, emitting a terrifying growl as it lunged towards the silver-winged lion. At that moment, the dusting spirit weapon could no longer restrain the silver-winged lion. Upon regaining its freedom, the demon beast charged at the armored silver corpse. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat. Although the armored silver corpse was formidable, it was no match for the silver-winged lion. Fortunately, with the assistance of the onlookers' spiritual weapons, the demon beast was compelled to divert some of its focus to fend off the attacks, leading to a prolonged stalemate on the battlefield, with neither side gaining the upper hand. From a distance, the area was filled with roars, strange cries, and the sounds of biting, along with the thuds of the silver-winged lion swatting away spiritual weapons, a symphony of chaos. At this juncture, Wu Fan observed from afar, trembling with trepidation. Fortunately, he had the heavenly ghost concealment technique, enabling him to remain undetected by the few cultivators and the demon beast. Witnessing the prowess of the cultivators and the strength of the demon beast, he realized his own insignificance, not to mention the might of the mid-level talismans. Even the armored silver corpse was beyond his capability to contend with. Nonetheless, he had little fear now, for during the fray below, he had successfully set up the misty heaven-severing formation. A quarter of an hour later, the silver-winged lion was riddled with wounds, blood oozing from its body, presenting a wretched appearance. Some of the injuries were inflicted by spiritual weapons, while others were the result of the armored silver corpse's attacks. Indeed, the armored silver corpse proved formidable, having torn away countless chunks of the demon beast's flesh with its fang-filled maw. Its lengthy claws had left a myriad of gashes across the demon beast's body. Meanwhile, the armored silver corpse fared even worse. The fury of the silver-winged lion had left it in tatters, its limbs strewn across the ground, utterly lifeless. However, it must be noted that the armored silver corpse was never truly a living being. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of the armored silver corpse, Yan Liang's countenance darkened significantly, his heart aching at the loss of such a precious creation. He pondered how he would report this calamity to the sect leader, realizing that without the aid of the armored silver corpse, his own strength would inevitably diminish. At that moment, although the two-winged silver lion was battered and bruised, it still possessed combat prowess. The others, bereft of the armored silver corpse as support, were likely unable to withstand the impending threat, and indeed, the situation unfolded as such. The furious beast cast a glance at the gathering and bellowed, "You wretched humans, I shall end your lives." Clearly enraged, the beast surged towards Yan Liang, intent on avenging itself, for it understood that its grievous injuries were a result of the actions of the very corpse that Yan Liang commanded. As the others recognized that the beast still had the capacity to fight, panic seized their hearts. Without the armored silver corpse to assist them, they knew they could not fend off the creature. Yan Liang, alarmed by the beast's charge, hastily retreated while urgently calling out, "Fellow cultivators, please help me restrain this beast." However, the others had no time to heed his plea, as they were fleeing at full speed, fearful of being overtaken by the beast. Observing that no one would come to his aid, despair washed over Yan Liang. He realized that his demise was all but certain. Indeed, the two-winged silver lion was remarkably swift, reaching his side in the blink of an eye, and with a single bite. A horrifying scream echoed as Yan Liang was tragically torn asunder. Chapter 145. Abundant harvest. After Yan Liang's demise, the ferocious beast surged forward without pause, aiming directly at the nearest target, Xing Wantian. At that moment, Xing Wantian had only managed to flee a few dozen zhang when the silver-winged lion caught up with him in merely 5 breaths. Following a chilling scream, yet another foundational cultivator met their end. It was evident that the beast was in a state of furious rage. Its body was drenched in blood, and its injuries were grave, pushing it to the brink of a desperate assault. Although its speed was not as swift as before, it still effortlessly pursued the humans. Currently, 3 individuals remained alive: the young Taoist, Lei Ming, and Lin Junin. These 3 had managed to escape several hundred zhang, scattering in different directions. Their fates were intertwined, each understanding that death was inevitable. It was merely a matter of who would succumb first. The silver-winged lion glanced towards the trio, let out a roar of fury, and immediately set its sights on Lin Junin. At that moment, Lin Junin was soaring through the air on his sword. When he turned to glance back, his face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that the beast would target him first. A chill of despair washed over him. Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from venturing into such perilous territory. Having only recently established his foundation, his lifespan was still considerable, yet he found himself on the brink of death far sooner than expected. Overwhelmed by despair, he contemplated surrendering to fate, when suddenly, a voice pierced through his thoughts. "If you wish to survive, fly quickly to the right." Upon hearing these words, Lin Junin acted without hesitation, as his dire circumstances left no room for contemplation. Even if the speaker intended him harm, it mattered little. Death was inevitable, and it was worth the gamble. What if they truly wished to save him? In no time, Lin Junin reached a small hill, closely followed by the silver-winged lion. Just as the man and beast arrived at the hilltop, they were enveloped by a dense fog. Initially, Lin Junin believed he had stumbled upon the outer regions of the perilous mist, but he quickly realized that the fog here was far more concentrated than that of the distant area. It dawned on him that this must be an array set up by the mysterious voice. The silver-winged lion, too, was momentarily taken aback, its instincts mirroring Lin Junin's. However, it soon deduced that this was indeed an array, as it had some understanding of such formations from its time in the outside world. Injured and eager to eliminate a few humans before retreating to heal, it found itself ensnared instead, unable to escape the fog despite numerous attempts. Panic surged within the beast. Time was of the essence, and it needed to recover swiftly. Suddenly, a burst of flames shot towards it. The beast sensed the impending danger and swiftly evaded the attack, its fury intensifying at the realization that someone was targeting it. Mere moments after the flames soared past, they returned, forcing the beast to dodge repeatedly, unable to find respite. Meanwhile, Wu Fan was multitasking, deftly controlling the celestial fire while conversing with Lin Junin. Lin Junin found himself bewildered within the array, surrounded by a haze of white. With no recourse, he called out, "Thank you, kind friend, for saving my life." May I inquire your name? Could you perhaps reveal yourself? You need not express gratitude. I shall now open a passage for you. Hasten your departure, for this array cannot contain the beast. If you linger, it may soon be too late. Lin Junnan discerned a deep, unfamiliar voice, suggesting he had never encountered this individual before, nor could he fathom the reason for his rescue. At that moment, a passage suddenly manifested beside him, leading outside the array. Realizing that this person intended to grant him an escape, he felt a surge of gratitude and replied, I am truly thankful for your life-saving assistance. If it is not too much trouble, could you kindly share your name? Once I have exited this secret realm, I shall be sure to repay your kindness. Do not tarry, for time is of the essence. The beast is about to emerge. If you do not depart now, you risk meeting your demise here. Upon hearing this, Lin Junnan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly dashed towards the passage. In his rush, he called back, What about you? Will you not flee with me? Do not concern yourself with me. I have my own means of escape. With those words, Lin Junnan ceased his inquiries. Upon exiting the array, he swiftly unleashed his flying sword and ascended into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the young Taoist had already soared several dozen miles away, puzzled as to why the beast had not pursued him. Did Lin Junnan possess some secret safeguard that impeded the creature? Or was it possible that he had perished, allowing the beast to chase after thunder? Perhaps the beast had not left the valley at all and was currently recuperating within. The young Taoist could not discern the truth but lacked the courage to return and investigate. Survival was his foremost priority. As it stood, he appeared to have escaped the clutches of death. At the same time, thunder flew through the skies, having covered a similar distance. His thoughts mirrored those of the young Taoist, focused solely on fleeing this perilous place. Terrified by the beast, he felt a flicker of fortune within him. At this juncture, his chances of survival seemed promising, provided the beast did not pursue him further. With that thought, he quickened his pace. Once all had vacated the valley, Wu Fan chuckled within the array, having previously deceived Lin Junnan. His sole aim was to expedite Lin Junnan's departure, for only then could the golden yuan tree rightfully belong to him. Subsequently, Wu Fan devoted his attention to manipulating the heavenly net fire. After half an hour, the beast, weakened by its injuries and excessive blood loss, slowed considerably. Ultimately, it succumbed to the flames, reduced to mere ashes. Upon the demise of the winged silver lion, Wu Fan swiftly dashed out of the formation and approached the golden yuan tree. With his flying sword, he excavated the soil surrounding the diminutive tree, cradling it in his arms as he returned to the formation. He then entered a small space, where he sought a vacant plot within the medicinal garden. After a quarter of an hour, he gazed at the golden yuan tree before him, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. It was truly a stroke of fortune. Many had fought fiercely for this small tree, resulting in the demise of 6 individuals, yet it had ultimately come into his possession without any toil. The joy was palpable, for this was none other than the renowned golden yuan tree, whose golden yuan fruits served as the primary ingredient for concocting the dragon yuan pill. It was said that even consuming the golden yuan fruit raw could assist in breaking through the bottleneck of the golden core stage, albeit not as effectively as the dragon yuan pill itself. Wu Fan reached out and plucked the 9 golden yuan fruits, carefully placing them into the drawer of his storage room before exiting the small space. Upon returning to the outside world, he emerged from the formation and made his way to the valley. Approaching a corpse, he recognized it as that of the chief family man from the medicinal King Valley, who had been slain by the winged silver lion without being consumed, merely torn asunder at the chest. Like others, he bore a storage pouch at his waist. Wu Fan deftly removed the pouch, not pausing to inspect it, and proceeded to the nearby body of the one family man, similarly collecting his storage pouch. Thus, he continued to the bodies of Yin Liang, Xing Wantian, and the 2 members of the cultivator family, gathering their storage pouches without hesitation. Subsequently, Wu Fan ventured towards a nearby cave, which was not lengthy, merely a few dozen yards. Upon entering, he beheld a vast cavern devoid of danger or other beasts, likely serving as the nest of the winged silver lion. After meticulously inspecting the cave, disappointment flickered in his eyes as he exited and returned to the formation. Wu Fan, wary of the potential return of the Taoist priests and their companions, chose not to linger, dismantling the formation before departing. A day later, Wu Fan emerged from the treacherous area and casually sought a desolate mountain, setting up a formation before peacefully examining the storage pouches. As time passed, a broad smile spread across his face. When he opened Yin Liang's storage pouch, his eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily retrieved a spirit herb, its verdant hue adorned with 3 golden blossoms. Upon closer inspection, elation illuminated his features, for this spirit herb was none other than the Vitality 3-flower grass, a coveted ingredient he had been diligently seeking. Remarkably, he had found it on Yin Liang, the final principal component for concocting the longevity pill. At that moment, Wu Fan's excitement knew no bounds. He had ventured into perilous territory to find this herb, and with it in his possession, he could commence the formulation of the longevity pill upon exiting the secret realm. Once successfully crafted, he would return to Qingshan City to administer it to his parents. The objective of his journey to the secret realm had been fulfilled, and Wu Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he examined several storage bags, discovering within them a remarkable collection of 7,000 to 8,000 spirit herbs. Although the majority were duplicates, this quantity was still considerable. Were others to learn of this bounty, they would undoubtedly be astounded, pondering the multitude of cultivators that must have perished to yield such an abundance of spirit herbs. In addition to the herbs, there were over 1,000,000 spirit stones. While Wu Fan was not in dire need of spirit stones, the sight of them still ignited a spark of exhilaration within him. With these stones, he would be liberated from the burdens of financial worry for a considerable time, at least alleviating the fears associated with selling spirit herbs. Beyond the spirit stones, he also discovered 3 spiritual artifacts. One was the long spear belonging to Xing Wantian. Another was a resplendent golden flying sword, the possession of a male cultivator from a renowned family, and the last was a length of silk, belonging to a female cultivator from the same lineage. These 3 artifacts were of low grade, and aside from the golden flying sword, Wu Fan had little fondness for the other 2, primarily due to his lack of expertise in wielding them. The remaining items, apart from various pills, consisted of an assortment of trivial and useless objects. After categorizing all the items, he entered a small space. He first planted some rare spirit herbs and fruits, which were difficult to find in the outside world, into his medicinal garden. These herbs and fruits would serve him well even after he entered the foundation establishment stage. Next, he stored the several thousand ordinary spirit herbs in the drawers of the storage room, intending to utilize them to enhance his alchemical skills. Of course, some of these herbs were also from his previous acquisitions. He could not carry all the spirit herbs with him, knowing that once he exited the secret realm, the sect would confiscate his storage bags. He left only a few ordinary herbs as a guise. Afterward, he casually tossed the storage bags belonging to Yin Liang and others into his bedroom. Upon checking himself and finding no omissions, he returned to the outside world. With only a few days remaining until the secret realm's closure, he hoped to seek out senior sister Shui Hui once more. If he could not locate her, he would have no choice but to return to the Clear Wind sect's encampment and await the departure from the secret realm. Chapter 146, Timely Arrival 2 days later. In a secluded gorge, Wu Fan and Ling Er were racing through the terrain. Over the past 2 days, in addition to searching for senior sister Shui Hui, Wu Fan had also been gathering medicinal herbs. Strangely, the central area appeared to have significantly fewer demonic beasts, and the presence of cultivators was nearly non-existent. Wu Fan surmised that less than half of the disciples remaining in the secret realm were likely to survive, while those who had endured must have hidden themselves away, much like the disciples of the Qingfeng sect. At that moment, Wu Fan spoke. Ling Er, we have thoroughly scoured the central region. Have you not yet detected the aura of senior sister Shui Hui? Master, do not fret, Ling Er replied, glancing back at Wu Fan. We have yet to search this direction. If Shui Hui is still alive, she should be within this vicinity. Very well, let us hasten our efforts. Time is of the essence. If we cannot find her, we shall return to the cave and regroup with Brother Wei Qi. Wu Fan responded with a hint of resignation. Master, do you think it is possible that Shui Hui has already been found by Lin Junnan? She could be in that cave now, Ling Er inquired, voicing her concerns. Who can say? It is indeed a possibility. Let us complete our search in this area first. If we still do not find her, we shall head back, Wu Fan concluded. In truth, Wu Fan and Ling Er had been remarkably swift in their search over the last 2 days. The central area was relatively small, and the absence of demonic beasts had allowed them to increase their speed, even taking to the skies on their swords at times. Therefore, they had already covered a vast expanse, with only this final area remaining to be searched. Meanwhile, at the far end of this region, a confrontation was unfolding between two men and a woman. The two men, clad in black, were evidently allies. One was a bearded man in his 30s, his complexion resembling that of the earth. The other, appearing to be in his late 20s, was slight of build with small, beady eyes, exuding a rather unsavory demeanor. Both were masters at the peak of the chi refinement stage, a testament to their prowess as elite cultivators allowed into the secret realm. The woman, in stark contrast, possessed striking beauty. Her fair skin gleamed, her bright eyes sparkled, and her long hair was simply tied back. Dressed in a pale moon-white gown, she was none other than Xue Hui, the very person Wu Fan had been desperately seeking. At that moment, Xue Hui's countenance was grim. She had not anticipated that upon emerging from her hiding place, she would encounter these two disciples of the demon sect. Previously, the central area had been rife with demonic beasts, prompting her to conceal herself in a cave. Fortunately, she possessed a mid-level concealment talisman, allowing her to evade disaster. For the past month, she had remained hidden in that cave, but with the imminent closure of the secret realm, she had no choice but to venture out. Little did she expect that less than an hour after exiting the cave, she would be discovered by these two. Although they were engaged in battle, it was evident that the two men were not exerting their full strength, nor did they harbor intentions to kill Xue Hui. Their leering gazes, however, betrayed their lascivious thoughts, leaving no doubt as to their intentions. The slender man fixated his gaze on Xue Hui, scrutinizing her from head to toe with an unmistakable look of desire. He had not anticipated encountering such a stunning beauty in this place. At that moment, his lower urges began to govern his thoughts. He resolved to capture this enchanting woman, suppress her magical powers, and ultimately engage in unspeakable acts. Meanwhile, the bearded man, with a similarly lascivious expression, seemed to share the same intentions as his companion. The slender man leered. Fair maiden, why not yield to both of us? I assure you, if you cooperate with us, we will let you go unharmed afterward. What do you think, my lady? The bearded man chimed in. Indeed, my junior brother speaks true. Should you agree to our proposition? You must ponder carefully. Would you prefer to perish, or will you comply with our demands? Xue Hui's face darkened, her expression so grim it could have squeezed water from stone. At that moment, she struck her two magical artifacts, a dagger and a long sword, with her whip, both belonging to the men. Upon hearing their words, her countenance grew even more forbidding. With a cold snort, she declared, "Humph. You two should cease your fantasies. If you possess any skill, then kill me." The men's expression soured instantly at her defiance. The bearded man retorted, "Humph. You refuse our invitation and seek death. Very well, we shall oblige." With that, he unleashed a fierce assault, wielding his long sword with newfound vigor, now glowing ominously as it lunged toward Xue Hui. "Brother, ease your hand. Do not kill her. And for heaven's sake, do not maim her. I want her alive. I intend to enjoy her after 3 months of restraint," urged the slender man hastily. "Rest assured, I am well aware. Stop dawdling and strike," the bearded man commanded. Without further ado, the slender man retrieved a rope from his storage pouch and hurled it toward Xue Hui, while simultaneously launching his dagger with fierce intent. As Xue Hui faced their onslaught, she began to falter. Her whip cracked sharply through the air, sending lash after lash toward their magical artifacts in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Yet, she understood that if this continued, her defenses would inevitably collapse. With a swift motion, she tapped her storage pouch, summoning a flying sword to join the fray. Seeing Xue Hui produce yet another artifact, the bearded man let out a sinister chuckle. He too reached into his storage pouch, unleashing a spear that radiated dark energy, aimed directly at Xue Hui's flying sword. With the addition of the long spear, Xue Hui appeared increasingly strained. She swung her whip with great speed, repeatedly striking the opponent's 3 magical artifacts. The two adversaries, witnessing Xue Hui's fierce determination, were taken aback, each harboring the same thought. This woman is truly formidable. Fortunately, they were working in tandem. Had either faced her alone, victory would not be assured. As time elapsed, after a quarter of an hour, Xue Hui gradually began to falter. The pace at which she wielded her whip was clearly outmatched by the speed of the 3 magical artifacts. When their long knife, dagger, and spear successfully intercepted her whip and flying sword, the slight man seized the opportunity to swiftly ensnare her with a rope. In a moment of desperation, Xuehui attempted to evade, yet lacking any practiced agility, she could not escape the binding. After several futile attempts to dodge, she found herself ensnared, feeling her internal energy diminish, rendering her powerless. At this juncture, Xuehui's face turned pale with fear as she envisioned the impending humiliation she would face at their hands. A wave of despair washing over her. The two men, donned with lewd grins, advanced slowly towards her. The diminutive man chuckled, addressing his companion. "Brother, may I have the honor of going first? Let us not rush to refuse. I am willing to exchange a vial of magic essence for this privilege. What say you?" After contemplating briefly, the bearded man nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since you are so generous with the magic essence, I see no reason to decline." Upon overhearing their exchange, Xuehui's face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. She implored, "If you let me go, I will hand over my storage bag, which contains over 100 spiritual herbs." The men erupted in laughter at her words, the slight man scoffing. "Tell me, fairy, have you lost your wits? In your current predicament, do you still believe you hold any bargaining power? We, as brothers, desire not just your storage bag, but also your body." Haha. Meanwhile, several miles away, Wu Fan soared through the air on his flying sword, swiftly navigating the terrain. Linger glanced back at him, urging, "Master, hurry. Just ahead lies the source of the scent I have detected. It must be Sister Xuehui." "Understood. I am flying at full speed," Wu Fan replied. For Wu Fan, the 10-mile distance would take no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. As he approached the vicinity of the three, the scene that unfolded before him ignited a furious rage within. He beheld Sister Xuehui pinned beneath the frail man, who was brazenly manhandling her. Xuehui was crying out in distress, utterly helpless and bound, unable to resist, resigning herself to their whims. The weak man continued to emit lewd laughter, hastily tugging at her garments, as the last of her inner clothing was on the verge of being torn away. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Fan was overwhelmed with rage, his entire body trembling, and his eyes wide with fury. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Stop this at once." After his shout, he lowered his gaze to Linger at his feet and commanded fiercely, "Linger, eliminate them." "As you wish, master," Linger responded, transforming into a streak of white light as she leaped from the flying sword and surged forward with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Xuehui was consumed with shame and indignation, her heart heavy with despair, wishing fervently for her own demise. As she gazed upon the grotesque visage before her, her eyes burned with hatred. Just as she found herself clad in nothing but her last piece of undergarment, Xuehui suddenly heard the most melodious voice in existence. Recognizing the source of the sound, her eyes brightened with joy, and she exclaimed, "Junior brother, save me." At that moment, a white figure flashed before her, and Xuehui soon realized that the diminutive man who had been on her was now lying lifeless on the ground. She understood that she had been rescued. Unable to rise, she turned her gaze forward and was elated to see the white figure, having dispatched one foe, now darting towards the bearded man in the distance. In a fleeting moment, the figure struck again. The man suddenly clutched his neck, emitting a series of choking sounds. As she observed, crimson blood began to seep through his fingers, trickling down, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 147. The closure of the secret realm. Upon witnessing the demise of the two individuals, Wu Fan felt a profound sense of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived in the nick of time. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the consequences would have been dire. Wu Fan hurriedly approached, retrieving a garment from his storage pouch and draping it over Xuehui. He then inquired, "Xuehui, are you all right?" "Thank you, junior brother, for rescuing me. I am unscathed, but I implore you to assist me. My internal spiritual power has been sealed," she replied. "Very well, I shall lift the seal for you." Wu Fan had already discerned that Xuehui's powers were restrained, and she was bound by a rope, which was also a magical artifact. However, with the demise of the frail man, the rope was left unattended. Wu Fan effortlessly unbound the rope and placed his hand over Xuehui's dantian. A gentle white light emanated from his palm, illuminating the dark energy enveloping her dantian, the very force that had sealed her powers. With careful control, Wu Fan gradually eroded the dark energy, and within moments, it dissipated entirely. Rising to his feet, Wu Fan turned away, presenting his back to Xuehui. Now restored, She swiftly removed the garment he had placed upon her and retrieved a set of her own clothes from her storage pouch, donning them with haste. Moments later, standing upright, Xuehui smiled at Wu Fan and said, "Junior brother, you may turn around now." Wu Fan complied, and upon seeing that Xuehui was now properly attired, he asked, "Xuehui, how did you end up here? Those two must have been members of the Earth Demon sect, correct? What transpired?" "Ah, junior brother, you are unaware of the circumstances. After entering the secret realm, I spent my time on the outskirts searching for spiritual herbs, encountering little danger. However, upon reaching the central area, I discovered a multitude of ferocious beasts, and on several occasions, I narrowly escaped death. Eventually, I concealed myself using a concealment talisman and remained hidden. Today, seeing that the area seemed devoid of beasts and with the secret realm's closure imminent, I ventured out, only to unexpectedly encounter those two. You are already familiar with the unfortunate events that followed," Xuehui recounted in one breath. "Ah, I see. Those two truly deserve their fates," Wu Fan replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. Xuehui cast a glance at the lifeless bodies, her expression shifting to one of indignation, before turning to Wu Fan and asking, "By the way, junior brother, how did you come to be here?" "I came here specifically to search for you, Xuehui. I have been looking for you for some time and finally located you today. Let us discuss this further on our way back," Wu Fan stated. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Xuehui felt a surge of emotion. She realized that his presence was no mere coincidence. He had come here expressly to find her. With gratitude, she softly uttered, "Thank you for your concern, junior brother. I owe my safety to your timely arrival. Had you not come to my aid, I might have I shall forever be indebted to you for this great favor." "Such words are unnecessary, senior sister. We are both disciples of Danding Peak. There is no need for formality. It is only right that I come to your aid," Wu Fan insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Xuehui smiled and nodded, but then a thought seemed to strike her, prompting her to inquire with a hint of curiosity. "By the way, junior brother, what was that white shadow we just saw? Where has it gone? And where are you taking me?" Wu Fan sighed inwardly at her mention of the matter, realizing that Linger would inevitably be revealed. In his earlier haste, he had sent Linger to deal with those two individuals, as her speed far surpassed his own. He then turned his gaze towards the distance and called out, "Ling, come here." Suddenly, a white shadow darted towards them and swiftly materialized at Wu Fan's feet, revealing its form. When Xuehui beheld the little white fox, astonishment filled her eyes, and she covered her rosy mouth with her hand. Turning to Wu Fan, she exclaimed, "Junior brother, is this third-tier spirit beast your familiar?" Wu Fan merely smiled and nodded in response. "You truly are remarkable. With this little white fox by your side, you need not fear anyone in the future," Xuehui remarked cheerfully. "Umph. I am not merely a little white fox. I have a name. I am Linger," the fox interjected with a hint of indignation. "Ah, my apologies. I didn't know your name, Linger. I truly am sorry," Xuehui said, unable to contain her laughter at the fox's adorable demeanor and clever retort. She had never encountered such a charming and intelligent spirit beast before. "Very well, I forgive you," Linger replied with a playful tone. "Wu Fan, no nonsense. Return to your spirit beast pouch," Wu Fan instructed, maintaining a serious expression. Reluctantly, Linger transformed back into a white shadow and flew towards the spirit beast pouch, disappearing from sight in an instant. Only then did Wu Fan turn his attention back to Xuehui, saying, "Senior sister, please do not speak of Linger to anyone else." "Rest assured, senior sister understands. I won't mention it to anyone," Xuehui promptly assured him. Wu Fan smiled and nodded in agreement. "Now, shall we be on our way? By the way, junior brother, you have yet to tell me where we are headed," Xuehui inquired with curiosity. "Of course, we are returning to the Qingfeng sect's encampment. There is a cave where senior brother Wei Qi and the others are gathered. Before I came to find you, more than 50 people had already assembled there," Wu Fan explained. "Is that so? That's wonderful. Let's hurry," Xuehui exclaimed with excitement. Wu Fan smiled and nodded, then added, "Senior sister, please collect the storage bags of those two." "Well, I think it should be you who collects them, as you were the one who defeated them. The storage bags rightfully belong to you," Xuehui considered before stating, feeling that since her life had been saved by him, it would be inappropriate to claim the bags. "Ah, there is no need for such courtesy, senior sister. Please take them. I already possess plenty of spirit herbs, and besides, we must submit the herbs upon our return." It matters not who collects them, Wu Fan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words, Xuehui felt a surge of emotion. In truth, she was well aware that her junior brother intended to reserve the benefits for himself, which prompted him to utter such sentiments. One must understand that within that storage bag, aside from the spiritual herbs, there would undoubtedly be valuable items such as magical artifacts, spirit stones, and elixirs. However, her junior brother only mentioned the spiritual herbs, omitting the rest. Given that he had spoken so, if she were to refuse, it would come across as overly pretentious. This kindness would have to be repaid gradually in the future. With this thought in mind, Xuehui smiled and said, "Thank you, junior brother." Wu Fan nodded with a smile. After Xuehui accepted the 2 storage bags, Wu Fan led her away, heading towards the residence of Qingfeng's sect. A day later, at the Qingfeng sect's residence, in the cave, upon seeing Xuehui, Wei Qi immediately approached her, laughing heartily. "Junior sister Xuehui, it is truly wonderful that you are safe. The junior brother finally brought you back." "Indeed, I owe much to the junior brother's assistance. Otherwise, I would not have returned," Xuehui replied, glancing at Wei Qi with a smile. "Did junior sister Xuehui encounter difficulties?" Wei Qi inquired. "Alas, it is a long story. I shall recount it when time permits," Xuehui responded, then walked over to join Lin Junin and Qinya, having already been informed by Wu Fan about the matters concerning them. As Wu Fan entered the cave, he noticed only about 60 individuals present and sighed inwardly, realizing that these were the surviving disciples of Qingfeng's sect. It was largely thanks to Lin Junin that their numbers had not dwindled further. Approaching Lin Junin and Qinya, Wu Fan bowed respectfully and announced, "Elder Lin, Elder Qin, I have returned, and I have also found junior sister Xuehui." At this moment, Xuehui approached as well, performing a similar gesture of respect, saying, "Greetings, Elder Lin, Elder Qin." Elder Lin smiled warmly at the two and nodded. "It is good that you have returned. The secret realm will close in 2 days. Make sure to rest well." Elder Qin merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further words. After Wu Fan and Xuehui nodded in response, they walked away to find a quiet spot where they could sit. Shortly thereafter, Wei Qi, Lu Yang, and Dong Jie approached and sat beside them. Lu Yang began with a cheerful tone. "During the time you were away, we were quite concerned about you, Brother Wu. We are relieved to see you back safely. Indeed, we were all quite anxious, eagerly awaiting your return," Dong Jie added. Their words rang true. In their hearts, Wu Fan was their benefactor, and it was entirely due to him that they found themselves in this moment. Wu Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you both for your concern. Allow me to introduce you. This is our senior sister from Danding Peak, Xuehui." Lu Yang and Dong Jie turned their attention to Xuehui, cupping their fists in greeting. Dong Jie then spoke. "It is truly a cause for celebration that senior sister Xuehui has returned unscathed. This expedition into the secret realm was fraught with peril." Xuehui nodded with a smile, just as Wei Qi interjected. "Since we have all survived, this is indeed a cause for celebration. In 2 days, the secret realm will close, and we shall return to our sect." Lu Yang chuckled heartily. "Indeed, upon our return, we shall receive foundation establishment elixirs." The others joined in laughter. And thus the 4 of them engaged in light-hearted conversation, patiently awaiting the closure of the secret realm. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days flew by. On this day, Wu Fan and over 60 others emerged from the cave. At this moment, the sky was cloaked in dark clouds, and in the distance, a specific area of the sky began to swirl ominously. As time progressed, the swirling clouds accelerated, and after a quarter of an hour, a massive opening appeared. It was then that Lin Junin suddenly spoke, "Fellow disciples, the passage has been opened. Let us hasten our departure." As soon as his words fell, Wu Fan and the others soared towards the distant sky. Simultaneously, in other regions of the center, a similar scene unfolded as all surviving cultivators rushed towards the opening in the sky. Meanwhile, in the outside world, within the Tsangyin mountain range, in a secluded valley, 5 to 60 cultivators stood amidst the valley, most of whom were at the foundation establishment stage, while only a handful were venerable Golden Core ancestors. The Golden Core elders, with hands forming intricate seals, gazed skyward, directing beams of light from their fingers towards the opening in the sky. Before long, as the vast opening stabilized after a quarter of an hour, the Golden Core cultivators ceased their incantations and settled into meditative postures. At this moment, A robust middle-aged man addressed the assembly. "Dear friends, how many disciples do you believe will return alive from this expedition into the secret realm?" Chapter 148. Departure from the secret realm. Before us stands a middle-aged man whose appearance suggests he is in his 50s, though his true age, spanning several centuries, remains an enigma. As a venerable ancestor of the Golden Course stage, one cannot discern his actual age merely by his exterior. Dressed in a flowing crimson robe, he possesses prominent brows and striking eyes, exuding a robust demeanor, with a full beard that gives him an air of ruggedness. As soon as the burly man finishes speaking, an elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, chuckles from across the table. "Hee, my dear friend, sure, we cannot discern the happenings within the secret realm. Who can say how many disciples might survive? However, based on previous openings of the realm, it is likely that less than 50% will make it back." The elder, adorned in exquisite brocade garments, boasts a head of neatly arranged white hair, with not a single strand out of place, indicating his meticulous attention to personal appearance. Then, another elder interjects with a smile. "What Ouyang has said is quite accurate. I share the same sentiment. Yet, I wonder how many of the returning disciples will bring back significant gains." This elder is clad in a sea-green long robe, presenting a youthful visage in his 60s. With a slightly flushed complexion, the emblem of a cauldron is emblazoned on his chest, hinting at his identity as an ancestor from the Apothecary Valley. Opposite the apothecary elder sits a woman in her 40s, yet her enchanting beauty belies her age. She is a captivating figure, exuding grace and elegance, with skin as delicate as jade. Slowly, she turns her head to gaze at the elder Ouyang in the distance, and, parting her crimson lips, remarks with a playful tone, "Hee. Ouyang, I have heard whispers of a red-haired zombie visiting your Ouyang clan a couple of years ago. I understand you even engaged in a fierce battle with that creature and sustained serious injuries. Pray tell, how is your condition now?" Upon hearing her words, the expression of elder Ouyang darkens, and he snorts coldly. "Humph. Your concern for my injuries is unwarranted, Miss Shangwan. Do you intend to challenge me as well?" "Hee. Ouyang, do not jest. I was merely expressing concern for a fellow cultivator, with no ulterior motives," she replies with a light-hearted laugh. Yet, a glimmer of coldness flickers in her eyes, revealing an underlying tension between the two prominent families of cultivators. Their seemingly amicable conversation masks a deeper discord. Elder Ouyang, with a disdainful huff, turns away, choosing to ignore the enchanting woman. To his left sits a young man, appearing in his 20s, who seems to have mastered some secret technique of youth preservation. His pale complexion and form-fitting black attire give him an unusual, almost sinister allure. With elongated eyes and blood-red pupils, he turns to the burly man of the artifact refining sect and queries with a sly grin. "Hee, what troubles you, sure? Are you concerned about the potential casualties among your disciples?" The middle-aged man, his features darkening, responds with a cold snort. "Humph. What is wrong with being concerned for my disciples?" The old man claimed, "I am not like you practitioners of the demon sect, who have lost their true selves in the pursuit of dark powers." The young man, unfazed by this remark, chuckled and replied, "Dear Stone, your assertion is flawed. Those of us who have ascended to the Golden Course stage have traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Can you not see? In the path of cultivation, only by severing emotional ties and dedicating oneself wholly to the way can one advance further. To me, the lives and deaths of others hold no significance. Should anyone dare obstruct my path, even if they were my own flesh and blood, I would not hesitate to strike them down with my sword." The disciples of the demon sect who enter the secret realms share this sentiment. I care not for their fates, but rather for the treasures they can procure. Just as the burly man from the refining sect was about to respond, he was interrupted by a gentleman in his 50s. This man, of unremarkable appearance and clad in a pale blue robe, was Yun Fuzi of the Qingfeng sect. He addressed the burly man with a smile. "Stone, there is no need for you two to engage in such a debate. In my view, the path of cultivation is inherently personal." With each individual following their own way before Yun Fuzi could finish his thought, an elderly Taoist beside him chuckled. This old man, with a kind visage and an appearance of over 80 years, donned a Taoist robe, his rosy complexion framed by a head of white hair intricately styled. His eyebrows drooped to his lips, and he held a whisk in hand. He proclaimed, "Allow me to speak. A cultivator must harbor benevolent thoughts. Only the righteous path will be cherished by the world, while the wicked will be shunned by heaven and earth. Our ancestral teachings at Lingxiao Temple state that upholding justice is our fundamental purpose, and vanquishing evil for the benefit of all beings is our noble mission. Upon the conclusion of the old Taoist's words, the young man from the demon sect's expression shifted dramatically, a sinister red light igniting in his eyes. Nearby, a figure cloaked in a loose gray robe, obscuring his entire form, including his visage, sat up abruptly. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, he fixed his gaze intently on the elder, his eyes unwavering. As he raised his head, his pallid, paper-like face came into view. The color of his lips a dark purple, and his eyes narrowed to slits, glinting with a chilling light. The old Taoist noticed the reactions of both men, but merely smiled with indifference and turned away. The two individuals regarded the old Taoist for a while before bowing their heads in silence, their thoughts unclear, whether out of fear of the elder or other considerations. The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, fell silent as well. At that moment, several figures suddenly burst forth from the passageway above, racing towards the valley. Their trajectory indicated they were headed for the Medicine King Valley. The elder of the Medicine King Valley nodded with a slight smile upon seeing them. As these disciples emerged from the secret realm, more individuals followed suit from the passageway, their numbers increasing with the passage of time. Yet not a single disciple from the Qingfeng sect appeared. At this moment, Yun Fuzi's face exhibited a palpable anxiety as he observed the returning disciples from various sections. Among them, some had returned in groups of 20 to 30, while others numbered merely a dozen. He harbored concerns, fearing that mishaps might have befallen his own disciples. After waiting for the duration of an incense stick, a throng of over 60 individuals suddenly emerged from the passageway, all clad in moon-white robes, unmistakably the disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Upon their appearance, they hastily soared towards the sect's residence. The sight of these 60-odd disciples brought an immediate smile to Yun Fuzi's countenance. He had not anticipated such a substantial number of his disciples returning alive. Indeed, this surpassed the numbers from previous expeditions into the secret realm, suggesting that this venture had yielded commendable results. As time progressed, 2 hours elapsed without any further arrivals from the passageway. Yet, all remained in a state of expectancy until half a day had passed. At that juncture, the dozen or so golden core cultivators rose in unison, forming hand seals before pointing skyward. Radiant beams of light swiftly reappeared, causing the passageway in the sky to tremble and the surrounding space to warp. In no time at all, less than the duration of a tea session, the sky returned to its original state, and the expansive passageway vanished from sight. Among the disciples returning from the secret realm, the Qingfeng sect boasted the largest contingent, exceeding 60 individuals, while other sects had no more than 40, with some barely reaching 30. The disciples from the cultivation families fared even worse, with only a scant few returning alive. The expressions of the golden core cultivators, aside from Yun Fuzi, were less than favorable, and upon inquiring about the circumstances, they learned that the turmoil was instigated by the rampage of demonic beasts within the realm. In that moment, Yun Fuzi's spirits lifted, and he addressed the assembly, saying, "Esteemed friends, as the secret realm has concluded, I shall now escort my disciples back to our sect. Very well, I shall also take my leave. Yunfu, should you find the time in the future, do visit my alchemy sect for a gathering. We shall indulge in merriment," remarked a man from the Shi family of the alchemy sect with a jovial tone. "Certainly," Yun Fuzi replied with a smile and a nod. "Haha, Yun Shi. Let us make it a point to maintain our camaraderie," chimed in a man from the Yaowang Valley, chuckling. "Indeed, our bond spans over a century," the Shi man added with a laugh. While the three engaged in light-hearted banter, the golden core ancestors from other sects, their expressions grim, had already taken their leave with their disciples. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the three returned to their respective sections. At this time, Wu Fan and the 60-odd others, along with the 5 elders led by Ruin, awaited Yun Fuzi's arrival. Upon seeing him approach, they all stepped forward to greet him, bowing respectfully as they proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder." Yun Fuzi beamed at the assembly and instructed, "Rise, everyone. We shall return to our sect post-haste." In unison, the crowd responded affirmatively. With a swift gesture of his arm, Yun Fuzi unleashed a beam of soft golden light that transformed into a magnificent ship of considerable size. He then beckoned to the gathering. "Come aboard. As Yun Fuzi's voice fell, he was the first to soar towards the colossal sailing vessel, with the others swiftly following suit. Once everyone had steadied themselves, the immense ship broke through the air and departed. 8 days later, at Qingfeng Gate, atop Tianji Peak, a multitude of Foundation establishment cultivators stood in the square, their gazes fixed skyward, as if anticipating something significant. 2 hours later, a gigantic sailing vessel suddenly appeared on the horizon, its speed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, it reached the square. Once the ship came to a halt, over 60 individuals leapt down from it, none other than Wu Fan and his companions. The sect leader, Yulinzi, accompanied by all the Foundation establishment cultivators, promptly approached Yun Fuzi and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Master Uncle." Yun Fuzi nodded and addressed Yulinzi, "Please rise. My mission is deemed accomplished, and I am now prepared to return to my cave abode." The disciples have performed admirably, with 2 in particular deserving commendation, one named Lin Junin and the other Qinya. Yulinzi, you must ensure they are duly rewarded. Yulinzi quickly bent forward, assuring, "Master Uncle, rest assured, I will reward them." With a smile and a nod, Yun Fuzi waved his sleeve, and the enormous sailing vessel vanished into thin air, leaving him alone at the spot, where he subsequently disappeared as well. Chapter 149. Returned to Qingshan City after Yun Fuzi departed, Yulinzi surveyed the gathered disciples, a satisfied nod gracing his features. To be candid, he had not anticipated the return of so many disciples alive. With a smile, he addressed them, "All disciples, please follow me into the grand hall." Thus, Yulinzi turned and strode towards the hall, accompanied by the other dozens of Foundation establishment elders and over 60 individuals, including Wu Fan. During their progress, Wu Fan hastened to approach an elderly figure, his master, Li Ning. "Master, I have returned," Wu Fan beamed, his face alight with joy. Li Ning glanced at his disciple, nodding with a smile, and whispered, "Let us discuss this upon our return." After nodding in acknowledgement, Wu Fan joined the others as they made their way into the grand hall. Upon entering, Yulinzi commenced with some opening remarks, subsequently lauding the disciples for their achievements, with particular emphasis on Lin Junin and Qinya. Once the speech concluded, Yulinzi instructed for the storage bags of Wu Fan and the others to be collected. In less than half an hour, those bags were returned to their owners. Wu Fan inspected his storage bag and found that, aside from his personal belongings, the spiritual herbs and fruits had been taken. However, prior to entering the secret realm, he had carefully stored all of his spiritual herbs and fruits in a small space, leaving only 400 to 500 plants in the bag. He had inquired about the quantities possessed by other disciples during his time in the secret realm, discovering that most were in a similar range. He chose not to draw attention to himself, not out of stinginess, but rather to avoid standing out excessively, especially with Lin Junin still alive. Should he submit an abundance of herbs and fruits, it could easily lead to speculation about his involvement in the formation array within the valley, a place where several storage bags were found, along with the most precious golden yuan tree. Subsequently, the sect leader Yulinzi instructed Elder Ryuan to distribute a Foundation establishment pill to each of Wu Fan and his companions, thus marking a splendid conclusion to their expedition in the secret realm. As Wu Fan exited the grand hall alongside his master Li Ning and his uncle Yin Fun, as well as Su Yao and Wei Qi, a voice called out from behind them, "Wu Shixiang, Wei Qi Shixiang, wait for us." Turning back, Wu Fan and the others beheld Lu Yang and Dong Jie approaching hastily, followed closely by an elderly figure, the esteemed Elder Huang from Yunhafeng. Upon their arrival, Wu Fan, Wei Qi, and Xue Hui bowed respectfully to Elder Huang. "Ah, my dear disciples, there is no need for such formalities. I have come to express my gratitude. I have heard that it was the 2 of you who saved 2 of my disciples. I shall not offer trivial gifts as thanks. The debt of life is no small matter. Instead, allow me to extend a promise. Should either of you require my assistance in the future, I shall be obligated to oblige." Elder Huang proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Li Ning, Yin Fun, and Su Yao grasped the situation, exchanging knowing smiles. For Wu Fan and Wei Qi, receiving a favor from a Foundation establishment cultivator was indeed a stroke of fortune. As Wu Fan and Wei Qi clasped their fists in greeting, they spoke. "Elder Huang, you flatter us." "Haha, very well, I shall not disturb you any further. Do visit me at Yunhai Peak when you have the time," Elder Huang replied with a smile. At that moment, Lu Yang joined in with a laugh, saying, Brothers, do make sure to gather at my Yunhai Peak when you can. Dong Jie chimed in with a smile of her own. Haha, certainly. We shall go, Wei Qi responded. And Wu Fan nodded in agreement. Thus, Wu Fan and his companions returned to Danding Peak. A quarter of an hour later, in the grand hall atop Danding Peak, Wu Fan, Wei Qi, and Xue Hui were recounting their experiences in the secret realm to Li Ning, Yan Fan, and Su Yao. After half an hour, they concluded their narratives. Li Ning then smiled and said, "We are truly delighted that you three have returned safely. From now on, focus on your cultivation and strive to advance to the foundation establishment stage as swiftly as possible." Yes, Wu Fan and the others bowed and clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Very well, you may return to your caves and rest, Li Ning instructed. After nodding in agreement, the three took their leave. Shortly thereafter, Wu Fan found himself back in his cave, gazing upon the familiar surroundings that brought him a sense of security. Although his time in the secret realm had spanned merely 3 months, it had been filled with relentless foraging for herbs and fierce battles, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Reflecting on these past 3 months, Wu Fan felt a sense of joy. At the very least, he had gathered the spiritual herbs he required. Next, he aimed to swiftly enhance his alchemy skills, preparing to concoct longevity pills. Once he returned to Qingshan City, he would settle down to cultivate diligently, aiming for rapid advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Upon returning to his cave, Wu Fan entered a small space and first retreated to his bedroom for a much-needed rest. He slept soundly for 3 consecutive days, awakening revitalized. Though he no longer required sleep, he preferred the most primitive form of rest to restore his spirit. Subsequently, Wu Fan took a storage bag from the small space, filled with various spiritual herbs, including those needed by his master. During his time in the secret realm, he had matured some of these herbs and was now ready to present them to his master. At that moment, 3 hours had passed in the outside world. Upon arriving at his master's courtyard, he heard Li Ning's voice calling from within, "Xiao Fan, come in." Wu Fan was not surprised that his master awaited him. He had already sent a message to Li Ning during their time in the Grand Hall at Danding Peak. Entering the room, he found his master seated in a chair, gazing at him. Li Ning smiled and said, "Xiao Fan, come sit. Do you have something to discuss with me?" Wu Fan approached with a cheerful demeanor, settled beside his master, and finally spoke. "Master, I have located the spiritual herbs you requested. However, I did not submit them to the sect. Instead, I have hidden them using a particular method. I wish to present them to you privately." As he spoke, Wu Fan produced a storage bag and handed it to his master. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Li Ning was momentarily taken aback, and then he accepted the storage bag. After inspecting its contents, a look of delight suddenly spread across his face, followed by a hearty laugh. He had not anticipated that his disciple would procure such a plethora of spiritual herbs, which would indeed be of great assistance to him. However, he then fixed Wu Fan with a reproachful gaze and admonished, "From now on, do not take such reckless risks. If the sect were to discover this, you would face disciplinary action. While I understand your intentions to honor me, I equally wish to shield you from punishment. Xiao Fan, remember this well, and do not repeat such mistakes." Wu Fan scratched his head and chuckled softly, remaining silent. Observing Wu Fan's expression, Li Ning could not help but smile as well. He continued, "Xiao Fan, you must hasten your cultivation. I will find a way to procure a foundation establishment pill for you." "Understood, master. I shall strive diligently in my training," Wu Fan replied with a nod. "Indeed, I have faith in you. Although your spiritual roots are lacking, your dedication to cultivation has not gone unnoticed. You are far superior to your second senior brother," Li Ning remarked. At the mention of his second senior brother, Wu Fan suddenly burst into laughter, wondering if the latter had faced any beatings during this time. The following hours were spent in light conversation between Wu Fan and his master. Wu Fan then sought guidance on various cultivation issues and posed several challenging questions regarding alchemy. It was only when darkness fell that he departed from his master's courtyard. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Wu Fan immediately entered his small space. Indeed, he was preparing for seclusion. First, he visited the storage room to gather some spiritual herbs and fruits, then proceeded to the alchemy chamber to commence an extended session of pill refinement. Time flew by, and 2 years passed within the confines of his small space. At this moment, Wu Fan stood in the alchemy chamber, holding several pill bottles, a distinct smile adorning his face. After placing the bottles into his storage bag, he rose and exited the alchemy chamber, subsequently visiting the spirit beast room to instruct Ling Er on the care of the spiritual herb garden and the daily irrigation of the 5 elements spiritual tree with well water. Thereafter, Wu Fan exited the small space. Deciding it was time to conclude his seclusion, Wu Fan emerged after 2 years of diligent effort, finally attaining the rank of alchemist. He could now effortlessly concoct first-grade pills with a success rate of 50%. The pills he had just held were longevity pills. More than 2 months later, Wu Fan stepped out of his cave and made his way directly to his master's courtyard, intending to bid farewell before returning to Qingshan City. Within the main hall of Li Ning's residence, Wu Fan bowed respectfully and announced, "Master, I am preparing to return to Qingshan City. Should you require my assistance, please feel free to notify me via a sound transmission talisman." Li Ning regarded Wu Fan with a smile and said, "Go back then. It has been many years since you last visited home. However, Xiao Fan, you must understand that as a cultivator, your focus should be on the pursuit of immortality. If you can sever ties with the mundane world, do so as much as possible. I shall refrain from saying more. You must weigh your own decisions, but do not allow your cultivation to be delayed." After Li Ning finished speaking, he retrieved several bottles of elixirs from his storage bag and handed them to Wu Fan. Continuing, "These elixirs are for your parents. They may not be exceedingly precious, but they hold immense benefits for mortals. Take them back with you." "Yes, master, I understand," Wu Fan replied, accepting the elixirs and bowing respectfully to Li Ning. "Well then, if there is nothing else, you may leave." Li Ning gestured with a wave of his hand. "Disciple takes his leave," Wu Fan declared, rising to depart from his master's courtyard, subsequently soaring towards the outskirts of the Qingfeng sect. Qingshan City, situated within the borders of Qingzhou, ranks among the top 10 cities in the entire region. The northern area of Qingshan City is a residence for the affluent, where opulent mansions abound. Among these grand estates, one particular dwelling stands out, not particularly large or ostentatious. Yet it commands a sense of reverence from passers-by. They dare not linger or gaze idly, hurrying past, for at its entrance are 2 second-tier experts guarding the gate, preventing any unauthorized approach. It is well known that second-tier experts hold a prestigious status within the martial world, and their services are not easily afforded. Thus, the presence of these guardians indicates that the family residing here is undoubtedly wealthy and of significant standing. Above the grand entrance, a plaque hangs prominently, inscribed with the words Wu Residence. Chapter 150. The Wu Residence. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Wu Residence, a few individuals were seated, engaged in jovial conversation. At the head of the table sat 2 elderly figures, both in their 60s or 70s. One was a distinguished old man with a full head of white hair, while the other was a dignified elderly woman. Beneath them were 2 men and 2 women, with 1 man and 1 woman seated on the left side. The middle-aged man, around 40, was robustly built, sporting a well-groomed beard, lively eyes, and a healthy complexion. Next to him sat a woman of poise and elegance, adorned in tasteful attire, clearly his wife. On the left side, another couple in their 30s occupied their seats. The man, also of sturdy build, had a slightly tanned complexion and bright, expressive eyes, complemented by charming dimples that became prominent when he smiled. Beside him was a strikingly beautiful woman, possessing an enchanting grace that could rival the legendary beauties of old. Her glance towards the man revealed a glimmer of affection, suggesting they were indeed a married couple. Amidst the gathering, 2 children were playfully engaged in their own world. One little boy, about 6 or 7 years of age, was exceptionally charming, with a plump, fair face and bright, sparkling black eyes. His small frame was slightly chubby, causing him to wobble adorably as he moved, his laughter ringing through the air. The other child, a girl of 3 or 4, was even more delightful in her appearance, dressed in a delicate white dress with her hair braided into several small plaits. Her rosy cheeks framed a pair of large, glistening eyes, and like the man in the chair, she too bore dimples on either side of her mouth. At that moment, the elderly woman turned to the man on the left and spoke with a warm smile. "Xiao Fei, you truly are a treasure. It has been so many years since Xiao Fan left, yet you still come to visit us regularly." The man with dimples replied with a smile, "Aunt, you flatter me. With Xiao Fan away, it is only natural for me to check in on you both. I wonder when he will return. It has already been 10 years. The old man chimed in. "Indeed, my boy has been gone for a decade without a word. I do wonder if he is married and started a family. Look at Xiao Fei, the same age as Xiao Fan, and already has a 4-year-old daughter. At this point, the young woman spoke up, uncle and aunt. What kind of person is Xiao Fan? I have been married to Song Fei for 6 years, yet I have never met him. All these years, Xiao Fei has constantly mentioned him. The elegant woman on the left then added with a laugh, haha, dear sister, it's not just you. I, as his sister-in-law, have never met Xiao Fan either, and I have been married to his elder brother for 8 years. My son is already 6 years old. As her words echoed, laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, the middle-aged man revealed a look of pride and spoke, my brother is truly formidable. By the age of 19, he was already capable of defeating top-tier masters. The individuals in the room were none other than Wu Fan's parents, his elder brother Wu Hao, and Song Fei, among others. What brother Wu Hao said is true. Xiao Fan is exceptionally talented. I grew up alongside him. Not only is he handsome, but he is also deeply loyal and righteous. Song Fei added, enough already. After all these years, my ears are about to develop calluses from your praises. Song Fei's wife rolled her eyes. Upon hearing this, Song Fei chuckled awkwardly, prompting laughter from the others. At that moment, Wu's mother appeared somewhat dejected. It was evident that her spirits were not high, and the others sensed her thoughts as they glanced her way. After a moment of contemplation, Song Fei spoke, Aunt, you need not worry about Xiao Fan. With his martial prowess, who in this world could pose a threat to him? If he hasn't returned, it is likely because he is far from home or has been delayed by some matter. Indeed, mother, please don't fret. I believe my brother is safe. Wu Hao chimed in. The elderly woman looked at everyone and forced a smile, saying, yes, I trust my son. He is destined to be protected by fate. At this juncture, Wu's father turned to Song Fei and inquired, Xiao Fei, how has your master been lately? I haven't seen him in months. Uncle, my master is well. He spends his days playing chess with old friends and has not concerned himself with the affairs of the Huachuntang. He seems to be enjoying life. Song Fei replied, that's good to hear. In a few days, I shall pay him a visit and share a drink, Wu's father said with a smile. Then, the elderly woman addressed Song Fei, Xiao Fei, please speak to your master about recalling the guards stationed at our doorstep. What is the meaning of this? Our family is merely ordinary. We have no need for such formidable guardians. Wu's father nodded in agreement. Indeed, as an ordinary family, we have no requirement for guards. For years, I have hesitated to step outside. As soon as I do, several shadowy figures emerge to protect me, leaving me feeling uneasy. The elderly woman quickly concurred, yes, I share that sentiment. When I go shopping for vegetables, there are always people following me for protection. No matter how I urge them to leave, they refuse to listen. Even the vendors hesitate to accept my coins. Song Fei, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled and responded, Uncle and Aunt, you have mentioned this several times. It is not that I am unwilling to assist. It is simply that my master is powerless in this matter. Those guards were sent by the old leader of the medicine gang, and my master's words carry no weight. At this point, Wu Hao interjected with a smile, Father, Mother, do not dwell on it. With these guards present, you both are indeed safe. Moreover, this is the old leader's goodwill. I have heard that Xiao Fan once saved him, and it seems the old leader promised to ensure your safety in return. Indeed, with these guardians around, our family feels remarkably secure, Wu Hao's wife chimed in. After hearing their words, Wu's parents could only nod helplessly. Having spent the better part of their lives as ordinary farmers, they found such circumstances quite overwhelming. At that moment, the elderly woman seemed to recollect something and looked up at Wu Hao, saying, Why hasn't Xiao Yu returned lately? I miss my granddaughter. Upon hearing his mother's inquiry, Wu Hao laughed heartily. A married daughter is like spilled water. In the past, Xiao Yu would visit frequently, but now it seems she scarcely returns even once a month. The others joined in the laughter. Wu's father turned to Wu Hao and suggested, You should visit Xiao Yu's in-laws soon and ask her to come home for a few days. Tell her we long for our granddaughter. Certainly, father. Wu Hao nodded in agreement. At that moment, a little boy suddenly ran to Wu's mother and asked, Grandmother, where's my second uncle? Why haven't I met him? The elderly woman gently patted the boy's head, her expression warm. You will meet your second uncle when he returns. When will he be back? The little boy persisted. Upon hearing his question, sadness flickered across the elderly woman's face. Just as she was about to respond, a middle-aged woman interjected, Xiao Heir, come here. Remember what I told you? Do not mention your second uncle in front of your grandmother. Oh, The little boy obediently walked over to his mother. The middle-aged woman glanced at him, ruffled his hair, and smiled. "Xiao Er, go play outside with your sister." "All right." The boy approached the little girl, took her hand, and they ventured outside. Once the two children had left, the adults resumed their idle chatter. 50 miles outside Qingshan City, Wu Fan was currently soaring through the sky on his flying sword, heading toward the city. As the grand city came into view, a smile spread across his face. He guided the sword downward, landing gracefully on the ground. First, he changed out of his Qingfeng sect disciple's attire, donning a simple blue robe instead, before proceeding on foot toward Qingshan City. Upon reaching the city gate, he was halted by the guards for inspection, but after passing through, he entered the bustling city. As he surveyed the scene, it was just as he remembered from when he first visited at the age of 8. The spacious streets, throngs of people, and the vibrant sounds of vendors calling out. Gazing at the familiar pavilions and shops, Wu Fan felt a surge of nostalgia. It had been a decade, and he was finally back. Guided by the directions etched in his memory, Wu Fan continued forward until he paused before a certain residence. He looked up at the plaque inscribed with the words Wu Residence and could not help but smile. Just then, a voice called out, "Who are you? Why are you loitering here? If you have no business, be on your way." Wu Fan turned his gaze to the speaker, a robust middle-aged man in his 40s. With a sturdy build and a slightly dark complexion. Standing at 7 feet tall, he donned a standard military uniform and bore a steel saber at his waist, exuding an imposing presence. At that moment, this formidable figure stood at the entrance of the Wu residence, accompanied by another man of similar stature, both clad in identical battle attire. The two men were glaring at Wu Fan with intense scrutiny. When the burly man noticed that Wu Fan remained unfazed by his words, he furrowed his brow and shouted, "Hey you, what are you standing there dazed for? Why don't you hurry up and get lost? Are you courting death?" Wu Fan furrowed his brow upon hearing the man's words and replied, "This is my home. Why should I leave? And who are you?" As soon as Wu Fan finished speaking, the other man burst into laughter, saying, "Your home? Huh, how amusing. I have been stationed at the Wu residence for many years. Yet I have never seen you before. You have quite the audacity to come here and act recklessly. Are you tired of living?" The burly man interjected. "Don't waste time with him. Let's subdue him. He looks like an assassin. We can interrogate him once we have him captured." No sooner had the burly man spoken than a group of over a dozen individuals suddenly emerged from the shadows surrounding the Wu residence. All were clad in military attire and armed with battle sabers, their eyes fixed intently on Wu Fan, clearly intent on overwhelming him. Chapter 151. Homecoming. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Wu Fan let out a cold snort, disregarding the individuals around him, and strode directly towards the main entrance. "Seize him!" shouted a burly middle-aged man, his voice booming as he observed Wu Fan's audacity to continue forward. In an instant, more than a dozen men drew their long knives, charging swiftly at Wu Fan with the apparent intent to deliver swift justice. Wu Fan merely cast a glance at the approaching men, snorting disdainfully. With a flick of his sleeve, a burst of white light erupted forth, colliding with the group. One by one, they fell to the ground, rendered motionless. Wu Fan had merely unleashed his magical prowess to incapacitate them, not wishing to inflict permanent harm, as he had already surmised the identity of those who had sent them. He preferred to avoid entanglements with them. In a blink, Wu Fan vanished from sight, only to reappear within the courtyard of the Wu residence. He surveyed his surroundings with a faint smile before advancing forward. As he traversed the courtyard and approached a nearby pavilion, he halted, for he had spotted two small children, a boy and a girl. The boy appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, while the girl was merely 3 or 4. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering who these children belonged to and how they ended up in his home. At that moment, the children noticed Wu Fan. The boy, with an innocent demeanor, scampered over and looked up at him, asking, "Uncle, who are you? What brings you to my home?" Wu Fan was momentarily stunned by the boy's words, questioning how this could be his home. Before he could respond, the little girl approached him as well, her voice sweet and innocent. "Yes, who are you? What do you want?" Crouching down, Wu Fan smiled at the two children and asked, "What are your names?" The boy was the first to reply, "My name is Wu Mingxiao." The girl chimed in, "I am Song Qishan." Upon hearing their names, Wu Fan felt a surge of realization. He responded with a smile, "And what is your father's name?" "My father's name is Wu Hao." The boy replied earnestly, "My father is Song Fei." The girl echoed with equal sincerity. Wu Fan let out a hearty laugh, his heart brimming with joy. He had never anticipated that after a decade away, both his elder brother and Song Fei would have offspring. Just then, the boy tilted his head and inquired, "Uncle, you still haven't told us your name?" "I am Wu Fan," he replied with a smile. As soon as Wu Fan revealed his name, the boy's eyes widened in shock, his small hands covering his mouth, before he turned and dashed towards the pavilion. Inside the pavilion's hall, Wu's parents, Wu Hao, Song Fei, and others were engaged in light conversation when the door suddenly swung open. The little boy rushed in hurriedly. Everyone turned to look at him, and Wu Hao frowned, admonishing, "Shower, how could you be so impolite, rushing in like that?" "Father, my second uncle has returned," the little boy exclaimed, breathless. "Your second uncle? Which one do you mean?" Wu Hao asked, puzzled. "My second uncle, of course. He said his name is Wu Fan," the boy continued. As soon as the child's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Wu father, Wu mother, and Song Fei were all rendered speechless, their eyes fixed intently on the boy. Wu Hao's face flushed with excitement as he stammered, "Shower, children should not tell lies. Please tell your father, is this the truth?" "Father, I am not lying. That man truly said his name is Wu Fan, and he is right in the courtyard." The little boy's face flushed with indignation at his father's disbelief. Just then, the elderly woman suddenly swayed and appeared about to collapse. Song Fei, quick as lightning, rushed forward to support her. Wu father also swayed slightly with emotion. Song Fei and Wu Hao's faces lit up with joy, while the two younger women regarded Wu Fan with curiosity. At that moment, a handsome figure appeared at the doorway, clad in azure garments, cradling a little girl in his arms. It was none other than Wu Fan himself. Upon seeing Wu Fan, the elderly woman was overwhelmed with tears, while Wu father's eyes glistened with moisture, yet a smile spread across his face. Joy radiated from Song Fei and Wu Hao, while the two young women scrutinized Wu Fan. "Xiao Fan Go, is it truly you who has returned?" Song Fei suddenly exclaimed. "Xiao Fan, you have finally come back. Our parents have been longing for your return every day," Wu Hao added. Wu Fan nodded, his eyes moistening. Despite having taken many lives and faced numerous beasts, his heart, solid as a rock, was stirred upon seeing his parents. He gently set the little girl down, hastening towards his parents. Upon reaching them, he knelt with a thud, proclaiming, "Father, mother, I have returned." The elderly woman, trembling, stepped forward to help Wu Fan to his feet, saying, "It is good that you are back, so good." Wu father approached Wu Fan, scrutinizing him with a fatherly gaze before patting his shoulder in silence. "Father, mother, how have you fared these years?" Wu Fan asked, his voice quivering. "We are well, both your father and I. Many have been looking after us." "Xiao Fan, you must express your gratitude to them," Wu mother replied. "Xiao Fan, your master has assisted us greatly over the years, and Xiao Fei often visits us. Also, that old leader frequently sends us silver and has provided many guards for our home. Make sure to thank them when the time comes," Wu father added. "Father, mother, I understand," Wu Fan nodded earnestly. At that moment, Song Fei approached and suddenly threw himself onto Wu Fan, reminiscent of their childhood together. Despite the passage of years, Song Fei remained unchanged. "Xiao Fan Go, I've missed you dearly." Wu Fan embraced Song Fei, and after parting, playfully punched his chest, laughing, "You've done well, Xiao Fei. After all these years, your daughter has grown so much." Song Fei chuckled, scratching his head, and then pulled the woman beside him closer, saying, "Xiao Fan Go, this is my wife." The woman hurriedly bowed to Wu Fan and said, "Xiao Fan Go, I finally get to meet you in person. Over the years, I've heard Song Fei talk about you every day. By the way, my name is Yumeng." Wu Fan smiled and nodded, apologizing, "I am truly sorry, sister-in-law, for not being able to attend your wedding." Song Fei chimed in with a chuckle, "Xiao Fan Go, just make sure to send us a gift to make up for it." Wu Fan couldn't help but laugh at Song Fei's jest. At that moment, Wu Hao arrived with his wife, exclaiming with a smile, "Xiao Fan, come meet my wife. This is your elder sister-in-law." Wu Fan quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Elder sister-in-law." The woman reciprocated with a slight bow and said, "No need for such formalities, Xiao Fan. We are all family here. I've been eagerly awaiting your return all these years. Your nephew often asks about you, always wondering when his second uncle will come back." Wu Fan nodded with a smile and called out to a little boy in the distance, "Xiao Er, come here." The boy hesitated, shy and fearful. Wu Hao encouraged him. Xiao heir, hurry over and greet your second uncle. Upon hearing his father's words, the boy reluctantly approached, bowing to Wu Fan and saying, second uncle. Wu Fan smiled and lifted the little boy into his arms, feeling immense joy, for he was the only descendant of the Wu family's third generation. As Wu Fan gently placed his hand on the boy's arm, disappointment flickered in his eyes moments later. Upon checking, he discovered that his nephew lacked a spiritual root, which meant he could not become a cultivator. Subsequently, Wu Fan set the boy down and turned to Wu Hao, inquiring, elder brother, where is Xiaoyu? Oh, Xiaoyu? She has married and has a child who is already 4 years old, the same age as Shan heir, Wu Hao responded. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a sense of acceptance. He never imagined that the little girl from before had now become a mother. It stirred many emotions within him, yet it was only natural. Xiaoyu was merely 3 years younger than Wu Fan, making her 26 now. Wu Fan then asked, where did Xiaoyu marry, and what is her husband like? What is his family background? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Hao remarked, Xiaoyu is settled in our Qingshan city. Her husband possesses commendable character, though his family circumstances are rather modest. However, as Xiaoyu is fond of him, that is of little consequence. Oh, what does his family do? Wu Fan inquired further. Her husband is merely a poor scholar, earning a meager living through teaching. And both of his parents have passed away, Wu Hao replied. At that moment, Wu Hao's wife turned to Wu Fan and said, initially, I intended to send Xiao heir to study with him, but their private school is situated far from us, in the eastern part of the city. They reside there as well, so we ultimately abandoned that idea. Your elder brother once wished to extend assistance to him, yet that scholar was quite obstinate, refusing our goodwill and insisting on earning his keep through his own efforts. Unfortunately, his meager earnings from teaching have rendered their lives rather challenging. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan gained a clearer understanding of Xiaoyu's situation. He realized that the eastern district of the city is essentially a slum, inhabited by those of modest means. The fact that Xiaoyu resides there stirred a sense of sympathy within Wu Fan, as he had always been closest to her since childhood. And he held a deep affection for his sister, wishing to shield her from any hardship. He resolved to visit her in the coming days. If she was living happily, he would refrain from intervening, but if her circumstances were less than satisfactory, he would offer his assistance. Chapter 152. Lu Lao and Wu Fan turned to his elder brother and sister-in-law and said, I understand. I shall visit Xiaoyu in the next couple of days. At that moment, Wu's mother interjected, Xiao Fan, are you leaving again after this visit? Hearing his mother's inquiry, Wu Fan sighed inwardly and replied, Mother, I will not be leaving for a while. His return was primarily to bring back the longevity pill, but he also wished to see his parents and family, to ascertain their well-being. Naturally, he would spend some time with them, but ultimately, he knew he would have to depart, as his master had advised. A cultivator must wholeheartedly pursue the path of immortality, not become ensnared by worldly desires, nor allow anything to hinder their cultivation. At present, Wu Fan lacked for nothing, awaiting only to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of qi refinement before attempting to establish his foundation. Upon hearing her son's words, Wu's mother also sighed, understanding that he would eventually leave. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. At that juncture, Wu's father inquired, Xiao Fan, have you started a family while away? Wu Fan was initially taken aback by the question, but soon comprehended the reason behind it. His father assumed he had established a household elsewhere, hence his reluctance to remain at home. In truth, none in his family, including his master Lu Lao, were aware of his identity as a cultivator. Only the old leader of the medicine gang knew of his quest for the immortal path. Father, I have not started a family, nor do I have a partner. Wu Fan replied awkwardly. Wu's father showed displeasure upon hearing this, casting a glance at Song Fei before turning back to Wu Fan, saying, Xiao Fan, why are you not taking action? You are already 29 this year. Look at Song Fei. His daughter is already 4 years old. You two grew up together. And then look at you. Well, father, we do have Xiao heir in our family, and I have not considered starting a family yet. Wu Fan stammered, at a loss for words. He understood that in the mundane world, one should settle down in their 20s, but could his circumstances be compared to that? He was a cultivator, wholly devoted to the pursuit of immortality. Having Xiao heir alone is insufficient. I was hoping for our Wu family to flourish. Wu's father retorted, then let my elder brother strive to have a few more children. Wu Fan muttered under his breath, so softly that even he struggled to hear it. At that moment, Wu's mother quickly grasped Wu's father's arm and said, "I say, old man, our son has just returned. Let's not discuss such matters now. Xiao Fan knows his own heart. And if he is not inclined to start a family, there are reasons for it. You need not worry excessively." Wu Hao then chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, father, there is no need for concern. When Xiao Fan encounters the right woman, he will surely settle down." Wu's father sighed and fell silent. At this point, Wu Hao's wife cheerfully announced, "Father, mother, Xiao Fan, and Xiao Fei, you all continue your conversation. I shall prepare dinner. Today I plan to make several dishes." "Jia Si Jia, I will accompany you," Song Fei's wife, Yu Meng, said. With that, the two women exited the hall. At this moment, Song Fei chuckled and said, "I wonder, Xiao Fan, how is it that you still appear so youthful? Your complexion is fair, and you look no older than 25 or 26. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to use the 1,000 mirage bone shrinking technique to alter his appearance upon his return. Years ago, he had consumed the everlasting beauty pill, ensuring his visage would remain unchanged for this lifetime, a notion that would be utterly baffling to mere mortals. Therefore, Wu Fan could only respond, "Perhaps it is due to the inner cultivation method I practice, which possesses a rejuvenating effect. Does the fire-burning technique truly have such miraculous effects?" Sighed Song Fei. "Alas, I too practiced this technique for a time in the past, yet I could never master it." At this juncture, Wu Hao inquired, "Xiao Fan, how proficient are you in martial arts now? You were capable of defeating top-tier experts back then. Surely you are even more formidable now?" Upon hearing this, Song Fei immediately turned his gaze toward Wu Fan, evidently eager to learn the answer. "Indeed, I have become somewhat stronger than before." Wu Fan nodded in affirmation. Had they known that Wu Fan was no longer an ordinary person, but rather a transcendent cultivator capable of soaring through the skies, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. Just then, Wu's mother pulled Wu Fan to sit beside her, bombarding him with questions such as, "Xiao Fan, where have you been all these years? Have you been well? Have you been eating properly? Do you have a special someone in your life?" Throughout this exchange, Wu's father, Song Fei, Wu Hao, and others interjected with their own queries, creating a lively atmosphere. Wu Fan could only respond casually to their inquiries until half an hour had passed. At that moment, a group of over 10 individuals rushed in from outside. These were none other than the guards stationed at the Wu residence. Upon entering and witnessing Wu Fan and the others engaged in jovial conversation, they abruptly halted at the entrance, momentarily at a loss. They were not foolish. They could clearly discern that Wu Fan was no assailant. All eyes turned toward the guards. Song Fei and Wu Hao exchanged puzzled glances, suddenly recalling how Xiao Fan had gained entry. Wu Fan bore no ill will towards them. He understood that their sudden intrusion was driven by a desire to protect their family. The middle-aged guard approached awkwardly and bowed respectfully to Wu's father and mother, saying, "My lords, I mistakenly believed this young gentleman to be an intruder, and in my haste, I rushed in. I hope you will forgive my error." Wu's father quickly rose, waving his hands dismissively. "No harm done, no harm done. You need not blame yourselves. Allow me to introduce you. This is my son, Xiao Fan, not an intruder at all. You have all worked hard." Having spent most of his life as a humble farmer, Wu's father possessed none of the airs of a lord, his words lacking any semblance of authority. Upon hearing this, the guards displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that this young man was the other son of their master, the very one who had rescued the medicine guild from peril. It was said that he could slay top-tier experts with a single strike, and no wonder they had fallen unconscious before him without even managing to withstand a single blow. The middle-aged man hurriedly bowed and clasped his fists towards Wu Fan, saying, "Young master, I failed to recognize your esteemed presence and mistakenly took you for an assassin. Please punish me." The other 10 or so individuals similarly bent their bodies and clasped their fists. Wu Fan glanced at the crowd and replied, "Let us forego punishment. You have all performed your duties diligently. Not only have you erred, but you have also rendered service. Return to the old leader and inform him that I shall visit shortly, and I will advocate for your merits." "Thank you, young master." The group responded in unison. Bowing deeply, the middle-aged man then turned to a young man and said, "Meng Laosan, hurry back to headquarters and notify the old leader." "Understood," Meng Laosan replied before swiftly departing. "All right, if there is nothing else, you may leave." Wu Fan gestured dismissively. "We take our leave." The group bowed once more and exited. "Xiao Fan Gu, how did you get in?" Song Fei inquired. They wouldn't let me in, so I rendered them unconscious, Wu Fan replied nonchalantly. All right. Song Fei blinked in response. After some idle chatter, they were summoned by Yu Meng and Jia Si for a meal. The feast was lavish, and Wu Fan partook modestly. He could scarcely recall the last time he had dined, having subsisted solely on the spirit beast meat roasted by his second elder brother over the years. After the meal, Wu Fan and Song Fei rose and departed the Wu residence, making their way towards the Rejuvenation Hall. At the Rejuvenation Hall, within the abode of Old Lu. At this moment, Old Lu sat solemnly in a chair, a teacup in hand, his gaze fixed upon the window, exuding an air of solitude. Over 80 years of age, his hair had turned completely white, and his face was etched with wrinkles, yet his eyes remained bright and spirited, seemingly captivated by some distant sight outside. After a considerable time, feeling fatigued from sitting, he gradually rose and strolled outside. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before another house, gazing at the courtyard. In his mind's eye, vivid scenes unfolded. A small boy practicing swordsmanship in the yard, slender in frame, with bright eyes and slightly dark skin. The boy practiced diligently, resting on the ground when weary, only to rise and continue his training after a brief respite. As Old Lu watched, a smile crept across his face. Just then, a voice broke through his reverie, shattering the enchanting images. Old Lu's expression soured as he turned to Song Fei, exclaiming, "What is all this shouting about?" The very voice that disrupted his thoughts had been Song Fei's, who, upon arrival, had been calling out master. With exuberance, bursting with enthusiasm, Song Fei rushed to Old Lu's side, saying, "Master, what were you so deeply engrossed in? I called your name several times." Old Lu gazed once more towards the small courtyard, his demeanor falling somber as he replied, "I was pondering Xiao Fan, wondering where he might be and why he has not returned after such a long time. Haha, it appears that Master has missed Xiao Fan, which explains your visit to the courtyard where he once resided." Song Fei chuckled. "Get lost. Stop bothering me," Lu Lao retorted angrily. "Oh, come now, Master. Do not be upset. By the way, I've brought someone for you to meet. Would you be interested?" Song Fei teased playfully. "I do not wish to meet anyone. Leave me be," Lu Lao snapped irritably. "Hee, Master, you said it yourself." "Very well, I shall take that person away," Song Fei declared. He then turned and called out, "Xiao Fan, Master has stated that he wishes to see no one, not even you. I suggest you return." Upon hearing this, Lu Lao's body suddenly swayed, and he turned to gaze into the distance. Before him approached a young man, fair-skinned and handsome, clad in a long blue robe. As Lu Lao beheld this individual, his eyes welled with tears, yet a smile graced his face. He remained silent, simply standing still. When the young man arrived at his side, he suddenly knelt and spoke. "Master, I have returned. How have you fared all these years?" Good. Xiao Fan, you have finally returned. Where have you been all this time?" Lu Lao exclaimed, extending his aged hand to help Wu Fan to his feet. Chapter 153. Wu Xiaoyu. Upon rising, Wu Fan gazed at the elderly man before him, his eyes slightly moist. His master appeared significantly older, with a visage etched with pronounced wrinkles, and not a single strand of black hair amidst the sea of white. Yet, when his master smiled, he radiated the same warmth and kindness as ever. "Master, these years have treated me well. I have traveled to many places and have missed you dearly. Allow me to assist you back to the house. We can converse at length once we are settled," Wu Fan offered, moving forward to support the old man. "Very well. Let us return indoors," Lu Lao replied, his smile unwavering since the moment Wu Fan arrived, a clear indication of his elation. As Lu Lao and Wu Fan advanced, Song Fei called out from behind, "Master, did you not say you wish to avoid others? Begone. I have no desire to see you," Lu Lao retorted, glancing back at Song Fei. With a chuckle, Song Fei hastened to join them, lending his support to Lu Lao's other arm. The elderly master, now flanked by his two disciples, beamed even brighter, as if rejuvenated by several years in an instant. Thus, the trio ambled away, making their way to Lu Lao's abode. Throughout the day, Lu Lao exhibited extraordinary joy as he beheld his two disciples, seemingly transported back to a decade past. Wu Fan and Song Fei indulged their master with drinks and shared countless stories, filling the room with warmth and camaraderie. As twilight descended, Wu Fan and Song Fei eventually departed from Chunyuan Hall, returning to the Wu residence. That night, Song Fei chose to stay at Wu Fan's home. and the family engaged in conversation until the witching hour before retreating to their respective chambers. Once all were fast asleep, Wu Fan employed his concealment technique, slipping from his room to his parents' quarters. Approaching their bedside, he waved his arm, and a flash of white light enveloped them, deepening their slumber. He then placed his hand upon their arms, and after a moment, withdrew it to reveal several medicinal pills, which he gently administered to his parents. These included longevity elixirs and other potions bestowed by Master Li Ning, designed to cleanse the body, enhance vitality, eradicate toxins, nourish health, and alleviate ailments. Subsequently, Wu Fan proceeded to his elder brother Wu Hao's room, where, as before, he administered several pills to his brother, sister-in-law, and Xiao'er. He then visited Song Fei's room, offering similar remedies. Wu Fan even assessed Song Fei's daughter for spiritual roots, but regrettably, the little girl was found lacking. Previously, Wu Fan had conducted similar evaluations for his family, discovering that aside from himself, none possessed the aptitude for spiritual roots. This outcome was anticipated, as individuals with such gifts are exceedingly rare, often only emerging from unions where both parents possess spiritual roots. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, it is predominantly the offspring of established cultivation families who have a significant likelihood of inheriting such traits. However, the cultivation families exercise stringent control over their disciples, forbidding both male and female members from marrying those without spiritual roots. This practice ensures the enduring prosperity of the cultivation families. Wu Fan was already aware that Song Fei lacked spiritual roots, having learned of it years prior when Song Fei practiced the fire-burning technique. Subsequently, Wu Fan left the Wu residence and arrived at the rejuvenation hall, where he observed his sleeping master with a smile. He had just conducted a health check on his master, and despite Lu Lao being over 80 years old, he remained in remarkably good health. Even without longevity elixirs, he could live for another 10 to 20 years. Nonetheless, Wu Fan still administered a longevity pill and some other medicinal herbs to his master. Afterward, he returned to the Wu residence. On the following day, Wu Fan spent the entire day with his parents. On the third day, he and Wu Hao set off towards the eastern part of the city. The eastern district was a poverty-stricken area where the inhabitants generally lived modestly. Some families fared somewhat well, at least managing to secure 3 meals a day. Yet, there were others who were considerably impoverished, often going hungry after a meal. It was common to see beggars and those in need on the streets. Within this eastern district, there was a small courtyard, meticulously maintained, though the little house within it appeared rather dilapidated. At this moment, a woman sat in the courtyard, appearing to be in her mid-20s, dressed in a simple gray long dress. Though her attire was humble, it did little to conceal her exquisite beauty. She possessed bright, clear eyes and long eyelashes that, paired with her delicate lips, rendered her remarkably charming. In the courtyard, there was also a small boy, around 3 or 4 years old, fair-skinned and adorable. His eyes and eyelashes mirrored those of the woman, both large and long, and it was evident that she was his mother. The boy was playing in the courtyard, while the woman sat on a chair, sewing a garment. Occasionally, she would glance up at the boy, seemingly concerned that he might accidentally fall while playing. The boy, appearing to tire from his play, approached the woman and chirped in a sweet, childish voice, "Mother, I'm hungry. When will we eat?" The woman set down her sewing, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the boy's hands, smiling as she replied, "Are you hungry, Zimo? Mother will start cooking right away, and your father will be home soon. Shall we eat together then?" "Okay." The boy nodded in agreement. "Zimo is such a good boy. Mother will go prepare the meal now. You can continue playing in the courtyard, but remember not to wander far, and be careful not to fall, understood?" The woman cautioned. "I understand, Mother," the boy replied sweetly. The woman smiled and nodded before entering the house. Before long, a man entered the courtyard. He appeared to be around 30, dressed in a blue long robe. Handsome with thick, dark eyebrows and bright, spirited eyes. He was slender and carried several books in his hands. When the little boy spotted the man, a delightful smile illuminated his fair face. He lifted his small legs and dashed towards the man, exclaiming, "Father, Father, you have finally returned. I'm so hungry." The man chuckled softly, crouched down, and lifted the boy into his arms, saying, "Is our little Mo hungry? Did your mother not prepare any food?" "Mother did cook, but she said we must wait for you to return before we eat," replied the boy. "Oh, then let us go inside and have our meal." The man smiled and nodded. After speaking, He carried the boy into the modest dwelling. The house was quite small, comprising only a bedroom and a kitchen. Upon entering, the man noticed the woman setting dishes on the table, her face radiating happiness. He called out, "Xiaoyu, I am home." The woman looked up at the man and smiled. "The meal is ready. Come quickly and eat." After nodding, the man, holding the little boy, approached the table and sat on a wooden stool. As he gazed at the simple fare before them, a hint of melancholy crossed his features. He looked up at the woman and said, "Xiaoyu, I have subjected you to hardship. It is my inadequacy that has prevented you from living a good life." The woman chuckled softly and replied, "What are you saying? How can you consider yourself inadequate? In my eyes, you are stronger than anyone else. You are well-read, knowledgeable, and exceptionally talented, and you are handsome as well. I, Wu Xiaoyu, have no regrets marrying you." Upon hearing her words, a faint smile graced the man's face, though he sighed softly and said, "I used to be diligent and well-read, but in the end, I failed to achieve any official recognition. I feel quite ashamed. Now I have fallen to the position of a tutor for young children. Why is that a bad thing? Educating others is a noble endeavor. In time, you will surely have many students who will honor you." The woman laughed. "Yet, I earn so little, and you are the daughter of a wealthy family. I cannot bear to see you suffer with me. I am also a proud man who does not wish to accept charity, so—" The man shook his head. "Xianglang, you need not think so much. Did I not tell you before? I grew up in a small mountain village as well. In fact, I find our current life to be quite warm and comforting," the woman reassured him. The man sighed and nodded, choosing not to say more. However, in his heart, he felt deeply moved. To have a wife such as her was more than he could have wished for. As this family of three shared their meal, two men stood outside in the yard. They were none other than Wu Fan and Wu Hao, the two brothers. At that moment, Wu Hao inquired, "Xiao Fan, why do you hesitate to enter? We have been standing here for quite some time." "Brother, let us wait a little longer," Xiao Fan replied. At this moment, Wu Fan was extending his spiritual perception to observe the interior of the room, and he listened intently to the conversation between the two individuals within, missing not a single word. His primary purpose for visiting this time was to ascertain how his sister was faring, whether she was happy, and the character of the man she was with, to determine if he treated her well. Through Wu Fan's observations, it appeared that his sister was relatively content. Although their family circumstances were not affluent, the man seemed to possess decent character and harbored genuine affection for her. With this knowledge, Wu Fan felt a sense of relief and resolved not to offer excessive assistance to his sister, for in his view, a mortal's life should not strive for immense wealth or grandeur, but rather seek happiness and well-being. Inside the room, while partaking in a meal, the man seemed to recall something and looked up to inquire of his wife, "Xiaoyu, what kind of person is your second brother? Why has he not returned all these years?" Upon hearing this, the woman's expression instantly soured. She set down her chopsticks, her gaze becoming somewhat distant as if lost in reminiscence. Realizing his misstep, the man quickly added, "I apologize, Xiaoyu. I should not have mentioned your second brother. I know you miss him dearly." The woman, pulled from her reverie, raised her gaze to the man and offered a faint smile, softly replying, "Since childhood, I have been closest to my second brother, who treated me exceptionally well. It has been 10 years since he left home, and I know not where he is now. However, my second brother is exceptionally skilled. I believe he will return safely." "Is it true that your second brother was capable of defeating top-tier experts at the age of 19? The man asked further. The woman nodded, her chest lifting as she sat upright, pride gleaming in her eyes, and a look of happiness gracing her face. It was evident that she held her second brother in great admiration. She declared, "Indeed, it is thanks to my second brother that our Wu family was able to move into the city and enjoy the life we have today." Chapter 154. Su Wenjie. Upon hearing his wife's words, the man felt a desire to meet this second brother. He wondered what kind of person could achieve such extraordinary feats at the tender age of 19. In his mind, a master was akin to a divine being, and to have a younger brother capable of such acts was remarkable. Outside in the courtyard, Wu Fan smiled faintly, feeling a surge of joy at his sister's words. A decade had passed, yet his sister's feelings had not waned with the passage of time. Inside the house, the man spoke, "Xiaoyu, how long has it been since you last returned home? Why don't you come back?" The woman paused, seemingly hesitant, before glancing at him and replying, I don't wish to go back. Every time I do, my elder brother and parents sigh with disappointment. They genuinely want to help me. but I have repeatedly refused their assistance, knowing how strong-willed you are. I cannot accept their aid." The man sighed softly at her words. Did he not long for his wife to live a better life? Yet, as a man, how could he allow his wife's family to support them? If he were to accept their help, what dignity would remain for him in the eyes of others? Contemplating this, he suggested, "Xiaoyu, why not take the child back to your parents for a visit? I am sure they miss Zimo." After a moment of thought, the woman agreed. "Very well, after dinner. I shall take the child back. I miss my parents too." Just as she finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Xiaoyu, your elder brother has come to see you." Upon hearing the voice, joy illuminated her face. She set down her chopsticks and rushed outside. The man smiled gently, lifting the little boy and following her out. As she ran, she called out, "Elder brother, what brings you here? I haven't been home in a while, so I came to see you," came Wu Hao's voice from outside. The woman hurriedly exited the house, and when she reached the courtyard, she was momentarily stunned. She thought she had misjudged, rubbing her eyes before looking again. Upon confirming her sight, her eyes brimmed with tears as she beheld two men before her, her elder brother Wu Hao and the younger brother she had missed dearly. At that moment, her second brother beamed at her, and tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Second brother." She then dashed forward. Wu Fan stepped forward with a warm smile, only to be enveloped in her embrace. As he held his sister, listening to her cries, his own feelings of longing were released. He gently patted her shoulder and asked, "Xiaoyu, have you missed your second brother?" Leaving his embrace, she looked up at his face, her eyes red but shining with joy as she nodded vigorously. "Second brother, you finally returned. I missed you so much," she exclaimed, grasping Wu Fan's hand. Wu Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "I never expected our little Yu has become a mother." Upon hearing her brother's words, Wu Xiaoyu felt a slight flush on her cheeks. She turned and called out, "Zimo, come over and greet your uncle." Behind Wu Xiaoyu, the man was sizing up Wu Fan, astonished that the legendary figure had come to his home. As he observed Wu Fan, he was struck by how youthful and handsome this second brother appeared, making it hard for him to believe that such a young man could have slain top masters a decade ago. After hearing his wife's words, he quickly set the little boy he was holding down and cheerfully urged, "Zimo, go on. That man is also your uncle." The little boy glanced at Wu Fan, confusion evident in his eyes. He had never met this person before. Why did both his father and mother refer to him as his uncle? Wasn't his uncle the one beside him, Wu Hao? The boy hesitated, looking back at his father. The man chuckled and lifted the boy again, hastily approaching Wu Fan. After placing the boy down, he bowed and clasped his fists, saying, "Second brother, greetings. I am Xiaoyu's husband, Su Wenjie." Wu Fan appraised the man and nodded with a smile, replying, "Quite commendable, a fine gentleman indeed, and treating my sister very well. Truly impressive." Upon hearing Wu Fan's praise, Su Wenjie beamed with joy. It was indeed rare to receive such commendation from a legendary figure. He responded, "Thank you, second brother. Xiaoyu is my wife, so it is only right that I treat her well." Then, Su Wenjie suddenly realized, how did this second brother know he treated Xiaoyu well? This was their first meeting. He quickly concluded that Wu Fan must have inquired about him beforehand. Wu Fan smiled and nodded, then squatted down to the little boy, asking, "Your name is Zimo, right? Why not greet your uncle?" "I am Zimo, but isn't he my uncle?" The boy pointed at Wu Hao. "Ha!" Wu Fan chuckled, lifting the boy into his arms. "I am also your uncle. We both are. Then why haven't I met you before?" The little boy protested, struggling to get down, but to no avail. "Because I have been far away. I haven't returned since you were born," Wu Fan patiently explained to him. "Oh." The boy nodded in understanding. At that moment, Wu Xiaoyu chimed in with a smile. "Zimo, hurry and call your uncle." Wu Hao, standing nearby, also laughed, saying, "Haha, Zimo. He is your uncle too, just like me. You should call him uncle." Seeing that everyone was urging him to call Wu Fan uncle, the little boy finally said, "Uncle." "Haha, good." Wu Fan laughed, ruffling the boy's hair. "Brother, second brother, please come in and sit," Su Wenjie invited. Wu Xiaoyu then added with a smile, "Second brother, come in and sit. My home is a bit humble, please don't mind it." Wu Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "This little courtyard is delightful and warm, reminiscent of our Wu family village." Wu Hao chimed in, "Indeed, I too have fond memories of Wu family village. Shall we take some time to return?" "Absolutely. I would love to visit," Wu Xiaoyu echoed enthusiastically. "Very well. In due course, we shall return," Wu Fan replied with a smile. then lifted his leg and walked towards the house, followed closely by the others. Upon entering the abode, Wu Xiaoyu hurried to a stool, took out a handkerchief, and wiped it down before cheerfully inviting, "Eldest brother, second brother, please have a seat." Wu Fan, with a hearty laugh, placed the boy on the ground, surveyed the room, and settled onto the stool. Earlier, while outside, he had used his spiritual sense to scan the interior. Though modest, the house was impeccably tidy, consisting of only 2 small rooms, exuding a sense of warmth. However, when he glanced at the table laden with food, his brows involuntarily furrowed. The spread consisted solely of a few coarse flatbreads and a small bowl of vegetable soup, devoid of even a morsel of meat. He looked at Zimo beside him and sighed internally, pondering how such a young child, still in the growth phase, could possibly thrive on so little. Yet, he refrained from voicing his concerns. At that moment, Wu Xiaoyu cheerfully inquired, "Second brother, have you eaten? Shall I prepare a meal for you?" Upon hearing his sister's words, Wu Fan suddenly burst into laughter, responding, "Haha, our little Xiaoyu has learned to cook? Splendid. Today, I shall savor your culinary skills." Wu Xiaoyu blushed and replied with a smile, "Of course I can cook. I am no longer the child I once was. Wait here, second brother. I will prepare a meal for you right away." With that, she stood up and exited. Wu Fan then turned to Su Wenjie and asked, "Do you have any dreams?" Su Wenjie was taken aback, unsure why the second brother posed such a question. After some contemplation, he replied, "I once had ambitions, but now I do not. If I must name one, it would be to ensure Xiaoyu and the child live better lives. Yet, I find myself lacking in ability. Then allow me to assist you. Would you accept my help?" Wu Fan inquired further. Su Wenjie expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your kind offer, second brother. But I prefer to earn my living through my own efforts." He stood and slightly bowed to Wu Fan. Wu Fan shook his head with a sigh. At that moment, Wu Hao interjected, "Wenjie, please do not be so stubborn. Are you not concerned for Xiaoyu and the child?" Su Wenjie found himself at a loss for words. Wu Fan then suggested, "How about this? I will provide the funds to establish a larger private school in the northern part of the city. Naturally, we will split the earnings evenly, alleviating any burden from your conscience." Wu Hao quickly added, "What Xiao Fan proposes is indeed sensible. We will finance the school, and you will handle the teaching and management. The profits will be shared equally, ensuring you do not feel as though you are taking advantage." After listening to the conversation of the two, Su Wenjie felt a tinge of hesitation. He was not foolish. He was well aware that his elder brother and second brother genuinely wished to assist him. However, since they were not offering silver coins outright, he felt a sense of relief. After contemplating for a moment, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall proceed as my elder and second brothers suggest." Haha, this is precisely the right attitude. This way, I can send Shower along with you." Wu Hao laughed heartily. Wu Fan also smiled and nodded, feeling as though a significant weight had been lifted from his heart. Once he had arranged matters at home, he could devote himself entirely to his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and Wu Xiaoyu brought forth the dishes, 4 small plates of delicacies and a jug of wine. The meal was delectable, featuring a meat dish that clearly indicated Wu Xiaoyu had splurged. Upon seeing the meat, Zmo appeared overjoyed, his little mouth stuffed and savoring every bite with great delight. When Wu Xiaoyu learned of Wu Fan and the others' decision, she felt a surge of happiness. She understood that her good days were on the horizon, and living in the northern part of the city would allow her to see her parents frequently. The thought filled her with excitement. Thus, after several rounds of toasting, Wu Fan, Wu Hao, and Wu Xiaoyu, accompanied by Zmo, returned to the Wu residence. Prior to their arrival, Wu father and Wu mother had instructed that upon returning, they should bring Xiaoyu and the child along, which aligned perfectly with Wu Xiaoyu's intentions, so she joined them in returning to the Wu household. Chapter 155. Yang Wentian. That evening, Wu Fan administered elixirs to both Wu Xiaoyu and Zmo, while also checking for their spiritual roots. Regrettably, he discovered that they lacked such roots as well. With a sigh, he departed from Xiaoyu's room. Notably, in recent days, Wu's parents had marvelously observed a significant improvement in their health. Ailments that had long plagued them had vanished, and even their hair had regained some of its former color. They inquired about this miraculous change, but Wu Fan feigned ignorance, and the matter was soon brushed aside. After spending some time with his parents and Master Lu, Wu Fan took his leave from Qingshan City, setting his course towards Fanyang City. In Fanyang City, at the headquarters of the Medicine Guild, Within a spacious hall of a lofty building, two individuals were present. One was an elderly man with a head of white hair, well beyond his 70s. Despite his advanced age, his square face and broad mouth exuded an air of authority and wisdom. He sat majestically at the head of the table, observing the person below him. The other individual, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, was clad in gray attire. His bright eyes reflected intelligence and insight. As he gently fanned himself with a handheld fan, he spoke, "Guild Master, I have sent someone to investigate. The Windblade Guild and the Heavenly Tiger Guild are targeting us, the Medicine Guild. After the events of a decade ago, our guild has been flourishing and expanding rapidly, encroaching upon their interests. They are currently colluding with several smaller factions, attempting to exert pressure on us to relinquish our territories and retreat to our former holdings. Should we refuse, a confrontation is inevitable." After a brief pause, he continued, "Furthermore, the 30-plus shipments we lost recently were indeed orchestrated by the Windblade Guild and the Heavenly Tiger Guild." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened with fury. "Humph. Surrender our territories? That is out of the question. The Medicine Guild has not invaded their lands. Why should we concede? They dare to pilfer our goods? Very well. We shall retaliate. I, Yang Wentian, shall not fear them." The man below furrowed his brow at this declaration and replied, "But Guild Master, while our guild is currently strong, they possess two top-tier experts, along with numerous skilled fighters seeking to gain from this conflict. We have only you as our top expert, and considering your advanced age, it is impractical for you to engage in battle." Upon hearing these words, the old leader suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Mr. Shun need not worry. If this were a few days ago, I might have indeed feared them. But now, haha." Mr. Shin found himself in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the old leader's mirth and his unflappable demeanor. Unable to contain his curiosity, he promptly inquired, "Does the leader have a solution to this matter?" "Indeed, that is certain," the old leader teased, withholding further explanation, merely continuing to chuckle. Mr. Shun, feeling an insatiable itch of anticipation, began to pace anxiously, finally exclaiming, "I implore you, leader, please just tell me. I am tormented by this suspense." The old leader, amused by Mr. Shun's expression, paused for a moment before suddenly declaring, "Wu Fan has returned." At the mention of this name, Mr. Shun was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes brightened with realization. He certainly knew who Wu Fan was, a legendary figure who had, a decade prior, dispatched top-tier masters as effortlessly as one would swat a fly. And now? It was only natural to surmise that he had become even more formidable. A wave of exhilaration washed over Mr. Shun at the revelation of Wu Fan's return. With Wu Fan among them, who could the Medicine Guild possibly fear? He erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Leader, Wu Fan is truly our guild's lucky star. Whenever danger looms over us, he always appears without fail." Haha. Indeed, I too did not anticipate Wu Fan's return at this juncture. Truly, fate is on our side. Yang Wentian chuckled, his good spirits evident. "Leader, where's Wu Fan at this moment?" Mr. Shin inquired. "He is currently in Qingshan City." Wu Fan had previously sent word that he would be arriving in a few days, Yang Wentian replied. Mr. Shin nodded, his face aglow with joy, as the weight on his heart began to lift. After a brief exchange, Mr. Shun took his leave. Meanwhile, the old leader remained seated, his gaze distant, lost in contemplation, pondering whether Wu Fan had indeed joined a sect of immortals, and whether he had become one who could soar through the heavens and traverse the earth. At that moment, outside the headquarters of the Medicine Guild, a man clad in a blue long robe approached slowly, his striking features unmistakably belonging to Wu Fan. As he reached the entrance, he glanced up at the signboard before preparing to enter. Just then, four young men in matching black battle attire, each wielding a long blade, stood guard at the entrance. Suddenly, they drew their swords, their expressions wary as they faced Wu Fan. One of them shouted, "Who are you? What business do you have at the Medicine Guild?" Wu Fan paused, surveying the unfamiliar faces before him. Recognizing that they did not know him, he wasted no time, declaring, "I wish to see the old leader." "Haha, how amusing. And who might you be? Is our leader someone you can just meet at will?" A man chuckled. At that moment, another man bellowed, "If you have nothing to do here, you'd better scram. Do you know where you are? You think you can just waltz in here and see our leader? How naive. Even I cannot meet him so easily." After this man spoke, another chimed in, "Do you even know who our leader is?" Is he someone anyone can meet? He is a top-tier expert. Even the Lord of Fanyang City must pay his respects when he sees him. Upon hearing their words, Wu Fan slightly curled the corners of his mouth and said, "Are you certain you won't let me in? I ought to warn you, if you keep me outside, there will be consequences." "Haha, you truly speak with bravado. This is my final warning. Clear off immediately, or we shall show you no mercy," shouted the first man. Wu Fan replied with a smile, "Oh, and what will you do if I refuse to leave?" "Those who refuse a toast must drink the penalty wine." "Brothers, seize him," commanded the man, and as he finished speaking, the four rushed towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan stood quietly, amusement dancing in his eyes as he watched the approaching men. Just as they neared, he suddenly vanished from their sight. The four, caught off guard by his abrupt disappearance, halted in confusion, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. They all shared a singular thought. Have we seen a ghost in broad daylight? Where did he go? How could he just vanish? At that moment, a voice echoed from behind them. "Stop looking. I'm right here." They turned around in shock to find that the young man had somehow positioned himself 10 paces away. Wu Fan smiled faintly and remarked, "You cannot catch me, so how can you show me any disrespect?" Enraged by his words, the four men turned and charged at him once more. One of them shouted furiously, "You better hope I don't catch you, or I'll make you wish for life and death." Wu Fan's expression darkened at this taunt. He snorted coldly and waved his arm gently, sending forth a burst of white light that soared toward the four. With a series of dull thuds, the four men were sent flying, landing heavily on the ground some distance away. Wu Fan had no intention of killing them. He merely sought to administer a light punishment for their arrogance. Now pale and racked with pain, the four men struggled to rise, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. They pondered in disbelief. Just how powerful is this person to be able to strike us down with such ease? It is essential to understand that although these four individuals are youthful, they are indeed genuine second-tier masters. The esteemed headquarters of the Medicine Guild would never entrust the guarding of its entrance to mere amateurs. Yet, despite their status as second-tier masters, they were unable to withstand the casual strike of this young man. The four looked at Wu Fan in terror, their previous arrogance having dissipated entirely. At this moment, Wu Fan, too, had lost his prior smile. He regarded the group with an icy demeanor and inquired, "Do you still dare to obstruct my path?" Before the four could respond, a voice suddenly resonated from within the gate. "Who is making such a commotion outside? Are you unaware of where this is?" Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man emerged from the entrance, his face contorted with anger. Upon glancing at the four, he was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion dawning in his eyes. Who possessed such extraordinary prowess to have incapacitated for second-tier masters? In haste, he turned to another direction, and upon seeing Wu Fan, he initially failed to recognize him. However, upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief as an incredulous expression crossed his face. He certainly knew who Wu Fan was, having witnessed him slay top-tier masters a decade prior. It was astonishing that, after 10 years, he was encountering this legendary figure once more in this place. The middle-aged man quickly approached Wu Fan, deeply bowing and clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, and with great excitement and reverence, he spoke, "I pay my respects to young Master Wu." Chapter 156. Capturing people. Wu Fan cast a glance at the man, his eyes filled with curiosity as he inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Zhang Tao, the deputy leader of the Yaohong's Chasing Wind Hall. 10 years ago, I witnessed young Master Wu exhibit extraordinary prowess in vanquishing top-tier masters. Thus I recognize you. I apologize for my lack of proper reception today. I implore your forgiveness." Wu Fan nodded slightly, glancing at the four individuals in the distance. With a disdainful snort, he commanded, "Take me to see the old leader." "Yes, I shall obey," Zhang Tao responded, turning his gaze toward the four. He discerned the situation immediately. They had attempted to obstruct Wu Fan and were now incapacitated by his might. Their audacity was remarkable, daring to impede young Master Wu. Should they provoke him further? Even if he were to slay these four with a mere strike, no one would dare utter a word of protest. Zhang Tao then bellowed, "Have you all lost your senses? How dare you obstruct young Master Wu? Are you courting death? Quickly rise and apologize to him." "Humph. I will report this to the enforcement hall, and you shall face the consequences." At that moment, the four were rendered speechless with terror. The instant Zhang Tao appeared to pay his respects to Wu Fan, they realized they had stirred up a considerable predicament. Hearing that this was indeed Wu Fan, their faces drained of color. Though they had never encountered him in person, they had heard tales of his legendary prowess, one capable of slaying top masters with ease. Terrified, the four scrambled to their feet, limping towards Wu Fan. They bowed deeply and clasped their fists, exclaiming, "We were unaware of young Master Wu's esteemed presence and have thus offended you. We beseech your forgiveness." Their bodies trembled as they bent low, too frightened to stand upright. They were relieved that Wu Fan had chosen not to eliminate them, recalling vividly the harshness of their previous words. Yet, the thought of the enforcement hall's punishment filled them with dread anew. Wu Fan surveyed the four and spoke, "In the future, remember to ascertain the purpose of visitors before deciding to chase them away." "Yes, we shall heed young Master Wu's counsel," they replied in unison. Wu Fan then turned his attention to Zhang Tao, instructing, "Let us proceed." "Certainly, young Master Wu, please follow me," Zhang Tao replied. After a moment's thought, he called out to one of the four, Ding Laosan, "Hurry and inform the leader that young Master Wu has arrived. Make haste." "Yes," the man responded, despite his body aching, and dashed inside. Zhang Tao then led Wu Fan into the interior at a leisurely pace. At that moment, the old leader, Yang Wentian, was seated in the grand hall, sipping tea. He rose and began to pace, revealing that he was deep in thought. In truth, the old leader was pondering when Wu Fan would arrive and whether he should send someone to invite him over, for he felt a profound urgency. If Wu Fan delayed his arrival, he feared that the Windblade Gang and the Heavenly Tiger Gang might take action, leading to significant losses for his medicine gang. However, he also considered that Wu Fan had just returned and should be spending time with his family, making it inconvenient to summon him at this moment. After contemplating for a while, the old leader suddenly halted, slowly turning to gaze outside the door. He had made up his mind to send someone to Qingshan City. Just as he was about to call for assistance, a figure rushed in from outside. The individual, in his 30s, walked on tiptoe, his attire disheveled and dirty, clearly having been in a recent struggle. This person was none other than Ding Laosan, the gatekeeper. The old leader glanced at Ding Laosan, furrowing his brow, ready to reprimand him for his reckless entry, when Ding Laosan spoke first, urgently exclaiming, "Leader, young Master Wu has arrived. He is approaching us now." Upon hearing this, the old leader was momentarily stunned. Then his face blossomed with joy. He had not anticipated that just as he was preparing to send for Wu Fan, the young man had already come. Seeking confirmation, he eagerly inquired, "The Wu you speak of, is it Wu Fan?" "Yes, leader, it is indeed young Master Wu," Ding Laosan promptly replied. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Quickly, lead me to welcome him," the old leader exclaimed with laughter. "Yes, I shall obey," Ding Laosan responded, then proceeded to guide the way outside. The old leader followed suit, moving briskly, clearly demonstrating his robust health. Upon exiting the main hall and traversing the plaza, they walked along a broad path. In no time, within less than the duration of a tea break, the old leader spotted Wu Fan, who was leisurely walking alongside Zhang Tao. Upon seeing Wu Fan, the old leader erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Xiao Fan, you have finally returned. 10 years have flown by. I was just wondering if I would see you before I take my leave of this world." Wu Fan smiled as he assessed the old leader, responding, "Leader, you seem to be in good health. Alas, I am old, and my body is not what it once was. I cannot compare to your youth." The old leader lamented, shaking his head. Wu Fan stepped forward to support the old leader, cheerfully saying, "I observe that you are still quite well, and living for a few more decades should pose no issue. Haha, let us hope for your auspicious words to ring true." The old leader chuckled heartily, clearly delighted. Wu Fan nodded with a smile, and together they walked forward, sharing laughter and conversation. As they reached the entrance of the main hall, the old leader turned to Zhang Tao and Ding Laosan, stating, "You may leave. I wish to speak with Xiao Fan privately. By the way, please prepare a splendid feast with fine wine. I intend to drink to our heart's content with him." "Understood, leader. We shall arrange it at once." After Zhang Tao and Ding Laosan bowed and withdrew, Wu Fan and the old leader entered the grand hall. Once seated, the old leader spoke first, saying, "Xiao Fan, it is just the two of us here, so I shall speak candidly." Wu Fan nodded in agreement, urging him to proceed. The old leader, with a serious expression, inquired, "Xiao Fan, have you learned the celestial arts? Have you attained the status of an immortal?" After a moment of contemplation, Wu Fan nodded silently. Upon seeing this acknowledgement, the old leader's eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked, "Is it truly so?" Wu Fan nodded again and replied, "I have been studying the path for nearly a decade." Haha, this is splendid news. I never expected you to truly achieve immortality, the old leader exclaimed joyfully, laughing heartily. Wu Fan smiled in return and sincerely expressed, "Old leader, I am deeply grateful for your support over the years. You honored your promise made to me back then, and my family has been well cared for by you. I have learned that you not only stationed people to protect the Wu residents, but also frequently sent financial aid. This kindness is something I shall never forget." The old leader nodded appreciatively, his face radiating warmth as he said, "Xiao Fan, you are one of my disciples in the Medicine Guild. It is only right that I do these things. Moreover, my life was saved by you years ago. Had it not been for your timely intervention, the Medicine Guild would have long ceased to exist." Wu Fan nodded again and replied, "Regardless, old leader, you have indeed shown me great favor. If it were not for your guidance years ago, I would not have been able to tread the path of immortality. I feel it is my duty to repay this kindness. I shall remain here for the time being, and if you have need of my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Hearing this, the old leader felt a surge of happiness and pondered for a moment before stating, "Xiao Fan, to be frank, the Medicine Guild is currently facing some troubles. It would be most beneficial if you could lend your hand." "Oh, what troubles do we face?" Wu Fan inquired, puzzled. Sighing, the old leader continued, "This matter is rather complex. After you aided the Medicine Guild in overcoming our crisis, we seized the momentum to recruit more members and expand our influence. Our strength has grown significantly since then. However, as our territory has increased, we have inevitably threatened the interests of other factions, inciting their jealousy. Furthermore, you have been absent for 10 years, and they no longer regard the Medicine Guild with trepidation. Aside from myself, there are no other top-tier experts in our guild, and given my advancing age, I find myself lacking the strength to manage these challenges." After a brief pause, Wu Fan grasped the situation and asked, "So, what is the next step?" The old leader turned his gaze towards Wu Fan and continued, "Recently, I received reports from our scouts that the Windblade Gang and the Heavenly Tiger Gang intend to collaborate with other factions to exert pressure on our Medicine Gang, compelling us to relinquish our territories. They have even begun to take action, as some of our goods were intercepted by them not long ago." Wu Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "What would you like me to do, leader? Please, be direct." "Xiao Fan, this matter can be easily resolved. All you need to do is confront the leaders of the Windblade Gang and the Heavenly Tiger Gang and apprehend them. The rest will not require your involvement." The old leader stated solemnly, "Very well, this task is simple. Let us proceed to capture them at once," Wu Fan replied casually. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the old leader was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend. "Did you just suggest we go capture them now?" he inquired for clarification. "Indeed. Let us go and capture them immediately," Wu Fan affirmed with a nod, reiterating his previous statement. "But we have yet to enjoy our meal and drinks. Must we rush into this?" the old leader queried, somewhat bewildered. "Fear not, it shall not take long. By the time we return, the food and drinks will likely be freshly prepared. Trust me, we shall not miss out on our feast." Wu Fan responded with a smile. Chapter 157. Arrangements made. The old leader was somewhat bewildered. What did it mean that drinking would not be delayed? The Windblade Gang and the Sky Tiger Gang were several hundred miles away. A round trip would take several days at the very least. Yet, Wu Fan claimed that drinking would not be delayed. "Xiao Fan, are we really going now?" the old leader asked once more. With a slight smile, Wu Fan replied, "Please follow me, leader." Thus, Wu Fan rose and walked outside, with the old leader following him in confusion. Upon reaching the outside of the grand hall, Wu Fan released his spiritual sense to survey the surroundings. Confirming that no one else was present, he then patted the storage pouch at his waist. A beam of green light shot forth, which, upon catching the wind, expanded rapidly into a massive vessel of 3 zhang in size, Wu Fan's cloud mist boat. Upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the old leader's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, trembling as he pointed towards the cloud mist boat, stammering, Xiao Fan, what is this?" Wu Fan smiled gently, suddenly grasping the old leader's shoulder. With a leap, he ascended onto the cloud mist boat with the old leader. The vessel then soared skyward, transforming into a wisp of white cloud that vanished into the distance. Time passed swiftly. An hour later, the cloud mist boat returned. landing gracefully on the plaza outside the Grand Hall. At this moment, 4 individuals were aboard, 2 of whom were Wu Fan and the Old Leader, while the other 2 were undoubtedly the leaders of the Windblade Gang and the Sky Tiger Gang, albeit unconscious. Wu Fan cast a glance at the 2 below before casually tossing them onto the plaza. He then looked at the Old Leader, who was still dazed from the shock. With a mild smile, Wu Fan grabbed the Old Leader's shoulder and jumped down, subsequently calling back the cloud mist boat. The Old Leader glanced at the 2 on the ground, then turned to Wu Fan, pointing at the fallen figures and stuttering, This is who we captured? Xiao Fan, how long did it take us? Just about an hour. Ah, never mind the details. The food and drinks should be prepared by now. Let us go and enjoy, Wu Fan urged with a smile. The Old Leader looked at Wu Fan, then at the 2 individuals on the ground. Recalling the exhilarating experience of flying, he felt as though he were in a dream. When had he ever imagined that he would one day soar through the skies? The memory of standing on the cloud mist boat and gazing down at the vast cityscape, where the bustling crowds seemed as minute as ants, and the majestic mountains rushed past him, filled him with an indescribable thrill that lingered in his heart. Turning to Wu Fan, the Old Leader asked, What will we do with them? At that moment, he no longer resembled the commanding figure accustomed to giving orders. He had completely lost his assertiveness. Rest assured, my leader. They shall not awaken for a day or 2. Let us indulge in some wine first, and when the time comes, we shall have them detained. As for the remaining matters, I leave them to your discretion. Tomorrow, I shall return to Qingshan City, Wu Fan said with a smile. Haha, splendid. Let us go and drink. The Old Leader was immensely delighted, utterly amazed that such a daunting issue had been so effortlessly resolved by Wu Fan. Half an hour later, Wu Fan and the Old Leader were at the table, toasting and laughing, thoroughly enjoying their conversation. Wu Fan then spoke, Old Leader, after I depart from Qingshan City, I must trouble you with my family. Little Fan, do not speak so distantly. I am aware you must eventually leave. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on things in Qingshan City, the Old Leader replied with a smile. Wu Fan nodded with a grin and continued, Old Leader, you must keep my identity as a cultivator a secret. It cannot be disclosed. Haha, Little Fan, I am not so muddled that I would require such a reminder. The Old Leader chuckled. Wu Fan raised a cup to the Old Leader, then presented him with several precious pills, stating solemnly, Old Leader, these pills are exceedingly rare. I return with the intention of gifting them to you, and they will be of immense benefit to you. Their effects include purifying the body, enhancing physical constitution, detoxifying, nourishing the body, and healing ailments. Most importantly, one of these pills at this juncture, Wu Fan paused, glanced at the Old Leader, and produced a single pill, offering it before him. This particular pill possesses an extraordinary effect. It can extend your life by an additional 10 years upon hearing this. The Old Leader stood frozen in place, the phrase extend life by 10 years echoing in his ears. Overwhelmed, he accepted the pill with trembling hands, cradling it gently, his face a canvas of surprise, excitement, obsession, and disbelief. 10 years of life. This was profoundly significant for him, as he had little time remaining. The mere thought that one pill could grant him an additional decade felt miraculous. No one wishes for an early demise, himself included. 10 years could afford him countless opportunities and allow him to savor life's moments. How could he not be exhilarated? After accepting all the pills, the elder rose, eyes filled with gratitude as he gazed at Wu Fan. Suddenly, he bowed and said, Little Fan, thank you. I am immensely grateful for such precious pills. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Wu Fan quickly rose to support the Old Leader, smiling as he replied, There is no need for such formalities. My leader, my only request is that you safeguard my family during your lifetime. After the leader ingested these few elixirs, I can assure you that living for several more decades will pose no issue. Upon hearing this, the elder leader's eyes gleamed with determination as he solemnly replied, Xiao Fan, rest assured, as long as I draw breath, your family shall enjoy riches and glory. Even after my demise, the medicine guild will endure, and I shall leave behind ancestral teachings. As long as the guild exists, your Wu family will thrive. Listening to the elder leader's assurance, Wu Fan nodded with a smile, but then sighed, Alas, it is a pity that the longevity pill can only be consumed once in a lifetime. The elder leader, unfazed by this statement, responded nonchalantly, Such is the norm. If it could be taken indefinitely, would one not become an immortal? Such miraculous items do not exist in this world. If I can extend my life by another decade, I shall be thoroughly satisfied. Wu Fan nodded in agreement, saying, "The leader speaks wisely." The two then resumed their drinking and conversation. After a while, Wu Fan retrieved a long sword from his storage pouch and presented it to the elder leader. While this sword bore little value in the realm of cultivation, in the mundane world, it was a formidable weapon capable of slicing through iron like mud. Wu Fan proclaimed, "Elder leader, this sword is a divine weapon, and I bestow it upon you. Should the Medicine Guild encounter difficulties in the future, you may wield this weapon against foes, and it may be passed down through generations." The elder leader's gaze was fixed intently on the sword, a serious expression crossing his face as he slowly accepted it with both hands, caressing it as if it were a rare treasure. He understood that with this divine weapon, the Medicine Guild would surely flourish for a millennium. Wu Fan's actions were, of course, driven by concern for his family, for soon he would depart. Before leaving, he wished to eliminate any lingering worries, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. With the protection of the Medicine Guild, his family's safety would be assured. He could not remain by their side indefinitely, as he sought the path of longevity and needed to dedicate himself to rigorous training. Thus, he had to make the painful decision to leave his family behind. However, he could not take them with him, although he possessed a small space. It was merely 5 acres in size, akin to a prison. His family lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate. He could not selfishly confine them within. They too deserved their own lives, with families, children, spouses. Only in the mundane world would they find joy. The only thing Wu Fan could offer his family was the hope that their remaining years would be filled with happiness, good health, prosperity, and security. After a considerable time, the elder leader, still holding the sword, finally snapped back to reality, gazing at Wu Fan with gratitude as he spoke. "Xiao Fan, you have done enough for our Medicine Guild. I truly do not know how to repay you." Wu Fan laughed heartily and replied, "Elder leader, let us not dwell on such matters. Come, let us drink." "Haha, indeed, let us drink." The elder leader chuckled heartily, raising his cup in a toast to Wu Fan. The two continued to drink until deep into the night, at which point Wu Fan rose to take his leave, returning to Qingshan City. In the days that followed, apart from spending time with his parents, family, master, and friends, Wu Fan devoted himself to alchemy and cultivation in a secluded space. 2 years later, he prepared to depart. During this period, he had elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of qi refinement and enhanced his spiritual root quality through the consumption of 5 elements spiritual fruits. According to his estimations, his current spiritual root quality was likely no less than that of a triple spiritual root constitution, thereby allowing him to finally attempt foundation establishment. In these 2 years, Wu Fan had meticulously arranged matters at home, ensuring everything was in order and provided for his family. His younger sister, Wu Xiaoyu, now lived a prosperous life. Wu Fan also took the time to return to Wu family village with his family, where they visited the familiar faces of their past. Throughout these years, he often accompanied old friends from the Rejuvenation Hall, such as Song Fei, Hu Dakue, Su Kuan, and Shin Peng, sharing drinks, conversations, and reminiscing about old times. Now, Wu Fan was ready to return to the Qingfeng sect. Once back in his cave abode, he began secluding himself to attempt foundation establishment. He was confident that it would not be long before he became a foundation-building cultivator. At that time, he would possess a lifespan of 300 years and experience a dramatic transformation in strength, ultimately earning the respect of his disciples as a revered elder of the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 158. Consecutive visits. On this day, 2 years later, Wu Fan departed from Qingshan City, amidst the reluctant gazes of his family, master, and friends. Outside the city, high in the sky, Wu Fan stood upon the misty vessel, casting a backward glance towards the direction of the Wu residence, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing. Gradually, this yearning was supplanted by determination. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolutely turned away and steered the misty vessel into the void, disappearing into the heavens. At Qingfeng Gate, on Danding Peak, within the confines of Li Ning's courtyard. "Master, I have returned." Wu Fan bowed respectfully, clasping his fists. Li Ning gazed at Wu Fan, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded and inquired, "Is everything arranged at home?" "All is well, master," Wu Fan affirmed with a nod. "Excellent. From now on, Focus solely on your cultivation and strive to advance to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible, Li Ning replied, his expression one of satisfaction. Yes, master, Wu Fan acknowledged with a nod. Li Ning regarded Wu Fan thoughtfully, then produced a vial of elixirs from his sleeve, offering it to Wu Fan as he spoke. This is the foundation establishment pill I have prepared for you. With this pill, you will possess 3 in total. I hope that through these elixirs, you will successfully advance to the foundation establishment stage. Little Fan, this is all I can do to assist you. Wu Fan accepted the elixir with gratitude. Feeling a swell of emotion, he understood the risks his master must have undertaken to procure this pill for him. Although he no longer needed to worry about foundation establishment pills, the affection behind his master's gesture filled Wu Fan with deep appreciation. Thank you, master, Wu Fan expressed sincerely. Bowing deeply, Li Ning nodded with a smile and continued, during your 2-year absence, your senior brother Wei Qi has successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage. And your senior sister Xue, we should also be on the verge of her breakthrough, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, little Fan, you must seize the opportunity. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn of Wei Qi's advancement. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. After all, Wei Qi possessed 3 foundation establishment pills and had already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. His breakthrough was indeed expected. Wei Qi had delayed his advancement in anticipation of the secret realm expedition. With his senior brother having succeeded, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Danding Peak now boasted 4 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Turning to his master, Wu Fan smiled and remarked, Wei Qi's advancement to the foundation establishment stage is excellent news, as it signifies a significant enhancement to our strength at Danding Peak. Li Ning nodded in agreement, his smile widening as he replied, Indeed, it has been quite some time since Danding Peak has welcomed an increase in foundation establishment cultivators. At this moment, Li Ning's spirits were exceptionally high, not merely because Wei Qi had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, but also due to the fact that he himself had ascended to the latter part of the foundation establishment phase, a feat made possible by the spiritual elixirs provided by Wu Fan. Without these elixirs, the timeline for his advancement to this stage would have remained uncertain. It is well known that a practitioner in the later stages of foundation establishment represents the pinnacle of this realm. With continued cultivation, reaching the great perfection of foundation establishment, or the false dance stage, would allow for attempts to break through the bottleneck of the golden dance stage. At this juncture, Li Ning chuckled and remarked, Xiao Fan, the spiritual elixirs you provided have been of tremendous assistance to me. As soon as Li Ning's words left his lips, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. But then a realization struck him. He swiftly extended his spiritual sense to observe his master, and upon doing so, a radiant joy illuminated his face. Bowing respectfully, he exclaimed, Congratulations, master, on advancing to the later stage of foundation establishment. Haha, this is all thanks to you, Xiao Fan. I have awaited this day for quite some time. Master, you have now reached the later stage. The golden dance stage is not far off. I am truly delighted for you, Wu Fan added with a smile. Li Ning shook his head with a smile and replied, Advancing to the golden dance stage is no simple task. Do you realize how many practitioners at the later stage of foundation establishment remain trapped in this realm throughout their lives, unable to break through to the golden dance stage? I cannot afford to harbor such lofty aspirations. We shall discuss future matters when the time comes. Wu Fan nodded in agreement, fully aware of the arduous journey to the golden dance stage. Not to mention, in the context of the cultivation world of Xia country, there were only a handful of practitioners at the golden dance stage, which underscores the difficulty of such advancement. After exchanging a few more words, Wu Fan took his leave. Upon departing his master's courtyard, he soared on his flying sword toward another residence situated halfway up a mountain. The surroundings were breathtaking, adorned with verdant hills and crystal-clear waters. In front of the residence lay a medicinal herb garden, where 5 or 6 outer disciples were diligently at work. As Wu Fan descended at the entrance, the disciples looked up in unison. Among them was a male disciple at the 6th level of qi refinement, who exclaimed in surprise, Look, isn't that senior brother Wu Fan? I can't believe I would see him here. Another male disciple, his eyes filled with admiration, remarked, It truly is senior brother Wu Fan. Just look at him. He has now achieved the great perfection of qi refinement. A third disciple echoed his astonishment. Indeed, It's only been 2 years since we last met, and senior brother Wu Fan has already advanced to the great perfection of qi refinement. One disciple chimed in, but that's not all. What I admire most about senior brother Wu Fan is not merely his cultivation speed, but the fact that he was promoted to the position of core disciple while still at the 10th level of qi refinement. And I've heard he even ventured into the secret realm. A young female disciple, her eyes glimmering with adoration, added, in my opinion, senior brother Wu Fan will likely advance to the foundation establishment stage within a few years. After all, he currently possesses 2 foundation establishment pills. A male disciple at the 5th level of qi refinement expressed his envy, clearly impressed by Wu Fan's accomplishments. Sigh, I wonder when I will attain the pinnacle of qi refinement. If only I could possess 2 foundation establishment pills by the time I reach that level. A male disciple spoke with a hint of bitterness. Haha, dear Yulin, do not harbor such fanciful thoughts. Is it truly so easy to advance to the pinnacle of qi refinement? You are merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. I advise you to temper your ambitions. Your immediate task should be to undertake more missions, earn spirit stones to purchase elixirs, and elevate your cultivation to the late stage of qi refinement. As for those unrealistic aspirations, cast them aside. Moreover, with your current prowess, do you truly believe you can ascend to the rank of core disciple? Besides, the next secret realm will not open for another 28 years, laughed a male disciple at the 6th level of qi refinement. Upon hearing these words, the previous disciple appeared quite disheartened and fell silent. At that moment, Wu Fan stood outside the courtyard, having overheard the conversation. However, he paid no mind, as such occurrences were commonplace, and he had long since grown accustomed to them. Wu Fan then smiled faintly and suddenly called into the courtyard. Is Brother Wei Qi present? Wu Fan has come to visit. Indeed, this courtyard belonged to Brother Wei Qi. Since Wu Fan had learned of Wei Qi's successful advancement, he felt compelled to pay a visit to extend his congratulations. Just then, a hearty laugh resonated from within the house. Ha, little junior brother. You've been away for 2 years, and you've finally returned. As the voice faded, a man hurriedly emerged from the house. It was none other than Brother Wei Qi. Wu Fan assessed Wei Qi, then slightly bowed and clasped his fists, chuckling. Congratulations on your advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Ha, thank you, little junior brother. Come in for a cup of tea. Wei Qi responded warmly, gesturing for Wu Fan to enter the courtyard. With a smile and a nod, Wu Fan stepped inside. Once they were seated, Wei Qi remarked, Little junior brother, I heard you returned to your hometown to visit your parents? Indeed, I just came back today. Upon hearing that you had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, I hurried over to congratulate you, Wu Fan replied with a nod. You are too kind, little junior brother. My advancement to the foundation establishment stage is also thanks to you. Had you not saved me in the secret realm back then, I would not have returned alive. Now that I have reached this stage, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will be duty-bound to help, Wei Qi stated earnestly. Brother, there is no need to dwell on that. We are brothers, not strangers. Gratitude is unnecessary. Had our roles been reversed, I have no doubt you would have done the same for me. Wu Fan waved his hand dismissively. You speak true, little junior brother. If ever you find yourself in peril, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life to save you. Wei Qi nodded in agreement. Wu Fan smiled, and just then, Wei Qi suddenly exclaimed, Has little junior brother already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement? It is indeed a joyous occasion. Now, the junior disciple can attempt to break through the foundation establishment stage. Wu Fan nodded and smiled. Indeed, upon my return, I intend to enter seclusion and strive for this breakthrough. I fear I shall remain within for quite some time. Ah, this is splendid news. I extend my early congratulations to you, junior disciple, for your impending advancement, Wei Qi said with a courteous gesture and a smile. Thank you, senior brother. I shall do my utmost, Wu Fan replied with a grin. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Wu Fan took his leave. Upon departing from Wei Qi's courtyard, he made his way to the cave dwelling of his second senior brother, Zhu Ming. Having not seen each other for over 2 years, Wu Fan felt it was time to pay a visit. When he encountered Zhu Ming, a robust figure, he found him leisurely roasting spirit beast meat. Consequently, Wu Fan decided to stay in his cave, drawn solely by the allure of delectable cuisine. Once they had satisfied their appetites and exchanged pleasantries, Wu Fan rose to depart, setting his course towards the cave of his third senior brother, Yi Lei. Thus, Wu Fan continued his visits to the cave dwellings of his fourth senior sister, Zhu Shuang, and his fifth senior sister, Ru Shui. By the time he returned to his own cave, night had already fallen. Upon his return, Wu Fan wasted no time and immediately entered his small space. Indeed, he was preparing for seclusion, having resolutely decided that this time, he would not emerge until he had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 159. Advancing to foundation establishment. Upon entering the small space, Wu Fan first retrieved some spiritual herbs from the storage room, then proceeded to the alchemy chamber. His intention was to concoct the foundation establishment pill, for when he achieved his breakthrough, he would need to return to the outside world. As the spiritual energy within the small space was too sparse, only the abundant spiritual energy of the external realm could meet the requirements for his ascension. In the alchemy chamber, Wu Fan sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon the obsidian dragon-shaped furnace before him. Opening his mouth, the heavenly fire burst forth, soaring toward the base of the furnace. With a whoosh, the furnace's bottom was instantly engulfed in searing flames. Wu Fan then performed a hand gesture and pointed at the furnace, causing the lid to pop open with a resounding bang. He began tossing various spiritual herbs into the furnace, such as purple mist leaf and nine-leaf dragon heart grass, among other precious ingredients. As time passed, half an hour later, a tremendous explosion resounded, signaling that this batch of pills had failed. However, Wu Fan remained unfazed. Failure was an inherent aspect of alchemy, and he had never attempted to refine a foundation establishment pill before. With a wave of his hand, he cleared the remnants from the furnace and, without delay, resumed his alchemical pursuits. After numerous attempts and failures, and with his supply of spiritual herbs dwindling, he returned to the storage room for more. Thus, after 2 weeks, Wu Fan finally succeeded in refining a batch of foundation establishment pills. Holding the pill in his hand, he compared it to the one given by his master, a smile breaking across his face. 3 months later, Wu Fan exited the alchemy chamber and made his way to his bedroom. By this time, he had produced 10 foundation establishment pills, and with the ones provided by his sect and master, he now possessed a total of 13. He deemed this quantity sufficient, for his spiritual root was no longer the same as before. If 13 pills were insufficient for him to break through his bottleneck, he might as well return home and live as a mortal. Subsequently, he began his cultivation, aiming to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of qi refinement. After solidifying his foundation, he would attempt to break through. 2 years later, in the small space, in the bedroom of the space, Wu Fan suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, his body radiated a blinding white light, and then his figure vanished. In the external cave, a flash of white light erupted. As the brilliance faded, Wu Fan's form became visible. He rose and entered the training room, settling onto the mat. After a slight smile, he made a gesture with his hand, and a pill bottle appeared in his grasp. Removing the cork, he poured a pill into his palm and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Indeed, Wu Fan was ready to make his breakthrough. Over the past 2 years, he had elevated his cultivation to its zenith and felt the opportunity for a breakthrough approaching. He could not afford to squander this chance. Upon swallowing the foundation establishment pill, a surge of potent spiritual energy surged into his body. Wu Fan, sensing the urgency, swiftly began to harness this immense power within. He had not anticipated the astonishing potency contained within the pill. Within his dantian, the gaseous vortex of true essence suddenly commenced a rapid rotation, gradually compressing over time. As moments passed, the gaseous true essence began to thicken, showing signs of transforming into a liquid state. However, Wu Fan realized that the spiritual energy within him was dwindling, threatening to halt the transformation before achieving the liquid state. Without hesitation, he consumed another foundation establishment pill, and once again, a powerful wave of spiritual energy filled his body, replenishing the gaseous true essence and propelling it further towards liquidification. With each pill ingested, the gaseous true essence approached its transformation into a liquid form. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy within several miles of Wu Fan's cave abode seemed to be summoned, howling as it rushed towards him and flowed into his being. As time progressed, the primordial energy of the heavens and earth, centered around Wu Fan's dwelling, stirred with increasing intensity, creating quite a commotion. The cultivators of Danding Peak sensed the fluctuations in spiritual energy, while most were oblivious to the cause. For individuals, Li Ning, Yin Fun, Su Yao, and Wei Qi knew precisely what was occurring. Upon detecting the energy fluctuations, they emerged from their caves and soared towards the source. Initially, the four believed that Xue Hui was making her breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. However, as they followed the direction of the spiritual energy, confusion crept upon their faces. For this path did not lead to Xue Hui's cave. Moments later, upon nearing Wu Fan's dwelling, their expressions morphed into shock. They had never expected Wu Fan to be the one breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. They were aware that Wu Fan had returned from Qingshan City less than 3 months prior, making such a rapid and successful advancement astonishing. At that moment, Li Ning was undoubtedly the most elated among them. He had never anticipated that his youngest disciple would be the first to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. While others were unaware of Wu Fan's innate abilities, he was fully cognizant. Deep down, he had not believed Wu Fan could truly break through. Given the improbability of such an event, yet he harbored hopes for Wu Fan's success. Thus, he had gone to great lengths to procure a foundation establishment pill for him, never imagining that his disciple would indeed achieve this milestone. As the four arrived at Wu Fan's courtyard, they stood silently, refraining from making loud noises. As time elapsed, the fluctuations in spiritual energy gradually diminished, eventually settling into tranquility. Other disciples from Danding Peak began to gather, including second senior brother Zhu Ming, third senior brother Yi Lei, fourth senior sister Zhu Shuang, fifth senior sister Ru Shui, Ji Yuan, Ming Qian, Yuan Heng, and others. All disciples of Danding Peak had arrived, except for 3. 2 were absent from the premises, while the third, Xue Hui, was also in seclusion, striving to break through her own bottleneck. In the tranquil courtyard of Wu Fan's cave, a group of over a dozen individuals stood silently, smiles illuminating their faces. With the addition of a new foundational elder to the Danding Peak, their strength had undoubtedly ascended to new heights. As the waves of spiritual energy settled, Elder Yin Fun was the first to break the silence with a hearty laugh. Haha, I never expected that after a year. Our Danding Peak would welcome another foundational cultivator. Truly, this is a blessing for us. Meanwhile, Su Yao approached Li Ning, chuckling. Haha, congratulations, senior brother. Your disciple has also advanced to the foundational stage. I told you back then, Xiao Fan is not an ordinary talent, and now my words have been validated. Haven't they? Li Ning could hardly contain his joy, bursting into laughter. Haha, indeed. Xiao Fan has provided me with an immense surprise. I never imagined that one of my disciples would reach the foundational stage. At that moment, Yin Fun turned to Li Ning, his excitement palpable. Now, with 5 foundational cultivators at Danding Peak, coupled with your breakthrough to the late foundational stage, our strength is among the finest in the entire Qingfeng sect. The resources allocated to us will surely double. Just thinking about it fills me with immense happiness. We shall focus our resources on you, senior brother, to assist you in breaking through to the golden core stage. Once that happens, haha. Li Ning shook his head with a smile. I cannot agree with you. Junior brother, resources cannot be solely dedicated to me. You all need to cultivate as well. Alas, given my aptitude, it would be a shame to waste resources on me. It would be better to invest in your growth instead. I have little hope of advancing to the golden core stage in this lifetime. You, senior brother, are now in the late foundational stage, while junior brother Su Yao is in the mid-foundational stage. I am still at the early foundational stage. What benefit would it be to squander resources on me? It is more prudent for me to concentrate on refining my alchemical skills, contributing to our sect. Yin Fen sighed, shaking his head in response. Su Yao, pondering for a moment, spoke up. Elder Yin, you must not think this way. You are still quite young. If you do not strive for it, how will you ever know if you have the opportunity to advance to the golden core stage? Li Ning nodded, acknowledging Su Yao's words, and then addressed Yin Fun. Junior brother, you must not harbor such thoughts or succumb to despair. As cultivators, we are to race against time and contend with destiny. As long as we exert ourselves, we may pursue the path to immortality. Upon hearing their words, Yin Fen could only shake his head with a wry smile, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the other disciples engaged in lively discussions. Ru Shui giggled. Our little junior is truly impressive. He has already reached the foundational stage. The third senior brother, Yi Lei, nodded in agreement, chuckling. Our junior keeps surpassing my expectations. He entered the sect last and is the youngest, yet he is the first to reach the foundational stage. This truly puts us senior brothers and sisters to shame. The second senior brother, Zhu Ming, with his round and plump visage, was beaming with delight, his eyes reduced to mere slits. He chuckled. Now that our junior brother has advanced to the foundation establishment stage, I can strut around the sect with confidence. I wonder who would dare to provoke me. Upon hearing this, Ru Shui burst into laughter, retorting, "Fatty, with that width of yours, haven't you always walked sideways?" Zhu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment at her words, and he fell silent. Fourth senior sister, Zhu Shuang, with her exquisite and icy countenance, also displayed a joyful smile. She gently spoke. "We have all witnessed the growth of our junior brother over the years. Not only has he trained diligently, but his realm has also ascended rapidly. His talent for alchemy is remarkable. It is no wonder that our master holds him in such high regard. We must all strive to cultivate diligently, or we shall be left far behind by him." The others nodded in agreement, while disciples such as Ming Qian, Ji Yuan, and Yuan Heng engaged in light-hearted banter, marveling at their junior brother's extraordinary achievements. Having ascended from the 8th layer of qi refinement to the pinnacle of the alchemy stage in just a few short years, his remarkable progress was indeed astonishing. After some time of casual conversation, Li Ning turned to all the disciples and announced, "You may all return now. Xiao Fan needs to consolidate his cultivation during this period. Once he emerges from seclusion, we shall host a grand feast in his honor." Chapter 160, Major Cultivation Techniques. As Li Ning's words echoed in the air, the disciples bowed respectfully, saying, "Disciple takes leave." Subsequently, they departed from the place. At that moment, Li Ning turned his gaze towards Yan Fun and the others, and remarked, "Let us take our leave as well. I shall notify you once Xiao Fan emerges from his seclusion." "Very well, we shall depart. It seems Xiao Fan will not be emerging anytime soon, and there is little purpose in waiting here," Yan Fun replied with a smile. "To my two senior brothers, I bid you farewell," Su Yao said as he clasped his hands in respect towards Li Ning and Yan Fun before leaving. "Master, uncle, I shall also take my leave," Wei Qi said, bowing respectfully before soaring away on the light of his sword. Yan Fun cast a glance at Li Ning, understanding that his senior brother would linger for a while longer. He then rose to leave as well. Li Ning did not depart immediately. Instead, he raised his head towards the direction of the cave dwelling, a smile gracing his features. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction and joy. He vividly remembered, over a decade ago, the young man trapped within the illusion array in the woods outside the Qingfeng sect. Who would have thought that in just a few short years, that youth had ascended to the same foundational level of cultivation as himself? He recalled that during the outer sect competition, his disciple had secured the first place. Initially, he had no intention of accepting this disciple, but the disciple expressed a desire to enter the Danding Peak. In a moment of softness, Li Ning believed the heavens had arranged this for him, convinced that they were destined to share a master-disciple bond. In hindsight, that decision proved to be exceedingly wise, as this disciple not only assisted him in breaking through to the later stages of foundational cultivation, but continually brought him unexpected joy. Li Ning stood in the courtyard for a considerable time before finally taking his leave. Meanwhile, within the cave, Wu Fan gradually opened his eyes, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fist. Within him, a powerful true essence was circulating, far stronger than before. He now comprehended that this was the essence of foundational cultivation. No wonder it is said in the cultivation world that only upon reaching this stage does one truly embark on the path of immortality, while the qi refinement stage merely signifies a greater strength than that of ordinary mortals. In contrast, foundational cultivation not only extends one's lifespan by 300 years, but also elevates one's power to an entirely different realm. Wu Fan was filled with exhilaration, having finally ascended to the foundational stage. He reflected on the time and countless elixirs he had consumed to achieve this advancement. Others may not know, but he understood that he had dedicated several times more effort than his peers in the qi refinement stage. Without the tenfold time afforded by his small space and the spiritual herbs within, given his spiritual root constitution, he would not have reached this point. However, Wu Fan considered himself fortunate, for he possessed a wondrous small space, a 5-element spirit tree to refine his spiritual roots, and a commendable master to teach him the art of alchemy. Given these advantages, his ascension to the foundational stage was not unexpected. In this instance of breaking through his bottleneck, he relied on 6 foundational elixirs to fortuitously ascend in rank. It appears that his spiritual roots still require further refinement. However, this is of little consequence, for he possesses the 5 elements spiritual tree, which will allow him to gradually consume the 5 elements spiritual fruits in due time. At this moment, Wu Fan stood still, lost in contemplation regarding his future plans. In his mind, he had already devised a rough outline. First and foremost, upon solidifying his cultivation and concluding his seclusion, his immediate priority would be to seek out a primary cultivation technique in the scripture repository. Now that he has advanced to the foundation establishment stage, the fire-burning technique can no longer suffice, as it is merely a rudimentary technique suited for the chi refinement stage. Therefore, the most pressing matter is to find a superior primary cultivation technique. To procure a commendable primary cultivation technique, a visit to the scripture repository is imperative, where indeed some precious techniques await. However, these techniques require a significant amount of contribution points. Within the Qingfeng sect, it is not the case that once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, access to techniques is granted freely. Elders at the foundation establishment level, much like disciples at the Qi refinement stage, must also exchange contribution points to obtain superior techniques. The mere thought of this caused Wu Fan a headache, as he recognized the immense value of primary cultivation techniques, which undoubtedly require a substantial amount of contribution points. Beyond the primary cultivation technique, he also needs to exchange for several other techniques. The first on his list is the Heavenly Demon Beast Armor technique, as Wu Fan intends to cultivate both body and technique in tandem. Yet, this body refinement technique also demands a considerable number of contribution points. Years ago, Wu Fan undertook numerous tasks to acquire the initial half of this technique. It is evident that the latter half, suited for the foundation establishment stage, will require an even greater amount of contribution points. Regardless of the tasks he must undertake, Wu Fan is resolute in acquiring this formidable body refinement technique. Over the past few years, he has tasted the sweetness of its power and has firmly decided to pursue the path of dual cultivation. At present, the resilience of his physical form rivals that of top-tier magical artifacts, and his physical strength is astonishingly formidable. Should he succeed in obtaining and cultivating the foundation establishment version of this technique, it is certain that his strength will multiply exponentially. In addition to the primary cultivation technique and the Heavenly Demon Beast Armor technique, he also requires 2 secret techniques, the Swift Phantom technique and the Demon Heaven Fist. Notably, the Swift Phantom technique is essential for him to retrieve. Throughout the years of combat, this technique has proven immensely beneficial. If combined with the body refinement technique, his prowess would be unparalleled. However, the thought of the contribution points needed to exchange for these techniques induces considerable distress. Setting aside the contribution points required for the Swift Phantom technique and the Demon Heaven Fist, the primary cultivation technique alone will demand an astronomical sum. While there are some primary cultivation techniques that require fewer contribution points, it is imperative to understand that a primary cultivation technique forms the cornerstone of a cultivator's path. A well-chosen primary technique is crucial, as it determines a cultivator's future trajectory and the potential to ascend to higher realms. Given Wu Fan's character, it is certain that he would choose the most superior primary cultivation method. If necessary, he could temporarily refrain from advancing his cultivation level and focus solely on completing tasks. Once he accumulates enough contribution points, he can exchange them for a formidable primary cultivation technique and commence his training thereafter. After obtaining the primary method, the next step would be to acquire the Heavenly Demon Beast Armor technique, while the techniques of Rapid Mirage and Demon Fist could be addressed later. At this moment, Wu Fan had just successfully established his foundation and needed to consolidate his cultivation. However, before doing so, he needed to cleanse his body, as he had undergone a thorough purification after achieving his foundation. He found himself enveloped in a sticky residue of dark impurities. Wu Fan began by taking a refreshing bath, and subsequently entered his small space. Upon entering the courtyard of this space, just as he was about to retreat to his bedroom to solidify his cultivation, he was struck by a peculiar sight. In addition to a well that could hasten the growth of spiritual herbs, he noticed a stone tablet. This tablet stood approximately 10 feet tall and 5 feet wide. When Wu Fan first acquired this small space, he had carefully examined the stone tablet, which at the time appeared quite ordinary and bore no inscriptions. However, it had now transformed, displaying a multitude of characters that completely covered its surface. This revelation left Wu Fan utterly astounded. Hurriedly, he approached the tablet to scrutinize the inscriptions, only to be further astonished to discover that the script was entirely unfamiliar to him, distinct from the commonly used characters in the realm of cultivation. Yet, remarkably, he found himself able to comprehend the meanings of these characters, as if he were innately attuned to them. Perplexed by this phenomenon, Wu Fan had little time to ponder, for he was captivated by the text before him. As time passed, his expression morphed through a spectrum of emotions. First a smile, which widened into an exuberant grin, then shifted to shock, and ultimately culminated in sheer astonishment. For Wu Fan soon realized that the inscriptions on the stone tablet constituted a cultivation method, and a particularly extraordinary one at that. However, it only contained the foundational stage teachings, with no records extending into the golden core stage. At the very top of the tablet were inscribed 5 large characters, which represented the name of this cultivation method, 5 elements profound celestial scripture. This scripture was peculiar, for it could only be practiced by those possessing the 5 spiritual roots. Upon recognizing this condition, Wu Fan suddenly grasped many truths. He surmised that this scripture was a form of inheritance, and the Pearl of the Small Space had recognized him as its master, allowing him to refine it and integrate it into his consciousness due to his possession of the 5 spiritual roots. Although this was merely his conjecture, he believed it to be highly plausible. Though the 5 elements profound celestial scripture contained only the foundational stage teachings, he was confident that as he advanced to the golden core stage, additional teachings would undoubtedly manifest. The extraordinary aspect of this cultivation technique lies in its ability to purify true essence. It allows the practitioner to refine and compress the true essence within, achieving a profound and pure efficacy. Furthermore, it facilitates the process of breaking through future obstacles, making it considerably easier. However, this technique does come with its drawbacks, namely, one must invest several times more effort in cultivation compared to others. Nevertheless, for Wu Fan, this is hardly a burden for 3 reasons. Firstly, he possesses the 5 elements spiritual tree, which will undoubtedly elevate his 5 spiritual roots to a level comparable to that of heavenly spiritual roots, thereby enhancing his cultivation speed. Secondly, he has access to a small space where the passage of time flows 10 times faster than in the outside world, affording him ample time for cultivation. Lastly, he owns a spatial herbal garden and has well water that accelerates the maturation of spiritual herbs. As long as he can acquire the necessary spiritual herbs and possesses the corresponding alchemical formula, he can continue his cultivation uninterrupted within the small space. Chapter 161. Body Refinement Techniques. Thus, it can be said that this particular technique is exceptionally suitable for Wu Fan, and the merits of this method are indeed extraordinary, stirring his heart with excitement. The first advantage is that practicing this technique allows one to refine the essence of true energy within the body. To put it simply, if one begins cultivating this method during the early stages of foundation establishment, with prolonged practice, the magical power stored within him could rival that of a practitioner in the mid-foundation stage, and the purity of this power would surpass that of his peers. Should he reach the mid-foundation stage through this technique, the magical energy within him would not fall short of that possessed by a practitioner in the late foundation stage. This indicates that cultivating this technique would enable him to engage in battles across realms with relative ease. The second advantage is that once this technique is mastered, any future breakthroughs, whether minor or major, would be considerably more manageable compared to others. This is truly remarkable, as it is well known that the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. In the realm of cultivation, many practitioners in the late foundation stage find themselves unable to break through this barrier, ultimately passing away without ever reaching the golden core stage. Similarly, numerous practitioners in the late golden core stage live their lives without breaking into the nascent soul stage. Ultimately, this difficulty stems from the formidable nature of these higher realms. While this technique offers assistance in overcoming such bottlenecks, highlighting its immense power. At this moment, Wu Fan was undeniably exhilarated. How could he not be? Previously, he had been troubled by the lack of a primary cultivation technique, contemplating taking on more tasks to accumulate contribution points, with the intention of exchanging them for a superior technique at the scripture repository. Yet, unexpectedly, upon entering this small space, He encountered a celestial technique that had descended upon him, akin to receiving a pillow when one is weary. However, Wu Fan noticed that the foundation establishment section of the technique did not record any divine abilities, leaving him uncertain whether the future Golden Core section would contain formidable powers. Nevertheless, this mattered little, as the acquisition of such an extraordinary technique was already a delightful surprise. To desire more would be an act of greed. In the following moments, Wu Fan continued to study the technique, having resolved to consolidate his cultivation before promptly commencing his practice of the 5 elements mystical scripture. A moment later, his eyes brightened as he seemed to recall something. He hurriedly approached the other side of the stone tablet, suddenly pondering whether the reverse side might also reveal potent techniques or divine abilities, just as the front did. Upon reaching the other side of the tablet, he anxiously looked up, only to find that the surface bore inscriptions as well. As Wu Fan discerned the characters, his excitement surged, for his speculation had proven true. The reverse side also unveiled inscriptions. Wu Fan hastily observed with great care. As time passed, the expressions on his face transformed, mirroring his earlier astonishment, eventually culminating in sheer incredulity. After a considerable period of contemplation, he suddenly erupted into laughter, for the subsequent martial art was, astonishingly, a formidable body refinement technique. Far surpassing the likes of the beast armor technique he had encountered earlier, these two methods were not even comparable in stature. At the pinnacle of the stone tablet, 5 grand characters were inscribed, reading Heavenly Demon Body Technique. This title was indeed the name of the body refinement method. Upon completing his examination of this technique, Wu Fan was utterly elated, for this body refinement method was overwhelmingly powerful. Although the tablet detailed the foundational aspects, the description of the technique was nothing short of astonishing. Wu Fan envisioned that should he cultivate this method, his physical prowess would undoubtedly reach a terrifying and unfathomable level. Previously, he had resolved to pursue a dual cultivation of body and spirit, but little did he anticipate acquiring 2 extraordinary techniques. In his excitement, he was at a loss for words. With these 2 methods at his disposal, what reason had he to fear the attainment of higher realms? What concern had he in navigating the celestial realm with growing prowess? Moreover, another revelation ignited Wu Fan's fervor. Within this body refinement technique, he discovered a supernatural ability known as the Heavenly Demon Eye. This was no ordinary spiritual ability, nor was it comparable to the eye techniques cultivated by Snowy. From the introduction of this ability, Wu Fan gleaned that if he were to master the Heavenly Demon Eye to an advanced level, it would grant him the extraordinary capacity to gaze upon the heavens above and the abyss below. However, by the time he reached such heights, he could hardly fathom when that would be. Nonetheless, in the initial stages of cultivation, he could indeed pierce through simple illusionary formations and various body techniques, including concealment and appearance alteration. Subsequently, Wu Fan perused the cultivation methods for both the Heavenly Demon Body Technique and the Heavenly Demon Eye. Upon completion, his countenance darkened, for he discovered that the body refinement technique required a specific elixir for cultivation, known as the Heavenly Demon Body Refinement Pill. Although concocting this foundational elixir was not overly complex, as the tablet included the formula and preparation guidelines, the requisite spiritual herbs were not readily recognizable to him. He had neither heard of them nor knew where to procure such herbs. Without these essential ingredients, he would be unable to create the Heavenly Demon Body Refinement Pill, which meant he could not cultivate this powerful technique. Furthermore, to cultivate the Heavenly Demon Eye, a particular spiritual herb was also necessary, named the Heavenly Eye Demon Herb. The method of cultivation was straightforward. One merely needed to extract the juice from this herb and apply it to their eyes daily. Over time, this ability would grow increasingly potent. Yet again, Wu Fan found himself unfamiliar with this herb, having neither encountered it nor heard of it before. At this moment, Wu Fan was engulfed in a profound sense of frustration, plagued by an overwhelming feeling of uncertainty. How could he possibly navigate this predicament? He had painstakingly acquired a body refinement technique, along with a formidable spiritual eye ability, yet found himself utterly unable to cultivate them, left merely to gaze longingly. Standing before the stone tablet, he felt a surge of exasperation. The anguish of beholding treasures that remained tantalizingly out of reach was unbearable. After a considerable time, he gradually managed to compose himself. Ultimately, with a resigned shake of his head, he rose to depart from that place. Subsequently, Wu Fan made his way to the medicinal garden, where he inspected the precious spiritual herbs. Satisfied to see that they were well cared for by Ling Er, he returned to his chamber. At this juncture, his foremost priority was to solidify his cultivation before embarking on a quest for more spiritual herbs in the future. Time slipped away swiftly. Within the confines of his small space, 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Fan had fortified his cultivation, yet he harbored no intention of venturing outside, as merely 10 days had elapsed in the outer world. Should he step out now? Suspicions would undoubtedly arise regarding how he had managed to consolidate his cultivation in such a brief period. Thus, Wu Fan resolved to continue his training within the space for a while longer. During this interval, he intended to practice the 5 elements mystical scripture. However, before commencing his training, he needed to refine some first-grade elixirs, specifically those that would enhance his cultivation. Within the secret realm, he had acquired a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs. Though he had consumed a fair share over the past 2 years, he still possessed several thousand, all stored in the drawers of his repository. These herbs would suffice for an extended period of cultivation. He then proceeded to the storage room, sifting through the drawers in search of the herbs. In an unexpected turn, he stumbled upon a small cabinet, which was notably smaller than the others and tucked away in a corner. Wu Fan recalled having meticulously examined this cabinet upon first acquiring the small space. He had never been able to extract its drawers, leaving him in ignorance of their contents. However, now that he had established his foundation, he thought to give it another try. Approaching the diminutive cabinet, he randomly selected a drawer and yanked it with determination. Only to meet the same fate as before, he could not pull it free. Disappointment flickered in his eyes as he switched to another drawer, yet the result remained unchanged. Thus, he continued to tug at each drawer one by one. When he reached the last drawer, a sudden crack echoed through the air as it surprisingly slid open. Joy illuminated Wu Fan's face as he quickly leaned in to investigate. Inside the drawer lay 2 wooden boxes. He retrieved one and opened it to find a seed nestled within, a seed that appeared to belong to a certain spiritual herb or grass. Curiosity piqued. He pondered the identity of this seed. Nevertheless, he was aware that the drawers in the storage room served to preserve spiritual herbs. Anything placed within would remain unchanged over time, just as fresh as when it was first stored. Thus, the seed in the wooden box was equally pristine and viable for planting. Subsequently, Wu Fan opened another wooden box for inspection, much like the previous one. This box also contained seeds, yet it held a considerable number, dozens of seeds nestled within. Holding both boxes, Wu Fan observed them for a while, pondering the nature of these seeds. After a moment, his eyes brightened as if a revelation struck him. He hastily rose, clutching the 2 boxes, and departed from the place. Upon his next appearance, he found himself in the medicinal garden. He first sought out a suitable spot, clearing a patch of earth to plant the numerous seeds. Then, he prepared a smaller area to sow a solitary seed. Afterward, he fetched some well water to nourish the newly planted seeds. Once his tasks were completed, he stood quietly, gazing at the 2 patches of soil. A smile graced Wu Fan's face, even tinged with excitement, as he surmised the possible identity of these magical herbs. However, certainty eluded him for the moment. He would have to wait until the morrow for clarity. After some time, he retreated back to his chamber. Chapter 162. Yakin. The following day, Wu Fan gradually opened his eyes in the sanctuary of his chamber, concluding a period of meditation. He then rose and made his way outside. Upon entering the medicinal garden, he beheld the spiritual herbs he had planted the previous day, and his eyes widened in astonishment, a radiant joy illuminating his countenance. Though he had harbored suspicions, witnessing the reality filled him with an indescribable elation. Indeed, these spiritual herbs were precisely those required for cultivating the celestial demon body technique and the celestial demon eye. The dozens of plants were essential for concocting the celestial demon body refinement pill, while the singular herb he had cultivated was the celestial eye demon grass, vital for mastering the celestial demon eye. As Wu Fan gazed upon the array of spiritual herbs before him, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He had meticulously confirmed that these herbs were identical to those recorded on the stone tablet, without the slightest deviation. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He had previously fretted over where to procure these herbs, yet fortune had smiled upon him. He had fortuitously inspected the wooden cabinet in the storage room yesterday. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Without these herbs, he would have been unable to cultivate this technique and divine skill. After reveling in his excitement for a while, Wu Fan returned to his chamber. Having resolved to postpone the ripening of the 5 elements spirit tree and to defer the purification of his spiritual roots for the time being, the most pressing matter at hand was to concoct several celestial demon body refinement pills. Wu Fan intended to cultivate the 5 elements mystical scripture alongside the celestial demon body technique, while also practicing the celestial demon eye, which required less time and effort. In the ensuing days, Wu Fan hastened the ripening of a batch of herbs for the celestial demon body refinement pill and collected some seeds, thereby expanding the medicinal garden. He also planted a significant quantity of celestial demon grass. Subsequently, he commenced the alchemical process. During this period, he extracted some essence from the celestial demon grass. And once all preparations were complete, he embarked upon a prolonged phase of cultivation. As time flew by, 3 years had elapsed. One day, Wu Fan slowly opened his eyes in his chamber. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to conclude his seclusion and return to the outside world. It had been over 3 months since he last ventured out, and he imagined his master and companions were likely growing anxious. Throughout these 3 years, Wu Fan had devoted nearly 2 years solely to refining pills. In addition to the celestial demon body refinement pill, he had also produced a batch of pills aimed at enhancing his cultivation. In the remaining year, he began to practice the 5 elements mystical scripture and the celestial demon body technique. At this juncture, his cultivation had not seen significant advancement. The 5 elements mystical scripture was indeed, as the records had indicated, with a painfully slow cultivation speed. Over the course of this past year, he had consumed numerous pills designed to boost his cultivation, yet the current outcome was, to his mind, entirely predictable. As he practiced the heavenly demon dominance body technique, Wu Fan noticed some progress. His physical form had indeed grown stronger compared to before, although the enhancement was modest due to the brevity of his training period. However, the most significant advancement was in his heavenly demon eye technique. Wu Fan had never previously cultivated any ocular abilities, yet over the past 3 years, he diligently applied the essence of the heavenly demon grass to his eyes daily. Now he could perceive even a mosquito flying 1,000 feet away with clarity. Wu Fan surmised that his current ocular prowess surpassed that of Shuehui. Upon rising, he made his way to the spirit beast chamber, where Ling Er was engaged in training, or perhaps one might say, napping. The moment Wu Fan entered, Ling Er awakened instantly, exclaiming joyfully, "Master, have you finished your cultivation?" Wu Fan smiled and nodded, responding, "Ling Er, I shall be away for a few days. During this time, you must tend to the spirit herbs and remember to water them properly." "Master, you're not taking Ling Er with you? I feel like I might suffocate from boredom," Ling Er said, somewhat disheartened. "What do you need to go out for? Did I not provide you with ample elixirs before? Focus on your training instead. I shall return in a few days, as I intend to enter a prolonged seclusion thereafter," Wu Fan admonished. "Fine," Ling Er replied, her spirits dampened. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Fan added, "Ling Er, do not fret. When we next emerge, I will take you with me from the Qingfeng sect. I plan to undertake some tasks to accumulate contribution points, which I require to exchange for 2 secret techniques." "Really? Oh, how delightful!" Ling Er exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Her youthful spirit longed for adventure, weary of confinement within the small space. Seeing Ling Er's joyful demeanor, Wu Fan could not help but smile as well. He then said, "I shall take my leave now, but do not forget my instructions. You must diligently care for the spirit herbs, as they are vital to me. Remember, once they reach a century of age, harvest them and place them in the drawer of the storage room. Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of the spirit herbs," Ling Er promised earnestly. Wu Fan nodded with a smile and departed the spirit beast chamber. He first inspected the spirit herb garden before exiting the small space. In the outside world, within the cave, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the area. As the radiance waned, Wu Fan's silhouette emerged, and he stepped out of the cave. Outside, he surveyed his courtyard, glanced at the azure sky, and, after taking a deep breath, summoned his flying sword, heading towards his master's residence. Wu Fan understood that for a sect, the ascension of a foundation establishment cultivator was indeed a momentous occasion, and for a mountain peak, it was an extraordinary event. Having advanced to the foundation establishment stage himself, he knew these formalities were essential to embrace. Wu Fan has meticulously arranged his future plans. The conclusion of this seclusion is merely a pretext to engage with the public. Once these proceedings have been completed, he intends to return to his secluded space for further cultivation. Within his sanctuary, he possesses an ample supply of spiritual herbs, sufficient to sustain his training for an extended period. Once he has achieved a minor success in mastering the 5 elements mystical scripture and the heavenly demon body technique, he will prepare to embark on tasks. Although he has already established his primary cultivation method and possesses a body refinement technique, he still needs to accumulate contribution points, as he aspires to acquire the Swift Phantom and the Demon Sky Fist. However, it remains uncertain how many contribution points these foundational techniques will require. Regardless of the amount, Wu Fan has resolved that he must obtain them. Meanwhile, in the residence of Li Ning, Zhu Ming stands in the hall, accompanied by a charming figure, none other than his senior sister, Ru Shui. Opposite them, their master, Li Ning, sits sternly in his chair. At this moment, Li Ning's expression is grim as he addresses his second disciple, Zhu Ming, exclaiming, "You ungrateful disciple, what promises did you make to me? Did you not vow to diligently cultivate? And yet, what have you done? Besides indulging in food and drink, you engage in brawls with your junior sister. Have you no semblance of a senior brother?" Zhu Ming, with a furrowed brow, endures his master's reprimand in silence, daunted by the prospect of retorting and inviting another round of severe punishment. Meanwhile, senior sister Ru Shui stands nearby, stifling giggles and occasionally pulling faces at Zhu Ming when their master's attention wavers. To an outsider, her playful expressions might seem endearing, but to Zhu Ming, they only incite irritation. After a while, Li Ning shifts his gaze to Ru Shui, inquiring, "Ru Shui, why have you been fighting with your second brother again? Did I not advise you against emulating him? What good can you learn from someone who lacks ambition, neglects his cultivation, and shows no interest in alchemy? Is this the path you wish to follow?" Upon hearing this, Ru Shui quickly interjects, eager to defend herself. "Master, I have been diligently cultivating. I am already at the 11th layer of qi refinement. The quarrel with my second brother is not my fault. In fact, I meant well. Our junior brother has advanced to the foundation establishment stage, and I thought it would be lovely to prepare some spiritual wine and roasted meat to celebrate his emergence. However, my second brother claimed he had neither spiritual beasts nor wine, which I simply could not believe, so I ventured into his cave abode. Guess what I discovered, master?" Li Ning, intrigued, leans in. "What did you uncover?" At that moment, Zhu Ming's expression darkens, and he wishes to intervene but is silenced by a glare from his master, leaving him no choice but to remain still and mute. Ru Shui cast a glance at her second senior brother and, with a playful smile, said, "Master, I encountered senior sister Yaqin in the cave of my second senior brother. Oh, and master, they were feasting on roasted spirit beast meat at the time. I even noticed spirit wine elegantly displayed on the table." Upon hearing this, the second senior brother's face turned a deep crimson, as if he wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. Meanwhile, Master Li Ning appeared momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Ru Shui and then turned his attention to the second disciple, Zhu Ming. Noticing Zhu Ming's expression, he quickly comprehended the situation. Turning back to Ru Shui, he inquired, "Are you referring to your uncle Yan Fun's fourth disciple, Yaqin?" "Indeed, master. It was none other than senior sister Yaqin. When I first entered the cave, I was so astonished that I thought I had misseen. I had never witnessed any interaction between my second senior brother and senior sister Yaqin before. So, I asked her, 'Senior sister, what brings you to my second senior brother's cave?' And guess what happened next?" Upon hearing my question, senior sister Yaqin's face flushed red, and she hurriedly fled the cave. Ru Shui chuckled joyfully, recounting the incident. This outburst led to my second senior brother's fury, and he ended up confronting me. Chapter 163. The thoughts of the second senior brother at this moment. The second senior brother was enveloped in a blend of shyness and anger. Suddenly, he shouted at Ru Shui, "Fifth junior sister, could you possibly say a little less? I have nothing to do with junior sister Yaqin. Can you refrain from speaking nonsense to master?" Upon hearing this, Ru Shui was incensed. Her beautiful eyes widened in protest as she retorted, "What do you mean by nonsense? What I said is the truth. Are you brave enough to claim that Yaqin's senior sister didn't rush out with a flushed face? Moreover, didn't you say there were no spirit beasts or spirit wine? How come you are still indulging in food and drink? Just because I accidentally upset Yaqin's senior sister, you scold me like this?" You've never been this fierce with me before. I. The second senior brother, Zhu Ming, could no longer articulate his thoughts, his face reddening like a monkey's backside. Li Ning had pieced together the situation and wore an expression that was both strange and bemused, his facial muscles twitching. After contemplating, he cautiously inquired of the second disciple. Well, Xiao Ming, what is your relationship with Yaqin? Master, please don't listen to fifth junior sister's nonsense. There's absolutely nothing going on. I am currently focused on rigorous cultivation, and I don't have the time. I don't have the time for that. As Zhu Ming stumbled over his words, he found himself unable to finish his sentence. Upon hearing this, Li Ning's expression soured immediately. This second disciple really did not learn from his mistakes. If he fabricated a different excuse, perhaps Master would still believe him, but instead, he claimed to be wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation. Li Ning was not foolish. It was obvious he was attempting to deceive him. At that moment, Ru Shui burst into laughter, her mirth so overwhelming that she nearly doubled over. Her lovely eyes crinkled into crescent shapes as she chuckled. After a while, she teased, I say, fatty, can't you come up with a better excuse? Have you ever genuinely dedicated yourself to cultivation? Now our youngest junior brother has advanced to the foundation establishment stage. And what about you? You can't even defeat me now. Moreover, when you speak of rigorous cultivation, are you referring to the dual cultivation techniques you practice with Yaqin senior sister? Haraha. The second senior brother trembled with rage, his stout frame suddenly pivoting toward Ru Shui. He attempted to widen his eyes in anger, but after several unsuccessful efforts, he shouted furiously, Ru Shui, let me tell you, don't push your luck. When have I ever engaged in dual cultivation with Yaqin? You are merely spouting nonsense. You are insulting Yaqin. Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, he quickly corrected himself. You are insulting me. Yet, feeling that this too was incorrect, he turned to his master and implored. Master, you must discipline fifth junior sister. She is simply speaking without thought, spreading alarmist tales and uttering nonsense. Li Ning, now thoroughly exasperated by the antics of his two disciples, bellowed, Enough. You two stop arguing. Can't you refrain from bickering all day? With all this time, why can't you cultivate earnestly? Your youngest junior brother has already advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Don't you feel any sense of shame as senior siblings? Zhu Ming and Ru Shui, witnessing their master's displeasure, refrained from further conversation. However, Ru Shui could not help but murmur softly, Who can compare to our little junior brother? Advancing to the foundation establishment stage is not as simple as it seems. At that moment, Li Ning turned to his second disciple, contemplating before speaking, Xiao Ming. If you truly wish to become Dao partners with Yaqin, I shall speak to your master Yin on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming's face flushed crimson. And after a moment of hesitation, he bashfully replied, Master, my relationship with Yaqin has not yet reached that stage. His voice was so faint that he could barely hear himself. Yet Li Ning, being a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, certainly caught every word, comprehending his disciple's sentiments. Ru Shui then addressed Zhu Ming, saying, Fatty, our little junior brother will soon emerge from seclusion. You can take charge of the banquet arrangements. No one in the Danding Peak surpasses your culinary skills. Zhu Ming pondered for a moment before responding, I shall handle the banquet for our Danding Peak. However, for the second grand feast, I lack sufficient spirit wine. You must understand, all foundation establishment cultivators from the Qingfeng sect will be attending, and the quantity of spirit wine required is considerable. This matter will need to be discussed with our master and the two uncles. You need not concern yourself with the second feast. Just focus on cooking when the time comes. At that moment, Li Ning interjected, Very well. Zhu Ming bowed respectfully in response. Suddenly, Li Ning lifted his gaze towards the entrance, a smile gracing his features. Zhu Ming and Ru Shui exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of their master's sudden cheerfulness, and turned to look at the door. Xiao Fan, come in. Li Ning called out with a laugh. The door creaked open, revealing Wu Fan, who entered with a beaming smile. He hurriedly approached Li Ning, bowing respectfully. Master, your disciple has emerged from seclusion. Li Ning, smiling, stood up and walked over to Wu Fan, scrutinizing him for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. Xiao Fan, you have truly astonished me. I never expected you to be the first to advance to the foundation establishment stage. After speaking, he patted Wu Fan's shoulder, clearly overjoyed. Although he had been aware of Wu Fan's advancement, witnessing it firsthand filled him with undeniable delight. Wu Fan, feeling slightly embarrassed, offered a shy smile. Just then, Ru Shui leaped beside Wu Fan, giggling, "Little junior brother, you are simply amazing. I truly admire you. You joined later than us, yet you have left us all behind. I remember when you first arrived at Danding Peak. I was at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and you were only at the 8th level. Now, I am at the 11th level of Qi refinement, and you have ascended to the foundation establishment stage. Little junior brother, you make me feel ashamed." Wu Fan chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Fifth sister, your words make me blush." At this moment, Zhu Ming approached, swaying his substantial figure. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Little junior brother, you must look after me within the sect from now on." Upon hearing this, Ru Shui erupted into laughter, retorting, I must ask, how can you, a senior brother, have the audacity to utter such words? Shouldn't you be striving to cultivate earnestly and aim for an early advancement to the foundation establishment stage?" After listening to Ru Shui's words, Li Ning nodded in agreement and added, "Xiao Shui speaks the truth. As a senior brother, you spend your days indulging in food without putting in the effort to cultivate. You are wasting your dual spiritual root physique. If you had devoted yourself to cultivation earlier, you would have already reached the foundation establishment stage by now." Upon hearing this from his master, the second senior brother fell silent, his head drooping in dejection. However, Wu Fan was taken aback by Li Ning's remarks. He was unaware that the second senior brother possessed a dual spiritual root. It was no wonder that the master was frustrated with him, for such a promising talent was squandered without diligent effort, which was truly a pity. After addressing the second senior brother, Li Ning turned to Wu Fan and cheerfully said, "Xiao Fan, now that you've emerged from seclusion, I shall inform your two uncles to come. They have been eagerly awaiting your return." Wu Fan nodded with a smile, indicating his agreement. With a swift motion, Master Li Ning produced several talismans from his palm. After uttering a few incantations over the talismans, he tossed them into the air, where they transformed into flames and swiftly vanished from sight. Wu Fan understood that his master was using sound transmission talismans to notify others, and with a gentle smile, he resumed chatting with the others. Before long, after half an hour had passed, a sudden red light descended outside the dwelling, followed by the entrance of a burly middle-aged man. His hair and beard were ablaze with fiery red, and his eyes were as large as copper bells. This individual was none other than Uncle Yin Fun. The moment Yin Fun stepped inside, he burst into hearty laughter and said to Wu Fan, "Xiao Fan, congratulations on advancing to the foundation establishment stage. With your progress, our Danding Peak gains another elder of this rank." Wu Fan smiled modestly and hurried over to Yin Fun, bowing respectfully with clasped hands. "Thank you, Uncle Yin, for making the trip." "Not at all. I have been eagerly anticipating your emergence," Yin Fun replied, jovially patting Wu Fan on the shoulder. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Fun approached Li Ning, slightly bowing and smiling. "Brother, have you informed junior brother Su Yao?" "Indeed, I have. He should be on his way," Li Ning responded with a nod and a smile. "Excellent. Today, let us gather and enjoy a hearty drink together," Yin Fun exclaimed with delight. Just as Li Ning was about to speak, he suddenly turned to look outside, and Yin Fun, too, sensed something and followed suit. At that moment, a beam of white light descended from outside the door, and a handsome man in a pale moon-white robe slowly entered. It was none other than Su Yao himself. Upon entering the room, his gaze immediately locked onto Wu Fan, and after a careful appraisal, he smiled and said, "Xiao Fan, splendid. My esteemed uncle did not err in his judgment. At such a tender age, you have already advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Your future knows no bounds." Wu Fan smiled slightly and hurried to Su Yao's side, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed uncle, for your kind words." Su Yao patted Wu Fan on the shoulder, nodded with a smile, and then approached Li Ning. After a slight bow, he cheerfully remarked, "Senior brother, you have indeed taken on a remarkable disciple. Xiao Fan surpasses many of my own students." Hearing this, Li Ning's smile broadened. He turned to Su Yao and replied, "Junior brother, you must not speak so lightly. Your disciples are quite commendable as well. Moreover, Shuehui is currently breaking through her bottleneck, and it won't be long before our Danding Peak gains another foundation establishment practitioner. Let us hope so. My eldest disciple, Shuehui, has been in seclusion for 2 years now, yet there has been no sign of progress. I fear her foundation establishment pills may not suffice." Chapter 164. ingenious fragrance. Upon hearing these words, Li Ning let out a sigh. He harbored similar speculations. Under normal circumstances, Xuehui should have long since broken through her bottleneck. Yet, he found himself powerless to assist, for he no longer possessed any foundational elixirs. Wu Fan, upon hearing this, cast a thoughtful glance but chose to remain silent. Just then, a figure soared in from outside, revealing a robust man who entered the room. His short hair stood erect like steel needles, his features sharp and defined. And he was clad in a moon-white robe, none other than Wei Qi, who had recently advanced to the foundational stage. As Wei Qi stepped into the room, his gaze immediately fell upon Wu Fan. He hastened over, slightly bowing as he clasped his fists and beamed. "Congratulations, junior brother, on your successful advancement to the foundational stage. I remarked a few months ago that you would surely succeed, though I did not anticipate it would come so swiftly. It appears your inner vitality has reached its pinnacle." "Thank you, senior brother Wei Qi," Wu Fan replied with a smile and a nod. Wei Qi continued with a grin. "Do remember to register at the Tianji Peak in a couple of days. The sect master will grant you the elder token then." "Understood, I shall make my way there," Wu Fan affirmed with a nod. He was indeed aware that, as a foundational stage cultivator, he could no longer utilize the core disciple token. The sect would issue him an elder token, which came with benefits far surpassing those of a core disciple. Wei Qi nodded in acknowledgement before making his way towards Yen Fun and the others, greeting each in turn. Moments later, two more figures entered the room, a man and a woman. The man was dashing and handsome, while the woman exuded a cold, ethereal beauty. They were none other than the third senior brother Yi Lei and the fourth senior sister Zhu Shuang. Approaching Wu Fan, Yi Lei laughed heartily. "Haha, junior brother, congratulations. You truly put me to shame. I see I must strive harder in my cultivation, lest you leave me far behind." At that moment, a smile graced Zhu Shuang's icy visage, transforming her into a vision of celestial beauty, akin to a fairy descending to the mortal realm. "Congratulations on your advancement to the foundational stage, junior brother. Our Pill Cauldron Peak gains yet another elder." Wu Fan smiled gently at their words, offering a slight bow in return. "Thank you, third senior brother and fourth senior sister." After they nodded in acknowledgement, they hurried over to greet Li Ning and the others. Just then, 4 more figures entered, 2 men and 2 women. Wu Fan looked up to see that among them was a man in his 30s, donned in a moon-white robe. He was of average build, yet rather handsome with a fair complexion. This was Yuan Hang, the second disciple under Su Yao. Wu Fan recalled that this senior brother Yuan Hang possessed considerable strength. During their journey to Yizhou and the competition at the Yunmu mountain range, he had wielded a longbow with remarkable prowess, though he regrettably lost the match against a body cultivator. As the voyage drew to a close, a woman entered alongside it. She appeared to be in her late 20s, adorned in a delicate white gauze dress, possessing an exquisite beauty with skin as smooth as cream. Her long, lustrous black hair was simply tied up, and her stunning visage bore an air of aloofness akin to that of senior sister Zhu Shuang, instilling a sense of hesitation in those who approached her. Wu Fan, of course, recognized her. Her name was Han Mei, the third disciple under Master Su Yao, with a cultivation level of the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Next to Han Mei stood another woman, clad in a charming red gown. She was petite and adorable, with enchanting eyes that sparkled like crescent moons when she smiled. Her hair was styled in a playful ponytail, and her gait was delightfully bouncy, exuding an endearing charm. Since her arrival, her smile had not faltered. Wu Fan recognized her as well. Her name was Qiao Xiang, the fourth disciple of Master Su Yao. Wu Fan recalled that she had previously been at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, but she had now advanced to the 11th layer. The final individual was a young man of slender build, dressed in a scholarly green robe, holding a fan in hand. He stood tall, with a fair complexion and bright eyes, reminiscent of a scholar. He was at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Upon seeing him, Wu Fan smiled subtly. This young man, of the same age as Wu Fan, was the 5th and youngest disciple of Master Su Yao, named Bai Yi. Master Su Yao had 5 disciples in total, and today, apart from senior sister Xuehui, the other 4 had gathered. As the 4 entered the room, they approached Wu Fan directly. The first to speak was Yuan Hang, who was most familiar with Wu Fan. With a cheerful tone, he exclaimed, "Little junior brother, congratulations. As soon as I heard you had emerged from seclusion, I immediately notified the other disciples to come over. It is indeed a momentous occasion for our Danding Peak, that both you and senior brother Wei Qi have entered the foundation establishment stage simultaneously. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. Wu Fan replied with a slight bow and a smile. At that moment, a hint of a smile appeared on senior sister Han Mei's face, albeit faint. It was a smile that, if not observed closely, might go unnoticed. It was not that she was displeased, but rather a reflection of her reserved nature. She offered Wu Fan a respectful nod and said in her cool tone, "Congratulations, little junior brother, on advancing to the foundation establishment stage." Wu Fan promptly returned the gesture, expressing, "Thank you, senior sister." Then, senior sister Qiao Xiang giggled as she approached Wu Fan, standing less than 2 feet away. With her hands clasped behind her back, she bent slightly forward, peering closely at Wu Fan's features, and then circled around him, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes with delight. With a playful tone, she exclaimed, "Hee hee, little junior brother. You are truly amazing. I admire you so much. If I ever find myself in a scuffle, you must come to my aid, all right?" Wu Fan chuckled at her words and replied, "Senior sister Qiao Xiang, who would dare bully you here at Danding Peak? I know Master Su Yao dotes on you the most. You needn't worry, for he will undoubtedly champion your cause. In our esteemed Danding Peak, no one dares to bully me. However, that wretched woman from Tsangjian Peak persistently troubles me. We have fought several times, but alas, her cultivation is far superior, and I cannot contend with her. My master, holding on to his esteemed status, refuses to assist me, which is truly infuriating." Qiao Xiang huffed disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan became intrigued and inquired, "Oh, how high is her cultivation? Why does she trouble you, senior sister?" At that moment, Han Mei stepped forward and spoke, "Allow me to elucidate. The woman mentioned by our 4th junior sister is Ningshan from Tsangjian Peak, who has reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. The animosity between them dates back 2 years. 2 years ago, Ningshan came to our Danding Peak seeking elixirs, and, upon encountering senior brother Yuan Hang, developed an infatuation, incessantly clinging to him. Whether asking him to concoct pills or inviting him for drinks, she was ultimately discovered by our 4th junior sister. Do you comprehend the situation now, junior brother?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Hang's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his gaze, somewhat embarrassed. Wu Fan quickly grasped Han Mei's implication. He was well aware of Qiao Xiang's temperament. Much like Ru Shui, Qiao Xiang was one to stir chaos, unafraid of anyone. The two shared a camaraderie akin to that of biological sisters, and indeed, they could roam freely within Danding Peak. However, how could others from different peaks tolerate their antics? As anticipated, Qiao Xiang had finally encountered a formidable rival. "Junior brother, you must stand up for your senior sister. If you intervene, she will think twice before returning to Danding Peak. Please, I implore you." Qiao Xiang clasped her hands together, gazing at Wu Fan with a pitiful expression. Wu Fan hesitated, not because he was unwilling to help, but rather due to the fact that the adversary was a woman. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to leverage his status as a foundational elder to intimidate her. If she were a man, he might have considered intervening without reservation. Just as Wu Fan was caught in this dilemma, Ru Shui approached with a fierce demeanor, exclaiming, "Qiao Xiang, you need not fear that vile creature. When she returns, I shall join you in confronting her." Yuan Hang remained silent, as he too was thoroughly vexed by that woman. If there were a way for the junior sisters to prevent her from returning to Danding Peak, he would undoubtedly rejoice. Qiao Xiang wrapped her arms around Ru Shui, her cherubic face contorted with indignation. After exchanging a determined glance, they both exhibited a resolute spirit of camaraderie. They then turned their gazes toward Wu Fan, for they understood that even united, they could not overpower Ningshan, a sword cultivator at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Though they spoke boldly, their hearts felt uncertain, and they hoped that Wu Fan would step in to assist them in avenging their grievances. Observing the earnest expressions of both senior sisters, Wu Fan realized he could no longer evade the situation. With a hint of reluctance, he spoke, "Esteemed senior sisters, had the opponent been a man, I would undoubtedly feel obliged to assist. If she were a disciple from another sect, I would be willing to eliminate her. However, what of the fact that she is a woman? Does her bullying your senior sister not warrant your intervention?" Before Wu Fan could finish his words, Ru Shui interjected. "Indeed, indeed." Qiao Xiang chimed in from the side. Just as Wu Fan was about to nod in agreement, Master Su Yao approached, his expression revealing anger. He called out to Xiao Xiang, "Have you had enough of this? How can you expect Xiao Fan to support you in such a manner? Do you wish for him to use his status as a foundation establishment elder to oppress a woman? This is utterly unacceptable, a result of the indulgence I have shown you." Upon hearing her master's wrath, Xiao Xiang was taken aback and dared not speak further, retreating to the back and standing silently. At that moment, Li Ning also approached, directing his gaze at Ru Shui as he admonished, "Ru Shui, why are you always present everywhere? When will you learn to emulate your senior sister, Zhu Shuang's composure? All you seem to do is engage in fights with others. If you continue to behave so willfully, do not blame me for confining you." Seeing her master arrive, Ru Shui quickly hid behind Wu Fan, too fearful to show her face. Meanwhile, the second senior brother, Zhu Ming, upon hearing their master's words, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. He secretly hoped that the master would follow through on his threat. If the fifth junior sister were to be confined, it would certainly call for a celebration. Chapter 165. Gathering together as Ru Shui and Xiao Xiang were subdued by their master and uncle, Wu Fan breathed a silent sigh of relief. At that moment, Uncle Su Yao turned to Wu Fan and remarked, "Little Fan, you need not concern yourself with Xiao Xiang. She is simply spoiled by me and spends her days causing trouble." Wu Fan offered an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond, as he was but a junior and felt unqualified to comment further. At this juncture, Bai Yi seized the opportunity to interject. He stepped forward, slightly bowing to Wu Fan, and said with a grin, "Little junior brother, congratulations on advancing to the foundation establishment stage. You truly astonish me. I entered the path just a few years before you, and we are of the same age, yet here you are as a foundation establishment elder, while I remain stuck at the 10th level of Qi refinement. In comparison, I feel utterly hopeless." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan shook his head with a smile and replied, "Thank you, senior brother Bai, but do not fret. You will surely reach the foundation establishment stage in due time." Bai shook his head in return, sighing, "I fear I may never have that hope in this lifetime." Just as Wu Fan was about to offer him some comforting words, 5 individuals arrived at the entrance. He quickly raised his head and smiled, for all the individuals who were meant to arrive had gathered. Among the 5 were 2 men and 3 women. The first to step inside was a man of striking stature, clad in a moon-white robe, appearing to be in his mid-30s, with a smile gracing his lips. He was at the peak of Qi refinement, and this man was none other than Ji Yuan, the second disciple under Yan Fun. Wu Fan recalled that Ji Yuan had accompanied them to the Izhou Yunmu mountain range. He remembered Ji Yuan's disinterest in alchemy, yet he was passionately devoted to the cultivation of magical techniques. During their previous contests, he had demonstrated a formidable palm technique. After several years, he had made further advancements and now had attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Following Ji Yuan was another man, who appeared refined and cultured, resembling a scion of a noble family. Dressed in splendid brocade, he consistently donned this elaborate attire whenever Wu Fan encountered him. This man, handsome in countenance, was at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Wu Fan recognized him as Hong Wen, the third disciple of Uncle Yan Fun. Next to Hong Wen was a woman in her late 20s, possessing striking beauty, with her hair tied back in a ponytail and clad in a form-fitting white garment. She exuded an air of cleanliness and grace, her demeanor exuding confidence. She too was at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing her, Wu Fan smiled slightly, for she was none other than Ming Qian, the 5th disciple of Uncle Yan Fun. She had also accompanied them to the Izhou Yunmu mountain range. It was unexpected to see her again after several years, and he noted that she had advanced in her cultivation. During their previous competition, it was meant to be Wu Fan's turn, but Ming Qian, being impulsive, rushed onto the stage before Uncle Su Yao could speak, ultimately facing a physical cultivator and losing the match. Behind her entered another woman, youthful in appearance, likely in her early 20s, strikingly charming with bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with life. When she smiled, 2 small canine teeth were revealed, adding to her allure. Dressed in a flowing pink gown, she moved gracefully, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Although her cultivation level was only at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, Wu Fan's eyes lit up upon seeing her, for she embodied the essence of a neighborly younger sister, adorable and serene. Each time Wu Fan encountered her, he was reminded of his sister, Xiaoyu. This enchanting lady was named by Rong, the youngest of Master Yan Fan's 6 disciples. At this moment, there was yet another woman lingering at the door. She appeared to be around 30, clad in a deep green gown with her hair elegantly styled in an updo. Her features were of commendable beauty, her complexion fair, and she was at the 11th layer of chi refinement. While everything else about her was pleasing, her figure was somewhat voluptuous, with a curvaceous allure. Standing at the threshold, her cheeks flushed, she hesitated, clearly reluctant to step inside as the other four had already entered. Upon seeing her, the second senior brother, Zhu Ming, also blushed, standing awkwardly as his chubby hands trembled slightly, occasionally stealing glances at the master and Ru Shui, lost in his own thoughts. When Ru Shui spotted this woman, her face instantly lit up with a smile, followed by a series of delightful giggles. She turned to look at Zhu Ming, and upon witnessing his expression, she laughed even harder. Meanwhile, when Li Ning beheld the woman, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Glancing at the nearby Yin Shidi, he lifted his gaze to the ceiling. Wu Fan recognized this woman as well. Though they had not interacted frequently, he knew her to possess a pleasant disposition. This sister, named Yuqin, was the fourth disciple of Master Yin Fan, yet Wu Fan was puzzled as to why she remained outside. At that moment, Ji Yuan approached Wu Fan's side, chuckling heartily. "Little junior brother, congratulations. It has been years since we last met, and you have already established your foundation. Truly impressive." "Thank you, senior brother," Wu Fan replied with a smile and a nod. Just then, Hongwen strolled over with a cheerful demeanor, giving Wu Fan a friendly pat on the shoulder. "I haven't been in seclusion recently, waiting for you to emerge. As soon as I heard you were out, I hurried over. Congratulations, little junior brother." "Thank you for your concern, senior brother," Wu Fan responded with a respectful gesture. After Hong Wen's felicitations, Ming Qian approached with a boyish exuberance, giving Wu Fan a hearty slap on the shoulder. "You truly are remarkable, little junior brother. Back when we competed in the Yunmu Mountains, we were both at the 10th layer of chi refinement. Now I have reached the 11th layer, yet you have astonishingly progressed to the foundational stage. Sister, it is merely a stroke of luck. You two will surely advance to the foundational stage in due time," Wu Fan replied with a smile, shaking his head modestly. At that moment, the charming and beautiful Bai Rong approached. Upon reaching Wu Fan's side, she performed a polite bow and gently spoke. "Xiao Fan Go, you are truly remarkable. I take great pride in you, and in the future, I too wish to learn from you and diligently cultivate." Wu Fan looked at this delightful young lady, a smile gracing his face. Among all the disciples of Dan Ding Peak, Bai Rong was the youngest, having merely entered the sect before Wu Fan. Normally, she would refer to him as her junior brother, yet over the years, every time they met, she affectionately called him Xiao Fan Ge. Wu Fan nodded with a smile and replied, "If you ever need my assistance, feel free to seek me out." Upon hearing this, Bai Rong's face lit up with a sweet smile as she joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Xiao Fan Ge. I shall not hold back in the future." Wu Fan smiled gently and nodded. After everyone had offered their congratulations to Wu Fan, only one person remained standing at the entrance. The others soon noticed Yuqin's unusual demeanor and turned their gazes toward her. Outside, upon meeting the collective gaze of the crowd, Yuqin's face flushed crimson. After a moment of hesitation, she stomped her right foot on the ground and hurriedly approached Wu Fan. At that moment, Li Ning continued to gaze at the sky, while Ru Shui giggled incessantly. As for the second senior brother, Zhu Ming, he had retreated to the back of the hall, stealing glances at Yuqin. When Yuqin arrived beside Wu Fan, her face flushed with embarrassment as she bowed and said, "Congratulations, Xiao Shidi, on advancing to the foundation establishment stage." Wu Fan, taken aback by her demeanor, felt a twinge of confusion regarding her expression but chose not to inquire further, simply responding, "Thank you, senior sister." Following this, Yuqin hurriedly made her way to Yin Fan. After greeting him with a bow, she cautiously approached Li Ning, unable to lift her gaze. She was acutely aware that, given Ru Shui's nature, Li Shihua must have learned of her affair with Zhu Ming. After bowing, she said, "Yuqin pays her respects to Shihua." At this moment, Li Ning shifted his attention from the ceiling to Yuqin, a broad smile appearing on his face as he remarked, "Ah, it's Yuqin. Quite impressive. You've already reached the 11th level of chi refinement. It seems you have been diligently cultivating, far surpassing my second disciple. However, despite his lack of focus on cultivation, he possesses excellent character. You two should interact more in the future." Upon hearing this, Yuqin trembled slightly, her face turning a deep shade of red. She desperately wished to flee the scene, feeling utterly humiliated under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Upon hearing Li Ning's words, Yanfen was momentarily taken aback. He turned to glance at Yaqin, then surveyed the surroundings, ultimately spotting Zhu Ming in the corner of the hall. Zhu Ming's imposing figure made him hard to miss. After observing the expressions on both their faces, Yanfen soon understood the situation and stood in contemplation. Upon hearing the master's words, the hefty figure of brother Zhu Ming trembled slightly. He hastily glanced around, only to find that everyone was indeed looking at him. The expressions on their faces made him wish he could sink into the ground. It was utterly embarrassing. How could the master speak of such matters in public? Consequently, he turned away, facing the wall, choosing to shield his eyes from the scene. At that moment, Wu Fan was also observing brother Zhu Ming, a smile distinctly gracing his face. It was now clear to him why senior sister Yakin had worn such an expression earlier. It appeared that the two harbored intentions of forming a romantic bond. Wu Fan understood the master's motivation for making this public announcement. It was evident that the master sought to break the ice, facilitating their relationship to flourish openly. The other dozen or so individuals also grasped the situation, chuckling as they regarded Zhu Ming and Yakin, all pondering when they might partake in the couple's joyous celebration. Zhu Shuang and Yele, upon learning of this development, were initially taken aback, but soon their faces broke into smiles. They had not anticipated that brother Zhu Ming possessed such prowess in winning over Yakin. Nevertheless, this was a source of joy for them as well, prompting Zhu Shuang to approach Yakin and whisk her away for a private chat. Li Ning surveyed the room filled with disciples and remarked with a smile, aside from Xu Hui, who is in seclusion, all our members from Danding Peak are present. Today, as Xiao Fan emerges from his retreat, we should celebrate. Let us all proceed to the grand hall atop the mountain. Indeed, the disciples responded in unison, swiftly making their way toward the mountain peak. Chapter 166. Promotion to Elder. After a brief moment, everyone gathered at the summit hall, where the chairs at the forefront had been expanded from 3 to 5. The additional 2 seats were designated for Wei Qi and Wu Fan, as their statuses had significantly changed. Wu Fan sat closely beside Wei Qi on the edge, while the disciples took their places on either side of the hall. At this moment, Li Ning turned to the assembly and spoke cheerfully. Today marks a momentous occasion for our Danding Peak. According to our traditions, we must celebrate for Xiao Fan. With both Wei Qi and Wu Fan advancing to the foundation establishment stage, it is indeed a great fortune for our peak. Henceforth, we shall have 2 more elders among us, whose prowess is unparalleled. Today, we shall indulge ourselves until we can no longer stand. Upon Li Ning's proclamation, smiles illuminated the faces of the gathering. Yin Fun then added with mirth, before the banquet commences, if any of you have inquiries regarding cultivation or alchemy, feel free to ask. We shall do our utmost to provide answers. Su Yao also chimed in with a grin. Begin with your questions on cultivation. As soon as Su Yao finished speaking, the disciples below eagerly began to pose their queries, filling the hall with a cacophony of voices, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Li Ning and the others diligently addressed the questions, though among the disciples, the second senior brother Zhu Ming was absent, as he was busy preparing the feast. 2 hours later, the banquet commenced, featuring 3 tables, 1 for the 5 foundation establishment elders, and 2 for the remaining disciples. The hall resonated with laughter and cheer until the sky darkened, at which point the gathering began to disperse. Wu Fan was particularly joyful that day, having partaken in a considerable amount of spiritual wine. Throughout the banquet, the topic of discussion revolved predominantly around him, and he was the one toasted most frequently. Although he had departed from Qingshan City, he felt the warmth of home at Danding Peak. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Fan lingered in the courtyard, gazing into the distance as if awaiting someone's arrival. Before long, within the span of half a stick of incense, a streak of sword light streaked through the sky, swiftly arriving at Wu Fan's side. As the brilliance faded, the figure of Su Yao emerged. With a cheerful tone, Su Yao inquired, Xiao Fan, you summoned me here. Is there something you wish to discuss? Wu Fan stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and replied with a smile. Master Uncle, I have something to present to you. Oh, what might that be? Su Yao asked, intrigued. Wu Fan smiled gently and retrieved a pill bottle from his storage pouch, offering it to Su Yao. Su Yao glanced at Wu Fan, accepted the vial, and upon pouring the contents into his palm, his eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed softly. He then looked back at Wu Fan and said with a smile, Xiao Fan, is this a foundation establishment pill that you have left over? Indeed, Master Uncle. I previously did not utilize this elixir, yet I have successfully transcended the foundation establishment stage. I recall you mentioning that senior sister Xuehui has yet to achieve her breakthrough. It seems she may be lacking the foundation establishment pills, so I thought to present this elixir for you to convey to her. I hope it will aid her in ascending to the foundation establishment stage, at which point our Danding Peak will gain an additional elder of that rank. Wu Fan spoke slowly. Haha, I truly thank you, Xiao Fan, for this significant assistance. I was quite troubled regarding this matter. Since you have offered, I shall deliver it to Xuehui right away. Su Yao responded, preparing to depart, but then paused as if recalling something. He turned to Wu Fan and added, Xiao Fan, should my eldest disciple succeed in her breakthrough, I will bring her to express her gratitude to you. Wu Fan smiled and nodded, saying, there is no need for formalities. Master Uncle, please, go ahead and deliver it to senior sister Xuehui. Very well, I shall set off now. Su Yao declared, and with that, he took to the skies on his flying sword, his urgency evident. Wu Fan couldn't help but smile in understanding. Master Uncle Su Yao was indeed a commendable mentor. Subsequently, Wu Fan entered his cave dwelling. Having indulged in ample spirit wine that day, he decided to rest, for a banquet awaited him in a few days. After the next feast, he could finally enjoy some tranquility. The following morning, Wu Fan emerged from his cave, retrieved his storage pouch, and summoned his swift wind sword, which soared into the air. Moments later, he descended upon the plaza of Tianji Peak, proceeding towards the main hall. At the entrance of the hall stood a man in his 30s, garbed in the attire of a Qing Feng sect disciple, possessing an impressive appearance and at the peak of Qi refinement. Upon noticing Wu Fan's approach, he greeted him with a smile. Junior brother Wu, what brings you to Tianji Peak today? Ah, it is senior brother Zhang. Are you on duty today? Wu Fan replied, stepping forward and clasping his fists in respect. Yes, I am on duty today. Does junior brother Wu have business here? Zhang inquired after returning the greeting. Indeed, senior brother Zhang, I wish to see the sect leader. I would appreciate your assistance in relaying my request, Wu Fan articulated. Zhang regarded Wu Fan thoughtfully and replied with a smile. Has junior brother Wu brought an edict from elderly? Ah, I do not possess Master's edict, Wu Fan said, somewhat helpless. Alas, junior brother Wu, it is not that I wish to deny you entry. You know the rules. Ordinary disciples do not have the privilege to meet the sect leader. If you have pressing matters, it would be best to return to Danding Peak and obtain Elder Li's edict before coming back, Zhang said with a sigh. Shaking his head, Wu Fan understood the regulations well. Disciples below the foundation establishment stage were indeed not permitted to see the sect leader. His primary purpose for visiting was to register and collect the elder's token. Clearly, Zhang had not realized that Wu Fan had already attained the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, his words would have been quite different. Wu Fan smiled faintly and subtly released a portion of his internal energy. Upon sensing this energy, senior brother Zhang instinctively took a step back, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Wu Fan chuckled softly, reining in his energy once more, and regarded senior brother Zhang in silence. Once Zhang regained his composure from the shock, he promptly bowed to Wu Fan and spoke. Junior brother Wu, or rather, elder Wu, I was unaware that you had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, hence my earlier behavior. Haha, there is no need for formalities, senior brother Zhang. You may call me junior brother Wu. I am not one to hold grudges. You were merely adhering to the proper protocols, which is entirely reasonable. Wu Fan replied with a smile. That simply will not do. You now hold the status of an elder. It would be highly inappropriate for me to address you as junior brother, Zhang insisted. Wu Fan shook his head and smiled. Suit yourself then. However, senior brother Zhang, I have come to see the sect leader on an important matter. I would appreciate your assistance in notifying him. Elder Wu must be here to collect the token, correct? Please wait a moment. I shall inform him right away, Zhang responded readily, before rising and entering the grand hall. With nothing to occupy himself, Wu Fan began to observe his surroundings outside the hall. Before long, Zhang emerged, approaching Wu Fan with a cheerful demeanor. He bowed and clasped his fists, saying, Elder Wu, the sect leader requests your presence. Thank you, senior brother Zhang. If time permits, do visit my cave abode for a gathering, Wu Fan replied with a respectful gesture. Certainly, I will make it a point to visit Elder Wu when I have the opportunity, Zhang responded with a smile and a bow. After a nod of acknowledgement, Wu Fan proceeded into the grand hall. Upon entering, he looked ahead and noticed that aside from the sect leader, Yu Linzi, there was no one else present. At that moment, the sect leader was seated in a high chair, observing him. Wu Fan quickly approached, bowing with cupped fists. "Greetings, sect leader." Yu Linzi scrutinized Wu Fan closely before breaking into a smile. "You are Wu Fan, the disciple of Elderly from Danding Peak, correct?" "Indeed, sect leader." "My master is Li Ning," Wu Fan responded. Yu Linzi nodded with a smile and stepped forward, saying, "It is impressive that you have advanced to the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. Your future is boundless." "Thank you for your kind words, sect leader," Wu Fan replied, returning the smile. Yu Linzi positioned himself beside Wu Fan, patting his shoulder while saying, "Ah, indeed, your advancement adds significant strength to our Qingfeng sect. Danding Peak is truly remarkable. Within just over a year, 2 disciples have reached the foundation establishment stage, which is a cause for celebration." Wu Fan humbly clasped his hands and smiled. "The sect leader's praise is overly generous." Yu Linzi shook his head with a smile. "This is no empty flattery. I speak the truth. Given your age, junior brother Wu, you are destined to go far and may even become a supreme elder one day." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan smiled, rendered speechless. He had not anticipated such commendation from his senior brother, which indeed took him by surprise. Yu Linzi then continued, "Wu junior brother, please wait a moment while I register you." Wu Fan replied with a smile, "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother." After a nod of acknowledgement, Yu Linzi departed. Before long, approximately the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, Yu Linzi returned, holding a token and a jade slip in his hands. With a smile, he announced, "Wu junior brother, I have successfully registered you. Henceforth, you shall be an elder of our Qingfeng sect. The status of an elder comes with numerous privileges, which I shall refrain from detailing here, as they are all documented within this jade slip. This, too, is your elder token. Please accept it." Having spoken, Yu Linzi extended his hands, offering the token and jade slip to Wu Fan. Wu Fan accepted them, carefully examining the token, which was roughly the size of a palm and intricately carved from an unknown type of jade. Judging by its quality, it appeared to be a rare gemstone. The token gleamed in a soft golden hue, adorned with the inscription Elder Wu Fan alongside the character for command. Wu Fan understood that this token bestowed considerable authority. With it, he could not only issue tasks but also access areas within the sect that were off limits to ordinary disciples, along with other privileges. Chapter 167. Zhou Yu. After Wu Fan tucked away the token and jade slip, he lifted his gaze towards the sect leader, Yu Linzi, and spoke with a smile. "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother." "Not at all," Yu Linzi chuckled. "The promotion of a foundation establishment cultivator within our sect is indeed a significant matter. We at the Qingfeng sect have only 100 elders in total. In a couple of days, I shall notify all the elders on the peaks to gather at your Danding Peak for a celebratory drink. At that time, I shall also introduce you to the various elders." "Very well, I shall await their esteemed presence at Danding Peak," Wu Fan responded with a smile. Yu Linzi nodded in agreement, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Fan took his leave. Upon soaring out from Tianji Peak, he headed directly towards Chaoxiao Peak, eager to visit Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen. It had been several years since their last encounter, and with Wu Fan preparing for an extended retreat in the near future, he wished to seize this opportunity to reunite with them. He wondered how they had fared, the extent of their cultivation advancements, and how their lives had progressed. On this visit, Wu Fan also intended to bestow upon them some medicinal pills. As he had now advanced to the foundation establishment stage and no longer required the pills suited for qi refinement, he still possessed a fair quantity in his storage bag and wished to share them with his friends, as they had significantly aided him in the past. It would be remiss of him to appear stingy now that he had the means to assist them. At Chaoxiao Peak, within a courtyard, Bai Xiaowen and Ye Nin were engaged in conversation. Bai Xiaowen appeared troubled, while Ye Nin spoke earnestly to him. "Senior brother Bai, why not make another trip to Danding Peak? It's possible that brother Wu has returned," suggested Ye Nin. "Alas, I have visited several times over the past 2 years, yet brother Wu has not come back. I've inquired around, and it seems he has gone home to visit his family," Bai Xiaowen lamented. "What shall we do then? Apart from brother Wu, we truly do not know whom else to turn to," Ye Nin replied, equally at a loss. Bai Xiaowen sighed. Perhaps we should venture once more to the Xianyu mountain range. With a stroke of luck, we might locate those elusive spirit herbs. Senior brother, you know how difficult it is to find those spirit herbs. The last time we went to the Xianyu mountain range, we nearly lost our lives. If not for Brother Zhou Yu's desperate rescue, would we even be sitting here now? Yan'an quickly countered. Yet, without those spirit herbs, how can we seek assistance from Danding Peak for alchemy? We have already visited Changyang Square, where we saw those spirit herbs, but we simply cannot afford them. The shops demand exorbitant prices. Bai Xiaowen shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, Yan'an tentatively proposed, Senior brother, what if we seek help from Brother Wu's fellow disciples at Danding Peak? If they know that we are friends of Brother Wu, they may be inclined to assist us. Bai Xiaowen immediately refuted, saying, no, if we manage to gather the spiritual herbs, we could leverage Junior Brother Wu's connections to seek assistance from his senior brothers and sisters in alchemy. However, we lack both spirit stones and contribution points. So how can we shamefully request their help? Should we ask them to prepare elixirs for us and provide the spiritual herbs as well? That would be utterly unreasonable. Furthermore, if we were to proceed in such a manner, it would bring disgrace to Junior Brother Wu. After hearing this, Yan'an nodded, recognizing the validity of Bai's words. With a sigh, she responded, then what shall we do? Without the blood qi pill, Brother Zhou's injuries will not heal, and we must find a way. Let us not forget, Brother Zhou was injured while rescuing us. Moreover, without the Xianyuan pill, we cannot break through to the 10th level of qi refinement. We have been stuck at the 9th level for over a year, and both of these elixirs are urgently needed. I am well aware of that. Do you think I am not concerned about Brother Zhou's injuries? But what can we do? We should not focus on breaking through our bottleneck right now. The Xianyuan pill is not immediately pressing. If it weren't for Junior Brother Wu providing us with elixirs a few years ago, we wouldn't even have reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Our primary concern now is to find a single blood qi pill. Brother Zhou's condition cannot wait any longer. Bai Xiaowen said, his brow furrowed. Indeed, Brother Bai is right. Let us prioritize acquiring a blood qi pill. Primarily, we do not possess sufficient spirit stones, so we must find a way to gather the required spiritual herbs, Yan'an agreed. Alas, even if we had enough spirit stones, there is nowhere to purchase the blood qi pill. I have inquired at every shop in the Changyang Square, and none sell it. The blood qi pill is exceedingly precious. Currently, there are only 2 ways to obtain it. The first is to venture into the Xianyu mountain range to search for spiritual herbs, and then seek help from the people at the Danding Peak for alchemy. The second option is to wait for Junior Brother Wu to return, as I recall him mentioning that when he first entered the inner sect, Elderly had given him blood qi pills to keep for emergencies. I wonder if he has used those pills, Bai Xiaowen sighed. So, Junior Brother Wu actually has blood qi pills? Yan'an lamented. What a pity he is not within the sect. It is truly exasperating. If all else fails, we shall return to the Xianyu mountain range. I have resolved that, regardless of the dangers, we must seek spiritual herbs for Brother Zhou. Let us do this. First, we shall visit Brother Zhou, and tomorrow, I will go to Danding Peak to see if Junior Brother Wu has returned. If he has not, we will set off immediately for the Xianyu mountain range, Bai Xiaowen decided. Very well, as you say, brother. Let us head to Brother Zhou's courtyard now. Yan'an responded. Bai Xiaowen nodded and stood to leave, followed closely by Yan'an as they made their way outside. After a brief moment, the two arrived at Zhou Yu's courtyard. Bai Xiaowen, displaying no hesitation, pushed the door open and stepped inside, followed closely by Yan'an. Upon entering the room, they discovered Zhou Shixiang seated in meditation, his complexion pale, with a medicinal bottle placed between his legs. They understood that Zhou Shixiang was channeling his energy to heal his injuries. The bottle contained a common healing elixir known as Huayudan, which could be purchased for 50 to 60 spirit stones. However, this elixir merely served to suppress the injuries rather than cure them entirely. For over a year, Zhou Yu had relied on this Huayudan to alleviate the internal wounds he suffered, a remedy Bai Xiaowen had procured. The two refrained from disturbing him and quietly settled into chairs beside him, patiently awaiting his recovery. During the past year, they had visited him almost every 2 or 3 days, and whenever Zhou Yu ran low on healing elixirs, they would venture out to procure more. Due to their frequent purchases, their own supply of spirit stones had dwindled. They had been relying on completing tasks to earn these stones, yet even with their diligent efforts, the earnings were insufficient for their regular expenses. Lacking spirit stones meant they could not acquire Xianyuan Dan. effectively halting their cultivation as they remained stuck at the 9th level of qi refinement. Despite their frustrations, they felt compelled to prioritize Zhou Yu's needs. After all, he had sustained injuries while trying to save them. Before long, Zhou Yu gradually opened his eyes and looked up at Bai Xiaowen and Yan'an. In a weak voice, he spoke, "Junior brother, junior sister, you've come. I was in the midst of healing my injuries and did not notice your arrival. There is no need for you to visit me so often. I understand your concern for my health, but rest assured, I am fine. Focus on your own pursuits and do not let my condition hinder your cultivation." Bai Xiaowen and Yan'an quickly rose and approached Zhou Yu. Their hearts ached at his words. Zhou Shixiang's character was such that, despite his few words, he always considered the well-being of others. Bai Xiaowen's eyes reddened slightly as he replied, "Zhou Shixiang, how can you say that? Your severe injuries are a result of our actions. We cannot possibly ignore your plight." At that moment, Yan'an chimed in, "Indeed, Zhou Shixiang, please do not speak like that. It only weighs heavier on our hearts." A faint smile emerged on Zhou Shixiang's pallid face. After a few coughs, he shook his head slightly, choosing not to respond further. Bai Xiaowen continued, "Rest assured, we will procure the blood qi dan as swiftly as possible. We only need 3 more spirit herbs. Once we locate them, we will immediately seek assistance at Danding Peak to refine the blood qi dan, and then your health will be restored to its former state. Yes, Shixiang, we will head to the Xianyu mountain range in the coming days. No matter what, we must find those spirit herbs," Yan'an added, her eyes also glistening with unshed tears. Upon hearing the words of the two, a faint flush unexpectedly appeared on Zhou Yu's pallid face, clearly a manifestation of his heightened emotions. With a weary voice, he said, "No, you cannot venture to the Xianyu mountain range. It is far too perilous. Given your current cultivation, you may be safe at the periphery of the mountains, but there are no medicinal herbs to be found there. To discover those precious herbs, one must delve deep into the mountains, where the dangers are well known to you. Have you forgotten how we nearly did not return last time?" Bai Xiaowen, unperturbed, replied, "Brother Zhou, you need not worry. We must make another attempt, regardless of the dangers. We must locate those medicinal herbs. Your injuries cannot afford to be delayed any longer." Zhou Yu resolutely countered, "That is out of the question. I cannot permit you to take such risks. If anything were to happen to you because of my situation, I would rather end my own life right now." Chapter 168. The Gift of Elixirs. After a moment of contemplation, Yan'an's expression grew somber as she spoke. "However, senior brother, we find ourselves utterly at a loss. Our only recourse now is to venture into the Xianyu mountain range, but rest assured, we shall exercise utmost caution." Bai Xiaowen sighed and shook his head, replying, "Alas, junior sister speaks the truth. We are indeed out of options. Tomorrow, I shall visit Danding Peak to ascertain whether junior brother Wu has returned. If he is here, our troubles may be considerably alleviated." Zhou Yu coughed lightly twice before inquiring, "Has junior brother Wu been away from the sect for over 2 years now?" "Indeed, it has been more than 2 years. One wonders when he will return. Ordinarily, if junior brother Wu were to come back, he would likely visit us, yet he has not appeared. In the past year, I have sought him out several times, but to no avail," Bai Xiaowen responded. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yu remarked, "I believe junior brother Wu shall return soon. Until then, you must refrain from venturing into the Xianyu mountain range. My health can endure for a while longer. Let us wait for his return." "That is not an option, senior brother. Your health cannot be delayed any further. We must swiftly locate those few precious herbs," Bai Xiaowen countered, shaking his head. "By the way, have you discovered the whereabouts of junior brother Wu's hometown?" Zhou Yu inquired, glancing at the two. "We have investigated, but the sect maintains strict control over disciple information, preventing us from accessing it freely," Yan'an replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu nodded in understanding. "That is only to be expected. The sect classifies disciple information as confidential to safeguard against enemies seeking to harm their families in the mundane world. Alas, junior brother Wu once mentioned that his hometown is in Qingzhou, yet he did not specify the exact location. Qingzhou is vast, making it nearly impossible to find him." Bai Xiaowen lamented. Both Zhou Yu and Yan'an nodded in agreement, their sole wish being for Wu Fan's swift return, for he alone could save Zhou Yu now. Meanwhile, in Bai Xiaowen's courtyard, Wu Fan descended upon his flying sword, landing gracefully at the entrance. After retracting his sword, he surveyed the courtyard and called out with a smile, "Is brother Bai in?" Receiving no response from within, Wu Fan extended his spiritual sense to inspect the interior, discovering it to be unoccupied. With a shake of his head, he proceeded toward the distance, as Bai Xiaowen's courtyard was not far from Zhou Yu's. Moments later, Wu Fan arrived at the entrance of Zhou Yu's courtyard and called out again, "Is brother Zhou home?" Inside, Bai Xiaowen and the others were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Upon hearing Wu Fan's voice, they were momentarily taken aback, followed by expressions of immense joy. Bai Xiaowen exclaimed excitedly, "It is junior brother Wu's voice. He has returned. Ha ha ha, junior brother Wu is finally back." Yanan's cheeks flushed with excitement as she chimed in, "Brother Zhou is saved. This is truly wonderful." A hint of color returned to Zhou Yu's pale face, clearly indicating his delight. Bai Xiaowen then shouted jubilantly towards the outside, "Ha! Junior brother Wu, you have finally returned." No sooner had he finished speaking than he sprang to his feet and dashed outside, closely followed by Yanan. Hearing the voice of Bai Xiaowen from outside, Wu Fan couldn't help but smile gently. He had previously suspected that his senior brother had come to the courtyard of Zhou Yu. However, he was somewhat perplexed as to why Bai Xiaowen would be so exhilarated upon learning of his return. As if he could sense it just by the sound of his voice, Wu Fan dismissed such thoughts, attributing Bai Xiaowen's excitement to the fact that they hadn't seen each other for over 2 years. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen and Yanan rushed out of the house and spotted Wu Fan. Bai Xiaowen called out to him, "Junior brother Wu, you have finally returned. You have been gone for over 2 years, and we have been eagerly awaiting your return. If you hadn't come back soon, Zhou Shixiang would be in grave danger. Only you can save him now." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's expression changed, and he quickly inquired, "What happened? What is wrong with Zhou Shixiang?" Sighing, Bai Xiaowen replied, "It's a long story. Let us enter the house. Zhou Shixiang is currently inside." Yanan stepped forward, saluting Wu Fan, and said, "Wu Shixiang, let us go inside. Zhou Shixiang is gravely injured and cannot come out." "All right, let us hurry in," Wu Fan responded, anxiously making his way inside, followed closely by Bai Xiaowen and Yanan. Once inside, Wu Fan scrutinized Zhou Yu carefully and noted his pale complexion and frail body, indicating that he was indeed injured. Zhou Shixiang was seated cross-legged on the bed, smiling at him. Before Wu Fan could speak, Zhou Yu addressed him first, "Junior brother Wu, you have returned. I could not rise to greet you earlier. Please forgive me." In his anxious state, Wu Fan hardly paid attention to such formalities and quickly asked, "Zhou Shixiang, what has happened? How is your injury?" At this moment, Bai Xiaowen took over the conversation, saying, "Junior brother Wu, here is the situation. After you left the sect, we used the elixirs you provided and reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement in less than a year. However, we encountered a severe bottleneck that was exceedingly difficult to break through. Thus, we decided to venture into the Xianyu Mountains in search of spiritual herbs to trade for Xianyuan Dan, which could help us overcome this obstacle. Unfortunately, not long after we entered the mountains, we encountered a second-tier demon beast, the green scale serpent. We were unable to defeat it, and Zhou Shixiang was struck by its tail while trying to save us. Although we ultimately managed to escape, Zhou Shixiang suffered severe internal injuries, and his condition has only worsened since. Indeed, Wu Shixiang, we have very few spirit stones and can only afford some low-tier healing elixirs for Zhou Shixiang. However, his injuries are far too severe for these ordinary elixirs to do more than merely suppress the symptoms. We are left with no options," Yanan chimed in. Bai Xiaowen nodded and continued, "Over the past year, I have sought you out at Danding Peak several times, but you were always absent. Now, only you can save Zhou Shixiang. Wu Shixiang, it is said that Blood Qi Dan can heal Zhou Shixiang's internal injuries, but it is exceedingly precious. It is not available in Changyang Square, and even if it were, we could not possibly afford it," Yanan said, her expression bleak. Upon listening to the conversation between the two, Wu Fan comprehended the unfolding events. He sighed inwardly, never having anticipated that the three had endured such misfortunes over the past 2 years. Simultaneously, he reproached himself for not having visited them directly upon his return, choosing instead to focus on overcoming his own limitations. Fortunately, it was not too late, for he possessed the Blood Qi pill, a precious gift bestowed upon him by Li Ning when he became his disciple, intended for life preservation. His master had once informed him that such pills were not available for purchase in the marketplace. Li Ning had provided Wu Fan with 3 of these pills, though only 2 remained now. as he had utilized one several years prior when he sustained severe injuries during a mission in Liangzhou, recovering thanks to the blood chi pill. Gazing at his companions, Wu Fan spoke, "Do not worry, I have a blood chi pill with me. Brother Zhou will be fine." Upon hearing his words, smiles illuminated the faces of the three, and their anxieties began to dissipate. Bai Xiaowen exclaimed joyfully, "This is splendid. You truly are remarkable, junior brother Wu. Over the past year, we have tried countless methods and engaged in sect tasks, yet we could not procure a single blood chi pill. But now, with your return, you have resolved our predicament. Wu Shixiao, you cannot imagine how we have endured this past year. We are immensely grateful to you," added Yan'an, her delight palpable. Zhou Yu had been attentively observing their exchange, and upon hearing Wu Fan's reassuring words, a weight lifted from his heart. He, too, longed for a swift recovery, but had found himself unable to acquire the blood chi pill. Truth be told, he felt profoundly fortunate to have such a friend. Whenever they faced challenges, it was Wu Fan who extended his hand in assistance, leaving him unable to express the depth of his gratitude. Zhou Yu turned to Wu Fan, cleared his throat with a hint of weakness, and said, "Thank you, junior brother Wu. I shall repay this kindness." Wu Fan smiled and retrieved a small vial from his storage bag, extending it toward Zhou Yu as he spoke. "There is no need for formality, brother Zhou. We are old friends. Within this vial are 2 blood chi pills, which should suffice to heal your internal injuries." Zhou Yu, eschewing any pretense, accepted the vial and held it tightly in his hand. He looked at Wu Fan, words unspoken, yet gratitude shone clearly in his eyes. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen and Yan also wore smiles of relief. After a brief pause, Wu Fan produced additional pills from his storage bag and offered them to the three. "Please accept these as well. They are of no use to me now, and among them are the Xianyuan pills you require. With these, it is likely that you will soon break through to the pinnacle of qi refining." Upon witnessing Wu Fan's actions, Bai Xiaowen and the others hastily waved their hands, for they no longer desired these elixirs. Over the years, Wu Fan had bestowed upon them ample resources, enabling them to reach the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. This gratitude was already profound. Although they were in urgent need of the Xianyuan pills, they simply could not extend their hands to accept more. Bai Xiaowen spoke up, saying, "Junior brother Wu, we cannot accept these elixirs. Please, take them back. We owe you far too much already. If we were to accept these pills, how could we ever repay you in the future? Indeed, junior brother Wu, please take them back. You also require elixirs for your cultivation, and these are far too precious." Yan added, shaking her head repeatedly, "Junior brother, they are right. You should take back the elixirs. Over the years, you have already provided us with a considerable amount. And besides, you need to cultivate as well. The blood chi pill you gifted me today is more than enough for me to express my gratitude." Zhou Yu also chimed in. Wu Fan smiled and replied, "Do not be so courteous. Quickly accept the elixirs. Have I not already mentioned that I have no further use for them?"